Chapter 1. She is more than just a secretary. In April, the trees in Rome City sprouted new branches, and the city was brimming with spring vitality on both sides of the roads. In stark contrast to the weather, the conference room seemed to have suddenly returned to winter. Yuzi stood at the front of the meeting room, hearing a cold mechanical voice from the phone. The number you are calling is currently in use. The employees in the office didn't dare to take a deep breath, fearing they might mess up and die. The woman standing at the front had a bright and beautiful face, but it exuded an undeniable air of intimidation. Let's all go home first. I will handle the rest. Upon hearing this, the people in the meeting room sighed with relief, bowed their heads and scurried out of the room. Yuzi's patience was completely exhausted. She called Shuju. Can you help me find out where Wang Quan is? The address was sent quickly. Yuzi changed into her sneakers and drove off towards the Mingting tea house. A waiter blocked her way at the entrance, looking down on her. Miss, do you have a reservation? Yuzi nodded calmly, lying without a second thought. Yes, General Manager Wang from Guangmao Group invited me here. The waiter retracted his thoughts and gave directions. Go upstairs, the second room on the left. Yuzi's graceful figure disappeared from the waiter's view. She didn't miss the waiters' discussion or their discontent. But that wasn't an issue. The Mingting Tea House was an upscale place in Rome City where many businessmen came to cultivate their refined tastes. Naturally, some also came here to conduct underhanded dealings. The waiter's look earlier clearly assumed she was here to sell herself. Shallow people thought they'd seen it all. The corridor had soft carpets that made no sound when stepped on. The tea house was decorated with classical screens. Loud talking would carry through them. Inside the private room, men were laughing coarsely. That secretary of Huaheng, I saw her last time, what a beauty. Another rough voice chimed in. You ditched Huaheng, watch out, he'll get back at you. Outside the private room with its carved wooden lattices, General Manager Wang was smoking, full of disdain. Get back at me? After how many years of being in Zhongyu, this kid wants to get back at me. Still, I want to cooperate with him. That secretary though, really beautiful, great figure, Huaheng has great luck. The sleazy laughter filled Yuzi's ears. Without any expression, she pushed the door open, cutting short their excitement. There was no denying that Yuzi was beautiful, so much so it was unbelievable. People wondered why she would just be a secretary. She should be shining in the entertainment industry. Wang Quan continued smoking, opening his pig-like mind. Secretary Yu, what is it? Cutting straight to the chase was Yuzi's principle. She reached into her bag and pulled out a stack of photos, not even blinking as she laid them out one by one. This is the model you kept last month, this is the hotel staff during your business trip, and this is you shopping with your sister-in-law. Bang! Wang Quan slammed the table in an attempt to intimidate. What's your meaning, Yuzi? Only then did Yuzi look at him coldly, expressionless, no special meaning. If you don't want Mrs. Wang to know about these things, you'd better not breach the contract. This was a naked threat. Wang Quan couldn't stand up to the stubborn look in her eyes, extinguished his cigarette but, gritting his teeth, I understand. After Yuzi left, Wang Quan started cursing again, damn slut. Huaheng appeared at the door at an unknown time, lighting a cigarette casually, adding, Mr. Wang seems to have another villa in the suburbs. Shit. Wang Quan gritted his teeth inside. Damn, what kind of master there is, such kind of dogs there will be. Chapter 2. The secretary does not sleep over. Huaheng was in a great mood as he walked downstairs. The person on the other end of his call asked him, Sana, you're the last one here, hurry up. The speaker was Shi Meng, the heir to Tio Entertainment, an undeniable playboy. Huaheng smiled slyly at the corner of his mouth. Stop calling me that name from now on. Shi Meng said, hurry, I need to pee urgently. As the sky darkened and the streetlights illuminated the heavy night, a server saw Huaheng coming down and respectfully bid him farewell with a walk slowly. Huaheng took a step back, glanced up and down at the heavily made-up server, and said, I don't want to see you when I come next time. What? The server who had earlier been rude to Yuzi was completely baffled. After Huaheng left, the supervisor helplessly reminded her, the woman you saw just now is secretary to Huasir. People in the industry said that offending her would lead to the same result as offending Huaheng. And that outcome wouldn't be good. After delivering Huaheng to the door of BK, Xiao Chen was sent back. The car keys spun once in Huaheng's slender hands as he entered the bar. A few good friends were already seated in the private room, where Shi Meng was playing cards with several beautiful women. Fu Shijun and Liang Zishuan were whispering. In a few days, Fu Shijun would get married, and this evening's gathering was to celebrate his finding love. Shi Meng, who always lingered amidst flowers, referring to many romantic liaisons, had an exceptional fear of marriage. He said to Fu, let me tell you, marriage is the graveyard of love. Liang Zishuan chimed in, absolutely. As the door of the private room opened, a flirtatious girl dressed in a miniskirt walked in. Though the air conditioning was strong inside, it chilled the beauty enough to give her goosebumps. Shi Meng hugged the beauty tightly. What's your name? He asked while looking down at her. The beauty cooed, my name is Mien. Just as they were talking, a bunch of journalists rushed in and snapped photos like crazy of Shi Meng. He accepted it calmly, hiding his accomplishments behind a veil of mystery. Mien cried softly in Shi Meng's arms. Xiaoxiao, what are we going to do? Her body clung closer to him. Shi Meng comforted her gently. It's fine, it's fine. This was Huaheng's circle, wealthy, powerful, influential. Yuzi had just finished showering when she received a call from Huaheng. His deep voice sounded like an elegant cello in the night. "I'm drunk, come and pick me up." Yuzi glanced at the phone to make sure she answered correctly. Was this how someone who was drunk sounded? "Where are you?" "At BK. Wait for me for 20 minutes. Yuzi hadn't even dried her hair yet. She changed into a loose white t-shirt and long pants, comfortable and proper. The taxi driver dropped her off at the entrance of BK. At night, there were quite a few people outside vomiting and lamenting their lovesickness. Huaheng was waiting at the door, resembling a lonely child waiting for their parent in kindergarten. Yuzi walked up the steps. "Let's go home." She had barely finished speaking when Huaheng directly hung onto her, mumbling, "I'm drunk." Nonsense. Though Yuzi inwardly rolled her eyes at his claim, her body was very honest, supporting him into the car. Once they returned home, Huaheng pressed her against the wall, their bodies sticking together very closely. His breath carried a light smell of alcohol. Indeed, vodka could easily get one drunk. The aroma of alcohol and the scent of Yuzi's hair permeated between them. Yuzi's neck felt ticklish. She pushed Huaheng away. "The secretary does not sleep over." Upon hearing her say this, Huaheng stepped back from her side, instantly dispersing the ambiguous atmosphere. His soft laughter stood out prominently in the darkness. "All right, then can the little secretary bring me a glass of water?" "No." Yuzi turned on the light. When their gazes met, Huaheng didn't appear drunk at all, clearly faking it. Yuzi raised her eyebrows. "Rest well, I'm leaving." Huaheng stared into her eyes, using his finger to scrape her nose. "Yuzi, you really are heartless." "Huaheng, don't go too far." Chapter 3, I'm playing around. The weekend was the day for the Hua family's gathering, and Yuzi couldn't understand why a secretary like her had to participate. Huaheng said, "What if there's work on the weekend?" Terrible excuse. The Hua family's villa was huge. After several years, Yuzi still couldn't remember the way. She trailed after Huaheng like a little tail. Huaheng stopped his steps, his smile deepening at the corner of his mouth. "Hurry up, little tail." Yuzi looked up first and saw a pair of sad eyes from the second floor, then she smiled. Apparently, today would be another tumultuous storm. Several people were chatting in the living room, and the joyful atmosphere abruptly ceased when Huaheng entered. The two of them were like two bombs appearing here. Yuzi exhaled, keeping her head low without looking at the patriarch seated in the middle. The grandfather, 70 years old, spoke with a deep voice, threatening General Manager Wang who works for Guangmao, and casually firing employees of Mingting. "Is this what you've learned all these years?" Huaheng sat leisurely in the chair, crossing his legs. Wang Quan broke his promise. As for that waitress, she disrespected the guest. "Is it wrong for me to fire her?" The man's voice was calm and steady, his right hand playing with the prayer beads on his left wrist. Yuzi stood nearby, trying hard not to laugh. It seemed Huaheng also went to the tea house yesterday. This was the reason for her arrogance. Huaheng was backing her up. "Grandpa, Xiaoheng is just that kind of person. Don't mind him." The one stepping out to defuse the situation was Huaheng's older brother Huaju, with single eyelids and a slicked-back hairstyle, known as the epitome of gentleness in their circle. Hua Yunyuan snorted coldly, taking a sip of tea. "Don't make excuses for him. Since he branched out independently, his reputation stinks." Each word hit precisely on the sore spots. Huaheng only gave a faint smile, looking at Huaju. "Big brother, how's your work going recently?" In terms of ability, Huaheng was undoubtedly the strongest among the three brothers. His independent achievements almost matched Hua Group's accumulated heritage over the years. Strictly speaking, he was above Huaju. Wang Quan's original partner was Hua Group, but now they're being controlled by Zhongyu. Huaju probably seethed inwardly, yet wouldn't tear apart face in public. Not bad. The awkward atmosphere continued until Hualwan came downstairs. She was the only young miss in the Hua family, not biologically related but as good as a real daughter. Hualwan was the late daughter born to the bodyguard of the grandfather, during those turbulent business days where her father, the bodyguard, died saving the grandfather, leaving behind mother and daughter. Later, Hualwan's mother remarried, leaving Hualwan in the Hua family. Her age was the same as Yuzi's. Her first move after descending the stairs was to crowd close to Huaheng, subtly pushing Yuzi away. Her voice revealed excitement. "Third brother, did you buy the bag I asked you to last time?" Huaheng's eyebrows slightly raised. "It sold out." Yuzi stood aside, holding back her laughter. Last week, Huaheng went to Paris under the guise of a business trip, but actually took Yuzi along for fun. That bag was hanging in the LV counter, and Huaheng didn't even glance at it when he passed by. It wasn't until the nanny called for dinner that the oppressive mood in the room finally dissipated. Yuzi disliked the atmosphere in this house. It made one suffocate. During the meal, the grandfather mentioned that Huaheng should start considering finding a girlfriend, subtly glancing at Hualwan. Huaheng lowered his head while eating, not interested. After the meal, the grandfather called the two brothers to have a talk. Yuzi, feeling bored, took out a bunch of grapes from the fridge. As she turned around, Hualwan stood behind her, haughtily asking, "What were you laughing at just now?" After taking a bite of the grape, Yuzi glanced backward. "Your third brother." Hualwan's body stiffened slightly, turning her head to find no one around. And the person who had been teasing her had already left. "You're playing with me?" Hualwan lost her temper. Yuzi turned her head and whispered, "I'm playing with monkeys." Chapter 4, Having the boss's support. You can't imagine how awesome it is. From upstairs came Huaqiu's voice. Xiaozi, grandfather is calling you. Yuzi finished her last grape, took a piece of paper from the living room tissue box to casually wipe her hands, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it in the trash can. Walking upstairs, Huaqiu comforted her with a tiger-like smile on his face. Don't worry, don't be afraid. There was no need for such pretense. Yuzi pulled away from his hand, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of her mouth as she put on an exaggeratedly sentimental act. Thank you, big brother, for reminding me. Inside was the sound of the grandfather and grandson arguing, chaotic and messy, just like this home. Huaqiu and Huaju were born to Madame Hua, while Huaheng was born to Chen Mengqi, the stage actress. Madame Hua's marriage alliance was politically motivated, but Chen Mengqi was true love. Back then, the old man didn't agree with Chen Mengqi marrying into the Hua family, thinking that actors were beneath their dignity. However, he never expected his son to elope with Chen Mengqi and have an accident. They left behind Huaheng. Knock knock knock. Yuzi knocked on the door. Come in. Inside the study, Huaheng was still lounging about with his leg crossed over the other, exuding an air of dominance. Hua Yunyuan coughed. Huaheng, you leave first. Huaheng, in a bad mood, replied irritably, my secretary, is she someone you can summon and dismiss as you please? To prevent further disputes between grandfather and grandson, Yuzi stepped forward, diffusing the situation. Grandfather should have something important to discuss. Before she could finish speaking, Hua Yunyuan interrupted, I don't have a granddaughter like you. Well, no gratitude then. Where Huaheng sat was completely shadowed, dark without any light. If you don't want to speak nicely, I'll take her with me. You try putting people around me if you dare. The old man was so angry he covered his heart, coughing violently. Seeing this, Yuzi walked over, unscrewed the medicine bottle on the table, pinched the old man's chin, and forcibly fed him the pill, all done smoothly before handing him a cup of water. After a while, the old man recovered, his ashen complexion improving slightly. Yuzi had no intention of taking responsibility for anyone's death, flashing a fake professional smile. Boss, you leave first, let me handle things here. Huaheng couldn't stay there any longer, he wanted to go outside and smoke a cigarette. Leaving, he still reminded her with care, call me if anything happens. Yuzi nodded. Once everyone left and the study became quiet again, the old man cut straight to the chase, resigned from Huaheng, and let Hualwan take the position. Hua Yunyuan always felt that Huaheng was too good to this little girl. This, he would not allow. The descendants of the Hua family have their own missions and should live a life planned by him. And Hualwan was the granddaughter-in-law he approved of. Yuzi didn't bother sitting down, her amber eyes locked onto the old man. Sir, I'm doing pretty well at the company, with a high salary. It'll be hard to find another job this good out there. Having the boss's support, it feels really good. You. Since young, Yuzi has been rebellious, a few words wouldn't scare her. Moreover, Hualwan studied jewelry design, and she's not suited to be the president's secretary. Hua Yunyuan. Seeing the old man getting red in the face with anger, Yuzi pointed towards the door. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Pushing open the study door, the air immediately felt fresher. On the second-floor corridor, Huaheng was speaking to Huaju, the least accomplished child of the family, a playboy and rogue. Upon hearing sounds coming from the study, Huaheng turned back. Yuzi quickly walked past him and said, Boss, let's go quick. In Huaju's eyes lurked hidden malice as he blocked Yuzi's way. Xiaozi, why the rush? Yuzi raised an eyebrow slightly, repulsed by the greediness in his eyes. The feng shui of this house isn't good, it's best not to linger too long. Chapter 5. Is the boss a snake spirit disease? How obvious was this veiled insult? Huaheng let his little tail pull him out. Huaju still wanted to say something, but was rebuked by his elder brother. Don't make a fool of yourself. The two brothers in the stairwell were also unyielding, glaring at each other. Huaju sneered, got it, big brother. In this family, no one yields to anyone. Calling someone big brother is just out of respect for the old man, who's in charge. On Sunday, Yuzi slept well. When she woke up, her phone had already been bombarded by Huaheng's calls. Monday was the company's anniversary celebration, and as CEO, Huaheng needed to give employees an inspiring speech. A calm voice from the other end of the phone came unhurriedly, you write the draft. Was she sure she hadn't dialed the wrong number? Yuzi, are you alright? But with good professional ethics, she asked again, you speak, I write? Okay. Because you're my secretary. Alright. A breeze blew on the phone end, Liang Zishuan called him, 30, come quick. Huaheng cursed under his breath, if you call me that name again, I'll throw you into this sea. The phone was disconnected, Yuzi sat on the sofa with a bed head, opened her laptop, and began web searching. Speech script for the company's anniversary celebration. Downloaded, printed, completed seamlessly. On the yacht. Liang Zishuan handed Huaheng the red wine, looking gossipy, are you calling your little secretary again? The sea wind played with Huaheng's floral shirt, champagne sliding down his throat. Oracle? Shimeng appeared in shorts between them, his smile exuding perversion. You're only this happy in front of your little secretary. Halfway through the conversation, Shimeng slapped his head. Oh, right, your first love has returned to the country. Huaheng, my first love. Who? Selina Meng. Oh. Huaheng showed no emotion, as if listening to an unimportant matter. The company anniversary event was arranged by the planning department, leaving Secretary Yuzi completely relaxed as she played with her phone while sitting by the table. The second-floor restaurant was filled to capacity. The host invited Heng to give a speech on stage. The employees at the bottom level had only seen their boss in interviews before. Seeing him in person today was extraordinary, stunningly handsome. Heng opened the speech manuscript, full of formulaic lines. He smiled faintly, closed it, picked up the microphone. Hello everyone, I'm Heng. These simple words triggered thunderous applause. With calm eyes, Heng fully received the admiration, starting to give employees hope using his melodious voice that could charm pregnancy. The employees were lost in his beauty. After the speech, they remained entranced by their boss's charm. The host took the microphone and said smilingly, "Thank you, President. Next, we will invite a mysterious guest, also our future business partner, Miss Selina Meng." Yuzi stopped typing her message. This name sounded familiar, she often saw her in advertisements. A model abroad, tall figure, sophisticated appearance. She was casually dressed on stage, yet striking in a natural pose. Yuzi recalled, this was the so-called white moonlight frequently mentioned by Heng's group of ruffian friends, also an artist under TO Entertainment. Company publicity wasn't handled by Yuzi, so naturally she didn't know this person would come to represent new products. Her phone vibrated a few times. "Capital exploiter, are you sleepy?" Yuzi replied, "Nope." After sending the message, she looked up and saw Selina Meng sitting across from her. Their eyes met, interrupted again by fans asking for signatures. Selina Meng signed with ease. The anniversary continued. Heng glanced sideways at Yuzi's face, trying to find any hint of traces. "Capital exploiter, not happy?" Yuzi helplessly shook her head, wanting to ask why her boss thought there was anything wrong. Why should she be unhappy? TO Entertainment had long-term cooperation with Zhongyo. Zhongyo's products were always endorsed by TO Entertainment stars. Was there any problem? Chapter 6, a body temperature of 36-36 words. At the anniversary celebration, quite a few people got drunk. Some took advantage of the harmonious atmosphere and approached Yuzi, offering her a few toasts. Naturally, Yuzi couldn't refuse. After drinking the imported liquor, she felt as if her heart, liver, spleen, and lungs were all burning. She was extremely uncomfortable and wanted to go to the restroom to wash her face. She muttered a complaint about the person who chose the alcohol. That day, she was wearing a petite chiffon outfit, exuding maturity with a touch of vitality. Heng's gaze subtly swept over her retreating figure as she left. Her short skirt revealed a pair of white, long legs. The cool water running across her cheeks alleviated some of the internal heat inside her body. When she raised her head, she caught sight of Meng Ranqin in the mirror behind her. Leaning against the wall, Meng Ranqin stared leisurely at Yuzi. "What's your relationship with Heng?" Just moments ago, Meng Ranqin saw clearly how Heng served her dishes. That was a treatment Meng Ranqin herself had never enjoyed before. Truly something to be jealous about. Yuzi wiped her face clean with a piece of paper, opening her red lips slightly. "He is my boss, I am his secretary." A truly imaginative-inducing relationship. Meng Ranqin grabbed hold of the person trying to leave and declared confidently, "Heng is mine." Yuzi glanced lightly at her hand, pushing it off. The alcohol coursing through her body made her maintain rationality as she replied coolly, "What exactly is he to you?" One sentence that stumped her. Even Meng Ranqin herself couldn't answer. In high school, everyone said she and Heng were perfectly matched, a beautiful couple meant to be together. After graduating from high school, Heng went abroad, and their connection fizzled out quietly. They occasionally met during New Year's gatherings, exchanging polite pleasantries. But Meng Ranqin knew, deep down, she liked Heng. Young and successful, his looks rival those of male celebrities from the entertainment industry, his personality rebellious and unruly. Any woman would surely fall under the spell of his suave demeanor, wouldn't they? While Meng Ranqin was lost in thought, Yuzi stepped out of the restroom. Seeing her indifferent attitude, Meng Ranqin clenched her teeth and tightened her grip on her handbag, feeling irked by the lack of respect. As Yuzi emerged, she immediately saw Heng waiting outside the women's restroom. Just as she was about to fall, he caught her. Staring at her delicate neck, Heng's gaze darkened slightly. "If you can't handle it, why do you keep drinking?" Actually, Yuzi wasn't a bad drinker, but tonight the liquor was especially strong. In front of Heng, she allowed herself to show slight weariness, can't refuse. She was usually very rational, but tonight, she did let loose somewhat. Heng's laughter echoed near her ear. "Can you still walk?" Yuzi shook her head. Feeling dizzy, she found herself being scooped up in Heng's arms. At the crucial moment, she covered her face with her bag. How embarrassing it would be for the boss to carry the secretary like this. Most guests had dispersed from the banquet, employees heading toward the elevator. Heng, however, turned around, walking towards the stairs instead. Here, no one would see them. Holding her didn't feel strenuous to him at all, rather, it seemed effortless. Meng Ranqin, emerging from hiding, was nearly fuming upon witnessing this scene. She cursed under her breath, seductive witch, so shameless. Continuing through the underground garage, Yuzi was placed in the passenger seat. Heng leaned closer to fasten her seatbelt. Up close, she could smell the faint fragrance emanating from Heng. Drunk, she mumbled softly. Man, why does your body smell so fragrant? Huaheng extended his hand and affectionately ruffled her hair. Cute even when you're drunk. Maybe she should drink more often. Upon sending her home, Huaheng tucked Yuzi into bed and left a glass of water on the bedside table. Just as he was about to leave, Yuzi grabbed his hand. Boss. Looking at the drowsy individual, Huaheng watched her fingers gradually loosen. After stepping outside, he pulled out his phone to see Meng Ranqin's message demanding an answer. What's your relationship with your secretary? With a body temperature of 36 degrees Celsius, Huaheng responded with words cold enough for minus 36 degrees. What's it got to do with you? Chapter 7, Mr. Hua can't stop cursing. Yuzi was woken up in the middle of the night by thirst, her hand touching the cup beside her and gulping down a few mouthfuls until her throat felt comfortable. She checked her phone, it was 3 in the morning. Although she laid back down, she couldn't fall asleep again. Recalling the scene from last night, her cheeks flushed involuntarily. Who would have said that the boss smelled good? So embarrassing, she rolled over under the covers, wrapping herself tightly. Wrapped too tightly, she sighed after taking a breath. Suddenly, there was an odd feeling as if she trapped herself. At 15 years old, on the Tang Street, she encountered Huaheng when being chased. Due to her small stature, she could escape through narrow gaps where those chasing her could not catch her. However, she accidentally fell into Huaheng's arms. His indifferent eyes were attractive yet distant. Yuzi, recognizing him as Chinese, clutched onto his sleeve with her wet and pleading eyes. Please save me. Even though she looked dirty at the time, it's unclear what Huaheng saw valuable in her, but he still rescued her. Huaheng is wealthy, and he supported her education and provided for her daily needs. Without Huaheng, there wouldn't be today's Yuzi, so no matter when, she will never leave Huaheng's side. After sleeping comfortably, Yuzi arrived at the company on time the next day. Her own boss had gone off somewhere wild, and while she was about to print a contract, the receptionist called to inform her that someone was looking for her. Downstairs, Huaju was sitting on the sofa, legs crossed, looking around everywhere. Seeing Yuzi approach, he quickly stood up. Sister, I'm here. Yuzi rolled her eyes. What did this second-generation heir want now? She walked over. What is it? Huaju just loved her attitude, making him feel cheap. Nothing, I just want to invite you for a meal. Isn't Huaju lucky? Even Fu Shijun, who's involved in politics, doesn't dare to challenge Huaheng, but he dared to covet the person by Huaheng's side. Many people in the hall perked up their ears to eavesdrop. Yuzi scoffed coldly. Can't you find something meaningful to do? Her tone of disdain was exactly like Huaheng's. Huaju's face turned red from being reprimanded and losing face in front of everyone, so he raised his hand to hit Yuzi. Unexpectedly, Yuzi forcefully grabbed his wrist. Due to the man's decadence, his strength couldn't match hers, causing him to cry out in pain. Yuzi shoved him away. Next time you see me, avoid me. She turned back and glanced around at the onlookers, exuding great authority. Huaheng watched the situation from the surveillance cameras, lit a cigarette, and chuckled, asking Liang Zishuan, is he gambling these days? Seems so. Huaheng extinguished the cigarette but, let him lose more money. My second brother has plenty of cash. After finishing her work, Yuzi found her boss arriving late, the desk piled high with documents, which she read out one by one. Fu Shijun's wedding invitation. Victoria jewelry auction. The boss always had many tasks, and Yuzi's lips went numb reading them all out. It was uncertain whether Huaheng was listening or not, but he leaned back in the chair, his eyes half closed, lazily saying, this boss is really troublesome. How about you take over? Yuzi. What can you do when the boss isn't serious? Sure. When these words came out, Huaheng opened his eyes, his gaze seductive. Yuzi, your ambition is quite big. Yuzi, holding the files, prepared to leave. A secretary who doesn't want to be a boss isn't a good secretary. After she left, Huaheng called Shimeng. Replace Meng Ranqin for me. Shimeng confirmed that he hadn't misunderstood. You'll have to pay compensation. So be it, I have plenty of money. Shimeng felt speechless, curiously asking, did she pester you again? Huaheng picked up the pen to sign on the document, rolling the pen on the table. You guys insist calling her my white moonlight, and now she believes it too. Have we or haven't we been together? She should have some common sense. Stop. Shimeng interrupted promptly. Sometimes when Huaheng curses, he really can't stop. Chapter 8. Your boss ran off with his sister-in-law. Meng Ranqin, after learning she had been replaced, stormed into Shimeng's office in a fury. What does this mean? Shimeng was chatting with a beautiful woman and didn't even glance at her. Aheng wants to terminate the contract. He has paid the penalty. And the money has already arrived. Meng Ranqin suddenly realized, is it that bitch by his side who did it? Upon hearing this, Shimeng looked up, his expression serious. As a friend, I sincerely advise you not to say such things in front of Aheng. Meng Ranqin was enraged. She crossed her arms and spoke rudely. Have all of you lost your souls to her? All of you are taking her side. The office fell silent. Shimeng put down his phone and looked at the woman in front of him calmly. Meng Ranqin, the school's beauty queen, came from a good family, was good-looking, occasionally, and was also a pampered princess in their circle. But she was wrong. Not even people like them dared to criticize Yuzi without knowing her background, yet she called her a bitch repeatedly. Clearly asking for trouble. It's not me talking on her behalf, but rather Huaheng taking her side. Do you understand? If one still doesn't get such an easy-to-understand message, then all these years have been wasted living. With reddened eyes, Meng Ranqin left the office. In the meeting room of Zhongyu, Yuzi furrowed her delicate eyebrows as the screen displayed Wang Quan's team proposal. Seeing that the person in charge of this case was a woman, Wang Quan's team planned to be evasive. Yuzi stopped them on the 5th page of the proposal, 3 lines, 5 typos. Is this how Guang Maro shows its attitude? Despite it being a very gentle comment, those in the meeting room immediately sat up straight. It seemed Ms. Yu was about to make a big move. Zhong Shuai, the head responsible for Guang Maro, was an old hand at business. He wore a pair of metal-framed glasses, was overweight, and appeared superficially cultured. He dodged responsibility. The one making the proposal is a young girl, she must have been nervous. After saying that, he glanced several times at Yuzi. Everyone said the secretary by the side of the Zhongyu president was beautiful. Now upon seeing her, it turns out the rumors understated her beauty. Yuzi ignored his gaze, flipping her notebook to the first page, pointing out the other party's shortcomings. She was always clear about professional boundaries, methodically enumerating each point until the other side turned red in embarrassment. Yuzi threw down her pen, leaning casually back in her chair, her gaze icy-cold. Who gave you the nerve to play around with Zhongyu? The employees responsible for this proposal thought internally, Ms. Yu is really domineering. Zhong Shuai scratched his head and decided to throw in the towel. Ms. Yu, there's no need to be so aggressive. If you doubt our sincerity, we can't help it. The contract has been signed. We'll see what you do with it. Just as he said this, Huaheng pushed the door open. He leaned against the entrance of the meeting room and slowly said, the contract has been terminated. You, scram quickly. What? Zhong Shuai couldn't believe it. Huaheng showed a completely unconcerned face. Your boss was exposed for cheating with his sister-in-law. If during the contract period, Party B affects the development of Party A, they have the right to terminate the contract. He didn't give the other party time to think, turning back to say, Custodian, clean up the scene. Zhong Shuai, clutching his broken computer, hurriedly exited the meeting room. Huaheng looked at Yuzi with a half-smile. Attend Fu Shijun's wedding tonight. On the other side, Wang Quan was trembling nervously hidden in his office. He started his career through his wife, and the sister-in-law was his wife's stepsister. Now, his wife's phone calls were coming non-stop. He switched phones and called Huaju. Didn't you say you wanted to deal with Huaheng? Huaju likes to wear glasses when working. He casually took them off, his eyes showing no kindness. Resolve it yourself. Initially, he had wanted to take a share of the market, offering Wang Quan a higher price so Wang Quan could stand Huaheng up. Who knew Yuzi would resort to threatening with private life matters? Wang Quan ended up wavering between both sides. This outcome was what he deserved. Chapter 9. Are you coming to our company to draw the bulletin board? At Fu Shijun's wedding, all the guests were either rich or noble, and there were many figures from commerce and politics. Yu Zizhen felt like she had opened her eyes for the first time. She stayed close to Huaheng, only showing her bright beauty without being overshadowed. As soon as they sat down, Yu Zizhen caught an unfriendly glance. She turned back and saw Hualwan. It seemed that wherever she went, there were women who envied her. Before it was Meng Ranqin who came to make a scene, and now it was Hualwan glaring at her menacingly. Yu Zizhen leaned closer to Huaheng and asked, who is Fu Shijun's wife's family? This kind of arranged marriage must involve one of the prestigious families. The wedding venue was very noisy, so the two moved closer, with Yu Zizhen's lips nearly touching Huaheng's ear. Huaheng slightly moved. I didn't hear clearly. Yu Zizhen thought inside, does the boss need to get his ears treated? She repeated the question, and Huaheng took out his phone to search for her. Fu Shijun's wife was named Zhu Lin, 2 years younger than Fu Shijun. She was a university professor teaching Chinese literature and had received numerous honors. The two of them matched each other perfectly in terms of appearance, identity, and personality. However, the expressions on the faces of the couple on stage remained normal as if getting married was just a mere ceremony for them. They exchanged rings, kissed, toasted, and from then on, they would be husband and wife. Yu Zizhen couldn't remember how she became a wandering child, but in her blurry memories, she could not recall her parents or what they looked like. Because they didn't love each other, did they have no love for their offspring? The bride changed into another set of clothes and started toasting along with Fu Shijun. Yu Zizhen glanced at Zhu Lin and accepted the drink from her hands. Zhu Lin smiled faintly at her. Fu Shijun became interested immediately. Xiaolin doesn't often go out for entertainment. In the future, take her out to play with you, Yu Zizhen. Yu Zizhen had only finished half of her drink and looked a bit confused. Did she even have much entertainment? She didn't even have friends. But since others had already made the request, she had to agree despite her hesitation, smiling and nodding, no problem. Soon, the wedding turned into idle chats among the nobles. Yu Zizhen couldn't participate, so she went outside to find a spot to squat down and play games. Suddenly, a shadow blocked her light. She didn't need to guess, it was Hualwan. If the mountain won't come to me, I will go to the mountain. In the final move, Yu Zizhen achieved a pentakill, then stood up to stretch, looking ready for a fight. This wasn't the Hua household. Tell my third brother that I'm going to the company, said Yu Zizhen. She put her phone in her little handbag. You've got hemorrhoids in your mouth, can't you speak properly? She learned her style of speech from Huaheng, uncouth and direct. Having undergone high education since elementary school, Won simply could not utter such coarse language. Yuzizhen, watch your mouth. She said this with evident anger. Her grandfather had once spoken with Huaheng, and Huaheng had said there was nowhere suitable for her to go. After some consideration, the only option left was to be a secretary, where she would do nothing but organize documents. Yuzizhen stuck out her tongue. You're a design student, what are you going to our company for? To draw bulletin boards. Ha ha. Someone beside her burst out laughing. Yuzizhen turned around to see the beautiful bride. Wasn't she supposed to be busy chatting elsewhere? Won was known for her gentleness within the social circle. Upon realizing that Ju Lin was Fu Shijun's wife, she quickly regained her composure. Respected sister-in-law. Ju Lin ignored her and turned to Yuzizhen. I just received a call from one of my students and happened to hear something here. Yuzizhen blushed deeply. Speaking such words in front of a university professor was totally inappropriate. She laughed and said, when you step in dog poop, it's easy to curse. You're sick, Yuzizhen, shouted Won. All her previous politeness vanished under the wave of anger, causing her to turn around and walk away. But Yuzizhen wouldn't let her off easily. Our company is missing a security guard. Do you want to apply? Won lost her balance, wanting to sew Yuzizhen's mouth shut. Chapter 10, Boss, I am your cane. The bride's makeup looked beautiful, and Yuzi approached her without catching a whiff of alcohol. Ju Lin, who was sharp-minded, knew what she was up to and revealed the inside story. The baijiu drunk earlier was actually water. The two women standing in the corridor smiled at each other, feeling like kindred spirits. Their happiness didn't last long before Ju Lin's phone rang again. She answered it. On the other end of the line, a student sobbed, Teacher, he really is going to jump off the building. Ju Lin massaged her forehead, dressed in her wedding gown, exuded grace but said something unkind. Come jump at my place, my floor is higher. Yuzi commented, impressive skills, young master. After hanging up, Ju Lin explained helplessly, it's one of my students, 19 years old, insisted on pursuing me. He couldn't handle the shock of hearing that I'm getting married. Shaking her head, she asked, are kids these days all brainless? Yuzi stroked her chin, little brothers are much better, aren't they? Men in middle age tend to get greasy. Curious, Ju Lin asked, really? As their conversation grew longer, they became more familiar with each other and broke away from their previous awkwardness. Fu Shijun chuckled lightly, I did say they would make good friends, didn't I? In Huaheng's mind, all he could think about was little brother. When Yuzi was in high school, many male students pursued her, and even in university, she was sought after continuously by admirers, including countless younger boys. He fumed inwardly. They were so bold. The banquet ended past 11. Yuzi found her boss in the passenger seat. You're quite hardworking, Yuzi drove back home. Upon reaching the garage, she helped her boss, finding him unusually heavy today. Just as they were about to enter the elevator, a man wearing stockings suddenly jumped out and lunged toward them with a knife. Boss, be careful. Closing her eyes, Yuzi nearly sacrificed herself for the company. Huaheng quickly kicked the attacker away with one foot. The blade sliced Huaheng's leg, while the stocking-wearing man clutched his chest and fell unconscious. Yuzi called the police, asking Huaheng, are you alright? Sobering up, Huaheng rarely showed concern. And you? I'm definitely fine, she said, having been pushed far away. Wang Quan, short of breath due to his obesity, shouted in the vast underground garage, Huaheng, you son of a bitch played dirty. Recently, stock fluctuations have made Guangmao's car sales take a hit because of the owner's problematic behavior. Moreover, the timing coincided with brake malfunctions, further pushing Guangmao into the eye of the storm. The stock prices plummeted sharply. Dirty tricks. Yuzi sneered, how did you become the boss? It can't be solely through flattery, can it? After the contract termination, there had been no interaction between them and Guangmao. The car accident had caused a lot of media coverage. Clearly, someone was attempting murder through another's hands. Facing ridicule amid all these issues, Wang Quan lost control. You damn woman. Haven't you learned Chinese? Is woman the only word you know? How about I introduce you to a language teacher to improve your vocabulary? She struck deep at the core. Rongcheng police arrived swiftly, and within moments, Yuzi noticed blood on the ground. Rolling up her sleeves, she charged towards the police car and gave Wang Quan a couple of solid punches. The officers responsible for arrests were astounded. This girl settles her scores right on the spot. Having seen everything but never witnessed Huaheng injured, Yuzi maintained her calm exterior, yet her heart jumped around like a monkey on Mount Amei. Without delay, she drove Huaheng to the hospital. Huaheng's leg had been slashed by Wang Quan, but the injury wasn't severe. The doctor advised on changing the dressing on time and walking carefully to prevent the wound from reopening. Exiting the doctor's room, their boss limped slightly down the hallway. Yuzi moved forward to support him, taking on the role of a humble servant. For great kindness, no thanks are needed, and being a crutch would do just fine. Chapter 11, even if you're his grandfather, it doesn't matter. Yuzi was usually an employee who woke up later than the boss, but today she made an exception. She waited half an hour downstairs from the boss's place and still didn't see him. Calling him, the boss's lazy voice came through, my legs hurt, I can't walk, I'm not going to work. Is this what they call having money and acting willfully? Yuzi drove her beetle to the company. Apparently, her being late was an incredible thing. While the employees' pupils were shaking, they didn't forget to give her today's files. Sitting in the office, Yuzi glanced towards the direction of the president's office. Not coming when he said he wouldn't. After handling the files, there came an unexpected visitor to Zhongyu, Hua Yunyang. He was wearing a tang suit, leaning on a cane, with an aura of authority. He insisted on going upstairs even under the receptionist's interception. The old man coldly humphed, "I'm his grandfather, do I still need to say hello before going up?" The young girl at the reception desk was hard-pressed, but for the sake of her salary over bravery, she stretched out her arm to stop him. "Sir, no matter who you are, registration before going upstairs is the rule." The little girl was almost crying, thinking why Yuzi wasn't coming down yet. Her thin arms might not be able to hold him back. Ding! The elevator rang out. Yuzi put on a false face, quite surprised. "Mr. Hua, how did you come?" Nothing ventured, nothing gained. The last time he came was because of Huaju's matter, where Huaheng's gathering was smashed and Huaheng wanted to sue. But he was forcefully persuaded by the old man to drop it. Hua Yunyang really disliked Yuzi. After all, she was just some unknown young girl with quite a bit of say. "Go upstairs." Hua Yunyang scanned the hall, seeing only a few chairs. Since it wasn't a leather sofa, he wouldn't sit. Hualwan turned around and angrily glared at the young girl at the front desk, the meaning clear enough. "You wait." Yuzi's smile at the corner of her mouth remained. "Mr. Hua, Huaheng isn't here, it's useless for you to go up." She had refused so clearly, would the old man have the audacity to insist? The result exceeded her expectations. "I'm looking for you." Yuzi knew that after yesterday's banquet, Hualwan must have reported to the old man. She sighed, "All right." Just as she was about to enter the elevator, Yuzi remembered the front desk girl and addressed her. "Li Guo, right?" These words caused the reception to become on high alert. She had just started her internship and truly didn't know this was the boss's grandfather or the boss's sister. Tears were almost forming in the corners of her eyes. Yuzi snapped her fingers. "You did well today, I'll give you a raise." The old man entering the elevator stumbled and almost fell. At the same time, the people in the hall tried their best to hold back big laughs. As the elevator doors slowly closed, only 3 people remained in the space. Hualwan, relying on the old man's backing, was about to make a move, when Yuzi pointed at the high-definition camera. "This is our company's new product, 10 million pixels. Ultra-high definition." Zhongyu was an independent office building bought for a hefty price by Huaheng when he returned from M country. His office took up almost a whole floor, truly extravagant. Hualwan had liked it very much the previous times she'd visited. Yuzi let them sit first while she poured them tea. "No need, I want to talk to you about something." "Perfect, no need." Yuzi sat comfortably, taking the initiative. "If you're still trying to get Hualwan to take my position, then I'll tell you, you can just leave." Hua Yunyang disliked Huaheng but still wanted to push someone close to Huaheng. His intentions were clear. The old man slightly moved his cane, saying, "It's about getting Hualwan into the design department, she studied this." Settling for second choice. Chapter 12, The Boss is So Fragile. Yuzi calmly stated the truth. "Sorry, this requires passing an exam. As you know, it's hard to get into Zhongyu." Hualwan's academic performance was atrocious. Even her graduation project in university was bought with money. Yuzi remembered this clearly. It seemed like a war was about to break out any moment now. The old man's mood, having been rebutted so many times that day, wasn't good. "Don't be too presumptuous. Huaheng is my grandson after all." Yuzi rolled her eyes internally, a grandson who hasn't been cared for nearly 10 years. "Fine, stay at Zhongyu then." Huaheng, hearing who knows how much of the conversation, had Xiao Chen push him in his wheelchair from behind. Once Huaheng agreed, Hualwan was overjoyed. Even the crow's feet on her face appeared. This time, at least they weren't disgraced. The old man's expression softened somewhat. He even feared that Huaheng might change his mind and wanted him to start working today. Huaheng seemed not very familiar with using the wheelchair, as he didn't move much after Xiao Chen left. Afterwards, the old man was about to go downstairs. Huaheng touched the prayer beads on his hand, without any sign of reverence in his eyes, and called out to the old man. "Grandpa." Yuzi was perceptive and went over to turn Huaheng around for him. He only raised his eyelids slightly, seemingly looking at a dying person. He said, "You are the business emperor of the past. Your industries are among the top ones in Rongqing." These were all facts. Huayun Yuan's ancestors started in real estate. By his generation, the development had skyrocketed, reaching its peak. But the market's pie always has someone wanting a slice. In recent years, Hua's family was just keeping up with several other real estate companies. Huayun Yuan could not read Huaheng's expression. With his handsome looks inherited from his mother, a theatrical beauty, Huaheng's voice carried arrogance. "But I am the new king." Within the country, Zhongyu squeezed into the top 5 developments. Abroad, it was wildly popular. Countless companies joined forces with Zhongyu. He claimed himself as the new king, the emperor of the new era's business world. They all understood, and naturally, Huayun Yuan got the meaning. It meant opposition. It told him, "Your dynasty is already gone, now is Zhongyu's development phase. What do you use to suppress?" In his youth, Huayun Yuan was handsome too. Currently, his striking gaze revealed weariness. In the past, he had placed all his hopes on Huaju. However, Huaju did not elevate Hua's company but let his most disdainful grandson surpass them. Huaheng watched silently as Grandpa left. Seeing his already hunched back brought no emotion to him. Yuzi turned to Hualwan. "The design department is on the 8th floor, please report there." "You." Huaheng said, "Go ahead." Finally, after the crowd dispersed, Yuzi asked him where the wheelchair came from. Huaheng, wheeled by her to the office, said lightly, I picked it up on the road. Boss, can you stop making stuff up? Suddenly, Huaheng grabbed her wrist, almost causing Yuzi to sit on him. She supported herself with her arms, trapping Huaheng. The distance between them was close, their breaths brushing each other. Huaheng was already attractive. Yuzi's heart fluttered. The boss looked so fragile right now. Their gazes met, shaking Yuzi's insides. How had she never noticed before how long Huaheng's lashes were? And they curled upwards. She tried to stand up, accidentally pressing Huaheng's thigh. Her cheeks quickly reddened, and she jerked her hand away as if she had been electrocuted. Huaheng's eyes carried an unfathomable glint, and with insolence, he said a sentence, You broke it. Yuzi. Looking around, she tried to find something to cover up the awkwardness earlier. Boss, there are a few documents that need your signature. Huaheng's voice carried a slight rasp. Go get them. Chapter 13. Come to a card for a drink. The office door slowly closed, and Huaheng wheeled his chair toward the floor-to-ceiling window. The glass reflected only a small part of him during the day, while cars bustled beneath it. Huaheng enjoyed playing with the prayer beads in his hand. Yuzi entered, put down the files, and then left. Wait a moment, Huaheng called her back. Yuzi leaned against the doorframe with a bright smile. What's up, boss? Huaheng, I'm hungry. She probably knew Huaheng was in a bad mood, so she quickly went out to buy breakfast. Everyone in the circle knew Huaheng was unpredictable, no one could guess what he would do next. Wang Quan's cooperation could be cancelled at any time, Meng Ranqin's money could be compensated on a whim, even Huoluan was easily hired. But whatever happened, he always seemed like a king holding all the winning cards, full of traps waiting for others to walk into them. His phone vibrated. Yuzi took it out. Julin, want to go drinking tonight? Yuzi, sure, where? Julin sent her a location. A quiet bar near the university campus. As Yuzi was going upstairs, she received an apple from a young receptionist. Yuzi took a bite. I believe you'll do better next time. After work, the boss was nowhere to be found. Yuzi drove her beetle to the gate of Rome University to wait for Julin. Julin wore clothes that exuded vitality. She was also accompanied by several students. Looking at it this way, it was normal for her students to like her. Julin came over and linked arms with Yuzi, the two walking along the university road straight to the quiet bar. There were a lot of male college students here, but there were no seats available when they arrived. Zhonziyu spotted Yuzi among the crowd at a glance. He walked up and introduced himself enthusiastically. My name is Zhonziyu. I'm from the computer science department at Rome University. And you too. He was wearing a black t-shirt and jeans, his hair was meticulously styled, still giving off a youthful vibe. Yuzi tilted her head slightly and looked at Julin. Yes, Julin replied first. Zhonziyu seemed familiar with the place, leading them to the centermost spot where they could see the singers performing. The server asked what they wanted to order. A mojito is fine. Julin, as a teacher, wanted to relax but also had to take care of Yuzi, who was younger than her. Zhonziyu also sat beside them. Are you students at Rome University? As two people who were already working, they exchanged knowing smiles. Yes. On stage, the song A Box at a Time by Jody Wong was being sung, though the Cantonese pronunciation wasn't perfect. Yuzi had just taken a sip of her drink when she received a WeChat message from Huaheng. Exploiter of capital, where are you? Yuzi, at home, does the boss have work to assign? This drink was well made, and Yuzi took another taste. Ding dong, exploiter of capital, come have a drink at a card. Yuzi didn't understand why, and immediately turned around. Huaheng was sitting on the couch at the very back, his whole person hidden within it, yet his powerful presence was evident. Yuzi leaned closer to Julin. I think I saw Fu Shijun. What? Julin obviously seemed more shocked. Yuzi, originally looking for a scapegoat, realized that Julin hadn't mentioned this to her husband yet. Nope, Julin, married person, panicking, why should she, a single dog, be worried about that? Just as Zhonziyu returned with drinks and saw the two leaving, he couldn't help but ask curiously, is the seat not good enough? Yuzi patted his shoulder and pointed behind them. There's someone we know back there. Zhonziyu turned around and saw the man smoking at the back. The man had a handsome appearance, drawing the attention of many students who were secretly checking him out. Chapter 14, It's a pity that she didn't become a star. Zhonziyu did not take his eyes off Huaheng. Judging by his attire, Huaheng seemed out of place here. His well-fitted suit indicated he was a top-notch professional. But Huaheng didn't look at Zhonziyu. His casual gaze lingered on Yuzi, filled with determination as if claiming her exclusively, allowing no others to intervene. Fu Shijun signaled Julin to sit beside him. The two calmly conversed, showing no signs of an argument earlier. Yuzi sat naturally next to Huaheng. She took the initiative. Boss, how come you're here? This little bar certainly wasn't Huaheng's style. They should be in the dazzling nightlife venues. Huaheng held his glass with distinct knuckles. The ice cubes inside clinked, yet there was no intention to drink. Shimeng hasn't arrived yet. This is his newly opened quiet bar where he looks for future international superstars. This quiet bar was near the university town, and those who came and went were all young people untainted by the harsh realities of society. Yuzi nodded and casually grabbed some snacks from the table, taking a few bites. Fu Shijun then left with Julin due to some matters. Julin looked at Yuzi with a glance full of resignation before leaving. There were only the two of them left with the A card. Do you know that guy? Huaheng referred to Zon Ziyu. Yu was an arm's length away from Huaheng. After finishing the dried fruit, she explained, from walking in to sitting down, it didn't take 5 minutes. He's from Rome University, and his name is Zon Ziyu. The host on stage with a microphone announced, just now, someone named Little Cutie requested the song Streetlight Dinner. Please come up. Yu stood up, patted her hands, and walked toward the stage before Huaheng could hold her back. He glanced at Zon Ziyu again, who was staring at Yu on the stage. Her voice flowed smoothly, transforming into a different style when singing, less of a big sister figure than usual. The remaining lights in the quiet bar focused solely on her. Huaheng leaned against the sofa, tapping his fingers on a cigarette letting it burn. How did he not know that Yu could sing? It seemed she had never sung in front of him. With a sneer, Ximeng arrived, panting as if he had just finished something. He pointed at the person on stage. I said let her enter the entertainment industry, but you wouldn't agree. She's not suitable. Ximeng straightened up and began counting on his fingers. Looks, figure, and add in her singing voice, she'll definitely become famous. Huaheng smiled after finishing his last puff. If she enters the entertainment circle, you won't even have time to handle all her scandals. Yuzi's personality would likely cause chaos in the entertainment world. As the song ended, Huaheng picked up his coat and was about to leave. Ximeng set down his drink. Are you leaving already? This quiet bar isn't bad. The people are young, just the space is a bit small. They had just stepped outside the door when Zon Ziyu hurriedly emerged, stopping Yuzi. Sister, which college are you from? Can I get your contact information? Yuzi felt the tension around her drop. She waved her hand. I don't have a phone. Wasn't this rejection too absurd? Zon Ziyu felt strange inside. They both stood under the twilight, without any physical contact, but it seemed like they were tied by countless invisible threads. The man standing nearby held a woman's coat in his hand, not looking at her but waiting patiently. Even this simple act made Zon Ziyu feel that this girl was one he could never approach. People bustled on the student street, yet none of them matched the brilliance Yuzi brought in when she entered. Zon Ziyu gave a wry smile. Who knows who will eventually win? Chapter 15, the scent of her perfume on you. Huaheng's leg was fully healed. He had been in a wheelchair that morning but could walk freely by evening, making people suspect he had faked it all along. Opening the passenger door, Yuzi invited the boss to get in. To Binhai. Yuzi gasped. Boss, it's a 2-hour drive from here to Binhai. Go. With no argument, she obeyed as the car played I Took a Pill in Ibiza. The pink beetle passing through the university area caught the attention and admiration of many girls. On the highway, Huaheng answered a call with an unfriendly tone. If you have something to say, just say it. From the other end, Huaju said, Grandpa is in the hospital. Huaheng leaned back his seat lazily, loosened his tie slightly and replied, what does it matter to me if he's hospitalized? Perhaps not expecting such cold-bloodedness, Huaju became angry. He is your real grandfather. Yuzi turned off the music, leaving silence in the car where Huaju's voice could be heard filled with anger, rage, and frustration. Today Huaheng had signed an overseas contract. Normally, this would have been an ordinary matter. However, this overseas contract was snatched from Huaju's grasp. Revenge was Huaheng's style. There was no sign of reflection. Will my presence make him better? If you need it, I know a pretty authoritative doctor specializing in heart issues. Before he finished speaking, the call ended. Yuzi switched the music back on, maintaining perfect synchronization. Because the road was clear, they reached Binhai in an hour and a half, parking near the beach. Yuzi immediately noticed the blue glowing sea. The evening breeze ruffled her hair softly, like cotton balls, as she turned excitedly, asking, how did you know there'd be a glowing sea tonight? Huaheng got out of the car and walked beside Yuzi, saying, I didn't know. All romance vanished. Happy, Yuzi ran toward the beach. Huaheng made another call, find out who the guy talking to Yuzi today is. Ximeng stood up straight. Not this again, you're being too controlling. That was her normal social interaction. But the man on this end just coldly said, she doesn't need that. After hanging up, Ximeng shook his head. Insane, utterly insane. People in Rongqing knew little about Huaheng, only recognizing him for his outstanding abilities. However, as a longtime friend, Ximeng understood that Huaheng was an obsessive-compulsive person, bordering on insane. Yuzi called for Huaheng to hurry down as the beach was crowded with tourists enjoying the cool evening breeze. It wasn't too cold nor too hot. Huaheng slowly approached her, using his thumb to remove the strand of hair she'd bitten absent-mindedly. He teased her, Yuzi, don't ever lie to me again. Coincidentally seeing her at the bar tonight, he suspected she'd have completely lost herself if he hadn't come across her. Back in college, when she went to bars, there was a riot. She was one of the hostages taken. Everyone else was so frightened they wet their pants, yet she calmly kicked the assailant down, grabbed his weapon, and shouted, stop. No one knew that Huaheng's heart felt like a balloon that got squeezed and burst then. All right. Early the next morning, Yuzi received a message from Julin. Are you okay? What could possibly trouble Yuzi? Still groggy, she got up and saw the boss sprawled out on the sofa, legs dangling over the edge. Recalling the events of last night carefully, Yuzi remembered that fortunately, Huaheng hadn't drunk anything and had driven her home safely. Thinking she was alone, she took a shower and collapsed on the bed. Little did she know the boss had spent the entire night there without leaving. Though her house was spacious, it was almost empty, having barely any furniture since she disliked complicated things. She sipped some water, gazing at the sleeping boss on the couch. Yuzi walked over and squatted by the sofa. TSK, good-looking guys were really something, looking good even in disheveled positions. Yuzi's gaze was overly direct. Huaheng gradually woke up, feeling sore all over. Seeing the glass of water in Yuzi's hand, he casually took it and drank. A subtle kiss, well done. Yuzi stood up. Boss, it's time to go to work. I won't go. Is it reasonable for you as the boss to refuse to show up whenever you want? Huaheng chuckled deeply, still lounging in the sofa with a certain inexplicable allure. As the boss, am I wrong to decide my own schedule? Yes. Dealing with the boss was truly exhausting. But considering yesterday's successful completion of the international order, today he needed to meet with the responsible personnel. Wasn't it unreasonable for the boss not to attend? As her personal assistant, Yuzi grabbed the boss' arm. Wake up quick. Lazily, the boss leaned into Yuzi, enjoying the coziness. Yuzi threw Huaheng some clean clothes, urging him to change quickly. Huaheng sniffed his body. No, I need a shower first. Take your time. I'll leave first. Yuzi put on her high heels and walked out of the door. The boss didn't need to clock in, but she did. Capital exploitation, indeed. When she arrived at the company, she happened to meet Hulwan getting on the elevator. Yuzi was too lazy to go all the way up to the 8th floor again. She told Hulwan, at 10 o'clock, inform the design department to have a meeting. Why me? Hulwan was puzzled. She was a designer, not an assistant. The elevator stopped. Yuzi gave her a look. Because I asked you to do it. Anyone from the design department could pass the message, it was work for the whole department. Yuzi glanced at the open elevator. Hurry up. Hulwan almost sprained her ankle with anger as she stepped out. At 10 o'clock, the person in charge of the overseas side had already arrived. They planned to develop a game in the Chinese market and needed Huaheng's technology. In the meeting room, all the required departments were already seated properly. The client presented their needs and also wanted to entrust the original artwork design to Zhongyu. Hulwan raised her hand first to show off herself. I think we can make the original artwork tend towards simplicity. She studied jewelry design, so she didn't draw much. Yuzi slightly frowned and told Jason in another way. The simulation map of the original artwork, I will let the design department make several plans. Then you can choose. Being able to choose is naturally good, which means the best can be found. All the cooperation details had been discussed, but Huaheng still hadn't appeared. Yuzi packed up her things, feeling that she could also do the job as the boss. As soon as she stepped out of the meeting room, Huaheng was talking with some colleagues from the company. One female colleague sniffed carefully. Boss, the perfume on you seems very familiar. Is that so? Huaheng looked at Yuzi. Yuzi, come to the office and report work. All right. There were still some colleagues murmuring behind her back. I somehow feel like the perfume on Mr. Hua is the same as Yuzi's. If I'm not mistaken, it's Chanel's Blue, unisex fragrance. Could it be? The colleagues from the design department exchanged glances, as if they discovered a secret. Listening to these words, Hulwan felt extremely uncomfortable. Do you have nothing else to do? What are you gossiping about? Her tone was bad, and the employees naturally sensed it. Everyone in the design department knew her identity, Mr. Hua's sister, so no one dared to say much. But the expressions on their faces showed strong disapproval because Hulwan wasn't very competent. The trend in electronic product design was shifting towards computer technology handling. No one understood what Hulwan, a jewelry designer, was doing here. A few people shrugged and exchanged smiles, pressing the elevator button to head downstairs. Chapter 16. Oh, boss. In Huaheng's office. As soon as he walked in, he took out a pair of white gloves from the drawer and put them on. He casually grabbed a handful of shrimp and tossed them into the fish tank. The fish flipped around, revealing their plump bellies. Yuzi laid out the documents and reported the results and progress of today's meeting. Huaheng listened attentively. After feeding the fish, he asked, do you think roasted goldfish would be tasty? Yuzi, are you even listening to yourself? Probably not. Huaheng showed mercy. Then never mind, we won't eat them. The fish in the tank sighed with relief, grateful for being spared. On the table, Huaheng's phone kept vibrating. But he had no intention of answering it. The knock came from Shuju. He was wearing black-rimmed glasses, a white t-shirt, jeans, and was tall, a fashion-savvy science and engineering geek. Shuju was Huaheng's junior, brought back from the US, and currently writing code at Zhongyu Company. Knowing they were about to talk business, Yuzi quietly stepped out. The elevator dinged, and Hulwan hurried towards Huaheng's office. Yuzi pulled her back. The CEO is discussing something important, please do not disturb. What are you supposed to be? Hulwan had already endured Yuzi's existence for quite some time today. Unperturbed, Yuzi blocked her way. She was taller than Hulwan by a bit, giving her a somewhat condescending stance now. Yuzi picked at a hangnail on her hand and blew on it lightly. My job is what my boss assigned me to do, and I wouldn't want to get my salary docked because of idle intruders like you. Hulwan grew red with anger, breathing heavily. She brandished her phone, it's Grandpa calling him. Can you afford to mess up important matters? Yuzi saw that the call was still ongoing. But so what? With icy eyes, Yuzi stared at Hulwan and said distantly, there are contracts worth hundreds of millions in the office right now. If they're lost due to your rashness, can you afford to compensate for them? Is Hulwan herself worth 100 million? Even though she faced such harsh words, the person on the other end of the phone, Hua Yunyuan, could only listen silently. I only follow orders from my boss. Implied meaning, what are you? Yuzi may be strong-willed, but Hulwan was underhanded. When Yuzi wasn't paying attention, she attempted to rush inside. Yuzi quickly caught her by the hair and pulled her backward. Fortunately, the CEO's office had soundproofing, isolating the sounds of their struggle. Huaju called out to Hulwan several times before the call was disconnected. The grandfather and grandson looked at each other blankly. Shuju pushed the door open, shocked to see Yuzi straddling Hulwan and pressing down on her neck. That'll teach you for scratching me. She wasn't one to be bullied. Huaheng looked displeased. Shuju clutched his laptop, knowing it wasn't wise to stay here long. Leaning against the doorframe as if watching a show, Huaheng asked, "What's going on?" Lying on the ground, Hulwan appeared wronged, tears streaming down her cheeks as she complained, "Brother 3, look what she did." "Get up, Yuzi," Huaheng called out. It was only then that things calmed down. Hulwan stood up and tidied her hair, sobbing intermittently, "Grandpa wanted to speak with you, but she stopped me from going in." Her phone lay forgotten under the table. Hulwan went over, picked it up, and pressed the power button. No need to make that call. Huaheng motioned for Yuzi to come over, ignoring everyone else as he pinched her chin for inspection. Yuzi felt some pain in her jaw, blinking her eyes. "Boss, is there a problem?" Seemingly on purpose, Huaheng pressed down hard with his thumb. "SSS. It hurts." Yuzi felt like even her uninjured wounds were bleeding from the pressure. Huaheng raised an eyebrow. "So, you know pain after all?" Chapter 17. Could you be a little gentler? The implication was clear. If he knew it would hurt, why did he still fight with Hulwan? And women usually scratch when they fight, don't they? Hulwan looked at this scene and felt even more, unwilling to accept defeat. "Big brother San, must you always take her side?" The first time she met Huaheng was when he was 8 years old. The young boy had a handsome face, but his expression was cold, as if someone owed him money. During the following 10 years, she always stayed by Huaheng's side. Huaju was constantly studying to inherit the family business, and Huaju acted like a playboy without direction every day. Only Huaheng lived like a normal person. While studying, he also played and enjoyed himself freely, just like all the boys in school. As he grew up, Huaheng became more and more attractive. Girls who pursued him could line up all the way to Shin Street. But Huaheng showed interest in no one, not even Meng Ranqin, the school beauty of that time. She was secretly elated inside. Hulwan had known from a young age that she wasn't Huaheng's biological sister, so liking him was acceptable. Moreover, since her grandfather treated her well, she wanted nothing more than to become Huaheng's wife. But then Huaheng went abroad. She understood. Because Huaju was about to take over Hua Corporation, Huaheng, being an obstacle, was sent out of the country. He was away for 6 years. When he returned, there was a woman named Yuzi by his side, and this woman was even more dazzling than Meng Ranqin. She felt resentment but didn't dare to ask questions. Over time, however, it was confirmed Huaheng treated her differently. This was the sixth sense that only a woman could have. At this very moment, Huaheng, who always had an obsession with cleanliness, didn't mind the bloodstain on Yuzi's chin. They were so close that it seemed like they were about to kiss. Hulwan clenched her fists, wanting to step forward to stop them. But unfortunately, her phone screen was cracked, and she couldn't turn it on. Just as she was about to complain, Huaheng glanced over at her. "Go report the phone damage to the finance department. I'll deal with Grandpa's inquiry later. Go back to work." After she left, Yuzi finally started complaining. That girl fought so harshly. Huaheng brought her back to his office where the first aid kit was. "So what if you let her come in? You got yourself injured." Applying iodine on her chin caused a burning sensation, making Yuzi grimace slightly. "I know that your conversations with Shuju are usually important matters. Stop talking. I understand, Tilda." On the other side, at the Central City Hospital, the old man had made several more calls. He was so angry that he almost ripped out his four. Picking up the fruit on the table, he threw it at Huaju. "Why did you provoke that lunatic for no reason?" From the day Huaheng came home, the young man had been quiet, moody, and dark. Huaju avoided the fruit and stood by the bed. "I didn't expect him to poach people so effectively." Huaju offered a higher price to Wang Quan, causing him to abandon Huaheng. Meanwhile, the overseas-going group had originally been Huaheng's plan from the start. In recent years, due to the downturn in the real estate market, the Hua family also wanted to launch fully intelligent housing environments, with software development and design as the core. However, Huaheng didn't give them the chance. He had almost achieved a monopoly. Hua Yunyuan tried to use familial affection to keep Huaheng tethered, wanting him to relinquish the foreign contracts, but Huaheng repeatedly refused. He threatened by claiming illness. But Huaheng was a rather ruthless person. Simply put, even if Hua Yunyuan died, it wouldn't matter to him. Outside, petals fell from the crabapple tree under clear skies. The atmosphere inside the ward did not improve. Hua Yunyuan, who had dominated for so many years, believed that everything was within his control. Yet, he lost control twice. One time was because his son liked an actress, and another time was failing to get a hold of Huaheng. After applying the medicine, Huaheng put a band-aid on Yuzi's wound. "Focus on your work, and stop fighting." Chapter 18. They really got together. Huaheng glanced at the clock on the wall in his office, then looked at the flashing mobile phone on the table. Hua Yunyuan was a sly old fox, and this call of his meant that Huaheng would definitely agree to transfer the contract. If you let Huoju have this contract, I can give you your mother's ashes. The ticking of the clock in the office echoed. Huoheng sat on the sofa, with the phone on speaker mode, showing no change in expression. After a long while, he said, "All right. Goods for ashes, contract for contract." At 8 years old, he had no power to retrieve his mother's ashes, and this item had since become the tool by which the elder threatened him. Now, one contract could take it back. Worth it. Once Huoheng agreed, the elder knew the importance of these ashes and raised the stakes even further. Give the plan to Huoju as well, it'll be useless to you anyway. Huoheng thought about it. These plans were painstakingly conceived by the young women in the design department and Shuju. Naturally, there was some reluctance in his heart. He twirled the Buddhist beads on his hand, leaned his head against the sofa, and stretched out his legs. Fine. The man on the other end of the phone took a look at Huoju. Huoju was greedy, wanting more from Huoheng. Seemingly sensing something from the other side, Huoheng smirked lightly. A man shouldn't be too greedy, or else he might lose more than he gains. This sentence was telling them. Take what's given to you, don't ask for more. Downstairs. Li Guo was talking with her colleagues. The story about today's same perfume used by Director Hua and Secretary Yu had already become the company's gossip. I think they go really well together, right? It's typical strong man strong woman literature. But Director Hua's family background is so strong, there should be a marriage alliance. Our Director Hua is so amazing, absolutely wouldn't be bound by marriage. Just as they were talking, a group of people came walking in grandly, led by Hua Yunyuan, who Li Guo remembered this time. She was about to call Secretary Yu when the phone in the president's office rang. Let them come up. Li Guo stood up, wiping her hands. Sir, please follow me. Huoju was nearby, and Li Guo sneakily glanced at him. He was handsome, and she had no resistance to men with single eyelids. Without lingering, she followed the rules and led them upstairs. On the 18th floor, Li Guo first saw Yuzi dealing with work in the large apartment-style office space, with a band-aid still stuck under her chin. Even though her appearance was somewhat amusing, Secretary Yu was still very beautiful. Yuzi casually glanced over, furrowing her brows. How did you all get here? Li Guo stepped forward. It was President Hua's call that instructed us to come up. She acted accordingly, finished speaking, and secretly peeked at Huoju again. Once inside, Yuzi curiously crouched down to eavesdrop outside. Too good soundproofing wasn't such a good thing after all. Li Guo looked around the spacious area, feeling envious. When would she also be able to work here? After Yuzi and others left, she knocked on the office door and poked her head in. Boss, do you need anything? Huoheng leaned back on the sofa, wearing only a black shirt, with his tie slightly loosened, revealing a patch of skin, not much but pleasant looking. Wow, was he shooting an advertisement? Come in. Yuzi walked over with her hands behind her back. What benefit did you give Grandpa? He looks like he just got a fat grandson. Huoheng sat up straight, picked up the water from the table, and took a sip. Contract, the overseas one. Yuzi, what? Boss, are you alright? In the office, Huoheng was sitting on the presidential chair while they sat on the sofa. Huoju was coming here for the first time. Unexpectedly, Huoheng was capable enough to have transformed this standalone building into such a magnificent place. Did you bring it? Huoheng got straight to the point. There was a small box on the table. Opening revealed a container holding the ashes. Huoheng's mother never had the chance to enter the Hua family temple because Hua Yunyuan didn't approve, so Chen Mengqi didn't even have a grave all these years. The elder coughed. Where's the contract? In front of the sofa was a highly designed table, where a document quietly rested. Huoheng, in front of you. Upon hearing this, Huoju hastily opened it and sure enough, it was the contract transfer document of the Going Group and the latest plan. His inner excitement surged. Had he really obtained it? How powerful was the Going Group abroad? Huoheng actually let it go. Undoubtedly, this actor still had his uses. Hua Yunyuan always acted decisively without unnecessary chatter, ready to leave upon getting the contract. Since we've got the contract, we'll take our leave first. Huoheng gave a side-eye glance at Huoju. No need to see you off. Silent competition between the two brothers. The elder came out of the office, looking 10 years younger. After Yuzi and the others left, they knocked on the office door and poked their heads in. Boss, can I come in? Huoheng was lounging on the sofa, dressed in just a black shirt, with his tie slightly loose, revealing a piece of skin, not much but good-looking. Oh my, was he shooting photos again? Come in. Yuzi walked over with her hands behind her back. What benefit did you give Grandpa? He looks like he got a big, fat grandson. No harm in eating some plum candies. But upon second thought, Huoheng was never the person to give up so easily. There must be something holding him back. The box on the table, could it be? Yuzi understood. That old devil must have threatened him with the boss's mother. According to the boss, his childhood was very happy. His dad loved him, his mom was gentle, their family of 3 lived harmoniously and joyfully. At the age of 8, his parents were in a car accident and never returned home. Yuzi pursed her lips, feeling uneasy, after pondering for a moment. Boss, do you need a strong shoulder? Huoheng leaned back onto the sofa again, half smiling. Caring about the boss doesn't get you extra pay. Am I that kind of person in your eyes? Yuzi hovered next to Huoheng, patting her own shoulder. Lean on me then. She looked like she was displaying brotherly loyalty. Huoheng didn't hesitate either. He completely leaned on Yuzi, greedily so. Life is hard, Yuzi sighed. Huoheng chuckled lightly. Are you curious why I let go of the contract? Of course, curious about such a big contract. Just as Huaheng was about to speak, Shuju pushed the door open and quickly backed out. Sweat was almost dripping off his head. Are they really doing it? Too terrifying. When will the days of being squeezed come to an end? Huju, come in. Shuju wiped the sweat from his forehead, which wasn't even there, went back in, and saw that the two had already separated. Though he was a STEM guy, he still understood matters between men and women. Just now, the boss's tie was messy, creating a sick Bishonen look, and he was leaning on Yuzi, as if exhausted. And Yuzi was comforting him. Darling, try harder next time. Still in the office, how unethical of them. Huaheng raised his gaze. Are you stupid, Shuju? Shuju snapped back to reality, his face red all over. Damn it. To quote online jargon, he was just the ringleader of this couple shipper. Huaheng got up from the sofa and retied his tie. Tell my secretary what happened. Chapter 19. Bring your little secretary. Shuju tried to keep his mood steady, but this event had a huge impact on him, the introvert. They were in the office. It was outrageous. Yuzi looked at him with his eyes darting around, finding it somewhat amusing. She rarely spoke with Shuju, most of their conversations went along the lines of, help me look up someone's address. Shuju placed a contract down first. The previous overseas contract was just a decoy, used to lure Huakyu. Yuzi picked up the contract on the table, which had system software development and authorization written on its cover. With a flicker in her eyes, she understood, this was the real contract. How did you know for sure that Huakyu would fall for it? Shuju adjusted his glasses, giving a very reasonable deduction. Anything belonging to the boss, Huakyu wants, right? That was correct. Before Huaheng turned 18, Yuzi didn't know about his life. But from when he returned to the country until Zhongyu gained prominence, during this period, Huakyu meddled quite a bit. Yuzi glanced at her own boss and couldn't help but say, high-end hunters always appear in the form of prey. Hua Group has started building their own electronic technology platform over the past 2 years, and the going contract is fatally attractive to them. Yuzi skimmed through the contract roughly. What does going have to say? Shuju smiled, revealing his little fangs, looking rather pleased with himself. Did you forget? Their game this time is akin to a gal game, with a large demand for house and building drawing. For them, Hua Group is a very suitable choice. Huaheng gave a favor and got what he wanted, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, Huaheng was on a call. The sleeves of his black shirt rolled up, revealing his arms with smooth lines. The morning sunlight shone on him, making the boss look dazzling. Shuju waved his hand in front of Yuzi's eyes. What? Entranced by the boss's talent. Upon hearing this, Huaheng's gaze flickered, not noticing what was said on the other side of the phone. Yuzi took back her gaze, gave Shuju a sidelong glance, and silently responded, not your business. Only after the office door closed did Huaheng reply to Liang Zishuan on the phone. What did you say earlier? Liang Zishuan drank a sip of water, feeling parched. Turns out, all the words he just said were unheard. In a few days, we're going camping. Are you free? Bring your little secretary along too. Sure. Huaheng hung up the phone, turned around, and asked Shuju, is there anything else? Shuju grabbed his laptop and eagerly walked over. Senior brother, could you help me see how to write this program? Yuzi sat outside dealing with work, images of Huaheng's arm lines flashing repeatedly in her mind. Previously, he helped her buckle the seatbelt, then carried her down the stairs. Unknowingly, her cheeks flushed pink. She covered her face resting on the desk, wanting to ease the heat in her body. Shuju opened the office door, happiness radiating from his face. He didn't even look at Yuzi, humming a song as he left. Huaheng leaned against the doorway of the office, his lips slightly curved. You're already drowsy so early in the morning? Yuzi raised her head. No, I'm thinking. Huaheng, do you have any plans during the holiday? Labor Day holiday? Yuzi shook her head. Huaheng nodded contentedly. Liang Zishuan and others are going camping. Interested? Yuzi nodded. Anyway, she had nothing else to do. At 12 noon, Yuzi decided to go to the 5th floor to eat. Huaheng followed behind her. Let's go together. Inside the elevator, the two maintained some distance. Yuzi couldn't believe it. Would Huaheng really go to the employee cafeteria? This would drive the employees crazy happy. On the 5th floor, the employee cafeteria was bustling with activity. Huaheng kept his hands in his pockets following behind Yuzi, employees eating their meals glancing at him occasionally. Their curiosity was burning intensely. Zhongyu's canteen was self-service style. Yuzi held a plate of fried prawns. Boss, what do you want to eat? Huaheng pointed at the prawns in her hand, so Yuzi took another plate. After a round trip, the plate was full, almost beyond Yuzi's ability to hold. Huaheng took it over gently. The awkward atmosphere lasted only an instant before Yuzi gladly accepted it. There was always a reason with her boss. They found a place to sit. Yuzi divided the larger portion of rice evenly. Huaheng, wearing gloves properly, started elegantly peeling the shrimp. This visual impact was immense. A high and mighty man was now brimming with earthly charm. Li Guo also saw this scene, watching the peeled shrimp being placed into Secretary Yu's bowl. So there must be something between the boss and Secretary Yu? A vague emotion stirred inside. The female colleague beside her began gossiping. I heard Secretary Yu and Director Hua have known each other for many years. To say they don't have something going on, I seriously doubt it. To summarize in 8 words, man talented woman beautiful, divinely paired couple. Yuzi nearly sprayed out the mouthful of rice at the sight of the shrimp in her bowl. Isn't this treatment a bit too good? By the end of lunch, Huaheng didn't eat a single shrimp. They all ended up in Yuzi's mouth. The disturbance in the restaurant soon reached Huelwan's ears. She called Yuzi more than a dozen times during her lunch break. Yuzi picked up sleepily and in a bad mood. Are you crazy? Yuzi, do you have feelings for my brother? Huelwan stood at the staircase on the 8th floor, where no one would come, and she couldn't pretend to be a lady anymore. Yuzi turned over. So what? Would she call so many times for this? Huelwan was annoyed by this indifferent attitude. That was Huaheng. How could he peel shrimp for someone else? She felt extremely inside. You should keep your distance from my brother in the future. Yuzi became spirited. She chuckled. I'm his secretary. If I keep a distance, how am I supposed to work? As for you, as a sister, just maintain your identity properly. Don't make others laugh at you liking your own brother and messing around. Huelwan countered. We're not blood-related sisters. Yuzi laughed even more. You know you're not real siblings too, right? If you were, I might still give you some face because of the blood relationship. But since we're not really related, where did you get off thinking you can boss me around like that? Still issuing commands? Yuzi hung up and continued sleeping. She had things to do in the afternoon. The new product endorsement was cancelled from Meng Ranqin, and the planning department couldn't find a suitable person, so they even sought help from Yuzi. After all, it was their own president's fault, and they didn't dare say anything. Yuzi, why don't you just go pick one from TO Entertainment? Chen Du from the planning department flattered. I'm afraid that the person I choose might not be appropriate, and the boss will cancel it again. You know his preferences, so. Yuzi looked at Chen Du bowing next to her and sniffed lightly. Do you think he's selecting a concubine? Chen Du was almost sweating profusely. What's the difference between this and selecting a concubine? Chen Du opened the car door and gestured invitingly. TO Entertainment was at a certain distance from Zhongyu, about a half-hour drive. At the top of the skyscraper, it said TO, with luxurious decoration. Yuzi suddenly remembered that she hadn't seen any gossip about Ximeng recently, which probably meant he hasn't changed girlfriends yet. Chen Mo was responsible for artist coordination, a competent and strong-willed woman. Yuzi cut straight to the chase. Any newcomers available in the past month without schedule conflicts? Chen Mo doubted her ears. Newcomers? After all, Zhongyu always used big-name stars, making it a strong partnership. Yuzi nodded seriously. Exactly, newcomers. Chen Mo pulled out photos from her computer for Yuzi to see. These are all the newcomers. After flipping through several photos, Yuzi immediately decided when she saw a handsome young man, it's him. Chen Du beside her felt his heart sink. Assistant Yuzi, you're choosing a guy, or even worse, a puppy-like boy. Are you out of your mind? Chapter 20. What did she scold? The chosen one was named Ji Sai, a student in the dance department of Rome University. He had just signed a contract and immediately received such a big advertising deal. When Chen Mo told him, he was almost overwhelmed with excitement. What kind of person has such great insight? It's Yuzi from Zhongyu. Ji Sai tasted the name in his mouth. It sounds really good. When going downstairs, Chen Du took out a handkerchief and wiped his sweat. He didn't expect things to develop so quickly. Is it over already? Yuzi found his appearance amusing when she saw it in the elevator mirror. Are you hot? Chen Du put away his handkerchief. I am a bit hot, it's almost May. Ding. The elevator doors opened. If there is fate, people will meet even if they are thousands of miles apart. Enemies become especially red-faced when they see each other. Meng Ranqin showed no good face when she saw Yuzi. She sneered. Oh my, isn't this secretary you? Yuzi replied faintly, Miss Meng. Chen Du wanted to shrink as much as possible. He didn't want to comment when gods fought. But Meng Ranqin thought otherwise. Last time, Chen Du contacted her. What he came to do this time was predictable. She looked at Chen Du arrogantly. Have you selected a suitable candidate? Chen Du felt desolate inside. He was just a humble worker. Who is Meng Ranqin? An international supermodel. The strength behind her wasn't negligible either. Quite a few rich young men had pursued her. He nodded. Selected. We've made the selection. Meng Ranqin raised a disdainful smile. Who is it? More prestigious than me? Hearing this, Yuzi burst out laughing. This was no different from adding oil to the fire. In Meng Ranqin's ears, it sounded sharp. What do you mean? She took a step forward. Yuzi was choked by her perfume and moved her nose. Not more prestigious than you, just a new person. After speaking, she went around Meng Ranqin. Chen Du, hurry up, we're going to clock out soon. I don't want to work overtime. Meng Ranqin turned back and watched that graceful figure disappear, getting so angry that her nose almost tilted. After getting in the car, Chen Du turned on the air conditioner to cool down. Yuzi replied to Ju Lin's message. Are you going camping during the May Day holiday? Ju Lin had just finished class. Sure. Yuzi shared the events of earlier, making Ju Lin laugh heartily. Had it not been for the drama, she wouldn't have married Fu Shijun. Returning to the company, TO Entertainment had already sent over the contract. There was still half an hour before work ended. After hesitating for a while, Chen Du still handed over the contract to the boss. Huaheng took a look. A newcomer? Chen Du felt as though all his capillaries were twisted into ropes. Last time the boss didn't even glance at it before signing directly, so why now? Tell me, why choose a newcomer? Huaheng leaned back in his chair lazily, looking just like a forest king watching little rabbits. Chen Du racked his brains but couldn't figure out why Yuzi would choose such an unknown person. This. That. Huaheng picked up the cigarette box on the table, lit a cigarette, and waited for him to continue. Chen Du decided to die rather than live. Actually, this time for the selection, I asked Miss Yu for help. Huaheng stopped flicking ash. Chosen by Yuzi? Chen Du nodded like a nodding bird. Huaheng pressed a button on the phone. Yuzi, come in. There were still 20 minutes left until work ended when Yuzi entered the office. The office was silent, only the sound of Huaheng smoking could be heard. Huaheng pointed at the documents on the table. Why did you choose a newcomer? Yuzi had reasons for everything she did this time too. This time our product breaks through previous designs, and the processor is also new. Personally, I think this is a rebirth, so something new should use a new person, completely fitting the theme. She paused for a moment and mentioned another point. Moreover, I don't think Zhongyu needs well-known celebrities to increase the sales of the product. Huaheng extinguished the cigarette butt, picked up the pen on the desk, signed it, and threw it to Chen Du. Go out. Yuzi was about to leave too. Hold on, Yuzi, stay. Chen Du sighed in relief and ran off faster than a rabbit. With 10 minutes left until work ended, Huaheng pointed at the fish tank. Go feed them. Yuzi's mood was leisurely as she sprinkled some shrimp. Without knowing when, Huaheng stood behind her. Yuzi, am I being too indulgent towards you? Even Chen Du noticed how he let her have her way, allowing her to use him as a shield. They were very close together, and Yuzi's hands shook slightly, scattering too many small shrimps. Her heart was pounding loudly as she stammered. Do I deserve it? All she could see within sight was Huaheng's arm. Summer was here, and he habitually rolled up his sleeves. Huaheng lightly grazed her nose tip with his index finger. Do you know that boy? Yuzi raised 3 fingers to swear. Boss, I really don't know him, it was just random picking. As he walked away from her side, Huaheng laughed softly. Randomly picking someone angered Meng Ranqin. Just now, Meng called and told him that Meng Ranqin was so mad her hair practically stood on end. Replacing a big name with a newcomer was practically rubbing Meng Ranqin's face in the dirt. When Yuzi heard him say this, a trace of something unusual passed through her mind. Boss, do you care about her? Her. For just a moment, Huaheng was surprised and said something ambiguous. I feel pity for her, that's all. Yuzi rolled her eyes. Huaheng was amused by her little expression and felt his mood lighten. So he decided not to make things difficult for her. Go ahead and finish up so we can leave. After clocking out, Yuzi hummed a little tune. Chen Du stopped her. Miss you, wait a moment. Yuzi, what is it? Chen Du smiled. Thank you for helping me out earlier today. I have tickets to an art exhibition. I heard you like them, so I'm giving them to you. Yuzi glanced down. These were hard to get tickets for a very popular art exhibit. Chen Du had certainly done his homework. She took them. Thanks then. Kuluan was also coming down from the 8th floor. She'd had a frustrating day, and seeing Chen Du fawning over Yuzi made her even angrier. Why should she be the center of attention? In the garage, Kuluan stopped Yuzi. Yuzi sighed internally. She had plans with Julin for a beauty treatment. Kuluan sought another way to stir up trouble. What? Are you trying to flirt with everyone now? In Kuluan's eyes, Chen Du's kindness was because Yuzi was flirting with him. Yuzi retorted, I was right, I take back nothing. Your mouth really is like a toilet, spewing feces. There was no one in the garage, so Kuluan didn't need to hold back. You're really slutty, aren't you? You don't let anyone go untouched. Is there anyone in this company you haven't tried to seduce? Yuzi's beautiful eyes grew sharp. Instead of wasting time doubting me, why don't you try learning how to improve your intelligence? What do you mean? Asked Kuluan. Yuzi always retaliated, and struck where it hurt most. You constantly claim to love Huaheng. But tell me, where were you when that old man exchanged ashes for a contract? Were you egging him on? Is that what you call love? Kuluan tilted her head, not fully understanding. Yuzi walked in front of her, poking Kuluan's shoulder with her nail. Drop your superficial affection. Standing on the same side as that old man makes you Huaheng's enemy. Asterisk asterisk Yuzi silently muttered 2 words. Chapter 21, Leave Secretary You Alone. Huelwan repeated the words according to Yuzi's lip movement. The words formed in her mind, and her face turned red like a liver. Yuzi had said, idiot. Her face and neck were entirely red. Huelwan was so angry that she wanted to cry. Pampered by Hue Yunyuan since childhood, attending an aristocratic school, learning high-level etiquette, where would she meet someone like Yuzi who swore every other word? In a low-key Volkswagen, Huaheng played with his prayer beads and smiled faintly. Let's go, Xiao Chen. Chen raised the car window glass. Where to, boss? Isn't Liang Zishuan holding a party on Huayan Road? Yuzi saw Ju Lin at the door of the beauty salon, looking exhausted. What happened to you? Ju Lin looked completely worn out. A student smoked in the dormitory and set fire to the bedding. The whole building almost burned down, and I dealt with it for a week. Yuzi, this kid is really reckless. Ju Lin, isn't he? Can you tell me what happened with Meng Ranqin? Laughing and talking, the two entered the beauty salon. The beauty salon was near Rome University, and there were many students on Friday afternoon. Yuzi and Ju Lin listened to their gossip. Is Ji Yu Sai really going to cooperate with Zhongyu? Yes, he said it himself. The contract has been signed. Really good luck, that's Zhongyu. I heard their boss is very handsome. The topics of the two girls quickly shifted from business to entertainment. I've heard about it, don't know if he's married yet. With such a big company, isn't the boss over 50? Old men are the best. Yuzi thought to herself, Huaheng wasn't old at all. Her eyes closed, the technician's hand slowly passed over her back, leaving tingling sensations. Then pressing hard on her neck, this feeling was like being locked up. Heng was the same today. She buried her head in the pillow, stopping her imagination as soon as possible. Julin next to her received a call and got ready to leave. Yuzi stopped her. Where are you going? Julin tore off the face mask on her face. A student is at the Huayan Road police station for group fighting. Yuzi stood up. I'll go with you. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the two drove to the Huayan Road police station. Yuzi first saw a low-key Volkswagen. Her eyebrows twitched nervously. Julin had already gone inside. She walked ahead and asked the policeman, "Hello, I'm looking for Jiang Junyang." Yuzi took a breath, guessing it might be a large-scale showdown inside. Once inside, Heng was indeed sitting on a long bench. Beside him were Liang Zishuan playing with his phone, and a few college students including Zhong Ziyu who had been beaten up. This scene was especially comical, giving a feeling of a different world. Yuzi had followed Heng for so many years. She had even been to the US police station, but Heng usually came to bail people out. The policeman pointed to the back. "You need to negotiate now." When Julin turned around, she had a huge headache. Her student had offended her husband's people. Yuzi had already walked in front of Heng. A shadow fell. Heng raised his head, curled his lips into an interesting smile, and didn't say anything. Liang Zishuan moved his butt aside, patting the seat beside him. "Come on, Yuzi, sit here." How could Yuzi dare to sit? "Boss, how did you end up here?" Before Heng could open his mouth, Jiang Junyang shouted, "It's because they cheated." Julin slapped Jiang Junyang on the head. "What are you shouting about? Are you trying to die?" Liang Zishuan enjoyed watching the chaos. "Kids, not only did you lose money, but you also overturned my table. That table cost $500,000. Jiang Junyang covered his head. $500,000? You're scamming us, right? The Zhong Ziyu beside him held him back, signaling him to stay quiet. Yuzi sat beside the boss. What exactly happened? Only then did Liang Zishuan start explaining. He organized a party where whoever got a ticket could come, free alcohol provided. Yuzi, boss, why didn't you notify me? Heng chuckled coldly. You disappeared as soon as you left work. Everyone improvised some games on the spot at the party, no money involved, but Liang Zishuan's skills were so superior that he won effortlessly, instantly finding that thrill of teasing little chicks. Just then Fu Shijun arrived, the guy who attempted to jump off a building when Julin got married. He immediately thought they were ganging up to scam him. So he overturned the table and charged to hit Fu Shijun. After hearing this, Julin walked over. Where's Fu Shijun? Heng lied without skipping a beat. In the hospital. Jiang Junyang protested. Bullshit. As soon as he spoke, his wound on his lips bled again. Zhong Ziyu quietly observed from the side, remembering this man. He looked like Yuzi's guardian. In just one night, he realized the disparity between him and this man. They called the teacher because they didn't dare to call their parents. And the two men beside them seemed to be vacationing at the police station. In the end, Zhong Ziyu paid for the table, and that was how the matter was settled. After stepping out of the police station, Liang Zishuan flicked the IOU for $500,000. It's not even enough to buy booze. Heng smiled. The guy was still mocking these college students. Julin called a taxi for Jiang Junyang to go home while she herself planned to visit Fu Shijun. Liang Yuanbo waved his IOU. See you, sister-in-law. At the gate, only Yuzi and Heng were left. She asked, where's Xiao Chen? Already went home. Then where are we going? Home. Once again, Zhong Ziyu watched them leave. No matter how he thought about tonight's events, they didn't seem right. After the others left, he slapped his head. Damn. They weren't targeting Jiang Junyang at all. That man clearly came for him. Could it just be because he talked to Yuzi in the bar that time? The man was truly petty. Ji Yusai's advertisement shoot went very smoothly. He could dance, and with the keyword new adopted by the planning department, the campaign was aimed at younger audiences. He was handsome and serious during the shooting, and the photographer was satisfied. Chen Du left contentedly. Yuzi definitely had a good eye. Putting down the water, Ji Yusai caught up. Director Chen, may I ask how I can meet Secretary Yu? Chen Du's eyes showed mixed feelings. Staff cafeteria. For several days, Ji Yusai waited in vain without seeing Yuzi. After work, he saw an attractive figure in the lobby. She was in a black dress, her skirts fluttering, her figure graceful, chatting with a man beside her. She occasionally laughed. Chen Du patted his shoulder. What are you looking at? Confusedly scratching his head, Ji Yusai asked, who is the person beside Secretary Yu? Coldly, Chen Du said, that's your boss who pays your salary. By the way, don't get any ideas about Secretary Yu. Ji Yusai questioned, why not? Good-naturedly, Chen Du advised, kid, if you don't want your career destroyed instantly, just quietly focus on your job. Although he didn't fully understand, Ji Yusai got it. Yuzi was dangerous. Achoo. In the elevator, Yuzi sneezed. Heng closed the file. Got a cold. Chapter 22. The boss's soft bed. Yuzi pulled out a tissue from the desk to wipe her nose. No, I guess I've been scolded. Heng got up from the chair and gently touched Yuzi's forehead with his big hand. Can you still go to the auction tomorrow? Yuzi mumbled. No problem. After the people left the office, Heng asked Chen to buy cold medicine. Chen was very surprised that the boss needed cold medicine. Boss, are you having a cold? Heng, just go if I tell you. Buy a thermometer as well, one that can be held in the mouth. Although not sure about the boss's expression, the tone could be sensed. It was hard to evaluate. When Chen went downstairs just to start his car, he ran into Hulwan who was about to go upstairs. She called out to Chen. Assistant Chen, where are you going? Chen shook the car keys. The boss let me buy cold medicine. Huilwan's eyes rolled around. Let me go with you then. Chen, what? Can you verify whether the medicines are genuine once you're there? Since she insisted, Chen had no choice but to take her along. Huilwan wouldn't stop asking questions. Is it my brother who has a cold? Call him General Manager Hu inside the company. Huilwan raised an eyebrow, but now we're outside the company. Chen also learned her tactic of twisting logic. Even outside the company, I can't disclose the boss's privacy. Of course, I can't do it inside the company either. In the roundabout exchange, Huilwan retreated. Chen worked efficiently. After buying the items, he was about to return when he passed by a porridge shop. Huilwan told him to stop. My brother caught a cold, let's buy some porridge. That made sense. Chen stopped the car while Huilwan went down to buy it. When the elevator reached the 8th floor, Huilwan didn't seem to have any intention of getting off. Chen pointed at the opened elevator. Miss Hu, we've arrived at the 8th floor. Huilwan pressed the close button. I'll go check on my brother. Alright. Chen couldn't control this situation. What if an employee needed to see the boss? At this level of Huaheng, Yuzi generally worked outside the door, but today, she was nowhere to be seen. Huilwan thought to herself. Could she have gone out? Chen knocked on the president's office door. Come in. As soon as Huilwan entered, she saw Yuzi lying on the sofa, while Huaheng was busy dealing with documents at his desk. So it was Yuzi who caught a cold. Huaheng didn't even look up, just placed the things on the table. Alright. After setting them down, Chen left immediately, but Huilwan started speaking. Brother, are you not feeling unwell? Huaheng looked up, his eyes filled with scrutiny. What are you here for? I came upstairs because I assumed you had a cold. Huaheng put down his pen, an indescribable emotion flashed past his eyes. Seeing me will make me get better? Huilwan. Chen was called back to the door. Bringing random people up without permission, your salary will be deducted. Chen pitifully replied. Boss, this is your sister, what am I supposed to do? Huaheng adjusted his clothes before walking over to the sofa. Not even my sister can come in. What if I'm doing something private in the office? What happens if someone sees? Huilwan felt as though her face had been slapped hard. Was Huaheng mocking her? Chen pulled Huilwan. Come on, Miss Hu, you might not care about money, but I can't afford it. Huilwan was dragged out of the office. Yuzi muttered faintly. Huaheng didn't hear clearly, so he leaned in closer. The murmured voice was like a lover's whispers. Boss. Huaheng tore open the package of the thermometer, pried open her mouth, and inserted it. Yuzi's lips were somewhat dry, and Huaheng slightly squinted his eyes. His gaze turned to the packet of medicine. He took it out and read how to consume it. He patiently divided it up, pulling out the thermometer. 39 degrees. Feverish. Huaheng picked up the pill and gently slapped Yuzi's cheek. Yuzi, wake up to take your medicine. The woman's body was alarmingly weak. Although Yuzi could hear someone calling her, her eyes wouldn't open, nor could she speak. Huaheng supported her, letting her lean against his chest, then put the pill into Yuzi's mouth. A bitter taste spread as the pill was spat out. Nicely done. Huaheng had never served anyone before but ended up serving Yuzi multiple times. He re-prepared the medicine, whispering temptations near Yuzi's ear, laced with both allure and threat. If you don't take the medicine, I'll feed it to you by mouth. How much of this sentence Yuzi actually understood remained unclear. Nonetheless, she obediently took the fever-reducing medication, and Huaheng helped her drink water. She drank little, with quite a bit flowing down from the corners of her mouth. Huaheng wiped it away with his thumb, the rough pad rubbing against her soft cheeks, lingering affectionately. After all the efforts, sweat drenched his body. It seemed as if he was the one catching a cold. Huaheng lifted her up horizontally and walked into the restroom inside. Yuzi fell sound asleep while Huaheng's mood became complex. Unable to bear it, he turned back again, pinching Yuzi's face with his thumb and forefinger. The sleeping person resembled a small blowfish. Huaheng was satisfied. On the table, there was still a bowl of kanji, which he didn't even glance at as he returned to work at his desk. Are you not coming tomorrow? Could you stop farting? Liang Zishuan stared at the items at the auction. Huaheng felt he had been infected. Yuzi has caught a cold. Liang Zishuan really wanted to spit a big wad of phlegm on Huaheng's face. What necessary connection is there between her catching a cold and you going? Apparently, there was none. Huaheng loosened his tie. Let's talk about it later. Liang Zishuan stared at the phone that had been hung up. The phrase ruining a country perfectly described Yuzi. From morning until the afternoon, Yuzi had just woken up, opening her eyes and reacting for a second to where she was, before springing up. Huaheng's bed, Huaheng's blanket. She flipped over, falling onto the floor with a soft thud from the plush carpet. Huaheng walked in, looking amusedly at the person sitting on the ground. What? Is the bed scorching your butt? Yuzi was still a little dazed, shaking her head. The bed is too comfortable, unreal. I'll sit on the floor for a while to come back to reality. Huaheng leaned against the doorframe, watching quietly. Yuzi was dressed casually today. Her checkered strap top had slid down slightly due to the earlier struggle, clearly showing the path from her collarbone to her shoulder, pale and tender. Huaheng's gaze was unclear. Feeling any better? Yuzi stood up. Much better, no more soreness in my lower back or pain in my legs. After breaking out in a sweat under the covers, she now felt completely refreshed. Wait a minute, she had broken out in a sweat under Huaheng's covers. F***CK. She glanced at the bathroom. Boss, don't worry, I'll wash the sheets for you. Oh. Heng stepped back. Do as you wish. Yuzi acted quickly, stripping the bedsheets and duvet cover off, carrying them into the bathroom. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, when did her face turn this red? The scent of Heng clung to the duvet cover in her arms, a faint masculine aroma. His voice echoed in her ears. If you don't eat, I'll feed it to you by mouth. When you have a cold, it's easy to hear illusions in everything. She hadn't eaten lunch, and her stomach growled with hunger. At this time, the cafeteria would already be closed. She saw the porridge on the table. It was from her favorite place. Hungry? Aha! The porridge's gone cold. Yuzi picked it up. I'll heat it in the microwave. As she carried it out, she turned back. By the way, thanks boss. Your bed is very soft and very comfortable. Heng dropped his pen. Do you even know what you're saying? Chapter 23. The clothes and the person are both mine. After the microwave had heated up, the steamed egg yolk rice porridge smelled deliciously aromatic, and Yuzi sat at the table to start enjoying it. Halfway through her bowl of porridge, an unexpected visitor came again. Hwon took a few steps, stopped, sniffed, and finally locked onto Yuzi. She was indeed drinking the porridge that she bought. Yuzi, you. Yuzi blew on her porridge and took another sip, feeling warm in her stomach. Miss Hwa, what's the matter again? It's natural for anyone who is always interrupted to get annoyed. Hwon had suffered all day, scolded by Heng, and now even the porridge she bought was being drank by Yuzi. Who allowed you to drink it? My boss. Soon, Yuzi realized something, looked at Hwon, then at the porridge, furrowing her brows. Is this porridge really the one you bought? Hwon, what else could it be? Yuzi took another sip right in front of her. The porridge you bought smells quite nice. Hwon. In just a few minutes, Hwon was almost driven to quit her job on the spot. She didn't want to continue this B-class work anymore. After stepping into the elevator, she remembered she forgot about something important. In her hand was the invitation to the Victoria jewelry auction. It allowed guests to attend, and she originally intended it for Heng. That woman upset her too much, making her lose interest. After finishing her porridge, Yuzi stretched lazily and returned to her office chair to work. Upon opening her computer, today's entertainment news popped up. Shimeng was caught on camera with an ordinary person grocery shopping. That's outrageous. Ding dong. Exploiter of capital. Don't rush to leave after work. Yuzi, boss, if you have anything, please say so. Heng didn't specify what the matter was, but Yuzi didn't dare to leave, quietly waiting for Heng to emerge. 5:10. Heng tapped her desk. Let's go. The two went downstairs together. After work, Yuzi felt more relaxed around Heng, so she asked about the day's gossip. What's going on between Shimeng and that regular girl? Heng said, he probably got a hold of some leverage over that young girl, maybe from something they filmed before. Yuzi's tone was full of mockery, playing the part of the tycoon, her. TSK. Heng gave a playful smile. Do you not like the whole tycoon thing? Yuzi, I don't have Stockholm syndrome, thank you. Heng took her to a custom private shop where evening sunlight illuminated everyone brilliantly. It was every woman's dream boutique. Once inside, plastic mannequins were dressed in fitting evening gowns. Deeper in, someone unknown was watching a fashion show where models wore clothes to provide customers with direct visual results. A world of intoxicating extravagance. Heng raised his head. Do you see any that you like? Yuzi, it's not my birthday. Heng paused mid-motion as he reached for a cigarette. You'll be attending the auction tomorrow. There will be a formal dinner afterwards. Dress appropriately. The dresses here weren't exaggerated. They leaned more towards elegance, giving Yuzi the feel of extravagant wealth as she strolled around. Anything except those 3 dresses. Try everything else. She wasn't worried about the bill, the owner would cover it. The two sat on the couch, and a store clerk approached them with a professional smile. Would you like something to drink? Yuzi, 1 latte, 1 Blue Mountain coffee. How about dessert? We recommend red velvet cake today. Sure. Yuzi moved closer to Heng. Boss, are you satisfied with the arrangement? Her cold wasn't completely gone yet, and she spoke with a bit of nasal voice. Heng misheard her words as dad, so he gave a slight smile at the corner of his mouth as he saw Yuzi happily tapping her crossed legs. When the coffees were served, the models were also ready, walking past them one by one. Clothes only truly display their beauty when worn by people. Yuzi didn't have a cute type of appearance, so the clothes she chose were all in monochrome without heavy embellishments. Heng pointed at the champagne-colored dress. Yuzi took a bite of the red velvet cake, her soft voice resonated. Are you sure? She wiped her mouth clean, stood up, and then pointed at another dress that she liked. This champagne silk dress hung in her hands like flowing water. After changing, Yuzi glanced at herself in the mirror, exuding an irresistible sex appeal. But something was still missing. Yuzi. Heng handed her a pair of shoes from outside. Not too high, light-colored, very suitable for this dress. After changing and coming out, the champagne-colored dress looked neither vulgar nor ostentatious on her. The delicate material made her skin appear even whiter. Her tall figure combined perfectly with the heels, looking stunningly beautiful. Even the store clerks, accustomed to celebrities, couldn't look away. For the first time, they saw someone carry off this dress so well. Where did Heng find time to answer phone calls? Beautiful as it was too seductive. Yuzi threw her hair behind. How does it look? To make sure he could see clearly, she imitated a female lead in a TV drama and spun around, her skirt flaring gently, not overly dramatic. Heng struggled to suppress his rising excitement, feeling restless and wanting to smoke again. Yuzi leaned in. Boss, does it look good? The nasal tone combined with the inappropriate atmosphere made it sound like she was coquettish to others. The shop assistant's eyes flickered between the two, as if saying, they're together, they're together. Kuheng nodded. Try that one on, I'll have a cigarette. What's going on in this shop? Is the air conditioner even on? Smoking area. Liang Zishuan made another call. I'm telling you, San, if your phone isn't working, I'll get you a new one. Was there a power leak? Amidst the swirling smoke, Kuheng let out a cold laugh. Speak. Liang Zishuan divulged his information piecemeal. Your second brother, the wastrel, has lost over 5 million recently. The old man won't be attending the auction tomorrow, and I've stalled for you. How do you intend to thank me? That bottle of marutai is yours. 1 bottle of liquor. Liquor with collection value. Kuheng finished his last drag and hung up the phone. In the store, Meng Ranqin picked up the dress Yuzi had just changed out of. A shop assistant approached. Sorry Miss Meng, this piece has already been reserved. Meng Ranqin compared the dress against her body, thinking how beautiful it was, how suitable for her. Her gaze swept over the shop assistant. Who booked it? Yuzi lifted the curtain and emerged in a new outfit. It's me. The white dress looked exceptionally ordinary, prompting a sneer from Meng Ranqin. Who did I think it was? Ah, the little mistress. This statement was particularly ambiguous, leading listeners to wild speculations. After following Kuheng around for so many years, Yuzi wasn't accustomed to restraint and didn't hold back with Meng Ranqin. I am Mr. Ku's assistant. If Miss Meng can't speak properly, maybe visit a doctor about her vocal cords. Yuzi glanced at her reflection. This garment wasn't as dazzling as the previous one. She strode in front of Meng Ranqin and yanked the dress. Mine. Just as Meng Ranqin was about to grab it back, Kuheng's voice sounded from behind. Pay for it. Meng Ranqin froze, unsure whether to leave or stay. So, did Kuheng hear everything just now? Once silence reigned behind her, the shop assistant kindly reminded her, Miss Meng, they've left. Meng Ranqin shot a glare at the shop assistant. Mind your own business. Shop assistant, not really. Does this person have some kind of issue? Chapter 24. Who is ugly, who is awkward? It was almost 8 o'clock when they came out of the store. The street was crowded with Friday shoppers. Yuzi immediately noticed the large screen advertisement across the street. Ji Sai rotated a phone in his hand on the screen, wearing a grey suit that seemed empty inside, faintly revealing abs as he posed handsomely. There were especially many female viewers below the screen. Yuzi covered her mouth and laughed. I didn't expect the model I chose to be so popular. After the ad ended, a line of text appeared in the middle of the screen. Unconventional, brand new. Huaheng glanced at the big screen. Do you like it? He remembered what Yuzi had said to Julin. Younger brothers always smelled better. Yuzi shook her head. Not really. No matter how handsome Ji Sai was, he couldn't compare to her boss. To be honest, Huaheng's looks would be an explosive presence in the entertainment industry. Hearing the answer he wanted, Huaheng smiled lightly. Are you hungry? Yuzi touched her stomach and realized she was indeed hungry. They went to a nearby restaurant, which was expensive and thus not very crowded. The manager hurried over upon seeing Huaheng. Mr. Hua, this way, please. Yuzi hesitated, poking her head out to look around before sitting down and telling Huaheng, I saw Huaju. Soft music played in the elegant and quiet restaurant. Yuzi bit her straw while waiting for Huaheng to order, nearly chewing it into a flower. After the manager left, Huaheng took a sip of water, his eyes never leaving Yuzi's mouth. She pouted as she sipped lemonade, her eyes fixed on something behind Huaheng, gossiping. Who's the woman next to him? Could it be a fiancé introduced by the old man himself? The straw accidentally popped out of the cup, splashing a little water onto Huaheng's face. Yuzi snapped back to reality, handing him a tissue, her expression sheepish. Oops, my mistake. Huaheng wiped his face clean. It's Chen Kaisin. Chen Kaisin. Yuzi mumbled the name, finding it familiar but unable to recall where she had heard it. She thought about it for a while but completely forgot once the steak arrived. The next morning at 10 o'clock, Yuzi suddenly remembered, wasn't Chen Kaisin the daughter of the auction house owner? What did Huaju want now? She changed into clothes, covering most of her skin with a cardigan as she went downstairs. Xiao Chen was already waiting. Opening the car door, Huaheng was reading documents. Yuzi felt satisfied. Although her boss could be capricious, he was always serious about work. Serious men were indeed the most handsome. The Chen family's auction this time was grand, with representatives from various companies attending. It was unclear what the finale item would be. The staff led them to the front row. Yuzi stood out among the wealthy women. Though Huaheng supported her, some people in the circle still believed she was using him to climb up, considering her a seductive type. As she walked from the back to the front, unfriendly gazes followed her. One of them was Wang Quan's wife. Since Wang Quan was imprisoned, his wife had taken over the business. Though it was his fault, she blamed Yuzi for everything. Yuzi glanced back, and they immediately averted their eyes. Cowards, she muttered, settling down. Huaheng finally finished his work. What are you looking at? Yuzi, just scaring off those unfriendly eyes. She wasn't angry or upset, speaking in a playful tone, adorable. Huaheng ruffled her hair gently, incredibly tender. Don't mind them. Too many people staring at you just means you stand out. Their position at the front made every move visible to everyone behind. Hualwan gasped. When did her older brother become so gentle? Huaju mocked her. You can't even get close to Huaheng. When she finally managed, it was only in the design department. Huelwan leaned back in her chair. Brother, don't mock me, we're both in the same boat. At 11, the auction officially began. The first item was a painting by a young artist, selling for 50,000 yuan as a warm-up. Yuzi yawned, unsure what today's mystery package would be. After 2 hours, the auctioneer smiled warmly and announced in a clear voice, the next item will bring this auction to its climax. Many of you are here for this particular piece. As the red cloth was lifted, a square glass case revealed a vivid red gemstone. The auctioneer, next, we will auction Red Sun, starting bid at 50 million yuan. Red Sun was the name of this red gemstone, with extremely high color saturation and no flaws, identified as pigeon blood red, and cut with the finest craftsmanship. There was a collective gasp from the audience. Yuzi first glanced at her boss. If her memory served her right, this was the gemstone Chen Mengqi had worn back then. Later, due to financial disputes, it was sold to a wealthy businessman. Now, this businessman was putting it up for auction. But it seemed like her boss wasn't particularly interested. Could it be he wasn't here for this? The bidding had already started, and when it reached 70 million, no one bid higher. Hueheng coughed, and Yuzi raised the paddle. Every time he increased his bid, Huiju followed suit. It was well known that the brothers didn't get along, today confirmed it. 99 million. 100 million. The latter number was called out by Huiju. Hueheng put down his teacup, seemingly a bit regretful. We'll pass. Yuzi couldn't believe it. Didn't you really like it? Hueheng replied indifferently, I don't like it. If you do, you can bid more. Yuzi put down the paddle and shook her head, I don't like it either. After 3 hammer strikes, Huiju's monolid narrowed slightly. He had been toyed with. Hueheng hadn't come to buy anything, he had come to play. He thought a relic could make Hueheng spit out a contract, and this gemstone could exchange for even more. But in fact, Hueheng didn't care at all, he just deliberately drove up the price so Huiju would buy it. Hueheng turned around and gave Huiju a mysterious smile. It was as if he were looking at a foolish pig. After the final item of the auction was sold, many attendees lost interest. Exiting the auction led straight to the host's banquet for the evening. Hueheng stood up, bending his arm to wait for Yuzi. Yuzi held onto his arm. Boss, so you came here today just to walk the dog? Their voices were very low, and Hueheng slightly lowered his head. At this moment, they looked like an intimate couple. Chen Kaixin was at the front of the banquet. Yuzi glanced at her, then at herself. Same color, different styles, equally eye-catching. It's not scary to have the same outfit, what matters is who looks awkward. Chen Kaixin's face was already unfriendly. After finishing her drink, she went up the side stairs. Yuzi. Was she going to change clothes? Chapter 25. Yuzi is a good name. Hueheng scanned the room during the banquet and took Yuzi to another direction. As one of the best developing high-tech companies in the country, Zhongyu still needs support and cooperation from other companies. Otherwise, there are many people eyeing us like tigers, ready to take over. A single misstep could mean death. Yuzi remembered this chatty old man, Feng Weilin, the boss of Rongcheng Building Materials. It sounds like a very ordinary company, but it's quite extraordinary. Feng Weilin was particularly humorous when he bragged. That day I played mahjong with 3 women, almost lost my underwear. A few others laughed at his carefree attitude. When Hueheng approached, they weren't overly enthusiastic. Hueheng sat down, greeted them briefly, and continued listening to their conversation. These people were victorious veterans in the turbulent business world. They understood the survival of the fittest in modern society and knew Hueheng's current status well. But so what? This era evolves too fast. If Hueheng isn't careful, he could fall off the cliff. Only tradition will always have its demand. After listening to them boasting for a while, Feng Weilin turned toward Hueheng, extinguishing the tobacco in his hand. Is Master Hue here today just for the commotion? Hueheng replied with great respect. I heard there's a ruby today, so I came to take a look. There was no one in this room who didn't know whose ruby this originally belonged to. An obnoxious person nearby joked, if I'm not mistaken, this gemstone was also worn by Chen Daxing. Of course, Chen Daxing referred to Chen Mengqi, a famous actress who once had her heyday. Yuzi could hear the sarcasm in his words and wasn't happy. She was about to retort when Hueheng gently held her hand. With his right hand, he picked up the water glass on the table and smiled faintly. My mother once wore it, but this necklace irritated her neck. No matter how expensive it was, it made my mother uncomfortable, so it's not valuable to me. The man was left speechless, embarrassed. Yuzi felt extremely delighted inside, then noticed her hand being tightly held. His warm, large hand enveloped hers, emitting a welcoming and strong sensation. Hueheng began chatting with Feng Weilin again. What brings you here today, Elder Feng? Smiling warmly, Feng Weilin replied, I heard that tonight's dinner would feature Yangtze knife fish, so I came along to enjoy the meal. Hueheng commented, indeed, the Chen family has skill. While these two casually chatted, Yuzi gazed at Hueheng's hands from up close. From nearby, she could clearly see the veins on his knuckles and his handsome features. Her index finger moved slightly as it swept across Hueheng's palm. The man paused momentarily before continuing, if you're free, we can play some golf or go fishing. I'd be more than happy to accompany you. Feng Weilin had no children and lived an unrestrained life. Meeting Hueheng gave him a feeling of instant rapport. He agreed immediately. Some people who initially intended to create drama now swallowed their words after drinking a sip of water. It hurt like knives. The banquet began, and Hueheng let go of Yuzi's hand, Don't cause trouble. Yuzi pressed her lips together. Okay. The auction and the banquet were both to welcome Miss Chen Kaisin back from her studies abroad, a shining star in the midst of attention. Chen Kaisin changed into a shiny golden dress. Yuzi leaned close to Huaheng, whispering, I suddenly remember when you attended my graduation ceremony. It was like that, parents watching below while students spoke above in an atmosphere full of celebration. In a daze, Yuzi had the illusion of attending a feast. On stage, someone said, everyone, please eat well and drink well. As evening drew near, the lights of the banquet hall flickered on. People engaged in conversations. Huaheng was pulled aside by some elders for a chat, gradually blending into the crowd. Huaju stood next to Chen Kaisin, talking to Feng Weilin and asking what Huaheng had said earlier. Yuzi naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Chen Kaisin saw her and became angry, taunting her, isn't this Huaheng's little secretary? Being caught out, Yuzi couldn't hide and acted graciously as she greeted everyone politely. Everyone here had a higher status than her lowly secretary, so she was modest and deferential. Feng Weilin, the mischievous old man, jumped straight in, so you're Huaheng's secretary? At first, everyone thought Huaheng brought her as a female companion. Yuzi extended her hand. Yes, Mr. Feng, I'm called Yuzi. Feng Weilin savored the name in his mouth. That's a good name. It sounded delightful to the ear. Chen Kaisin coldly remarked, what's so good about the name? Yuzi offered a faint smile. Compared to the capricious young miss, she exuded maturity. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Li. Curious, Feng Weilin asked, this little Huasan only mentioned fishing with me earlier. Could it be that Zhong Yu has some big moves coming up? At this remark, Huaju perked up his ears, waiting for more details. Yuzi took the wine offered by the waiter. Elder Feng, don't misunderstand, my boss merely wanted to invite you for a fishing trip. Then she added provocatively, but indeed, there are significant moves coming soon, which you'll definitely notice later. She maintained a clear distinction between public and private matters. In other words, fishing with you is a private matter, but as for the big moves, once the fishing is done, everything will be fine to discuss. Feng Weilin raised his wine glass and shook it slightly. You're worthy of being by Huaheng's side. The collision of wine glasses rang out with a crisp sound. Yuzi drank the wine in one gulp. Chen Kaisin, who had been overshadowed, sat to the side sulking. Huaju swept away any hint of mockery from his eyes as he leaned closer to Chen Kaisin. Don't be upset. Xiaozi is just straightforward like that. Chen Kaisin said, are you defending her too? Huaju replied, I am not. Not. Who would believe that? And what's this Xiaozi? At the banquet with so many people present, even some small companies couldn't help but comment when they saw Yuzi and Feng Weilin laughing and chatting. Did you see that woman? She's Zhongyu's secretary. Several major projects at Zhongyu were overseen by her. The man looked her up and down dismissively, muttering, it's no wonder women are easily favored. Look at her, with that figure, she'd probably give me more than half her life if I touched her. Their conversation was filled with sarcasm as if spoken without any regard for others around them. Huaheng beckoned the server nearby with a wave of his hand. Which company do those two come from? The waiter said, Mr. Hua, please allow me to check for you. After uttering a word of thanks, Huaheng walked over to stand by Yuzi. As her shawl slid off her shoulders, Huaheng picked it up for her, speaking less coldly than before. What did you chat about with Elder Feng? Before Yuzi could answer, Elder Feng praised her enthusiastically. Little Z has a sense of humor on her. She made this old man laugh heartily. Huaheng nodded in agreement that Yuzi's name fit her character perfectly. Faced with such compliments, Yuzi accepted them quite comfortably. If time weren't limited, I'd probably prepare you an entire report. Feng Weilin's eyes sparkled. When you have free time, come visit Peng Bei, stop by my place as a guest. You'll always be welcome. All right. Among the guests leaving the banquet, there were varying emotions. Some secured deals worth tens of millions, while others bought a gem only to lose hundreds of millions, and yet another faced significant financial crisis because of a careless word. As they departed, Feng Weilin was still praising Yuzi. The two waited for young Chen outside. The evening breeze in late April carried a slight chill. Huaheng took off his jacket and draped it over Yuzi's shoulders, asking softly, what exactly did you talk about with Elder Feng today? Yuzi adjusted the coat closer around herself. I told him some gossip. This gossip all came from Sai Meng undercover romances, recent breakups, and tales of keeping lovers. Previously, she'd shared such stories with Julin, but today she offered these flowers to honor another Buddha, so to speak. Chapter 26. Who would do anything for money? Just as Xiao Chen had parked the car, he glanced and saw his boss affectionately rubbing Yuju's nose tip. The banquet hall was bathed in a golden yellow light, but to Chenin, it looked pinkish red with bubbles rising. The atmosphere was exceptionally harmonious, leaving Xiao Chen momentarily unsure if he should interrupt. Yuzi rubbed her nose, thinking perhaps some tiny fluff had landed on it. Xiao Chen has arrived. Huaheng silently withdrew his hand and raised his eyes toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, who usually couldn't understand his boss, suddenly comprehended the undertone as if Huaheng were saying, you've come too early. In the car, Yuzi leaned closer to Huaheng. Boss, why did you suddenly start talking to Mr. Feng today? Huaheng rarely made personal appearances. Today must have been an important matter. Xiao Chen glanced at them from the rearview mirror and quietly raised the partition, learning from other drivers. The streetlights flashed by, dimming and brightening intermittently. Huaheng's playful mood rose as he deliberately prolonged the suspense. Do you want to know? He gave a faint smile, seemingly waiting for Yuzi's next move. Yuzi had a flaw, a heavy curiosity. Of course I do. Our boss is so kind that he will surely tell me. Hua Heng's ears felt wrapped in honey, causing him to laugh melodiously, his voice especially pleasant in the quiet space. Feng Weilin worked in the building materials industry, and Hua Heng recently planned to venture into AI, which required his cooperation. But this old man was somewhat outdated and unwilling to take on unknown risks. After talking for a while today, Feng Weilin only gave a faint smile, approving but not agreeing to collaborate. Unexpectedly, within a short time, Yuzi found herself chatting happily with him. Leaning against the back of her seat, Yuzi exhaled. But I think this person is pretty easy to get along with. Hua Heng gazed intently at her. That's because he has no children, thus showing special affection for young girls. He also liked her a lot. Yuzi tilted her head and smiled brilliantly. Isn't it because I'm charming? Xiao Chen first stopped the car in front of Yuzi's apartment. After Yuzi went upstairs, Hua Heng left. A sudden silence filled the car. Xiao Chen nervously drove on. When Yuzi arrived at the company early in the morning, she discovered she was trending online. She opened her phone and found the headline blatantly read #rich family drama, Mr. Feng Weilin whispers secrets to beauty at banquet. This type of title was clearly made to stir up trouble. Yesterday, Hua Heng wanted to cooperate with Mr. Feng, and his secretary made this low-profile elder trend on the internet, openly forcing him into a difficult position. Mr. Feng's impression would plummet if he saw this. Inside the office, Hua Heng was sitting on the couch sipping tea as if nothing had happened. Yuzi squatted down and held her dress while placing her phone in front of Hua Heng. What do you think about this matter? Hua Heng, look with your eyes. It was evident that someone was scheming behind the scenes, seeing him prosper and wanting to reveal his intentions before Feng Lao. Intentionally approaching anyone wouldn't be welcomed. Yuzi turned off the screen, looking at Hua Heng from this angle. If you don't explain to Feng Lao, we didn't mean any of that. Hua Heng placed a cup of tea in front of her. If Feng Lao can't distinguish even this, then he's lived all these years for nothing. Yuzi noticed his Adam's apple moving slightly as he swallowed saliva. It made sense. After drinking, she stood up. The people in the company began looking at Yuzi differently. Hu Luan watched this scene contentedly. There it was, this was truly how Yuzi behaved, seducing everyone she met. As the elevator opened on the 8th floor, Yuzi could already feel the change in the design department without lifting her head. She curved her lips into a gentle smile. Director Shu. Shu Wan came out of the break room. Assistant Yu, I'm here. Yuzi, come to the office for a moment. As the door closed, discussions arose outside. Assistant Yu's attitude is truly impressive. Despite such a big event, she remains focused on work. Underneath the media news, countless malicious comments piled up, saying that Yuzi wanted to climb up, accusing her of revealing clothing. Hu Luan coldly smirked. That's their intention. Mr. Feng doesn't have a wife, and who knows what schemes Assistant Yu harbors. Upon her words, the people in the design department turned their gaze toward her. Assistant Yu looks good and is rich herself. There's no need for her to scheme her way up. Hu Luan disdainfully said, how do you know she isn't just after someone richer? Another colleague rebutted, maybe it's just for collaboration purposes. Besides, isn't Assistant Yu more suited for General Manager Hua? Upon hearing this, Hu Luan grew irritated. Where does she match my brother? No sooner had she spoken when complete silence fell over the design department. It turned out Hua Heng had descended quietly. His piercing glare demanded, is the design department so idle? Silent, deadly stillness enveloped the room. No one dared to speak, keeping their heads down and focusing on their work. Hu Luan showed no fear of death, standing and walking beside Hua Heng as she whispered softly, Big Brother 3, I have something to discuss with you. Hua Heng, I'm not interested. After saying this, Hua Heng started climbing the stairs, with Hu Luan following closely behind. After everyone left, Yuzi revealed her purpose for coming downstairs. I hope your team will take charge of the design for this artificial intelligence doll, and don't tell anyone. Shu Wan solemnly nodded, determined not to fail in her mission. You can rest assured, Assistant Yu. I will complete the task. After Yuzi gave her instructions, she opened the office door, and Shu Wan stopped her. Assistant Yu, I believe in you. She was referring to this morning's news. Yuzi said nothing. Shu Wan's admiration for her increased even more. When others threw mud at her, Assistant Yu grew lotuses from the mud. Hu Luan stood behind Hua Heng. Third brother, look how Yuzi chatted happily with Mr. Feng yesterday. Aren't you going to discipline your secretary's conduct? Hua Heng pressed the button for basement 1. Isn't it true that you're also laughing around near me? Don't you fear others misunderstanding? Hu Luan responded, I'm your sister, what's wrong with that? A smile curved at the corner of Hua Heng's lips, but it lacked sincerity. It's good that you know you're my sister. So stop making others misunderstand. Ding. The elevator doors opened. Hua Heng stepped out, glancing back at the stunned person still in the elevator. If you're my sister, then act like a proper sister should. The elevator doors slowly closed, and Hu Luan blinked, wiping away her tears before pressing 8. Shi Meng's office. He was biting his thumb and laughing heartily. Who reported this nonsense? Mr. Feng is truly unlucky. How could he end up on an entertainment headline? There were so many important events last night, yet this absurd piece ended up as a hot search. Someone must have bought the hot search spot. Hua Heng flipped through the magazines on his desk and noticed the lipstick marks by the teacup. Has someone been here? Yeah, they just left. Shi Meng added, Miss Chen returned from studying abroad yesterday, but there was no report about it. Wouldn't Miss Chen Kai-shin be angry enough to die? Hweheng replied coldly, angry enough to die might be too much. I estimate she's probably smashing porcelain at home. The Chen family didn't have much, but antiques were plenty. What news are you planning to use to overshadow this? Hweheng smiled. Use yours. TO Entertainment president meets secretly with a junior journalist at night. Just as Meng was about to curse, Meng Ranqin pushed the door open. Noticing Hweheng on the sofa, her eyes lit up with surprise. Heng, how did you get here? Chapter 27, sneakily photographing Hweheng. Hweheng put down the magazine in his hand and said carelessly, just came over to visit. Meng didn't say anything but silently watched from the side. Meng Ranqin naturally saw yesterday's rumor, and with Hweheng appearing here now, she could guess most of what was going on, even if she were foolish. She had already seen the situation clearly. Hweheng indeed treated Yuzi differently, but it wasn't certain about Yuzi. This is what they called being a clear observer but a confused participant. Her eyes swept over Hweheng as she twisted her body to sit on the other side of the sofa. You're pretty leisurely. This remark unknowingly triggered something in Hweheng, who responded rather proudly, Yuzi is capable, so I just eat soft bread as this president. Whoa. Meng almost burst out laughing. To avoid World War III, he shifted the topic. I know the matter already. Remember to drive the off-road vehicle during May Day. Meng Ranqin, are you two going out to play during May Day? Meng, oh, wrong turn of the topic. Hweheng gave Meng a dirty look. You better handle it for me quickly. Feng Weilin doesn't use his phone much, and I can't reach him. It must be resolved before Feng Weilin sees this rumor. Meng gestured an okay. Please take your time leaving, no need to see you off. Meng Ranqin still wanted to say something, but that person had already left. Now only 2 people remained in the office. Out of curiosity, Meng asked, tell me, there are plenty of rich young masters chasing you, why do you like Hweheng, the old bachelor? Meng Ranqin crossed her legs, because Hweheng is clean. There aren't many people in this circle who can call themselves clean, but Hweheng is one of them. In high school, many students fell into early romances, especially Meng. But Hweheng wasn't like that. He was young, rarely interacting with girls. While Meng and others embraced countless women, Hweheng didn't even accept love letters from little girls. Meng Ranqin had been in the entertainment circle for quite some time and had already seen through all the dirty things. But only that youth held a special place in her heart. Only, it seemed Hweheng never noticed her. Meng coughed, feeling these words were almost cursing himself. No matter how clean he is, he doesn't like you anyway. What we said back in high school about you two being well matched was just a joke, don't take it seriously. Back then, boys were mischievous, and anyone could see that Meng Ranqin liked Hweheng, leading to the constant mention of together. Indeed, this gave Meng Ranqin a lot of room for fantasy. Meng Ranqin knew herself perfectly well, but hearing it said so bluntly made her feel somewhat sour. Who says I took it seriously? She found a step down for herself. Where are you two going for May Day? Meng slapped his head. He really did have a foul mouth. In the afternoon, another trending topic surged up. TO Entertainment president's private night meeting with a little reporter. Because of this news, Yuzi laughed all afternoon. Meng always manages to insert himself into things. Seeing her laugh happily, Hweheng felt inexplicably comfortable. The May Day holiday fell on a weekend, which also happened to be the time for the Hue family gathering, but Hweheng had already taken Yuzi onto the highway. The Hue family waited for half a day but saw no one. Huelwan opened a sensitive topic. Third brother might still be upset about the contract incident last time. Huju faintly smiled without saying a word. Huju picked up his chopsticks and ate a bite of food. I say, Huelwan, it seems our family wasted resources raising you. You keep taking sides with that little stinker. The Hue family, which was already disharmonious, became even more chaotic. The camping spot was located in the suburbs of Rongcheng. There was a small forest here with not many people around, and under the shade of the trees by the stream, it was quite refreshing. Yuzi, wearing a sun hat, stretched. Who discovered this treasure of a place? Hweheng took out supplies from the trunk. You'll absolutely never guess. Yuzi went over to help, guessing through all possible people, but couldn't figure out who it was, so she started pleading, just tell me already. When Yuzi didn't work, she looked like a college student, less polished but cuter. It's the little reporter caught by Meng. Just as they were talking, several cars pulled up behind them. A few people got out dressed very casually, lacking only flip-flops. Yuzi poked her head out, but didn't see any additional women emerge. Ju Lin, hugging Fu Shijun's arm, walked over. What are you looking at, little Z? Yuzi turned to Meng behind her. Is it just you today? Meng pointed at the car behind, where another person stepped down. Meng Ranqin. Yuzi's lips twitched slightly. This May Day holiday was truly interesting. Once the canopy was set up and barbecue items prepared, Yuzi and Ju Lin washed fruits while Meng Ranqin sat underneath the canopy taking photos and editing pictures. Sure enough, gender mixing made Meng Ranqin less tired. Everything was nearly ready when the men began to shift responsibilities. Where's the charcoal? Meng, I thought you brought it. All eyes turned toward Fu Shijun, who was busy dealing with work nearby. After searching all the cars and finding no charcoal, they had no choice but to drive to a nearby store to buy some. Yuzi and Ju Lin sat down to rest, gossiping openly about Meng's scandal from yesterday. To be honest, I'm curious what this little reporter looks like. I heard from Fu Shijun that the little reporter blocked Meng at the hotel entrance, and at the time, Meng didn't even have clothes on. Ah, that sounds interesting. The two of them laughed and chatted as Meng Ranqin lightly hummed, "That's because you don't know them." Yuzi bit her straw and waited for the story. Meng Ranqin put down her powder compact. "I've known them since high school, so I'm pretty familiar with their personalities." As she spoke, a hint of pride even entered her tone. By now, she had figured it out. Since she liked Huaheng, she would work to get closer to him. Yuzi was just a little secretary. What kind of wave could she possibly make? While waiting for the charcoal, Meng Ranqin recounted everything about high school. At one point during exercise practice at school, she fell, and it was Huaheng who helped her up and took her to the nurse's office. This incident completely touched her young heart, and her liking for him grew uncontrollably. Yuzi finished her juice in one gulp and smiled faintly. "I never expected my boss to be so kind-hearted." Meng Ranqin practically had the words boast written all over her forehead. There came a sound of a car parking behind them, and the charcoal had arrived. Meng Ranqin rushed over to help. Meng quickly stopped her. "You rest, Liangzi is an absolute pro at barbecuing." Surrounded by mountains and water, it was a tranquil place on earth. Yuzi took out her phone to take photos. The lens panned and focused on Huaheng. Today he wasn't wearing his usual suit, but rather a simple white t-shirt and jeans, giving off a youthful vibe. His exposed arms showed off fine muscle definition, and his every move while lifting things exuded masculinity. Click. The camera clicked. Huaheng turned his head toward Yuzi. Their eyes met, and there was an indescribable atmosphere between them. In order to cover her embarrassment, Yuzi snapped another photo of Julin, then quickly turned around to compose herself. She absent-mindedly scrolled through her phone, just happening upon Meng Ranqin's Weibo post. "Camped out with the person I like." The words camping caught Yuzi's eye, sharp and glaring. She returned to her album to edit some photos. When she glanced again at the photo of Huaheng, she could see his boyish charm more clearly. A clean-cut, ice-cold boy under the sunlight. "What are you looking at?" Her phone slipped out of her hand, but Huaheng reacted quickly and caught it before it hit the stones. Chapter 28 I Don't Like You. At the time, the mobile phone was only 0.1 meters away from Huaheng's eyes, but a quarter of an incense stick later, the phone screen went out. Yuzi had never been so grateful for a short phone lockout time. She reached out with a triumphant look and said, "Give it back to me." That proud little expression made people want to bully her. Huaheng pressed the phone and called her, "Yuzi." Yuzi opened her eyes in confusion and saw that the lock on the screen was wide open. With just a slight upward swipe of his hand, Huaheng opened the photo album. Yuzi jumped up. "Give it back to me." The camping site had many small pebbles, and the road was uneven. As Yuzi jumped, she almost fell. Huaheng reached out and hugged her, gently reminding her as usual, "Be careful." Yuzi angrily blurted out, "Would this have happened if you hadn't taken my phone?" Huaheng returned the locked phone to her. "What is there that cannot be seen?" His arm still had not left Yuzi's waist. This action drew a lot of attention. Liang Zishuan and Meng exchanged a smile, while Meng Ranqin's face turned red with anger. From her point of view, Yuzi's fall looked deliberate. How could one trip so easily? Liang Zishuan handed her a skewer of roasted mutton. "Have a bite, Miss Meng." Meng Ranqin replied, "I'm dieting, I don't eat." Actually, she didn't like mutton and didn't understand why men all liked eating it. Meng held 5 skewers in each hand. Our company artists have relatively strict body management. Smelling the aroma of the grilled meat, Yuzi broke free from Huaheng's arms and ran over. "What kind of skewers?" "Mutton." Hearing this, Yuzi furrowed her brows. She disliked mutton and thought it smelled too strong. Huaheng handed her several fresh beef skewers. "Good job, Liangzi." 10,000. Huaheng kicked his stool. "Don't lose face." Meng Ranqin awkwardly stood there. She also didn't eat mutton, and why didn't Huaheng notice? In the afternoon, the sunlight was particularly intense, and Yuzi ran under the sky with watermelon, juice, and skewers to start eating. In the afternoon, Fu Shijun went back first with Julin because of some affairs. Those two, being husband and wife, were always busy together. On the other hand, Huaheng and the others were going to play in the water. He handed his phone to Yuzi before diving into the water. "There are no secrets on my phone, feel free to browse." Yuzi. She reasonably suspected that Huaheng had seen that photo. Sauce powder was still on the corner of her mouth. "You can trust me. I don't have the habit of prying into others' privacy." It was rare to enjoy such tranquility. Yuzi took the opportunity to edit photos and send them on social media, but she deliberately did not post the photo of Huaheng. Ding dong. Huaheng's phone rang. Yuzi ignored it. A few moments later, a call came in. Yuzi glanced at the strange number and answered, "Hello." Feng Weilin confirmed he hadn't dialed the wrong number. "Is Huaheng there?" Yuzi also recognized the voice. She straightened her body. "Oh, it's old Feng. This is Xiaozi speaking. Our boss has gone to play in the water." Feng Weilin always laughed at her humor. Such a grown man playing in water? Yuzi retorted, "Men are boys till death, right?" Feng Weilin paused mid-sip of tea. Yuzi had a knack for compliments. Back then, when she shared entertainment circle gossip, she would say, "You should listen to the youth's musings, and your spirit will rejuvenate." Sure enough, once he listened, it worked wonders. Turns out 5G networks were fast indeed. Feng Weilin had nothing important on his mind either, but after receiving a package during lunch, which turned out to be a top-notch fishing rod, he wanted to thank Huaheng. Even though they haven't collaborated yet, Huaheng handled interpersonal relationships quite well. Yuzi looked at her boss catching fish and smiled faintly. He ran around a lot looking for this fishing rod. Exaggerating slightly, emphasizing her boss's attitude. Feng Weilin played with his teacup in his hand. After living for so long, could he not pick up on the undertones of this young girl's words? When you have time, come to Pengwan with Huaheng. This is my landline. Yuzi happily accepted and hung up the phone. When she looked up, she saw her own boss coming out of the water. Huaheng's t-shirt was wet, and he stepped ashore to take it off, revealing a neatly built six-pack. Although she knew her boss was fit, this meeting was extraordinary. The afternoon sun filtered through the cracks of the forest, quietly landing on Huaheng's body, like mischievous little sprites. Yuzi finally realized what eyes filled with lust felt like. Perhaps it was exactly this feeling, it made her dizzy just watching him. Huaheng walked over and picked up the towel on the chair, wiping his abs, noticing Yuzi's gaze and deliberately covering himself. What are you looking at? Yuzi lifted her head, swallowed her saliva, grabbed the clothes beside her. Boss, don't catch a cold. Huaheng seemed to be deliberately wiping his abs endlessly with the towel. Yuzi lightly smiled. Boss, your skin will rub raw. Behind her came Liang Zishuan's laugh. Still our number 3, Huaheng, has the best figure. Were you secretly working out? Huaheng put on his shirt and sat next to Yuzi, disdain clearly visible on his face. Liang Zi, with your ways, no girl would like you. Liang Zishuan retorted coolly. I can cook, that's my advantage, right Yuzi? Yuzi nodded. Yes, and Mr. Liang's cooking smells really good. Having received this compliment, Liang Zishuan felt fully satisfied. Huaheng glanced sideways at Yuzi. Do you prefer someone who can cook? Yuzi, of course. Meng Ranqin had taken a nap in the car and missed quite some drama. All she could do was look at Huaheng and Yuzi whispering to each other. Yuzi handed her phone to Huaheng. Fengla called earlier. What did he say? To let us find time to go play with him. Huaheng had no intention of returning the call, silently sitting beside Yuzi. Even so, it wasn't boring. In the evening, Meng Ranqin found Huaheng and said there were things to talk about. There were mosquitoes at night, and Huaheng could smell the heavy perfume on her, but he frowned without saying anything. The two stood by the small stream, about the same height. Huaheng looked very cool. What is it? Meng Ranqin fidgeted with her fingers. She gathered a great deal of determination to come over, as she had lowered herself numerous times already. Ariheng, I like you. This was her hidden secret since her teenage years, finally revealed today. Her heart was anxious. Thinking of all Huaheng's good qualities, he should not refuse, right? Huaheng reached into his pocket for a cigarette. He shared his father's character, without much complexity, but instead, he learned many respect-for-women concepts from his mother. Chen Mengqi acted in many roles, so she could empathize with female characters. The lighter clicked crisply, and Huaheng chuckled. I thought I made it clear enough. Meng Ranqin's heart suddenly sank, and she didn't want to hear the answer anymore. The tobacco turned into a puff of smoke in the air, Huaheng's voice colder than the nighttime lake water. I don't like you, and you will never enter the Hua family. Chapter 29. You're a good person, but we're not suited. If Huaheng didn't like her, even if he did, Hua Yunyuan would never have allowed actors into the family back then, and naturally wouldn't now. Meng Ranqin, hearing the preordained answer, felt as if her heart had been shredded by a meat grinder. Unwilling to let it go, she asked, then what about all those feelings we shared in high school? The stream water flowed silently. Huaheng lowered his arm, flicking his fingers lightly, and ash fell to the ground. They count as memories. Meng Ranqin was speechless, wanting to continue but interrupted. Meng Ranqin, you're a good girl, but we're not suitable for each other. Ha. Because of these words, Meng Ranqin burst out laughing. She was a good girl, what a terrible excuse. But this might be the most tactful way Huaheng could reject her. After all, Huaheng's mouth could be very venomous. She moved closer to Huaheng, looked up, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Then what about Yuzi? Why didn't he refuse? Today, she saw clearly how different Huaheng treated her. Huaheng smiled indifferently. Yuzi isn't a good person either. Just knew there were no good words from Huaheng's mouth. It was unusually quiet inside the tent. Yuzi searched aimlessly through some previous scandals with Mr. Feng when they suddenly disappeared. Yuzi sat cross-legged for a while, wanting to see what those two outside were up to. When she opened the tent, she immediately saw the two people conversing back to back. Meng Ranqin almost seemed glued to Huaheng. TSK. For some reason, Yuzi felt a sourness in her heart, realizing the seriousness of the situation, so she took a deep breath. Don't panic. As she thought about it, someone outside the tent called her. Yuzi poked her head out. What is it, boss? Huaheng squatted down, deliberately scaring her. There are snakes around here. Be careful at night. Yuzi got goosebumps all over, hating slithering things the most. Boss, you're such a baby. Huaheng smiled and said, if you're scared, you can find me. The tent's open for you. Yuzi. The next morning when Yuzi woke up, Meng Ranqin was already gone. Meng and Huaheng were packing up their things and asked, how did you offend that young girl last night? She drove off in the middle of the night. Huaheng massaged his wrist. He slept uncomfortably yesterday, feeling sore all over. Let her know what it means to have malicious intent. Meng, you sure know how to shamelessly avoid responsibility. 5 days of vacation, 2 days camping, 3 days resting. In the afternoon, Yuzi went to the supermarket and came back to see a long line of cars at the entrance. People who didn't know assumed Princess Xiao's biological parents had come to pick her up. Recognizing the familiar license plate, Yuzi walked over and tapped on the car window. Grandpa Hua, isn't it sunny midday? Hua Yunyuan sat upright and looked at her. Miss you, let's talk. Yuzi glanced away, ready to leave but was stopped by the bodyguard. Fine. This Hua family was good at threats, and she quietly pressed the emergency contact button on her phone. Even though the car was air-conditioned and not hot, Yuzi fanned the sweat from her head. Mr. Hua, say what you need. Unspoken words were understood by Hua Yunyuan without her saying more. Hua Yunyuan chuckled lightly, sharp tongue. Thank you for your compliment. The driver up front voluntarily stepped out to prevent disturbing Mr. Hua's conversation. Hua Yunyuan had a jade finger guard on his hand, shining brightly as it spun in his palm. Is Hua Heng planning any major moves recently? Yuzi swung her vegetables in hand. I'm off duty today. Less inquiry please. Not giving up, Hua Yunyuan continued. Foam Weilin deals in construction materials. Could Hua Heng be working on some tech material? Yuzi, well rested and cool, raised her phone, smiling more brilliantly than a flower. If you want to know, ask Hua Heng yourself. Her phone clearly showed a call lasting 10 minutes. Hua Yunyuan. The atmosphere grew awkward for a moment. Hua Heng broke the stalemate. Grandpa, if you have something to tell me, Yuzi is just my secretary. Meaning, she doesn't know. Hua Yunyuan, having lived so long, has never been made a fool of like this before. He wanted to light a cigarette after years of quitting. Nothing serious. Why didn't you come home this week? Hua Heng was doing something, his voice somewhat noisy. I'd make you unhappy if I came back, so I decided to go on vacation. These words made the old man even angrier, but he still endured. I'm your real grandson. How could I harm you? Don't end up like number 2 getting played. After saying this, he looked at the person next to him, as if Yuzi was that disaster-causing imperial concubine. Someone on the other end of the call shouted Hua Heng's name, so he said, I understand, Grandpa. I'll hang up now. Yuzi put her phone away and was about to open the car door but remembered something and turned back. Mr. Hua, loyalty is very important. Don't always think about this and that. Stay out of everything. Yuzi placed the watermelon in the fridge. Hua Heng sent her a location. Exploiter of capital, come to Pengwan. Pengwan has a large lake, and Hua Heng and Old Feng were sitting by the lakeside fishing under the sunshade umbrella, enjoying a leisurely time. Yuzi was still holding a watermelon. As soon as Old Feng saw her coming, the disappointment of not catching any fish disappeared instantly. Xiaozi has come over and sit here. Just as Yuzi sat down, the fishing rod moved. Foam Weilin laughed heartily as he reeled in the line with one smooth motion, hooking a plump big fish. He shook with laughter. Since Xiaozi has come, my luck doubles. Hua Heng glanced at Yuzi sitting next to him and said softly, elbow turns outward. Foam Weilin retorted, look at you, being so petty. To him, Hua Heng was a junior. Even though he rarely looked at his phone, he had heard quite a bit about Hua Heng. A young entrepreneur, handsome and debonair, these were his labels. Naturally, Foam Weilin wouldn't look down on him either. Hua Heng took a glance at Yuzi and said to Old Feng, I'm petty. Ask Yuzi if I pay her well. Yuzi cut open the watermelon. Hi. The boss really had a clever move. Foam Weilin tried a bite of the watermelon. This melon is really good. Before coming, Yuzi specially thought about bringing a gift, but what could Old Feng lack? Nothing. So she just brought the watermelon from the fridge. Apparently, it worked pretty well. As they were talking, another fish came up. Foam Weilin was delighted. This, Xiaozi sitting beside me, I will surely win against Hua Heng today. Hua Heng remained silent. Yuzi biting into the watermelon responded, good, Old Feng. For those who don't like fishing, sitting here was pure torment, and Yuzi didn't like it, yet she could sit for an entire afternoon. She shared funny things with Foam Weilin, talking all afternoon. Their relationship was easily established. By late afternoon, counting the fish, Old Feng won by just one. Foam Weilin walked ahead, his assistant carrying the bucket, with Yuzi and Hua Heng following behind. Hua Heng pinched her nape. Were you secretly cursing me in your heart? Yuzi shrunk her neck, ticklish. No, it's just that your skills aren't up to par. Hua Heng chuckled softly. How do you know my skills aren't good? Chapter 30, giving you ambiguous space. In the evening, Hua Heng and Yuzi had a free meal at Mr. Feng's place. Foam Weilin took out his carefully stored good wine. This fish is indeed more fragrant when you catch it yourself. Hua Heng nodded. That's true. He didn't particularly flatter Mr. Feng. Normal conversation was much more comfortable. Yuzi didn't like eating fish as there were too many bones. Just when she was feeling annoyed, another piece of meat was added to her bowl. Hua Heng whispered, no bones. Foam Weilin observed everything. When Yuzi left, he reminded her again, Little Z, come over often if you have time. Yuzi agreed, no problem, Mr. Feng. Since both of them had drunk alcohol, they couldn't drive and had to wait for Xiao Chen to pick them up. Hua Heng glanced sideways at Yuzi who was playing with her phone. I worked so hard this afternoon, and I'm not even as valuable as a watermelon. Mr. Feng didn't invite him but only asked Yuzi to visit more often. Yuzi put away her phone. That's because I'm charming. Xiao Chen saw them from afar, reached out to feel the temperature outside. It wasn't cold, so they could probably talk a bit longer. He waited a little longer before approaching. Look how thoughtful he was this time. It would be even better if the boss gave him a raise because of this. Yuzi yawned, feeling very sleepy. When Hua Heng called Chen was still eagerly waiting for praise. Did you park the car in the saw? Chen woke up from the praise, hearing the tone wasn't right. Boss, I'll be there soon. He felt angry inside, thinking his skill in reading between the lines really needed some improvement. Pengwan was far from Yuzi's apartment. On the way back, she fell asleep hazily, her her head leaning on Huaheng's shoulder. Chen kept his eyes straight ahead, not seeing and therefore not being disturbed. Half an hour later, Huaheng patted Yuzi's face. We're home. Yuzi rubbed her drowsy eyes. Okay. After the holiday, Xu Wan placed her design drawings in front of Yuzi. They were several small unique figurines. She curiously asked, is the company going to make a big move? Yuzi flipped through the designs and nodded. They hadn't yet started a cooperation with Feng Weilin, but Huaheng had already begun preparing, as if predicting that the other party would certainly agree. Xu Wan glanced at Yuzi. Assistant Yu, do you have a boyfriend? Yuzi set down the blueprints, relaxed and calm. Why are you asking? Xu Wan, how about I introduce you to someone? Just then, Huaheng came out of the office, still looking handsome. What are you talking about? Let me listen in. At that moment, Xu Wan figured out where she would spend her retirement. Yuzi handed the blueprints to Huaheng. These are the newly designed figurines. Boss, take a look. Xu Wan now wanted to shrink herself. She came with a mission, even though their company wasn't an entertainment one, gossiping hearts wouldn't lack. People in the design department said there was something going on between Director Hua and Assistant Yu, so they thought of this bad idea to test whether Director Hua would get jealous. Huaheng quickly skimmed through the draft, neither nodding nor shaking his head. This contract is yours. Yuzi choked slightly. This is a new project. Are you sure you want to hand it over to me? Huaheng, don't trust yourself. Yuzi picked up the manuscript. Yes. Their exchange was like scholars solving problems. Xu Wan simply couldn't follow or join in. Definitely something strange was going on. Only after Huaheng returned to his office did Xu Wan finally let out a sigh of relief. Yuzi pointed to the blueprint. You can design some tech-sense elements, such as space universes. She kept a few that satisfied her and gave the rest to Xu Wan for refinement. This collaboration made quite a stir. People in the industry had already seen from the previous banquet that Huaheng was planning a major move, and there were those surrounding Feng Weilin probing for information. Feng Weilin told them while playing tennis, that Huaheng guy just invites me fishing. I haven't heard anything about cooperation. Indomitable like oil and salt. Pengwan. Chen Kaisin collided head-on with Yuzi as she held things in her hands. The two stood at Mr. Feng's door to pay a visit. The gatekeeper opened the door. Our old man went out. He will be back shortly. The sun is strong outside. Come in quickly. Chen Kaisin deliberately walked in front. Yuzi stretched out her hand. Was she going to fight for position? How boring. Chen Kaisin treated this place like her home, wandering around. What is Uncle Feng busy with recently? Gatekeeper. He went to the company today. How long has Feng Weilin been without going to the company, practically giving all power to the newcomers? And why now? Her gaze swept over Yuzi. She believed it definitely had something to do with her. Yuzi drank a glass of water, glaring back. What are you staring at? Your eyeballs should fall out. Chen Kaisin. Between these two pairs of eyes, danger loomed. There was movement at the entrance. It was Feng Weilin returning. Chen Kaisin stood up immediately. Uncle Feng, you've finally returned. Feng Weilin was startled by the enthusiastic greeting. Why are the two of you here together? Yuzi, it's just a coincidence. Chen Kaisin chatted with Feng Weilin. I came specially to visit you today. As the only daughter of the Chen family and likely future inheritor of the Chen family's company, newly returned Chen Kaisin most needed networking opportunities. Feng Weilin wasn't a bad option. Yuzi quietly observed everything. Feng Weilin wasn't too fond of excessive enthusiasm and instead asked Yuzi with concern, are you not working today? Yuzi smiled gently. I am working, but I skipped. My boss skipped too. Feng Weilin burst out laughing at her words. After commanding businesses for so many years, how could he fail to see through Yuzi's thoughts? Yuzi rummaged through her bag and handed him some drawings. Do you think these plush toys are cute? Feng Weilin flipped through the pages in his hand as Chen Kaisin also leaned over. This artwork is indeed quite good. Yuzi, given that your house is filled with antiques, wouldn't it be interesting to place a high-tech gadget among them? She spoke in an inquiring tone, leaving the decision entirely up to old Mr. Feng himself. Feng Weilin set the sketches aside. Huaheng really had wasted no time, already planning everything out before even finalizing the contract. Chen Kaisin's calculations had already begun. She had guessed what Yuzi was going to do. Was Huaheng's next big move perhaps an AI-powered plush toy? Feng Weilin took a sip of tea. Let's not talk about this first. Tell me something interesting that's been happening recently. Yuzi immediately replied, how much do you know about Ximeng? Feng Weilin, that bastard son of Xi family? Ximeng never imagined he'd be seen as such a troublemaker by others. Yuzi nodded. He recently got into trouble with a young journalist, causing him to stumble. Last week at the press conference, that journalist slapped him, and fearing embarrassment, Ximeng kept the news suppressed. Ximeng, you're so high class, treating me as a joke. Feng Weilin, won't his father thrash him for this? Chapter 31, turns out it's the sour smell of love. Chen Kaisin sat awkwardly to the side. She didn't know much about domestic entertainment, so she found it hard to join the conversation. Her dislike for Yuzi increased a little more. Although she couldn't fully understand the discussion, she still smiled and tried her best to follow along. Shuju handed over the designed program to Huaheng. Boss, take a look if there are any issues. Huaheng pointed at the program. Can this artificial intelligence imitate human voices? Shuju shook his head. This requires extraction and loading. If we have the original voice, there won't be a problem. Huaheng leaned back in his chair. This function must be included. If my memory serves me right, Feng Weilin once had a childhood sweetheart. The two were deeply in love and pledged their troth to each other, but unexpectedly, the girl fell ill and passed away. Since then, Feng Weilin never married. An emotional card is a good starting point. Yuzi spent a great deal of time explaining. Finally, old Feng looked toward the drawings on the table. In terms of solely being an AI, there's already too much of it on the market. Nowadays, there are countless artificial intelligences. Huaheng can't just rely on cute dolls looking good to make money. Ding. Yuzi glanced at her phone and smirked. Innovation is the trend of development in this era. If it's merely a collaboration for a voice assistant, it lacks sincerity. Feng Weilin accepted the draft, indicating that it was within his consideration range. Yuzi glanced at her watch. It was almost 5 o'clock, and she was anxious to go home. As soon as she returned to the office, she received a call from Rome University inviting Huaheng to attend the university's 60th anniversary celebration. Yuzi took a sip of water and leaned against the counter in the coffee room. This depends on our boss's schedule. The party from Rome University was very courteous. Our computer science department has produced many talented people, and the students all look up to Central Worry Group. Coincidentally, it was graduation season, and Rome University seemed to have invited leaders from various tech companies. I understand. I will let you know once we've confirmed. After hanging up the phone, Huaheng came back in just as he saw Yuzi in the coffee room. His eyes lit up with amusement. Slacking off during work hours? Yuzi picked up her phone. I've just changed my working spot. Huaheng called her to come to his office. After drinking some water, Yuzi pressed her lips together and grabbed her pen and notebook, acting like a well-behaved student entering. What do you need, boss? Today, Yuzi wore a slim suit. The white t-shirt inside highlighted her figure perfectly. Her shirt was tucked into short pants which gave her an excellent waistline. Her legs were long and straight, shining brightly. Meanwhile, she wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses, creating an indescribable allure. Huaheng chuckled lightly. How did your cooperation with old Feng go? Yuzi put away her notebook. In 2 days, I haven't even infiltrated the enemy yet. The air conditioner in the office was blowing. Huaheng felt parched. He drank some water to calm himself down. Then you need to step it up. Yuzi nodded, recalling something. Rome University invited you to participate in their 60th anniversary celebration. Huaheng responded nonchalantly. I'm not a student of Rome University. Although he wasn't a student there, as a young entrepreneur, representing new forces, Rome University knew how to choose its guests. Yuzi tilted her head. Will you go or not? Go. Before going home, Yuzi informed the Rome University administration, who was so thrilled they could barely contain themselves. They even mentioned their gratitude when they hung up. Yuzi tidied her desk and waited obediently for the clock to hit the end of the day. Shu Wan arrived at the last minute with revised blueprints. You assistant, here's the modified one, take a look. Yuzi received it and said, all right, I'll review it tomorrow, let's go home. Ah, who would have thought that you assistant lacked such ambition? She looked exactly like a strong-willed woman otherwise. Shu Wan followed behind. You assistant, Huelwan keeps asking me what I'm secretly doing. Being seasoned professionals, Shu Wan realized that day when you assistant deliberately avoided mentioning design diagrams in front of Huelwan meant she didn't want Huelwan knowing. Stepping into the elevator, Yuzi pressed the basement floor. Then you need to think carefully. Shu Wan felt like a spy, immediately gaining momentum. Rest assured, I'll definitely protect this secret. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Huaheng's office was still brilliantly lit. His fingers gently tapped the keyboard while Shuju stood nearby like a model student. Once Huaheng finished, Shuju started flattery. No wonder you're the senior, you're impressive. With the issue of voice processing dealt with, the algorithmic program for the artificial intelligence was mostly complete. All that was left was refinement and modifications, as well as finding the most critical construction material cooperation partner. Huaheng glanced outside. The lights in the opposite building were out, but looking at his own office exterior, there was still a light glowing on the secretary's desk. He pulled out his phone and called Yuzi. At 10 o'clock at night, after just finishing chatting with old Feng, Yuzi stretched lazily before picking up the phone, adjusting her tone. The number you dialed cannot be connected temporarily. If you have anything, please leave a message after the beep. Huaheng held a lit cigarette, the tobacco burning steadily. After finishing his code, he usually smoked, however, rarely did he laugh. Shuju shook his head and continued to check their work. Are you in for some hot pot? Yuzi returned her voice to normal. Location. Huaheng thought that Shimeng had really found a gem of a guide. This young journalist always seemed to find the best spots, a truly versatile navigator. Yuzi nodded remotely. 20 minutes, be there on time. After extinguishing the remaining half-cigarette, Huaheng closed his laptop. Shuju, I'll leave this with you. I'm off. Sure thing, boss. After Huaheng left, Shuju sniffed the air around. It wasn't the smell of tobacco. Oh, it was the sour odor of love. The location of the hot pot restaurant was cleverly placed, right across from the Hua Tower, where lights blazed in several offices. Yuzi and Huaheng sat by a window, overlooking the situation clearly. Boss, are you here just to watch the show? Huaheng ordered their pot base, then handed over the menu to Yuzi. Let's order food first, and then we'll watch them. A server glanced between the two of them, wondering if they were celebrities. Yuzi added an order of fried meatballs and said thank you. Ever since Huaju took away the contract last time, there hadn't been further trouble. Even Huaju kept quiet for a while. Yuzi wondered aloud, is the minigame about to go online? Why are they so busy? Relaxing casually against the sofa, Heng didn't glance towards the Hua building but stared intently at Yuzi instead. Their standard is barely there. Their technology isn't up to par, and the pre-launch announcement went out days ago. There's been an issue with the game, so they're fixing bugs all night long. The Hua group was simply mediocre, and with Huaju rushing everything, it caused more harm than good. The hot pot base came up bubbling. Yuzi tipped in some beef. We already told them not to get greedy. Everyone has their area of expertise. Heng asked, then how do you think about my technical skills? After quickly cooking the tripe, Yuzi said, of course our boss's technical ability is top-notch. Getting the answer he wanted, Heng pushed his bowl toward Yuzi. The piece of tripe from her chopsticks landed in his bowl. She felt a mix of emotions. In the crowded hot pot restaurant, the steam filled the air, making the room lively. Yuzi ate until her mouth swelled, only then turning her attention back. She saw a few employees from Hua Tower walking into the restaurant after work. I heard that Going Group was supposed to cooperate with Central Worry initially, but now they're dealing with us. My university education wasn't that great. I crammed for knowledge recently. I was studying C programming languages late last night. It's amazing. Yuzi shook her head, constantly listening to these complaints. Chapter 32, Let's see who's better. Huaju, having grown up without much adversity and not allowing others to defy him, was now in a rush because he probably heard about Heng's new moves, which made him anxious. In their circle, Heng's reputation has mixed reviews. Some people say he is cunning and unscrupulous, using any means necessary. Heng, laughing so hard that his teeth hurt. Which businessman isn't crafty or scheming? Of course, there are also those who approve of him, acknowledging Heng as someone who's got talent. These words might go unnoticed by outsiders, but they grated on Huaju. Why should all the good things be said about Heng when he himself is a Hua family member? A server brought over yogurt. Here's our complimentary gift for you too. Yuzi said thank you, her bottle cap already twisted off and passed in front of her. Server, this hot pot smells amazing. The coolness of the yogurt relieved the spiciness of the hot pot, leaving Yuzi satisfied as she gathered her things to leave. Heng settled the bill, and they left together. Wait. Heng stopped her, turning Yuzi's face with one hand, his thumb gently wiping away something. Though it was an extremely intimate gesture, his expression remained perfectly composed. Yuzi, did your mouth leak? Yogurt's everywhere. Yuzi's blushing face returned to normal instantly. Couldn't you just tell me? Heng took out a handkerchief, neatly wiped his hands, and casually threw it into the trash can. Afraid you didn't see, so I wiped it for you. Yuzi rolled her eyes. Thanks, boss. Under the heavy night sky, Yuzi patted her belly and strolled around the street with Heng. Shuju worked very efficiently. The voice assistant could now simulate Qingmai Feng Weilin's voice. Yuzi set off with the plan for Pengwan. Upon arriving, the housekeeper informed her, Mr. Feng went to the horsefield with Mr. Hua today. Yuzi, my boss. The housekeeper hesitated for a moment, looking slightly embarrassed. Mr. Hua from Hua Corporation. Yuzi thanked her and stood in the sun at the entrance searching for Hua Corporation's minigame, which had been launched overnight with significant promotion. No wonder it was so quiet today. She tended to act directly and had already dialed Mr. Feng's number. Feng Weilin was about to mount when he saw it was Yuzi and picked up. Little Z, you're in Pengwan? Yuzi asked for the specific location. Keep riding, I'll come shortly. Arriving at the horsefield, Yuzi glanced around and noticed Huaju trailing behind Feng Weilin, afraid to overtake him. What a coward. Yuzi sneered. After completing one lap, both were drenched in sweat. Feng Weilin gasped for breath, dismounted, removed his gloves, and sighed, being young sure is great. Huaju followed closely, you're young too. His gaze swept over Yuzi standing to the side before continuing his conversation with Feng Weilin. Is there something troubling you lately? Feng Weilin took the damp towel and wiped his sweat. Who says you need troubles to ride horses? Yuzi wasn't sure what tricks Huaju was up to, but her instincts told her it wasn't good. She stayed silent, listening to their conversation beside Feng Weilin. After they finished talking, Feng Weilin suddenly realized, why does little Z want to come to the horsefield? Yuzi felt it wasn't suitable to discuss business under these circumstances and was about to speak when a clear voice came from behind her. Wasn't Grandpa Feng's ride satisfactory? The woman dismounted gracefully, removed her riding helmet, and smiled broadly. Oh, Secretary Yu. Yuzi counted the number of people present, 4 of them, just enough for a game of mahjong. Feng Weilin nodded, good horse. Chen Kaisin beamed proudly, this is my father's newest purchase, an imported breed from abroad, called, she thought for a long time but couldn't remember. Yuzi touched her nose, it's a Dutch warm blood. Chen Kaisin glared at her, as if you know everything. Feng Weilin seemed genuinely surprised, did you know about horses too, little Z? Yuzi saw this as her chance to speak and stepped forward, I know a little. I've ridden before while overseas. Feng Weilin's old childlike grin appeared, are you good at it? Yuzi, fairly skilled. At such times, confidence is crucial. There's no room for hesitation, establishing the company's corporate culture well. Feng Weilin admired Yuzi's demeanor, feeling she possessed the spirit of being equally capable as men. Still holding the whip in her hand, Chen Kaisin became interested, then let's have a race. Yuzi clenched her fists tightly, wanting to curse, glaring at Chen Kaisin. Inwardly seething, cursing herself for coming to do business and getting dragged into this nonsense. Chen Kaisin acted oblivious. What? Are you scared? Yuzi forced a smile but snorted inwardly. Alright then. Feng Weilin watched the spectacle nearby, didn't expect the two of you to be so fierce. I'll have to sit in the best audience seat. Yuzi went to change clothes first when a video call from her boss popped up. She hadn't put her hat on properly yet, her hair loosely falling down, a messily charming look. Boss, please instruct. Through the video, Huaheng could feel Yuzi's impatience. How did you end up at the West Suburbs horsefield? Yuzi, you know all this? Huaheng turned the camera and it showed the golf course at West Suburbs. Boss, instead of going to work you go play golf. Huaheng sat on the couch as the camera turned toward Fu Shijun who was playing. I'm doing business. Doing business with his good friend, that's interesting. Outside the locker room, Chen Kaisin knocked on the door. Yuzi, are you ready? Are you scared? Yuzi rolled her eyes. Boss, I can't talk to you now. When I come out, I'll show Chen Kaisin what real danger in society is like. When she spoke, she clenched her fists, looking like a cute little dog. Huaheng hung up the call and took off his gloves. Shijun, let's discuss our next cooperation after we finish this project with Mr. Feng. Fu Shijun scored a hole-in-one. What are you going for? Huaheng shook his hand. I'm here to watch a show. To be honest, Yuzi's horse riding skills are nothing impressive, but she will surely win. She has one flaw, she's a bit crazy. Yuzi chose a white Arabian horse. The staff helped lead it out, asking her, do you really know how to ride? Always felt like this person isn't reliable. Yuzi effortlessly mounted the horse, gripping the reins. Don't worry, I am quite skilled. Her smile mesmerized the staff. She's truly beautiful. The racetrack is large, with a tent above making it cool. The rules are simple, whoever returns to the starting point first after 3 laps wins. Both were prepared. Feng Weilin saw Huaheng walking over led by the staff. Huaheng was dressed in a polo shirt and a white baseball cap. Obviously he just came from the adjacent golf course. Feng Weilin chuckled lightly. This horse field feels almost luxurious today. Chapter 33, The Heat of His Gaze. Upon hearing Mr. Feng's words, Huaheng dared not take the credit himself for being a golden individual. He sat beside Mr. Feng and said, I heard from Xiaozi that there's going to be a horse race, so I came over to take a look. Mr. Feng Weilin's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he remarked, you seem particularly concerned about your secretary. Huaheng didn't deny it, instead his eyes revealed a meaningful smile. I'm not concerned about her, I'm concerned about this fine horse. Oh, Mr. Feng asked doubtfully, can Xiaozi not ride horses? But she had seemed so confident just moments ago. Huaheng, with his legs crossed casually, replied leisurely, well then, you'd better watch closely. In the audience seats, Huaju naturally spotted his third brother. Feeling the juice he was drinking halfway tasteless, he set down his cup. Mr. Feng understood well the rivalry between the brothers of affluent families and had no intention of playing peacemaker. He quietly observed the two in the horse arena. Chen Kaisin was dressed and ready, looking spirited, with a glance full of disdain towards Yuzi. The staff led Yuzi's horse to the starting position. Yuzi turned her head and noticed her boss sitting next to Mr. Feng. She waved slightly to greet him. Huaheng remained unmoved. She was putting on airs. The air at the horse arena was not great. Yuzi scanned the terrain briefly, finding a few hurdles. She patted the horse's neck. Good treasure, whether or not sister can win today all depends on you. Chen Kaisin heard her words clearly and smirked lightly, last-minute cramming. Yuzi smiled falsely. Do you need to meddle with this? Did you study abroad at the Pacific Ocean and become a police officer by chance? When it came to banter, Chen Kaisin was no match for Yuzi, so she endured it and decided to show her skills on the field. With the whistle blowing, the two fine horses galloped out from the starting point along the designated track. Chen Kaisin was temporarily leading, frequently visiting the arena for riding, making her familiar with both the venue and the horse's temperament, so running was quite easy for her. In the stands, Huaheng wasn't nervous, but Mr. Feng looked slightly anxious. He and Yuzi had known each other for some time now. They were nearly like a forgotten age confidant. It was natural for an old friend to worry about a young one. Mulling over his thoughts, he asked, will Xiaozi lose this? As Huaheng was about to open his mouth, Huju joined in. She is only getting used to the horse arena. After all, it was her first time at the Shijiao side, so Yuzi was unfamiliar with the location. At this, Huaheng lightly tapped his knee with his fingers. Was his elder brother seeking existence? Mr. Feng Weilin asked, do you know? Finally having the opportunity to speak with Mr. Feng, Huju's mood brightened. Xiaozi rode before at the Blues, I met her several times, and her horsemanship isn't bad. Hearing this, Mr. Feng was reassured and redirected his attention back to the horse arena during the second lap. Yuzi held the reins tightly, squeezed her legs together, and the horse instantly leaped over the barrier. Under her command, the speed increased, and they were merely 100 meters away from Chen Kaisin. Since the arena was elliptical, Yuzi had no intention of slowing down when turning around and directly rushed forward. In that instant, Chen Kaisin felt something fly overhead, even the dust of the arena was stirred up. Instinctively covering her eyes, she realized Yuzi was already ahead of her. Her face immediately fell as she attempted to catch up, but the person ahead showed no signs of slowing down. Was she crazy? Mr. Feng was also worried. Falling off the horse might very well result in broken legs. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and the outcome of the competition moved everyone. Seeing her wild demeanor, Huaheng had the urge to smoke again. On the final lap, the decisive circle, Yuzi was feeling exceptionally good and marveled at how obedient the horse was. She glanced back at Chen Kaisin. She was only measuring the distance between them, but to Chen Kaisin, this appeared as naked mockery. Regardless of car racing or other extreme competitions, glancing back implied mocking the slowness of the opponent. The finish line was within reach. Yuzi held the rein tightly, the horse raised its forelegs, and she turned to face the rushing Chen Kaisin head-on. At that moment, Yuzi seemed radiant, as if a Wonder Woman clad in armor. The wind swept through her disheveled hair as she raced across the arena, fierce yet undeniably beautiful. Huaheng was satisfied. Yuzi dismounted gracefully, and the staff noticed her flushed cheeks and handed her a wet towel. Even though it was due to the heat, she resembled a water-laden lotus flower, utterly enchanting. For a while, they were completely transfixed. Yuzi handed the rein to the staff member. Hold on to it. Dazedly, the person took it. Mr. Feng stood up first to applaud. Good. Very good. This reminds me of Mulan. Yuzi removed her hat, letting her hair fall loosely. Thank you for your praise, Mr. Feng. I'll go change clothes first. In the changing room, Yuzi just took off her riding jacket when the door opened. Looking back, it was Huaheng. She pointed to the sign on the door. Boss, this is the women's locker room. Huaheng acted as if he hadn't heard and walked right next to her. He gripped her wrist forcefully, revealing the red marks on her palm despite wearing gloves, testimony to the strength she had applied earlier. Yuzi's eyes sparkled with laughter. Boss, what are you doing? It seemed she was deliberately teasing him, her tone laced with coquettishness. Huaheng let go of her hand, his anger dissipating by a large margin. Why do you have nothing better to do than this? Yuzi entered the cubicle with her clothes. Isn't this for a good impression on Mr. Feng? Let him know that he has no choice but to agree with this cooperation, and I won't stop until I achieve my goal. Huaheng sat down on a chair. The space below the cubicle was open, and he could see Yuzi's pale feet stepping on the carpet, revealing her elegant ankles. June was approaching, and the weather was getting hotter. He got up and left the changing room. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Huaju. Huaju glanced between the changing room and Huaheng, as if he had uncovered some secret. What could Huaheng be up to going into the women's locker room with Yuzi? Huaju mocked. Grandpa won't let you mess around with a woman of unknown origins. Chapter 34. How about a Lamborghini? The word GAO, a Chinese slang term for to have affairs, was repeatedly chewed over by Huaheng, leading to his sour mood. What does my business have to do with the old man? Do you think I am you? Needing to rely on marriage alliances to solidify his own position. Even if Huaheng didn't say it, Huaqu already knew what was coming next. Why had he been recently getting so close to Chen Kaisin? It wasn't hard to see through. Huaqu shot back defiantly. Huaheng, don't think you're so great just because you've separated from the Hua family. The old man has eaten more salt than they've eaten rice. No one can predict the old man's next move. Huaheng's eyes were full of amusement. I do think I'm pretty great. As for you, better try harder. The old man is getting up there in age, he won't have much time left to worry about you. Just as he finished speaking, the door to the changing room opened. Yuzi came out after changing her clothes. Because it was too hot, she tied her hair into a ponytail, looking refreshingly pure. And since the room wasn't soundproof and Huaheng was standing right outside, their conversation carried clearly to her ears. She rolled her eyes at Huaqu but smiled brightly at Huaheng. Boss, let's go. As soon as their figures disappeared completely, Huaqu clenched his fists tightly. Dealing with Huaheng was like punching soft mud, no real impact, yet leaving him dirty all over. Mr. Feng sat in the lounge area. The air here was good, making it perfect for an afternoon rest. Yuzi went over and plopped down unceremoniously. How was my horsemanship just now? Feng Weilin removed his sunglasses with his index finger and, looking at Yuzi's joyful face, gave her a thumbs up. Very impressive. But judging from Huaheng's expression, I'd say you're not actually very skilled at horse riding. Was he influenced lately by Yuzi, or was it something else entirely? His curiosity was growing worse every day. His gaze darted between them as if trying to bore holes. Yuzi's heart suddenly froze but did not look toward Huaheng. Instead, she took a sip of the iced fruit juice that had just been served, feeling refreshed both mentally and physically. Inside though, she was in turmoil. This question wasn't from Huaheng, and naturally, she didn't plan to explain anything, glancing calmly at Huaheng. Yuzi moistened her lips with a trace of juice. I fell off a horse once before and injured myself badly, taking 100 days to recover. All work during that period was handled by my boss. He probably worries I might fall again, which could interfere with work. Mr. Feng seemed to understand everything clearly in his heart. Leaning back in his chair, he remarked, I really can't figure out how you young people think. Chen Kaisin had also changed her clothes after losing the match. Her gaze landed on Yuzi, and the sight irritated her no end. Since there were too many people around today, it wasn't suitable for discussing work. Mr. Feng was obviously enjoying life, and bringing up work would ruin everyone's mood. Yuzi understood this, but Chen Kaisin didn't. Sitting nearby, Chen Kaisin said, Old Feng, are you interested in the land to the east? Before she could finish, Feng Weilin raised his index finger, signaling silence. Chen Kaisin swallowed her pride, biting down on her straw and remaining quiet thereafter. The afternoon ended quietly this way. After leaving the stable, Yuzi asked Feng Weilin how he had arrived. Feng's butler was already waiting at the gate. Yuzi's intention to send him off had been thwarted. Huaheng stood beside her. You can't drop off Mr. Feng, so why don't you take me home instead? A staff member from the stables brought over the car, handing the keys to Yuzi before leaving. Getting inside, the car's AC quickly cooled down her heated body. Seatbelt, she reminded. A Ferrari zoomed past them. It was Chen Kaisin's car. Compared to it, Yuzi's Beetle seemed rather small time. Heng asked teasingly, how about the company gets you a Lamborghini? Yuzi started the car. Enough. I go to work to earn money, not show off wealth. No work-related matters were resolved, but she had spent an exhausting afternoon. Collapsing against the seat, she couldn't even muster the energy to move. Meanwhile, at the golf course on the west outskirts, Fu Shijun emerged afterward. Little Chen approached, looking around left and right. Mr. Fu, where's our boss? Fu Shijun replied, he should have gone home. Only when Little Chen made a phone call did he find out their boss had returned home with Miss Yu's help. Chapter 35. Really annoying. After going through the bloody storms at the horse ranch, Mr. Feng chose to stay indoors and he was actually planning to retire anyway, so naturally, he felt irritated by all those who came looking for him. Yuzi didn't dare to disturb him too much. Once he got angry, not only would cooperation be out of the question, but their friendship might also be ruined. Therefore, her attitude towards Chen Kaisin was also quite unfriendly. If it weren't for her, could Mr. Feng have pretended to be sick? Li Guo saw Yuzi come in and stopped her. You assistant, there's a courier package for the president here. Yuzi said thanks and went upstairs. She opened it and found an invitation letter for Rome's anniversary celebration, the exquisite craftsmanship revealing its thoughtfulness. Yuzi placed the documents that needed to be signed today along with the invitation letter on Heng's desk and then stepped out. Ju Lin sent her a message. What's up with your boss? Seen walking together with Meng Ranqin. In the photo, the two had just come out from somewhere, one in front of the other, like a couple taking a walk after dinner. Meng Ranqin wore a delighted smile on her face. Yuzi replied, I really don't know about this. She identified the location. It should be the school district housing. What are you looking at? Heng appeared out of nowhere. As he lowered his head to take a closer look, the phone had already locked the screen. Yuzi corrected herself and resumed her secretary posture. There's Rome University's anniversary tomorrow. I've put all the documents that need processing today on your desk. Heng straightened his suit. Oh. He took 2 steps and then came back. Little secretary, you don't seem happy. Yuzi twitched at the corners of her mouth. Nope. Heng smiled and said, good then. Meanwhile, on the other side, Meng Ranqin's agent hesitated somewhat. Is this really good? Heng is a good friend of Mr. Shi. It was just coincidental yesterday. Heng went out to eat and happened to meet their high school teacher who invited them over for a visit. Meng Ranqin recently didn't have many shows, but she needed to stay in the public eye, so she planned to visit her high school teacher. The two teams met together. In fact, Shi Meng was also there afterward, but the paparazzi didn't capture him. Although this situation differed significantly from the original plan, one must admit that Heng's presence gave the news significant appeal. International supermodel Meng Ranqin suspected to live together with a mysterious man. This piece of news directly made it onto the trending list, not because of anything else but primarily due to Heng's good looks and his mysterious identity, which quickly ignited interest. Meng Ranqin was cutting her nails. This has nothing to do with us. Isn't this a problem of the paparazzi? She was glad to see the result unfold. Agent, aren't the paparazzi ones we hired? Although Zhongyu isn't an entertainment company, many female employees knew Hu General. Really? Hu Chief and Meng Ranqin? They're a mismatch. But I liked active CP. Does my house collapse now? Hu Wan didn't believe in this news. If they were to get together, they would have done so earlier. However, at least her brother hadn't been rumored to be dating Yu Zi, making her happy. This brought her some motivation for work. After Heng finished reviewing the documents, he chuckled coldly and called Yu Zi, hold a meeting for all departments. All right. In the meeting room, several department heads dared not even breathe deeply. The president was normally cold enough, but now he looked like a live Yama, Lord of Hell. Could it be that he didn't sleep well last night? A few people looked at Yu Zi pleadingly. Yu Zi shrugged. I truly don't know what's wrong with him. Heng slightly loosened his tie, and a manager suddenly felt as if the boss was going to beat him to death with this tie. Software development. What does development mean? Is it letting you dig with excavators in the fields? Take a look at what you've developed. I can find something similar in the market easily with a 60% match rate. What are your brains used for? Were you all focused on the gossip today? Isn't today's gossip precisely about Heng? Turns out his mind was elsewhere while he was stuck in the cubicle. There was only shallow breathing in the meeting room. Heng pointed at the document. Am I being paid too little? Or is the food in the canteen bad? The manager in charge of development shivered despite the absence of air conditioning in the meeting room. Heng leaned lazily against the chair. Yu Zi, send these documents down and redo them. All right. Yu Zi glanced at the departments and passed each one around accordingly. Only the design department wasn't mentioned, giving Shu Wan some relief. After the meeting ended, where would anyone dare to say a word of gossip inside the company? Everyone was working diligently. Yu Zi exhaled. Previously tangled up by Meng Ranqin, he didn't get angry, but why was he so upset today? Chapter 36. The boss can go on a blind date. Something's off, definitely off. During lunch, Shu Wan sat in front of Yu Zi with her dish, looked around, and made sure no one was there before asking. You assistant, what's wrong with the boss today? Could it be he ate something bad? Yu Zi took a bite of green beans, also confused. I'm not sure either, probably because of today's scandal. Shu Wan, chopsticks in hand, played the part of modern-day Sherlock Holmes. I don't think so. If I remember correctly, during last year's annual meeting, Meng Ranqin's eyes were glued to the boss. Back then, people in the company gossiped about it, But the boss didn't seem angry at all. Yuzi's thoughts traced back to that night. That night, she hadn't been nice to Meng Ranqin, and from the outside, it had looked like jealousy. But when she saw the scandal today, what did the boss ask? Are you unhappy? She said no. Could it be because of that? Yuzi took a bite of rice, thinking that Huaheng's thoughts wouldn't drift like this, would they? Did he want her to be unhappy upon seeing the scandal? Yuzi put down her chopsticks and framed her question. Shu Wn, let me ask you something. Suppose a male college student is walking with his female classmate, and then his childhood friend shows up and tells them to have fun. The boy gets angry afterward. Why do you think that is? Shu Wn stroked her chin, putting down her chopsticks. This guy must like his childhood friend. Because his childhood friend clearly doesn't care about him walking with other girls, of course, he'd get upset. Yuzi. Shu Wn eyed Yuzi carefully. You assistant, why are you suddenly asking this? Curiosity. After finishing lunch, Yuzi brought a boxed meal for Huaheng. Huaheng was taking a nap in the office, seemingly exhausted after the morning's meeting. Yuzi placed the meal on the table and glanced again at Huaheng lying on the sofa. With such good looks, it's a pity he isn't a star. The afternoon light shone on his face, prompting Yuzi to retrieve the remote from the drawer and close the curtains before leaving. Mr. Feng called her, instructing her to take the contract to Rongchen Construction Materials that afternoon. Rongchen Construction Materials was large in scale. Unlike major companies located downtown, this place was more secluded. However, Yuzi knew appearances could be deceiving, just as with people, so could companies. Trucks loaded with materials surrounded the construction material city. Wearing heels, Yuzi walked quite far before reaching the office area. At the front desk, after registration, she apologized. There's a power outage at the material city today, so. She seemed somewhat embarrassed. Yuzi shook her head. No problem, I'll take the stairs. Even without electricity, there would naturally be generators running. It was clear Mr. Feng was testing her. Thankfully, Yuzi exercised regularly, which prevented her from becoming breathless upon climbing. Mr. Feng was sitting in his office fanning himself when he saw Yuzi come in, gesturing for her to approach. In comparison to the outside, the interior decoration of the office was vastly different. Feng Weilin's obvious happiness was visible. Sit down quickly, we're waiting for one more person. He glanced at his watch. This person is almost late. Yuzi felt drenched in sweat, making her feel even more uncomfortable sitting on the leather sofa. By 3 in the afternoon, the other person still hadn't arrived, and Feng Weilin decided not to wait anymore. He seemed to have foreseen the outcome as he looked at Yuzi. Let me hear it, what innovations does Huaheng bring? Yuzi took out her phone and turned on the recording function. Listen to our newly loaded voice system first. The recording played a dialogue, simulating an artificial intelligence exchange. But the voice of the assistant turned out to be the same tone as Feng Weilin's childhood friend. His eyes widened slightly in surprise, and he patiently listened while unconsciously gripping his fan tightly. Yuzi knew Huaheng had placed a good bet. Feng Weilin was someone who cherished the past. When the recording ended, Yuzi dimmed her screen and began explaining her concept. You've seen the plush toys, they represent the trend among young people today. The outer appearance can enhance sales, which is an advantage. Additionally, this artificial intelligence allows users to customize their own voice settings ahead of time, playing on nostalgia. A window was open in the office, letting in the smell of construction materials outside, not pleasant at all. Occasionally, warm wind blew in, bringing restlessness with it. Yet, Yuzi spoke calmly until she finished. Then she took out the contract and placed it in front of Mr. Feng. If you've made up your mind, once the power comes back on, production here can begin. Feng Weilin glanced at the contract on the table, set aside his fan. People from Zhongyo really live up to their reputation. Though retired, Feng Weilin had heard a lot about Yuzi. Most of the words weren't flattering, but upon witnessing her working attitude today, he understood where those words came from, jealousy. His assistant took over the contract, flipping through it carefully to confirm that the cooperation terms and amounts were correct. Feng Weilin picked up the pen and signed. Just after signing, the power came back on. The hum of the air conditioner starting relieved the heat building on Yuzi. She took the contract, stood up, and extended her hand. Mr. Feng, it's been a pleasure to cooperate. Feng Weilin shook her hand back. Pleasure, this is my last contract before retirement, so don't let me down, alright? Yuzi revealed a bright smile. You can count on that. Feng Weilin took a sip of water, his eyes filled with curiosity. Tell me, what's all the gossip about Huaheng? Yuzi thought, isn't this topic switching too fast? I'm not quite sure about this, but my boss doesn't like her. This news might have been orchestrated by Meng Ranqin, but Yuzi also felt that after being rejected so many times, she shouldn't be fooling herself anymore. Feng Weilin nodded. I think Huaheng doesn't like her either. By the way, how old is Huaheng anyway? Yuzi, 28 years old. Feng Weilin tutted. It's time for him to get married. Does he have someone in mind? He couldn't help but observe Yuzi's expression after asking. Speaking of a woman that Huaheng liked, no one could really think of any. He always had plenty of admirers around, but he showed no interest in anyone. Yuzi was shaken inwardly, as if something deep inside her heart began stirring. Her heart felt like boiling water under the sun, bubbling up but too hot to touch. Yuzi shook her head. Seems not. Feng Weilin sighed. That boy must have high standards. Tell him from me, when you like someone, move fast and chase them. Don't end up like me, living alone forever. Yuzi sipped some cool tea to quell her emotions. They chatted for a while longer, and Yuzi's body finally cooled down. It was time to return to the company. Mr. Feng watched her leave and remarked, "This young lady does have perseverance. By the way, what did Miss Chen say?" The assistant replied, "She said it's too hot today, she'll come tomorrow." Feng Weilin chuckled softly, girls from wealthy families are indeed different. "Alright, let's pack up. Tell everyone I'll be taking a vacation in the Maldives soon." Yuzi buckled her seatbelt in her Beetle. Her mind was still replaying Mr. Feng's words, Huaheng should start thinking about blind dates. But why a blind date? Her boss's career has just started, there's no rush. Driving back to the office, Yuzi handed over the contract to Huaheng, mission accomplished. Huaheng showed his first genuine smile of the day, "Great job. What reward do you want?" Yuzi hesitated for a moment, "Let's save it for now, I'll tell you when I think of something." Chapter 37, Endless Entanglement. When Chen Kaisin went to see old Feng the next morning, she was told that he had gone to the Maldives. She pointed at the busy staff in the building materials city and asked, "Then what are they doing?" The assistant beside Feng Weilin adjusted his glasses seriously. Yesterday a contract was signed with Zhongyu, and today the work began. Upon hearing this, Chen Kaisin opened her mouth wide and her voice unconsciously rose. "What? Old Feng signed a contract with Zhongyu?" "Yes." Sitting in the car, Chen Kaisin muttered, "What tricks did Yuzi pull again?" Yuzi, who was in the office, sneezed twice. Was someone talking about her? She hadn't even sat on the chair for 10 minutes when Huaheng called her to pick out clothes. He wasn't satisfied with the few suits he picked himself. Yuzi worked hard and drove to Huaheng's house. This is a man who owns an entire villa, and Yuzi even thought it was wasteful for him to live alone. When buying the house, Huaheng asked her, "Guess why I bought such a big house?" "Why?" "There were 7 or 8 bedrooms alone." Huaheng smiled and said, "If I'm unhappy today, I'll just sleep in another room." Yuzi. Huaheng's wardrobe was large, filled with various suits. Yuzi picked up a wine red one which looked rather seductive and compared it. "Boss, when did you buy this?" Huaheng leaned against the wardrobe. Shimon bought it. He said it was buy one get one free, so he gave me a set. Yuzi remembered Shimon wearing the wine red suit at his ex-girlfriend's wedding. He outshone the bride. After circling around the wardrobe, Yuzi stuck her head out. "Aren't all these suits the same? What was there to choose?" Huaheng said, "It's the same principle as choosing lipstick. They might look similar, but in fact, they're very different." Yuzi looked at the weather and saw a pink suit. Taking it out, "Boss, since we're going to the university, why don't you wear something younger?" Her eyes clearly held some teasing. Huaheng flicked her forehead. "I'm old, I'm not suitable for pink." Yuzi inwardly wondered, what would boss look like in pink? In the end, she still chose black, a material that wasn't thick. And since the anniversary event was being held in the school auditorium, it wouldn't be too hot. When Huaheng wore the outfit, it gave off a sense of abstinence. Yuzi effortlessly helped him tie his tie, then patted the boss's chest muscles. "That's it." Huaheng gripped her wrist. "Don't grope." Yuzi, like a cat stealing fish, said, "All right, all right." The car had already stopped downstairs, and Xiao Chen opened the door, feeling like they were sending someone off to a marriage ceremony. Rome University's celebration was lively. Some people heard that Huaheng from Zhongyu was coming, and their jaws almost dropped. The volunteers inside the school auditorium gathered together to discuss. The person who appeared in the same photo as Meng's sister last time must be Mr. Hu, right? Just seeing his profile makes me think he's handsome. I searched his information, there aren't many photos. Maybe he's one of those guys whose charm comes from the atmosphere. As they were speaking, Ji Yusai came in, and Lu Ting greeted him. "Ji Yusai, have you met their president at Zhongyu?" Ji Yusai had only seen Huaheng's back and shook his head. "I've met his secretary." Lu Ting. He knew he wouldn't get any useful answer. Jian Ziyu, who was organizing materials nearby, also heard, "Huaheng from Zhongyu? If he didn't graduate from our school, what is he doing here?" Lu Ting responded, "Even if he didn't graduate from our school, isn't he better than those who did? Inviting him is no problem. Besides, doesn't our computer science department seem to have cooperation with Zhongyu?" Jian Ziyu didn't speak anymore. The president of Zhongyu used only a few years to gain absolute say in the high-tech market, a capable person. It could be enlightening for them students to broaden their horizons. Xiao Chen drove to the entrance of Rome University. Only after seeing the invitation letter did the gatekeeper open the door. The two arrived at the school's auditorium where Principal Zhao immediately recognized Huaheng. Previously, he dined with Fu Shijun and happened to meet Huaheng once. He approached and extended his hand. "Mr. Hua has arrived, Assistant Yu, it's been a while." At this remark, Jian Ziyu, who was volunteering, looked up. First, he saw Yuzi, and then the man beside her, narrowing his eyes slightly. So she wasn't a student at Rome University. The guardian by her side turned out to be Huaheng. "Jian Ziyu, what are you doing? Get to work." Lu Ting called him several times before he snapped back to reality, but a sense of discomfort welled up inside him. So she was the secretary with a bad reputation working for Huaheng. She actually deceived him. Principal Zhao took them to the restroom, sitting down with still some tension. "Your arrival truly honors my place." Huaheng sat on the leather sofa, casual and easygoing. "Principal Zhao, you flatter me." Their conversation resembled Tai Chi, indirect and continuous. Principal Zhao, in his 50s, had seen countless grand occasions, yet he felt the young man in front of him was dangerously enigmatic. Recently, he heard that Huaheng had struck another major deal, truly embodying the saying that new waves push forward the old. Yuzi went out to use the restroom. As she came out of the bathroom, she bumped into Zhang Ziyu. Zhang Ziyu approached her and greeted her. What a coincidence. Today, Yuzi wore a white knee-length pencil skirt with a specially designed waistband to accentuate her slim figure. On top, she wore a black chiffon blouse, her hair curling slightly, radiating the allure of a mature woman. Not a trace of her youthful charm from their first meeting remained. Zhang Ziyu felt an inner restlessness. How could this woman be so versatile? Yuzi calmly greeted him back. Indeed, what a coincidence. Just as she was about to leave, Zhang Ziyu stopped her. Yuzi, why are you here today? Though he had seen it himself, he still found it hard to believe. In school, gossip spread quickly, and Huaheng's secretary became the center of rumors. Some said she leveraged her beauty and body to negotiate deals, others speculated she became Huaheng's senior assistant at such a young age because of some undisclosed connection with the boss. As for the truth, no one cared much. Yuzi's phone vibrated, but she didn't look. Instead, she just smiled faintly. Didn't you see just now? Many had witnessed the scene in the hall earlier, so it wasn't hard to guess who she was. Caught off guard, Zhang Ziyu's face flushed red as he scratched his head. You told me before that you were a student at Rome University. Today, I find out you're secretary under Mr. Hua. Yuzi twitched her lips. I never said I was a student at Rome University. That was your assumption. She neither denied nor confirmed at that time. The person on her phone didn't satisfy with sending messages anymore and started calling. Yuzi pointed at her phone and answered. Hello, boss? Huaheng sat lazily on the sofa in the lounge, a cigarette in hand, his posture relaxed. Where are you? Yuzi, I'm in the restroom. I'll be right back. Huaheng hadn't realized that this lounge happened to be Principal Zhao's office, facing a large screen displaying the school's surveillance footage. In the corridor, Yuzi was held up by Zhang Ziyu again. He flicked away the ash of his cigarette, eyes showing disdain. This young master of the Zhang family was really persistent. Chapter 38 Sister, do you have a girlfriend? Zhang Ziyu wanted to say something more, but he saw Yuzi's eyes flicker, and the coldness and distance on her face were evident. He swallowed hard and stepped aside. Yuzi quickened her steps and pushed open the door of the restroom. Boss, is there an emergency? There was a faint smell of tobacco in the restroom. Huaheng stood up and tied his suit. Nothing serious, I'm just afraid you got stuck in the restroom before going on stage. When he stood up, his tie was slightly askew. Yuzi walked over and helped him fix it. Let's go. Huaheng went out first. Yuzi glanced at the surveillance screen on the big monitor and saw Zhang Ziyu walking towards the backstage of the auditorium. Could it be that Huaheng saw earlier? Yuzi touched her nose and thought, so what if he saw? As they came out of the restroom, they could already hear voices coming from the school auditorium far away. Principal Zhao's voice radiated with happiness. This year for our school anniversary, we've invited many well-known entrepreneurs, and after graduation, you'll encounter them at various events. After Principal Zhao finished speaking, murmurs broke out among the students below, mostly discussing Huaheng. The volunteers who had seen his face praised him extravagantly, while those who hadn't yet met him looked forward eagerly. Lu Ting was responsible for photography. She clasped her hands. Mr. Hua's appearance on stage is sure to leave an impression. When I saw him earlier, I thought his bearing was extraordinary. Zhang Ziyu was still sulking due to Yuzi's coldness. He didn't know why he felt this way, and his words were sharp-edged. He's just some old man. Lu Ting glanced at him sideways and huffed softly. Zhang Ziyu, you're excellent at school, but Huaheng could crush you like crushing an ant. And yet you're criticizing him? Zhang Ziyu twitched his hand in his pocket. It's only because of his family wealth. Lu Ting rolled her eyes and decided not to waste time talking to someone like that. Principal Zhao stood up with the microphone. Next, please welcome President Huaheng from Zhongyo Corporation. All the students in the auditorium fixed their eyes on the entrance to the backstage area. The man came out from behind, his finely chiseled face nearly perfect. He deliberately put on a pair of glasses before stepping onto the stage, appearing scholarly and elegant. His tailored trousers accentuated his long legs, every step as if treading on people's hearts. The girls in the school were most shocked. Is this a CEO? This must be the top influencer of some company. Envious to no end. Some people are not only good-looking but also rich. Being rich is one thing, but he also has a great physique. Is he human? Isn't the person behind him the legendary secretary? That must be her. The beautiful sister doesn't live up to the rumors about her. Huaheng shook hands with Principal Zhao and took his seat in the C position. After focusing, Lu Ting snapped the photo. It was undeniable that some people are born to be at the center of attention. Wherever he sat, that place became his domain. Huaheng didn't prepare any speech, relying purely on genuine emotion. His voice carried through the microphone to every corner of the hall. Hello everyone, I am Huaheng, and it is a great honor to have been invited by Principal Zhao to attend Rome University's anniversary celebration. Huaheng's voice was pleasant to listen to, and quite a few girls looked dreamy-eyed. Campus life seems like such a long time ago for me, but coming back here makes me feel young again. By the time he finished speaking, Huaheng's presentation had the students laughing heartily. What was originally a tense atmosphere suddenly became relaxed. Huaheng paused briefly and continued, actually, I have a purpose today too. It's almost graduation season, and I've heard that Rome University produces many outstanding talents in computer science, and I welcome all of you to join Zhongyo. Upon hearing these words, thunderous applause broke out. There were even whistles among the crowd. President Hua is powerful. Lu Ting was envious beyond measure, muttering to herself whether Zhongyo hired photographers or not. She picked up her camera and turned the lens towards Yuzi, who was standing by the auditorium window. A beam of light shone in from outside, making her look even more beautiful. No wonder people often criticized Huaheng's secretary. Sometimes beauty is considered a sin in others' eyes. After Huaheng finished speaking, some students raised their hands wanting to ask questions. Principal Zhao always thought Huaheng was a cold-blooded person, but upon listening to him today, he realized this man possessed a vast heart. He wasn't superior, he had his own ideas, firm when necessary, gentle when required. Principal Zhao smiled benevolently. Mr. Hua, these are students from the computer science department. Could you answer a few of their questions? Huaheng nodded. Sure, feel free to ask. When the male student stood up, he was so excited that he stuttered. Mr. Hua, hello. I'm Zhong Chengyu from Software Design Class 2. I would like to ask if the intern wages at Zhongyo are high. As soon as he finished speaking, there was laughter throughout the hall. Though the question seemed superficial, Huaheng answered seriously. Zhongyo has one characteristic, it has lots of money and great benefits. If you believe in your own abilities, you can negotiate the price during contract signing. Many graduates were asking how to get into Zhongyo. What are the requirements? The questions came one after another. Lu Ting couldn't contain herself and raised her hand. Mr. Hua, can you give us art students a chance? The microphone was quickly passed to Lu Ting, who always made bold statements. Mr. Hua, may I ask your assistant a question? Everyone, what's your game plan? All eyes were focused on a corner of the auditorium. Yuzi, caught off guard, looked up toward the last row where a stylish girl stood with shoulder-length hair wearing a white short-sleeve shirt that oozed an artistic vibe. The microphone reached her, and Yuzi's cool voice replied, ask away. Excitedly, Lu Ting asked, Sister, do you have a girlfriend? Bold statements as usual. Yuzi stood in the corner, waving her hand lightly. Not only do I not have a girlfriend, I don't even have a boyfriend. Lu Ting chimed in. Can I pursue you then? Yuzi glanced at Huaheng but noticed he hadn't turned around at all. She smiled slightly, both sexy and enchanting. Sure, why not? Principal Zhao, why do I feel dizzy all of a sudden? Lu Ting's words had taken this anniversary celebration's entertainment value to its peak. As the excitement faded, it was time for other leaders to speak, and Huaheng found it utterly dull. He lowered his head like a student and started fiddling with his phone. Exploiter of capital, bored. Yuzi, it's you who's boring. She thought her boss didn't want to stay in the office because there was more room, let alone sit on school chairs. The latter half of the anniversary event consisted of performances, and Huaheng stepped out with Principal Zhao to discuss new equipment issues. Meng Ranqin arrived late, shyly glancing at Huaheng. Principal Zhao, am I late? Principal Zhao shook his head. No, just summarize after the event ends, I'll go discuss something with Mr. Hua first. He patted Meng Ranqin's shoulder lightly before leaving with Huaheng. This time when Meng Ranqin faced Yuzi, she wasn't restless anymore. She swept her hair aside, every gesture seemed deliberately crafted. Were you invited too? Today Yuzi wore high heels, putting her almost level with Meng Ranqin. She shook her head. I came with my boss. Meng Ranqin chuckled. Oh, right, you never went to college. With just the two of them left in the hallway, tensions were about to flare up. Every step Yuzi took echoed clearly from her shoes against the floor. Even without attending university, I'm still polite. You went to university and ended up so disrespectful? You. Yuzi approached Meng Ranqin, helping her sweep her hair aside as she opened her crimson lips. What do you mean me? Don't think I don't know who tampered with that rumor behind my back. Meng Ranqin's heart skipped a beat, nearly revealing her fear. Don't make false accusations. She denied it till death, so what could Yuzi possibly do? Lu Ting came out from backstage. Big Sister Meng, you're finally here. We've been waiting for your performance. Meng Ranqin flung her bag impatiently and hurriedly walked onto the stage. Since Yuzi was wearing a dress today, squatting wasn't possible, so she sat cross-legged on the bench in the corridor, pulling out her phone. Sunlight streamed in through the glass windows, casting a shadow over her. Chapter 39. Were you hot just now? Lu Ting was smiling brightly. It's a bit sunny here. Yu Zihuan, with her arms crossed, looked at the girl who should be 2 or 3 years younger than herself. What's up? Lu Ting waved her hand. Nothing. Yuzi's phone screen entered the game interface, about to start. Lu Ting sat next to her, eagerly asking, do you mind if I join? Double team. Yuzi chuckled inside. What exactly does this girl want to do? She nodded, sure. Half an hour later, the door of the lounge was opened. Zhao Ming tightly held Huaheng's hand as if he were his reborn parents, full of gratitude. Having your support is really wonderful. Huaheng extended his hand. Cultivating more talents here is the greatest help to me. After they finished talking, they heard voices in the corridor. Lu Ting now looked like a sweet girl. Sis, you're here, I'll give you blue. Just as Yuzi went over, she was almost killed by the opponent's jungler. Lu Ting cried out, sis, be careful, hide behind me. She killed the person in 3 swift moves. Zhao Ming watched this scene and felt his head spinning. Lu Ting is his niece. Today she has already acted freely many times, and now she has even hooked up with Huaheng's secretary. Absolutely fearless. He cautiously checked Huaheng's expression but found nothing amiss, and laughed. Young people these days are all like that. With the victory in the game, Lu Ting was still excited. Yuzi packed away her phone and stood up. Boss, shall we go? Huaheng's gaze moved from Lu Ting to Yuzi, half smiling. Millimeter, let's go. Just as they were about to leave, Lu Ting chased after them. Sis, call me whenever you want to play games. She swung her phone. Sure. After leaving the auditorium, Chen was already waiting at the door. The two got into the car, extremely cold, like strangers. How knowledgeable he is, he raised the partition, out of sight, out of mind. Yuzi felt a little hot, she patted the front seat. Little Chen, did you turn on the air conditioning? Chenin, it's already maxed out. Huaheng saw her sitting uncomfortably and thought it was quite amusing. What's wrong? Did someone stick a needle in your butt? That's right. He could obviously feel Huaheng's low-pressure mood earlier. Yuzi relaxed. No. There was plenty of space in the backseat, and Huaheng's leg seemed intentionally touching Yuzi's, the fabric brushing against exposed skin. Yuzi felt itchy. Boss, aren't you hot? Huaheng's laugh didn't reach his eyes, seeming to scold indirectly. Weren't you not hot playing games just now? Just now, that girl and Yuzi were almost stuck together, weren't they? The atmosphere was very subtle. When Chen drove over a speed bump, the car jolted. Yuzi lost her balance and tilted towards Huaheng, almost falling into his arms. Huaheng was more skilled at this, holding her shoulders, and the warmth from his palm quickly transferred to Yuzi's skin. When Xiao Chen returned, he had specially taken an uncrowded road, but didn't expect there to be newly installed speed bumps here. Sorry boss, didn't see the speed bump. Yuzi pulled away from Huaheng's embrace, her nose filled with his tobacco scent, and her face unconsciously turned red. Now that there was no one around Huaheng, his hand lightly clenched and he said coldly, drive slower. After the Rome University anniversary performance ended, Meng Ranqin went straight to the principal's restroom. Zhao Ming was poking Lu Ting's forehead. Look at yourself today, acting out? Too bold. Lu Ting stuck out her tongue. Come on, uncle, livening things up. Everyone's having fun, don't be so rigid. Zhao Ming also heard plenty of gossip about Yuzi Huan. Such a young woman is so accomplished, surely scheming. His naive niece should stay far away. He pulled her ear to remind her, don't interact much with that secretary. Lu Ting shrugged fearlessly. Sister Yuzi looks good, sounds nice, plays games well, and is kind-hearted. Before she finished, Meng Ranqin came over. Principal, where's Huaheng? Gone. Lu Ting glanced at Meng Ranqin. She clearly remembered yesterday's rumor between her and Huaheng. Meng Ranqin naturally overheard their conversation and gave advice to Lu Ting as a senior. The principal is right. Limit your interactions with Yuzi. Business circles can get messy. Such overt and covert sarcasm was clear to Lu Ting. She gave a cold smile. Senior Meng, entertainment circles have water just as deep. Do you think you're the purest lotus flower? Meng Ranqin. As soon as the university celebration ended, the drama moment took over the WB trending search. The man who secretly met Meng Ranqin late last night surfaced too, none other than General Manager Hua from Zhongyu. No wonder Meng Ranqin sailed smoothly in the entertainment circle, backed by Zhongyu. Who would dare to confront Zhongyu? Before Huaheng even got out of the car, he received a call from Ximeng. Ximeng was always at the center of public opinion, but now the roles had finally reversed, and he was so delighted he could barely contain himself. You can't say netizens aren't all knowing. Yesterday it was a mysterious man, today it's the president of Zhongyu Corporation. Ha ha ha. Huaheng asked Yuzi to open Weibo. 2 trending topics. Meng Ranqin and Huaheng Rome University confession scene When Huaheng's face was expressionless, that was when he was most terrifying. He withdrew his gaze from Yuzi's phone. Has Weibo run out of valuable news? Ximeng, it's been like this in recent years. By the way, I checked for you. The paparazzi who took your picture works for our company, but they were originally photographing Meng Ranqin. Guess you just photobombed her. Huaheng stepped into the elevator. Clear it up for me quickly. A person as morally upright as myself can't have even a trace of scandal. Ximeng leaned back with his leg on the table. What's in it for me? The elevator reached the top floor, and Huaheng added another condition. Take down Yuzi's post too, and I'll give you a car. Ximeng hung up satisfied. Not long after, the trending topics changed. Meng Ranqin and Ximeng seen entering same neighborhood Rome University 60th anniversary celebration Chapter 40, Weak Legs. This trending topic was removed faster than a rocket, which caused widespread speculation among netizens. This trending topic disappeared faster than my boyfriend. Not that Mr. Hua cleared up his own rumors, but why did my beautiful sister disappear too? Exactly, the big orange is set. Mr. Hua splits up couples. Yuzi was making coffee while scrolling through her phone to look at the trending topics. The aroma of coffee quickly filled the entire floor. She leisurely made a cold brew. Just as she picked up her phone to take a picture, someone took away her cup. Huaheng leaned against the counter, holding the fragrant coffee and sipping it once. He smacked his lips. Why does it taste a bit sour? Yuzi then brewed another cup. The coffee I bought this time is all sour. After all, summer has arrived, and orange flavor sells well in the market. Huaheng put down the cup. The sound of ice cubes colliding with the glass was crisp. Do you like sour tastes? Yuzi always felt there was something hidden in her boss's words. It's fine, occasionally having some sour stuff is good for your health. The phone on her counter had not turned off its screen. Lu Ting sent a series of messages. Ting ting ting, sister, are you alright? My confession trending topic got taken down. Ting ting ting, I think your boss is a bad person. Why did he remove your trending topic? Huaheng wanted to continue reading, but the screen suddenly went out. But he had already memorized Lu Ting inside his mind, barely tolerating not to argue with a college student considering she called him your boss. Yuzi took out ice cubes from the fridge, poured hot coffee over them, moving deftly. She was wearing a white knee-length skirt today, highlighting her excellent figure. The fabric of the black blouse on top was soft, with light gauze around the shoulders, revealing some of her skin underneath. Hwang took another sip, stood up, and reached out to touch Yuzi's shoulder. There's a thread here. Pull it off for me. When Shu Wn came later, she saw this scene, the president leaning close to Yu assistant's shoulder. It seemed as if they were whispering secrets or even embracing. She dared not move a step further, even holding her breath, afraid of disturbing the two of them. Cat tricks. There must be something suspicious between them. The male scent rushed to her face, along with bodily contact, causing Yuzi to feel somewhat restless. Clearly, adding ice cubes to coffee should make it cool, so why was she still feeling so heated? Hwang's breathing brushed past her neck like willow fluff, every word whispered near her ear. Yuzi began to grow impatient. Boss, did you pull it? Hwang's playful side kicked in. The thread's hard to pull off, needs biting instead. What? Yuzi couldn't dare to move. Hwang seemed to bite into her shoulder as though sticking onto it, breaking the thread. Shu Wn slowly stepped back again and again, but her inner screams echoed. That moment earlier, President Hua truly acted far too seductive. No wonder so many women like President Hua. He looked deeply sentimental at just looking at shoulders, let alone looking at people. Hwang threw the thread into the trash can, picked up the coffee, and chuckled. That's done. Yuzi opened her eyes and forced a smile. Thank you, boss. The evening sun was tangerine red, seeping through the small window of the coffee room, illuminating Yuzi's face, imbuing a soft beauty. Hwang placed the cup against Yuzi's cheek. Why are you still blushing? Do you have a fever? Yuzi swallowed, slightly annoyed. Hwang. Her voice involuntarily grew louder. She wiped the water stains off her face and glanced at the cup in Hwang's hand, thinking of one word. Cup wall pervert. Outside, Shu Wn dropped the documents, hurriedly pressed the elevator button, yelling internally to run fast. Miss Yu actually directly called the president by his name, definitely indicating something going on. The elevator opened soon. Hwang stared at Yuzi's pouting expression. Why are you still mad? Yuzi exhaled, her footsteps wobbling a little when she left the coffee room. She immediately noticed the files on the desk. Had someone come over earlier? She didn't pay attention, all because of Hwang, who was bewitching her mind. The culprit walked into the office leisurely, humming a tune, bursting with happiness. Yuzi. At the moment the trending topic was removed. Meng Ranqin posted 2 photos, one of a full table of dishes, and one of her with the class teacher. Caption, just classmates eating at our teacher's house, no need for excessive guessing. Meng Ranqin attempted to stir things up but ended up burning herself instead. The twist of the story was overly bizarre. Initially thought she was cohabiting with a mysterious man, but it turns out it was merely about eating dinner. Online conjectures about her increased inevitably. I think she must like the president of Zhongyo, otherwise, why didn't she clear it before? Upper floor, what you said is very correct. Now changing the rumor male protagonist to she flower prince, she comes out to explain. How interesting. The taste of this tea, I smelled it on top of Mount Tai. Of course, Meng Ranqin's fans weren't idle either. Ran almost never posts on Weibo. Do you think she surfs the 5G wave like you? Does our Ran need this kind of news to enhance her fame? In no time, a flood of criticism emerged online, all accusing her of scheming. Her title shifted from an elegant international supermodel to a high-level girl, gold digger. The agent paced back and forth in the office. The first step to handling a PR crisis is to ignore the rumors. Human memory is limited. In a few days, this matter will fade. Who would have thought that Meng Ranqin herself came forward to explain? Isn't this as good as writing in big letters? I only want to be linked with Hwang and don't want to be mixed up in rumors with Shizong. It was as if she was shouting for everyone to know that she liked Hwang. Meng Ranqin seemed utterly fearless. She was busy doing her own nail art. I simply like him. What's wrong with openly admitting it? The agent was immediately at a loss for words. Well, let's just let this fester without any management. They're Mr. She isn't anxious, so why should they, as employees, be worried? As expected, a new trending topic came up by nightfall. Before heading home, Yuzi's phone wouldn't stop ringing. It was Lu Ting sending over documents. Listen. These are all good stuff. Take a good look. Yuzi had just finished communicating with the person in charge on Feng Lao's side regarding the promotion of the new advertisement when she picked up her phone and clicked on the document. The very first thing she saw was an extremely scandalous story along with pictures. Hwang looked down. What are you doing during working hours? Yuzi leaned back in her chair, heart pounding nervously. Nothing. Could there be anything more terrifying? Getting caught reading posted articles by your boss during work hours was truly mortifying. Hwang T-scared once and placed both hands on the table. He was still wearing the same black shirt, rolled up to his elbows. Probably due to the heat, the top 2 buttons weren't fastened, leaving the collar open. From Yuzi's angle, she could see inside, and the view of his pectorals was absolutely tempting. At this moment, she cursed Road listening countless times in her mind. Whose Poen article is called Very Attractive Thesis anyway? Hwang stared into Yuzi's eyes, making her feel exposed. So, you're hiding something from me now? Yuzi slid in her swivel chair and vowed to protect her phone. Boss, this is my privacy. Hwang raised his eyebrows but didn't press further. Has the launch plan for the new product been reviewed? Yuzi hugged her phone with one hand and pointed to the proposal on the table with the other. There, take a look and see if it works. Her mood felt like she had been on a roller coaster all day long, full of ups and downs. Hwang took the proposal and turned to head back to the office, stopping briefly while pushing the door. Have you been out of school for so long yet still reading papers? Yuzi. Chapter 41. Your charm hasn't diminished over the years. Yuzi and Huaheng have known each other for so many years, and the longest road they've walked is always due to their boss's tricks. She can never figure out what Huaheng's next step will be. Such a mysterious man simply invites further investigation. An idea popped into Yuzi's mind about the book that Lu Ting sent her earlier, suddenly making her feel parched. Opening her phone again, messages from Lu Ting came one after another. Lu Ting, how's it going? Feel anything? Yuzi, why did you send something like this all of a sudden? Lu Ting, we're all adults here, isn't this normal? Unless, are you cold-blooded? Yuzi sent an emoji and then put her phone away, as it was time to leave work. The entertainment industry news updates so quickly. Yesterday it was Meng Ranqin and Shi Meng, and today it became Ji Yu Sai having a girlfriend. TO Entertainment's new recruit had just started endorsing Zhongyu products, not yet on the path to stardom, but rumors were already spreading. Chen Du, such bad luck. In the meeting room, he didn't dare make a sound, fearing for his life. But he couldn't help but suspect whether he was under some kind of astrological misfortune. If things don't improve, he should probably visit a temple and pray. This new product launch preview was purely conceptual. Yuzi pointed at the large screen. It's great to present in the form of a mystery box. Whose idea was this? Chen Du raised his hand. Mine, miss you. Yuzi turned the PPT to the next page. Shu Wn, I think you could add something interesting to the figurine descriptions. For instance, each figurine could have its unique story. In that case, it might appeal more to the younger crowd. Shu Wn jotted down the note. Yuzi stood confidently at the front of the room, speaking clearly since she was responsible for this collaboration. She would not overlook any detail. Chen Du, has the planning department named the figurines yet? Chen Du, I've got them sorted. I'll send it over soon. After the meeting ended, Chen Du lingered behind, closing the door to the conference room. Miss you, there's something I'd like to ask. Yuzi backed up the new proposal without looking up. What is it? Chen Du, regarding the last quarter, our new product spokesperson was involved in a scandal. Do you think Mr. Hua might blame me for being ineffective? Yuzi's phone rang. She signaled Chen Du to wait a moment. Hello, may I help you? On the other end, a voice asked, is this Ms. Yuzi? I'm delivering food. There's a cup of bubble tea ordered for you downstairs, but the reception won't let me come up. Could you come down to get it? Yuzi, you can just leave it with the receptionist. I'll pick it up shortly. After hanging up, the file backup was completed. Yuzi tapped her leg, her hands folded together. Even though she was seated, her presence remained exceptionally powerful. Wasn't this spokesperson my choice? Chen Du felt much less tense inside. Before joining Zhongyu, he worked at another tech company where leaders typically passed off responsibility to subordinates to protect themselves. But Yuzi wasn't like that. His admiration for Yuzi grew by a bit. Chen Du, do you think it will be hard to explain to Mr. Hua? He studied every expression on Yuzi's face carefully, afraid to miss anything. Who is Yuzi? The person who has been closely associated with Huaheng in the industry. Her competence is acknowledged by many. A single compliment from her near the president could settle this matter easily. Even though there isn't any substantial evidence proving any relationship between the two of them, anyone can see that faintly romantic tension. Yuzi closed her laptop. The new product won't use any endorsers, everything will be done through CG. The products from last quarter will stop production. There shouldn't be much impact on Ji Yu Sai. After hearing these words, Chen Du felt relieved. Thank you, miss you. Yuzi stood up with her computer, patting Chen Du on the shoulder. The advertising plan for this time was excellent. If the results are good, I'll bring up the issue of a raise with the boss. Chen Du felt his heart quiver, almost shedding tears. Initially, it was his responsibility to manage the endorsement deal. He later sought help from Yuzi, and she helped him. Now that there was an issue, logically it should be closely related to him. But Yuzi didn't hold it against him and instead intended to give him a raise. Really, he wanted to cry himself to death. Thank you, miss you. Yuzi smiled slightly at the corner of her eyes. If you want to thank me, then help me return the computer to my desk. She needed to go down and see who ordered her takeout. Li Guo's eyes went wide when she saw a huge bouquet of roses. They only ever heard gossip about Yuzi and the boss at the company. This suitor seems pretty formidable. Yuzi thought it was just a cup of bubble tea, but it turns out there was also a big bouquet of roses. She almost dropped it while trying to hold it all. Chen Du hummed a little tune as he organized Yuzi's stuff. Just then, Huaheng came out of the office. Won the lottery, huh? That happy? Chen Du turned around, glancing at his boss. No. But it was close enough. Huaheng, where's the assistant? Chen Du, someone must have ordered bubble tea for Ms. Yu, and she went down to get it. Just as he spoke, the elevator opened. Before seeing the person, a rose appeared first. Yuzi placed the roses on the ground, patted her clothes, and still held a cup of bubble tea in her hand. She glanced at the stunned Chen Du and the calm Huaheng. I don't know who sent these. Having worked for many years, Chen Du's ability to observe others' expressions had reached perfection. His eyes glanced at General Manager Hua. He didn't find anything wrong. But his sixth sense told him that it was not wise to stay long. Chen Du bent over. Mr. Hua, Ms. Yu, I have something else to do, so I'll leave now. With that, he stepped into the elevator and fled. However, the moment the elevator doors closed, he heard something. General Manager Hua took the bubble tea from Ms. Yu's hands, his tone full of disdain. Who is so ignorant? Don't they know you're allergic to mango? So, Mr. Hu knew Ms. Yu was allergic to mango? Chen do, genius. Yuzi walked to her desk, picked up her phone, and looked at the roses on the ground, unsure how to deal with them. Huaheng had already inserted a straw into the bubble tea and took a retaliatory sip. The cool sensation ran down his throat, and he asked, "Which admirer sent this to you?" Yuzi lifted her eyes, feeling the bubble tea was sweet but Huaheng sounded sour. She held up her phone. Who else could it be? Of course, Lu Ting. Huaheng carefully examined the chat records. Listen, I don't know what you like to drink, but their signature mango coconut latte is great. Listen, do you like the roses? Although the flowers are beautiful, the older sister is even more stunning. A hint of mischief flickered across Huaheng's lips as he tightly gripped the bubble tea cup. Yuzi, your charm hasn't diminished over the years, has it? Chapter 42, Boss So Spicy. A streak of unfamiliarity passed through Yuzi's mind. Something was off. Huaheng was off. She slightly lifted her gaze at the corner of her eye. Boss, is the bubble tea delicious? Huaheng took another sip. Haven't you tried it? He looked at the name of the bubble tea and read aloud, Mango Coconut Latte. He clearly knew she was allergic to mangoes but still teased her on purpose. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was jealous because of this cup of bubble tea. Yuzi lowered her head to reply to Lu Ting's message while still humoring Huaheng. I really haven't had it. She glanced at the cup of bubble tea in Huaheng's hand. It was already half gone. Yuzi, I've received the roses. They're very pretty. My boss thinks the bubble tea is quite tasty. Lu Ting should be busy, so there wasn't an immediate response to her message. Yuzi stood in front of the roses, taking a few photos with her phone, then felt a bit at a loss. It was going to be a tiring job dealing with these flowers. Huaheng lazily leaned against the wall as he finished his bubble tea. Even though this latte contained ice cubes, his frustration did not subside. From his angle, he saw Yuzi use a pen from the desk to tie up her hair. Her profile appeared bright, and her little pout looked helpless but rather cute. Huaheng casually threw the cup, which landed straight into the trash bin. If it can't be done, throw it away. He was referring to the roses on the floor. Yuzi turned her head. This is clearly fresh roses, with water. Judging from the amount, this bouquet must have cost a good deal. Throwing them away would be such a waste. Huaheng, in San Francisco, people gave you flowers all the time, and you just threw them away. Why are you so reluctant today? Yuzi got up to grab scissors from her drawer. That was San Francisco's flowers, spent their money, so naturally I wasn't worried. Huaheng almost rolled his eyes. So you care now? Yuzi quickly undid the packaging of the roses, pulling out the individual flowers from the foam base and placing them on the ground. Ouch. The thorns on the stems weren't cleaned properly, accidentally pricking her hand when she pulled them out. Huaheng quickly grabbed her hand. Yuzi, just a touch. Do you think this is some kind of drama where I'd start bleeding? Huaheng let go, his pitch-black eyes gazing at her before flicking her forehead. Yuzi, did you forget that I'm your boss? To dare speak like this. Yuzi raised her wrist and smiled lightly. Sorry boss, my shift is over. They were standing close, and the mischievous expression on Yuzi's face reminded him of how she used to be in university. Back then, any male classmate she flirted with fell for her right away, even he was no exception. But as time went by, Yuzi settled down more. Huaheng stood up and loosened his tie, walking over and dragging a chair nearby. Stretching his long legs, he sat down and stared quietly. By the time all the roses were disassembled, the sun would likely have set. Yuzi stretched, only to find her boss still watching her from the chair. She picked up her phone and sent a message in the company-wide group. Does anyone have a vase? She then posted pictures of the roses scattered across the floor. Design Department, Shu Wan. The Design Department has 10 applicants willing to take on the task. Planning Department, Chen do. Our department doesn't have one, but I'll buy one tomorrow morning. Leave us a few flowers, you assistant. Yuzi jotted down all the requests, planning to bring them down shortly. Yuzi, noted. Of course, many also gossiped about who had given her the flowers. You assistant, girlfriend. Everyone. After sorting the roses, the last batch finally went to the development department. When the elevator opened, the 7th floor was brightly lit. Huaheng followed behind Yuzi, looking like he was coming for an inspection. Shu Ju was holding a cup of coffee, his unshaven look making it clear he'd been having troubles recently and had quite the headache. Yuzi looked around. Is there a vase in your department? There were only a few bouquets left, and once distributed, she could head home. Shu Ju couldn't help but yawn. Yes, in the coffee area. Yuzi carried the flowers to the coffee room, where the vase had already collected dust, showing how these big men cared little about flower keeping. Once finished, she patted her hands contentedly. Upon exiting, she immediately saw Huaheng at his desk, surrounded by a group of people. Huaheng studied computer science in university, and the small software he designed back then became globally popular. With growing ambition, he founded a studio, evolving into Zhongyu over a decade, proving himself highly capable. Recently, a bug had appeared during maintenance of the software development project handled by Shu Ju, forcing the entire department to work overtime. The employees were a little apprehensive when Huaheng arrived. Afraid their boss might lose temper, scolding them harshly, but luckily Shu Ju managed the situation well by asking the boss to check what went wrong. Testing would take a lot of time, so everyone started pointing out the issues they discovered, hoping Huaheng could find something. A crowd encircled the big boss, behaving as if they'd never seen such a sight before, overly excited. Ding. Listen, sister, I'm sorry. I shot an MV for the school this afternoon and didn't reply to your messages. How could you let your boss drink it? UZ, I am allergic to mangoes. Listen, your boss is a good person. If the allergy is severe, the skin will ulcerate. Lu Ting was glad that the tea house put a label. UZ, he really is a good person. Listen, how long have you known each other? UZ found a place to sit while waiting for Hua Heng, replying to Lu Ting's messages. Just as they were chatting pleasantly, a shadow fell on UZ. She looked up and saw Hua Heng standing like under a spotlight, wearing a dark blue shirt which seemed very common but for some reason looked so spicy right now. That kind of spiciness. Let's go. Hua Heng waved his hand and UZ snapped out of it. The entire development department was silent. They stayed in front of their computers until someone yelled shit. Then they came back to their senses. UZ didn't need to ask to know that Hua Heng had just shown off his skills. Some people are simply talented. Hua Heng once designed an antivirus software that was amazing and could automatically boost the speed of the computer. At that time, network technology wasn't as advanced as it is now, yet he was already excellent. Hua Heng turned around and placed his hands on his waist. You've all been working hard recently. Once this contract is completed, we'll give you a 10-day vacation and a raise. After he said that, cheers went up throughout the floor. The boss is awesome. Yuzi looked at his broad back and thought he looked even spicier. After everyone left, Shuju revealed a proud expression. Hua is my senior, impressive, right? Team member, he's more than just impressive, he's a god. In the elevator, Yuzi sneezed and Hua Heng asked tenderly, are you sleepy? Yuzi nodded drowsily, almost falling over. Previously, when Zhongyu wasn't as strong, overtime was normal. Nowadays, Zhongyu is great and Yuzi rarely has to work overtime. Today, because of the roses, she ended up staying until about 10 o'clock. Right now, she was extremely tired. On the first underground level, Hua Heng grabbed Yuzi's wrist. It's not safe to drive when you're this sleepy, I'll send you home. Chapter 43, How did the button open? Yuzi was wearing high heels, and with Hua Heng's sudden tug, she almost fell. Fortunately, Hua Heng caught her in time, his large hand gripping her waist, his voice low, be careful. In that short moment, Yuzi wondered if she had used any makeup setting spray today. At this moment, the security guard in the building surveillance room rubbed his eyes, his mouth wide enough to fit an egg. What? The boss and assistant Yu. But when he wanted to see more, the two had already separated, with Yuzi getting into President Hua's car. It was rare for Xiao Chen to finish work early today. The car was driven by Hua Heng. Not until they hit the road did Hua Heng bring up the matter of the roses. You've known Lu Ting for how many days? Yuzi tightened her seatbelt. To be honest, less than 3 days. Hua Heng turned towards Yuzi's apartment. In 3 days, she buys you roses. In a few more days, aren't you planning to move out of your apartment? Yuzi tilted her head, looking at Hua Heng. Boss, are you jealous? Is it because he didn't receive anything that he's so envious? Hua Heng. It takes 20 minutes from the company to where Yuzi lives. After stopping at the apartment building, Hua Heng reminded her, sleep early. Yuzi unfastened her seatbelt, suddenly leaning close to Hua Heng with a playful heart. They both froze. Yuzi unplugged the charger cable. Get something. Hua Heng, gripping the steering wheel, slightly moved his hand, glancing sideways as his big hand reached toward Yuzi's chest area and closed her slightly opened collar. His fingertips touched her skin, making Yuzi feel like her entire body was burning. Looking down after sitting properly, she noticed that her buttons were somehow undone. Why didn't you remind me? Hua Heng raised an eyebrow. Didn't I just warn you? He not only warned but also helped. After fastening her buttons, Yuzi was seething with anger inside. She pushed the door open and got out. Hua Heng rolled down the window. I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. Yuzi waved behind her back. Got it, go home early. Only after Yuzi entered the elevator did Hua Heng drive away. Upon reaching home, the neighboring apartment was blasting music and screams, as if some kind of party was going on. Just as Yuzi inputted the password, the neighbor's door also opened. A boy, drunk beyond consciousness, was supported by 2 other boys. Coincidentally, Yuzi even knew these 2. Seeing Yuzi, Zhong Ziyu thought fate was truly wondrous. He let Jiang Junyang support the boy first and rushed over to Yuzi enthusiastically. You live here? Yuzi, no, my friend's place. I came over today to clean for her. Zhong Ziyu couldn't tell if what she said was true right away, but seeing Yuzi's serious face, he didn't dare question her. The door of the neighboring house remained open, and the fun continued inside. Zhong Ziyu explained, since we're graduating, everyone came out to celebrate. Yuzi pushed the door open. Congratulations on your graduation, have a great time. She was about to enter when Zhong Ziyu placed his foot against the door. What is it? Yuzi glanced at him, slightly impatient. As the neighboring door slowly closed, the sound became quieter. Zhong Ziyu spoke, I just think we're really destined, so isn't it okay to make friends? He had been wanting to add Yuzi on WeChat but never succeeded. Lu Ting had boasted to him yesterday that she added Yuzi's WeChat. Zhong Ziyu's gaze hadn't left Yuzi for a second, noticing the scent of roses lingering around her today. Just like their first meeting when she walked into the bar from the doorway, she seemed like a fresh rose in the morning, beautiful and full of vitality. How could one not be smitten? Yuzi smiled and pulled up the QR code on her phone. After Zhong Ziyu scanned it, he obviously became pleased. He said, it's late, sleep well. Ding. Exploiter of capital, sleep well. Yuzi replied upon opening the message, alrighty, followed by a cute emoticon. Zhang Ziyu felt this side of Yu Zi was completely different from what he knew. This person makes her gentle. Anything else? Seeing Zhang Ziyu still blocking the door without the intention of leaving, Zhang Ziyu retracted his foot, letting go of his hesitation, deciding not to rush things. Hua Heng's car turned towards Liang Zishen's place. Upon arrival, the server took him to the 5th floor. The server made a gesture inviting him to sit. President Liang asked you to wait here for a bit, the show will start soon. Hua Heng stopped the server. Shouldn't someone bring me a foot bath? Server, please wait a moment. Hua Heng glanced at his phone, seeing Yu Zi replied with just a good. On the big screen, Hua Ju was beaten up, bruised and swollen, a cloth covering his eyes. The darkness induced fear, making his words tremble. You, who the hell are you? Do you know who my grandfather is? Liang Zishen kicked him on the shoulder. I don't give a damn who your grandfather is, even if your great-grandfather comes today, it won't make a difference. Hua Ju fell to the ground, moving his ears slightly. Liang Zishen? Is that you? Liang Zishen had someone remove his blindfold and didn't forget to compliment him. Not bad, Master Second Hua, you can still recognize my voice. Upon seeing Liang Zishen, Hua Ju was no longer afraid. Despite the blood from his mouth, he remained arrogant. Are you asking for my grandfather to deal with your Liang family? Liang Zishen rolled his eyes, and if it weren't for him sharing a father with Hua Heng, he would have sworn right there. Who is your grandpa again? The people around were amused by this, and their laughter rang shrill in Hua Ju's ears. He struggled but couldn't free himself from the ropes, so he resorted to verbal attacks. What gives you the right to tie me up? Liang Zishen tapped his temple with his index finger and looked into the camera, seriously doubting whether Hua Ju had been hit by a door at birth. Master Second Hua, you owe 5 million to my club, I've been unable to track you down, so I had to use some little tricks. With a single look, those beside Liang Zishen held Hua Ju down. Hua Ju's face pressed against the carpet. I'm telling you, you're all done for, Liang Zishen. As soon as he finished speaking, Grandpa Hua Yunyuan entered and struck Hua Ju on the back with his cane. You useless thing. Liang Zishen stopped him, saying, family affairs, solve them yourselves. I only want my money. If Hua Yunyuan couldn't see through the situation, then he'd have lived in vain. Last time at the auction, Liang Zishen intentionally let Hua Yunyuan think that necklace was crucial for Hua Heng, resulting in Hua Yunyuan being tricked. This time Hua Ju owed money again, leading one to suspect that Hua Heng had prompted Liang Zishen to set this trap. But what's the goal? Standing motionless, he said, young Lord Liang, just say what you really want. Liang Zishen took a sip of juice. I just want my money, 5 million, enough to buy a car. Hua Yunyuan sneered. Generations of Liang's family had been rich. Would they care about 5 million? It might be killing 2 birds with 1 stone, with worse intentions lurking behind. Hua Ju's mind became clearer. Damn you, you deliberately colluded with Hua Heng, intentionally scheming to make him lose so much money. Liang Zishen put up his forefinger. Shush. Walls have ears, trouble if they hear. Hua Heng cursed under his breath and continued watching the show. Hua Yunyuan's patience was running thin. As they often said, each generation surpasses the last, and these boys were truly testing. Speak up, what does Hua Heng want, and how can we let Hua Ju off? If he doesn't agree, Hua Heng will continue targeting Hua Ju. This Hua Ju is a dimwit, absolutely unable to escape Hua Heng's schemes. Chapter 44, What are you nervous about? Liang Zishuan nodded appreciatively. The old man is straightforward. As for me, I don't have many demands, just leave the land in Ene with a Qtenq alone. Upon hearing this, Hua Yunyuan was shocked inside. They had just acquired the land in Ene with a Qtenq, so how did Hua Heng already know about it? His eyes swept over the disheveled Hua Ju sitting beside him. Hua Ju hastily defended himself. It wasn't Grandpa, I didn't know either. How could it be me? After saying this, he lowered his head, not daring to look at Hua Yunyuan again. The old man tightly gripped one end of his cane as if cursing Hua Heng repeatedly in his face. Hua Heng finished putting on his slippers and told Liang Zishuan, hurry up. I have work tomorrow, need to sleep early. Liang Zishuan? I'm asking, old man, why do you favor Hua Ju like that? Isn't the land in Ene with a Qtenq much more important than him? This sentence dripped with sarcasm. Hua Ju glared furiously. I say Liang Zishuan, don't get too arrogant. Even at this late stage, Hua Ju still stubbornly resisted. Liang Zishuan glanced at his people, reasonable enough at 5 million per leg, right? Several people had already hoisted Hua Ju to remove his leg. Only then did he start to panic, wailing, Grandpa, Grandpa save me. I don't want to become disabled. Grandpa, you can't abandon me or else I'll. Before he could finish his sentence, Hua Yunyuan's gaze seemed as if it wanted to kill him, scaring him into instant silence. The old man sighed. All right, I'll exchange it. It was a reluctant compromise. From this, it was evident that the secret behind all this was significant. The contract lay before the old man, and he signed it without hesitation, taking Hua Ju away without looking back. Repayment comes full circle indeed. Back then, he used similar threats on Hua Heng. Now fate has turned the tables, who knows how much longer this old rascal would live. As he stepped out the door, he pulled out his phone and made a call. When are you coming back to China? A mature female voice responded from the other side. Is Hua Ju unwell? Sitting in the car, Hua Yunyuan looked up and saw Hua Heng standing by the 5th floor floor-to-ceiling window, holding a glass of red wine, taking a sip. Their gazes met, and Hua Yunyuan coughed. You've been abroad for so long without knowing what Hua Heng's bottom line is. What use does staying there have? The woman got up from her bed, lighting a cigarette. This kid hides deep. Wait a little longer and he will eventually slip up. Yusha just went out and met Zon Ziying, who was obviously waiting for her. The two of them rode the elevator together, and through the mirror, Zon Ziying could see Yusha's graceful figure. He asked, "Would you like to have breakfast together?" "My treat." Yusha took a glance at her phone. Everyone at the company said the roses were beautiful, suggesting to send more in the future. She smiled faintly. "No need, my company provides breakfast." The elevator doors opened, and Yusha walked towards the building exit with high heels clicking under her feet. She immediately noticed Huaheng's car. Walking closer, she opened the door and got in. Huaheng glanced briefly at Zon Ziying at the entrance of the building. The man was truly haunting relentlessly. How is he here? The neighboring house must have been sold. Their graduation party coincided. Huaheng started the car. He's decent, but too young. Yusha connected the Bluetooth. Too immature. Not until the car drove off did Zon Ziying snap out of his trance. If he wasn't mistaken, the person in the car was Huaheng. He couldn't understand why a boss would come to pick up his secretary. Which boss picks up their secretary? Arriving at the company's garage, Yusha went down first to sign in on the first floor. Li Guo, looking delighted, said, "Assistant Yu, thank you for the roses." After clocking in successfully, Yusha nodded, "You're welcome." After others left, another receptionist revealed an envious look. "When will we ever receive as many flowers as Assistant Yu?" In Li Guo's mind surfaced the image of a man, though she hadn't seen him since. Filling with loss inside her heart. Early morning, Chen ascended upstairs holding a vase and a computer, flattery written all over his face. "Assistant Yu, where's my flower?" Yusha took the computer from his hands, lifting her chin slightly to point to the roses on the table, in that vase. "Help yourself to a few." She clicked open the edited advertisement video. This was a preview of the new product, adding a small story written by Xu Wan to the previous base, blending Chinese national style elements into technology, making it look very sophisticated. The conceptual preview was neither stiff nor lacked texture. At the end of the story was written, "That which you look forward to, will arrive as expected." Chen Du, hugging the vase, walked in front of Yusha. "How about it, Assistant Yu?" Yusha nodded. "Great. I'll ask the boss when to launch it, and your planning department can take a break for a while." Chen Du pointed to the elevator, "Then I'll go first." "Okay." Yusha didn't raise her head, busy replying to Mr. Feng's message. Mr. Feng sent several videos of his vacation in Maldives, adopting an air of aloofness. "Yusha, you're having fun. I'm busy dying." Mr. Feng suddenly sent a video call. He was lounging in the pool under azure skies and over the sapphire sea, looking extremely relaxed. "I saw the preview you just sent. The factory has already completed production as per the stipulated quantity. They're probably packing it up now." Yuzi nodded. "Thank you for letting me know this." Mr. Feng turned the camera. "Xiaozi, look at all these abs on foreign hunks. Why don't you come play?" The pool was filled with foreign hunks. Yuzi smiled. "No thanks, a Chinese stomach can't handle foreign meals." Mr. Feng said she lacked charm. They chatted for a bit longer before hanging up. When Yuzi entered Huaheng's office, she found the door open. Huaheng sat behind his desk, glasses on, appearing scholarly and elegant. He looked up. "Is there something wrong?" Yuzi asked. "I want to inquire when the new product will go online." Huaheng motioned her over, interlacing his fingers under his chin. "When do you think is suitable?" "It's early June now. After the college entrance exam ends in a few days, it would be quite fitting." Huaheng agreed. "Do it according to your idea." Just as Yuzi was about to leave, Huaheng called her back. "Can you help me take a look at what to do with this land?" On the computer appeared a flat map of Na with a Q10Q. Yuzi bent down slightly to see the surroundings of Na with a Q10Q. A few strands of her hair fell loose, sliding onto Huaheng's hand, creating an itch. Honestly, she wasn't very sensitive to commercial prospects, but Huaheng was particularly talented. Shaking her head, her hair moved along with her action. "I'm not too sure." Huaheng felt irritable, as if spring had already passed. He leaned his chair back a bit, propped one leg up, his shoe tip barely grazing Yuzi's calf. Huaheng's gaze remained downward, focused on how Yuzi's ankles were elegantly wrapped by the straps of her high heels. Yuzi shifted slightly, turning her head to ask, "Boss, what do you think would be appropriate here?" Without hesitation, Huaheng blurted out, "How about an amusement park?" "Ah, a man nearing 30 wants to build an amusement park?" Huaheng's mouth went dry. Even summer was making him feel fiery hot. "Go make me an iced Americano." Yuzi hummed in agreement and took a couple of steps, then stepped back, imitating Huaheng's earlier stance of leaning on the table. "Boss, you seem very warm." Huaheng rolled his eyes. "Iced Americano." Chapter 45, Mistake. As Yuzi was enjoying her coffee, her phone kept ringing non-stop, and she rolled her eyes internally. That person better have something important. Walking to her desk, she picked up the phone and saw that it was Huaqu calling. Yuzi's lips curved upward. Huaqu always had a reason for showing up unannounced. What was he planning today? She tapped the reject button with her delicate fingers and walked into the office with her coffee. If she hadn't guessed wrong, Huaqu should be calling about the piece of land in Nanchu. In the office, Huaheng wasn't there, but water sounds were heard from the restroom. Had he gone to take a shower because it was too hot? Yuzi shouted, "Boss, I've placed your coffee on the table, I'm going out." Just as she moved her feet, the door of the restroom opened. Huaheng was wearing large shorts on his lower body, his hair dripping wet, with water like mischievous little hands running down his abdominal muscles. The abs moved with his breathing, like a delicious cake. Yuzi blinked her eyes, yet didn't move her gaze away. She had no idea her boss had such a good physique. Huaheng casually rubbed the towel on his head. What are you looking at? He was clearly doing this on purpose. Yuzi covered her eyes late. I didn't mean to look, and besides, why are you taking a shower in the office? Huaheng passed by her, with a faint smell of shower gel. Yuzi spread her fingers and stuck out her tongue, feeling rather fragrant. Huaheng took a sip of coffee, which cooled his throat. Is there any problem for me to take a shower in my own office? Yuzi, the company is yours, it's up to you. Boss, do you have anything else? She didn't even turn her head, yet the images of the handsome man stepping out of the bath continuously flashed in her mind. How would it feel to touch him? Huaheng sat on the sofa, legs apart, and when he moved his arms, the muscle lines were obvious, nothing more. Yuzi shifted her steps, fumbling with the door as she went out. Huaheng took out his phone and sent a message to Shimeng. Your method doesn't work. Shimeng, no way, those women love my abs. Huaheng, get lost. He threw the phone aside, feeling utterly bored, and went to the restroom to take out a short sleeve shirt and put it on before returning to the front of the desk. After leaving the office, Yuzi searched for some pictures of male abs. They were all good looking, but somehow she thought Huaheng's looked the best. She slapped her face, nearly going crazy. The elevator opened and Hulwan came up. She gave Yuzi a glare and headed straight toward Huaheng's office. Yuzi rushed over to block her path. What do you need? Huaheng hadn't put on his top yet, so Hulwan couldn't see. After all, she already had intentions towards Huaheng. Seeing this might get her overly excited. Hulwan showed the design plans in her hand in front of Yuzi. I have serious business, how can you stop me? It truly couldn't be stopped. Yuzi stepped aside, praying Huaheng had put his clothes on. Hulwan proudly walked in, deliberately bumping into Yuzi's shoulder and pushing open the door. Looking inside, Huaheng was wearing a white t-shirt, resembling casual attire one would wear while going out for fun. She swallowed her saliva. Third brother, I've come to deliver the plan. Huaheng put down the blueprint in his hand. Did you not knock before entering? Hulwan didn't expect to be scolded, inevitably feeling wronged. Didn't I just forget? Since they grew up together since childhood, Huaheng wouldn't treat her badly either. She approached and glanced at the blueprints on Huaheng's desk. Third brother, is this the plot of land in Nanchu? Huaheng spun the pen between his index finger and middle finger, leaning back in his chair. Yeah, Nanchu. Hulwan raised her voice. Third brother, what do you plan to use it for? Her question was far too goal-oriented. Huaheng laughed inwardly. Grandpa really knew how to pick people. Though Hulwan was spoiled by the old man, she had been well protected. Schemes and intrigues weren't suitable for her. The office fell silent, and Hulwan realized she had acted improperly. She placed the proposal on the desk. This is the software logo drawing you asked me to make last time. All right, I know, go out, he said without sparing a glance at the design. Hulwan felt somewhat aggrieved and initiated actively. Third brother, my birthday is coming up soon, will you attend my birthday party? Huaheng, if I have time, I'll go. With these words, Hulwan was satisfied, and after leaving, she couldn't resist boasting to Yuzi. Yuzi sent quite a few AB pictures to Julin, feeling content. A week after the online release of the new product started, Shu Wan anxiously stood in front of the screen. The visual effect looks great on a small screen, but I wonder how it appears on a big one. Yuzi patted her shoulder to comfort her. Your team has designed it well, don't worry. Chen was also nervous, as this concerned the issue of his salary raise. The advertisement played according to the plan, and upon going online instantly sparked heated discussions on the network. OMG, these dolls look amazing, satisfying the girlish heart of this old guy. Secretary Lee, within 3 seconds, I need the information about the hidden edition at Happy Lee Duo. I rate this ad as the best of the year. If all ads were like this, I wouldn't bother with a membership. The advertisement took considerable time to prepare and was produced in collaboration with the technical department before being launched on major platforms. Yuzi's sharp eyes caught a typo in the story introduction for the hidden edition doll. While most people focused on the doll design, the quality of the ad, and the new artificial intelligence features, Yuzi took a picture and called Shu Wan and Chen to go up to the 7th floor. Shu Ju. The person called looked up from their computer desk. What's wrong, miss you? Yuzi showed him the photo. There's a typo here. Can it be corrected? Shu Wan covered her mouth, eyes wide with disbelief. A mistake had been made, and it was such a small one too. Disaster. Shu Ju, yes, but there's nothing we can do for this round of ads. Once the information is out on the internet, I have no way to modify it. Yuzi felt a headache coming on. Changing the text in the next set of ads would attract too much attention, and the error could become a sore point for the product. Yuzi glanced back at Shu Wan and Chen. Do either of you have any good ideas? Shu Wan's mind went blank, not knowing what to do. Yuzi said, don't just stand there staring, let's have a meeting. Compared to the others who were anxious, Yuzi remained coolly composed like a sitting mountain eagle. In the meeting room, no one dared to speak up. Yuzi pointed to the small error on the screen and opened her mouth to say, right now, I'm not concerned about whose fault it is, I just need a result. A reasonable explanation needs to be given before netizens start questioning. Hulwan played indifferently with her phone. It wasn't related to her, so she wasn't going to get involved. After all, why should she participate when Yuzi avoided involving her earlier? Wasn't this situation simply her due? During the brainstorming session, Yuzi shot a look at Hulwan. If your brain isn't going to be used, then you're welcome to leave the meeting. Huelwan put down her phone and scanned around the room with her gaze. This is your own problem, right? Why drag me into it? This woman acted freely depending on her status as Ho Heng's younger sister, and the people in the design department were long fed up with her. Yuzi didn't hold back either. You didn't participate in the initial design of the doll because you're studying jewelry design, which makes that side irrelevant. But you also didn't participate in the later stages of the ad creation. Chapter 46. Grabbing Huelwan's hair. The meeting room was deathly silent. Xu Wan was particularly nervous. She had checked everything several times before going online and found no issues at the time. But today, the phrase as scheduled on the big screen turned into as 7 scheduled. This 7 was small, almost impossible to notice unless one looked closely, as if it were an act of sabotage. Xu Wan felt her blood pressure rise slightly, with a throbbing sensation at her temples. Huelwan dared not argue when reprimanded and could only put away her phone. Chen, who was quick-witted, said, I think we can try to figure out why it was changed to 7. Let's add a mysterious segment to cover it up. Yuzi sat in her chair with her hands crossed, waiting for his next words. Chen, feeling pressured by her gaze, paused momentarily. Xu Wan spoke excitedly, Assistant Yu, let's design a new doll, adding it as a secret edition. This as 7 scheduled could just be revised to release in July. What do you think? All eyes in the meeting room turned to Xu Wan, and approving smiles appeared on their faces. Yuzi took out her phone and sent a message to the monitoring room, adjust the surveillance footage from the design department last night. Does anyone else have anything to add? Yuzi casually glanced at Huelwan. How about you, Huelwan? Huelwan, upon being called out, gave a startled ah, then shrugged indifferently. Didn't you already figure everything out? Why ask me? Yuzi closed her laptop, glancing at her wristwatch. The advertisement had been online for nearly an hour. Detail-oriented netizens likely noticed the mistake, so Yuzi instructed, Chen, write a new slogan now and post it under the official blog. Include a plausible explanation with some elements of mystery. Xu Wan, regarding the new image, I trust that the people in the design department won't disappoint me. Xu Wan nodded, don't worry, Assistant Yu, I absolutely will not make mistakes. She swore with 3 raised fingers. As expected, the internet began to amplify the error in the ad. On a massive scale. It was hard not to suspect this was part of a long-planned conspiracy. Such a simple character could be typed incorrectly, right? Is this deliberate? Those in charge of technical matters at Zhongyo cannot tolerate even the slightest error. What exactly are they doing? Have they become arrogant after rising over these past few years? I've heard that Zhongyo's president uses despicable tactics, forcing others to sign contracts through coercion without possessing much ability themselves. In just a short while, the online world erupted into chaos, even showering harsh criticism towards He Heng. Yuzi refreshed the official Zhongyo Weibo account. Chen had already posted the latest caption. What comes to mind when you hear July? Watermelons in summer? Or perhaps popsicles on the street? As 7 arrives, or like July, it will bring you something unexpected hidden within. Once the Weibo post was released, netizens understood it was deliberate. Relieved, Yuzi left the room and went downstairs. Inside the monitoring room, Xiao Liu had already adjusted the surveillance footage of the design department from the previous night. He commented, there's nothing unusual, everyone was working diligently. Yuzi pulled over a chair and sat nearby, saying, you keep busy with your work, I'll just watch. Xiao Liu responded positively and sat in front of the monitor. What could he really be busy with? Still, having a powerful and beautiful woman like Assistant Yu sitting beside him made him uneasy. The little monitoring room was hot. Yuzi sat there all afternoon, missing He Heng's calls entirely. She pressed the mouse button, rewinding the video and watching again. In the video, after checking the final tasks, Xu Wan closed her computer. Huelwan walked over, they talked for a bit, then Xu Wan reopened the computer while Huelwan stood nearby observing. At some point, Xu Wan leaned over to grab a notebook nearby, and Huelwan's finger lightly touched the keyboard. It seemed she accidentally replaced the word, period, with a number. Leaning back in her chair, Yuzi pondered, would a 24-year-old person really commit such a foolish act? Then again, hadn't Huelwan always been this dumb? Xiao Liu secretly glanced over, noticing how troubled Assistant Yu appeared, so he offered, Assistant Yu, are you feeling hot? I have popsicles here if you'd like one. Yuzi nodded, she could use one to cool down. Otherwise, she might soon confront Huelwan with a knife in hand. From the start, this plan faced challenges, and finally obstacles were placed along the way. No wonder Yuzi was furious. When He Heng arrived, Xiao Liu carefully unwrapped the popsicle packaging and handed it over. Assistant Yu, don't be upset anymore. This is delicious. Just as Xiao Liu bent down, presenting his rear to the door, it opened suddenly. Feeling somewhat caught in the act, he turned around. He Heng's gaze wasn't friendly nor polite, it carried indifference and hostility. Xiao Liu thought the popsicle should belong to himself, not Yuzi. What are you doing? He Heng didn't give Xiao Liu even a glance. Yuzi took out a USB drive, copied the video, and stood up, saying thanks, have the popsicle yourself. Standing at the door, He Heng blocked her exit. Today, she wasn't wearing high heels, making her significantly shorter than He Heng. Not leaving. Is the great boss going to be a door god here? Xiao Liu sat on the side, looking at the difference in size between these two people, and felt that the boss could embrace Secretary Yu in the next second. Involuntarily, he recalled the night when he saw the boss holding Secretary Yu's hand. They all say that there is something fishy between the two of them. Now it seems that the rumors are not baseless. Yuzi's gaze lingered on Huaheng. Are you here to look at the surveillance too? Huaheng, I urgently need to find my secretary. I couldn't get through by phone, so I kept asking until I found out my secretary was on the first floor. He bit those 3 words, my secretary, with emphasis. Xiao Liu thought that their boss was doing this on purpose. Who doesn't know everyone calls Yuzi Assistant Yu and clearly understands she's Huaheng's personal secretary? Does he really have to stress my secretary? Yuzi slightly bent down and went under his arm, swaying her way upstairs. Assistant Yu. Li Guo stopped her. There's a cup of milk tea for you here. As soon as she finished speaking, Huaheng reached out to take the milk tea. The name on it read, to my favorite big sister Yuzi. It was signed by Lu Ting. Huaheng took out the straw and forcefully pierced it in, drinking. Li Guo. Without looking back, Yuzi took the USB drive and headed to the 8th floor. She now had a belly full of fire wanting release. Where's Hualwan? Shu Wan was searching for new inspiration. She probably went to the bathroom. Yuzi went to the restroom. The person inside was making a call, a few wisps of smoke drifting out from the stall. Hualwan said coldly, look what your stupid idea got us. Yuzi is still perfectly fine, isn't she? Without using speakerphone, Yuzi didn't know who was on the other end. But it was almost certain that Hualwan was trying to mess with her, not Zhongyo. After they talked for a while longer and ended the call, the sound of Hualwan flushing the toilet could be heard from the stall. She opened the door and was startled. Yuzi, are you crazy? Standing at the door like that. Yuzi crossed her arms, walked in front of her, and stretched out her right hand to press down firmly on the back of Hualwan's neck. Who told you to mess with me? Her. Her strength was honed in San Francisco. Before meeting Huaheng, she hadn't shied away from hard labor. It was easy for her to subdue Hualwan. Chapter 47, bought you a milk tea. Shu Wan pushed open the restroom door, saw what was happening, and retreated again. She patted her chest as if she had just escaped from some catastrophe. Yuzu had looked so cool with a kind of violent beauty just now, making her heart race. This reminded her of what people in the company said earlier, that Yuzu had threatened Wang Quan to sign the contract, imagining her beautiful face speaking cold-blooded words. Thinking about it, it seemed pretty cool. What's going on inside? Huaheng suddenly appeared, startling Shu Wan. She wasn't sure whether she should tell the boss or not. Yuzu is beating someone up. That didn't seem right. Shu Wan forced out a fake smile. The restroom is full. Huaheng stayed there. Although the toilet was soundproof, you could still hear voices clearly if you got closer. Yuzi held down Hualwan's neck and forced her to bow her head, her tone filled with irritation. Who asked you to meddle? She could now determine this was definitely a prank. But behind this prank, someone must be fanning the flames. Hualwan, gripped at the back of the neck like fate itself, after being stunned for a while, went crazy and shouted, Yuzi, are you crazy? People in the design department looked up towards this side. Huaheng waved his hand signaling them to continue working. Shu Wan wasn't sure whether she should leave or not. What if Mr. Hua rushed in to save someone? Yuzi kicked Hualwan's calf with her flat shoe. I think you're the one who's gone mad. Leaking the company's secrets and tampering with the company's ad plans, do you even know what that means? Hualwan screamed in pain and retorted, Yuzi, don't think that because my brother protects you, you can do whatever you want. Do you have any evidence? She struggled to escape from Yuzi's control. Hualwan looked at the mirror, her hair was disheveled, but Yuzi remained neatly dressed. Evidence. Yuzi calmly took out a USB drive. If I show you this evidence, you'll be sued, and I also have the right to terminate your labor contract with Zhongyu. Hualwan couldn't believe her eyes when she saw the USB drive in Yuzi's hand. Wasn't it said that the surveillance in the design department was broken? Could she be bluffing? Hualwan, without taking the time to fix her hair, forced herself to calm down. Then why don't you report me? Yuzi, I'm not afraid of threats. She indeed was not one to scare easily. Hualwan's father was Hua Yunyuan's bodyguard. What big scenes hadn't he seen? Would she be frightened by a mere USB drive? Yuzi crossed her arms, coldly saying, it seems you don't know me well. I'm not a good person, and before I'm certain, I won't act recklessly. The escape in Chinatown was a long-planned move. Even without Huaheng, she would have successfully evaded those debt collectors and returned home safely. Threatening Wang Quan and cooperating with Mr. Feng, she had prepared fully for all these actions. Hualwan's eyes flickered uncertainly, recalling what Yuzi had done. Indeed, it was exactly as such. If you tell me, I might not hold this against you. If you don't tell me, I don't know whether Huaheng cares more about you, his sister, or the reputation of Zhongyu. In the restroom, silence reigned. Hualwan could see Yuzi's beautiful face by simply raising her head. She had always thought that Yuzi only possessed beauty, that she could accomplish anything relying solely on her looks. But she realized Yuzi was no dumb beauty. Hualwan removed the package on her shoulder and whispered, it's Chen Kaisin. Yuzi tightened her grip on the USB drive. Why Chen Kaisin? She frowned. If you lie to me, there will be consequences. Hualwan snorted lightly. Why would I lie to you? A few days ago, when Chen Kaisin came to Hua's house for dinner, she asked about Mr. Feng. Hualwan talked too much, and Chen Kaisin smiled, saying, do you want to mess with Yuzi? Isn't it simple? Mr. Feng values this cooperation. If you make minor alterations, doesn't it seem like Yuzi is incapable? She only made slight changes. After all, it was her brother's company, and she didn't dare to overstep. Yuzi rolled her eyes after hearing this. Stupid. Huoluan was, unwilling to accept. Who are you talking about? Talking about you. She leaned closer to Huoluan, teasing her hair. Let me tell you, next time don't mess with me. Otherwise, I'll make sure you regret it. She was Huaheng's sister, not her Yuzi. Snap. The restroom door opened from the inside. First, Yuzi saw Shu Wn, then turned to see Huaheng. Yuzi instructed Shu Wn, finish the new design before next week, don't go through Huoluan. Her voice wasn't small, the people in the design department weren't deaf, and they immediately pieced together their own drama in their minds. Shu Wn followed behind Yuzi. Sorry, you assistant, I didn't notice Huoluan's meddling. Next time, I'll certainly stay away from her. Yuzi pressed the elevator button. Don't worry, she won't dare anymore. Her radiant smile was like a bright rose. Shu Wn waved. Goodbye, you assistant. Huoluan tidied her hair and walked out of the restroom. Seeing Huaheng, she complained with a look of grievance. Big brother. Huaheng nonchalantly chewed on a straw. The fruit tea in his cup was already finished. He looked at Huoluan with an inscrutable expression. I've said it before, there's no suitable place for you at Zhongyu. His tone was steady, leaving Huoluan uncertain whether it was sarcasm or concern for her own good. Huaheng took out his phone and ordered a fruit tea, making a note, 3 parts sweet, add ice. Huoluan fidgeted with her fingers. Big brother, that wasn't my intention. She had also been deceived by Chen Kaisin. Huaheng stopped her. You don't need to explain to me. If you continue not to stay within your bounds, even our childhood affections will be gone. When he was 8 years old and went to the Hua family, Huoluan was already there. This little sister could be considered decent. At least when the old man was cold towards him, Huoluan would call him big brother often. But as they grew up, he understood Huoluan's girlish infatuation, yet he just wasn't interested, neither back then nor now. Before Huoluan could say more, Huaheng had already answered the phone, the voice on the other side ranting. Huaheng, are you doing this on purpose or what? Huaheng sighed inwardly. Miss Chen, switch the phone next time. People might think you like me if you keep calling this number. Shu Wan? Question mark. How did his teasing tone become so roguelike? Chen Kaisin couldn't help but laugh. I'm starting to suspect that you've installed surveillance on me. When I wanted to collaborate with Mr. Feng, you let your secretary cut me off. When I wanted the land of Nanchu, now it's in your hands. Huaheng leaned against the elevator, carefree and casual. Oh? That is quite coincidental. Chen Kaisin was almost amused by his shamelessness. Are you feigning ignorance? How long had she been back in the country, yet Huaheng had already tripped her up twice. Huaheng walked towards his office. Didn't you also have Huoluan trip me up? There was silence from the other end of the line. Chen Kaisin really hadn't expected to be exposed so quickly. Huoluan was such a fool. She laughed. I gave you one try, how about you? Shutting the door to his office, Huaheng glanced at the fresh roses on his desk, neatly trimmed by Yuzi. His voice sounded like it had been soaked in icy water. On the day you returned to the country, you glared at Yuzi because you both wore the same outfit. Did you think I didn't see? Without waiting for Chen Kaisin to respond, he continued, your family's managers talk without thinking, so naturally, someone has to pay the price for them. Chen Kaisin couldn't believe it. Huaheng, are you crazy? Chapter 48, we did it on purpose. Chen Kaisin returned from studying abroad and joined the Chen family's business to learn. She still remembered the first thing her father told her, which was never to oppose Huaheng. She had scoffed at the time, a kid born out of wedlock can't cause much trouble. In previous years, while in London, she did not understand Huaheng's status in China, thinking his mother, Chen Mengqi, was an illegitimate daughter that the Chen family disliked, and even when he went to the Hua family, he was not accepted there. Such an unlucky person made Chen Kaisin utterly look down on him, feeling no need to count him. However, although she had not provoked Huaheng, this man kept picking on her, not because of his mother, but because of the secretary by his side. It was laughable. Huaheng sat on the sofa in his office, his palm gently stroking the edge of the sofa. Miss Chen, I don't appreciate your tone. He smirked. If you're incapable yourself, don't blame it on the road not being fair. You didn't gain much from your overseas study, did you? Chen Kaisin had heard that Huaheng's words could sting, but she hadn't realized just how pointedly he jabbed at her. She laughed with frustration. Are you deliberately targeting me? Huaheng seemed confused. I said you have a pig brain. If you can't handle it, maybe eat more supplements. The Chens are a wealthy family, surely they won't starve you. Chen Kaisin couldn't immediately understand what he meant. What do you mean? Just then another call came in, and Huaheng swiped to answer it. Sir, your fruit tea is at the front desk, please pick it up. Huaheng hummed once and hung up the phone, finally finding peace. He got up and opened the office door. Secretary, there's a fruit tea downstairs for you to fetch. Yuzi, whose eyes hurt from staring at the computer for too long, wore anti-blue light glasses, looking somewhat dull like someone out of a Japanese movie. Huaheng chuckled. Your milk tea is waiting, go get it yourself. Downstairs, Li Guo saw the same fruit tea as before and couldn't help but peek at the note curiously. How shameful. Yuzi hadn't taken off her glasses yet and was still on a call with Old Feng. Old Feng obviously wasn't aware of the small error that happened earlier, only complaining unhappily to Yuzi. Why didn't you tell me about all these mysterious moves? Yuzi smiled faintly as she stepped out of the elevator. Isn't it written in the contract? Party B will add or reduce details. She nodded to Li Guo and took the fruit tea. Feng Weilin laughed. You young people sure have many ways. Behind him, it seemed someone was calling him, and Old Feng responded, telling Yuzi, we'll talk when I return home. Yuzi tucked her phone into her pocket. took out the straw of the milk tea, poked it in, and took a sip. The icy liquid cooled her throat, dissolving the irritation she'd felt throughout the day. She pulled out the receipt to see the name of the drink, planning to order it again next time. The note simply read, "Little Secretary." The name gave her an embarrassing sense. Her mind unconsciously drifted to Huaheng's face, remembering how he always called her little secretary in a flirtatious manner. Damn. Back at her desk, Yuzi sat down. After this collaboration, she would have some time to rest. There was nothing to do right now, so she relaxed in the air conditioning. Her phone rang again. An unfamiliar number, but it was a call from Rome City. As soon as she answered, she recognized who was on the other end. Chen Kaisin sighed irritably, clearly troubled. "Where's your boss?" Yuzi put down her milk tea. "In the office." Although she didn't know how the other party obtained her number, Yuzi didn't like this petty woman over something as trivial as wearing similar outfits. Chen Kaisin spoke dismissively as if addressing her own family member. "Let your boss take the call." "Yuzi, who exactly are you?" Chen Kaisin felt as if she were swallowing glass, both ridiculed by Huaheng and confronted by his secretary. After a few moments of this exchange, she rolled her eyes in annoyance. "It's about the cooperation. Can you afford to delay important matters?" She lied. But at the moment, lying seemed unavoidable. Huaheng was a fishing expert. He cut off the call earlier without finishing what he was saying, leaving one yearning. Yuzi knocked lightly on the door of the office. "Boss." The person inside told her to come in, raising their head from behind the desk. Right now, Huaheng also wore a pair of glasses. At this glance, they looked rather like matching couple glasses. Neither of them was nearsighted, but since constantly staring at the computer was bad for the eyes, Yuzi bought a pair of glasses, not expecting Huaheng to want a pair as well. In the end, buying 2 pairs together gave them a discount. "Chen Kaisin is looking for you," Yuzi said casually, not referring to her as Miss Chen. Huaheng waved his hand and held the phone to his ear. Leaning casually back, mockery appeared on his face. "Miss Chen, reaching out to my secretary now, you really are persistent." These words sounded as though Chen Kaisin were chasing after Huaheng. "Chen Kaisin, what did you mean earlier?" Could it be that Huaheng wasn't deliberately opposing her? Huaheng blatantly asked Yuzi, "Do we deliberately target the Chen family?" Having worked together for many years, Yuzi understood various strange ideas of her boss reasonably well. She replied, "We are not doing it deliberately. We did it on purpose," she added after a brief pause. The call was cut off. Chen Kaisin must have been very angry. Huaheng handed the phone to Yuzi. "Is it delicious?" "The taste is good." Huaheng straightened his back again, placing his chin in his hands with both hands crossed. "Do you know why I target the Chen family?" Yuzi's knowledge of Huaheng only came from the Hua family. But just a Hua family alone was enough to make one feel suffocated, a family of psychopaths. Huaheng smiled and said, "My mother is the illegitimate daughter of the Chen family, which makes her Chen Kaisin's aunt." Yuzi's eyes widened like bells. This matter seemed never to be mentioned by anyone, nor had anyone known about this deep connection between Huaheng and the Chen family. When Chen Mengqi was 17 or 18 years old, she carried herself with grace and elegance. She was discovered by a talent scout while working as a waitress in a restaurant. She was a young girl with no background. Later, when she became famous, she was caught on camera entering and exiting the same villa with Hua Jingyun, Huaheng's father. By that time, Hua Jingyun had already divorced, so the situation was normal. But the media didn't see it that way and exaggeratedly reported that Chen Mengqi was a homewrecker who intervened in others' relationships. In these kinds of situations, women were always condemned harshly, while Hua Jingyun remained untouched. Of course, there was also the influence of the elder's handiwork. He wanted to use this method to make Chen Mengqi step down voluntarily, ensuring his son's good reputation. At that time, Weibo wasn't popular yet, but netizens were still resourceful, finding out where Chen Mengqi lived, throwing things at her house, and cursing her shameless behavior. If memory served correctly, according to newspaper records, even though Chen Mengqi was covered in leaves, she looked as beautiful as ever. With a cool gaze, she stared at the reporters. "I am not a homewrecker. I and Mr. Hua are engaged in a normal romantic relationship." She bet her entire life on gaining a happy outcome. That night, Hua Jingyun found the media and released evidence of his divorce. The media slapped their own faces and immediately calmed down. However, Huaheng knew none of these. He had once asked Chen Mengqi about his grandparents. Chen Mengqi did not hide anything from him and told him the truth. Chen Mengqi grew up in an orphanage and never intended to return to the Chen family for reunion. She simply thought her parents had no choice but to abandon her. Yet the Chen family disliked her but still sought her out. Back then, when the Chen family was short of funds in their capital chain, they shamelessly asked Hua Jingyun for help, citing the moral debt of giving birth to Chen Mengqi as leverage. After hearing this, Yuzi opened her mouth, feeling complicated inside. She frowned. "Boss, are you okay?" Huaheng shook his head. Chapter 49 Story. Yuzi suddenly felt that her boss was pitiful, like a dog. She didn't know how to soothe people. In fact, from childhood until now, there has never been anyone for her to cajole. Her mother would twist her ears with a tone full of curses. "You're as heartless as iron and just like your father." Actually, Yuzi used to have compassion. About her memories of childhood, she remembered some bits and pieces. She lived with her mother in country M, and she herself forgot why she ended up in a foreign land, even though she was Chinese. She depended on her mother for survival, sometimes feeling moved when thinking about how her mother made money to support her. Thus, she took care of her mother within her capabilities, especially when her mother came home drunk, at which time she did everything, cooking porridge, washing clothes. But in her mother's eyes, she was just an extra mouth to feed. Yuzi didn't know whether her seeming lack of emotion was genetic or developed over years of harsh treatment. In any case, she didn't know how to please others. So, regarding Wang Quan's issue, she threatened him with some means, using low tactics, since she lacked morals. She focused overly much on results rather than the process, something most people wouldn't pay attention to either. Glorious outcomes always come with arduous processes, who really cares? They would ask but not listen. Yuzi looked at Huaheng's current state and felt a dense pain in her heart. In those nights and days where her mother beat her, Yuzi met a Chinese man. It was Huaheng. At first, he wasn't interested in her at all, their meeting had been pure coincidence. She was covered in dirt, chased by a group of debt collectors. At that moment, her pocket actually contained enough money to escape Country M. Huaheng gave her a disdainful glance back then. An 18-year-old boy with deep eyes swept his hand across his body as if brushing away dust that wasn't even there. Yuzi stood before Huaheng and opened her mouth laboriously. "Boss, if you're sad." She didn't finish speaking when Huaheng abruptly embraced her waist and pressed his face against her abdomen. Yuzi held her breath. She could feel the pair of burning hands from behind, hands so strong they could completely envelop her, it was unbelievable. On the desk in front of them stood a technologically sleek clock, and Yuzi watched as time passed by. The shallow breathing of Huaheng brushed through her thin clothing. Yuzi thanked her lucky stars that the office air conditioning was turned on, otherwise she would be as red as a cooked shrimp right now. A smirk of satisfaction appeared on Huaheng's lips. The Chen family? That meant nothing to him. It was merely Chen Kaisin who upset Yuzi. Shimeng wasn't entirely useless, after all. Just moments ago, Huaheng learned that Shimeng had been stabbed by his ex-girlfriend. Fortunately, the wound wasn't too deep. Huaheng chuckled coldly. "Mister, she lost control." Unbeknownst to him, Shimeng replied in a "you don't get it" kind of way. "Let me tell you, I got a blessing out of this misfortune." Afterward, he sent a long voice message describing how concerned the little reporter had been, making it seem extremely useful. Huaheng, she only cared because she wanted an interview. Shimeng, I'm tired of talking to war gods like you. Listen, you're already old. Your little secretary might not look at you twice. Once the call ended, Huaheng thought up this bad idea. Undoubtedly, it worked well. Yuzi extended her hand and placed it gently on Huaheng's shoulder, patting it rhythmically. "Brother Shi, the software overseas is done." Shuju excitedly burst into the office, only to witness this scene and immediately feel he was the biggest third wheel. He bent low, mimicking a eunuch. "Sorry for interrupting." As Yuzi prepared to leave, Huaheng tightened his grip on her waist and said mournfully, "Can you hold me a bit longer?" 10 minutes later, Yuzi emerged and said, "President Hua asks you to come in." Shuju paused mid-step. "How does Brother Shi look?" Yuzi patted his shoulder. "Go ahead. If something happens, I'll pick up your pieces." Shuju understood clearly, leaving a remark behind. "Tell Brother Shi that the overseas software design is complete. I'll send the compressed package to his email later. I won't go in." Yuzi waved her hand as she said goodbye. On the other side, Huaju was truly puzzled about what his brother Huaheng intended to do with Nan Chu's plot of land, causing great worry in his heart. Both being sons of Hua Jingyun, why was Huaheng able to rise rapidly while he, Huaju, remained stagnant? The last contract that Huaheng offered him was merely a virtual game which did not make waves online. On the contrary, Zhongyu signed 2 contracts, overseas markets and a building materials project in Rome City. Unexpectedly, the media's sarcasm that day had no impact on him at all. This Chen Kaisin truly was as dumb as they come. On Friday, Yuzi went back to Rome Da University again. Qian Du had given her 2 tickets for an art exhibition, and she invited Ju Lin along. Parking her car at the school gate, she entered the campus. The students were busy taking graduation photos in the yard. Yuzi gazed at each vibrant face and sighed silently. These young people were soon going to enter the workforce. Thinking about how they'd endure exploitation with such low wages, she couldn't help but feel anticipation. Ju Lin only had 1 class in the morning and could leave afterward. Yuzi found her classroom and slipped in from the back. Upon seeing Yuzi enter, Ju Lin gave a faint smile and continued with her lecture. Outside the classroom, there were voices speaking, likely graduates filming a vlog. Yuzi paid no attention to the outside, she rested her chin on her hand, listening to Ju Lin teach. Her voice was gentle and soft, as if she were reading a story. The sun from the east shone through the summer leaves into the classroom, scattering patches of sunlight that accompanied the stories, making them even more captivating, so Yuzi listened intently. In the hallway, Lu Ting held up his equipment and glanced over to see Yuzi sitting at the back of the classroom. Today, Yuzi had her hair tied in a ponytail. She wore a white shirt on top, paired with a long skirt, and flat shoes giving her a student-like vibe, unlike the authoritative presence they had encountered during their first meeting. Lu Ting paused his steps, bringing an end to the introduction given by Zhong Ziyu. As he approached, he peered through Lu Ting's camera lens. That person became a scenic sight in his heart. Zhong Ziyu grew even more determined about his thoughts. Ju Lin closed her book. That's all for today's class. The final exams are coming up soon. Remember to review this weekend. The students quickly dispersed through both the front and back doors. Ju Lin placed her textbook into a canvas bag, walking last. How did it sound? Yuzi stood up and stretched. Absolutely wonderful. To be honest, have you ever told Fu Shijun any stories? Upon hearing this, Julin blushed. What nonsense is going through your mind? Yuzi replied, I'm just asking normally. If she were Julin's husband, she would entwine herself around Julin every day to listen to bedtime stories. Blushing, Julin said, if you like stories, ask President Hua to tell them to you. Chapter 50, A Support Has Come. Conscience of Heaven and Earth. Yuzi did not have this thought. She just thought Julin spoke beautifully. The two walked out of the teaching building hand in hand, and Yuzi heard someone calling her from behind. She turned around and was surprised to see Ji Yusai, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. He looked somewhat dispirited at that moment, possibly due to the previous scandal. Yuzi walked towards the shade under the tree waiting. What's the matter? Asked Yuzi. Ji Yusai thought Yuzi was beautiful when he first met her, and today he found her dressing differently, which was even more charming, causing ripples in his heart. Yuzi frowned slightly, showing some displeasure. That look seemed to say, speak up quickly if you have something to say. Ji Yusai had not been in the entertainment circle for long, but he was adept at reading people. He used to think that after taking Zhong Yu's advertisement, he could rise rapidly. Until the scandal involving his ex-girlfriend broke out, he realized he was just a minor figure, and no one was willing to protect him. He had also thought about seeking his mentor Yuzi, but the problem was he couldn't even get into Zhong Yu. Not to mention seeing Yuzi. When he overheard them filming, he rushed over after hearing Yuzi's name. Julin was not impressed by the good-looking male college student. After all, if it wasn't for the person in their family who's involved in another industry, they could be an actor able to make a living. Ji Yusai scratched his head. I'm extremely sorry about the previous scandal issue. It disgraced Zhong Yu. Step 1. Apologize first. After all, it was his own fault. Yuzi, no problem. Anyway, the product of that quarter has passed already. At that time, she chose Ji Yusai mainly because his image fit well, secondly to blunt Meng Ranqin's arrogance. She always considered herself above others, thinking everyone should go along with her. Yuzi wanted to show her that even using a nobody kid wouldn't give her the chance to boast. Ji Yusai's eyelashes trembled as he finally gathered his courage. Ms. Yu, do you think I still have a chance? He was asking about his chances in the entertainment circle. Debuting and immediately getting entangled in this incident is indeed disappointing. Yuzi sighed. You should ask your agent or your boss whether you have any opportunities. I can't really help you much. She was merely Zhong Yu's secretary. Her influence didn't extend to TO Entertainment. Ji Yusai felt lost. At that time when she picked talent, even the agent said Yuzi was an exceptionally remarkable person. He was somewhat dissatisfied. Was she unwilling to help him? Julin watched this whole situation like watching a joke. This boy was too young, spoke without thinking, and all his emotions were written on his face. Do you have anything else? If not, I'll leave first. In a while, her arms would be covered with sunspots. She and Julin took a couple of steps and then turned back. You're just debuting. There are plenty of opportunities. This setback doesn't mean anything, don't worry. At least, the kid looked good. The two reached the parking area and Julin fastened her seatbelt. Do you have feelings for that kid? Yuzi glanced at the rearview mirror. No, I investigated his situation. His ex-girlfriend was from his college days, and they peacefully broke up. The entertainment circle was too flamboyant, full of people aiming high but having low abilities, as well as those trying to climb social ladders through influential connections. This kid had ambition, so now it depended on his destiny. Yuzi drove to the exhibition center. As soon as she got out of the car, her phone started ringing. Julin kindly reminded her, switch it to silent mode, otherwise, you'll become the focus of attention soon. Yuzi worried about Huaheng, so she unlocked her phone for a quick glance. Unexpectedly, Lu Ting sent her a bunch of photos taken in the classroom earlier. Julin commented, great, quite attractive. Yuzi replied with a thank you note and set the phone to silent mode. It was unbearably hot in June in Rongcheng. The air conditioning in the exhibition hall made it pleasant and cool. Perfect. Yuzi and Julin strolled here and there, unknowingly arriving at a secluded spot. Surprisingly, they saw Shi Meng there. A short girl stood next to him. Yuzi secretly took out her phone to snap a photo, but the staff reprimanded her. No photography allowed here. Whoa. Yuzi explained, I wasn't photographing the painting. The staff member was extremely stern and insisted on checking Yuzi's phone. Julin chuckled. One must know better than to touch a woman's phone. They both happily came to see the art exhibition and were excited by capturing gossip about Shi Meng. But unfortunately, they were misunderstood as taking pictures of paintings, instantly ruining their mood. Yuzi pointed to the side. There are acquaintances over there. I was taking their picture. The staff member followed her finger direction but saw no one. Julin cursed under her breath, too dog-like. Yuzi leaned close to her ear. You go home and let Fu Shijun isolate him. I'll have my boss not play with him anymore. Julin nodded in agreement. Because they wouldn't hand over their phones, they were called to the security room to check the surveillance footage. Coincidentally, they stood at a blind spot of the surveillance cameras, where neither Shi Meng nor the woman could be seen. Shi Meng actually brought someone to a secluded place, definitely not doing anything good. No matter how they tried to explain, the staff member insisted on checking Yuzi's phone. Yuzi was no longer in the mood to joke around with him and her tone turned formal. If there are no pictures of the paintings on my phone, then you would be infringing on my privacy. The staff member was momentarily intimidated by this statement, but then he smirked confidently. Stop making excuses. Hand over your phone. Yuzi didn't touch her phone. Lend me your phone for a moment. I need to call my lawyer. She truly couldn't figure out why this person was targeting her so persistently. It seemed deliberate. The staff handed over his phone, and Yuzi dialed Huaheng's number. Clearly, Huaheng wasn't in the office either. He was drinking tea at the Mingting tea house. Who is this? A distant and unfamiliar voice startled Zhao Ming. He had just been acting so gentle and scholarly. Yuzi, it's my boss. She explained what had happened. Huaheng, wait for me there, I'll be over shortly. Yuzi wasn't sure what he was doing, but she felt relieved knowing she had backup, improving her mood considerably as she let out a proud snort or two. The staff member looked puzzled but had to wait patiently. Fu Shijun was halfway through his cup of tea. What's the rush? It's something about Yuzi. Zhao Ming remained silent sitting beside him. Yuzi wasn't just the secretary to Huaheng. Fu Shijun frowned. This matter at the school is important. He wanted to persuade Huaheng to stay. Huaheng smiled. Director Zhao, I don't think there's an issue with this. On hearing this, Zhao Ming sighed with relief. With Zhong Yu's support, how could the lab worry about lacking resources? A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Alright, if there's something, go ahead. Huaheng grabbed the car keys, paused at the door. Shijun, your wife is there too. Fu Shijun set down his teacup. Why didn't you say that earlier? Both drove off to the art exhibition. The moment they opened the door, Yuzi felt like a spotlight was shining down on her, her grievances immediately vanishing. The boss of the art exhibition stood nearby, acting timidly. Perhaps he didn't know Huaheng. But how could he not recognize Fu Shijun? Chapter 51, I am her boyfriend. The boss of the art exhibition felt that he could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with an extra bathroom from his toenails. He had just seen Fu Shijun at a meeting a few days ago and hadn't had the chance to say a word then. Today, meeting him face to face, it was still these two people talking about lawyers. He guessed that the person beside Fu must be the lawyer. He glanced up for confirmation but shook his head immediately. This lawyer had too strong of a presence. Mr. Fu, may I ask why you are here today? The boss questioned even though he knew the answer. Fu Shijun's eyes gleamed sharply. Is my wife in trouble? Wife? Which one was his wife? When Fu Shijun got married, he didn't have the opportunity to attend, so naturally, he didn't know who his wife was. However, the rule in the exhibition center prohibited photography, so he explained, Mrs. Fu took pictures inside the conference hall. We want her to delete them, but she refuses to hand over her phone. Yuzi couldn't help but laugh aloud. The boss of the exhibition center, surnamed Song, was wearing a suit, and the tight feeling matched his current nervousness. He didn't know why Yuzi laughed, but he had a bad premonition. Fu Shijun looked at Ju Lin. Did you take photos? Ju Lin shook her head. We saw Shi Meng and a girl, so little Z took their picture, but Shi Meng ran away. It's kind of like there's no evidence now. Old Song felt his scalp tingle. So it turned out the person who took the photo wasn't Mrs. Fu, but this elegant-looking woman instead. He felt sweat on his back and understood why Yuzi had laughed. After listening for a while, Huaheng finally spoke. What evidence do you have that she photographed the paintings? Old Song wanted to say, he didn't doubt anymore, they should leave quickly. But the staff, adhering to professional principles, insisted, I clearly saw it. Old Song slapped his palm, shut up. I don't need to lose my job, I need to stay alive. Who hired this person? So unprofessional. Old Song chuckled, misunderstanding, all misunderstanding. Since this is someone Mr. Fu knows, I believe their character is trustworthy. It wouldn't be worth it to secretly photograph a painting, would it? His gaze fell on Huaheng. Is this the lawyer gentleman? Actually, there's no need for such bother, let's resolve this as a minor issue. Yuzi tried her best to suppress her laughter. This Old Song was quite cute. Huaheng noticed Yuzi's expression flitting around and gave a faint smile. I'm not the lawyer. Then who are you? I'm her boyfriend. Yuzi. Old Song, what does a boyfriend have to do with me? Are you here to show off? Yuzi absolutely refused to hand over her phone. There were far too many things in her photo album, including some SS pics sent by Lu Ting earlier. If these were seen, where would her dignity go? Obviously, with Huaheng and Fu Shijun's intervention, things were much easier to settle. Old Song allowed them to leave. That staff member, however, wasn't satisfied and kept arguing the point. Old Song scolded loudly. I said stop it. Do you know who that is? He remembered the person next to Fu Shijun looking familiar. That person's image flashed repeatedly in his mind until it clicked. Oh crap, wasn't that Ho from the scandal last week? Most people in this circle had heard something or other about Huaheng's gossip. No women in his life, just an incredibly beautiful secretary by his side. Now that they'd met in person, it left an unforgettable impression. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Phew, good thing. As they left the art exhibition center, Ju Lin automatically followed Fu Shijun's car, and Huaheng naturally went to Yuzi's passenger seat. Since the passenger seat had been occupied by Ju Lin earlier, Huaheng felt slightly cramped trying to extend his long legs. He adjusted the seat. Let me see what you captured. Yuzi reminded him to fasten his seatbelt. I'll send it to you later. But boss, don't play around with Shi Meng anymore. Shi Meng must have seen him with Ju Lin. That guy was definitely being deliberately tricky. Maybe due to the oppressive heat of the noon sun, Huaheng caught the coquettish tone in her voice. Feeling particularly pleased, he said, all right. That night, Shi Meng was kicked out of the group chat. He messaged Fu Shijun, only to find the other party had already unfriended him. He tried contacting Huaheng seeking comfort but received the same result. In the evening, after pounding his chest and wailing, he complained to Liang Zishuan, these two dogs will eventually fall prey to women. The influence of those two women on their ears is too powerful. Yuzi was about to leave after dropping Huaheng off at the company entrance. Huaheng showed no intention of getting out of the car. Yuzi helplessly explained, "Boss, I'm on a scheduled rest day today. I'm not going to the office." Must he drag her down with him? Huaheng opened his eyes. "I negotiate contracts without returning to the office." The car started again, and Yuzi brought him to Pengwan. Initially, she planned to meet Feng Weilin to chat, as Feng mentioned bringing back something from Maldives to give her. Thinking sending gifts to the doorstep might be overly sentimental, she said she'd be available in the afternoon. Feng Weilin noticed them come together, his eyes scanning back and forth between them. "Come in, please sit." Having no children of his own, he had a particular fondness for young kids, especially Yuzi. He felt this girl exuded a sense of chivalry, which was indeed appealing. He'd already heard from Chen Kaisin about the issues that arose with Zhongyo on that day. Chen Kaisin mentioned that Yuzi lacked efficiency in handling matters, intending it as a slight. He had just casually listened, and when he opened Weibo again, he found Yuzi had already resolved the matter swiftly, accurately, and decisively. After that, Chen Kaisin never bothered him again. He was glad for the peace, as there were fewer worries now. As soon as they walked in, Feng Weilin started telling Yuzi some amusing stories from his trip to Maldives. They spoke so engrossedly that they forgot all about Huaheng sitting right there. By the time lunch rolled around, after half an hour of conversation, Yuzi handed Feng Weilin the object she'd brought. "This is a blind box I got for you. You can see which one it is, though I'm not quite sure myself." A square box, showcasing the collaboration between Rongqing Building Materials and Zhongyo. Feng Weilin took it and unwrapped it. Inside was a doll with two pigtails, reminiscent of the 1980s and looking like a pretty intellectual youth. For a moment, it triggered a wave of nostalgia in Feng Weilin for past pleasant memories. He nodded in satisfaction. "I liked this design as soon as I saw the sketch. It's destiny, isn't it?" Yuzi smiled. "Isn't it though?" Only then did Feng Weilin notice Huaheng again. "Not bad, kid." Though outsiders often described Huaheng as someone impossible to provoke, aloof, and ruthless, Feng Weilin held a high opinion of him. In front of him, the boy was modest and amiable. Huaheng accepted the compliment with calm ease. "Thanks." During the meal, Feng Weilin suddenly remembered something. "Xiaozi, how old are you this year?" 24. "In a relationship yet?" "Not yet." Caught off guard by the sudden topic shift, Yuzi quickly answered according to her real situation. Upon hearing this, Feng Weilin's mood brightened considerably. "I have a nephew who's about your age. He'll be back from abroad in a few days. Would you like to meet?" Huaheng snorted lightly at the mention. It was always people sent overseas by Hua Yunyuan years ago, and now they wanted them back. Yuzi wanted to decline, but seeing Feng Weilin's expectant eyes, she reluctantly nodded. Just meeting wouldn't hurt anything, right? And yet, despite her being an orphan, here she was getting rushed into dating. It left her exhausted. She stole a glance at Huaheng beside her. His expression seemed perfectly normal, as if the previous warmth had all been an illusion. Somehow, Yuzi felt frustrated inside. But at the same time, she couldn't quite pin down this strange feeling. Chapter 52, Watching a Movie Together. After dinner, Feng Weilin pulled Yuzi aside. "I'll contact you in a few days. You have to come then." Yuzi wanted to say she would be busy in a few days, but couldn't bring herself to. Feng Weilin was her elder, and had been very considerate of her during the months they spent together. She responded, "We can coordinate on WeChat when the time comes." Huaheng stood idly by, staring at his phone while Shimeng begged for forgiveness on his knees after changing his phone number. "Shimeng, I'm sorry, it's my fault. Wasn't that to protect my little journalist?" Annoyed, Huaheng asked, "What good qualities do you even have?" "Shimeng, my performance is good." As Huaheng looked up at the two who were whispering, he mentally made a note about Feng Weilin. Not properly eating and instead introducing romantic prospects. Yuzi didn't know what to laugh about from beside them. When beauty smiles, it captivates. "I'll leave first then, no need to see me off." Yuzi waved goodbye as she left. The two walked through Feng Weilin's underground garage, where Huaheng grabbed Yuzi's wrist. "What did Feng Weilin tell you?" Yuzi tried to pull away but failed, ultimately giving up. He was talking about what kind of person his nephew likes. Huaheng's mouth twitched slightly. Does Feng Weilin mean according to that man's preferences? Yuzi remained silent, which meant roughly so. After getting in the car, Huaheng leaned against the passenger seat backrest. "If that man invites you out, just tell him you have a boyfriend." As the car left the garage, Yuzi said incredulously, "How possible is it for me to have a boyfriend?" Huaheng turned sideways and could see Yuzi's profile, her small lips pouting, making them look shiny. "Weren't you just claiming a boyfriend at the art exhibition?" Unless reminded, Yuzi had almost forgotten about it. Thinking back, did their boss really snap under stress earlier? Or was he envious seeing Fu Shijun claim to have a wife? Seeing her hesitation, Huaheng acted knowingly. "I've already checked. Feng Weilin's nephew looks extremely ugly, 170 centimeters tall, 200 jin heavy. You make your decision." Doubt filled Yuzi's mind. If truly like that, Feng Weilin wouldn't introduce him. She wasn't appearance obsessed, but her vision was fine enough to discern attractiveness or not. Stopping the car, she uncertainly asked, "Is that true?" With an earnest nod, Huaheng confirmed, "I'm absolutely sure." Swallowing, Yuzi imagined in her mind how such a pot-bellied man might look, probably resembling Wang Quan. Her body shivered. "All right, I got it." Satisfied, Huaheng nodded and saw Yuzi off. It was now 3 p.m., and Yuzi planned to buy some snacks at the supermarket to enjoy while watching TV dramas at home in the afternoon. At the drink section downstairs in the supermarket, Lu Ting placed a box of beer into the shopping cart, wanting more drinks but unable to lift them anymore. Yuzi gave a helping hand. Turning around, Lu Ting's eyes lit up. "Sister Yuzi, how are you here?" Yuzi replied, "My home is nearby." Lu Ting stroked his chin. "We're having a party today, would you like to join?" At this, Yuzi somewhat understood. This party must be right next to her house. Polite refusal followed. "I am too old for parties like these." Lu Ting looked her up and down. "Sister, with today's outfit, you're nothing short of a modern, pure college girl." Flattered by the compliment, Yuzi still declined. "Thank you, but I still won't go." Clutching onto her wrist persistently, Lu Ting continued, "Sister, there will be a lot of handsome guys." Yuzi responded indifferently, "I'm not interested in handsome guys." Just then someone called for Lu Ting. 2 girls joined him, griping, "You're taking forever to get the alcohol." Their gaze then landed on Yuzi. "Isn't she Huaheng's secretary?" They cast a look of disdain, disapproving greatly. Having seen such gazes many times before, Yuzi simply returned a calm smile. "Let you see how tolerant sister can be." The 2 girls then shifted their sight away. "Lu Ting, hurry up. Zhon Ziyu and others are waiting." There being quite a bit of stuff, Yuzi helped put some into the cart. The 2 moved towards the checkout area. There were several students queuing, including Zhon Ziyu, who was playing on his phone and carrying nothing. Spotting Yuzi, his eyes brightened. Many recognized Huaheng's secretary and were momentarily surprised. Not wanting to speak with them, after the group finished paying, no one took the initiative to help carry things. So Lu Ting yelled, "Aren't you all going to let Sister Yu carry them alone?" Only then did they react and start helping. Yuzi carried a bag and headed toward her building. The elevator couldn't fit everyone, so they divided into 2 groups. When the elevator stopped, a group stood unmoving at its entrance. Yuzi and Lu Ting stepped out and looked at their direction. In the hallway, Huaheng leaned against the wall like a model in a fashion magazine. The 2 girls were the first to be surprised. "Ho! Mr. Hua." Huaheng turned around at the sound of his name, and his gaze didn't linger on anyone else before he walked directly over to Yuzi, ready to help her with something. Yuzi handed over her bag. "This one's mine." She extended another bag to them, but no one reached for it. Her tone sharpened. "Take it. Should I spoon feed you?" One of the boys reacted quickly, grabbing the bag and muttering a thanks. Yuzi's usually serene face revealed an uncharacteristic look. Huaheng chuckled softly. Zhon Ziyu seemed somewhat gloomy, as if Huaheng understood every possible expression Yuzi could make. There was an undeniable familiarity between them that no one could intrude upon. Yuzi told Lu Ting to have fun before saying goodbye and heading back to the apartment next door with Huaheng. Huaheng slightly bent his tall figure. "Why were you walking with them?" Yuzi explained today's coincidental encounter, and Huaheng waited by the door while she entered her password. Once inside, the group outside finally exhaled in relief. The boy who had been carrying things looked most relieved. "I got startled just now when she spoke." The girl reapplying her makeup laughed. "She only acted that way because Mr. Hua came by. Otherwise, she wouldn't be like that, right?" Lu Ting rolled her eyes. "Could you stop talking nonsense? Sister Yuzi helped carry our stuff. And was your compact so heavy it weighed 1,000 jin?" Zhon Ziyu withdrew his gaze. "Alright, let's go inside." He appeared the calmest, yet when classmates invited him to play games, he couldn't join in. Zhon Ziyu was puzzled. Why would a high-level executive come to their secretary's home just to help carry things? It wasn't hard to guess his motives. After entering the apartment, Yuzi changed her shoes, took the items to the kitchen, and began washing fruit. Huaheng followed, picking up a cherry from the fruit plate and popping it into his mouth, frowning. "Sour." Yuzi preferred sour fruits and grabbed one herself. "Perfect." The 2 exchanged some words within the cramped space before Yuzi finished preparing everything. "Huaheng, can you pull the curtain for me?" Huaheng replied lightly. "Isn't it broad daylight? Isn't it inappropriate?" Yuzi carried the items to the living room and placed them on the table, turning back. "TM Spirit, start the projector." They were going to watch a movie. Huaheng willingly pulled the curtains without complaint. The room immediately plunged into darkness. Chapter 53, sitting right on the boss's hand. The projector light turned on, shining on Yuzi's beautiful face, but she was completely unaware of how she looked at that moment. She turned around and grabbed the projector to adjust its direction. Since she was wearing a short-sleeved top, the light illuminated her waist. It was so slender that it made one's mouth water. After adjusting the image, Yuzi took out her phone and searched for recently released films. She turned and asked, "Huaheng, is there anything you want to watch?" At work, Yuzi called him boss. In private settings, Yuzi preferred to call him by his name. Occasionally changing the way she addressed him added a special flavor. Huaheng sat down next to her. "Anything works, I'm not picky." Yuzi chose Lin Zhangying's zombie film. Huaheng opened his mouth slightly, remaining silent. In a monologue, "Can you eat while watching a zombie movie?" Yuzi particularly loved Hong Kong movies and enjoyed watching them in Cantonese, probably due to her mother's influence. The beginning of the movie showed the company setting, which wasn't very interesting. Yuzi stood up. "I'll go change clothes." This dress was too troublesome, neither crossing her legs nor spreading them was comfortable. Huaheng hummed in agreement and didn't say anything else. Yuzi went into the room, and the mobile phone on the coffee table rang. Huaheng saw it was WeChat and muted the phone immediately. Whoever it was, disturbing this atmosphere would be unforgivable. At the start of the movie, the main characters found a family of zombies with terrifying makeup. Hweheng squeezed the soft leather sofa behind him. Damn. This movie was truly strange. When Yuzi came out, she wore glasses, a loose t-shirt, and oversized shorts, clearly not caring about her appearance. At that moment, the scene in the movie showed nighttime, and the living room went pitch black all at once. Yuzi accidentally sat on Hweheng's hand placed on the carpet. The bony parts of his hand pressed tightly against her buttocks. In the darkness, it felt like fireworks bursting, igniting something within them. On screen, the little zombie suddenly stood up, and Hweheng's hand moved gently under her. The sensation was soft. Yuzi, can I curse someone right now? Both understood tacitly, neither bringing it up explicitly as they continued watching the movie. Yuzi deeply inhaled, trying to keep her breathing steady. She picked up cherries from the table and ate one after another. Suddenly, her mouth felt dry and parched. She wasn't sure if it was from eating too much or from the earlier incident's heat. When the funny part came in the movie, Yuzi burst into laughter. This kind of thing made her laugh no matter how many times she watched it. If she hadn't known someone was next to her, Yuzi thought Hweheng had already become a zombie. She glanced sideways, smiling sinisterly. Hweheng, what are you doing? Inside the quiet room, her voice mixed with the eerie sounds in the movie, like a ghost emerging. Hweheng instinctively covered her mouth. As Yuzi was about to spit out the cherry pit, the moisture touched Hweheng's palm. They locked eyes. In the movie, the character shone light onto the zombie's face, and suddenly the entire room brightened. Yuzi blankly stared at Hweheng. Then she smiled, as if she had caught onto some secret of Hweheng's. So he was afraid of ghosts. Oh ho! In the movie, everything calmed down only after the Taoist master returned, and Hweheng gradually loosened his grip. Yuzi spat out the cherry pit. Her passion for watching the movie was evidently more intense than before. The following scenes were relatively calm, without any horrifying moments. Hweheng sat properly, staring at the screen. Yuzi felt somewhat anxious, wondering where the next scary scene would be. 10 minutes later, it finally arrived. She pulled Hweheng into her arms with an overwhelming maternal love. Don't be scared, don't be scared. I'll protect you. Hweheng's whole head was buried in her chest. Because they were at home, Yuzi wasn't wearing a bra. Her original intention was to protect her boss. Hweheng's nose sniffed the scent of her body and decided to just embrace her thin waist, trembling slightly. After a while, Hweheng calmed down. Yuzi loosened her hold and cradled his head. Relax, Hweheng. I won't tell anyone that you're scared of ghosts. Hweheng, thank you. Finally, the movie ended, and Yuzi stretched lazily. Do you want to watch more? Hweheng straightened his clothes. Sure. He predicted it perfectly. Yuzi chose a foreign horror movie, seemingly on purpose. Hweheng's lips twitched, but he didn't suggest switching. Watching this lasted 2 hours. Yuzi paid no attention to the movie, instead focusing entirely on Hweheng. Hweheng had always been the one protecting her. It was rare today for Hweheng to tremble occasionally and cling to her. At that moment, her protective instincts took over, filled with thoughts. Come on, hurry and fall into my arms. By the time the movie ended, everyone on screen had died. Yuzi patted Hweheng's shoulder. All right, it's over. Hweheng's palm caressed her waist. There was almost no meat on her waist. It was incredibly slim, with his large hand stretching nearly as wide as her waist. Like fragile glass, a slight pinch could leave a red mark. Yuzi let go of him and complained, I told you to pick something you like, but instead. She stood up and turned on the light, her gaze landing on Hweheng. There was no trace of fear on his face, only calmness. He really knew how to pretend. In the dark, he acted like a shivering dog. Under the bright light, however, he looked perfectly composed. He could have been an expert in changing expressions if he wanted to. It was already evening, and the lights of the buildings outside were on. Yuzi's stomach rumbled with hunger, so she asked, Are you hungry? Want to eat something? Hweheng stood up, his legs numb from sitting too long. What do you want to eat? You treated me to the movie, now I'll treat you to dinner. As soon as they stepped out, they saw Zhang Ziyu standing at the door. He had been drinking and leaned against the wall by the entrance. Seeing Yuzi come out, his eyes flickered with emotion. Yuzi, I need to talk to you. Hweheng's cold glare immediately wiped away half of Zhang Ziyu's good mood. Yuzi, you can say it here. Zhang Ziyu glanced at Hweheng and, perhaps driven by a sense of retaliation, deliberately said, Yuzi, I like you. This unexpected confession caught Yuzi off guard. Her expression changed slightly. What do you like about me? Taking advantage of his alcohol buzz, Zhang Ziyu responded, your personality. Ha. Yuzi gave a cold laugh. Zhang Ziyu couldn't fully explain it either. Since the moment she first entered his field of vision, he'd been captivated. When she sang on stage, her unique charm was unmatched in any bar. There were plenty of girls who chased him at school, but none were like Yuzi. Playful yet alluring. Lost in his own words, Zhang Ziyu didn't even realize what he was saying. And yet he couldn't stop himself from watching Hweheng's face, hoping for even the slightest change in his expression. Could it be that he misjudged? Did Hweheng not care for Yuzi? That tiny bit of ill intent suddenly became exposed. Yuzi hugged Hweheng's arm. Forgot to tell you, this is my boyfriend. Zhang Ziyu. Hweheng smiled. Chapter 54, they look like a family of 3. Yuzi saw clearly what Zhang Ziyu was thinking. A newly graduated male college student can't hide his feelings yet, displaying his joys, anger, sadness, and happiness on his face, and even his likes are written all over his eyes. Such a simple person wasn't Yuzi's type. She slightly tilted her head, as if she was going to lean on Huaheng's shoulder. Do you understand what I mean? I have a boyfriend now, so don't bother me anymore. Zonziu opened his mouth, feeling like he had swallowed bitter herbs, unable to express the bitterness. He was indignant inside. No wonder he always felt there was something suspicious between them. That feeling was like a silk thread tightly connecting the two. Suddenly, he slapped his chest in frustration. When did you two get together? Huaheng, this morning. During the art exhibition. Zonziu had been drinking and his eyes were bloodshot, feeling reluctant. The people in the room finally noticed that he was gone and followed out. Zonziu, what are you doing? Zonziu lowered his head. Sorry, I disturbed. Huaheng shook his head helplessly. This was the charm of Yuzi, causing trouble deeply. She lit a fire in someone's heart and then ignored it afterward. Lu Ting, holding onto the doorframe, was yelling about wanting to go home and she pressed a number casually. Yuzi's phone rang. Lu Ting mumbled, I want to go home, come pick me up. I'm at. Not having clarified where, when she was about to fall flat on her face, Yuzi quickly held her up. From this angle, it seemed there should be new classmates in the house, at least 20 or more, lying around everywhere. Yuzi supported Lu Ting. Where is your home? But Lu Ting didn't care what she was saying, sniffing Yuzi closely with a silly smile. Sister, you smell so good. Yuzi wouldn't argue with a drunkard and took Lu Ting's phone. Great, it was out of battery. How to contact her family? Lu Ting clung to Yuzi not letting go, looking for help towards Huaheng with a pleading gaze. Huaheng, sighing helplessly, took out his phone and called Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming initially wanted to swear, who the hell are you? Disturbing my foot soak. Upon seeing it was Huaheng, his tone changed completely. Mr. Hua, what do you need? Huaheng's tone was calm, showing no emotion. Your niece is at Wanta apartment building 21, come pick her up. Zhao Ming, my niece. At that moment, he first thought about who his niece was. Lu Ting. This girl was definitely hanging out with Huaheng's secretary again. He hurriedly got out of his foot-soaked tub. I'll be there in 20 minutes. After Huaheng hung up the phone, he said, contact made, take her downstairs. Fortunately, Lu Ting was very light, they could walk a few steps while supporting her. Zonziu reluctantly left but suddenly realized the gap between him and Huaheng. His method would have been to let Lu Ting rest at a nearby hotel. But Huaheng could directly contact her family and bring her back. It was simply slapping him across the face. By the end of the movie, it was around 8 o'clock, and soon after entangling a bit, it was almost 9 o'clock. Lu Ting was squatted in front of the apartment building, trying to vomit but couldn't. The night wind blew, making her feel slightly better, squatting down like a little dog. Thank you, Sister Yuzi. Yuzi patted her back. It's just a small favor. Indeed, it was quite coincidental. They met right outside the door. A beam of light shone over. It was Zhao Ming's car headlights. From far away, he already saw the 3 people in front of building 21. Initially he was shocked. Yuzi was comforting Lu Ting in the middle. Huaheng still wore the same clothes from the morning, with a cold expression. This scene didn't resemble a date among friends. It looked more like being extraordinarily intelligent and a graduate genius. For a moment he actually couldn't think of appropriate words. He took over Lu Ting from Yuzi's hands. Thanks Miss Yu, thanks Mr. Hua. My niece has been rebellious since she was young, sorry for the trouble. Yuzi helped him support Lu Ting into the rear seat. No problem. Lu Ting, with flailing arms, wanted a hug. Huaheng's voice sounded ghostly in the dark night. Director Zhao, she's drunk heavily, take her home quickly. Zhongming became nervous, closed the rear door, and sat on the main driver's seat. I'm leaving first. The car turned around. Zhongming slapped his head. Finally remembered the previous scene. It looked too damn much like a family of 3. Mom and dad taking care of their rebellious daughter. Yuzi's body was soaked in alcohol smell, frowning but unwilling to go upstairs and change, otherwise she might meet Zonziu again. These years she preferred swift action, hating dragging things along. Shi Meng, seeking reconciliation, recommended several suitable places for dates to Huaheng, guaranteed suitable. Huaheng scoffed with a smile, if unsuitable, I'll kill you. Shi Meng. There was a restaurant near Wanta apartment, just a 10-minute walk for the two of them. Yuzi thought about getting rid of the alcohol smell on her body. This was a Spanish-style restaurant, and the black and white decor was particularly simple. Yuzi really liked this restaurant, leaning her head to whisper to Huaheng, the style here is great. Huaheng took note of what Shi Meng had recommended. Let's see how the food tastes. He kept a bit of rationality. The two sat by the window where they could enjoy the night view of Rongcheng. After ordering, Yuzi handed the menu to the waiter and looked up to see Chen Kaisen at the door. How much more fateful could it be? She could bump into this woman even when dining near her own home. Their eyes met, sparks flying. Beside Chen Kaisen stood a man she didn't recognize, but he seemed far more refined than Huaju. It was clear from their distant interaction that they weren't in a relationship. Huaheng wasn't looking at his phone but instead carefully observed Yuzi across from him. She hadn't changed clothes on the way downstairs, still wearing an unfashionable pair of glasses which drew extra glances from the waiters. But she didn't seem to care at all. The waiter arrived with the wine. Your wine. The red liquid poured into the tall glass. Huaheng raised it, to celebrate the success of your cooperation plan. Yuzi removed her glasses. Cheers. Chen Kaisen happened to be sitting behind them. There was no way she couldn't hear. Because of this, she flipped through the menu faster. The man beside her appeared somewhat helpless. Is there something you don't like? Chen Kaisin smiled faintly. Not at all, it's just hard to flip, so I used more force. She still maintained her ladylike image. The food at this restaurant was especially good, causing Yuzi to eat more than usual, pairing the red wine as if it were Spanish seafood rice soaked in wine. Huaheng urged her to drink less. Yuzi took another sip. The wine here is pretty good too. Huaheng deeply suspected that Meng had used all of his lifetime's intelligence on how to please girls. With a bit too much to drink, Yuzi urgently needed to use the restroom. Chapter 55, A Bite on the Neck. The price of being slightly drunk was a crystal clear mind but unsteady legs. Huaheng, with concern, asked, do you want me to accompany you to the restroom? Yuzi was still savoring the red wine in her mouth and waved her hand. No need, I can do it myself. Guided by the waiter, she headed towards the restroom. Chen Kaisin made an excuse to leave the table. After Yuzi finished using the restroom, she felt completely refreshed as if all the effects of alcohol had disappeared, making her instantly spirited. While washing her hands, she saw Chen Kaisin coming out from behind. Yuzi finally understood what it meant to stir up trouble for no reason. Chen Kaisin was that kind of person. She grabbed Yuzi, pinning her against the wall. It looked like a wall kiss scene, their eyes locked. Yuzi smirked, Miss Chen, if you keep this up, I'll scream. If it came down to methods, both good or bad, Yuzi was ready. Chen Kaisin loosened her grip, hugging her instead. Stop using such despicable tactics. Yuzi chuckled angrily, her hair, carelessly tied up today while watching a movie, now curled slightly, giving off the aura of a naturally alluring beauty who was both enchanting and seductive. Adding to that, her light teasing tone sounded bone-meltingly alluring. I use despicable tactics. Aren't your methods of cornering me in the restroom also despicable? Aren't your methods of exploiting Huoluan to create problems in my plan also despicable? Miss Chen, you have an unappealing face, yet I never thought your heart would be so dark. Chen Kaisin. She was angered by Yuzi's straightforward attack, it was too venomous. Yuzi gave a dismissive pat on her clothes. What did you bring me here for? It was clearly a restroom, but why did it sound different when Yuzi mentioned it? Chen Kaisin covered her nose and mouth, feeling even this restroom wasn't clean enough. I just want to tell you, let's keep our waters separate, and in the future, no one should interfere with each other. Yuzi straightened up, not understanding why Chen Kaisin would say something like that. From the tone, it seemed that Yuzi's presence was quite threatening to her. Yuzi moved closer, twisting a strand of her hair into a circle. Being taller than Chen Kaisin, Yuzi had a natural sense of intimidation. Her breath brushing against Chen Kaisin's skin caused slight trembles. What are you doing? Yuzi gave a mocking laugh. Your imagination is running wild. Regardless of the small tricks played earlier or her disdain for Huaheng, there was no way she could let go of Chen Kaisin. What do you mean? Chen Kaisin looked at her puzzled. Did it mean she would continue to snatch her business in the future? The man eating with her earlier had complimented the lady across the table as very beautiful. Wasn't that lady precisely Yuzi? She, Chen Kaisin, was supposed to be the main character in this meal. Yuzi rolled her eyes. My meaning is, the sunny road belongs to me, and so does the narrow bridge. She re-washed her hands, splashing water onto Chen Kaisin's neck, bringing a bone-chilling cold. Chen Kaisin shuddered, nearly gritting her teeth. Yuzi. It was absolutely excessive. Upon returning to the dining table, they could see the back of the man eating with Chen Kaisin. Yuzi didn't pay much attention. Compared to that, her boss's back was far more attractive. Huaheng had been waiting for her to come back. I was about to call 119 and rescue you from the restroom. Feeling good, Yuzi poured another large glass of red wine, just went out to act as a righteous knight and save people. Upon hearing this, Chen Kaisin couldn't remain calm after sitting down. The dinner lasted almost 2 hours, and the two exchanged a lot of words. From Fu Shijun's recent planning for Rongqing to Meng's effectiveness in going legitimate, then Liang Zishuan dealing with Huaju. Yuzi listened with great interest. Huaheng usually spoke little, but he talked unusually much today. He seemed unaware of how charming he sounded while speaking. Like Zhu Lin reading stories, utterly captivating. At around 11 o'clock, many restaurants in the building were closing, and they took another elevator downstairs. Yuzi followed Huaheng like a little kid. She insisted on walking in a straight line. Huaheng didn't get irritated. Yuzi boasted, Huaheng, look how straight I walk. Very straight. Huaheng stood beside her, worried that she might trip over her own feet and fall. Finally reaching the elevator, there were several students waiting too. Seeing Huaheng and Yuzi, they automatically shifted a step. Huaheng pulled Yuzi into his arms. Get on the elevator, stop fooling around. Yuzi obediently rested her head on his shoulder. A bystander student commented, they're perfectly matched. Afterward, Huaheng prepared to send her home, but Yuzi shook her head, I'm not going back today. Otherwise, she'd encounter Zon Ziyu again tomorrow morning. Huaheng's Adam's apple moved. If you're not going back, where will we go? To your place. Huaheng took her to his car and drove back home. Once inside, Yuzi threw herself onto the couch. Phew, finally see a bed. Old lady is exhausted. She acted as if she were back at home, casually tossing her shoes, leaving Huaheng to helplessly pick them up. Go take a shower. Yuzi refused, her voice muffled in the couch. Nope, go to sleep directly. It wasn't as if she hadn't fallen asleep fully dressed before. Prior to the age of 15, that's how she always slept. Huaheng picked her up like a chick and tossed her into the bathtub on the first floor. You don't just smell of red wine, but also the stench of inferior beer from Zon Ziwayu's place. The warm water flowed over her body, and Yuzi closed her eyes to savor the sensation. Xiaohua, get me a glass of red wine. Hua Heng helplessly shook his head as the lukewarm water soaked through her clothes, clinging tightly to her figure. Her curves were now prominently displayed in front of Hua Heng. The bathroom light was warm yellow, making her skin appear even fairer. The rising mist filled the room. Hua Heng felt as though he was in a steamer. Yuzi, feeling sticky all over, placed her hand under her blouse hem, ready to lift it. Hua Heng stopped her. We'll take it off in a moment. Heaven only knows how raspy his voice had become. Yuzi opened her hazy eyes. Are we bathing or washing clothes? Of course I'm taking a bath. Hua Heng glanced at the water in the bathtub. Do you even remember your bathing? Do you know there's a man right beside you? Yuzi suddenly stood up, those beautiful eyes shimmering with moisture. You're Hua Heng. No one else. Back then, malnourished and underfed, when she first encountered Hua Heng, she'd started menstruating after eating better. Her mother hadn't taught her what to do, so she panicked and cried. Hua Heng was knowledgeable and bought her sanitary pads. With poor health, she had suffered unbearable pain, and Hua Heng massaged her all night long. That 18-year-old boy was cold and indifferent yet especially kind to her. Who could ever come between Hua Heng and her? In this moment, amidst the swirling fog, she saw his handsome face. He had matured, and the depth in his gaze became more profound. She suddenly embraced Hua Heng, drenching him with water. It seemed they melded together. Yuzi lost her mind, leaving a bite mark on Hua Heng's neck. She must have gone mad, blamed the novels recommended by Lu Ting about leaving marks for love. She thought she might as well try one too. Hua Heng felt his bones melting. He grabbed Yuzi's back. Do you even know what you're doing? Yuzi suddenly went quiet. Damn. She fell asleep. Hua Heng wanted to curse, but helplessly smiled and pinched Yuzi's cheek. Next time, I won't let you off. A soft snore came from her, prompting Hua Heng to strip her completely, wrap her in a towel, and carry her out. Yuzi turned over in her sleep, straddling the pillow. Chapter 56. Did you two celebrate love last night? On Saturday, without an alarm clock, Yuzi slept in. After waking up, she dazedly looked around her surroundings. She suddenly sat up on the bed. Pulling back the blanket, her clothes were intact, but they weren't her pajamas. Memories of yesterday slowly came flooding back. In the bathroom, she bit Hua Heng. And that was it. So why were her clothes changed? Could it be Hua Heng? Yuzi felt a wave of heat rise to the top of her head and sighed with frustration. How could she face anyone after this? Turning around, she grabbed her phone to check the time. It was already past 10 in the morning. She saw messages from Lu Ting on WeChat. Lu Ting, Sister Yuzi, thank you for your help yesterday. Lu Ting, I drank so much yesterday, I didn't throw up on you, did I? Lu Ting, aren't you home? I'm at your door. Yuzi, if only you knew how much I wish I was still at home now. Yuzi, I'm out playing today. She threw her phone away, returned to the bed, flipped over, and fidgeted for a while. The memories in her mind wouldn't fade. The bite marks, the embrace, the heat. Damn. Yuzi sat cross-legged, placed her hands together, and breathed out. Life is so beautiful, the air is so fresh. After repeating this several times, her mood slightly improved. Standing up, her legs went weak, causing her to fall onto the carpet. This scene made it seem like something significant had happened last night. The room was large and not suffocatingly black. Barefoot, Yuzi searched everywhere but couldn't find her own clothes. They mustn't be here. Please don't tell me she washed them for me. She'd truly have no face left to show before others. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and Yuzi got startled. Who's there? It was Aunt Song's voice. Miss you, are you awake yet? Yuzi opened the door and gave Aunt Song, who looked kind and gentle, a small smile. With a vacuum cleaner in hand, Aunt Song said, Young lady, breakfast is ready. Would you like to come eat some? Yuzi stuck her head out and looked around. Where's Hua Heng? Aunt Song smiled. Mr. Hua hasn't woken up at this hour yet. Did you see my clothes? Asked Yuzi. They're in the downstairs bathroom. I just washed them for you. They're not dry yet. That meant she'd have to go out wearing this oversized sleepwear without underwear underneath. But her stomach couldn't wait any longer. After a fierce internal struggle, Yuzi took a big step outside and walked straight to the dining table. Breakfast was abundant and clearly homemade by Aunt Song. From Yuzi's vantage point, she could see the entire view of the villa area. Flowers seemed to have been planted in the yard across the street. After eating, Yuzi went to wash up and checked her clothes. They were half dry. While brushing her teeth, she tapped her head, trying hard to recall how her clothes disappeared, but these memories were too stimulating. Mixed with excitement and apprehension. At this moment, the doorbell rang, and Aunt Song immediately answered it. Shi Meng, dressed in a flamboyant pink suit and wearing sunglasses, posed at the entrance. Auntie, has Hua Heng woken up? Aunt Song shook her head. He hasn't come out. Song had been cleaning here for 2 or 3 years and never entered Hua Heng's private areas. Shi Meng stepped in and started shouting, Erxia, come out quick. Give me back my heart. Yuzi couldn't help but wonder, why does a CEO of an entertainment company have zero artistic taste? How improper. After rinsing her mouth and spitting out the foam, she walked out. Big boss Shi, can you stop singing already? Shi Meng was surprised by her sudden appearance and hopped back like a frog. His eyes scanned her all over as if using radar, then he grinned lecherously. Did you two celebrate love last night? Yuzi rolled her eyes. Are you mentally damaged by tiny explosives? Is that even possible? Shi Meng shrugged helplessly. After all, He was the boss of the entertainment circle, always highly sensitive to trending topics. Could he not know what was going through Huaheng's mind? Judging from the looks of it, nothing happened. Coward. Among friends, don't speak so nastily, Ximeng complained. Auntie, can I get a glass of orange juice? He nonchalantly sat down on the sofa. Yuzi approached. Auntie, bring me an iced American coffee. Aunt Song spoke fluent northeastern dialect. All right. Mr. Shi, do you want ice in your orange juice? Ximeng flapped his arms due to sweat. Yes. This sun is too harsh. As Aunt Song went to the kitchen, the two left behind glared at each other. Ximeng put both hands on his knees. Tell me, what did you two do last night? Not knowing the truth would torment him more than death. Yuzi picked a cherry from the table and popped it into her mouth. Do you even know the saying curiosity killed the cat? Ximeng replied without shame. I'm a dog, not a cat. I won't die easily. Now spill it. How good was Huaheng last night? Yuzi, do you even realize what you're saying? Ximeng, unable to pry any answers, slumped onto the sofa in despair, gazing mournfully at the ceiling. What a waste. A waste of what? Yuzi was curious. Ximeng glanced at her but said nothing. This woman was playing hard to get. He wouldn't let her have her way. Yuzi didn't care and continued eating. She had ways to make Ximeng talk. That day at the art exhibition, you ran off secretly, and now you've suddenly come knocking, which means Huaheng must have something on you, right? She analyzed while observing Ximeng's expressions. Yuzi wasn't afraid of Huaheng's entourage. Initially, they indeed looked down on Yuzi. But later, they came around. Ximeng thought this woman had no sense of morality. She could do anything. When he saw her expression change, she added, if you don't tell me what's a waste, then I'll just let Huaheng continue to block you. A word to Julin about Fu Shijun, and you'll be isolated by 2 people. Then I'll introduce Liang Zishuan to someone else, leaving 4-person group with only you as the lone wolf. Eventually, everyone will ignore you, and you'll be lonely for the rest of your life. Ximeng couldn't believe how absurd it sounded. Shut up, you conceited woman. And devious too. If Yuzi's manipulative skills were in ancient times, she would be a calamitous concubine who ruined a nation. He raised an eyebrow. Do you really want to know? Yuzi nodded. Since the conversation had reached this point, it wouldn't make sense not to listen. Ximeng beckoned her closer. Do you know what high school boys like to do? Yuzi's heart skipped a beat, sensing ominous vibes. Ximeng said, Huaheng's place is particularly big, and if it isn't used, it'd be such a waste. Big. Unused. Such a waste. Yuzi's embarrassment and excitement from the morning resurfaced. A spark can start a prairie fire. Ximeng had intended to see Yuzi squirm, but instead found her eerily calm. Pretending. Just as Yuzi heard movement upstairs, she called out, Huaheng, Ximeng just insulted you. Ximeng turned back, looking piteously innocent. Brother Hua, I didn't. Huaheng's gaze passed over Ximeng and fell on Yuzi. Go change clothes. Wearing pajamas was improper. Yuzi, where am I supposed to find clothes? As she spoke, the doorbell rang. Xiao Chen arrived carrying a large bag. Mr. Hua. He hadn't finished speaking when he saw Yuzi and stammered. Assistant Yu, are these the clothes you wanted? Yuzi took them. Thank you for your trouble, Xiao Chen. Chen trembled. Who should I thank? You've worked so hard. He retreated step by step. My wife is giving birth. I'll take my leave. Chapter 57, Sweet Bite Marks. Chen, a 25-year-old guy with no girlfriend and having been single all his life, suddenly said his wife had given birth. Could the excuse be any worse? Yuzi took her clothes to change. Ximeng drank a sip of orange juice and crossed his legs. Tell me what you did last night. Was it worth 1,000 pieces of gold? The aunt placed the coffee on the table. Huaheng picked it up and took a sip. When will you wipe your dirty mouth? Ximeng was scolded. He was very confused inside. He glanced back and whispered softly, don't tell me you don't have feelings for your secretary. My eyesight may be slightly astigmatic, but I'm definitely not blind. Ximeng added a sentence. Huaheng, in his pajamas, looked lazy and casual. You meddle in too many things. Ximeng's fingers trembled as he pointed at Huaheng. It's useless trying to teach someone like you. So pointless. Huaheng had just returned to the country, facing financial difficulties that required significant investment. Wherever he went, he brought Yuzi along, fearing losing her like she was a priceless treasure. He remembered when someone once said, this woman has some good tricks, bound to have plenty of moves. Huaheng refused to cooperate with that person immediately. Later, that small workshop-like company disappeared without much of a splash. Ximeng and a few others couldn't understand it. There are so many women in the world, why must it only be Yuzi? He glanced back again. Yuzi still hadn't come out yet. You tell me, what is so great about her? Huaheng glanced lightly. You tell me what is so great about that journalist. Being interested in a journalist would never be agreed upon by Ximeng's father. Some people's fates are arranged from birth. He can possess much money, status, even eternal peace, but not love. Ximeng finished his drink. Just playing around anyway, you're taking it too seriously. He passes through the flowers but doesn't stick. This little journalist is different from other women. She loves his money, loves his figure, straightforward to the point of rudeness. She's indeed cut out for an entertainment journalist. Huaheng hit the stop recording button. Alright, I'll remember that. Ximeng was shocked. Aren't we good buddies already? Yuzi opened the door to come out. Ximeng became playful. Little Z, is your birthday coming up? Yuzi, is it? I forgot. Ximeng leaned on the sofa. What do you want? Big brother will buy it for you. Ah! He screamed when Huaheng kicked him on the butt. Do you need me for something? Yuzi, isn't there a motorcycle you have? Shimeng rubbed his sore butt. You like that? Big brother will get you a new one, mine's wrecked. Yuzi looked at the time and prepared to go home. Huaheng stopped her. Wait, I'll take you. Shimeng's face contorted with jealousy, making tsk sounds, wondering why Huaheng didn't offer to take him home. Shimeng finally remembered the real reason, something you asked me to investigate earlier. I found some leads. The woman is an actress from Hong Kong in the 80s who wasn't popular. You might even say her career was shelved as soon as she debuted, so very few know about her. Yuzi sat there listening. Huaheng glanced at yawning Yuzi. Auntie, please brew another cup of iced Americano. Shimeng handed the coffee Huaheng drank over to Yuzi. Tired? Drink this. He felt uncomfortable if he wasn't annoying people. What, you're rejecting your boss now? Yuzi really wanted to stand up, pull apart Shimeng's head, and see if his brain got mixed up with water. She put down her cup. Go on with your story. Shimeng got back to the topic. In that era, it was popular to elect Miss Hong Kong, and she was on the list. As he spoke, he pulled out a stack of documents from behind. Here, it's just a blurry image from the newspapers of the 80s. Huaheng spread them out. Shimeng circled the corner woman in red pen. He looked up at Yuzi. She bore absolutely no resemblance to the newspaper picture he gave her. Does she look familiar? Yuzi scrutinized carefully. Finally, it seemed familiar, the woman beating her mother years ago. Why did you suddenly start investigating her? Huaheng, sitting on the sofa, his eyes half closed. Recently, Hu Yunyuan has been closely associating with a woman, and I feel like it could be her. Yuzi's expression flickered briefly. The coffee made her come back to her senses, brewed by the aunt. She actually doesn't remember some unpleasant scenes well, she only despises Yu Zhusheng from her heart. Her memory of the woman blurred. But the lady loved smoking, had large curls, and appeared melancholic as though everyone owed her money. Those days, San Francisco had quite a number of Chinese people who seemingly fled here. Yu Zhusheng was among them. They lived in a small house. Yu Zhusheng sat on the chair like an artwork. In the midst of swirling cigarette smoke, she simply smiled, appearing fairly normal. Did she return to China? Yuzi had never thought of reuniting with this woman. After all her misfortunes were caused by Yu Zhusheng. Huaheng grunted. Shimeng has recently been developing towards Hong Kong, so I asked him to investigate this woman. But the result was not good. This woman seemed to carry a heavy mysterious color that was incomprehensible. Shimeng spread his hands. That's all I know. By the way, isn't old we're trying hard to ruin you? His hand is already on little Z. Huaheng didn't say anything. That old man likes seeing people surpass their predecessors, but it's not him who he wants to see doing it. After finishing his speech, Shimeng had no intention of leaving. I'll stay for dinner, Auntie's food is very fragrant. Huaheng, get out. Shimeng stood up and tidied his clothes. You're so mean, using me and then throwing me away. He twisted his waist, an unmatched seductive move. Yuzi took a photo with her phone. Shimeng turned back. It seems neither of you are from normal families. One taking photos, one recording. He smiled. All right, I'm off. I'm going out to eat with my little journalist. After the lively Shimeng left, the house became quiet. Huaheng beckoned Yuzi to sit beside him. How did you sleep last night? Why does this sound so strange? As if asking if she was comfortable yesterday? Yuzi quickly thought. Pretty good. Did I do anything unusual last night? Huaheng's finger grabbed the thread on his pants. You did. He leaned closer to Yuzi, and their breaths intertwined. Huaheng pulled open the collar of his pajamas. Was this your doing last night? The bite marks were clearly deep. Yuzi felt like she was walking into a trap, staring at Huaheng's neck, unable to help swallowing. Isn't it still so white? Chapter 58. She has too many qualities. Yuzi had seen many handsome men. However, Huaheng was definitely one of the outstanding ones among them, and he was a high-quality man with self-awareness. For example, right now, his unbuttoned sleepwear revealed an enticing physique. Huaheng's skin was on the fair side, and the neat row of bite marks on his body particularly stood out, raising doubts about just how intense things were yesterday. He chuckled softly. All right, how will you compensate me? Yuzi slightly shifted her body, not daring to get too close, but such behavior made her appear overly timid. She straightened her back. Do you have medical insurance? Huaheng. Yuzi, ever ready to shock with her words. Buy some medicine, it should be covered, right? Huaheng flicked her forehead gently. Are you dumb? Though he didn't say it out loud, Yuzi thought she must have been. She shifted her bottom slightly. It's so hot. Huaheng chose not to expose her, getting up to go upstairs. Wait for me to change and I'll send you home. The moment he rose from the sofa, Yuzi collapsed back onto it. If it came to handling other men, she had always excelled at grasping their psychology. Men like Zhong Ziyu or Ji Yu Sai, she understood them well and knew how to manage them. Only Huaheng remained inscrutable to her. Yet, for some reason, she found herself inexplicably drawn to touch him. Footsteps sounded from upstairs. Yuzi sat up straighter, thinking she saw what could only be described as a peacock flaunting itself. Huaheng had changed into a floral shirt, short-sleeved, open-collared, revealing precisely that bite mark. He usually wore combinations of black and white, radiating an aura of abstinence. But today, he deviated from tradition, akin to a peacock spreading its feathers. Huaheng walked to the doorway, not looking good. Yuzi awkwardly touched her nose. Looks good, very good. Instead of driving to Wanta Apartments, Huaheng headed straight for the mall. Yuzi unbuckled her seatbelt. What are we doing here? Huaheng, tomorrow is Hulwan's birthday, let's buy a gift. After all, Hulwan had never harmed him, so in principle and sentimentally, he ought to give something. Yuzi responded with an "oh" and followed him. The two strolled from the jewelry store to the bag shop. Each salesperson cast them curious glances, smiling with a maternal warmth at the pair. Yuzi followed the staff's gaze towards Huaheng's neck. They certainly thought too much. Finally, after buying a crying-themed bag, Huaheng sat on the sofa and told the saleswoman to prepare a card. Squatting beside the coffee table, pen in hand, the saleswoman asked, "Sir, what would you like written on it?" Huaheng paused for a while. "Right, with Gucci, there's no need to cry for love. There are plenty who don't like you, just focus on being yourself." Yuzi. Who would have thought Huaheng could rap? Knowing fully well that Hulwan had feelings for him, he was still rubbing salt into her wounds. The saleswoman hesitated, uncertain again. "Sir, are you sure about writing this?" Huaheng looked utterly calm, no trace of jesting. "Yes, write it." The gift box was wrapped up. Xiao Chen entered panting. "Boss, why did you call me?" Huaheng indicated the box on the table with his eyes. "At 8 tonight, deliver this to BK for Hulwan's birthday." Chen first glanced at Yuzi, giving off the impression that he wanted Boss's approval. He hadn't yet recovered from the shock of finding the two of them in the same house that morning. "Boss, aren't you coming?" "Huaheng, I'm busy." He stood up calling for Yuzi to follow him. Chen didn't overlook the bite mark on his neck. This secretary Yu was quite ruthless. Upon concluding the exhibition at the mall, Huaheng asked Yuzi, "Is there anything you want to buy?" "Yuzi, I don't celebrate my birthday." The tone of these words carried a tinge of sourness, seemingly complaining that the man was giving a present to Hulwan. The two stood by the railing on the floor level, able to look down upon the entire mall. Huaheng reached out wanting to mess her hair, but then realized it was too intimate for a public place, retracting his hand. "If you're not buying, let's head back." Buy. How could one pass up an opportunity for free stuff? Yuzi rushed into Chanel's store and purchased the little golden ball she had long coveted. So pleased. After going home, she specially took photos and posted them on WeChat Moments. Chen's thoughts, was this a compensatory gift? At exactly 8 o'clock, Hulwan's college classmates came to celebrate her birthday. Some were merely wishing her a happy birthday, while others were there because of Huaheng. Hulwan informed them early that Huaheng would come. Such news had thrilled them immensely. A prestigious figure was actually within reach. Huaheng, they should have noticed already. But as half a day had passed without Huaheng showing up, everyone around started getting anxious. "Hulwan, is your brother still coming?" Hulwan shot a glare. "Why are you so worried?" That person shrugged dismissively and said nothing more. Exactly at 8, Chen knocked on the door. Hulwan excitedly opened it. "Brother." Upon seeing it was Xiao Chen, she looked behind him where was Huaheng's figure. "Where's my brother?" "The boss didn't come, I was sent to deliver the gift." The green packaging box was particularly attractive, and envious glances were cast by classmates. Although Hulwan was happy, she still wasn't satisfied. "Did my brother say anything?" Xiao Chen, gritting his teeth, replied, "President Hu said he has something to do tonight, so he won't come." Hulwan held her breath in anger but couldn't let it out in front of everyone, so she forced on a false smile. "You've worked hard, Xiao Chen." The door closed. Xiao Chen wiped the sweat off his forehead. Shit, that was scary. At midnight 12 o'clock, Huaheng heard someone pressing the doorbell outside. Upon opening, he saw a completely drunk Hulwan. Under the lamplight, her eyes were bloodshot, pitiable with utmost. "Brother, why didn't you attend my birthday party? Didn't you promise me?" Huaheng's frown deepened as his eyebrows twitched. He touched his phone, not finding it on him, then turned around to look for it. Hulwan had already entered, falling to the ground, then struggling to rise up again. Dressed in a short skirt today, this stumble exposed her thigh roots. Huaheng called the Hua family steward. "Come take her away, or I'll abandon her." The steward mumbled as he rose, dressed, and drove out to find her. Huaheng's good mood from earlier was now ruined, leaving him quite annoyed. The person lying on the ground leaned against the wall, her gaze scattered. "Big brother 3, tell me, do you like Yuzi? What's so great about that wretch to be liked?" Huaheng always thought he had pretty good self-discipline and wouldn't easily lay hands on a woman. He walked forward, squatted down in front of Hulwan. "Hulwan, I've told you many times, don't curse at Yuzi in front of me." Hulwan shrank her neck, feeling everything around her getting colder. She sobered up a little, meeting Huaheng's gaze filled with killing intent. Hulwan immediately changed to an expression full of grievance. "Big brother 3, what exactly do you like about her?" It was clearly her who came first, yet in the end, it was Yuzi who won Huaheng's favor. Regarding this question, Huaheng wasn't hiding anything either. With a blank face, he gave examples. "She's beautiful, smart, has a great figure, is cute." In no time, he listed a bunch of them. Hulwan's pupils trembled in shock. "Huaheng, she has too many good qualities, do you want to hear more?" Chapter 59, Deliberate Seduction. The alcohol in Hulwan's head was gradually dispersing, and she heard clearly what Huaheng had said in one breath. It seemed that he never had so much to say to her. Her tears fell like rain, and taking advantage of her drunken state, she wailed, "Third brother, do you have no feelings for me at all?" Huaheng chuckled derisively. "I do." Hulwan's heart leapt with joy, only to be immediately doused with cold water. "Other than familial affection, I can't think of any other kind of feeling, and I dislike disorderly relationships." That word alone pinned her to the pillar of shame. Huelwan stood there like a wooden chicken. The Hua family butler drove up to the villa entrance and saw the open door. He walked over. I've come to pick up Miss Hua. Huaheng slightly tilted his chin. There she is. The butler helped up the person on the ground and tried to leave with her. But the drunk Huelwan refused. Third brother, do you like Yuzi? Do I despise you? I curse you. All your fervent efforts will go down the drain like mine. Her thoughts were unclear as she began to babble nonsense. Despite the butler's lack of fondness for Huaheng, he knew this man wasn't easygoing and hurriedly covered Huelwan's mouth. Miss Hua, you're drunk. Please don't say more. Huelwan went berserk. I will speak. With these words, she completely let herself loose, airing grievances from ancient times to now, even accusing Huaheng of wronging her. In the residential villa area, lights turned on in several homes. Instead of being angry about the disturbance, they watched excitedly as if it were a show. Huaheng was about to say something when he saw Yuzi furiously rushing over from behind. She carried today's newly purchased bag, her high heels making loud sounds, and she slapped Huelwan without hesitation. Not just Huelwan, even Huaheng was shocked. Yuzi glared at the Hua butler who looked ready to retaliate. What? You dare to strike too? Fresh from drinking elsewhere, she smelled of alcohol and was already irate. Huelwan suddenly burst into loud sobs. Yuzi raised her hand again. If you cry, I'll slap you again. Huelwan sniffled until she calmed down. Yuzi scowled fiercely. Disturbing people at midnight? Should I call the police? Miss Hua seems tired of gourmet dishes, craving a few days of boiled Chinese cabbage perhaps. The butler interjected. Miss you, even though disturbing neighbors is wrong, attacking physically shouldn't be right either. Yuzi glanced sideways. Having long been annoyed by this butler, my beating is still lenient compared to possible rabies injection. Has she taken one yet? Butler Hua, puzzled, asked. What do you mean? Yuzi retorted. Shouldn't you bear the responsibility if she has rabies and pounces on my boss, biting him? This insult hit too hard. The old face of Hua butler turned red. Yuzi pointed at Huelwan. In the company, I give you enough face, endure you since you are brother Huaheng's sister, but here, if you keep causing trouble, don't blame me for being rude. Her demeanor resembled a typical tough street girl perfectly. Behind them, Huaheng couldn't help laughing at this spectacle, meeting desperate eyes seeking rescue. He merely shrugged his shoulders. Since Yuzi was riding his influence to bully, how could Huaheng withdraw from the situation? Huelwan was deeply aggrieved but admitted her fault first, pulling at Hua butler's sleeve. Let's go. Once inside the car, sobered up, she held her cheek and clenched her teeth. Yuzi, such a cheap woman, truly cruel. After everyone left, Yuzi shook her aching hand. Slapping really hurt. Huaheng still stood under the lamplight. Yuzi asked, Boss, do you need anything else? She was on her way home after drinking somewhere, called back because he reported some sort of danger. She still had half a bottle of wine left on the table. Huaheng signaled her to wait as he went upstairs to change clothes. Yuzi guessed, Are you going to the bar with me? Huaheng shook his head. I'll stay at your place for a day. Why? Yuzi questioned. The house smells too strongly of alcohol. It's stifling. Yuzi leaned closer. Smell me, boss. Huaheng replied blandly. Why? The chauffeur, witnessing this drama, almost applauded. After boarding the vehicle, Yuzi lost all interest in going to the bar and ordered the driver to turn around and return to her apartment. Does my body smell of alcohol, boss? I didn't notice. He stepped out of the elevator first, adding, perhaps Miss Hua's strong alcoholic smell masked yours, which feels trivial in comparison. And so, he comfortably settled into Yuzi's residence. Furthermore, he took a bath. Sitting in the guest bathroom tub, there was nothing except a missing towel. Yuzi standing by the door. What? Huaheng closed his eyes to rest. There's no towel in the room. Yuzi rolled her eyes. Stand under the heat lamp to dry. It'll be quick in this weather. Huaheng protested. That takes too long. I'm incredibly sleepy. Sleepy enough to go to bed early, yet why take a bath? Yuzi flipped through her previously online purchased towels and found a pink one. Knocking softly and entering, she placed it on the bed and knocked lightly on the bathroom door. I've placed it on the bed for you. Come out and use it yourself. Just as she was leaving, the bathroom door opened. Huaheng was wearing black boxers, and his hair was still dripping water. The bathroom light was still on as he stood tall and straight in front of Yuzi, revealing a near-perfect physique with broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and a six-pack. His long legs were defined by solid thigh muscles. Clearly, they looked powerful. Yuzi spat out loud in disbelief. She then whispered amid her Buddha. What had she been fantasizing about? Huaheng approached her, reaching out to touch Yuzi. Yuzi shut her eyes tightly, muttering internally, this is an illusion. I mustn't be lured by the peacock. When nothing happened, Huaheng picked up the pink towel and wrapped it around himself. Yuzi burst into laughter. Then she saw that Huaheng's face had darkened. Can't you prepare something for men? Yuzi tried hard not to laugh too rudely, saying, I don't have a boyfriend, so why, would I prepare things for men? Why should I prepare items for men? She couldn't help but laugh again. Once Huaheng wiped the water off his body, he removed the towel and stood naked before Yuzi. Yuzi caught sight of a bulky shape. Shimon's words echoed in her mind. Huaheng is well endowed, which is unfortunate. Her mouth went dry, guiltily attempting to sneak away. Good night, sleep well. I'll leave now. Huaheng didn't stop her, he was in a great mood. Looting noticed halfway through their game that Yuzi had disappeared. Listening, where are you, Sister Yuzi? Yuzi, my boss had some issues, so I'm with him. After sending the message, Yuzi pulled the blanket over herself. However, feeling unbearably warm, she quickly got out from under it. What had tonight brought? Was Huaheng deliberately tempting her? Never mind, time to sleep. At 3 a.m., she got up to scroll through her phone. Big data seemed to understand her thoroughly, recommending endless pictures of muscular men, one after another. Yuzi envisioned Huaheng's face onto these images. She placed down her phone and stared at the ceiling until she finally drifted off to sleep at 5 in the morning. Huaheng slept extraordinarily comfortably, waking up refreshed in the morning. Little Chen knocked on the door hesitantly. Seeing the boss cheered him up, but spotting Secretary Yu behind the boss erased his smile. In just 2 days, he felt utterly overshadowed. What was going on? Were they swapping sleeping spots? How was a single dog like him supposed to survive this? Chapter 60, Let Brother Listen. Xiao Chen gasped, Boss, your clothes. It's embarrassing for Huaheng. He stood there bare-chested, with a physique so good it made Xiao Chen swallow his own saliva. There were still red marks on his arms and other parts of his body from the scrubbing last night. How could this not make people overthink? Huaheng shifted slightly, and just then Xiao Chen saw Yuzi come out of the bathroom. She brushed her hair and walked back into the bedroom. All right, you can go now. Thanks for these 2 days. Tell finance to increase your pay on Monday. After hearing that, Xiao Chen turned his envy into strength. How could it be tiring? He grinned foolishly. Not tiring at all, not tiring at all. If money could solve everything, why waste words? The door was closed, and Xiao Chen took out his phone, sending a message in the group chat. Xiao Chen wants a raise. My eyes are rulers. Boss and Yuzi must have definitely hooked up. Shu Wei doesn't sleep much. I don't believe it, unless you send pictures. Xiao Chen wants a raise. Yesterday, there were bite marks on the boss's neck, and today red ones. Think about how intense it was. Qian Du says, I said it before, they must be together. Yuzi is favored. Shu Ju. After dressing properly, Huaheng knocked on Yuzi's room door. The person inside mumbled groggily, what's wrong? Huaheng knew she had stayed up late last night. Her social media account was active 3 hours ago. It's the 30th today. Yuzi jumped off the bed, looked at the time, it was 8:30, and pulled open the wardrobe to grab a dress. She rushed to the bathroom using the fastest speed she'd ever managed, washing her face, brushing her teeth, and putting on makeup in less than 20 minutes. Huaheng waited for her by the door. As Yuzi reached for her shoes, she paused. Are you going too, boss? Huaheng nodded once. I'm going to donate some love. The car headed towards Rongcheng Orphanage. It was a habit Yuzi had formed over the years, visiting the orphanage every 30th of the month without fail. Just as they got out of the car, a little girl ran up and hugged her. Sister Z, you're here. I missed you so much. Yuzi squatted down halfway and touched the little girl's braids. Who braided your hair? It looks so pretty. She was incredibly gentle around kids. The little girl pointed toward a woman sitting under the shade of a tree. Grandma Ling did it. Zhu Yunling was mending clothes. Yuzi went over and bent down. Whose clothes got torn again? The elderly lady wore reading glasses, looking up and seeing Yuzi, her face lighting up. Little Z is here. She put down her work and stood up to look at Yuzi carefully. Ah, you've lost weight recently. What happened? The two chatted for a bit. Huaheng adjusted the needle's tip direction to prevent anyone from getting pricked. Yuzi pinched the flesh on her arm and pouted. Where am I thin? I'm obviously fat. Zhu Yunling asked her to sit down. Stay for lunch today. Only then did she turn to look at Huaheng, smiling contentedly. Little Z, is this yours? I'm her boyfriend. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yunling's eyes sparkled with joy. Little Z, you didn't tell me you're dating someone? Yuzi didn't want to upset the elder, so she replied, we just started, so I brought him over for you to meet. She glared furiously at Huaheng, blaming him for talking too much. Unashamed, Huaheng instead took pride. You're Grandma Ling, right? Little Z often mentions you to me. Seeing such a handsome young man, Zhu Yunling liked him immediately. Young man, how old are you? What do you do? How many people are in your family? When do you two plan to get married? Ordinarily, if Huaheng heard so many trivial questions, he'd get annoyed. But today, he kindly answered them one by one. Grandma Ling, I'm 28 years old. I run my own small company. Both my parents passed away early. Regarding marriage, it depends on what Little Z has in mind. His gaze moved to Yuzi, like a glittering starry sky filled with hope. Grandma Ling pressed further, that's true, but when does Little Z plan to get married? Yuzi tried to brush it off. Let's talk about it later, focus on career first. Career comes first. Grandma Ling agreed. Right, women can't live without careers. They always say men lie, claiming they will support the family financially while the wife stays beautiful, but after marriage, the husband ends up disliking the wife because she's lazy and eats too much. Huaheng touched his nose. Why did he suddenly get scolded? Seeing the two chatting happily, he felt cheerful and didn't care about those details anymore. Grandma Ling pulled Yuzi's hand. Little Z, follow me, I have something to tell you. Yuzi was a bit worried, fearing that Huaheng couldn't handle being alone with the group of kids. You two go ahead and chat. Yuzi gave him a reassuring glance. Take care. Grandma Ling led Yuzi into the building of the orphanage. Inside, there was an office. She opened it with a key she pulled out from her pocket and handed a file folder inside to Yuzi. The thing you asked me to help you find. Yuzi had no high expectations, yet unexpectedly found exactly what she was looking for. The file folder was sealed, and Yuzi felt it was a hot potato for a moment, with mixed emotions. Many things in her memory were blurred, as if covered by a layer of glass paper. She thought this thing wouldn't affect her. But the other day, she saw Yu Sheng too. At first, she wasn't sure if it was Yu Sheng until Heng confirmed it yesterday. It was almost certain that Yu Sheng had returned to the country. In Yuzi's memory, she had stayed at this orphanage. Later, she was taken away by Yu Sheng. She also remembered living in Hong Kong for a while before going through twists and turns to end up in the US. But in her life, the role of father seemed never to have appeared. Yuzi opened the file. It contained registration information. Yu Sheng took away 5-year-old Yuzi, and under the father section, it read Zhong Chen Yao. The handwriting was messy, as if made up on the spot. This woman always told wild stories. Just as Yuzi was about to turn the page, the cry of a child came from outside. She stuffed the things into her bag and ran out. Heng was holding Xiao Tian, gently patting her back with his big hand. Such a scene was a once-in-a-lifetime sight, and the boss exuded paternal love. Xiao Tian, held by the handsome man, forgot the pain in her knee when she turned her head. Yuzi went over to take her. Xiao Tian shook her head and leaned against Heng's shoulder happily. Let brother check if your knee is bleeding. Heng placed her on a chair and squatted down halfway to inspect. There were pebbles in the yard, and her knee had been scraped. Ling Grandma brought out the medical kit, and Yuzi applied the medicine with perfect coordination. After the bandage was done, the little girl became lively again immediately. Ling Grandma went to the kitchen to ask the canteen auntie to add 2 more dishes. Yuzi moved closer to Heng. How do you have the face to call yourself brother? Heng glanced at Yuzi. She calls you sister. I can't possibly let her call me brother-in-law, can I? Yuzi, you're 28 years old, 24 years older than her. She should call you uncle. Why don't you let her call you aunt? I look young. Do I look old? Chapter 61. When to have a child. If it came to verbal sparring, Yuzi was slightly inferior compared to Heng. After arguing herself tired, she sat down on a chair and picked up the half-sewn clothes made by Grandma Ling. The shoulder strap of the little dress had come undone. Yuzi tried to sew it back. Heng looked at her clumsy hands and smiled softly. Do you actually know how to do needlework? Yuzi responded frankly, no, I don't. Heng reached out, and Yuzi was confused. Give it to me. Yuzi opened her mouth wide in surprise. Heng, can you really sew? The clothing changed hands, and soon Heng skillfully threaded the needle, sewing it up in no time. Yuzi couldn't take her eyes off his hands. Xiao Tian saw her own skirt was now fixed, happily exclaiming while still lisping, brother, you're so talented. Heng gently patted her head. Thank you for the compliment. Then Grandma Ling called them to dinner. Yuzi coughed once, mimicking Xiao Tian's sweet voice. Brother, you're so talented. This sounded like a popsicle in the summer, sticky sweet. Heng patted her head again. Thank you for the compliment. The two had their meal in the yard. When Yuzi left, she handed a card to Grandma Ling. Here, spend it. Ling auntie placed it back in her bag. We have money here. A company donated a few days ago, I think. Yuzi hadn't heard about this and was curious. What company? Ling auntie sometimes forgot things. After thinking for a while, she said, what's it called? Ute. Or Zhongyu. It seems familiar but I can't remember where. Yuzi glanced towards Heng who was far away. He wasn't wearing a suit today and seemed much more approachable. He was crouching beside the kids playing with them. TSK. How could this person secretly do so many good things? Grandma Ling brought Yuzi back from her wandering thoughts. I see that Xiao Hua likes children a lot. When are you two planning to get married and have a child? Yuzi's face flushed red. Grandma Ling, what are you saying? Grandma Ling smiled kindly. While focusing on your career, don't forget to make yourself happy. I know, Yuzi replied. Sitting in the car, she turned on the air conditioning. Even sharing the same space as Heng felt unbearably hot now. Heng turned his head. Are you hot? Yes, Yuzi answered. She started the car and drove home. Neither of them spoke during the journey. Heng refused to go back to the villa under the excuse of airing out the smell. How long will you be airing it? Yuzi asked. A week, Heng answered. And so he smoothly moved into Yuzi's house. When Zonzi saw them again, they were laughing together. Had they really fallen in love? On Monday, Shu Wn presented the new design to Yuzi, occasionally looking at Yuzi's neck. Yuzi flipped through it. Not bad, I'll send it to the factory later. When she looked up, she saw Shu Wn checking her chest area. What are you looking at? Caught, Shu Wan gave an awkward smile. You assistant, your necklace is quite nice. Bought it on Taobao for 9.9 yuan, I'll send you the link later. Shu Wan escaped being caught, quickly leaving. Once inside the elevator, she took out her phone. Many evenings without sleep at Little Chen wants promotion. Where's the bite mark? False information. Little Chen wants promotion. It's been 2 days already, it should have faded. Shu Ju, it's Mr. Hua's neck, not you assistant. I just saw it, though it's very faint. My eyesight is 5.2. Shu Wan, there's definitely something suspicious going on. Upon stepping out of the elevator, she ran into Huan, who was sporting dark circles under her eyes, looking rather frightening. What happened to you? As head of the design department, Shu Wan caring for her subordinate was her responsibility. Who knew Huan wouldn't accept her concern? Mind your own business. Shu Wan, next time won't happen. She winked. Only magic can defeat Huolwan's magic. Do you really plan to use Nanchu's land to build an amusement park? Liang Zixuan glanced at his phone again, uncertain. A cigarette was dangling unlit from Huoheng's lips. His nicotine addiction wasn't severe, only smoking 1 or 2 sticks occasionally, but recently he planned to quit entirely. Because that morning when he smoked a cigarette, the little girl said the smell was unpleasant. Huoheng thought it best not to smoke considering future daughters. He said, I'm letting it leak out, making Huoyun Yuan believe it's true. Only if you invest, they'll assume it's real. Liang Zixuan thought for a moment. Third brother, you're not tricking me, are you? Huoheng chuckled lightly. Can I trick you? How kind am I? Liang Zixuan gave an awkward laugh. Back in M country when you were broke, you tricked all of us there for some benefit. That was brotherly loyalty. Did the Zhongyu dividends later include you guys? Indeed, they did, and it wasn't little either. But they were thoroughly tricked back then. Later they found out, the money Huoheng gained from those tricks was used to support Yuzi. Shimeng spat blood on the spot upon hearing this. My dear third brother, I've never seen such a high-level tactic used to flirt. When Huoheng went to M country, he didn't have a penny. Huoyun Yuan couldn't care less if he died in M country, not a penny would be sent, not even a pair of shoe pads. Huoheng had just turned an adult, and all of Hua Jingyun's money was still in the old man's hands. His life was already tight, yet he had to support another person. One could say he was kind-hearted, or one could say he was simply foolish. Liang Zixuan agreed. All right, I got it. Shimeng told me that the old man might pull some tricks, you be careful. Huoheng, I know. He never stepped into the same trap twice. As soon as the news was released, the industry was shocked. Building an amusement park at Nanchu must have been crazy. That place was a new district, sparsely populated, not suitable for an amusement park in any way. Huoyun Yuan himself didn't understand what this kid was up to, something felt off about it. The hidden second blind box was launched, causing frenzied grabbing. The blurred appearance in the concept art attracted many people. This kind of tease was something Zhongyu could pull off. On the weekend, Feng Weilin invited Yuzi out for dinner. Huoheng went out to hang with his friends. They split into 2 groups but ended up meeting by chance. An attractive young man sat beside Old Feng. He immediately recognized Yuzi. I've seen you before. Old Feng overheard this and thought it was great since they'd met before. The man wasn't fluent in Chinese. My Chinese name is Dai Xiangnan. We were at the same restaurant before, though you probably didn't see me. Yuzi slightly smiled. Why did this man's speech smell like Xinjiang lamb skewers? She politely replied, what a coincidence. Sometimes she wondered if Rome City was too small. How could she run into acquaintances wherever she went? It turned out that Feng Weilin was setting her up with none other than the male guest who Chen Kaisin had paired up with that day. If Chen Kaisin saw this, she'd probably explode. The 3 enjoyed their meal greatly, occasionally chatting about recent situations. Dai Xiangnan was quite talkative. I just came to Rome City. If you have time, take me around sometime. He seemed to be the proactive type. Yuzi smiled faintly. There's nothing interesting in Rome City. On the 2nd floor, Liang Zixuan poked his head out. Is that little Z down there? Huoheng turned. It is. Little Z is on a blind date. Huoheng, if you shut up, no one will think you're mute. Liang Zixuan, don't forget your gratitude. I just spread fake news for you. You don't thank me already, and now you insult me. Huoheng knows when to yield. I thank you. Chapter 62, Passion in the Bathroom. Liang Zixuan no longer looked downstairs. Sana, tell me the truth. What kind of feelings do you have for your secretary? Upon hearing this, Huoheng paused his motion of serving food. Then he ate a big bite with apparent nonchalance. He estimated that this question would take him some time to think over. Friends around him had asked several times, why only Yuzi? Why did she have to be by his side every day, as if tethered to his belt? Was it because of her beauty? The Yuzi during adolescence was also beautiful, enough to leave a lasting impression. But Huoheng had seen plenty of good-looking girls. A man like him never had much compassion, yet when he first met Yuzi, he extended a helping hand and hid her away. Day by day, in their interactions, he could not fully figure out Yuzi's personality. When he was in a bad mood, Yuzi knew how to behave accordingly. When his mood was good, Yuzi could almost bring up the entire San Francisco. She was smooth-talking and adept at dealing with different situations. These traits were completely unlike those of a 15-year-old girl. Yet, it seemed that she had adapted to them. Huoheng originally thought that it was due to her difficult life leading to such a character. However, it wasn't so. In front of others, she acted freely, not holding back when necessary, showing no tolerance. Huoheng couldn't understand her behavior. Faced with incomprehensible questions, he had only one way to resolve them. Find out. It's said that wanting to know everything will eventually get you into trouble someday. Mystery. Liang Zixuan, what a mysterious sense of crap. Is one sense of mystery driving you crazy like this? Huoheng slightly smirked at the corner of his mouth. Isn't she mysterious? She has been investigating Yu Zhusheng's matters but didn't tell me. Huoheng had always believed that they shared everything, harboring no secrets from each other. Recently, however, he found that both of them kept secrets. He truly didn't know how they endured keeping silent for 10 years. Yuzi ate the meal absent-mindedly. She constantly looked upstairs. Even Feng Weilin noticed. Little Z, what is on the floor above? Yuzi shook her head. Nothing, I made a mistake. She had clearly seen Liang Zishuan peeking earlier. Liang Zishuan wouldn't come alone to eat. The person opposite him might very well be Huaheng. Dai Xiangnan switched to English due to his lack of fluency in Chinese. When Yuzi answered fluently, Dai Xiangnan was moved almost to tears. Feng Weilin, seeing Xiao Yuan with Qing, happily ate more. After drinking 2 cups of water, Yuzi excused herself to the bathroom, realizing she wasn't suited for such troublesome things. Blind dates. Dating which ghost? Coming out of the bathroom, someone from another cubicle pulled her inside. Yuzi was just about to stamp on his foot. Huaheng quickly preempted, "It's me." The toilet cubicles were small, so the two of them tightly squeezed together. For a moment, Yuzi felt her breathing became restricted. Inside thought, "Boss, can't we find a suitable place for conversation?" Yuzi's chest rising significantly touched Huaheng's chest. She tried to slow down her breathing. "What are you doing here?" Huaheng pushed away the distance between them. "What do you think? Why come to a restaurant? To eat, right? Or to use the restroom?" Huaheng's mood turned somewhat restless. Because today's Yuzi was rather good-looking. "To see that man. What's wrong? You're not even properly mixed-blooded." He didn't answer Yuzi's question but asked in return, "Why are you here?" Yuzi chuckled sheepishly. "You forgot, last time old Feng wanted to introduce me to someone, I couldn't refuse him, so I came." After saying these words, she lowered her head, feeling a bit guilty. After all, Huaheng had heard it back then at Feng Weilin's house. Huaheng approached her. Footsteps could be heard outside. Huaheng swiftly picked up Yuzi, so from under the cubicle gap, only his shoes were visible. Yuzi covered her mouth to keep herself from making any sound. Liang Zishuan knocked on the door. "Sana, are you trapped in the bathroom?" Huaheng furrowed his brows, annoyed at the interruption. "No, my kidneys are fine." "What's up?" Liang Zishuan chuckled silently as there was actually a hint of perfume smell in the cubicle. "I left your phone at the front desk. I need to rush back to the company for something urgent." "All right, go ahead." After the person left, Yuzi sighed in relief. Not only was their position strange, Huaheng's grip was strong, directly lifting her bottom. And due to her panic earlier, her legs were now straddling Huaheng's waist. This posture was strangely familiar. Her eyelashes fluttered. "Be boss, please put me down." Huaheng's palm touched her thigh. She was wearing shorts today, able to distinctly feel Huaheng's calloused fingers graze her skin. Once back on the ground, her balance wasn't steady yet. Huaheng supported her. "Are you alright?" Yuzi nodded. "All right." If she said otherwise, it would feel as though they'd done something improper. She was 24, not 14. Moreover, she had just felt another unspeakable spot of Huaheng's fingers. When she rode up, she twisted her hips left and right. As you can imagine, Yuzi didn't dare to look down. She held the doorknob with her right hand. "Mr. Boss, I will go out first." Huaheng hummed a confirmation sound. It was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry from that sound. Yuzi walked out, washed her hands, slapped her cheeks, and returned to her seat. Feng Weilin left first, deliberately leaving space for her and Dai Xiangnan. "How come you took so long?" "Yuzi, I am more enduring." After such an event, Yuzi lost her appetite for food and occasionally spaced out. Dai Xiangnan asked her pitifully, "Beautiful miss you, are you unhappy?" He thought his sense of humor wasn't good enough to make the beauty smile. Yuzi shook her head. "Not unhappy, my boyfriend just called me earlier." Dai Xiangnan's soup spoon fell into the bowl. "What? You actually have a boyfriend?" A sentence made Dai Xiangnan's CPU overheat, mixing Chinese and English. He couldn't believe it. "My uncle said you were single." Yuzi's mood got much better. "We just started talking a few days ago, couldn't reject Mr. Feng's face." Dai Xiangnan looked disappointed. "That's really too bad. I fell in love with you at first sight when I saw you." Yuzi laughed hearing this word. "Really?" Dai Xiangnan started describing how beautiful and sexy Yuzi was in English. When they met for the first time, he stared without blinking, not paying attention even while eating. No wonder Chen Kaisen was mad that day. It turned out she stole the spotlight. Half an hour later, the table was cleared like a typhoon passed through it. Dai Xiangnan asked many questions about Yuzi's boyfriend, even proposing to meet him. "I want to see what kind of man matches you." Finally, Huaheng came out from the restroom. He received the phone from the front desk and went straight to Yuzi. "Are you done eating?" Yuzi nodded. "Millimeter him." Dai Xiongyu saw Huaheng and was deeply impressed. There is an ancient saying in China that handsome men and beautiful women match well, and you two indeed do. "Congratulations." Yuzi said thanks. Huaheng nodded as if accepting his compliment. "Mr. Dai, we will leave first." The bill was already paid by Feng Weilin. Yuzi and Huaheng walked together to the parking lot. Both were heading to the same destination but had 2 cars. Unreasonable. Chapter 63 Lone Man, Single Woman. On the way, Yuzi was thinking about something. How did Huaheng know that the other party's last name was Dai? She just found out today, yet he already knew beforehand. The two parked their cars and went upstairs. As soon as Huaheng got home, he went to take a shower, saying that the food they had eaten today was greasy. Yuzi sat on the sofa and received a photo on her phone. XZT, this is Yu Zhusheng's recent whereabouts. She looks very haggard. The woman in the photo was far less refined than she used to be. Time had passed like a sharp blade over her, after so many years, completely changing her appearance. But it wasn't hard to see that Yu Zhusheng had been a beautiful young woman. Yuzi, is she alone in the suburbs? XZT, it appears so at the moment, she hasn't returned to Hong Kong. Yuzi put down her phone and leaned back on the sofa. Her mother, whom she hadn't seen for nearly 10 years, suddenly appeared. Instead of looking for her first, she went to the Ho family which she detested. Huaheng came out from his room. This time, he was wearing an old sweatshirt, revealing strong arms that moved with the motion of drying his hair. Yuzi, how come I don't know you have the habit of weightlifting? Under normal circumstances, such excellent muscle lines would not naturally occur. This line was undoubtedly created through training. Huaheng switched hands. As your secretary, if you don't know what I usually do, your salary will be docked. Yuzi flashed a flattering smile. No, let's negotiate nicely. Don't joke about the salary. Seeing the earlier defiant Yuzi versus the now submissive Yuzi, Huaheng suspected she had split personalities. The weekend quietly passed by with constant squabbling. That evening, Yuzi lay in the bathtub, involuntarily thinking about what had happened in the restroom of the restaurant. It was a feeling she couldn't describe. It felt exciting, yet a bit fearful. As an adult, if she didn't understand what had transpired, she would have lived in vain. The warm water enveloped her, and Yuzi stared at her reflection inside. She submerged herself entirely. Those unpleasant memories, like the foam in the bathtub, penetrated her ears, nose, and eyes. The older Yuzi grew, the prettier her face became. She and Yu Zhuxing lived in a slum. There were people from all over the world there, and because of language barriers, they rarely communicated. When Yuzi went out to work, she would encounter these people. At first, those men merely glanced at her, but later, they whistled at her and filled their mouths with dirty, vulgar words. Yuzi covered her ears, pretending not to hear them. On her 14th birthday, Yu Zhuxing returned from outside, dressed in a red dress. Her white skin bore traces of bruises, both blue and red. The woman had permed curls with large waves and held a cigarette in her mouth. She threw a few bills at Yuzi. Go buy a cake and bring back a few bottles of wine. Yuzi snatched the money. The woman sat on the chair and sneered, you sure look pretty. Then she lay down on the shabby bed, groaning slightly with every breath. Yuzi wanted to eat that cake. She followed the remembered route in the dark and bought a piece at a nearby dessert shop. With the remaining money, she bought a pack of cigarettes and several bottles of beer. The streetlights in the slums were sparse, and Yuzi quickly made her way back with her items. But she was stopped. She lowered her head in frustration. These men were incredibly strong, covering her mouth and dragging her toward a darker place. Being malnourished, the 14-year-old Yuzi lacked the strength to resist. She shivered against the wall corner but still forced herself to remain calm. Wait. The two men roughly started unbuttoning their pants. Yuzi chuckled. She recognized these two men who frequently whistled at her. She said, since it's my first time, how about one at a time? Be gentle. God knows how disgusting it felt to say those words. Holding a beer bottle in her right hand. In the darkness, she saw one of the men lower his pants. Her soft voice trembled, please enjoy. Simultaneously lifting her right hand and left leg. She struck the man's head with all her might using the beer bottle and directly kicked the other man in the groin with her left leg. She was betting on her speed. Fortunately, she won. At that moment, the cake meant nothing, she just wanted to survive. Phew. Yuzi emerged from the water. The water in the bathtub had turned icy cold, but it wasn't colder than her heart. She despised men and loathed the concept of love at first sight even more. At first, she thought Huaheng was one of those types. He saved her because she looked good. But it wasn't like that at all. Huaheng always had his reasons. Yuzi harbored gratitude and admiration for Huaheng but never considered having anything more between them. But when everyone around them agreed on something, she also began to think that it could reasonably happen. Like her and Huaheng, Yuzi dozed off and woke up at 6 in the morning. She got up to go to the bathroom and was startled by the scene in the living room. Huaheng had his upper body exposed, and he only wore a pair of shorts on the lower half. The shorts' drawstrings were not tied properly, moving up and down with Huaheng's body as it touched and left the ground. It was quite similar to playing with a ball of yarn to tease a cat. After finishing 100 representatives, Huaheng was drenched in sweat. Yuzi hadn't recovered from her shock. What are you doing? Can't you tell? I'm working out. By 6 o'clock in the summer, it was already fully daylight. The sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room, projecting onto Huaheng's abs, emitting an irresistible glow. Yuzi stumbled into the bathroom, disoriented. A hormone-surging man with a good physique strutting around her place every day, how could that not excite someone? Especially in the morning. Yuzi even wanted to reach out and touch him. That sensation would undoubtedly be 10,000 times better than scrolling through videos. Huaheng smirked triumphantly, taking out his phone to check the time. He could do another 100 soon. Yuzi listened to the man's breathing outside and felt uncomfortable. By the time she came out, Huaheng had gone back inside his room. His door was open, and she could still hear the splashing water. Yuzi shook her head. Physical beauty is dangerous. Physical beauty is dangerous. The two walked out of the apartment together, looking like a couple. Yuzi was wearing light-colored sporty attire today, while Huaheng wore dark colors. They stood in the elevator, and Xu Wan waited downstairs for the elevator to open. Good morning, Mr. Hua. Good morning, Miss Yu. Yuzi greeted her, and Huaheng just nodded. Finally, they reached the 8th floor. Xu Wan rushed away awkwardly. There must always be a third wheel when there are 3 people. She couldn't insert herself into the atmosphere between these two. Huaheng arrived at work so punctually for the first time and was in a good mood. Liang Zixuan sent congratulations early in the morning. What did the two of you do in the restroom yesterday? Huaheng held his coffee while processing documents in his hands. What can you do in a restroom? Liang Zixuan, there's a lot you can do. Huaheng, do you know this much as a single dog? Before long, the two started hurling insults at each other. Yuzi knocked on the door. Boss, Mr. Chow has arrived. Chapter 64, A Crazy Woman is Looking for You. Huaheng nodded and sincerely advised the person on the other end of the phone, take some time to fall in love, otherwise, your culinary skills will be wasted. After hanging up, Xiao Fang had already entered. The man said a word of thanks to Yuzi. Thank you. Yuzi was surprised by this person's politeness. You're welcome. The office door was closed. Huaheng came over and shook hands with Xiao Fang. Long time no see. Xiao Fang replied, yeah, our last meeting was 3 years ago at the bidding conference. At that time, the two were fiercely competing for a project. Unexpectedly, it turned into a battle where an outsider benefited. The Hua family secured the bid for that tender. They exchanged pleasantries for a while before Yuzi entered carrying coffee. Mr. Chow, I heard you like coffee. These are beans I recently bought. Try them out. Yuzi left after serving it. Xiao Fang picked up the cup and took a sip. Not bad. Miss Yu's name is often mentioned in the industry. It's great to finally meet you in person. Huaheng nodded in agreement. After introductions and enjoying the coffee, they finally moved on to the formal discussion. Upon hearing Huaheng's words, Xiao Fang appeared shocked. Didn't you say you wanted to build an amusement park on Nanchu's land? Huaheng replied, that was something I made up, but apparently someone believed it. As you know, I'm not in media, so naturally, I didn't bother clarifying it. Xiao Fang didn't expose what he knew. It was clearly Huaheng deliberately spreading misinformation, yet he was trying to absolve himself of responsibility. But since Huaheng said it this way, there must have been a reason. Xiao Fang sipped his coffee again. I believe in Mr. Hua's judgment, but why choose me when Hua Group specializes in real estate development? Every interaction between these two old foxes was riddled with traps. Huaheng didn't beat around the bush either. There has always been a misunderstanding between us about that bid. You thought I helped Hua Group, but it wasn't like that. Waiting to hear more. After listening, Xiao Fang felt heavy-hearted. Even though I've heard a lot of gossip, I dismissed it. Never imagined old Mr. Hua, despite his age, would still be involved. Huaheng leisurely sipped his coffee. Indeed, Yuzi's craftsmanship was excellent. Their cooperation was now certain. When Xiao Fang entered, he was empty-handed, but upon leaving, he carried a contract. Yuzi stood up and smiled. Have a good day, Mr. Chow. Xiao Fang paused. Miss you, may I ask what kind of beans I just drank? Yuzi pulled out her phone. Let me add you on WeChat and send you the link. Xiao Fang took out his QR code. They became friends. Feeling elated, Huaheng played a song. Huayang certainly won't turn things around easily. If we're opposing each other, sacrifices are inevitable. Li Guo called Yuzi, assistant Yu. There's a lady downstairs who says she's your mother and wants to meet you. Yuzi frowned. Wait, I'll go down. She pressed the elevator button and took a deep breath. Wasn't Yu Ao Shan in the suburbs a few days ago? Why did she suddenly show up? This matter, she had foreseen long ago, but the encounter still made her nervous. The elevator doors opened, shining the building's light onto the ground. That woman sat elegantly on the bench in a long skirt, holding a lit cigarette in her right hand and flipping through a magazine on her lap with her left. Her hair was yellow and brittle, both ragged and sophisticated. Guo Li stood beside her. Smoking isn't allowed here. Yu Zhuangsheng closed the magazine in her hand, arrogantly puffing smoke circles into Guo Li's face. Is assistant Yu really as remarkable as people say? She is, Guo Li stammered. For some reason, this woman in front of him, although frail, had unusually sharp eyes. Just like Miss Yu herself. A gentle blade, cutting deep into human lives. Standing in front of her, Yuzi didn't speak, her face expressionless. As if all those years of mother-daughter affection were just a dream. She gathered her breath. What do you want? Yu Zhuangsheng finished her last puff and skillfully crushed the cigarette but on the pristine floor. A grey smudge marred its surface. It looked uncomfortable, like the ground had been stained. Yu Zhuangsheng stood up, reaching to touch Yuzi's necklace and clothes, then sneered, you seem to be doing pretty well now. Li Guo retreated behind them automatically. There weren't many people in the hall, just the receptionist, janitors, security guards, and businessmen who wanted to collaborate with Zhongyu Group. Although they were keeping their heads down, their gazes kept darting towards the bench. Yuzi slapped her hand away. Without you, life is indeed much better. Yu Zhuangsheng smirked, still as sharp-tongued even when grown up. Your praise is too generous. Yu Zhuangsheng coldly laughed and began shouting loudly in the hall. Look here, everyone. This Yu assistant you talk about used to be a crazy little sister scavenging garbage. She started luring men when she was a teenager and ran off with a man at 15, abandoning me. The crowd in the hall didn't dare make any move. The security guards were unsure whether they should step in or not. Yu Zixing whispered, are you done causing a scene? After going through all this trouble, what was the point? Yu Zhuxing, seeing that no commotion had been caused, slumped dejectedly in her chair. She sobbed into her hands. Why did I give birth to such an unfilial daughter like you? I've had the worst luck for 8 generations. Yuzi found it irritating to listen to. It wasn't untrue that she felt some discomfort. Yu Zhuxing might be the only person with whom Yuzi shared blood ties. But this person always targeted her weaknesses and sensitivities. Yuzi possessed strong mental resilience, but that didn't mean she wasn't hurt. Anyone would feel pain. Yuzi decided not to pay attention to her. If you have nothing else, please leave. Yu Zhusheng's strategy backfired. She thought by showing up she could humiliate Yuzi and cause her embarrassment. But it hadn't happened. Her daughter's heart was made of ice. Yu Zhusheng burst into mad laughter. You're as cold-blooded as your father. I should have strangled you when you were born. After saying that, she lunged at Yuzi. Huaheng quickly shielded her, taking a bloody scratch on his hand. Yuzi was still recovering from the shock. It was the first time she'd heard anything about her father. Yu Zhusheng usually never mentioned that man. Not having time to worry about Huaheng, she rushed forward and grabbed Yu Zhusheng by the shoulders, shouting, "Who is he? Who is Zhong Chenyao?" Yu Zhusheng thrashed wildly trying to break free from Yuzi. Huaheng yelled at the security guards, "What are you being paid for?" The guards restrained Yu Zhusheng, telling her to calm down. Together, they managed to subdue her. Yuzi glanced at Huaheng's hand and sharply inhaled. She couldn't cry. Crying meant losing. Yu Zhusheng wanted to see her cry. And if she cried, Yu Zhusheng would laugh hysterically, obsessed with this pleasure. Because Yuzi resembled her father. She didn't resemble Yu Zhusheng in any way. "You're bleeding, we should go to the hospital," Yuzi suggested softly, hesitant to touch his wound. Huaheng casually wiped it off. "It's fine. Security, take her to the police station." Yu Zhusheng struggled. "Yuzi, I really thought you were dead. I assumed someone beat you to death long ago. A bunch of grown men can't even catch a little girl like you. You're better off dead." Yuzi turned around, stunned and outraged. She rushed over and yanked Yu Zhusheng by the collar, shouting, "What did you say? Say it again." Yu Zhusheng had always known. She'd known everything about Yuzi's ordeals. Being harassed, being chased. Yet as a mother, she watched coldly from the sidelines. Chapter 65, Winning Hearts. The scene inside the building was indeed curious, and no one could help but wonder what had happened. Yu Zhusheng, who was usually so calm, actually went a bit wild. Yu Zhuangsheng burst out laughing, her eyes filled with allure. "I'm not telling you." Such cold remarks made people feel stiff all over. Yu Zisong let her go and turned around, catching sight of a fleeting shadow at the stairwell. "Calm down. You must stay calm." She forced herself to cool down. Since Hua Yunyuan had already found Yu Zhuangsheng, it proved that she was useful. Her purpose wasn't merely to upset her. Therefore, Yu Zhuangsheng's sudden appearance at Zhongyu might be completely unknown to Hua Yunyuan. Definitely, someone was playing tricks. They intentionally embarrassed her at Zhongyu. Security took the woman to the police station. Huaheng walked beside Yuzi, hugging her head against his chest. In this moment, the hall became quiet. Those who were supposed to work worked, and those who were supposed to clean cleaned. Not a sound dared to escape them. If one wanted to continue staying in Zhongyu, they first had to learn to selectively listen and see. Once Huaheng and the others calmed down, he gently asked her, "Can you walk on your own?" Yuzi nodded. Huaheng led her upstairs. It was quiet in the elevator, neither of them spoke, but both knew what was on each other's mind. There are some people who just can't stand seeing us doing slightly well. Back at the office level, Huaheng sat on the sofa and pointed to his own office. "You go inside and rest for a while. I'll handle something." Yuzi agreed with a murmur. She really needed a personal space right now, to figure out why this incident occurred. Huaheng took out his phone and called Fu Shijun. "What do you want?" "Huaheng, the security of Zhongyu sent a woman to the Xinjie police station earlier. Have someone watch her closely. I suspect there will be someone trying to bail her out." Fu Shijun removed his glasses. "Who is this woman?" "Yuzi's birth mother." Fu Shijun pinched his temples. "I've already guessed who's behind all this. Why does Hua Yunyuan have such hatred towards you?" Huaheng looked up at the cloudy sky outside. His icy voice carried an undercurrent of disdain, probably because they don't want to live. "You old stubborn thing, isn't it more fragrant to quietly enjoy the rest of your life?" If it hadn't been him finding Yu Zhuangsheng, he would have truly intended to build an amusement park near Nanchu. Yuzi sat on the couch in the office, hands crossed under her chin. Was it Hulwan or Huaju? It might even be Fool Huaju. She had offended many people, but Yu Zhuangsheng being in the Hua family villa must be somehow related to these three individuals. Half an hour later, Huaheng pushed open the door and leaned against the doorframe. "Have you thought of anything?" Yuzi shared her speculations. Huaheng sat beside her, his arm draped along the edge of the sofa as if hugging Yuzi. "Hulwan is on the 8th floor, go straight and ask her." Huaheng gave her enough confidence. Yuzi turned back. "Should I really go and ask?" Huaheng chuckled. "Do you also want to forgive her for my sake?" Yuzi touched her nose. Initially, she had thought so since Huaheng mentioned that Hulwan treated him pretty well. Huaheng sat upright, using both hands to turn Yuzi's head toward him. Gazing into each other's eyes, he said seriously yet tenderly, "Yuzi, you can do anything you want, and I will stand by your side." Yuzi's eyelids trembled, her heart felt like drumming was going on within her body. That passionate and supportive sentiment grew within her continuously. For a moment, she didn't know whether her face was hot, or whether it was Huaheng's hand that was hot. She broke free from Huaheng's grasp. "Boss, I understand." Yuzi sat up from the couch, seemingly unaffected by what just happened. "I'll make a trip downstairs." Huaheng's gaze carried the feeling of "my little girl has grown up. Go ahead." On the 8th floor, the design staff had also heard about the commotion on the 1st floor. A few exchanged messages with their eyes. "What happened downstairs just now?" "I don't know. I heard that someone came to cause trouble for Assistant Yu. Don't bring this matter up. We'll get into serious trouble if the boss finds out. A friend of mine at the Xinjie police station told me that the woman is being strictly monitored with special instructions given. Damn. Ting. Yuzi appeared in the design department. Without any sign of dishevelment, she strolled around the floor. Shu Wan. Present. Yuzi stopped before her desk and carefully examined the drawings on it. Not bad. Thank you, Assistant Yu. She felt the hair on her body rising. Yuzi put the drawing down and then looked around. Did you see Hulwan? Only now did Shu Wan realize that Hulwan hadn't returned since just now. She said she went downstairs to buy bubble tea. Have you seen her come back? Everyone in the design department looked at each other. We haven't seen her. Yuzi understood. Carry on with your work. She took out her phone and called the HR department, manager of the human resources department. Terminate the labor contract. Yes, I will discuss with you in person shortly. Yuzi stepped onto the elevator and pressed the button for the basement level. In the garage. Yuzi looked around. Not a single light was on in the shadowy garage. She crouched down halfway and meowed a couple of times. An orange cat appeared by her feet. Yuzi petted the cat, like an elderly woman taking a stroll in the park. Suddenly, a mobile phone rang from somewhere. Yuzi stood up and, clicking her high heels, took steady steps toward the source of the sound. By one car, Yuzi tapped on the window. Hulwan stared in fright at the face plastered against the car window. Even though it was attractive, in her eyes, it resembled a venomous snake hissing. Shall we talk? Asked Yuzi. Hulwan tried to drive away but realized that the car had run out of fuel. She shook her head. Yuzi wasn't in a hurry, leaning against the car to wait for her to get out. Hulwan then remembered the call. The HR manager said, "You left your post without permission and nearly caused enormous losses to the company due to the AI issue. Hence, our company has the right to terminate your employment contract." Hulwan let out a few noises, but the line had already been cut off. She forced herself to remain calm. This must be Yuzi's ploy. Yuzi wasn't impatient either. "I want to know who brought you Aoshan here. If you tell me truthfully today, I am feeling compassionate, so the matter will not go to court." Hulwan's tinted windows kept others from seeing inside, yet she felt as if Yuzi could pinpoint her exact location. Yuzi wore a cool smile that quickly faded. "If you don't speak, when we end up in court, exposing your leaking of our design blueprints to others will be exposed." Miss Ho, the title of a great designer may elude you forever. Of the 36 strategies, psychological warfare reigns supreme. Hulwan cherished two things. One was Huaheng, and the other was her dream of becoming an outstanding jewelry designer. Yuzi pulled out her phone to call the company's legal department. "Hello, this is Yuzi reporting." Before she could finish, Hulwan burst out of the car door, snatching Yuzi's phone and throwing it across the floor. The plastic casing hit under another car and skidded comically. Yuzi grabbed her wrist and squeezed hard without mercy. "So, finally willing to come out?" Chapter 66, Scared. Hulwan wanted to break free from Yuzi's grip. It was only when she tried with both hands that she realized the difference between being spoiled and growing up tough. When they were tired and stopped moving, Yuzi let her go, stretching her muscles as if ready to fight. "Tell me, who brought the person here?" Hulwan massaged the sore spot. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Yuzi glanced at her lightly. "Do you know the crazy woman who came to the company today?" Hulwan rolled her eyes. "I don't know someone like that." She had only heard a little, that the woman was Yuzi's mother. From what the woman said, she seemed to detest Yuzi deeply. Even a mother hated her child. How could she be a good person? Yuzi had seen stubbornness before but never to this degree. "I'll deal with the legal department. Go pack your things in the office and leave." She didn't want to waste any more words on her. Hulwan grabbed onto Yuzi. "You have no right to fire me." Yuzi shrugged off her hand. "You're wrong. I do have the right." Everyone in the industry knew that Secretary Yu wasn't just a secretary, she held absolute authority within Zhongyu. Hulwan watched her leave and shouted, "It was Huju who brought her over." Yuzi stopped in her tracks, smiling faintly. The underground garage was vast, and her voice echoed in Hulan's ears like a ghost. Too late. Hulan's phone buzzed loudly. It was Huju calling. What about that woman? He had looked away for a moment and now wondered why Zhongyu building was so quiet all of a sudden. Hulan felt defeated. The police took her away. Huju nearly dropped his phone in shock. How did you lose track of her? This is bad, really bad. Grandpa will definitely beat me to death. Hulan was too lazy to listen to this coward's nonsense and hung up, rushing after her. Huju was last scared by Liang Zishuan into almost wetting his pants and now harbored deep hatred toward everyone around Huaheng. He couldn't handle anyone else except Yu Zi. Grandpa was up to something recently, always heading out to the suburbs. It wasn't until he asked Hulan that he found out that place was where Yu Zi's biological mother lived. The cold and beautiful secretary had a crazy mother. He truly wanted to see what kind of expression would appear on her face. With this thought in mind, Huju's heart stirred with an urge to manipulate others, sneaking her out while Grandpa wasn't paying attention. On the way, Yuju sat in the backseat smoking and said many bad things about Yu Zi, especially about her interactions with men. Unknowingly, these things all hit Huju's sweet spot. A fire burned in his dull heart. He wanted Yu Zi to suffer immensely, which would naturally pain Huaheng as well. After Yuju entered the building, Hulan would pick her up. Huju waited outside and then sent her back after the commotion ended. By coincidence, a beautiful woman called him, so he stepped aside for a bit. As a result, the woman was left at the police station. Hulan went upstairs. Yuzi was drinking water, seeming to anticipate Huolan's arrival as she teased her relentlessly. Is this your farewell visit before you leave? Coming to say your last goodbye to your brother? Huolan ignored Yuzi and walked directly towards Huoheng's office. He was on the phone, interrupted by the sudden opening of the door, feeling irked. Fu Shijun's voice on the other end was cold. That old man has contacted our department's leader. The situation has gotten complicated. Huoheng touched the cigarette box on the table, his mind filled with memories of Yuzi's stubborn face and tearful eyes. With a cigarette dangling from his mouth, he used one hand to light it with a lighter. The tobacco slowly burned. Huoheng made a sound of disapproval. Then you better investigate thoroughly. Once this is resolved, there might even be a promotion for you. It's all right that she was taken away. We're law-abiding citizens, after all. From the other side of the call, Fu Shijun gave a soft hum. I'm a law-abiding citizen, but I'm not sure about the person outside you're associated with. Neither cared if Huolan was listening. After finishing his cigarette, Huoheng hung up and raised his eyes. Anything else? Huolan realized Huoheng must have been calling because of Yuzi's matter. Her fingers fidgeted, somewhat nervous, as she confessed proactively, Big brother, that woman wasn't brought by me. It was Huoju. Huoheng crushed the cigarette but forcefully. I know. Upon hearing this, Huolan felt slightly delighted. He knew but didn't blame her. Did it mean that he didn't care? Huolan's heart bloomed with joy, making her instantly behave coyly. Big brother, Yuzi blamed me for this incident and plans to fire me. She deliberately slowed down her tone, watching Huoheng's face closely to gauge his reaction. But nothing changed. Her heart lifted again in anticipation. Huoheng stood up, walking past her. Is Yuzi firing you because of this issue? Huolan shook her head. No, it's because of the last cooperation project with Old Feng. Huoheng was good at manipulating others' minds. If you made a mistake, it's completely reasonable for her to fire you. He picked up the spray bottle on the desk and watered the money tree in the office. The green money tree appeared lush and hydrated at that moment. Huolan looked back. Third brother, didn't that matter pass already? Why bring it up again? Huoheng dismissed her with a wave of his hand. Last time, she spared you because you're my sister. This time, I suppose you've upset her. Walking beside him, Huolan grabbed onto Huoheng's arm. Third brother, she's using her position for personal vengeance. Is it fair for me to suffer just because she's in a bad mood? Even now, she didn't think she was wrong and instead believed Yuzi was overly critical. Let go. The man's voice was cold and sharp. Scared by Huoheng's glare, Huolan took a step back. I'm sorry, third brother. Huoheng was annoyed. Go downstairs and pack your things. HR should have prepared the contract by now. Huolan resisted, arguing fiercely. Third brother, have you forgotten what Uncle Hu told you? He wanted you to become a successful person who could tell right from wrong. But look at you now, doing this for some unknown woman. She clenched her fists and yelled, or is it true what that crazy woman said, that Yuzi can seduce anyone, even you are deeply trapped? Silence. Huoheng suddenly turned around and gripped Huolan's neck tightly, his grip becoming heavier. Huolan saw the cruelty in his eyes, as if he wanted to strangle her. Only now did she feel fear. Her long-lost brother had returned, his personality not fully changed but at least altered in part. People used to say, don't mess with Yuzi, she has Huoheng behind her like a mountain. They all treated it as a joke back then. After all, Yuzi was just a secretary. Huolan collapsed on the floor coughing uncontrollably. The rumors were true. Huoheng squatted down in front of her, his tone calm without a trace of earlier savagery. I don't hit women, but I dislike obstinacy. You've provoked Yuzi once or twice, and I let it slide, but this time, you've crossed the line. Huolan nodded helplessly. I understand, third brother. At this moment, she couldn't shed a single tear. Huoheng stood up and adjusted his clothes. Pack your things and leave. Tell Hua Yunyuan one last thing for me. If he wants to play games, I'm always ready to join in. Chapter 67, An Unfathomable Desire. Huolwan picked herself up from the ground, wiping away tears that weren't there. Yuzi saw her emerge, looked up, and that person headed straight for the elevator. If it were in the past, she would certainly have come over to cause trouble. For a moment, she didn't know how Huoheng had managed to hurt the other person's little heart. The door to the office was open. Yuzi knocked. Boss, can I come in? The smell of tobacco had faded a bit. Huoheng was feeding the fish. Yuzi asked curiously, what did you say to Huolwan? She left in such a hurry. Huoheng took off his gloves. Do you want to know? Yuzi replied, I am curious. According to Huolwan's personality, she would definitely cling on relentlessly. Her determination was quite strong. Huoheng beckoned her to come closer. Yuzi walked over and leaned slightly. The man's voice brushed past her ear. Then say something nice. Yuzi immediately replaced her earlier unhappiness with another expression and wrinkled her nose. Our boss is as elegant as a tall tree, unmatched in the world, incredibly smart, wiser than Zhuge Liang, has long legs, great abs, incomparable. All right. Huoheng interrupted her continuing praise. I just told her, at this age, isn't she aware of her own limitations? If anyone else had said that to Huolwan, she would have treated it as mere hearsay, but coming from Huoheng, it was a devastating blow. Yuzi's mood improved even more. Would the boss like some bubble tea? I'll treat you. Get me the same one as last time. Outside, a sudden shower poured down for a while, then the sun came out bright and cheerful, just like someone's mood. An hour later, a deliveryman drove to the front of Zhongyu. Behind him, a few helpers carried boxes of bubble tea down. Li Guo came out from the reception area. Packages are not allowed here. The deliveryman opened the box. It's not a package, it's bubble tea. There are ice packs inside the box. Li Guo asked, are all these bubble tea? The deliveryman nodded and picked up the order form to make a call. Yuzi went downstairs. So many? The deliveryman replied, 800 cups in one box, a total of 1,000 cups. Do you need to check? Yuzi shook her head. You've worked hard. That man happily said, not at all. When they received this order, they were also amazed for a while. Could it be mistaken? They verified once. Sure enough, 1,000 cups. So the boss immediately arranged for 10 nearby stores to work together on the order, gave subsidies to colleagues who returned to work after their shift rotation. Yuzi took out 2 cups from the box. She pulled out her phone and sent a message in the company group. Yuzi, bubble tea in the first floor hall, 1 cup per department staff member. Please come down and get it yourself. Group. Design department, Shu Wn. Thanks, assistant Yu. +1. Yuzi walked into Huaheng's office with the bubble tea. He was sitting on the carpet in front of the sofa, studying the piece of land in Nanchu. Yuzi considerately helped pierce the straw for him. Please drink, boss. Huaheng was drawing with one hand and gathering information with the other, leaving no hands available. He opened his mouth, waiting to be fed. Yuzi hesitated for a second but willingly accepted the situation and handed over the bubble tea. Huaheng drank a sip, and there were messages flashing on the right side of the computer screen. After opening it, the chat group was filled with thanks for Yuzi. Huaheng, did you save the world when you went downstairs? Yuzi smiled and drank her bubble tea. The weather is too hot, so I'm cooling everyone down. The joy brought by bubble tea soon overshadowed their gossip. Was there an argument in the first floor hall today? Nope. Huelwan returned to the design department and immediately felt the happiness around her. Shu Wan noticed her return finally and pointed at the bubble tea on her desk. Where have you been? This is courtesy of assistant Yu. Seeing Shu Wan's smile made Huelwan feel even more embarrassed. She had worked here for over a month and personally witnessed that there were plenty of people better than her here. To put it sarcastically with Yuzi's words. A jackdaw passing herself off as a phoenix, thinking she was great. Huelwan picked up the bubble tea and threw it directly into the trash can. No need for her fake kindness. Shu Wn put down her bubble tea. What do you mean, Huelwan? Huelwan packed up her stuff. I don't mean anything. I just don't like drinking something from a cheap woman. Other colleagues in the design department got angry at her behavior. Hey Huelwan, stop acting, alright? If you're capable, don't work. Walking around with a sour face all day. Do you think you're who? Does the company belong to you? Even if it belongs to your brother, you can't behave this way. They'd already had enough of Huelwan and started criticizing her one after another. Soon, Huelwan began arguing with them. But she couldn't win against 4 others. At this moment, she finally experienced the helplessness that Yuzi had felt downstairs. And now, she feels wronged. However, she believed that Yuzi deserved what she got. Huelwan thought bitterly. I want more. Huaheng seemed to be enjoying being fed. Yuzi handed over the bubble tea. The door to the president's office remained open all afternoon. From the doorway, they could be seen sitting on the carpet working silently, yet in perfect harmony. A beam of sunlight from the window fell upon them, making the scene look like a beautiful painting. The open elevator was closed again by Chen Du. He was truly a little genius. When he reached the 5th floor, he met Chen and going up to deliver something. Chen Du kindly reminded him, if you don't go up, your boss will thank you for life. Chen imagined the scene Chen Du described and said, that makes sense. After finishing his work, Huaheng picked up the bubble tea on the table, bit the straw, and finished the last sip. Only after putting it down did he notice the lipstick mark on this cup. The other one had none. He sat back on the sofa and leaned against it for a moment, staring at Yuzi's neck. Because of the hot weather, Yuzi had tied her hair up, with a pen stuck in it. That white, elegant curve could easily be grabbed by his large hand. Following her neck downwards, today she wore a coffee-colored tight short-sleeved shirt that tightly wrapped her body, creating an obvious demarcation line at the waist. Yuzi sat cross-legged, revealing her slim waist under which sat a shapely butt. Huaheng swallowed hard. Men's desires are innate. It's just that he hadn't felt this way before, not even thinking Yuzi was pretty at first. Yuzi touched her bubble tea, took a sip, only to find it empty. Reluctantly, she continued working. Huaheng took 2 steps in the office but still couldn't alleviate this feeling. What happened in the restroom that day was unexpected. Both remained silent about it, never mentioning it. But Huaheng knew that what he felt for Yuzi went beyond emotional entanglement and now also involved physical attraction. Whenever he moved, shadows would flicker before Yuzi. She looked up. Boss, you're blocking my light. Huaheng stepped back to look at her. Fortunately, Shimeng's phone call saved him. Find anything? Huaheng turned away. Shimeng took a sip of tea. There's a girl in our company who knows her. She helped Mr. Hua Yunuen's person a bit. Tell me. Huaheng added, the villa in Binhai, I know you want it. Shimeng snapped his fingers. Good buddy. Deal done. Shimeng told him about the matter concerning the individual. I think I still need to extort money from Fu Shijun. After all, with this obstacle gone, his position will go up. Huaheng faintly smiled. I heard Fu Shijun recently built a private swimming pool. Chapter 68. If you are not kind, don't blame me. Huaheng stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and immediately saw the flashy Ferrari parked downstairs. It seemed Huaju liked cars quite a bit. The road was filled with vehicles as Huelwan was dragged by Huaju, resembling an arguing couple. After struggling in vain, she got into the car, but it didn't leave right away. The two seemed to be talking about something. Shimeng said, "Dear friend, your favor is so great that I'll never forget it." After hanging up the phone, Huaheng turned toward Yuzi's workstation again. She stretched her arms lazily, and the brown short-sleeved top pulled up a little, exposing her slim waist. Her skin was fair, and her curves were alluring. Huaheng propped his large hands open and compared, confirming they were indeed similar. Yuzi turned around. At this moment, the boss's posture appeared like he wanted to strangle her. She tilted her head slightly, her survival instinct strong. "Boss, what's wrong?" Huaheng retracted his hand, calmly shaking his head. He raised his hand to check the time. "It's quitting time." Yuzi crossed her legs and quickly tidied up her things. "Then I'll go punch out." Before finishing her sentence, she disappeared. Huaheng couldn't figure out how she stood up so easily. Her leg flexibility was really good. Upon reaching the 8th floor in the elevator, she met Xu Wan, who was also leaving for the day. Seeing that there was no longer Huan in the company structure, after confirming several times, Xu Wan asked, "You assistant, is Huan really gone?" "Yeah." On the 1st floor, Yuzi placed her fingerprint on the machine to unlock it. The machine prompted, "Punch successful." Xu Wan nearly cried out joyfully. "Although speaking ill of others behind their back isn't good, I still want to say she wasn't suitable for our company." Even though it was due to lack of skill, Xu Wan claimed she wasn't suitable. Yuzi's lips twitched. "Xu Wan, you're becoming more advanced at criticizing people." Xu Wan also punched out. "Assistant Yu, overpraise, overpraise." She followed behind Yuzi nervously. "If you have anything to say, just ask." Yuzi saw through her thoughts. Xu Wan's face showed embarrassment and then turned to happiness. "Assistant Yu, do you have a boyfriend already?" "Yuzi, who told you that?" Was the pretense of being boyfriends and girlfriends between her and Huaheng already spreading? Xu Wan internally itched with curiosity. She really wanted to know if it was President Hua. If it wasn't President Hua, then the CP she shipped would become bad ending. Unbearable. Xu Wan opened and closed her eyes to encourage herself, pointing to inside of Yuzi's collar with her finger. Yuzi looked down and didn't see anything strange. Xu Wan handed her a mirror. Yuzi opened it. "Wow, where did these hicker-like marks come from? In the restroom yesterday? That couldn't be possible." Huaheng never even got close to her chest. Xu Wan had a feeling she asked the wrong question and used an excuse to flee. "I just casually asked, so you can just casually listen." "Assistant Yu, I'm off." Yuzi went to the garage. On the way, she repeatedly thought, but she really couldn't recall any intimate actions with Huaheng in that area. Then when was it exactly? As she approached the car, Huaheng was already waiting for someone. "We should go back somewhere. Whether or not you wait for me." Yuzi opened the door. "I'm different from you. I need to punch out while you just walk away." Huaheng sat in the passenger seat, buckling up. "My fault." Yuzi remained silent to indicate agreement. Huaheng informed her that Yu Zhuangsheng had been taken away by Grandpa. Yuzi furrowed her brows. What person has such prestige, taking someone right under Fu Shijun's nose? "Huaheng, a woman about my father's age, named Yang Lihua. I haven't heard of Hua Yunyuan knowing her." This showed that Hua Yunyuan still had many usable pawns in his arsenal. Huaheng chuckled lightly, but none of them would work anyway. The one he wanted to protect was actually the most useless. An old saying goes, one bad apple spoils the bunch. When they got home, Yuzi entered the bathroom first, carefully examining the marks above her chest and pinching them. If these were made by pinching, impossible. She sucked on her arm, comparing it, and clearly, the mark on her neck wasn't made by her pinching herself in her sleep. Nor could she suck on herself either. There was only one man in the house. Could it be? Yuzi trusted Huaheng's integrity. He wouldn't do something like this. After pondering for a while without finding an answer, Huaheng knocked on the door. "Did you fall into the toilet?" Yuzi pushed open the door. "Was there anything abnormal last night? For instance, ghostly occurrences." Huaheng leaned closer to her, placing his palm on her forehead. "You don't have a fever, do you?" Yuzi angrily brushed him away. "I'm serious." Huaheng bent down slightly so that the two could look at each other straight. He said, "I run a tech company, and you've been working here for 5 or 6 years. And now you're telling me ghost stories?" Yuzi was infuriated, truly strange. Just as the doorbell rang, she opened it. The delivery person glanced at Yuzi. "Are you Mr. Hua?" "It's me." Huaheng took the delivery. Yuzi had expended a lot of energy today, and she was now starving, her stomach stuck to her back. "Dragon shrimp. Are you a bloodhound?" Huaheng tore open the outer bag and took the items out. Yuzi's mouth watered. "It's Hu Da." Huaheng ordered several flavors, and Yuzi peeled and ate them as she went. To be fair, summer and dragon shrimp are a perfect match. The bowl of shrimp meat slowly emptied, all entering Yuzi's stomach. There were still oil stains around her mouth. The spicy numbing flavor had caused her lips to swell slightly. When she finally finished, Yuzi leaned back in her chair, so tiring. Truly, love and delicious food should never be forsaken in this world. The delicious food was here. What about love? An image of Yu Zhuangsheng's face popped into Yuzi's mind, and she quickly shook it off. Bad omen. After eating, Yuzi cleaned up while Huaheng went to take a shower. Hualwan did not want to go home. She harbored resentment towards Huaju, always messing things up instead of helping, and found Yuzi utterly disgusting. That woman had been wanting to fire her for ages, and now finally had a reason. Once she entered the house, Huoju was already kneeling on the first floor, his face full of sorrow. "Grandpa, I'm sorry, I just didn't like that woman. Always dressing provocatively, who was she trying to seduce?" Hua Yunyuan gripped his walking stick tightly and hit Huoju on the back with it. He screamed in pain. Hua Luan hid behind Huoju, utterly terrified. This was the first time she had ever seen Grandpa hit anyone. Hua Yunyuan beckoned her over. "Hua Luan, tell me what happened." Hua Luan became nervous. It was Brother Ju. He insisted on bringing that woman over, and Grandpa, Brother Q has lost his soul because of her. Today, he fired me. What? Hua Yunyuan let out an enraged shout from deep within his chest. With the land deal at Nanchu unsettled, Hua Luan was dismissed. This surely meant Huaheng wouldn't build the amusement park. Scared by the commotion, Hua Luan started crying, sobbing delicately. "I never expected things to get so out of hand. Grandpa, I'm sorry." She appeared genuinely apologetic, tears streaming down her face. Hua Yunyuan patted her hand lightly. "Don't worry, I've already taken care of it." People had been beaten and reprimanded. Hua Yunyuan told them to go home first while he sat on the sofa smoking. He suddenly sneered. Who would have thought after walking this road for so long, I'd still be bested by this young man? The butler stood beside him, silent. Hua Yunyuan took another puff of smoke and sighed. At first, he hadn't liked Huaheng. This child carried the blood of an actress and wasn't worthy to enter the Hua family. From childhood, he never paid attention to Huaheng and devoted all his energy to raising Huoju. Later, when Huaheng returned to the country with Zhongyu, he scoffed, thinking how could a naive youngster accomplish anything? Who knew this kid succeeded, even surpassing the Hua family? Huaheng was 100 times better than Huoju. Hua Yunyuan was a businessman. If the Hua family joined forces with Zhongyu, it would undoubtedly create a brilliant future. He wanted Huaheng to come back, but that young man actually looked down on the Hua family. Now looking at today's Hua real estate empire, there was an undeniable sense of decline. Hua Yunyuan crushed out the cigarette but forcefully, standing up and leaning on his cane as he went upstairs. Since Huaheng chose not to act kindly, he no longer regarded him as a grandson. Chapter 69, he lost control. In the study, Hua Yunyang was on a video call. He coughed once. "Your classmate is indeed pretty good. I've already brought her out." The woman on the video call wore professional clothing, sitting in a sunlit office, looking relaxed and composed. "It's fine, she does have skills." Hua Yunyang asked her, "When do you plan to come back?" The woman raised an eyebrow. "Is Hua Corporation not doing well? Didn't you think highly of Jingyun before? And now you want me back?" Hua Yunyang sighed in frustration, his tone becoming unpleasant. "Hua Jingxin, you're the eldest daughter of the Hua family. If you don't come back, who will?" Hua Jingxin's icy eyes were filled with complexity as she reluctantly compromised with a lifted brow. "Next month, I'll return to China and meet face-to-face with Jingyun's illegitimate child to see how amazing he is." After hanging up the video call, Hua Yunyang pinched the bridge of his nose. Hua Jingxin was his illegitimate daughter, raised abroad from a young age, and not many people knew about her existence. But she was currently dating a duke in London, making her status extremely high. Moreover, Hua Jingxin was quite cunning, disregarding morality and focusing solely on results. The Hua family was now like a disorganized mess, each person harboring their own ulterior motives. They needed someone capable to take charge of the situation. When Huaheng went to sleep, he left the door open. The bedroom was pitch dark. Yuzi walked in quietly and proactively pulled aside the blanket, lying down in his embrace and tightly hugging him. Huaheng's breath hitched. This was pure torture. At this moment, Yuzi was finally tender, like a rose at night, gentle and without thorns. Huaheng couldn't clearly hear what she was muttering. He turned over and patted her back. After a while, the person in his arms stopped muttering. Once he confirmed she had fallen asleep peacefully, Huaheng gently carried her back to her room. Afterward, he was wide awake. Standing in front of the balcony in the living room, the full-length window reflected his shadow. Huaheng was shirtless, revealing claw marks on his chest that weren't noticeable unless you looked closely. He knew Yuzi had the habit of sleepwalking. However, this habit hadn't recurred for several years. She sleepwalked yesterday and today, which likely had something to do with past events. When they first met in Chinatown, Yuzi trailed behind Huaheng, asking, "Are you alone?" Huaheng was impatient. "What's it to you?" Unabashed, Yuzi pressed closer. "I'm also alone. Why don't we live together?" Huaheng gave her a cold glare. Her little face was dirty, her clothes not dirty but far from clean either. She was as thin as a matchstick. Yet her eyes sparkled brilliantly, her lashes fluttering innocently. Huaheng asked her, "Do you know what living together means?" Yuzi nodded affirmatively, to support each other. And just like that, Huaheng took Yuzi to where he lived. The moment Yuzi entered, her mouth wouldn't close. "Wow, your place is huge." Compared to the slums, Huaheng's residence wasn't at the top tier in San Francisco, but it was absolutely heaven level. Seeing how dirty she was, Huaheng told her to take a shower. Unfamiliar with luxurious items, she emerged wrapped in a bath towel asking Huaheng, "How do your things work?" "I don't understand." Huaheng put down his book and reluctantly walked in to demonstrate for her. As he came out, he glanced at Yuzi. Why cover when there's nothing to hide? After she finished washing up, Yuzi appeared refreshed. The housekeeper happened to come by to clean. She witnessed the housekeeper taking away a lot of money from Huaheng. Yuzi continued to trail after him, putting on a flattering smile. Your housemaid earns so much money. How about me? Hua Heng eyed her again with scrutiny. She was too thin to be physically strong. What can you do? Yuzi, knowing that this person didn't look up to her, rolled up her sleeves. Check out my muscles. Surprisingly, she did have some. Hua Heng chuckled at her antics. Bring me a glass of water, little maid. Okay. Yuzi happily ran off. On the very first day they met, they got along decently. However, when Hua Heng returned to the living room late at night, he received a fright. Yuzi sat motionlessly in the middle of the living room. He called her name a few times, receiving no response. He squatted in front of her curiously. Is the floor warm? Yuzi curled herself into a ball, unmoving. Hua Heng immediately thought of somnambulism he had read about in books. He checked the time and recorded a video for John, the psychologist. John replied with a segment of English, explaining it was sleepwalking disorder. Although Yuzi was still short then, Hua Heng had already grown to over 180 centimeters, making their silhouettes quite a contrast. Hua Heng reached out to touch her fluffy head. Can she be awakened? He asked John. Better not. While waking a sleepwalker doesn't cause major harm, it disrupts their consciousness, leaving them unaware of what actually happened. After ending the call, Hua Heng carefully studied the materials John sent over. There were various causes for the disorder, but he didn't know which one applied to Yuzi. He carried her back inside the house. For a while afterward, this happened often. Yuzi would sit motionless in the living room. Fortunately, the two got along well. As her mood gradually improved, her sleepwalking episodes also lessened. The same thing occurred last night when Yuzi walked into the room and punched Hua Heng. Her fist hit his chest. Hua Heng called out to her, but Yuzi didn't respond, unconsciously throwing punches. Helpless, Hua Heng could only pin her down. But Yuzi was strongly resistant to anyone stronger than her. She nearly kicked him in the groin. Hua Heng narrowly avoided disaster, stroked her hair gently, and soothed her tenderly. Yuzi, it's me. Perhaps recognizing the familiar voice, Yuzi gradually calmed down. During their tussle, the collar of the person beneath her was torn open. Moonlight seeped in, illuminating Yuzi's neck, causing Hua Heng's breathing to grow heavier. Yuzi suddenly woke up, blinked, completely unaware of where she was. She didn't say anything, just sat there dazed. Hua Heng lowered his head, giving in to impulse and sucked on her clavicle. It was too late to regret it now. And that's how it happened. Later, he sent her back, while he stayed awake all night exercising. Hua Heng turned around, took out a pack of cigarettes from the drawer, and lit one again. Since understanding the concept of libido, Hua Heng had never lost control. He wasn't driven by desire, even disinterested in such matters. Even John teased him, look at your classmates at school. Their figures are great, and they're from all over the world. Hua Heng listened in silence, unresponsive. Several cigarette butts piled up in the ashtray, and Hua Heng irritably raked his hair before walking into the bathroom. Chapter 70, Hua Heng reads a love manual. Yuzi woke up and passed through the living room, but she did not see Hua Heng exercising. She then walked to his bedroom door. Hua Heng wasn't in the bedroom. The room was spick and span as if he had never been there. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, Yuzi rubbed her waist. Why did it feel a little sore? Could it be that she slept uncomfortably yesterday, causing the stiffness? The phone beside the sink was lit up. Yuzi, where have you gone? The other party neither typed nor showed any intention to reply. Yuzi turned off the screen and returned to her room to change clothes before driving to the company. After clocking in, Li Guo stopped Yuzi, somewhat shyly lowering her head. Assistant Yu, I want to ask you a few questions. Yuzi glanced at her phone again. The exploiter of capital still hadn't replied to her. Go ahead, she said, looking at Li Guo, who wore black long straight hair and glasses that made her appear a little clumsy, though her voice was softly melodious. Li Guo asked quietly, how much do you know about Director Hua? Yuzi furrowed her brows, perplexed by Li Guo's sudden inquiry about Hua Heng. Li Guo blushed, appearing to hide something as she adjusted her glasses. I just want to ask if Director Hua's family education is particularly strict. Yuzi looked indifferently at Li Guo. The girl in front of her was shorter, allowing Yuzi to see the sincerity in her eyes when she looked down. Yuzi replayed the time this person had contact with Hua Heng in her mind. There was almost none. Could it be that Hua Heng's charm has already spread widely? Seeing that Yuzi didn't respond, Li Guo became timid. After all, asking like this wasn't appropriate. Yuzi said, I can't disclose Director Hua's privacy. If you want to know, go ask him yourself. Li Guo realized that she had annoyed Yuzi and wanted to apologize. No need to apologize, focus on doing your own job well and don't think too much. Yuzi soon disappeared from Li Guo's sight. The person left behind clenched her fists. Was it because she was only the receptionist that she had no opportunity? Isn't Yuzi also just a secretary? She returned to the front desk. A colleague nearby picked up a phone from the table. Guozi, did you change phones? A Max costs over 10,000 yuan. Salary at Zhongyu is high, even the receptionist earns more than 7,000. But she knew Li Guo's family conditions were not good, her mother being severely ill, she probably wouldn't afford such an expensive phone. Li Guo snatched it back fiercely. Don't mess with other people's stuff without permission, alright? That colleague shrugged dismissively. It's not a big deal. Quietness returned to the hall as colleagues came in with their bags, checked in, and went upstairs. It seemed they naturally belonged to the upper floors, making Li Guo envious. Why could they go upstairs while she couldn't? Yuzi pushed open the office door to find it empty. What a shame, his skipping work again. And his not replying either. Xiao Fang contacted Huaheng via WeChat but got no response, so he asked Yuzi, is Director Hu busy? Yuzi replied, he's busy, but if he has time, I'll let him call you back. Xiao Fang felt cheerful hearing her voice and didn't give it much thought. As he hung up, he asked, the coffee beans you recommended last time were excellent. Any new ones recently? A small stone weighed down in Yuzi's heart, making her feel short of breath. But considering her main duties, she patiently replied, not yet, but once I find something new, I will definitely let you know. Stay tuned. Xiao Fang sent a cute emoji. Huaheng stared at a string of messages on WeChat, neither opening the chat window nor planning to reply. John placed a cup of coffee in front of him. How come you're here? Huaheng put his phone down, leaning closer to the table. I want to consult on something. John nodded, ready to listen attentively. Huaheng leaned back on the comfortable chair and paused for a moment. I have a friend. At that, John burst into laughter. Annoyed, Huaheng shot back. Is it that funny? John and Huaheng moved to Rongqing together. His Chinese was already fluent. He replied, previously, I watched a movie where we are professionals, we don't laugh unless we can't help it. His meaning was, I couldn't help myself, it wasn't intentional. Huaheng stared emotionlessly at him. John collected himself and gestured with his hand, please continue. Huaheng carried on, I have a friend, lately he's always felt a very strong desire in that regard. He has lived with that woman for a long time but never had this situation before. What do you think caused this? John squeezed his thigh with his hand, forcing himself not to laugh. There are two possibilities. First, he might just be having these thoughts. Men are visually stimulated creatures. Second, he likes her and wants their relationship to evolve further. Huaheng tried to read his expression for signs of dishonesty. John said, I am a professional psychologist. Please do not doubt me, okay? Huaheng asked, based on your judgment, which one do you think it is? John stroked his non-existent beard. I think it's the first one. If he liked her, he would have liked her already. Why wait until now? He just has a need. Huaheng frowned. So you're saying he's an animal in heat? John waved his hand. I didn't say that. Huaheng picked up his coffee and took a sip. The bitterness hit his throat as he struggled to figure things out. Then he asked again, he only feels this way about her. John's eyes sparkled meaningfully. Huaheng, you're falling in love. Huaheng replied, screw you. He didn't even want to drink his coffee anymore and stood up to leave. John came over from behind, his arm resting on Huaheng's shoulder. The friend you're talking about is you, right? And the woman is Yuzi. Huaheng remained silent, acknowledging it. John patted his shoulder. Liking someone is not merely about desire but also other aspects, such as what attracts you about her and makes you appreciate her. Then he pulled a book out of his drawer and handed it to Huaheng. The Lover's Manual. If expressions could kill, John would probably have died hundreds of times by now. After Huaheng left, John took out his medical record and marked the number, 78 times. After leaving the Haitang Road, Huaheng called Xiao Chen to pick him up. Yuzi happened to see this and asked Xiao Chen, where are you going? Xiao Chen, boss is over at Haitang Road and asked me to pick him up. Haitang Road was nowhere near where Yuzi lived. What was he doing there so early in the morning? Yuzi handed him some documents, put them on my desk. I'll go pick him up. Xiao Chen said, is that all right? What wasn't all right? Yuzi went directly to the garage. It was 10 in the morning, and everyone who had to go to work was already at their jobs, so there was no traffic. Yuzi arrived quickly. She stopped the car and asked Huaheng, where are you? Huaheng, at the flower market. And you? Yuzi restarted her car. You come straight out of the flower market. I'll wait for you outside. By the time she got there, Huaheng was already outside the door. Next to his feet was a pile of flowers in various colors. Yuzi stepped out of the car, blocking the sun. Are you planning to buy in bulk? Are you setting up a flower market on Nanchu land? Huaheng didn't know why he bought flowers. The older he got, the more obvious this symptom became, always doing things impulsively without considering the consequences. He was curious himself after buying them. Why? In his pocket was the Lover's Manual John gave him. On the first page, it read, a relationship begins with a bouquet of flowers. Chapter 71, a trunk full of flowers. Yuzi looked especially beautiful today in a red plaid dress that complemented her fair skin, with her hair flowing freely in the warm breeze. No matter how she dressed to appear innocent, Huaheng always felt there was a certain flirtatiousness about her. Maybe lust had clouded his judgment. Huaheng cursed himself for studying computer science in university and being unable to think of appropriate words. He should spend more time attending Ju Lin's lectures to learn how to compliment people better. The flower market buzzed with people, and it was hard for the two of them not to attract attention. Yuzi opened the trunk. Boss, are you moving flowers or moving flowers? Huaheng walked toward the trunk with a bouquet in his arms. I'm the campus grass at Rongqing High School. Yuzi, speechless. The trunk was full, but there were still some on the ground, so they could only place them on the back seat. Thankfully, they were all packaged well and would be fine once placed in water at home. Yuzi got in the car and picked up a bottle of water, twisting it for a long while but failing to open it. Huaheng returned the small cart and got back into the car. Let me. Yuzi handed it over naturally. Their movements were as if practiced countless times before. Yuzi glanced at the time. It was almost noon, and she needed to go back to eat. Every Tuesday, the cafeteria served shrimp. If one isn't enthusiastic about eating, there must be something wrong mentally. When they reached the company garage, it was already 11:50. Yuzi hurried to take the elevator to the 5th floor. Huaheng shouted from behind, Get me a meal too. All right. Yuzi wasn't intentionally walking fast. The fresh scent of the flowers in the car gave her an illusion of romance. On the way, she asked Huaheng many questions, but he didn't answer a single one. Still, Yuzi felt Huaheng's abnormality had something to do with her, which made her increasingly restless and anxious. She found an excuse to leave. Huaheng called Xiao Chen to get some people over to move the flowers and put them around Yuzi's workspace. Xiao Chen didn't feel like cooperating. What's the fuss about just a few flowers? But when he saw how many nearly filled the trunk, he quickly took a photo and posted it in the group chat. Xiao Chen wants raise. President Hu treats Assistant Yu very well. Many sleep late. The other day, I saw red marks on Assistant Yu's neck. I thought she had left President Hu. Chen do me. How could that happen? President Hu is so charming. If I were a woman, I wouldn't hesitate to pursue him actively. Shuju, you guys sound like those online CP obsessives. Everyone, not sound, we are them. Huaheng leisurely went to the canteen where Yuzi was waiting in line for food. Li Guo spotted Yuzi immediately among the crowd. She wanted to approach, but remembered Yuzi's warning earlier in the day. In the end, she retracted her step. After getting her food, Yuzi handed it to Huaheng. Their gestures grew increasingly intimate, making Li Guo admire them secretly. What are you looking at? A colleague beside Li Guo asked. Li Guo shook her head. Nothing, nothing. The colleague followed her gaze. President Hu and Assistant Yu, they really match. It's such a pity. Li Guo ate absent-mindedly. What's so pitiful? The colleague, wielding chopsticks like pointing to truths, said, our President Hu is the son of the Hu Group Corporation. Some destinies are determined from birth. Let me give you an example. Look at the boss of TO Entertainment. Although he flirts with many women, after a few years, you'll see, he will surely marry someone who matches his status. Those celebrities, they don't stand a chance. Li Guo felt disheartened. So love doesn't matter? The colleague raised an eyebrow. Does love fill your stomach? To put it another way, against absolute interest, love is just a sprinkle of water. Huaheng trailed after Yuzi like a puppy. When Yuzi sat down, Huaheng automatically took the shrimp, peeled it, and placed it in her bowl. He'd seen his father doing this kind of thing often when he was young. Yuzi caught a curious glance aimed her way and met Li Guo's eyes head-on. Boss, do you know Li Guo well? Yuzi poured soup for Huaheng. Huaheng, who's Li Guo? Yuzi, could it be Li Guo has unrequited feelings? It's unfortunate though, because her boss belongs to the emotionless personality type, incapable of perceiving others' kindness. She'd witnessed it herself. After graduating from high school, Yuzi visited Huaheng at his university, wanting to experience the atmosphere of being surrounded by scholars. There were people of various skin colors and hairstyles, yet they all spoke Chinese. Huaheng was right in the middle of this diverse group. She personally saw a white girl crying out of frustration due to Huaheng's actions. But the party involved claimed innocently, I just rejected her, that's all. Yuzi knew the story couldn't be that simple. Huaheng had a foul mouth, often speaking things not worth hearing. What are you looking at? Huaheng turned back. Li Guo didn't have time to withdraw her gaze. She was startled momentarily before lowering her head. Huaheng turned around again. Is she prettier than me? Yuzi shook her head and dipped a shrimp in vinegar before taking a bite, feeling sour. She didn't know what Li Guo felt for Huaheng, yet simultaneously thought these feelings seemed baseless given their lack of interaction. Upon returning upstairs, they found the entire room filled with flowers. Yuzi approached to tidy them up, turning around and asking, Boss, why did you buy so many flowers? Huaheng stood aside. The office is too empty, let's decorate it. Yuzi picked out her favorite color combinations and arranged them in a mixed style she had learned from a flower arranging class. In the early days of Zhongyu's establishment, every step was like licking blood off the edge of a knife. The small studio was precarious, especially in foreign cities where high-tech industries were advanced. They were like a leaf in the vast ocean. A mere breath of wind could make them disappear without a trace. Securing investments was key to their development, and Yuzi knew that Mrs. Meng, a wealthy Chinese businessman's wife, enjoyed flower arranging. So she attended that interest class. The two hit it off immediately, yet Yuzi never brought up business matters. Later, when she was invited to the Menglis home as a guest, she met Mr. Meng. Mr. Meng was a gentlemanly person and was somewhat surprised to hear that Yuzi was in technology. Securing their first investment made Yuzi extremely happy. Though it was a long time ago, it laid the foundation for Zhongyu's development. She had taken 18 classes just for flower arranging. Soon, one bunch of flowers was arranged by her, with colors like cappuccino and chocolate bubbles, creating a very romantic atmosphere. Huaheng had excellent taste, and not a single flower here was out of place. It took some time just to arrange one bouquet. Yuzi stretched her neck, and Huaheng sat cross-legged on the nearby carpet, simply watching her. Need help? The man leaned his chin on his palm with understanding. Yuzi, can you? Huaheng, I have a high IQ. Yuzi handed him scissors. Trim them so they are slightly taller than the vase. After Huaheng finished trimming, he placed the flowers into the vase. How does it look? Yuzi, scholar team. For a while, the two passed their time quietly. Suddenly, Yuzi remembered, Mr. Chiao was looking for you. Huaheng nodded. I spoke to him in the car. Yuzi asked him, have you thought about what to do with the land at Nanchu? I've noticed your recent interactions with Zhao. Before she could finish her sentence, her mouth was covered. Yuzi choked but could feel the strong smell of grass from Huaheng's palms, fresh and not unpleasant. She took a few breaths. The elevator rang, and Li Guo entered, seeing this scene. Too harmonious. The kind of harmony that makes others jealous. Hua Heng released her and squeezed his palm. Yuzi, unhappy, is there something wrong? Li Guo held a package. Hua general manager, a lady sent you a courier. Hua Heng stood up and walked over. The sender's address was California. Chapter 72, You Know How to Curse. The delivery box on the table was like Pandora's box. Ku Heng lightly tapped the box with his finger and asked Li Guo, what did that woman look like? Li Guo described according to his memory. I didn't see her face clearly. She was wearing a sun hat, red dress, very. Yuzi frowned and determined that there was nothing good in this box. After racking her brain, Li Guo thought of a word, sensual. She stole a glance at Yuzi. That person was similar to Yuzi's. Ku Heng picked up the delivery box and shook it. It should be something like letters. Li Guo was still standing there and had no intention of leaving. Yuzi smiled faintly. Is there anything else you need? She thought today's Li Guo was also strange. Li Guo stood there stunned, shook her head. No, nothing. I'll go downstairs first. After the person left, Ku Heng cut open the cardboard box with a knife. Yuzi pressed her hand on his back. Boss, are you really going to open it? Ku Heng, aren't you curious about what's inside? Yuzi was as if facing a great enemy. Maybe it's something like a bomb. Ku Heng chuckled and lightly flicked her forehead. You've been watching too many dark fairy tales. After opening the box, it was indeed as Ku Heng had guessed. Several letters were marked with years respectively. 1994 and the 80s. Ku Heng tore open the letter and looked at each page one by one. At that time, network media was not developed, and most were newspapers with a lot of gossip news. The most striking was Chen Mengqi knowing the third-party status and still inserting herself while Hua Jingyun did nothing. This was the first time Yuzi saw Hua Heng's mother, who looked so beautiful. No wonder Hua Jingyun was obsessed to death at the time. According to rumor, 2 years after Hua Jingyun got married, he was invited to watch the performance of the drama club. Chen Mengqi's figure suddenly caught his attention. From then on, he became uncontrollable, quickly divorced from his ex-wife, and turned to chase Chen Mengqi. However, his divorce information was never disclosed, causing the public to think that Chen Mengqi knew the third-party status and still inserted herself. During that period, Chen Mengqi was under pressure in love. When she went to work, eggs would be thrown at her, and rotten vegetable leaves would be tossed. Hua Heng opened another envelope expressionlessly. It was several pages of love letters. Almost explicit. The writer was Hua Jingyun. Who it was written for was unknown. But it could be seen from the letter that Hua Jingyun loved the recipient deeply. Hua Heng's face was cold as ice. These letters undoubtedly slapped him across the face, telling him there was someone in Hua Jingyun's heart. But that person was not Chen Mengqi. Yuzi's mood was complicated after reading it. Because from Hua Heng's mouth, she could know how Hua Jingyun loved Chen Mengqi. He relied solely on this happiness to make up for the regret of his childhood. But now, suddenly, someone told him that all those things were fake. Yuzi felt a bit heartbroken. She hugged Hua Heng from the front and consoled him. Boss, we too are quite pitiful, aren't we? The same suffering, to the extreme. Hua Heng threw the letter into the box, wrapped both arms around Yuzi, as if wanting to lock her in his embrace. Yuzi was almost unable to breathe due to being squeezed too tightly. Boss, it's too tight. Hua Heng laughed as he loosened her. What's too tight? Suddenly, the car started moving. Yuzi pushed him away, took deep breaths, her face turned red from holding her breath. I said you hugged too tightly. If you strangle me to death, you won't be able to find such a caring secretary in the future. Hua Heng teased with her hair in front of her forehead. Is that so? I thought you suddenly wanted to hug me. Boss, don't be overconfident. Yuzi wanted to see some sadness on Hua Heng's face. Not a trace. She curiously asked, aren't you sad? Hua Heng laughed. I am sad, but that is all in the past. Even if I'm sad, what can I do? I can't dig my father out of the grave and beat him up saying, how dare you treat my mom like this? Yuzi. Hua Jue took off his headphones. Damn it, Hua Heng still didn't say what he was going to do with the land near Nank. Just then, Hua Yunyuan called him, asking him to come home for dinner, saying there were guests at home. Hua Jue drove the car, and his eyelid kept twitching, always feeling that things were developing in an unpredictable direction. Yuzi finished packaging all the flowers outside the office. Hua Heng received a call from a stranger on his phone. After hanging up, the other side continued relentlessly. Hua Heng picked up and answered with the speaker on. The person on the other side used a voice changer, talking sarcastically. Did you receive the stuff? Hua Heng hummed once, eyes fixed on the figure in the surveillance video. Her face was unclear in the recording, a bright red dress draped over her body, like a ghost. A ghost playing tricks. The ghost on the other end giggled. Aren't you curious about who Hua Jingyun wrote these letters to? Hua Heng refused to fall into the trap. I'm not particularly curious. Who Hua Jingyun wrote letters to doesn't matter to me. Considering his age, the recipient must be an old woman by now. After saying that, he chuckled to himself with a hint of sarcasm. I'm not interested in an old woman when I'm still young. The ghost on the other side didn't speak. Hua Heng wasn't about to let her off. I've read the letter. It described a voluptuous figure dressed in a red dress, radiating charm. My father was indeed talented. The ghost on the other side giggled lightly, seemingly pleased. But Hoeng didn't give her much time to gloat. However, no matter how well dressed an ugly duckling is, she won't turn into a swan, and there's no need for others to mimic my father's handwriting. Even if you had a knife at his throat, he wouldn't tell. The voice changer broke. Huaheng, are you intentionally provoking me? Huaheng turned off the recording and leaned back on the sofa, leisurely saying, no, I'm just stating facts. Do you think I'm playing games with you? He carefully recalled the surveillance footage. Look at what you posted in the US. If it weren't for the ground reflection in the surveillance, I would have thought it was some coal ball. You have time to take better care of yourself. Beep 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 beep. The call was cut off. Huaheng smirked once. She really couldn't handle any stimulation. Yuzi crouched by the side, afraid to make a sound, wanting to find clues. Because the IP address of the phone was hidden. They had no idea where the person in the shadows was. Huaheng was in high spirits and stretched. He loved this game of cat and mouse the most. At 5 o'clock. Yuzi kindly asked Huaheng, do you want to go home together? Huaheng's eyes lit up. Are you inviting me? Yuzi forced out a smile from the corner of her mouth. Yes. Huaheng tidied up his clothes and went out with her. Following the fixed route to check in, Li Guo was looking down sending messages, not noticing Yuzi coming over. A nearby colleague nudged her arm to remind her. Li Guo's smile froze. She looked at Yuzi and felt unconsciously nervous. Yuzi glanced casually and thought the avatar on Li Guo's WeChat interface seemed familiar. Blame it on Max's oversized screen and Yuzi's good eyesight. She smiled faintly but said nothing. Sitting in the front passenger seat, Huaheng received an address from Liang Zishuan to the mountain retreat. As soon as the navigation opened, Yuzi turned right and headed in the opposite direction of their apartment complex. She asked, are you still discussing business after work? Why not go to Mingting? Huaheng said lazily, this is more important. Mountain Retreat was a new tea house opened by Liang Zishuan, only open to insiders. Liang Boss's business is really widespread. I admire his habit of throwing money around. Huaheng paused while texting. Do you like it? Yuzi was confused. Like what? I just admire Mr. Liang's work capabilities. Let him open a homestay later. Huaheng took note. The car stopped in front of the mountain retreat. Liang Zishuan knew how to pick places. There were no villages or shops in sight before or after. Chapter 73, A Princess Hug. Huaheng got out of the car and waited ahead for Yuzi to park. Liang Zishuan, looking from a window upstairs, whistled at the sight of the two. Wow, a pink beetle. That rare car really stands out. Yuzi looked up at Liang Zishuan as she walked beside Huaheng. Hey, Mr. Liang, are you Pan Jinlian? Liang Zishuan held a folding fan in his hand. Then is Huaheng Shimen Qing? Huaheng replied, don't try to draw connections. A winding corridor followed the mountain ravine. On both sides were carved wooden panels paired with money trees, garish yet majestic. The tea aroma filled the entire room and instantly relaxed anyone who stepped in. The waitresses wore kyongsams and walked steadily in high heels, their hair pinned up gracefully with hairpins, radiating charm. Yuzi couldn't help but stare at them motionlessly. Huaheng glanced at her sideways. Do you like it? Yuzi whispered softly, isn't it beautiful? Huaheng replied, no. Yuzi was incredulous, beginning to doubt Huaheng's aesthetic sense. What kind of woman could possibly interest him? The waitress led them upstairs, saying, this way, please. Upon entering, they found the private room spacious, much larger than that of Mingting's layout. Yuzi thought silently, no wonder they said Liang Zishuan had a good eye. He'd invested in many enterprises, except TO Entertainment. Because of this matter, Shimeng hadn't spoken to him for an entire week. Standing next to Liang Zishuan was a woman dressed in an emerald green cheongsam. She picked up the teapot and poured another 2 cups. Mr. Zhao hasn't arrived yet. He said there was traffic due to school congestion. How come you two arrived so early? Huaheng took a sip of tea, thanks to my secretary leaving work early. Yuzi sipped her tea lightly. You flatter me. On a workday, with heavy traffic, Zhao Ming still hadn't arrived after half an hour. Yuzi, having consumed more tea, went to the restroom. Afterward, she lost her way. A waitress approached. Madam, may I assist you? Yuzi asked, where is the restroom? The waitress led her toward the east, navigating through twists and turns until they reached the destination. Yuzi gave a thumbs up, marveling at how the restroom resembled a paradise outside the world. Meanwhile, Liang Zishuan curiously questioned, what precisely is your relationship with Yuzi? Huaheng answered truthfully, boss and secretary. Liang Zishuan made a TSK sound. Although Huaheng was smart, some things were unclear due to lack of experience. Those involved often misunderstand, while bystanders see clearly. It was apparent he treated Yuzi differently but did nothing, making others puzzled about his intentions. Liang Zishuan tapped his fingers lightly on the table. I know a urologist, should I recommend him to you? At an age when most people flirted, Huaheng played basketball. When his classmates sought partners and engaged in love affairs, Huaheng focused on his studies. While others established families, Huaheng remained single. Although Liang Zishuan was now single, he had dated during university times. You've let your equipment go to waste, you ought to cut it off and give it to Shimeng. After all, it wasn't his own thing to care about. Saying such crude words in such an elegant place caused nearby waitresses to blush. Huaheng glanced at his watch. I'll go find Yuzi. As soon as he spoke, Zhao Ming pushed the door open, followed by Qiao Fang. Qiao Fang apologized modestly. Rongcheng's roads are too congested during the evening rush. Huaheng said, it's fine. Please continue talking, I'll be right back. Zhao Ming walked to the table. Mr. Hua, where do you need to rush off to? Liang Zishuan sipped his tea calmly. To the restroom. Zhao Ming looked around, speculating that he was probably going to find his secretary. He understood the dirt behind the powerful elite relationships well enough and advised Lu Ting to stay away from Yu Zi. That woman waded into murky waters that were hard to clean from. Liang Zixuan, perceptive of human nature, inquired curiously, Mr. Zhao, what are you pondering? Zhao Ming concealed his guesses, coughing lightly. Nothing, haven't seen Miss Yu yet, though I saw her car downstairs. Liang Zixuan smiled faintly, she's in the bathroom. Huaheng found the restroom and knocked. Are you trying to build a house inside there? Yuzi felt relieved as if she'd found a savior. Is that you, boss? Quick, save me. Huaheng raised a brow. Did the toilet explode on you when you flushed it? Yuzi. She quickly adopted an expression of pitiful distress. Boss, I started my period. Can you ask one of the waitresses outside for a sanitary pad? Huaheng almost couldn't believe his ears. What did you just say? Yuzi repeated herself. Why don't you ask them yourself? Yuzi's lips twitched. Do you know how remote this place is? I called to heaven but heard no answer, called to earth but received no response. Moreover, this place adhered to its classical style so much that there wasn't even a tiny advertisement on the toilet door. Huaheng told her to wait. He then fetched a waitress. Someone fell into the restroom. Would you go take a look? The waitress paused momentarily before running off immediately. Not long after, she returned. Yuzi also came out, shaking as she walked. Just as a message popped up indicating sending failed. Huaheng glanced down. What did you write in the note? Yuzi put her phone away and changed the subject. There's no signal in this place surrounded by mountains and forests. She took a few steps, stopped, and reached out her hand. Boss, please support me. I can't go on anymore. Huaheng walked over to her. Stop exaggerating. The two entered the tea room, and Zhao Ming turned back, seeing Yuzi's unsteady footsteps, realizing they had been walking for quite a while. His face turned red. As soon as she came in, Yuzi complained, Mr. Liang, there is no signal here. You should buy a signal tower and place it here. Liang Zixuan nodded. I'll do it right now. The group sat together discussing the land at Nancy. They planned to use it as Rongcheng's laboratory, which was slightly remote but very suitable for postgraduate students. Xiao Fang analyzed, a cooperation of state-owned enterprises with Rongcheng's reputation and Zhongyou's specialized field truly sounds excellent. Huaheng asked, so, when will we start construction, Mr. Qiao? This collaboration would greatly benefit Zhongyou, marking the beginning of another peak. Zhao Ming picked up a cup of tea. If we can support us, I am too delighted. They discussed the specific details while Yuzi took notes using her tablet. Her professional competence has always been impeccable. 2 hours passed before the men finished their discussion. It was time for them all to head home. Yuzi hadn't finished writing down the last note yet, so Huaheng waited for her. Outside the tea house, cicada sounds were heard, and the warm yellow indoor lighting reflected against the carved flower wooden windows, presenting a scene akin to trimming candles under the west window. After finishing her records, Yuzi tidied up her things. Let's go. As soon as she stood up, she almost fell. She hadn't fully recovered from the incident in the restroom. Huaheng, can you walk? Yuzi, I'm just feeling a little weak, give me a moment to rest. Troublesome. Huaheng complained and directly lifted her into his arms. In panic, Yuzi embraced his neck. Too rushed. This was simply too rushed. Chapter 74, or maybe a kiss. The tea house in the mountain gorge had 3 floors, and they were on the 2nd floor. Huaheng was steadily carrying Yuzi down the stairs. Their intimate posture seemed to make an announcement to everyone around them. Yuzi thought shamelessly that it was great not having to walk. Why should she suffer from old leg at such a young age? Back in M country, she went wild for a while. During her high school days, Yuzi mimicked others by wearing short skirts in winter, freezing her legs blue but never giving in. She was a Chinese woman who had always strived for strength. But now things have changed, and she puts on thermal pants early every year. As soon as they stepped out, they encountered Meng Ranqin and her agent, who were just about to enter. The smiles on both sides immediately froze. Huaheng nodded politely and brushed past them. Meng Ranqin couldn't resist chasing after them. She knew there was a big director in the tea house who detested tardiness. She mustered her courage, her collarbone prominent, and asked, "Are you two together?" Huaheng's former gentleness disappeared, replaced by cold indifference. "Miss Meng, my affairs have nothing to do with you." Meng Ranqin was stymied, bitterly smiling. "We're still old classmates after all, right? I'm only concerned about you." Yuzi struggled to get down. "I'll wait for you in the car first." Huaheng stopped her. "No need. Listen." Although Meng Ranqin's agent was anxious, he dared not speak a word. He knew Huaheng's methods could be lethal without showing. They hadn't seen each other since the last grand alumni celebration of Rome University. Several times when Meng and his friends gathered, Huaheng never participated. Even Meng Ranqin's calls were blocked by Huaheng, let alone WeChat messages. Meng said he was flirting with some younger girls, which Meng Ranqin refused to believe. How could Huaheng possibly be into flirtation? But somehow within their circle, rumors started spreading that Huaheng and his secretary were together. Some laughed, some felt jealous. Each family had their own story. When they met today, their closeness told Meng Ranqin through her sixth sense that something was quietly changing. The situation was very different from when she had just returned from overseas. "Miss Meng, if you're concerned about me, what do you want to ask?" Huaheng wasn't irritated. He was also curious. If he didn't remember incorrectly, He had never shown affection to this woman and rejected her many times. Yet, this person seemed like an indestructible cockroach. Her liking and infatuation had become a burden to Hua Heng. They could be friends, but Hua Heng never reached the point where he allowed Meng Ranqin to take advantage of him. Meng Ranqin felt a burning pain on her face, as if slapped in public. She just wanted some private space with him, but he insisted on keeping Yuzi around. During the May Day camping trip, only she remained alone, unknown to anyone that she had been rejected. Now, there were 4 people present, including someone she loathed. If Yuzi saw her humiliated moment, the feeling would be unbearable, even worse than death itself. She believed herself to be of higher standing than Yuzi, this secretary. Meng Ranqin gave a soulless smile. I heard you two are together. She wanted an answer so she could finally let go. Hua Heng suddenly realized a troublesome issue. The excuse he had used earlier to get Yuzi to reject Zon Ziyu and Dai Xiangnan wasn't real. They weren't genuine lovers, but time made everyone assume otherwise. He selfishly wanted to confine Yuzi, yet hadn't considered how these assumptions might harm her reputation. Hua Heng didn't reply, unsure how to respond. In Meng Ranqin's eyes, this silence already showed considerable consideration. Understanding, she nodded. I see. I apologize for the trouble I've caused before. Last time, the paparazzi photographed them cohabiting. She stirred up drama without clarifying the situation. Hua Heng isn't part of the entertainment circle, and he shouldn't be publicly criticized. After they left, Meng Ranqin squatted in the original spot, crying uncontrollably. The agent hugged her, comforting her. There are plenty of good men in this world. Is it necessary for you to cling to him? Meng Ranqin's heart ached unbearably. Hua Heng is really excellent. The agent inwardly sighed, thinking, sure, he's great, and here I am dying of love blindness. Hua Heng had never bothered with her, and she had unreciprocated feelings for him, cursing Yuzi 100 times a day. Reaching this outcome was actually quite good. Hua Heng's towering figure sitting in the driver's seat almost seemed like overkill. Yuzi watched him adjust the seat and chuckled. Can you handle it? Should I drive instead? Hua Heng glared at her. I can. It would take about an hour to return from the mountain pass to Yuzi's apartment. Yuzi connected via Bluetooth and found a song to play. Yuzi. Hua Heng. Both spoke almost simultaneously. Hua Heng drove attentively. You go ahead. Yuzi cleared her throat. All right, I'll go first. She knew Hua Heng was of an indifferent personality type. Normally, he wouldn't give Meng Ranqin the slightest regard. Today though, he hesitated. Yuzi squeezed her palms together, questioning him. Meng Ranqin asked if we're boyfriends and girlfriends. Why didn't you answer her? The car stopped by the side of the road. Hua Heng turned off the engine. The car is out of gas. I'll call Chen to come. There was no gas station nearby. It was a secluded road. Inside the car, only the light from the street lamps could shine in. Hua Heng earnestly answered her question. Because I was thinking, would always telling people that we are boyfriend and girlfriend bring you trouble? John had said many times, when you start to consider others for real, then you're on your way to becoming a better person. When Meng Ranqin asked him earlier, he had thought about it countless times. He didn't want Meng Ranqin to keep him. But by constantly declaring his ownership over her, wasn't he causing Yuzi discomfort? What was the difference between these two things? Yuzi blinked, not knowing why Hua Heng would think she was troubled. Inside the car, there was no sound. Only after much thought did Yuzi gradually understand. Their relationship had been misunderstood by many people originally. At least some people thought they were friends with benefits. If Hua Heng said they were boyfriend and girlfriend, it seemed like solidifying their relationship. It also blocked her love interests. However, this was based on the premise that Yuzi didn't have someone she liked. What if Yuzi did like someone? Would he not be forcing her to do something she doesn't want to do? Yuzi had never thought about dating anyone before. In school, when someone pursued her, even though she thought foreigners were handsome, Hua Heng's face would pop up in her mind. Could anyone be more handsome than Hua Heng? Later, as she entered the workplace and met all kinds of people who expressed at least some degree of admiration towards her, Yuzi wasn't interested in any of them. She habitually accepted everything brought by Hua Heng's words. Even when Hua Heng jokingly said, I'm Yuzi's boyfriend, she actually believed he was right. Yuzi was confused, realizing she had become somewhat dependent. Why did she have to follow Hua Heng's ideas? What about her own thoughts? If it were someone else, like Zon Ziyu, would she accept those words? The answer was no. Replacing that person with Hua Heng, it seemed perfectly reasonable. Yuzi sincerely stated, I don't feel that this is troubling. Through the dim light of the street lamp, Hua Heng could see her sincere eyes. Serious, calm, and determined. In the space between them, there was only the sound of their breathing. She bit her lip and slightly leaned forward to seriously respond to him. They were getting closer and closer. Silent except for the sound of each other's breathing, their heartbeats quickened. As they approached each other closer and closer, suddenly, a beam of light shone on them. Hua Heng clicked his tongue disapprovingly. Chen ran over, knocking on the car window. Boss, I'm here. He looked excited like a puppy eager to be praised. Chapter 75, Who's Got the Sharpest Mouth? Yuzi was startled and took a step back. Her car was small to begin with, and it felt suffocating at this moment. Combined with the atmosphere from before, Yuzi suddenly felt sticky all over, breaking out in a cold sweat. She opened the car door and said, let's get gas first. Chen wanted to die. After working for so many years, he had developed some perception skills, yet how could he still lack insight like this? From far away, he saw Assistant Yu's car, and still approached. What an illness. Hua Heng got out of the car. Where's the fuel? Chen shook the oil can, making up for his lack of intelligence with effort. Hua Heng gestured for him to hurry up. On a mid-July night, the cool breeze carried a refreshing chill. Yuzi stood by the curb, tightly hugging her arms. Hua Heng stood in front of her. Looking at it, they were about the same height. Chen didn't dare to look up. Hua Heng looked at her appearance. If you're cold, go sit in the car. Yuzi shook her head. I'll let the wind blow. To calm down. Hua Heng took off his coat and draped it on her. Don't do that American nonsense, favoring style over comfort. After he said that, the atmosphere between them eased somewhat. Yuzi smiled. Beauty is something everyone desires. Hua Heng, you're not appreciating beauty, you're asking for trouble. The two of them naturally did not continue their previous topic. After refueling, Chen quickly ran away holding the oil bucket. Boss, my stomach hurts, I'll leave first. Back in the car, Yuzi yawned. She remembered that Hua Heng also had something to say earlier. Boss, what did you want to ask me just now? Hua Heng gave a faint smile. I forgot. 20 minutes later, the car arrived below Yuzi's apartment building. Hua Heng turned off the car, glancing sideways at her. Yuzi was wearing a lively and playful red checkered dress, her body covered by his coat, her long hair tied up with a rubber band. In the night, she looked sweet and gentle. It seemed like she would never wear dull colors, forever like the newly risen sun, vibrant and passionate. Uncomfortable sleeping in the car, Yuzi adjusted her position. Hua Heng got out of the car and walked to the passenger seat, picking her up. She was truly like a pig. A long time ago, Hua Heng had thought as much. Yuzi's sleep quality was excellent. John even suggested to him, learn more from your secretary. Hua Heng, am I supposed to learn her sleepwalking? John, truly impenetrable. Hua Heng closed the car door with his foot and entered the apartment. The elevator doors opened, he stepped inside with others. The person beside him kindly asked, brother, which floor? 18. That person pressed 18 and 20. He looked back, is she asleep? Hua Heng, yes. The person laughed, young couples are really happy. Hua Heng. When they reached the 18th floor, Hua Heng thanked them. Yuzi woke up right on time, her consciousness fuzzy. Are we here? Hua Heng put her down, and Yuzi used her fingerprint to unlock, walking into the house. She went to the kitchen first, drinking some water to wake herself up. She glanced at her watch. It was 1 minute to 11. Yuzi, barefoot, headed towards the bathroom, where women always needed to be careful during certain days. She checked the mirror and didn't see any leakage. Good thing she hadn't embarrassed herself. Hua Heng placed a pair of slippers by the bathroom door and returned to his room to sleep. Yuzi came out and saw the slippers, feeling happy inside. The door of the neighboring room opened. Hua Heng had changed clothes. Yuzi, where are you going at midnight? Hua Heng picked up his car keys. Hua Yunxian has gone crazy and wants to make a will in the middle of the night. He called me back. Yuzi followed him. I'll go with you. Hua Heng gently rubbed her hair. Go to sleep first. I'll be back soon. His eyes held firm determination, refusing no option. If he brought Yuzi back, there would definitely be bias. Yuzi's eyelids kept twitching. She wasn't he. If something happens, remember to call me. Hua Heng suddenly leaned closer. What could possibly happen to me? Yuzi, I'm serious. She cared deeply about him. Hua Heng smiled. I understand. I will. Go to sleep first. The door was shut, and Yuzi snapped back to reality. She felt like she was the waiting stone from a story. Hua Heng drove to the Hua family villa. The villa was brightly lit, with a few cars parked outside, looking very real. He pushed the door open and went inside. The Hua butler raised his head. Third young master, the master is upstairs. Ignoring him, Hua Heng walked straight up. With each step, he drew nearer to the sound source. Standing at the doorway, he looked at a room full of people. There were the family doctors in white coats, lawyers dressed in suits despite the late hour, 3 young men who looked like quail, and a relaxed woman sitting in a chair. Her gaze met Hua Heng's. You're back? Hua Heng frowned. This woman seemed familiar. Hua Yunxian lay in bed, his complexion pale. He pointed at Hua Jingxian. This is your aunt, Hua Jingxian. She grew up abroad and you've never met her. Hua Ju stood to the side without speaking. Hua Ju, on the other hand, had an excited look on his face. After all, who wouldn't be impressed by such a beautiful aunt? Hua Luan was soft-spoken and more concerned about Grandpa's condition. Hua Heng's expression remained neutral. So this was Hua Yunxuan's ace up his sleeve. He never underestimated women and wanted to see what kind of trouble this one could stir up. Hua Jingxian waved her hand lightly. Hello, everyone. Though they were family, their relationships felt as distant as strangers. Hua Yunxian coughed. I've woken you up in the middle of the night. It's hard for you youngsters. He said, I'm getting old. Earlier, I thought I wouldn't make it, so I called the lawyers and doctors. But turns out, I can still hold on for a few more years. Hua Jingxian smiled. Dad, you have a sea of blessings and a mountain of longevity. Why are you talking nonsense? After flattering him, she took a sip of tea. Hua Yunxian didn't show much expression. I've redrafted my will. If anything happens, the lawyer will announce it. That single sentence effectively piqued the curiosity of several people. Because of the sudden appearance of Hua Jingxian, no one knew how much they would receive. Was this move by Hua Yunxian meant to keep them anxiously guessing? Hua Jingxian teasingly said, Dad, you're not giving Xiao Heng the most, are you? When we were little, you doted on Jingyun, and among these 3 children, Xiaoheng looks most like Jingyun. In just a few words, she redirected the conflict toward Huaheng. Huaheng snorted with laughter, looking like dad is normal, but as for you, you don't resemble either grandpa or grandma. Hu Jingxian was caught off guard for a moment. However, Hu Yunxian picked up on it right away. Isn't this obviously saying that Hu Jingxian is an illegitimate child? Not born to the official wife? Chapter 76, I Truly Loved. For a moment, the room fell into silence. A doctor beside stood up first to ease the awkwardness. He adjusted his glasses and said, Mr. Hua, you need more rest, there's nothing serious. Hua Yunxian was almost moved to tears. Dr. Lu, take care. There were only the Hua family members left in the room. Hua Yunxian said, Jingxian has returned recently, she will be working at Hua Real Estate, a Jew you should pay more attention to her side. It was undeniably an ultimatum given by Hua Yunxian to Hua Ju. The decline in Hua's performance was directly related to Hua Ju. Even a contract handed over by Huaheng couldn't make any significant waves, proving how average his level was. Hua Yunxian could not help but watch as the empire he built started to crumble. The young must replace the old, a slight misstep, and the old wave dies on the beach. Hua Jingxian can bring financing to Hua, which is a great move. Hua Ju felt uncomfortable hearing these words, but had no choice but to swallow his anger. I understand, Grandpa. Hua Jingxian was filing her nails casually and said indifferently, I'm already an adult, do I still need Xiaojue's care? She glanced at Huaheng standing at the door and asked, why did you summon Xiaoheng so late at night? Hua Yunxian sighed with sadness showing on his face. The doctor said I have a few more years. I've also deeply reflected on myself, hoping for a harmonious family. This was said to Huaheng. Huaheng raised his eyes and looked at the old man lying in bed, trying to win through sentiment. That old man was still eyeing what he had in hand. To seek harmony, wanting to include Zhou Yu. Huaheng revealed a barely noticeable sneer. A joyous family reunion indeed sounds nice. Since this lady can join Hua, why doesn't Grandpa let me occupy a semi-official position? Hua Ju snorted coldly. Wouldn't people laugh at seeing a bastard taking over? Huaheng, unconcerned, stroked his prayer beads. You, being incompetent, can still be a nominal manager, why can't I? You. Hua Ju was left speechless. Hua Yunxian took advantage of the opportunity. Xiaoheng, that's actually a good idea. Hua and Zhong you were originally one company, combining forces would certainly be a brilliant plan. At this moment, Huaheng wanted to sing a song about winding mountain roads here. After so much effort, staging this whole drama, it was just to merge Hua and Zhou Yu. What background does Hua Jingxian have? Huaheng has traversed the internet for many years, could he not know? Hua Yunxian was essentially telling him. Hua Jingxian has returned, bringing money. The Hua family will definitely become the best enterprise. Consider whether you want to merge voluntarily. If you don't take action yourself, Hua will rise and directly swallow everything. Huaheng really didn't know who gave him the courage. His phone kept vibrating in his pocket. Huaheng glanced at it. He had no interest in watching Hua Yunxian play act, so he answered the phone in front of everyone. Ximeng was drunk, speaking incoherently. Threa, have you ever tasted the bitterness of love? You Tilda. After vomiting, Ximeng continued, I liked her so much, but she ran away. The car, house, cash, even my body, I had told her all, yet she fled. I can't go on. Master Shi, please be careful. Don't stop me, I am going to commit suicide. After hearing this, Huaheng asked, where are you? Someone else picked up the phone and replied, hello sir, Mr. Shi is in the VIP room 888 at BK. Huaheng responded, keep an eye on him, don't let him jump. After hanging up, Huaheng realized everyone was staring at him. He said, a friend of mine is attempting suicide, I need to go see him. Don't you think he's sick? Using such base and despicable means to lure me over. Even if I blow his timid little head out, he'd probably still chicken out. Seeing Hua Yunxuan's face turn from red to white, Huaheng guessed he understood the underlying sarcasm. Hua Jingxian suggested, you should go check on him quickly, otherwise there might be real trouble. Huaheng responded, I will leave first. Grandpa, rest well. There's my older brother and this aunt we've just met managing the company, so I won't be staying. When he left, Hua Jingxian slowly remarked, I've already told you this method of yours won't work. Do you think just because he looks like Jingyun, his personality would be the same too? That easy to control. The only act of rebellion was because of Chen Mengqi. Hua Jingxian thought, that woman was really skillful, convincing the ever-compliant Hua Jingyun to dare rebel against his father's command. Hua Yunxian dismissed them, then stood up and walked to the window. The car had already left. Hua Yunxian emitted a low chuckle. Since he came back today, it shows my control is still effective. Hua Jingxian expressionlessly pointed out, maybe he's just checking whether you're dead or not. Hua Yunxian. Night colors like water, some happy, others worried. Driving to the front of BK, Huaheng stepped inside, and Yuzi called, Huaheng, are you alright? Do you need me to come rescue you? Music blasted deafeningly within the bar. Yuzi could hear poorly. Huaheng said, I'm at BK. Ximeng says he's broken up, and now he wants to jump off the building. What? Let me go take a look. After hanging up, Yuzi went downstairs to hail a taxi to the bar without changing her clothes. In the car, Yuzi excitedly messaged Julin, Ximeng is heartbroken. Julin, is it true? Yuzi, wait for my news. Julin, I don't have class tomorrow, I won't sleep early. I must eat this piece of gossip today. Entering the private room, Ximeng was hugging Huaheng, crying uncontrollably. Shu ah, I'm so miserable, she's gone abroad, do you know? Do you understand? Yuzi sat beside Ximeng. Isn't it always said in novels that domineering tycoons chase their little wives across the whole city? Why didn't you chase her? Ximeng had red eyes, looking like he'd been beaten up. It seemed he truly loved her. He cried out loud, I hate women, they're all liars. Huaheng coldly remarked, what do you think the woman who was abandoned by you feels? Ximeng looked pitiful as he curled up into a ball, hugging the pillow on the sofa. Are you two here to mock me? They both shook their heads. Ximeng pointed at Huaheng, I don't believe you. Huaheng, why are you suddenly so girly and whiny? I don't believe you, I don't listen to you. What's the next line? Don't bother with me. Yuzi tried hard not to laugh beside him. Ximeng was indeed a butterfly lingering among flowers, self-proclaimed as charming and skilled in love, falling for every woman he met and boasting of being a chick magnet. Moreover, he swore that love was always fleeting. Apparently, the other party understood this even more profoundly and loved much shorter than him. The expert move made Ximeng lose. Yuzi patted his shoulder and said in a Taiwanese accent, cheer up, Meng Meng, stand up, you can do it. What? Ximeng couldn't hold back anymore. Just then, his phone rang. Yuzi saw the exclamation marks on the screen, all proof of his being a love slave. The person marked as Little Sweetheart sent a message, don't disturb me, I hate love slaves the most. Ximeng's mentality completely collapsed. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation growing up. Yuzi, let me ask you a question. Loved. Huaheng lightly chuckled without words. Yuzi was speechless, she just wanted to ask Ximeng, are you tired? Would you like some water? Did this guy have a love parasite living in his brain? Chapter 77, Lips Should Be Soft. Yuzi helplessly shrugged, since you love her so much, do you want to win her back? Ximeng burped from drinking, dazed and confused, of course I do. He not only wanted her back, but he also wanted her to fall head over heels in love with him again before he took his revenge. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, he chuckled at the idea. That's how it was going to be. Yuzi looked at him sympathetically and said earnestly, women know women best. Let me tell you how to get her back. Ah, Ximeng questioned, leaning in closer, I'm all ears, Mr. Shi is ready to listen. Yuzi, having been tasked by Julin, figured now would be a good time to ask, tell me first what happened. I'll help analyze it for you. All he had told them after arriving was that he was heartbroken and had been dumped. But none of the details were clear. Huaheng was sitting nearby watching the scene unfold. He had originally assumed Yuzi was about to offer genuine advice, only to discover she was simply curious about the full process of Ximeng getting dumped. Ximeng picked up the wine on the table, preparing to tell the story slowly. This story is long. Can you summarize it? I believe in your abilities, you're the best. She sweetly praised him. Huaheng's hand froze mid-motion as he glanced at Yuzi, who was staring intently at Ximeng with high expectations. Ximeng felt incredibly encouraged, it's obvious that little Yu knows how to speak well. He condensed the entire ordeal into a small narrative. A few months ago, a rookie reporter had caught him up in some scandal. The young journalist used this opportunity to try interviewing him, threatening him with the rumors. As someone notorious for being beyond reproach, could he possibly fear a rumor? He devised various ways to torment the young reporter, making her act as his nanny, cleaning for him, even taking over all his office chores. One day, when the young reporter didn't show up, Ximeng felt somewhat irritated and later discovered she had gone to follow another male celebrity instead. Flowers, gifts, anything and everything within reach, Ximeng accepted them all while accompanying his family grocery shopping. Upon finishing his tale, he laughed, isn't she adorable? Huaheng tapped his head, muttering under his breath, adorable my foot, and urged impatiently, just finish the story already, I need to go sleep. It turned out that woman wasn't actually a reporter at all, she had merely come to toy with Ximeng's emotions. Afterwards, she left the country to travel. Ximeng hadn't realized it in time. He had even tried stopping the plane and searching the city for her. She never gave him a chance. Yuzi couldn't resist commenting mentally, you deserve it. However, seeing how tormented Ximeng was, she decided not to say it aloud. Furrowing her brows, she asked seriously, do you really love her? Ximeng nodded solemnly, yes, truer than gold itself. Yuzi pondered for a moment, then suggested, in that case, you should change your approach. If she doesn't like men who fawn over her, act aloof instead. Women are all the same, the less attention you give them, the more they pursue you. Huaheng silently thought, does he even realize what nonsense he's spouting? The big fool Ximeng actually believed her, really? The server knocked and brought in a soup before leaving again. Ximeng chugged it down, asking, are all women really thinking like that? Yuzi confidently replied, actually, everyone thinks alike. Don't you prefer girls who play hard to get? That's exactly the kind of girl I like, he admitted, I feel a great sense of achievement when I chase and finally catch her. Yuzi displayed an expression akin to approving of a teachable student, think from her perspective. She's thinking exactly the same way. Huaheng shook his head in disbelief, don't think he's foolish. He's just drunk, not stupid. Leaning against the sofa, Ximeng grabbed his phone and sent a message to the other side. Do you really think I like you? In truth, you're quite ordinary. This was all just a game to me. In my eyes, you're no different from other women. I'm not that interested in chasing or trying to win you back either. Yuzi was astonished and shook her head at Huaheng. Ximeng rested on the sofa for a bit before coming to, rubbing his throbbing head, then got up abruptly. Wait a minute. What kind of advice can two singletons like you two give me? Huaheng, why start insulting others? Yuzi countered, I'm offering advice from the other party's point of view. It has nothing to do with whether I'm single or not. Shimeng sneered, do you even understand what love is? Then he glanced at Huaheng, and you, why didn't you stop me last time when I tried the fake pain strategy? Huaheng covered Shimeng's mouth and said, you're tired. Shimeng struggled, I'm not tired. He slumped, declaring today would be bad for him, and thus bad for everyone else too. His wandering gaze considered revealing a secret to Yuzi. Huaheng threatened him, if you listen, I might find the address of that reporter for you. If you don't, I'll use the land near Nanchu to build a tomb for you. Shimeng shut up immediately. Huaheng released him. Yuzi asked curiously, what did you want to say earlier? Shimeng picked up his clothes and retorted, why don't you two just start dating each other? Otherwise, you'll both miss out on the sweetness of love. Saying that, he left the room. There were still a few bottles of unopened good wine on the table. Yuzi picked them up, saying, these should belong to him. After a night of hard work, Yuzi was completely exhausted. She obediently sat in the passenger seat, holding the wine, wondering what Shimeng meant by the bitter flesh strategy. Could it be that Huaheng had someone he liked and used the bitter flesh strategy on her? Then why did he make intimate moves with her? She rolled down the window, letting the wind rush in as her heart grew heavy. During Huaheng's late arrivals or his absences from the office, could it be that he was out charming women? That was unacceptable. The atmosphere between them suddenly became strange, fluctuating through the night. When she returned home, Yuzi put down the wine and went to take a shower without saying a word to Huaheng. Huaheng was puzzled. What happened? After her shower, Yuzi opened her phone and received a video call from Julin. Julin was very excited. Tell me what's going on. After hearing the story, Julin couldn't contain her joy. Oh my god, it's a showdown between the playboy and the hunter. Isn't that right? Although they hadn't met the girl yet, both Julin and Yuzi were impressed by her. Just as Julin was about to hang up, Yuzi couldn't help but ask, have you heard your husband mention anyone Huaheng has been in contact with recently? Julin thought for a moment, they mostly discuss work, and Fu Shijun isn't one for gossip, so it's hard to get useful information from him. Yuzi couldn't figure out who it might be. But Julin gave her an idea, isn't Huazong the one who interacts with you the most? Yuzi thought about it. That was true. Could the bitter flesh strategy have been used on her? Ding. An idea struck her. Was it because of that time with Chen Kaisin? If she remembered correctly, Huaheng recounted that story with much sorrow, but in reality, he wasn't sad at all. After hanging up, Yuzi tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Recalling everything that happened that evening, Yuzi didn't dare to think further. She buried herself under the covers. Earlier in the car, she almost kissed Huaheng. Thinking about that moment made her excited. Huaheng smelled good, and his lips should be soft too, right? Chapter 78, Patients with Emotional Recognition Disorders. Yuzi tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. The more she thought, the more restless she became. She got up once again and went to the bathroom. It was always said that men could cool down by taking a cold shower. She didn't expect this method to be equally applicable to her. After coming out of the bathroom, her phone lit up. It was Huakyu. He asked, Little Z, are you asleep? Yuzi frowned and ignored him. Julin couldn't sleep either. She kept messaging Yuzi, don't you have any feelings after being around Huaheng for so many years? Fu Shijun had said that Huaheng had never been in love before, so could it be he had harbored unspoken affection for Little Z all along? The feelings between them seemed strange, as if they were both patients suffering from emotional recognition disorders. Yuzi's motion of wiping her body paused. Hadn't she truly had any feelings towards Huaheng over all these years? She didn't actually believe in love, especially not after witnessing Yu Zhusheng's romantic history. That woman relied on her good looks to change boyfriends multiple times a year, and the living expenses for mother and daughter came from these men. Yu Zhusheng would hold cash in her hand and say, you must not disdain this money, without it, you won't survive. So, what was love anyway? The ideas Yu Zhusheng had drilled into her mind were that love was the most useless thing. Men only used sweet words to deceive others, and once they got what they wanted, they would cast you aside like an old shoe. All of these had come true for Yu Zhusheng. So when Huaheng kept her by his side, Yuzi wondered, what does he gain from me? Her figure. Malnourished, skinny, not very appealing. Huaheng wouldn't be interested in that sort of physique. Yuzi had never figured this one out. She always remembered Yu Zhusheng's advice, whatever you do, don't let yourself get attached to a man, or you'll end up ruined. After finishing this sentence, she took a puff of smoke, remember? All men are liars. Yuzi coldly replied to her, maybe you just haven't met a good man yet. Yu Zhusheng said nothing, only smoking silently. Over all these years, Yuzi stayed by Huaheng's side. They had gone through a lot, and Huaheng's indifference had been made clear time and time again. When the shooting incident happened, while everyone else showed pained expressions, Huaheng's face remained expressionless, as though he were simply watching TV. He had said Hualwan used to be good to him, but Yuzi cleaning up Hualwan did not elicit any resistance from him, watching it all unfold like a drama. Huaheng was like a machine, showing no excess emotion. He knew all, yet provided no feedback. Even if she had developed feelings for him, surely Huaheng wouldn't provide any reciprocation either. Julin, staring at the typing dots on her screen, impatiently sent a video call. Do you have absolutely no affection for Huaheng? In her memory, Huaheng carried her back time and time again, indulging all her whims, making numerous suggestive gestures toward her. Was it possible to feel nothing in light of all this? But dare she? Why did Huaheng bring her by his side? If one day his goals were reached, would her fate be the same as Yu Zhusheng's? Seeing her troubled expression, Zhu Lin played the role of an understanding older sister. You can talk to me about anything, and I'll help you find an answer. Yu Zi sighed. Hold on. Barefoot, she went to the living room to grab some alcohol and returned to the kitchen for glasses, then slinked into her bedroom like a little kitten. There was a bay window in Yu Zi's room where she sat cross-legged, poured herself a glass of wine, and drank it all in one gulp. Courage built from drink, right? She mused. If we're talking about affection, well, there's just a tiny bit. She carefully gestured to emphasize how small it was. It was truly minuscule. Zhu Lin decided not to push it further, instead asking her, where does this little bit of affection come from? Yu Zi drank another glass. She thought back to the moment in the restroom, sitting on Huaheng's hand while watching a movie, his sudden proximity, his breaths near her ear, and the lingering scent. Thinking this far, her face burst red. Zhu Lin rolled her eyes. Speak up already. Yu Zi cleared her throat and seriously responded, I've known Huaheng for 10 years now. When we were younger, I wasn't aware of much and thus had no feelings for him. It was because she'd always remembered what Yu Zhusheng told her. Men were all after something. She was cautious, hoping Huaheng wouldn't use her and discard her afterward. Huaheng always called her cunning, insincere, likening her to a fox. She had many flaws caused by her environment, and that was just how it was. Zhu Lin smirked. I understand. After all, we were young back then. Yu Zi hiccuped. When I started developing a slight liking was during college, when I was at a school adjacent to Huaheng's. He walked around with other girls, and I felt a little down. However, she was certain Huaheng didn't care for those girls. This implied indirectly that Huaheng didn't like her either. Yu Zi clearly realized this point and would never cross the line. Zhu Lin interjected, you were already jealous back then. Yu Zi tilted her head. Was this considered jealousy? Not long after, half a bottle of alcohol had gone down, and she propped her chin up. After returning home, we've been busy with work. It's been quite a journey stabilizing things, and a lot has happened. Thinking back to these matters, she even felt smug about it because there was no one else around her and Huaheng. Even though Hualwan would always pop up to stir up trouble, it was just a light drizzle. Zhu Lin asked, didn't the two of you spark any feelings in between? Yu Zi shook her head. No, not even any overly intimate actions. Zhu Lin widened her eyes. The both of you really have issues. Yu Zi burped, nodding. I've got some problems. Huaheng isn't too clear either. Zhu Lin was about to clap, bringing two sick patients together. Impressive. Why are you asking today? Zhu Lin changed positions as lying down wasn't comfortable. Yu Zi was completely drunk, unaware of what nonsense she was saying. Today I heard Ximeng talk about something called bitter meat strategy. I couldn't imagine Huaheng using such a lousy plan to gain others' sympathy. Since he did use it, that meant the other party was important. Just thinking about some unknown opponent made Yu Zi extremely scared. What if Huaheng fell for someone else? Wouldn't she just be left all alone? Zhu Lin shook her head. You didn't drink wine, but jealousy. So, do you know who his bitter meat strategy was used on? Yu Zi sat up from the table. I think that person is me. But she wasn't quite sure. It was truly headache-inducing. If only I had dated more in the past, now I could at least guess what men are thinking. Yu Zi mumbled to herself. Zhu Lin brainstormed and analyzed the situation. I think you like Huaheng. Otherwise, why don't you try kissing him? Yu Zi's eyes widened. That's a terrible idea. She was a little dizzy, but not stupid. Moreover, regarding kissing, she hadn't done it before. Was sticking out her tongue necessary? Zhu Lin said meaningfully, anyway, it won't hurt. You kiss him, you benefit. She was about to analyze further when a hand reached through in front of the camera lens, and a male voice sounded, you drank an entire bottle of 35-degree alcohol? The man's tone carried questioning. Zhu Lin silently ended the call. If you two are already cohabiting and she still comes to consult me about relationship problems, I'm so silly for showing off like a peacock spreading its feathers. Yu Zi leaned against the backrest of the bay window, hugging a pillow, her voice soft. Huaheng? She thought she was hallucinating. Huaheng lifted her up and frowned, smells of alcohol all over. It was past 3 in the morning. Was this person planning not to work? Yu Zi grabbed the collar of his pajamas. Huaheng, bend your head down. Huaheng thought she had something to whisper, so he lowered slightly. Her lips, perfumed with liquor, lightly touched his. In that brief moment, like a dragonfly skimming water, Yu Zi retreated first. Clutching her heart, how fast it beat. Chapter 79, Bitten Lips. Yu Zi's left hand was still hooked around Huaheng's neck, but her ears were buzzing. Oh my god, what should she do? Just pretend to fall asleep and go with the flow. She didn't dare to look at the person holding her. It wasn't that she lacked confidence, it was just the difference between them. A girl selling matches with a mad mother and unknown father versus someone from a good family, handsome, well-built, and filled with various strengths. Even if Yu Zi was as confident as she could be, she would still feel the disparity. Forget it, every kiss is a bonus, so play dead. Huaheng stood frozen in place. He had tasted her neck, pinched the back of Yu Zi's neck, hugged her waist, and held her bottom. They'd touched many body parts before, yet nothing felt as stimulating as this. Though brief like a butterfly's touch, it was sweet and addictive. Yu Zi saw him standing there unmoving and assumed Huaheng was angry. She retracted her neck and struggled to break free. Could this have been his first kiss? She had just taken it away. That was too immoral. Yuzi whispered carefully, I drank too much. Can we pretend this never happened after today? Huaheng pursed his lips, staring at her intently as if asking, how does Yuzi want to die? Yuzi decided to give up and said, why don't you kiss me again? It'll cancel out. Her tone suggested resignation. This night was madness or madness. Huaheng chuckled, amused by her actions. All right. What did he mean by all right? Before Yuzi could react, her lips were sealed. Yuzi instinctively wrapped her arms around Huaheng's neck as if agreeing with the act. Light contact couldn't satisfy either of them. Huaheng pried open Yuzi's lips. In a state of passion, their tongues intertwined, savoring each other in a sweet embrace. Yuzi didn't know how to breathe properly and took a deep breath to escape, but Huaheng wouldn't let her get away. Unknowingly, they ended up on the bed. Drunk, Yuzi's body was weak and powerless. Her struggles looked like feigned resistance. At some point, Huaheng's hands wandered to sensitive areas, and he gave a gentle squeeze. Suddenly, it felt as if electric currents surged through her entire body. Like a frightened bird, Yuzi used all her strength to push him away. Frightened, she sat at the head of the bed and covered her head. After calming down a bit, she recalled something unpleasant. Huaheng's breathing was slightly erratic as he stared at Yuzi. Her pajamas had slipped halfway off, exposing her shoulders. Breathing heavily, her trembling body resembled an injured little rabbit curled into a ball, pitiful and fragile. The air was heavy with romantic tension, mixed with a faint aroma of alcohol. Huaheng didn't know about Yuzi's past experiences, but judging from what Yu Sheng had told him, it wasn't good. He adjusted himself first and extended his hand, saying softly, come here. Staring blankly at him, Yuzi moved her bottom a bit but didn't approach. Huaheng pulled her over, cradling her in his arms, whispering softly, don't be scared, pet the fur, you'll be fine. This soothing technique was something Huaheng had learned from Chen Mengqi. As a child, Huaheng was often a teary-eyed boy, but Chen Mengqi didn't think boys had to be tough and brave. Instead, she thought Huaheng should be himself. Huaheng picked up some skills from her for comforting children and used these tricks exclusively on Yuzi. When Yuzi finally fell asleep, Huaheng left the bedroom. He stared at a certain area, feeling quite irritable, and smoked several cigarettes to calm the swelling down. Being with Yuzi certainly made him lose control easily. A few more cigarette butts added to the ashtray, and Huaheng smirked softly. He liked this feeling. Huaheng went to the company early and stopped by the HR department first. Manager He, who suffered from balding, paused momentarily and stood up. President Hua, what brings you down here? He grinned like the laughing Buddha. Huaheng glanced around and noticed everyone working diligently with their heads down. Yuzi isn't feeling well today, please mark her absence. Ah. Since the founding of Zhongyo, Yuzi only took scheduled breaks, never sick leave. Manager He expressed concern. Is she sick? Is it serious? Should we check on her? Yuzi had a good reputation across departments. Though sometimes strict, she always helped wherever she could. Huaheng snorted, not necessary, just register it. Realizing he'd overstepped, Manager He sat down and noted it on the computer. By the time he looked up, Huaheng had already gone upstairs. Those who had been eavesdropping gathered around. I told you there's something between them. Look, Hua personally asked for Yu's leave. Why doesn't he do it for me? Are you kidding me? You're not important enough for Hua to bother. Were you dreaming last night? Manager He stroked his chin. I noticed President Hua's lips seemed chapped earlier. The group exchanged glances, knowingly nodding at each other. Manager He then urged them to work harder. Hand me the list of interns recently. An assistant passed it over. Rome University sent over many applicants. I've already conducted interviews, and now it's your final decision. Manager He flipped through the list. Zhonziyu, this guy seems pretty capable. Yuzi's alarm clock had been turned off by Huaheng, and she slept until a little past 11. She rubbed her sore head when she woke up and looked around. The room was in chaos. Pulling back the covers, she found herself still in the same outfit from before bed intact. Yuzi sighed in relief and chuckled. SSS. Her lips hurt slightly when she stretched them. She went to the bathroom mirror and saw that her lips were chapped. The first thought that came to her mind was, Huaheng must have been inexperienced with kissing. The second thought was, this must have been pretty heated last night. She was still smiling foolishly when the door opened. Yuzi stepped out of the bathroom, their eyes meeting as Huaheng stood near the entrance holding a bag while changing shoes. Although last night they only kissed, an awkward silence now hung between them. At just that moment, the shoulder strap of her pajamas slipped down. Yuzi snorted with disdain. It wasn't because her shoulders weren't well toned. Apparently, even sleepwear followed its own rules. Huaheng appeared more composed. Let's eat. Yuzi pointed toward the bedroom. I'll change clothes first. Once inside, she leaned against the door and took a few deep breaths. As long as I'm not uncomfortable, then the discomfort belongs to others. She opened the wardrobe to get changed, but it was stuck by a button underneath. It was a button from Huaheng's pajamas. In her haste last night, she must have torn it off. After getting dressed, Yuzi joined Huaheng for breakfast. The meal was from her favorite restaurant, yet there was no spice in any of the dishes. After eating a few bites, she felt uninterested. Why is there no spice in anything? Huaheng gestured to her lips. You have a split lip. Better to avoid spicy food. Yuzi. Was he doing this on purpose? After finishing his meal, Huaheng remembered something. A button from my pajamas fell in your room. Could you help find it? It's rather expensive. He said this calmly, as if chatting about household matters. Yuzi. Chapter 80. What are you watching? Yuzi paused her eating, pondering how to answer the question. Huaheng was waiting for her response. Yuzi looked down and hummed softly, I didn't see it. Let me help you look. After finishing eating, Yuzi remembered about asking for leave, having forgotten to call the manager of the HR department in the morning. She figured she would be marked late. Huaheng told her, I personally asked for leave on your behalf. The emphasis he placed on the word personally seemed to carry hidden meaning. After minor heat, summer afternoons always left people feeling drowsy. Yuzi yawned, and the doorbell rang. She went over and opened the door, revealing an unfamiliar cleaning aunt. Yuzi, where's Ms. Zhao? The cleaner replied, she fell sick and asked for leave yesterday. Afraid of delaying your matters, she sent me here. Yuzi let her in. The cleaning aunt put on shoe covers and began tidying up. Yuzi sat on the sofa and turned to ask Huaheng, did you ask for one day off or half a day for me? Huaheng took out a bottle of water from the refrigerator, twisted it open, and took several gulps. I arranged for 2 days of compensatory leave for you. Yuzi furrowed her brows. Does that mean I have 2 fewer days of annual leave? Huaheng thought for a moment. That's how it is. Yuzi held her forehead. Truly, presidents don't understand the struggles of common folk. She took out her phone and opened the company software, informing old he. I'll go back to work tomorrow. Heard you weren't feeling well. Why not rest a few more days? Since Huaheng has already requested leave, his body must not have been well at all. Yuzi replied to him, no need, I'm fine now, eating everything with gusto and feeling exceptionally fit. After asking for leave, she exited the interface and a WeChat message popped up. Cholin, are you alright? Yesterday, after hanging up the phone, she tossed and turned sleeplessly. After following an entire season of a variety show, she just woke up, not knowing the exact situation regarding Yuzi. Yuzi, still okay. As for awkward things, let them dissipate with the summer breeze. Holding her phone, the cleaning aunt poked her head out from Yuzi's bedroom. Miss you, do you still need this button? That button, which resembled black obsidian, gleamed brilliantly at this moment. Huaheng raised an eyebrow as he looked at her. Yuzi cursed herself for casually leaving it on the table, stood up, yes. She handed it over to Huaheng. See if it belongs to you. Huaheng gently pinched the button between his thumb and forefinger, fiddling with it non-stop. It's my button. I don't know how it ended up there. Yuzi shook her head. Neither do I. It should have fallen in the living room, and I might have accidentally kicked it in. Huaheng chuckled lowly and said to the cleaning aunt in the room, please clean thoroughly, especially any buttons on the floor. Collect them properly. She likes walking barefoot, and she might step on something by accident. The cleaning aunt came out again, smiling. Sir, you truly care for your wife. Yuzi, this cleaning aunt sure knows how to talk. Huaheng leaned casually against the sofa, his long legs stretched out, relaxed and casual, playing with the button in his hand. It's often said that people with good hands also play the piano well. Yuzi hasn't seen Huaheng play the piano, but she has seen him type on the keyboard. Clickety-clack, quite impressive. Yuzi swallowed her saliva and couldn't help but wonder, what is wrong with this man? Huaheng didn't miss her expression and was curious what she was thinking. Are you hungry? Why is she swallowing saliva? Yuzi gave a dry laugh, covering up her embarrassment, indeed, a bit tempted. How did she suddenly react like that last night? Yuzi was both angry and ashamed, regretting it deeply. She turned around and went back to her room where the aunt was tidying the wine bottles. She asked, there's still some wine here. Should we keep it? The cap had been opened all night, and the taste was gone. Yuzi picked up the laptop on the desk, just throw it away. She remembered she still had work to do. Leaving the cleaning aunt behind, she carried the computer out and placed it on the large table in the living room. Huaheng, after eating, didn't go to the company either, addictedly fiddling with the button in his hand, as if playing with walnuts. The moment she turned on the computer, strange sounds were emitted. Although they were faint, as adults, it wasn't hard to figure out what they were. Yuzi quickly muted the computer with her fastest speed ever. Low laughter came from behind her. Yuzi's face turned red from her ears to her neck, looking entirely like a boiled shrimp. Huaheng suddenly leaned close to her shoulder. What is it? That tempting voice carried a fatal allure. There's nothing. Yuzi shrank the webpage window, trying to block Huaheng's view with her right arm propping her cheek. Opening the office software, she started organizing the proposal for the Nanchu land area. Huaheng placed his hand on her handbag. You made a typo here. The two were intimately close, with Yuzi leaning completely into Huaheng's arms. She felt that Huaheng was being deliberate, but couldn't argue back, so she nodded and corrected the error. Truly, this was too embarrassing. Thankfully the aunt didn't hear it, otherwise her lifelong reputation would be ruined. How did she end up knowing someone like Lu Ting, a little flirtatious girl? Every day, Lu Ting sent her various websites with grand promises. High definition, the plot is very rich, if you don't find it good, I'll let you hit me. Yuzi opened one of the links, watched half of it, and found it utterly uninteresting. She directly closed the computer, only to discover that the content continued playing. It had to be said that this computer's standby time was truly impressive, no wonder it was produced by Zhongyu. Quality guaranteed. Yuzi tried to excuse herself. I haven't disinfected my computer for a long time, it must have been infected with a virus. Huaheng placed the button in his pocket and asked, didn't Zhongyu produce a real-time monitoring antivirus software? As an employee of Zhongyu, aren't you using our company's software? Yuzi felt as though she was a eunuch from ancient times and the emperor was asking her, "Didn't you listen to my words?" A wrong answer could cost her head. Yuzi, feeling flustered, replied, "It was installed, but I accidentally uninstalled it one day." Huaheng got carried away and spoke aloud, "Honey." His tone was tender, unclear who he was talking to at that moment. Honey was the voice assistant in Zhongyu Computers, responding, "I'm here. Is there anything you need help with?" Huaheng leaned back lazily, "Please find an antivirus software." Yuzi blocked Huaheng's mouth with her hand, her eyes flashing with anger. "Shouldn't you be going to work?" Huaheng lazily raised his eyebrows. "I took leave." The cleaning aunt came out just then. Seeing the couple teasing each other on the sofa, it was a lovely sight. She smiled. "Your relationship is truly good." Huaheng laughed, the warmth of his breath tickling Yuzi's palm. Yuzi retracted her hand, knowing there was no way to deceive Huaheng. Huaheng gripped her nape gently. "I've already told you not to lie to me. You've lied to me twice today." He hated liars more than anything, and Yuzi happened to be a person full of lies. From the day he met her, he had known this. Yuzi clicked open a webpage. "Come on, take a look." There were two naked little figures on the screen. Yuzi spread her hands wide. "We're all adults here, looking as normal, right?" Huaheng responded with an approving sound. "Is it good?" Yuzi closed the window, shaking her head. "Not good." She didn't feel much about it anyway. When Lu Ting heard about this, she couldn't believe it and questioned whether Yuzi might be sexually disinterested. Yuzi didn't know if she was or not, but anyway, her demand for men was zero. Huaheng leaned back on the sofa again. "Not interested?" "Not really." In fact, she even disliked it a bit and wasn't too willing to get into knowledge related to such aspects. Huaheng stopped asking further. In the room, only the cleaning sounds of the maid could be heard. Yuzi was organizing the plan for Nan Chu. The phone on the table vibrated several times. It was a WeChat audio call. Glancing sideways, it was Huaju. His avatar looked familiar. Yuzi turned around and looked at Huaheng. At some point, he had fallen asleep on the sofa, his arm propping his head as though posing for a picture. She stood up, moving further away from Huaheng, and answered the call. "Anything?" There had been non-stop calls since last night. Upon hearing her cold tone, Huaju knew Yuzi didn't want to talk to him. He said, "I drank alcohol yesterday evening and just wanted to chat with someone, so I called you." Something big must have happened last night after Huaheng returned home. Even Huaju was affected, which was likely significant. Yuzi's tone was distant and unfamiliar. "You can chat with others, but you shouldn't contact me." Huaju chuckled softly. "Xiaozi, sometimes I don't know whether you're really foolish or just pretending." Chapter 81. Tai Tai is really good. Yuzi was about to respond when the cleaning aunt told her she had finished cleaning. She took a look, and it was very clean, so she let her go. Only then did she attend to the person on the phone. "Of course, I was pretending to be foolish. If I were really foolish, Zhongyu would have gone under by now with a secretary like me." Huaju chuckled. Yuzi always spoke this way, straightforward and direct. The first time Huaju met Yuzi, she was only 19 years old, standing gracefully behind Huaheng. At first sight, it was love, such was that feeling. Yuzi's eyes would never linger on anyone, they were empty. Occasionally, her gaze would focus on Huaheng, but even then, it would drift away. She had a face that could tempt anyone's heart, yet she was cold as ice. That was his first impression of her. Later, they met in many situations. It was then Huaju realized that she could actually smile at many people, except for the Hua family. They never received a kind look from her. But the more she acted this way, the more alluring she became. Huaju, who had grown up surrounded by numerous flirtatious women, had never seen someone quite like Yuzi. Elusive and mysterious, she was like a tranquil night. Huaju, lost in reminiscence, asked reflectively, "What was your first impression of me?" Yuzi stood by the kitchen window where one could see the entire panorama of the apartment. "Not good." Hearing her voice, Huaju felt inexplicably satisfied. The heaviness from last night had disappeared. Hua Jingxin brought financing to the Hua family, and Hua Yunyuan wanted to strip Hua Jingxin of his rights. Even though he knew that ultimately Hua's corporation would still belong to him, the feeling of being underrated was unpleasant. He had always been proud, always the good child in Hua Yunyuan's eyes until Huaheng came along. At first, he didn't think much of this younger brother, everyone saying he was a bastard, even Hua himself believing it. Later, as Huaheng grew older, he became famous in junior high school and equally renowned in high school, which made him uneasy. However, Huaheng didn't do well on his college entrance exams, and Hua Yunyuan, feeling ashamed, sent him abroad. Huaju thought the crisis was over, but no. Huaheng returned, bringing along Zhongyu and a woman. Seeing the person on the sofa move, Yuzi asked, "Is there anything you need? If not, I'll hang up." Huaju was taken aback. "Are you not curious why your mother returned?" Yuzi gave a cold laugh. "She has no effect on me. She was flesh and blood of Yu Zhusheng, but she had no saintly compassion and felt no obligation to shoulder any responsibility." Huaju smoked. "If she has no effect on you, what use does targeting you serve Hua Yunyuan? That would be aimed at Huaheng. What threat did Yu Zhusheng pose to Huaheng?" Yuzi hung up, tired of hearing his pointless chatter. She saw the WeChat avatar, tried to recall where she had seen it before. After pondering carefully, it turned out to be the avatar she had noticed on Li Guo's profile when she saw him at the front desk the other day. Yuzi furrowed her brow. What connection existed between Huaju and Li Guo? She sat on the couch, looked at the time. It was already 4 in the afternoon. Huaheng was still fast asleep. It was only then that Yuzi noticed his lips were also cracked. Memories of yesterday rushed back. Her boss lips truly were soft. Yuzi continued working, finishing up everything by 6 in the evening. When Huaheng woke up, he stretched lazily. In summer, the days are long, and the sun hadn't set yet. He rubbed his neck, feeling sore, glanced down, and saw Yuzi watching a movie on her laptop. Beside her was a plate of cherries. Huaheng picked one and ate it. Without turning around, Yuzi said, "You're awake. The contract with Nanchu is ready, the university opening event planning department sent their materials for September, and Shimeng mentioned that their company plans to host an idol trainee reality show and wants to know if we should invest." She handled everything thoroughly, never neglecting details. After wiping his mouth, Huaheng said, "Don't talk about work when we're off duty." Yuzi glanced sideways, blinking her eyes. "Boss, you seem just like an emperor who lost his way. Off work whenever he pleased, showing little concern for work." Though all he needed was a bit of thought. Huaheng slightly curved his lips. "In what way am I like a bad emperor? Isn't Zhong Yu doing splendidly?" With her right arm resting on the couch and supporting her head, Yuzi started counting with her fingers. "I'm off work, you're off work, when I'm at work, you're not in the office. In ancient times, wouldn't that make you a bad emperor?" Huaheng's eyes fell on her clothes. She wore a large t-shirt, without wearing a bra at home, exposing the whiteness beneath. Huaheng felt dry-mouthed, almost punishing himself. He shifted his gaze. "It's my company, I can do as I please." Yuzi played with the cherry pit in her mouth, delightfully twirling it. Her tongue was crimson, enticing. Huaheng recalled the scene from the previous night. He wasn't someone consumed by lust, nor was he like Shimeng needing constant resolution. Usually, he could control himself. Last night, he lost control. He didn't know whether it was due to sudden desire or because the person was Yuzi, and his heart was clouded by lust. No wonder Shimeng said, "Once there is a first time for something like this, there will be a second." Tai is such a blissful matter. Yuzi had no idea what Huaheng was thinking. She gave a deep and meaningful hum with a hint of mockery. It seemed both teasing and flirtatious. It was getting late, and Yuzi's stomach started growling. "You helped me take leave today, so I'll treat you to dinner." The two gathered their belongings and left together. When Yuzi got into the car, she noticed how spacious it was. Huaheng had adjusted the seat last night to increase the distance between them. It took her several tries to get it right. Huaheng sitting in the passenger seat looked quite comfortable. Having trouble adjusting? Chapter 82, Got Time to Tell Crawstalk. Huaheng leaned over to offer help. With his long arms, just as he reached out, the driver's seat rebounded and Yuzi's chest bumped into Huaheng's arm. The collision of her soft bosom with his muscular arms. "Yuzi." Huaheng felt a bit numb in his arm and retracted his hand. The car started, Bluetooth connected automatically, and the music softened the awkwardness between the two. Yuzi remembered she hadn't had time to set the navigation for the car before leaving, unsure even of which way to go. Huaheng watched her calmly. "What? Don't have a favorite route? All roads lead to Rome." With honks from the cars behind her, Yuzi made a right turn, set the navigation for Liu family iron pot stew. Huaheng took out his phone and began searching. Navigation prompt. Make a U-turn at the intersection 2 kilometers ahead. Huaheng chuckled softly. All roads may lead to Rome, but they don't necessarily lead to the iron pot stew place. Yuzi said, "Staying at home for too long means more sightseeing wouldn't be bad either." Half an hour later, they arrived at the location of the iron pot stew. As it was a famous online shop, there were many people lining up outside. Yuzi went to get a number and found a spot to sit down. Huaheng was making a call by the door. After coming back from work, he didn't change clothes and looked quite out of place at this iron pot stew place. Huaheng wore a grave expression. "This He Jingxian has some skills." Liang Zishuan laughed, saying, "Hu real estate had some financial loopholes not long ago. Hu Ju asked me for funding. Could I possibly agree?" Huaheng said, "Of course you didn't answer." 370 split, definitely no agreement. Absolutely no. The person on the other end of the phone couldn't stop laughing, supporting role confirmed. Liang Zishuan indeed didn't agree. His eyesight had always been good, and he never backed a company going downhill. Once He Jingxian got the funding, he would have to be prepared for possible collapse any moment. There was no profit in Hu real estate anymore. Huaheng wasn't ready to clean it up yet. He was playing the long game. He had always suspected that his parents' death was no accident, but he also felt that Hu Yunyuan, no matter how incompetent, wouldn't harm his own son. But the most frightening thing in the world is the human heart. Nothing is certain. Yuzi came out to call him. "It's our turn." Huaheng nodded. "You go ahead and order. I'll be there in a bit." He spoke into the phone on the other side. "Keep an eye on Hu real estate. I feel like things aren't this simple." Liang Zishuan grunted affirmatively. "I do too. Why did he bring that woman back? Also, I've had no news about Yuzi's father, but the power behind all this shouldn't be underestimated." Huaheng knew the situation was complicated, so he continued talking a little longer before hanging up. The Iron Pot Stew restaurant didn't have private rooms. It felt like eating in the company cafeteria. Yuzi ordered everything when she saw Huaheng come in. She asked, "I ordered some things. Are there any you want?" The waitress glanced shyly at Huaheng then lowered her head. Huaheng didn't take the menu. "Nothing additional for me." The store was bustling with noise, the pot sizzling, the servers calling out warnings about hot pots. Yuzi took a sip of water. This was recommended by Lu Ting. She says it's authentic northeastern flavor. Rome City is in the south, tens of thousands of miles away from the northeast. Yuzi loves northern Chinese dishes with strong flavors. Huaheng stared at the small cut on her mouth corner, unsure if intentionally or unintentionally. We'll buy some medicine after. Yuzi nearly choked on her drink and touched her lips. Just a small wound, it's fine. While the two chatted, Zhonzi Met came in from the door. The server led him and several friends to sit at the next table. Jiang Junyang immediately spotted Huaheng. Wasn't this the guy who played him alongside Fu Shijun? That kid clearly learned nothing from the last experience and was now causing trouble again. Zhonzi stopped him. Don't act impulsively, otherwise 10,000 yuan won't be enough compensation. Jiang Junyang's family was rich in mining resources and he had a fiery temper. His parents sent him to university in Rome City to shape his character. Many well-known entrepreneurs are based in Rome City, which is one of China's top 10 civilized cities. Huaheng didn't spare them even a glance, calmly talking with Yuzi. Next month is my birthday, what do you want? Yuzi chewed on her straw, thinking for a while. What's the range? Huaheng laughed. Unlimited. Can I have stars from the sky? Yuzi teased. What does unlimited mean? From as small as dust to as vast as the universe. The words Huaheng uttered resonated in Zhonzi's ears. Not impossible. For newly graduated university students, this was a devastating blow. Although Zhon family dealt in clothing and had money, they were slightly inferior compared to Hua's family. Initially, the gap between them was huge. Someone capable of giving stars from the sky was beyond Zhonzi's reach. When Jiang Junyang heard, his mouth twitched, pretentious. Yuzi turned to look at him. This boy was so restless. How could Zhu Lin possibly see any appeal in him? Cousin relationships might seem attractive, on the condition that the younger cousin listened. If they didn't, were they trying to drive themselves insane? By mistake, the straw popped out of the cup, splashing a few drops of water onto Huaheng's clothes. Yuzi apologized and pulled out a tissue to hand to him. Take one, and wipe it off. Huaheng wiped his clothes in an orderly manner, but somehow offended the people at the next table. Jiang Junyang spoke sarcastically. I've noticed that some people just love to act high and mighty, and those who love to pretend always stick together. Yuzi gave him a cold stare. Do you have too much soy sauce in your system making you gassy and idle? Zhonzi hadn't had time to stop Jiang Junyang before he had already spoken. The server arrived with the iron pot stew. Here are your dishes, sir and madam. Yuzi leaned sideways to face Jiang Junyang. Because you're a student of Zhu Lin, I didn't want to make things difficult for you. But how dare you now go too far? Jiang Junyang wasn't one to back down either. What's it got to do with you? Were you even talking about you? The previously lively atmosphere immediately became tense. A few people around them, eager to get involved in the drama, pulled out their phones to record videos. Yuzi raised her eyebrows. Did my boyfriend offend you? Are you being sarcastic towards him? He did. He scammed me out of 50,000 yuan. Jiang Junyang shouted out the amount of 50,000 yuan, looking extremely aggrieved. They had taken advantage of his young age, deliberately tricking him, especially this man who was particularly cunning. Huaheng crumpled up the paper and threw it into the nearby trash can. He watched with interest as Yuzi went head-to-head with these young boys, feeling as though someone had his back. Yuzi scoffed. You should blame yourself for lacking ability instead of blaming others. If you can't climb a wall, is it the fault of the water not being fresh enough? You couldn't chase after someone, so you blamed her husband for stealing your place. Young boy, your vanity runs deep. You. Jiang Junyang struggled to say anything in response. Taking advantage of his silence, Yuzi pressed on. What's with you? Am I wrong? Should we talk about your glorious achievements? Are you amazing? Can you fight well? You're being sarcastic about my boyfriend. Who the heck are you? As Jiang Junyang stammered, Zhonzi stepped forward to speak. Sorry, my friend is a bit impulsive, but he's not a bad person. Yuzi laughed coldly. Just because someone isn't bad doesn't give them the right to judge or point fingers at unrelated people. This is the quality of your friend. She looked teasingly at Zhonzi. Zhonzi was caught off guard, and at this moment he glanced at Huaheng. Huaheng clearly didn't care if he had been criticized or not, his eyes never leaving Yuzi. His gaze was full of admiration and indescribable emotions. Chapter 83, You Secretary, do you deserve Mr. Hua? Zhonzi was speechless, feeling a bitter taste in his heart that he couldn't quite articulate. He was also one of the most prominent figures at Rome University, with many people chasing after him, accustomed to being doted on. He easily got lost in the midst of challenges and adversities. Jiang Junyang acted out of turn. If you want to talk about me, then say it. Why bring up my buddy? It was the first time Yuzi saw someone courting their own rebuke. Today's cast iron pot chicken stew was served. The server lifted the lid, started sticking the pancake, and a mouth-watering aroma filled the air. Huaheng leaned back slightly. Jiang Junyang, the spoiled young heir of future mining company, your family hails from Beichuan. Your ancestors owned mines, you're a typical fourth-generation rich man. He spoke slowly, as if telling a story. Jiang Junyang was speechless. This person actually knew everything about him. Huaheng glanced at him with an eye filled with deep meaning. In a few days, Fu Shijun will be going on a business trip to Beichuan, checking the accounts of all companies in Beichuan. Do you think future mining will have any problems? His eyes carried a laugh that could swallow an elephant whole. Jiang Junyang's eyelids twitched. He asked, what do you mean? Huaheng said seriously, I don't mean anything specific, just warning you not to act recklessly until you understand someone's background thoroughly, otherwise, it'll be very easy to get beaten down. Beside them, Zhang Ziyu deeply felt Hua Heng's terrifying aura. They had only met Jiang Junyang once, but Hua Heng already knew all his secrets. Then what about himself? He has always wanted to chase Yu Zi, even chasing her to Zhongyou. Has this person known all his details from the start? Suddenly, chills ran down his spine, feeling as if he were under the gaze of a venomous creature, death lurking around every careless move. Despite the warm atmosphere of the restaurant, it felt as if they were standing in a freezing cold storage room. Jiang Junyang caved in and sat down slowly while Hua Heng, with his good looks visible from every angle, smiled faintly, appearing calm and composed. Yu Zi sniffed, smells good, Lu Ting is really a nice person. Hua Heng turned his gaze from the neighboring table and picked up the chopsticks on his own table to eat leisurely. Zhang Ziyu sighed, don't be so impulsive next time. Jiang Junyang's face turned red. Compared to Hua Heng, they were nothing but little chickens, too timid for words. The steam rising on their faces made Yu Zi break out into a light sweat. On the contrary, Hua Heng seemed as if he was on vacation. After eating a couple of bites, he stopped, fully concentrating on playing with his phone. There was too much useless news recently, he didn't even bother looking, just deleting it directly. The other party kept calling persistently, so Hua Heng added them to the blacklist. No need to argue with fools, it wastes time and makes one uncomfortable. After finishing a big sip of water, Yu Zi waved and called out, little sister, please pack it up. Ju Lin called Yu Zi, why did you argue with Jiang Junyang? Yu Zi turned her head around, thinking Ju Lin was also present in the cast iron pot restaurant. Where are you watching from? Ju Lin rolled her eyes. Your video has been uploaded online already, tell me what happened. After explaining the situation, Yu Zi hung up the phone and started searching through the short videos. Hot topic discussions appeared dozens of times. Girls' arguments, though unpleasant to listen to, are visually appealing. How likely is it for married couples to defeat singles? The comments were also rather entertaining. Within 3 seconds, I want all the information on this sister. The struggle between a small rabbit and a big grey wolf. Hua Heng looked over at Yu Zi after handling all the chaos. What's so funny? Yu Zi handed him the phone, look yourself. Hua Heng took the phone, scrolled through the comments, when suddenly his phone vibrated. A message from Hua Ju came through. Hua Ju, sorry for disturbing you yesterday, let me take you out to eat as an apology. Hua Heng's eyes narrowed, ripples stirring inside, unhappily opening the interface. They had talked on the phone in the afternoon. Although eavesdropping was dishonorable, Hua Heng showed no shame, handing the phone over, someone sent you a message. Yu Zi took a bite of the pickled vegetables before retrieving the phone. Who? Seeing it was from Hua Ju, she responded naturally, no need, we have different tastes, eating together isn't suitable. The input on the other side stopped immediately. Hua Heng rarely asked a few extra questions. When did you exchange contact information with Hua Ju? Yu Zi only had one SIM card, using WeChat both for work and personal life, with her list of friends surpassing thousands already. It was during the transfer cooperation project, he kept calling asking questions, it annoyed me. It's easier to communicate by typing messages. Hua Heng indifferently hummed, are you full? Yes. Yu Zi patted her stomach. Thankfully, today she wore loose short sleeves, or else it would have been embarrassing. The two walked out along the street towards the parking lot when they suddenly heard someone calling out to Yu Zi. Turning around, it was Chen Du he had been drinking, his face turning red. Assistant Yu, I spotted you from far away. Are you here for dinner? Yu Zi chuckled at his drunken state, unable to differentiate sizes properly. Manager Chen, you're out drinking today? Chen Du's excitement was evident on his smiling face. Today our department had a team-building event. Come out to have fun. Who's this next to you, Assistant Yu? Your boyfriend. Hua Heng didn't say anything as Chen Du blurted out, this guy looks so much like Manager Hua. He pointed at Hua Heng with his index finger. It's almost an exact resemblance, an exact resemblance. Yu Zi shrugged her shoulders, glancing at Hua Heng. There was nothing to do about it. This was indeed an employee from Zhongyou. The planning department staff finally noticed their manager had disappeared after going to the restroom and upon stepping out, saw his striking resemblance. A few of them covered their heads, embarrassed but unable to just leave him there. Two men supported Chen Du. We're sorry, Manager Hua, Assistant Yu. He got drunk and confused. Their sense of guilt was clear on their faces as they tried to carry him away. Chen Du, however, didn't intend to leave. He used his foot to brake and pointed at Assistant Yu. I have something to report. Secretary Yu has been secretly meeting other men and abandoned our Manager Hua. After saying that, he began to cry. Pedestrians walking by looked back multiple times. Yu Zi awkwardly took out her phone to record a video. Chen Du howled, Secretary Yu, how can you face Manager Hua? He worked so hard for you to build up Zhongyou's business empire, yet you're with another man. A young woman from the planning department came out, too embarrassed to even stand straight and said, Assistant Yu, hello President Hua. Manager Chen is brainstorming the advertising slogans for September. Yu Zi smiled gently, no worries. She put her phone away. You guys continue drinking. Assistant Yu and I have some things to discuss first. The girl hoped they would leave quickly and revealed a wistful smile. Ah, so fast. Drive safely, then. After sending them off, the planning department team sighed in relief. Looking at each other, they all laughed. It seems these two are serious. An office romance sounds exciting. Another one disagreed. If they were going to be together, wouldn't they have been already? Didn't someone say Assistant Yu and Manager Hua grew up together since childhood? They have nearly 5 years age gap. They're more like brother and sister. Walking outside, Huaheng changed positions. Yuzi strolled leisurely, swinging her arms, nearly touching his body before pulling back. That person on the other side switched phone numbers and called again. Impatient, Huaheng answered without a word, waiting for the caller to speak. Yu Zhusheng chuckled. Do you like my little Z? She thought she could see through men's hearts over these years, including Huaheng. Huaheng frowned. Is there any matter? Yuzi paused to wait for him, pointing at the ice cream shop nearby, before wandering off again. Yu Zhusheng was smoking, fully relaxed. Laughing, she said, I heard it was you who took in Yuzi? Chapter 84. The way you talk sounds awful. Huaheng usually doesn't get angry, and in most cases, he prefers to take action instead of talking. The passers-by on the road passed by him. Huaheng moved his steps aside. It's not me who took her in, it's her following me. The emotions between these two are different. Taking in Yuzi was because he needed her. Yuzi followed him, which meant she needed him. The person on the other end of the phone exclaimed with fury, How did you do it? It splashed all over me. The little girl nervously wiped clean Yu Zhusheng's dress, apologizing verbally. The woman rolled her eyes. What good is a clumsy servant? Huaheng glanced at Yuzi occasionally, calculating how many people were ahead of her and roughly how long it would take for her to return. Your phone keeps changing. What do you want calling me? Huaheng asked indifferently. Yu Zhusheng found a new spot and lazily leaned against it. The mirror revealed her pale face. Despite wearing sexy clothes, she was thin as a rail, lacking any charm she once possessed. A mocking smile appeared in her eyes. Do you know why Yuzi follows you? Seeing Yuzi had reached the front, Huaheng prepared for a quick resolution. I don't know, nor do I want to. But I do know why you've been calling me so much. Oh. Yu Zhusheng chuckled disdainfully. Go ahead, tell me. With his pleasant voice, Huaheng said something harsh. I'm not interested in old women. Chasing after me is futile. Yu Zhusheng's face changed unpredictably, laughing until bent over. I fancy you. Boy, you're underestimating my taste, aren't you? Huaheng naturally knew about Yu Zhusheng's taste. Her daughter looked nothing like her, but with an excellent appearance, one could imagine how handsome her father must be. I know your taste, but I can't figure out whose exactly. Is it Shu family or Wang family in Hong Kong, or maybe Bo family? Yu Zhusheng frowned, displeased. What have you found out? Huaheng answered truthfully, nothing yet, otherwise I wouldn't be asking you. Yu Zhusheng gave a cold laugh. Further investigation won't benefit you. She seriously warned. Huaheng started from scratch, without support from the Hua family, with no status and no background. How could he compete with others? Yu Zhusheng hung up the phone, too lazy to continue the conversation. The cigarette in her hand burned slightly, but she didn't feel the pain. Yu Zhusheng looked at herself in the mirror, lightly caressing her cheek, quietly saying, old. Yuzi handed the ice cream to Huaheng. Who are you just on the phone with? Huaheng accepted it, his finger brushing across her backhand. An advertiser, trying to sell me a house. Yuzi licked the ice cream with her tongue. Huaheng's Adam's apple moved once. After they went back, Yuzi returned to her room. The room was pitch black. She gazed blankly at the ceiling. From yesterday to today, she and Huaheng had been unusually harmonious. Neither of them mentioned the kiss. Yuzi touched the part of her lip that was broken. It felt a bit hot. She turned over, lying on her stomach, feeling her heart race. What should she do? She wanted it again. How come you don't turn on the light? As soon as Huaheng turned on the light, he saw this scene. Yuzi lying down, her butt up high. She had worn a short skirt when she went out. Now it had slid up, her safety shorts wedged between her legs. Under the lamplight, her legs shone beautifully. Huaheng recalled the feeling of those legs wrapped around his waist, annoyed himself. They often joked about Shimeng being an animal that thinks with its lower half. Now it seemed everywhere was the same color. How could mixing with Shimeng possibly be good? Shimeng, talking this way sounds awful. Yuzi couldn't get up the first time. She struggled up the second, sat straight, pulled on the hem of her skirt. What's wrong? A few strands of her hair were still in her mouth. Sensuality and disorder. That was Huaheng's first impression. He adjusted his breathing, trying to calm down. Take a look at yourself. Even such a simple sentence sounded enticing in Yuzi's ears, especially since his voice was somewhat hoarse. Yuzi pulled the hair out of her mouth. What's there to look at? Huaheng, I want to see why you don't turn on the light. Suddenly, the atmosphere vanished. Yuzi regretted thinking too much. I'm full and thirsty, a little tired. Huaheng laughed. I understand. Yesterday was exhausting. Yesterday? Yuzi got up and glared at him. Was he doing it on purpose? But his expression was completely serious. You go to sleep quickly. It's not early anymore. I'll change my clothes. The door closed. Huaheng touched his nose. At 12 o'clock at night, there was a 4-person group chat. She Daddian. Sana didn't say anything all day. What are you doing? Jun, eating dinner with his secretary. Liang, you guys are living the life, while I die working. Huaheng sitting on the couch, messaged Fu Shijun first. I'll transfer you 1,000 to tell you some good news. Shimeng, transfer me 2,000 and I'll tell you 2 pieces of information. 1,000 yuan has arrived. Huaheng sent Fu Shijun a video of today's lesson for Jiang Junyang. This kid never learns his lesson. I scolded him severely. Is this good news? Fu Shijun replied, refund the money. Coming to Beichuan for business was already exhausting, and being deceived made it even worse. Shimeng chuckled. You trust Sana too much. How many times has he tricked you already? Liang Zishuan sent an emoji. Can you see how tanned I am? He was in Hong Kong on business and felt like melting in one day. Huaheng transferred him 1,000 yuan. This is the money I give you to buy water. You've worked hard, Liang. Yuzi pushed the bathroom door open and heard noises from the living room, sticking her head out to check. Huaheng had his legs crossed, leisurely playing with his phone. He smiled at his phone then stood up. Go to sleep after taking a shower. Yuzi said, I understand, go to bed early, playing with your phone isn't good for your kidneys. As he passed by her, Huaheng pinched the back of Yuzi's neck. She shrank like a quail. Don't touch me, it tickles. Huaheng lowered his head. It seems you are becoming less afraid of me. Yuzi grinned. Where? I'm scared out of my wits. Can you hear how anxious I am? Being an avid fan of drama, Yuzi knew how to gauge her behavior properly. Huaheng leaned closer. Let me listen. Yuzi quickly broke free and ran back into her room. She caught her breath. Something was not right. When did she and Huaheng develop this kind of relationship? In the past, she didn't have any awareness of gender differences, but why was her consciousness growing clearer as she grew up? Huaheng retracted his hand. A photo was sent over. It was from Liang Zishuan. Doesn't this guy look like Yuzi? Huaheng zoomed in on the picture. One could say they looked exactly alike. Huaheng's brow twitched. He typed, who is this? Xu Jiming. This name was unfamiliar to Huaheng, but he had heard of the Xu family, one of the top real estate tycoons, with incalculable wealth and an unmatched status. But where did this person come from? Isn't Xu Zhuhui the current heir of the Xu family? They were real brothers. These two brothers look nothing alike. Chapter 85. Present situation is becoming a monk. Liang Zishuan was typing, hesitating, then deleting. He typed, I'll tell you when I get back, this matter is quite complicated. Huaheng casually leaned on the sofa, propping his chin with his arm, carefully recalling the whole story. Afterward, he sighed. He never fights a battle without being sure of victory. Huaheng went back to his room, took out his laptop, opened a software he had made before, and entered Xu Jiming. A long and complex search ensued, yielding very few useful clues, only a few photos, all of which were linked to scandals involving romantic entanglements. Anyone who didn't know would assume he was in the entertainment industry. Huaheng searched for Yu Zhuxing among the photos, but there was none. He compared all the faces in the photos again. None of these women were minor characters. They were all socialite ladies. Xu Jiming's eyes seemed thoughtful, as if looking through them at someone else. Huaheng frowned and took a sip of water from beside him. He entered again, Yu Zhuxing and Xu Jiming. The information retrieval system prompted an input error. So it was. Huaheng chuckled lightly. No wonder Yu Zhuxing was so confident. Because, the unknown is frightening. Looking into her background reveals something terrifying. Time ticked away second by second. Through traces and hints, Huaheng finally found some useful information. Xu Jiming's current situation, became a monk. The light in the living room changed to another color. Yuzi held the remote and asked, doesn't staring at the computer hurt your eyes? Yuzi walked up to the table in the living room, and Huaheng quietly closed his laptop. Why are you awake? The stew last night was too salty, so I drank some water and came out to use the restroom. She crouched in front of the table directly facing Huaheng, her gaze towards the computer. What are you busy with at this late hour? She was drowsy while crouching in front of him, like a little cat. Huaheng picked up his cup and drank water, calmly lying without breaking a sweat, maintaining the system. Yuzi didn't doubt him. She'd seen Huaheng's abilities. Later, after Chengyu Company was established, he employed many talented individuals. Naturally, he wouldn't need to handle everything himself. Only Xu was a fool and would call Huaheng at midnight whenever he ran into problems. At the time, Yuzi teased him, if your boss is doing something improper and you call, be prepared to get fired. Since then, unless it was an emergency, Xu wouldn't bother Huaheng at midnight. Yuzi sighed, that's hard work. Huaheng sighed, rarely did Yuzi speak so gently and kindly today. He reached out to rub her head, go back to sleep quickly, don't lose your hair. Yuzi yawned, let me keep you company. Huaheng paused his movement with his phone, keep me company while sleeping? Yuzi, I'll keep you company while you work for a while. Huaheng shook his head, sometimes this child could be stubborn, I've finished my work and am heading back to the room. The person opposite stood up, why didn't you say so earlier? That night, it seemed each of them harbored their own intentions. The next day, when Yuzi went to clock in at the front desk, Li Guo greeted her with a good morning, noticing something off about her mouth and frowned. Ms. Yu, what's wrong with your mouth? She was well aware, but with whom? Li Guo had a bad feeling. After pressing her button, Yuzi looked up at Li Guo. Her hair had grown a bit longer, her eyeshadow sparkled, her lashes curled, clearly having been dressed up carefully. Got a boyfriend? Yuzi kindly inquired. Li Guo shyly lowered her head, not yet a boyfriend. Yuzi advised, if you like someone, go for it. If you think they're good enough, make a move, or else once this opportunity passes, you won't have it anymore. Li Guo nodded, dispelling her worries from just a moment ago. Huaheng was waiting by the elevator door for Yuzi. Even as the elevator went up and down repeatedly, Huaheng didn't step aboard. Yuzi asked, boss, why aren't you getting on? Huaheng followed her footsteps inside the now empty elevator after peak hours, only the two of them remaining. I'm waiting for you so we can save electricity from the elevator moving back and forth unnecessarily. Another lame excuse. Yuzi laughed. Would Huaheng care about saving electricity? Pressing the elevator button, Yuzi pulled out her phone to handle some matters. Next time, boss, you don't have to wait for me. People might assume we're up to something otherwise. Her words slipped out too quickly, almost uncontrollably. What exactly something they were up to remained unclear and unspoken. Huaheng moved closer to her. Didn't you say I was your boyfriend? Yesterday, during the heated exchange with Jiang Junyang, every word was about her boyfriend. Huaheng felt his heart melt. As he drew nearer, Yuzi became nervous, praying that someone would press the elevator button. The elevator doors opened, and Chen Du was mumbling something unintelligible, looking authoritative until he saw Huaheng and Yuzi together, startling him back a step. Yuzi remembered what happened with Manager Chen last night and couldn't help but find it amusing. Come on, Manager Chen. Huaheng clearly wasn't happy. Just then, he could have extracted some interesting details. Chen Du was caught in a difficult decision. Stepping in would make him a third party, staying out would ignore Yuzi's invitation. With a firm resolution, life's risks must be taken, siding with Mr. Hua or Ms. Yu. Chen Du always remembered how much Ms. Yu had helped him. Today would count as repaying her kindness. When Yuzi looked at the time, she asked, "What is Manager Chen doing on the 12th floor?" Chen Du didn't dare to look at Huaheng, trying to make himself as small as possible, and whispered, "It's about the preview plan for the new products during the school season in September and the discounts." Yuzi took over the plan and flipped through it, pointing to one of the plans which involved a pending celebrity invitation. Chen Du explained, "The entertainment circle carries too much risk. Wasn't that brand's several endorsers just caught up in scandals?" His tone alone conveyed fear. Yuzi chuckled, "Then it can remain pending." An idea struck her, and she asked, "Boss, are we planning to invest in Shizong's talent show program?" Huaheng felt annoyed, finally seeing him again. His coldness dropped to 10 degrees below zero. Chen Du shifted his feet. "Boss, you speak, you speak." The elevator opened. Huaheng walked out with long strides, ignoring the people behind. Chen Du, like a little eunuch, bent down and said, "Is the boss angry?" Yuzi softly said, "Men, every month they have a few days like this." After stepping out, she looked up and down at Chen Du. "Does Manager Chen not hold his liquor well?" "Oh." He thought Assistant Yu was so calm and hadn't even remembered yesterday. Women truly are terrifying. Average alcohol tolerance, but he does love to drink. Chen Du only remembered speaking with Assistant Yu last night. The rest, he couldn't recall. Today in the office, the colleagues in his department were keeping their lips sealed, unwilling to tell what embarrassing things he did last night. With great humility, Chen Du asked, "I heard from my colleagues that they saw Assistant Yu on Xinhua Street last night. Did I do anything improper?" As he spoke, the guilt in his voice was evident. Yuzi went to the coffee area first, found some new beans, and placed them into the machine. Manager Chen yesterday truly gave everyone an eye-opener. "Please enlighten me," Chen Du said. "Assistant Yu opened the window to ventilate. Yesterday, you claimed Mr. Hua was my boyfriend." "Ah." Chen Du's mouth gaped open. "Was Mr. Hua there yesterday?" Yuzi nodded, "Of course. You talked a lot, and I've sent you the video. Please check your messages." There was a video. Chen Du hesitantly clicked it open. Suddenly, a loud shout came out from his phone. Chen Du turned back in terror, only to see the dark face of Mr. Hua. Chapter 86, A Small Surprise for You. Chen Du quickly pressed pause, his face contorted with awkwardness as he greeted, "Good morning, Mr. President." Huaheng nodded calmly and passed by him, taking the freshly made coffee from Yuzi's hand without a word before disappearing from the coffee room. Chen Du relaxed his stiff facial muscles and asked Yuzi, "Is Mr. Hua not in a good mood recently?" Yuzi stirred the mixture of lemon and coffee's bitterness together, took a sip, then added some sugar. "The proposal for Nan Chu's piece of land is ready, and his mood is pretty good." Chen Du wiped the sweat off his head, wondering why he felt like Mr. Hua was going to eat him up just moments ago. He followed Yuzi out of the coffee room. "Miss Yu, please keep me informed if there are any movements from Mr. Hua in the future. I am not adept at reading people's expressions. I'm afraid of losing my job." Yuzi sat down at her desk, pulled the chair closer, and looked up. "Don't worry, Mr. Chen. Our company only values talented individuals. Mr. Hua has keen eyesight and will not bury those who are sincere." Chen Du sighed in relief, glad to hear that. It was because he couldn't speak well in his previous company that he got targeted. Once bitten by a snake, he's been cautious for 10 years since then. After Chen Du left, Yuzi was called into Huaheng's office. Huaheng was in a video meeting with Zhao Ming and Xiao Fang on the screen. Yuzi's arrival caused some confusion for Zhao Ming, but he didn't say anything. After all, this was Huaheng's territory, funded by Liang's investment. He was merely benefiting. Yuzi took out a USB drive and plugged it into the computer, sharing the proposal. As she shared the screen, the camera was open. When working, Yuzi lost some of her warmth and instead gained an air of seriousness as she meticulously pointed out the loopholes in their proposal, talking non-stop. Zhao Ming, having no knowledge of business, understood nothing. However, Xiao Fang nodded in appreciation. "This point indeed needs attention. If an accident really happens, we wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility." Yuzi's attire today leaned toward ancient Chinese style. She had a hairpin inserted in her smooth hair, occasionally allowing a few strands to mischievously pop out. With the air conditioning blowing inside the office building, it moved her strands. Fearing she might not see clearly, Huaheng reached out and helped tuck them behind her ear. This action was already very familiar to the two of them but evoked various thoughts in the two individuals watching on the other side of the screen. After all issues were sorted out and everything was confirmed problem-free, it was time to start construction. Xiao Fang clapped. "Miss Yu's ability lives up to its reputation." Yuzi smiled. "Thank you for the compliment." Zhao Ming took plenty of notes beside her, though clouded in confusion. After listening through one session, he indeed admired Yuzi's capability. Inwardly, he couldn't help thinking, isn't Miss Yu actually the real boss behind Zhongyu? Today, after hearing your explanation, I feel like your specialty is in business administration. Yuzi laughed. Not at all. She hadn't even gone to college. But after mixing with Huaheng for so long, she could do almost anything. After all, Huaheng was a double degree holder in computer science and finance. After the video call ended, Yuzi unplugged the USB drive. Mr. Hua, the other day when I mentioned Nanchu's land, why didn't you let me continue? Huaheng closed his computer. There's a wiretap under your desk. When arranging the flowers that day, he squatted down and happened to notice signals flashing under Yuzi's desk. The circuit failure here in Rongqing New Street last week only lasted about 10 minutes. Huaheng hadn't thought much about it initially, but later suspected that someone had done it intentionally. Initially, he intended to check the surveillance footage, but Huaheng wanted to fish bigger fish using longer lines and also have some fun playing with the other party to figure out their true abilities. Now, with no result yet, he had already judged their level of competence. Yuzi suddenly realized. Just as she was about to leave, Huaheng stopped her. Yesterday, you didn't tell me, what gift would you like? Yuzi smiled. I'll like whatever you choose. After saying that, she ran off, her skirt disappearing at the door. Huaheng murmured under his breath, Vixen. He took out his phone, opened the Porsche website, and picked a color. Before Yuzi had even settled down properly, Shimeng started sending a string of messages. Shimeng, did your boss agree to my talent show? We should seize the summer vacation and go for it. Yuzi, he's considering it. Haven't you spotted another amateur sister? Shimeng, shallow, I'm selecting some male idols. Yuzi shocked. Now you're desperate and don't even miss men? Then I need to warn our president to watch out for you. Shimeng confused. What are you barking about? Neither backing down against each other, they argued heatedly. It concluded temporarily when Shimeng said he had something else to attend to. He said, I'll give you a small surprise soon. While he sent the message, Meng Ranqin was right beside him. She witnessed their banter, crossed her arms, and snorted in ridicule. I told you she's scheming, but you didn't believe me. Shimeng put away his phone and glanced sideways. Miss Yu has come to TO Entertainment fewer than 10 times. Besides being seen together with Huaheng, we've never met privately. Yet, her proposals have brought significant value to TO. The collaboration plan with Zhongyu was her idea. Huaheng didn't fancy the stars in the entertainment industry, because at any moment, the domestic entertainment circle could collapse. However, Yuzi had a different take on it. In an era where traffic reigned supreme, she was acutely aware that the internet had no memory. At that time, she confidently said, as long as someone better comes along, this current scandal means nothing. Shimeng stood up and straightened his clothes. Do you still remember the name of the person who replaced you for the Zhongyu advertisement? Meng Ranqin had absolutely no recollection of that person. She sat on the couch, clenching her hands tightly, now finally realizing the gap between her and Yuzi. Shimeng strode out with determination. Don't try to guess Yuzi's thoughts. Even Huaheng may not be someone she looks up to, let alone us. In other words, don't think she is so vile or scheming about climbing the ranks. Meng Ranqin swallowed her pride and suffered in silence. Just after Yuzi finished bickering, Li Guo called her, saying there was a large package downstairs requiring signature for receipt. The courier handed her the form. Miss Yuzi, please sign here. Outside the company entrance, a dazzling motorcycle was parked, freshly washed, bright, and brand new. Yuzi recalled asking Shimeng for a motorcycle earlier, and true enough, he had actually given it to her. After signing, Yuzi instructed the security to place the motorcycle in the company garage and messaged Shimeng to thank him. Li Guo, filled with envy, asked, who gave this motorcycle to you, Miss Yu? Yuzi replied, Mr. Shi. TO Entertainment and Zhongyu were always cooperative partners, and the whole company knew who Mr. Shi was. After the people left, Li Guo fiddled with the flowers in the vase. Those flowers Yuzi had previously gifted to all the departments in the company. By this point, they were just dried branches and leaves, falling off at the slightest touch. A nearby colleague, Zhong Rong, stopped her. What's wrong with you recently? Always melancholic and moody. Li Guo asked. I heard that assistant you didn't even go to university. Why does she have such a high starting point? To directly become Huaheng's secretary. You might not know the efforts assistant you put in behind the scenes, Zhong Rong replied. Li Guo's expression changed immediately. You mean sleeping her way up? Zhong Rong covered her mouth, frowning. Food can be eaten randomly, but words shouldn't be spoken lightly. Li Guo shook off her hand. Then what nonsense are you spouting? Zhong Rong rolled her eyes at her. You must have arrived late and don't know that assistant you used to be the one who worked overtime the longest every night. Stop envying her, all right? Li Guo retorted unhappily. Who's envious of her? How expensive can this motorcycle be? He just gives it like that. Why doesn't he give it to me? Chapter 87. What are you? Zhong Rong ignored her and felt that Li Guo had changed recently. Previously, she was modest, eager to learn, and admired Yuzi. However, things were evidently different recently, as if she were a completely different person. Yuzi didn't receive Shimeng's reply, so she went upstairs to the planning department to remind Chen Du, come up with your plan for the September back-to-school season as soon as possible. Chen Du saluted. I guarantee I will complete the task. After returning to her desk, Yuzi squatted down to study the miniature eavesdropping device and guessed who would do this. Zhongyu was thriving, and it had made quite a few enemies, but this method was too low level. Apart from the Hua family, Yuzi couldn't think of anyone else. Is there food on the ground? Huaheng teased deliberately. After standing up abruptly, Yuzi bumped into the table and knocked her head hard enough to bring tears to her eyes. She crawled out from under the table and rubbed her head. Something fell on the ground. Huaheng walked over and checked if her head was okay. Yuzi stopped him. I'm fine. Huaheng laughed. If you're stupid, we at Zhongyo will lose a talent. After confirming Yuzi was fine, Huaheng was about to go downstairs. Yuzi called out to him. It's working hours now. Where are you going? Huaheng replied, to pick up Liang Zishuan. This person could only stay in Hong Kong for a few days before wanting to leave and ran back, insisting that he come pick him up. Huaheng scolded him. Are you beaten to disability in Hong Kong? Can't you come back by yourself? Liang Zishuan said resentfully, the higher up you go in this place, the more arrogant people become, and the gossip within high society is simply too stimulating. Huaheng hummed thoughtfully. Liang Zishuan then said, if you want to know more, come pick up Dad. Huaheng coldly snorted, say that you don't want to live anymore. Yuzi informed him, there's a charity gala tonight. Understood. After Huaheng left, Yuzi answered Huaju's call. He had invited her out many times already. Yuzi happened to have something she wanted to ask him, so she agreed. Huaju laughed out loud, I'll come find you at your company. Half an hour later, Yuzi went downstairs. Li Guo saw the sports car by the door at once and her heart raced slightly. Then, she saw Yuzi getting into the car. She took out her phone and sent a text message. But the person on the other side didn't reply to her. After Yuzi got in, Huaju asked, Mingtai tea house? Fine. The two arrived at Mingtai, where Huaju led her upstairs. The store clerks greeted Yuzi together, saying, good day, miss you. Yuzi smiled. These people were certainly good at reading the atmosphere. In the private room, Huaju sat across from her and told the waiter, a pot of Longjing tea and a plate of Osmanthus cake. He knew that Yuzi liked it and would cater to her preferences. Yuzi smiled faintly and waited for Huaju to speak. He was wearing glasses and casually lifted them, as if rehearsing thousands of times in his heart. Little Z, you don't need to be so formal. Yuzi softly chuckled. Where do I look like I'm being formal? When the tea was served, Huaju's phone kept ringing. Not wanting to be disturbed, he turned it off directly. He let Yuzi try it first, taste the newly picked tea. The tea leaves from Rongqing were quite famous, and Mingtai Tea House offered some of the best. Yuzi tasted it and nodded approvingly. It's indeed very good, but I didn't come here to drink tea with Mr. Hua. She straightforwardly shattered the atmosphere between them. Huaju didn't care about this slight embarrassment. You don't have to harbor such hostility toward me. I've never thought about harming you. It was strange how all of Hua's children were boys. Does Huaheng really have no ambitions for the Hua family? He doubted it. All people were greedy, including Huaheng. Using delicate fingers, Yuzi picked up a piece of Osmanthus cake and took a bite. Even if you don't harm me, will you harm Huaheng? The person across from her remained silent. Yuzi ate silently. Huaju laughed. Yuzi, have you ever considered that Huaheng might just be using your talents? Others might not understand, but everyone knew that Yuzi was Huaheng's secretary and believed that everything Yuzi had achieved was due to Huaheng. But very few people realized that many of Zhongyo's schemes originated from Yuzi. Huaju found out only recently. This girl, not yet 30, possessed infinite talent, as if born with it. If she could be used by him, it would mean Huaheng losing his core weapon. Yuzi's eyes were icy, showing nothing of what she thought. Huaheng doesn't need to use me, Yuzi truthfully responded. Huaju looked down on her. Was he too confident in himself or simply didn't trust Huaheng? The man gently shook his head as if sighing at Yuzi's naivety. You don't understand men's thoughts. If he wasn't certain before, then these few days almost convinced him that Huaheng's feelings towards Yuzi weren't just companionship but more of affection. Men understand men best. Yuzi hated when men talked around in circles. Just say what you want to say. She didn't like Huaju, whose behavior seemed fake. Compared to him, she liked the clumsy but earnest Huaju much better. Huaju confidently stated, collaborate with me, and you can be the president's wife of Hua Corporation. Yuzi reached up to scratch her ear and chuckled lightly. What makes you think I care about your position? What nonsense is this? Huaju added, I can help you find your father, and deal with Yu Zhuosheng. She probably has a lot of information that could be harmful to you, right? Yuzi became furious. I don't care about those things. Huaju calmly sipped his tea. I don't believe you don't care. Yuzi picked up another piece of pastry and crushed it in her hand, white crumbs falling onto the table. Smiling, she said, Huaju, do you know what you look like right now? Like a dog jumping over a wall in desperation. The moves by Hua Real Estate must have been significant for Huaju to seek her out, aiming only to get Zhongyo's plan through her. But the same trick wouldn't work twice. Yuzi lost interest in continuing the conversation. Before leaving, she turned around and said, when you choose people next time, try not to pick those who are clumsy or foolish. Frowning deeply, Huaju asked, what do you mean? Yuzi smiled faintly, deliberately showing off, next time, use a good brand of bug. And a receptionist at Zhongyo can't cause much trouble anyway. She walked out of the tea house, feeling satisfied. Huaju clenched his fists tightly. She was only in her 20s but so composed. Chen Kaisin couldn't compete with her, nor could Hualwan. Was it because they were too dumb, or could Yuzi always turn every problem into a solution? Yuzi returned to the company and tapped on the desk at the front desk. Li Guo, come to the HR department. Li Guo was busy entering visitor records when she was startled by the call. Is there something, Assistant Yu? Her eyes were slightly red, as if she had just cried. Get your final paycheck, Yuzi said. Her voice wasn't loud, but everyone working at Zhongyo was sharp and heard it even without looking. Neither of them spoke in the elevator. Li Guo felt nervous. What does assistant you mean by this? Yuzi looked at her through the mirror inside the elevator. Stealing company secrets, do you know what happens then? There was Hulwan before, and now there's you. Li Guo's eyes widened as if she couldn't believe how Yuzi knew. When the elevator opened, Yuzi gestured for her to step out. Li Guo stayed where she was, unwilling to lose this job. Yuzi blocked the exit of the elevator, no longer smiling. Come out. Her voice wasn't very loud, but it drew the attention of some people from the HR department. Shaking her head, tears streaming down her face, Li Guo said, Assistant Yu, I cannot quit. She still had someone sick to support. Just then, a few new hires reported in today, including Zhong Ziyu. It was the first time he met such a serious Yuzi. Though she had a stunning appearance, she was mostly always smiling. Yuzi turned around as the HR staff quickly returned to their workstations. Looking at the person inside the elevator, she said, There are some things I don't want to repeat. You only have one choice. Chapter 88, Take your stuff and get out. Li Guo leaned against the elevator wall, wishing she could shrink herself but found no place to hide under Yuzi's gaze. It was as if she were naked, running around here in public. Yuzi had such a cold heart. Her face turned pale, her heart racing with panic. Assistant Yu, must you completely destroy me like this? Yuzi despised those who refused to admit their own mistakes, and eventually tried to heap all the blame on others. Repeatedly taught, they still did not improve. Yuzi furrowed her brow. If you resign voluntarily, you can take your money and leave. If it goes to court, then your mother will be under the care of Huqiu. Li Guo's eyes suddenly widened. So Yuzi knew it was Huqiu who instructed her. They had just left. Was it really Huqiu who said this? The man who repeatedly claimed to like her, would he do anything for Yuzi? If Yuzi could hear what people thought, she would certainly say, You're thinking too much. The elevator emitted an alarm, and Yuzi walked in directly dragging her out. Manager Song saw the severity of the situation and came out to mediate. Ms. Yu, let's discuss this in my office. It's quiet there with air conditioning. Fine, Yuzi went in first, with Li Guo following behind. Manager Song closed the door, driving away the onlookers. Go back to work, in turns, come collect your meal cards. Manager Song's office was in disarray, and Yuzi found a spot to stand. She got straight to the point. For the sake of money, so you placed a listening device? Since last time when Li Guo bravely stopped Hua Yunyuan, Yuzi had been particularly attentive to this diligent young woman. Knowing her mother was ill, she specifically proposed raising her full attendance bonus. Who would have thought that such an unremarkable person would become a pawn for others? Li Guo shook her head. I'm not doing it for the money. Yuzi lounged lazily on the sofa. Oh, is it then for Huqiu? She held little respect for Li Guo's self-sacrificing spirit of love. Recently, when she went to clock in at the front desk, she indeed noticed that Li Guo started wearing makeup, with glittery eyeshadow. Yuzi thought she was in love, but she didn't expect the other party to be quite the big fish. Huqiu was indeed harmful. Li Guo wiped away her tears. She felt Yuzi was mocking her. What if I like him? Do you also think I am unworthy of him? Yuzi waved her hand dismissively. I never said that. Li Guo didn't know why she got angry. What's the difference between us? Why can you get close to President Hua, and I can't be with Huqiu? Deng deng deng. Manager Song knocked on the door, brought in a cup of water, set it in front of Yuzi, then backed out. Yuzi took a sip to moisten her throat. I never said you can't. To me, you two suit each other very well. Merely wicked people. One uses love to manipulate others. The other gives up moral principles for love. Li Guo didn't expect Yuzi to say this, and was momentarily speechless. Yuzi held a cup of water in her hand, and on her index finger was a ring. It didn't look very valuable, but she liked it a lot. That ring looked like a vine immersed in water. Upon closer inspection, there were carved patterns on it. Li Guo gradually calmed down. What do you mean? Yuzi raised her gaze and calmly said, since your heart is no longer in Zhongyu, you might as well go to Hua real estate and work as a receptionist. What's the point of staying here? There was nothing wrong with saying that. But Li Guo also understood deep inside that it was precisely because she worked at Zhongyu that Huqiu even glanced at her. Yuzi continued. Huqiu is a smooth talker. He spares no effort using sweet words. He doesn't care about money. The women he sleeps with he just brushes off by giving them money. Such things happen too often, just nobody knows about it. In front of others, Huqiu appears to be an elegant gentleman, but before Yuzi, he is no different from a stud horse, and a hypocritical one at that. When it comes to being forthright, Shimeng is truly outstanding among men. Li Guo didn't believe what Yuzi said. Impossible. He said I was his first woman. TSK TSK TSK. Yuzi unconsciously made a sound. He is still good at lying. Just now, Huqiu had said, Little Z, you are the first woman I really like. His curiosity was especially strong. The harder it was to get something, the more obsessed he became. Yuzi didn't want to waste any more words. Apart from the listening device, what else have you done? If one does, it surely isn't just once. Li Guo was lost in the pain of a breakup. She collapsed holding her head, crying uncontrollably. No matter how, she didn't believe that the man who bought her bags, cell phones, gave her money, was merely using her. Without feelings, everything was a lie. Yuzi stood up, ruthless in destroying hearts. If he likes you, he wouldn't let you do illegal things. He'd be sure that you wouldn't speak out, because your mother still needs him to pay for treatment. Huokyu wanted to plant a small mole in Zhongyu. An inconspicuous receptionist would work best, and exactly this little receptionist liked him. Why wouldn't he take advantage of it? Li Guo smiled blankly. Then I'll tell you even less. If I told you everything, would Huokyu still pay for my mother's medical treatment? Hey. Yuzi turned back. I didn't expect you to be quite smart. In this case, Huoju did pick the right person. You indeed wouldn't betray him. She squatted next to Li Guo and whispered, however, I don't have any sense of morality. I'm sure you've heard this. If you were locked up, who knows what would happen to your mother? Li Guo's eyes stared straight at Yuzi, her eyeliner smeared as she looked absolutely disheveled. Yuzi smirked slightly. Li Guo said, there's also one on the 7th floor. The power outage on New Street lasted 10 minutes, but in Zhongyu it was restored in just 1 minute. Was Li Guo a superhuman? She climbed up the stairs. It should have been installed beforehand and had nothing to do with the power outage. When did you install it? Yuzi wasn't sure how many messages Huoju had heard, but now she regretted committing such a low-level mistake. Li Guo answered, in May. So early, no wonder Huoju also went to phone Weilin back then. Not for anything else, but just to snatch Zhongyu's business. Chen. Yuzi threw the contract in her face. Take your stuff and get out, don't let me see you again. Li Guo grabbed onto Yuzi's pant leg. Ms. Yu, will you report me? Yuzi gave her a disdainful look. That depends on my boss's mood. After saying that, she left without looking back. As soon as she stepped out, she saw Huoheng talking with manager Song, laughing from time to time. Yuzi walked over. When did you come back? Not long ago. I heard you're here so I came. Huoheng stroked her hair behind her ear. Are things settled? Yuzi nodded. Apparently Huoheng already knew everything. This man really was all-knowing. Manager Song smiled and said, don't worry, Mr. Hua. I'll handle it well. After the two left, Manager Song's smile disappeared. He took a pile of forms into the office. Yuzi exhaled. You knew and didn't tell me? Huoheng found it refreshing that she was upset. Are you angry? Yuzi swatted his hand away. Don't joke around with me. With people bullying her at the company, he was still this calm. Huoheng retracted his hand. Previously, whatever he did, Huoju knew about it. Some things were intentionally leaked by him, but cooperating with Feng Weilin was something he handled carefully and kept even from Huoluan. So how did this guy know? Shuju showed him something, hidden in a small package in the lucky tree on the 7th floor, where ordinary people couldn't possibly see it. On the day he and Shuju worked late, after Shuju returned to the 7th floor to put away the computer and turn off the lights, they noticed the red dot blinking, which is when they found out. The one in Yuzi's office was indeed placed during the power outage, right when Li Guo came to deliver takeout for Yuzi. Life isn't easy. Yuzi sighed. No matter how careful you are, traitors within are hard to guard against. Chapter 89. You will not keep your promise. Huazeng chuckled at her worry. With me around, you don't have to be afraid. He knew Huoju had tampered with things, but he chose not to expose him, simply to let Huoju know it was futile. Yuzi just needed to look up to see his affectionate gaze, but she was still lamenting her own negligence. Huoheng followed behind her. Yuzi, do you want to know who your father is? Not interested. She replied bluntly. She never cared about who her father was, the one she hadn't seen since birth, and held no feelings towards that person. Huoheng nodded. Not knowing is quite good. Today Liang Zishuan had chatted on endlessly, and it seemed the Shu family's affairs were even more complicated than the Hua family's. He didn't want Yuzi to get involved in trouble. The evening's charity gala was especially grand, with not only renowned entrepreneurs present but also numerous A-list celebrities. Yuzi wore a black long dress, revealing her fragrant shoulders, and adorned with a valuable emerald green feather brooch on her chest. After sitting down with Huoheng, Ximeng leaned over. Are you really not considering debuting? Yuzi picked up her drink and toasted him. Thanks for your car, Mr. Shi. Huoheng stayed silent beside her. Huoluan kept sending messages to him, and at this point, she was still not willing to give up on Huoheng, going as far as boldly confessing her feelings. Ximeng teased, look at our young master San, has he started an online romance? Huoheng tapped Ximeng's hand with his phone. Have you forgotten the pain of your breakup? Ximeng pulled back his hand. What exactly is heartbreak? Huoheng snorted coldly. Do you want me to show you the video of when you got drunk? When the two started bickering, Yuzi turned her head and saw Yu Zhuxing enter along with Hua Yunyuan. She was wearing a red dress, the light shining on her, making her look stunning among everyone. It seemed like she was born for the stage, calmly looking around her, confidently accepting the gazes of the people scrutinizing her. Even though her body was thin to the bone, there was no way to hide her alluring beauty. She looked like a beautiful invalid, extraordinarily enticing. Ximeng cracked sunflower seeds. I can't believe this woman is over 40. Yuzi's gaze met Yu Zhuxing's. It has to be said here, seasoned individuals are always more composed, facing Yuzi with confidence and poise. Huoheng glanced at Hua Yunyuan, not knowing what this old man planned to do. This charity gala attracted many journalists, and there would definitely be related reports, slowly exposing Yu Zhuxing's identity to the public eye. Could it be, at the end of his life, he still wants to use the power of the Shu family? Using this woman, Yu Zhuxing? Or using Yuzi? According to Liang Zishuan's intelligence, the Shu family had no offspring, Shu Zhuhui couldn't have children, and Shu Jiming had undergone a vasectomy. Upon hearing this news, Ho Hung could only say one thing: these two brothers were indeed ruthless. In total, Yu Zi was the Shu family's only heir. Shi Meng finished eating sunflower seeds. Why isn't Liang here today? Hua Hung, he went to Hong Kong and forgot to apply sunscreen, so now he looks like an African and doesn't dare to come out. That explained why they weren't supposed to send a driver to pick him up. He feared being mocked. Shi Meng laughed loudly, drawing the attention of quite a few people. He turned his head and gave a seductive wink at a female star. She completely ignored him. Shi Meng took out his mobile phone and adjusted the camera angle, still very handsome. You ungrateful woman. Yu Zi followed his gaze. That woman used to be rumored to have a fling with you. Is that so? Did she have plastic surgery? Shi Meng had no memory. Yu Zi rolled her eyes. Mr. Shi, maybe you should have some treatment for your eyes. She moved closer to Hua Hung. Boss, I've done some research, and there's a jewelry company suspected of land fraud. So we shouldn't cooperate with them. This one. Yu Zi pointed to the necklace in the brochure. Today's display was an emerald necklace. Hua Hung flipped through another page. Do you like any of these? Yu Zi shook her head. I'm not interested in jewelry, but there is something else I like. She took the catalogue and flipped to the last page, this painting and calligraphy piece. Hua Hung narrowed his eyes. Why do you like it? Yu Zi shook her head. Just a feeling. She wasn't one to cultivate refined interests. She preferred quiet moments watching movies, mostly Hong Kong films, because she understood Cantonese. But upon seeing this calligraphy, she immediately liked it. A work from 1999, by the author Yo Yu. If you like it, buy it. Hua Hung put away the brochure and glanced toward where Hua Yunyuan sat, Yu Zhuxing leaning down saying something to him. Her appearance caught many people's attention, even her simplest actions were captivating. As the host announced the beginning of the charity gala, all proceeds from this evening's event will be donated to underprivileged children in the mountainous areas. Chen Kaisin was also seated at their table. She cast a glance at Yu Zi. With no clash of outfits today, her mood improved slightly. The gentleman beside her was Dai Xiangnan. Upon seeing Yu Zi, he was first amazed, then noticing Hua Hung beside her, he quickly averted his gaze. Tonight's banquet was more magnificent than the Chen family's, which in comparison made the Chen family seem a little pretentious. Yu Zhuxing bid on whatever Yu Zi liked. She didn't care either way since the Hua family was rich. There were too many items, and she couldn't possibly like them all. She didn't even bother raising her paddle and followed Yu Zixing when she left. The mother and daughter met in the corridor in an awkward confrontation. Yu Zhuxing pulled out a cigarette from her purse and lit it nonchalantly. So now your wings have grown strong enough that you don't even recognize your own mother. The swirl of tobacco smoke seemed to transport them back 10 years. Yu Zixing offered a faint smile. If I could, I really wouldn't want you to ever be part of my life. Yu Zhuxing smirked as she puffed on the cigarette dangling from her lips. Unfortunately for you, I'm your mother, and you'll never escape me in this lifetime. She gave Yu Zixing an up-and-down glance. This foul-mouthed girl had dared to take off with all the money back then, just proving how cunning she'd inherited from her father. Yu Zixing tried to suppress her impulse to lash out, controlling her urge to hit someone. Few people moved about during the charity gala, so their conversation wouldn't be noticed. Yu Zhuxing reached out and touched the small feather on Yu Zixing's dress. What's going on between you and Hua Hung? From her many years of sharp insight, their relationship was definitely more complicated than just boss and secretary. It's none of your business. Yu Zixing shrugged her hand away. Yu Zhuxing disliked Yu Zixing. She wasn't a boy, nor did she bear any resemblance to her appearance-wise, but still, that man had rejected her anyway. Yu Zhuxing craved another cigarette and pulled one out. Does your boss know about your past? Cough, cough, cough. Yu Zixing covered her nose and frowned. Are you planning to tell him? She couldn't comprehend why this woman was determined to ruin her life. Yu Zhuxing exhaled a puff of smoke. If you listened to me properly, I might reconsider not telling him. Don't let appearances fool you. Though Yu Zixing was only 23, she'd already seen more dirt in life than most people could handle. Yu Zixing leaned closer to the woman. In her high heels, she stood slightly taller than Yu Zhuxing today. I know you best, Yu Zhuxing. Even if I listen to you obediently, you will never keep your promise. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhuxing bent over and laughed. You're truly my daughter after all. Chapter 90. I will stand by her forever. Yu Zi looked at her and laughed, with no trace of emotion in her heart. She couldn't understand whose mockery Yu Zhuxing's smile was meant for. Hua Hung saw that Yu Zi hadn't returned yet, and he got up to leave. Shi Meng pulled him back. So many people are watching. Where are you going? Hua Hung, sure. The eyes of everyone at the table turned toward him. Chen Kaisin showed disdain as if she were criticizing Hua Hung's rudeness. Shi Meng released his hand. You'll probably take a while to come back, since your kidneys are good. Hua Hung stepped out and searched around until he found the mother-daughter pair at the far end of the corridor. He didn't approach them but instead went to find security. The security guard saw it was Hua Hung and respectfully greeted him. Mr. Hua, is there anything you need? Hua Hung pointed toward the inside of the corridor. This area is off limits. Understood, Mr. Hua. After the security left, Hua Hung sat on a chair at the corner and listened to the conversation between the two women. He always believed that Yu Zi could solve many things, which led to him having no room to act. Shi Meng had earnestly told him before, you need to learn how to play the hero and rescue the beauty. Appropriately show concern. Hold an umbrella for her when it rains, give her clothes when she's cold, only then will the girl fall for you. Hua Hung had a cigarette dangling from his mouth but didn't light it. The voices from over there were very soft, yet he could hear them clearly. Yuzi pointed at Yu Zhusheng's chest. Today, I also want to hear what sort of leverage you have over me, my dear mother. In this quiet corner, Yuzi's anger spread everywhere. Yu Zhusheng was getting upset too. You took all my money. How am I supposed to live? They, the mother and daughter, lived such a difficult life, unfamiliar with anyone in San Francisco. Their real home was across the ocean. When Yuzi left, she took all the money, leaving Yu Zhusheng in a shabby house. Back then, she was just a teenager, but deeply calculating. Are you aware of how low your character is? Does your boss know this? You're someone who can abandon everyone for profit. So why haven't you left Huaheng now? It's because others don't offer enough. Yuzi was scared of poverty. What terrified her most was living without money. If she didn't have any money, she couldn't imagine the consequences. The slums were full of bad people, vicious and cruel. Faced with Yu Zhusheng's accusations, Yuzi stared directly into her eyes. Did I not tell you we can earn our own money with our hands? But did you listen? Yu Zhusheng was worth nothing besides her beauty, and Yuzi knew this all too well. She could do nothing. She could only rely on men for money. While Yuzi picked garbage in the slums, washed dishes, and helped in the kitchen, even those meager earnings weren't enough to cover Yu Zhusheng's smoking habits. Yu Zhusheng extinguished her cigarette. Yuzi, have you not relied on men to make money either? Upon hearing this, Yuzi sighed with relief, and her gaze turned toward the corner. She had been pondering this plan for a long time. Unaccustomed to confession, she could only inform Huaheng about her past through other means. When she was just a teenager, Yuzi had wandered among men, skillfully deceiving them with sweet talk and spinning their heads around. She would gamble as well, something that came naturally to her, beating those men at their games effortlessly. All these were once her daily routines. Yu Zhusheng laughed. Isn't it said like mother, like daughter? If I'm this kind of person, aren't you, Yuzi, exactly the same? Wandering among men? Would Huaheng still treat you well if he knew? Everyone has some degree of disgust for the impure, and Huaheng certainly wouldn't be an exception. Yuzi was fully aware of this fact. At their first meeting, he wiped off the dirt on his body disdainfully, furrowing his brows, as if he had been defiled. As for this outcome, Yuzi had never wagered on it. Time seemed to stop at this moment, and Yuzi clenched her fists tightly, unable to utter a word. He will. A man's voice, like a thunderclap out of the blue, startled both women speaking. A crack appeared on Yu Zhusheng's face, disbelief spreading. What did you say? Huaheng walked beside Yuzi, put his arm around her shoulder, and repeated his words to Yu Zhusheng. I know now, and I will still treat her well. Yu Zhusheng shook her head. Impossible. Huaheng gently massaged Yuzi's shoulders, as if consoling her, yet it also felt intimate. There's nothing impossible. You haven't experienced it. Let me show you today. He lowered his head and asked Yuzi, are you okay? Standing against her biological mother required great courage. Yuzi could handle any occasion, but might not necessarily cope well with this. An unfortunate childhood takes a lifetime to heal, and Yuzi had never expected to heal her misfortunes through Huaheng. She had never said, boss, I'm struggling so much. Even from the beginning, she was afraid of being abandoned, thus being cautious every step of the way, walking on eggshells. Huaheng's temperament wasn't exactly pleasant, nor was it particularly bad. Still, he could be aloof and even cruel at times. Living beside someone like this was a challenge. Yuzi shook her head. I'm fine. Huaheng looked at Yu Zhusheng. I've lived with her for nearly 10 years. I've witnessed a more mature version of her. In other words, I know her better than you do. He understood her growth process. Yu Zhusheng laughed until her face turned red. Young man from the Hua family, haven't you misjudged her? She pointed at Yuzi. This person would abandon her own mother for $500 and one day will sell you out for more money. Yuzi frowned as she looked at her mother who wanted to destroy her, feeling like she was falling into an icy abyss. In the scorching summer, cold surrounded her. Huaheng reached out and pinched her earlobe. I have plenty of money. Yuzi turned her head to look at Huaheng, almost crying. The man didn't lower his head. Yuzi could see his clear jawline and determined profile, like a solid rock she could lean on. Yu Zhusheng was speechless for a moment, thinking of her past. She pulled out another cigarette from her bag and lit it. Men always sweet talk. Huaheng furrowed his brows. It doesn't matter what you think. Whatever plan you have with Huayun Yuan, you can direct it all at me. There's no need to use Yuzi as a shield. After saying this, he held Yuzi and left. This war between mother and daughter ended here. They didn't return to the banquet hall. Huaheng led Yuzi by the hand through the underground garage. Huaheng drove, and Yuzi sat in the passenger seat. Today, they were driving a convertible sports car. The evening breeze dispersed the previous discomfort. Yuzi rummaged through the front drawer of the car and pulled out a pack of cigarettes. The sound of the lighter clicked clearly as Huaheng parked the car by the bridge. In the quiet of the night, there were only a few people around. Looking far away revealed dazzling lights and a rushing river. This was a famous scenic spot in Rome City, known as the Cross Sea Bridge, also referred to as the Death Bridge. Yuzi's half-smoked cigarette was snatched away by Huaheng. His voice blended with the summer evening breeze. Half is enough. Yuzi stared directly at him. Boss, you're so gentle today. Huaheng frowned, unsurprised by her abrupt change in mood. She was like that, visibly upset moments ago, but now back to normal, calm and composed as if nothing had happened. Huaheng finished smoking the remaining half, slightly annoyed by Yuzi's behavior. He hooked her neck and kissed her. Chapter 91, Strawberry Mark. The kiss came suddenly, catching Yuzi off guard. The memory of that drunken day resurfaced, and they were entangled with each other once more. Yuzi's head was foggy, even though she had just smoked a cigarette. Why did she still feel so sweet? She boasted about having studied taekwondo for some time, yet at this moment, she couldn't break free from Huaheng's hold. Powerless, she allowed herself to be dominated. The sports car's interior space was already cramped, their breathing gradually grew heavier. The initially ambiguous signals turned concrete. Slowly, Yuzi began to accept the kiss, her eyelashes lightly quivering as she closed her eyes. Their tongues intertwined, and Yuzi wrapped her arms around Huaheng's neck. After a long while, Huaheng pulled away, his thumb wiping the corner of her mouth. Can you say it now? Yuzi's chest heaved up and down as she failed to comprehend their relationship. In that moment, she became defiant. Are you forcing me to submit with this? Huaheng, you can take it that way. Yuzi was always one who didn't like losing. She reached out and wrapped her arms around Huaheng's neck, sucking on it before feeling content. Huaheng was left momentarily stunned by her action but soon chuckled. This was Yuzi after all, she wouldn't let herself be at a disadvantage. The two exchanged smiles, and the previous unhappiness vanished in an instant. She recounted half of her story. An adventurous yet exhilarating childhood life began in the orphanage of Rongqing since birth. At the age of 5, she went to Hong Kong with Yu Zhusheng seeking refuge elsewhere. All she could recall was them standing in front of a luxurious villa, though she couldn't remember exactly where. People ignored them, mother and daughter alike. Yu Zhusheng brought her to live in a 10-square-meter room. The exact size she forgot, only remembering it being very cramped. The two just barely fit when lying down. That kind of life continued until she was 8 years old, reaching school age. One day, a group of people arrived saying they were taking them to see the master. Yuzi hid behind Yu Zhusheng, trying to catch a glimpse of this mysterious master. Mother and daughter were sent aboard a plane, traversing mountains and seas to arrive in San Francisco, starting a wandering life. They were abandoned. Those memories were both ragged and pitiful. Many details escaped Yuzi, yet she distinctly remembered how many in the slums lusted after Yu Zhusheng's beauty, thus not minding her presence as a child. As Yuzi grew older and became more beautiful, inevitably someone started craving her. To protect herself, she constantly lied and deceived them. Occasionally being harassed was normal. On her birthday, almost being violated led Yuzi to escape and hide for the entire night. Returning the next day, she learned that Yu Zhusheng was out of money. The people said Yuzi had run away long ago, demanding repayment from Yu Zhusheng. She nonchalantly remarked with a cigarette dangling from her lips, "She will come back, what's the hurry? It's sweeter when the meat remains unattainable." Yuzi knew it was deliberate on Yu Zhusheng's part. Thus, realizing the wickedness of human hearts, she started plotting an escape. Upon returning, she preemptively revealed this matter, feigning ignorance. The others conveniently sympathized with her. 3 months later, Yuzi tricked them out of their money and fled. After telling these stories, she sighed in relief. This is what it feels like to have passed through thousands of mountains effortlessly. Huaheng massaged her nape gently. Isn't it tiring? He always thought Yuzi lived her life wearing a mask. They had been together for so many years. She was insincere and not open. It seemed sometimes finding the truth doesn't clear injustice, it merely exposes wounds anew, causing them to bleed raw. Yuzi shrugged, it's all in the past, so it doesn't matter. She suddenly recalled, in our haste, we forgot to buy calligraphy works. Huaheng laughed, Shimeng bought them. What a carefree young girl. Even in such discomfort, she pretends as if nothing is wrong. He started the car heading towards Yuzi's apartment. Her consciousness gradually returned. Yuzi looked into the rearview mirror, touching her lips gently, somewhat incredulous. Kissing the boss while fully aware, this sensation was quite thrilling. From the corner of his eye, Huaheng noticed her little gestures and smiled silently. Returning to the apartment, it was already 11 p.m. Yuzi rushed straight into the bedroom upon entering. Huaheng grabbed her collar. Why are you in such a rush? Yuzi yawned on purpose. So sleepy, I want to sleep. Huaheng pinned her against the wall. Since we've kissed, what does this make us? He would not act rashly before being certain of his feelings. But now, with his heart settled, he wouldn't let the cooked duck fly away. Yuzi blinked innocently. Boss, just a kiss. You wouldn't demand further responsibility, right? Huaheng smirked in amusement at her behavior. Do you mean I'm a dog in heat? I never said that. Yuzi raised her hands in surrender. Don't falsely accuse me. Huaheng, looking at her talkative little mouth, recalled her earlier debates, forcefully dismissing opposing opinions. Yuzi in the workplace was efficient, decisive, and rarely showed emotion. The story progresses smoothly, retaining its original tone and style, with the translated sentences natural and grammatically correct in English. She habitually faced many people with an overwhelming stance. After Zhong Yu transitioned from a studio to a joint stock company, the first decision was about hiring celebrities. Yuzi stood in the middle of the conference room while Huaheng sat at the president's seat. At merely 19 years old, Yuzi still appeared somewhat immature but was exceptionally serious. Her gaze lightly swept over the board of directors. There's no problem with my proposal. If anyone has objections, please provide a better alternative. The conference room fell silent. Her youthful courage was undeniable. It had to be admitted that stars could indeed drive consumption, and Yuzi's plan was very successful. Perhaps it was from that moment on that Huaheng's care for her transformed into another kind of care. He leaned closer to Yuzi, who instinctively shrank back. Huaheng chuckled softly. Go take a shower, You smell like smoke. The scent of tobacco mixed with nicotine was hard to dissipate, even the wind from earlier couldn't disrupt it. Yuzi slipped out of his embrace and sneaked into the bedroom. Everything that happened today felt surreal. She patted her face, feeling a slight pain. This must not be a dream. Yuzi took a shower, and the frustration caused by Yu Zhusheng disappeared instantly. Ximeng held the calligraphy painting, not understanding why he had spent 10 million on it. After the banquet ended, he walked beside Hua Yunyuan, extending his hand. Mr. Hua, do you also appreciate calligraphy? Hua Yunyuan pointed to the woman beside him. It's this lady who admires it. Ximeng turned to look at Yu Zhusheng. He had investigated this woman and naturally knew who she was, so he extended his hand in another direction. Madam, I'm Ximeng. Yu Zhusheng. Ximeng nodded. What a beautiful name. Do you have an interest in calligraphy? Yu Zhusheng smiled faintly. I know a bit about it. Ximeng, I saw that you particularly liked that piece of calligraphy today. Is there some personal connection involved? Yu Zhusheng withdrew her hand. No, I just find it interesting. After speaking, she followed Hua Yunyuan and left first. A service staff approached Ximeng and asked, where should we deliver Mr. Xi's item? Ximeng wrote down Hua Heng's home address and then strode away. Chapter 92, Mr. Hua wears V-neck. After finishing his shower and drying his hair, Hua Heng received a video call from Ximeng. Ximeng was wearing a pair of blue light blocking glasses and had put away his usual playful demeanor. I took pictures of the item, remember to transfer me the money. Hua Heng appeared on camera with his upper body exposed and said, that counts as your birthday gift to Yuzi. Ximeng suddenly tensed up and felt pain in his flesh. I already gave her something. He gave her a motorcycle worth several 10,000 yuan. Hua Heng sat on a chair, raised his arm, exposing well-defined muscular arms, and teased him sarcastically, who gives a second-hand motorcycle as a birthday present? Ximeng was speechless for a moment before giving him the thumbs up. You're badass. These two had teamed up to play tricks on him. Hua Heng's physique was something that Ximeng knew well, but when he squinted and beckoned him closer, even Ximeng couldn't help but be captivated by the prominent red mark under the light. I spent 10 million tonight, so where have you two been? He pointed at Hua Heng's neck. Hua Heng intentionally circled around the love bite on his neck and replied mockingly, oh? You mean this? Guess. Ximeng scoffed with a smirk, pointing his trembling finger at Hua Heng, filled with disdain. Look at you, gradually getting more shameless. Facing the taunts, Hua Heng didn't care and smirked. Am I? Originally, he was handsome, and his smile could bewitch any person. During high school, Ximeng invited Hua Heng to audition at his home. Hua Heng declined, saying, I'm tone-deaf, weak-limbed, expressionless as an actor, I'm not cut out for the entertainment industry. Ximeng responded indifferently, even if the sky falls down, your face can prop it up. What's there to fear? Thinking back, their friendship used to be one where they would hug each other's shoulders, now however, it has become that of scheming drinking buddies. Ximeng feigned crying. 3, you've changed. They've known each other since kindergarten. In junior high, they met Liang Zishuan. In high school, Fu Shijun caught them smoking in the boys' restroom and wrote it in the handbook for a public reprimand across the school. Ximeng and Liang Zishuan were afraid of being beaten by their parents, so Hua Heng voluntarily took full responsibility. Back then, he was the good boy who stood by his friends, willing to sacrifice himself for them. Now, he was a bad man who betrayed his friends. Hua Heng shook his head helplessly. I haven't changed, it's just that you and Liang Zishuan are too naive. Why did he take responsibility back then? Because Ximeng and Liang Zishuan were too stupid. By taking all the blame, those two started buying him breakfast every day and helped him clean up. True brothers shared happiness and hardships alike. It wasn't until today that Ximeng found out the truth, and was furious enough to want to call Liang Zishuan to get things sorted out. Liang Zishuan joined the group video chat like some coal-black ball let loose onto the screen. Ximeng burst out laughing non-stop, even Ho Heng, who usually didn't laugh often, quirked up a corner of his mouth. Liang Zishuan pretended to be angry. Are you two idiots? Why are 3 big men watching videos in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Ximeng reported, look at his neck. Him and Yuzi. Liang Zishuan was smarter than Ximeng. Isn't that normal? When in the situation, confusion ensues, while observers see clearly. From the beginning, he felt Hua Heng was different toward Yuzi. It wasn't love at first sight, but rather attraction that grew with time. Liang Zishuan thought only a woman like Yuzi, with certain roughness, could win Hua Heng's heart. Odor compatibility, as they say. With a face mask on, supposedly for skin whitening, he needed to take care of his complexion, yet interrogated Hua Heng. Spill it, what did you do? Old virgin. Since the mask was on, Liang Zishuan's speech was slurred. Hua Heng leaned closer. We're both the same. Who do you look down upon? Liang Zishuan rolled his eyes. We're talking about your matter. Did you fail? His eyes were filled with mockery. What a brilliant provocation tactic. Just then, Yuzi knocked on the door. Come in. Yuzi opened the door and saw this scene. Hua Heng sat casually in black shorts, upper body bare, no ounce of flab even when leaning forward, extremely tempting. Hua Heng turned the phone towards her. Is there something? Yuzi swallowed. I haven't eaten dinner. I made noodles. Do you want to eat? Eat. Yuzi closed the door. Hua Heng looked into the camera. Mind your own business. I'm going to eat. Ximeng and Liang Zishuan pinched their noses simultaneously. What smell is that? Hua Heng chuckled lightly. It's the smell of jealousy you two feel. He hung up the call, threw on a random piece of clothing, and went out. The kitchen was permeated with a delicious aroma, rich cheese blended with fresh tomatoes, filling anyone nearby with hunger. As Huaheng walked into the kitchen, he could see Yuzi's silhouette from behind. She wore an apron tied tightly around her waist. Standing by the doorway, Huaheng instantly came up with a word in his mind. Perfect homemaker aura. After she finished, Yuzi placed the 2 plates of spaghetti on the table. The kitchen light was warm yellow, and for a moment Huaheng thought they had returned to the scene of their first meeting. The first night he took in Yuzi, she made a dish of spaghetti, much simpler than the one now. She hadn't used cheese or shrimp then, yet it still tasted particularly good. Taste how it is. Yuzi handed him the cutlery. Huaheng picked up the fork and ate a bite with his usual grace. As always, it was delicious. This atmosphere was perfect for having a drink, but Yuzi didn't take it out for fear of an accident. After dinner, she threw the dishes into the dishwasher, tied it up, and got ready to sleep. They both went back to their own rooms separately. Huaheng called out to Yuzi. He came over and gave her a light kiss on her forehead, goodnight kiss. Yuzi stood stunned as Huaheng disappeared quickly. She touched her forehead, amazed at how drastically things had changed in just one night. The next morning, Yuzi woke up early. Sitting in the car, she asked, "When will the smell in your place dissipate?" Huaheng pretended to be sleeping in the passenger seat. "So soon you want me to go back?" Yuzi pursed her lips. Now, with their relationship unclear, what if something happened between them? Huaheng didn't know what she was thinking and continued to sleep facing another direction. "We'll talk about it in a few days." The people at the company seemed to have already gotten used to seeing the two of them always walking together. Moreover, today Mr. Hua wore a deep V-neck black shirt, which looked somewhat sexy, and a slight movement would reveal the strawberry marks on his neck. It left plenty to the imagination. Chen organized the product preview plan for the new quarter and passed it to Yuzi. Yuzi submitted it to Huaheng for approval. "What do you think about that talent show Ximeng proposed?" She stood across from the desk, and from this angle, she could just catch a glimpse of Huaheng's washboard abs moving up and down with his breath. Huaheng signed the document and handed it to Yuzi. "Let him send the contract." Yuzi was busy staring at his abs and failed to catch the contract when she noticed. By the time she reacted, Huaheng leaned back in his chair, hiding all the sightlines. He smiled teasingly, not fully awake. Yuzi forced a smile. "No, my ears are acting up lately, I should get a cleaning." She took the contract and slinked away. Ximeng, after receiving the investment, said proudly, "This is what he owes me." Yuzi plucked a flower petal with her fingers. "Are you sure your sexual orientation hasn't changed?" Ximeng replied, "Don't spout nonsense. Tell me what you did last night. Was our Hua brother impressive?" Yuzi's face turned red, and she hung up the phone. Ximeng would one day meet his downfall because of his big mouth. When Huaheng came out of the office, he leaned against the door, and the collar of his shirt slightly opened as he moved. Yuzi suspected he was intentionally seducing her, but she had no proof. "Does your boss's neck hurt? Would you like me to arrange a massage for you?" Yuzi laughed while saying. Huaheng knew what she was thinking but didn't refute it. "Is this part of the little secretary's service?" This phrase was accidentally heard by Shu Wan, who was entering the room carrying a series of mobile phone design diagrams. She pulled her foot back mid-step and pressed the elevator button for the ground floor frantically. Yuzi shook her head. "Secretaries don't offer that kind of service." Chapter 93, All Men Can Sweet Talk. Huaheng shrugged indifferently. "Going for a massage tonight. Want to come?" Yuzi made a fist with both hands. "Thank you, boss." The little secretary humbly follows your order. The absence of one person at the front desk went largely unnoticed by few people. Only when Yuzi went downstairs to pick up a package did she realize that sometimes being inconspicuous as a minor character is actually crucial. Huaju was quite adept at seducing women, though they had no evidence. They'd heard plenty from people in their circles. However, Hua Yunuan's skill wiped his grandson's mistakes clean, and if anything were truly exposed, it might not be suitable for public eyes. Yuzi couldn't quite figure out how big of a chess game Huaheng was playing. Just as she was about to head upstairs, a familiar voice called her from behind. Zhong Ziyu caught up quickly. "Good morning, Yuzi," he said with evident happiness in his tone. Upon hearing this, Yuzi frowned. "In the company, you can call me Secretary Yu or Assistant Yu. This way it wouldn't appear overly intimate." Zhong Ziyu was momentarily choked by her coldness. "I understand, Assistant Yu." There wasn't much happening upstairs, so Yuzi turned around to grab a newly delivered magazine from the door, flipping through it casually. Zhong Ziyu stood beside her, lips pressed together, as if there was something he wanted to say. Just spit it out. Yuzi disliked indecisive people. Prompt decisions were the best way to solve problems. Hesitation could lead to defeat. Since their last encounter, Zhong Ziyu hadn't spoken to Yuzi again. He dared not disturb her too often on WeChat. Today finally offered a chance for them to talk more, but he needed to seize this opportunity. He opened. "Nothing special, just that we haven't seen each other for a while. How have you been recently?" Yuzi, flipping the magazine without looking up, replied, "Didn't we meet at the last pot cooking event?" Caught red-handed, Zhong Ziyu became somewhat uneasy. He had just graduated from university and was close in age to Yuzi. He had originally thought the two of them would have many common topics, but found that most of the time, he struggled to keep up with her thoughts. Sometimes he felt like he and Yuzi were miles apart. Yuzi flipped to yesterday's charity gala where photos showed Yu Zhuqing smiling brightly, making headlines. She continued flipping forward. Shu Wang Real Estate intends to develop on the mainland. This seemed to be the first time she'd ever noticed news related to the Shu family, and the architectural style in the photos looked strikingly familiar. Zhang Ziyu wanted to find a topic to ease the awkwardness. Yuzi neatly put away the magazine, turning her head with a faint smile. Are the interns in your department really idle? She had an appearance that struck hard, dazzling anyone who glanced at her. For a fleeting moment, Zhang Ziyu panicked, feeling utterly exposed, like a rat caught by a cat. Flustered, he stammered, internship is the learning stage, so, meaning he indeed had nothing to do. Yuzi's gaze shifted past Zhang Ziyu towards Huaheng, who was on the phone. Sensing Yuzi's gaze, Huaheng turned, showing a flicker of emotion in his expression. When did this guy show up? Liang Zishuan's voice chirped in the phone. Are you mute? Speak. Huaheng was irked. Wait a moment. He changed directions, walking in front of Yuzi. What are you doing here? Completely ignoring Zhang Ziyu. Despite how much Zhang Ziyu disliked the man in front of him, he still respectfully addressed him as boss. Yuzi waved the magazine in her hand, just taking this magazine upstairs. Zhang Ziyu explained, I had some questions for Assistant Yu. Huaheng gave a slight sneer at the corner of his lips. Yuzi is my secretary. Who are you? His tone was filled with disdain. Zhang Ziyu felt that Huaheng looked down on him as though he were a mere ant. Dislike and disdain seeped through his words. Both men were bristling with pride against each other, causing Yuzi to shake her head, wondering since when her boss started bickering with children. Fu Shijun and Jiang Junyang got angry because Zhu Lin was his wife. But now, Huaheng and Zhang Ziyu were quarreling, which was truly unexpected. You should get back, don't you have intern training? Yuzi's intercession lightened Zhang Ziyu's mood a bit. He nodded, I understand, thank you, Assistant Yu. Right as he began to feel triumphant, Yuzi added, the technical department isn't under my responsibility. In the future, take any questions directly to Shuju, not me. She knew absolutely nothing about software and certainly wasn't some kind of tech guru from a storybook. Each profession has its own boundaries, which can be tough to judge. Zhang Ziyu's brief sense of triumph vanished entirely. He left with reluctant steps, appearing reluctant. He didn't miss the hickey on Huaheng's neck. The tension between them permeated throughout the entire company. Yet he simply refused to believe that Huaheng would fancy Yuzi. Huaheng seemed heartless. What if Yuzi got hurt? Huaheng moved closer to her. How did he end up in our company? Yuzi smiled and said, it's the new intern from Rome DA, remember seeing him in the personnel department? Huaheng carefully recalled, but his attention was all on Yuzi then and he hadn't noticed Zhang Ziyu hiding in the corner. He leaned down. What are you staring at so intently? Yuzi opened the document and handed it to him. Have you heard of Shu Wang Real Estate? Could it be that the Hua family wants to rise again with the help of the Shu family's power? Huaheng raised an eyebrow. It's not entirely impossible. Outside the company building, Liang Zishuan was waiting with his car's hazard lights flashing, hoping Huaheng would hurry up. Yuzi noticed this as well. If General Manager Liang needs you, you should go ahead. He's going to press his hazards until they break. Huaheng smirked lightly. In the future, try to minimize contact with Zhang Ziyu. His intentions aren't pure. After saying this, he left. Yuzi was left behind, puzzling over the meaning of his words. Was it a warning or jealousy? Yuzi smiled faintly, a warm current passing through her heart. Then, Yu Zhuqing's words popped back into her mind. Men are all talk. Be careful not to get deceived. Liang Zishuan quickly started the car as soon as everyone got in. He complained, if you had been any later, I'd have been fined by the traffic police. Didn't you see the cop behind us? Huaheng fastened his seatbelt. What's there to fear? General Manager Liang has money. Liang Zishuan sniffed coldly. I may have money, but I know when to save and when to spend without wasting a cent. Huaheng chuckled lightly. Truly, Liang Zishuan had the makings of a businessman. Chapter 94, Rumors Rise. After the car had driven a certain distance, Liang Zishuan struck up a conversation. Though it was somewhat embarrassing for three men to be video chatting, they felt justified since both he and she had uncovered something significant. Since they first met Huaheng, they had thought that there was something wrong with him. This guy was particularly popular with girls. In high school, he acted like a gentleman, seemingly uninterested in romance, but his charm was everywhere. Ximeng had once teased Huaheng, why is your Thumbelina always more excellent than others? At the time, they expected Huaheng to say something like, my hand just works better. Instead, he gave them a glance. I don't use Thumbelina. Not use. Could those words have come from any man's mouth? Ximeng's expression at the time resembled someone who had eaten feces. He became uncomfortable just thinking about the scene. You bastard, you're holding out on us. Huaheng took on the challenge fearlessly and answered Ximeng's teasing. Ximeng stamped his foot. What a tragedy. A perfectly good thing had been wasted, how unfortunate. Later, Yuzi appeared, and they thought things might take a turn. They finally understood why Huaheng hadn't dated anyone before. They initially assumed Yuzi was Huaheng's kept lover, only to find out that after all these years, that wasn't quite the case. Huaheng said, there's nothing going on between us. Ximeng was shocked again. He hugged Huaheng's shoulders, his brows furrowed so hard that they could crush a fly. Comparing Yuzi's figure and her face, he eventually displayed an expression like a father giving up hope. With someone like this, you aren't even tempted. Huaheng shook his head. What's there to see? That settled it. Ximeng's hope for Huaheng was thoroughly shattered, and he stopped caring about Huaheng's personal matters. Because he had already determined that Huaheng had issues and internally twisted personality. Huaheng gave him a look. I'm staying pure. Ximeng said, brother, I respect you as a man. It wasn't until last night when the situation shifted, a hickey had appeared on his neck. Who else could it have been? Other than Yu, they couldn't think of anyone else. Ximeng almost wanted to celebrate it with drums and firecrackers and almost hung a banner on the media front page. On the road, Liang Zishuan asked, "What did you and Yu do last night?" Huaheng replied, "We kissed." Phew. Liang Zishuan was glad he was driving and not drinking water, otherwise, he would have sprayed it all over. So straightforward, it was almost too much. Liang Zishuan followed, "How did it feel?" Huaheng gave him a look. "Have you ever kissed?" "You're asking me?" Liang Zishuan muttered under his breath, "That was university stuff. Who remembers?" Leaning against the window, Huaheng glanced lazily at Liang Zishuan and mocked him with an air of nonchalance. "In other words, 7 years later, you're still mourning your first love, are you?" "Shit, you son of a bitch." Liang Zishuan slammed the brakes, ready to start a fight with Huaheng. Ximeng was right. Huaheng was becoming obnoxious little by little. After getting out of the car, Liang Zishuan tossed the keys to a bystander and adjusted his clothes, walking in with Huaheng. Ximeng greeted with mock hospitality. "Oh my, isn't that Mr. Hua? Please come in." Huaheng remained calm. "Your kindness is suspect. There's definitely something foul afoot." Ximeng said, "Don't be so harsh now." The golf course was crowded even on a weekday. The three of them changed their clothes, grabbed their clubs, and stood on the field. Huaheng was speechless. "Is this all you two wanted me here for, to play golf?" Ximeng said, No. We called you here to care about your lifelong happiness." Huaheng hit the ball straight into the hole. "You haven't figured out your own life yet, and you're meddling in mine?" Ximeng patted Huaheng's shoulder. "I've seen plenty of women in my lifetime. Even if I die beneath peonies, I'll be a happy ghost. I worry that one day I leave, and I won't get to see you in love. That would be heartbreaking regret." Returning to his old profession, Ximeng started matchmaking for Huaheng again. "Do you want to quickly conquer younger sister Yu? Huaheng looked sideways. "Keep your dirty hands off me." Ximeng touched his nose. "Look at you, dissatisfied yesterday, snapping at brother today, huh?" Liang Zishuan swung the club. "Chairman Shi, stop being annoying and talk sense." Ximeng regained his seriousness. "I'm here because Hua Yunyuan invited me to discuss investment venues for a show. Shouldn't I thank him?" Huaheng swung again, his face expressionless. "Sounds like a good deal. If only things were so simple, but Hua Yunyuan recommended a special guest, Yu Zhusheng." Huaheng frowned. "She's making her debut now?" Ximeng shrugged. "Isn't it some saying, not getting older, just fans coming late? Do you lack a place to dance?" Huaheng asked. Ximeng shook his head. "Not really, but making money from Hua Yunyuan sounds good to me." Huaheng narrowed his eyes. "His money is dirty." As they were talking, Hua Yunyuan arrived, accompanied by Hualwan. When Hualwan saw Huaheng, her heart churned with complexity, and she looked down without saying a word. Hua Yunyuan, on the other hand, graciously shook hands with Ximeng. "How about it, Mr. Shi?" Ximeng smiled. "I've thought about it, but I don't need to. Huaheng found me a venue. You should keep your place for the residents of Rong City." The real estate market wasn't thriving, and not many in Rong City could afford homes. Ximeng was effectively slapping Hua Yunyuan in the face. Hua Yunyuan held his temper. "It's all good since Hua and Zhengyo are one big family." Liang Zishuan chuckled. This old man really knew how to talk. There were many commercial elites at the golf course, and Hua Yunyuan was clearly not there for Ximeng. He turned to find someone else. Hualwan didn't follow him and stayed by Huaheng's side. "Is something up?" Huaheng didn't turn around. Hualwan fidgeted with her fingers. "Third brother, I have something to say to you." Huaheng replied, "Say it here then." Hualwan took a deep breath and mustered her courage. "It's about Yu." Upon hearing that, Huaheng stopped what he was doing. He removed his gloves, grabbed the water on the table, and walked toward a corner. Ximeng leaned over to Liang Zishuan. "Did you get any useful information out of him?" Liang Zishuan replied, "Not only did I not get anything, but I was also humiliated. Be careful, maybe what he says will rip your heart into pieces." Ximeng said, "My heart is made of steel, nothing can break it." Liang Zishuan scoffed and jabbed at his wound. "Your ex-girlfriend ran away." Ximeng. In the corner. Hualwan gathered her courage. "Brother, I heard some things about Yu." Huaheng gripped the bottle tightly and gulped down half of it before saying, "Speak up." Hualwan was still hesitant. Huaheng sat down in a chair, stretching out his legs. "I don't like people who hesitate and drag their feet." Hualwan took another deep breath, closed her eyes, and blurted out, "I heard she's been intimately involved with many men." This rumor had long circulated within their circle. She was capable and beautiful, which naturally invited jealousy, and rumors started spreading, with many believing she had used men to climb up the ladder. The water bottle in Huaheng's hand crumpled under his grip, and his voice carried anger. "Who told you this?" Hualwan knew her brother must be furious. After all, no one could bear knowing that someone close to them had such impure associations. She felt like she'd won her bet. Her biological mother. That made the claim much more credible. Huaheng asked coolly, "Are you sure you heard it correctly?" Hualwan nodded. Absolutely certain. Actually, she wasn't entirely sure, but she'd picked up enough to know that Yu wasn't exactly an upright person. Huaheng sneered. "Why tell me this?" Hualwan wore an air of righteousness. "Brother, I know she has helped Zhengyo a lot, but I don't want you to be deceived by her." Chapter 95. Yu looks so cool riding a motorcycle. Huaheng's palm tightened again and again, watching the woman opposite him with contempt. Did she really think Huaheng was a fool to be slaughtered at will? After a long while, he sneered mockingly, is it really true? Huelwan's heart leapt with joy, thinking that Huaheng was genuinely interested. She embellished further, there's absolutely no mistake about it. Moreover, I've heard that when she was 13 years old. Before she could finish her sentence, Huaheng suddenly stood up, his large hand gripping her neck as if he had exerted all his strength. Huelwan felt herself being lifted entirely off the ground. This corner was far from where people were playing golf. No matter how she struggled, no one noticed. Her throat constricted by the grip, she couldn't speak, desperately flailing her arms in an attempt to break free. In an instant, her face turned pale from red. Struggling mightily, she beat on Huaheng's wrists, calling out faintly like a mosquito buzz, unintelligible and unclear. Brother. Big brother 3. Hearing her voice fading away, Huaheng released her, shaking his hand as if disgusted, still maintaining his cold indifference, as if the outburst wasn't just his. He casually pulled a tissue from the nearby table and elegantly wiped off the foundation powder on his hands, saying coldly, I have told you twice not to badmouth Yuzi in front of me. Huelwan felt like she'd been through hell, bending over and coughing violently, unable to say a single word. Her legs went limp, causing her to slump to the ground, her eyes helpless and lost. Why wouldn't he believe her? What did this Yuzi have that made Huaheng favor her so much? Huaheng didn't care much about his sudden explosion of anger. Squatting in front of Huelwan, he said, you've studied for many years, you should know that hearing is not as trustworthy as seeing. Rumors die before reaching the wise, but there are so few clever people. Although Huaheng doesn't possess supernatural abilities to stop the spread of rumors, he could at least try not letting those around him talk nonsense. Especially regarding the misunderstandings about Yuzi. Fearing in her heart, Huelwan had never thought Huaheng could be so terrifying. For a moment there, she seemed to see the Huaheng of old. When he first arrived at the Hua family, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes vacant of any emotion. But later in their interactions, it became clear he was quite normal. He liked to laugh, help his sister, and would always do what his elder brother asked. Whatever his grandfather instructed, Huaheng followed obediently, including going abroad. After failing his college entrance exam, grandfather said, go abroad to study and gild yourself. Huaheng responded humbly, all right. It was as if he was an item held in the palm of someone's hand, manipulated at will. But over time, Huaheng slowly began escaping from the Hua family's control, becoming audacious and reckless. Hua Yunyuan came along after finishing discussions, walking slowly towards them, clearing his throat. Huelwan, what are you doing sitting on the floor? Huaheng stood up, his gaze piercingly cold, you know well what should be said and what shouldn't. As he passed by Hua Yunyuan, he completely disregarded the man. Grandfather, I've heard that Hua property recently received a substantial amount of funding, congratulations. Hua Yunyuan's mood was excellent, your father was very capable, but your aunt wasn't half bad either. Huaheng chuckled lightly, that's right, if father were looking down from heaven at the great development of the Hua family, he might consider it worthwhile to die. The hand holding the cane of Hua Yunyuan gripped it tightly. Without looking back, Huaheng left. He sent a message to Yuzi and then played some golf with Ximeng and others. Half an hour later, Huaheng packed his things and left. Standing at the entrance of the golf course, he waited for Yuzi to pick him up. In the distance, the rumbling sound of a motorcycle approached. Yuzi wearing a helmet sped like lightning. The motorcycle stopped in a cool scorpion tail maneuver in front of Huaheng. Huaheng put his phone away, a bit cool. Yuzi slightly tilted her chin, of course. She looked towards Ximeng and Liang Zishuan behind Huaheng. Manager Liang, General Manager Hua, hello. Ximeng hurried over, his pupils wide with surprise. Are you riding a motorcycle in shorts? He was very confused. Yuzi countered, what's wrong with that? The summer heat was intense. Ximeng raised an eyebrow, you should wear a leather jacket. Yuzi laughed, no, boss, get on, let me take you for a ride. Huaheng was glad he wore comfortable pants today, able to sit on the bike easily. Embarrassment aside, he climbed on without hesitation, his earlier coldness nowhere to be found as he wrapped his arms around Yuzi's waist. Let's go. Ximeng leaned against Liang Zishuan, sighing, jealous. Yuzi handed Huaheng a helmet, started the motorcycle, and it disappeared at the gate of the golf course. This was the outskirts of Rome City, motorcycles were allowed. All along the way green trees provided ample shade, why would Huaheng need both hands to embrace Yuzi? One hand was more than enough to encircle her slim waist. Yuzi didn't notice the strange movement of the person behind her, happily riding ahead. 2 years ago, she had already obtained her motorcycle license but didn't have a bike and thus lacked opportunity. Yuzi wasn't only poor, she was also frugal. Just now, when Huaheng sent her a message asking her to come pick him up. Initially, she intended to drive, but upon spotting the motorcycle in the parking lot, she decided to ride it over instead. Although the summer was scorching, the feeling of riding a motorcycle was simply too exhilarating. Huaheng's large hand roamed over Yuzi's abdomen, there wasn't a trace of excess fat, which greatly improved his mood. While riding a motorcycle might be thrilling, sitting on Yuzi's bike wasn't always reliable. Back at the company, Huaheng got off first. He suppressed his uncomfortable stomach and advised her with a raspy voice sincerely, you'd better not ride your bike next time. Yuzi noticed his discomfort and deliberately teased him, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? You're scared, aren't you? She seemed like a mischievous fox that had caught someone by the tail. Each word she said danced in Huaheng's forbidden zones. Gritting his teeth, Huaheng grabbed Yuzi's neck from behind, leaving her as still as a quail. Her back was one of her sensitive areas, ticklish when touched. I'm sorry, Yuzi almost begged for mercy. Huaheng became addicted to tormenting her. His fingers brushed against her neck like provocation or reassurance. The two resembled lovers teasing each other with playful arguments, having great fun. Shu Wan hid behind the car, barely daring to breathe. She took out her phone, secretly snapped photos, and posted them in a group chat with the caption, "The CP I ship is real." Amid Yuzi's endless pleas for mercy, Huaheng finally let her go, still mouthing off. Yuzi felt drenched in sweat after being tortured, her ears turning red. Huaheng tilde. Her tone was somewhat coquettish, and Huaheng indulged in it. The two then returned to the office together. Before Yuzi even had a chance to sit down comfortably, she received a text message from Yu Zhusheng. "Since we haven't seen each other for so long, why don't we have dinner together?" Chapter 96, A Good Chat with You. After Yu Zhusheng returned to Rongqing, she had been causing trouble for Yuzi. Just as Yuzi was about to decline, another text message came through. "Didn't you always want to know why we were abandoned in M country?" This question had always puzzled Yuzi. When she was young, she happily thought they were going abroad for a vacation, not realizing it was the beginning of her misery. She wanted to know why someone did this. The text refusing the invitation was deleted, and Yuzi replied affirmatively. Yu Zhusheng sent her a location. During the afternoon class, Yuzi was absent-minded. The Grandma Zhu at the orphanage once said, "You are all your parents' treasures. They just deposited you with me, entrusting strangers because they don't trust them." This was the explanation Yuzi heard when she was 5 years old. There were many children at the orphanage, all of them were little items left outside the door. Their memories of their parents faded as they grew older. Yuzi cried and asked Grandma Zhu, "Is what you said true?" Grandma Zhu held her in her arms and wiped away her tears. "Of course it's true. There is no parent in this world who doesn't love their child." Yuzi gave a scornful laugh. "Are there really mothers in this world who dislike their own children?" "Yes, but very few." Yu Zhusheng was one of them. A file transfer sound came from the computer. Chen was highly efficient, and the design for adding advertisements in the talent show program was already ready. Yuzi checked everything over to make sure there were no problems and then let him send it to TO Entertainment's liaison person. Meng was also a man who valued efficiency, and he had already released the audition methods for this talent show before he went home. All handsome boys are warmly welcomed to participate. TO Entertainment big stage, if you dare, come on over. Before leaving work, Yuzi knocked on Hehung's office door. A voice inside said to come in. As soon as Yuzi entered, she heard Hehung scolding someone. "Liangzi, your speed is only good enough for stir-frying vegetables or trading stocks. Forget about playing games. The keyboard has an accelerator key installed for you, yet you still lose. Director Shi, haven't you used Thumbelina for too long and got rusty?" He idly tapped the keyboard, nonchalantly staring at the screen. Upon seeing Yuzi entering, he looked up. "Is there anything that needs my signature?" Yuzi didn't approach him and stood by the door. "I have something after work, so you can go back first." Hehung didn't ask for reasons, responded once, and continued to play the game. Then accidentally got killed by the opponent. Liang Zishuan turned the table around. The other side only needed to write "I'm going to kill you" on your forehead. "Are your eyes just focused on your secretary?" Meng, as a person waiting to respawn, laughed heartily upon hitting the table. Hehung put down the mouse. "Both of you deserve it." One girlfriend disappeared, and the other one went on an overseas trip. The two stopped talking. Meng gripped the mouse. "Without love, I naturally become divine. From now on, I'll be the dragon off the waves." After Hehung led them to victory, he lost interest in playing games. After work, Yuzi drove to a Cantonese restaurant. After getting out of the car, she immediately saw Yu Zhusheng waving both hands at the window inviting her in. It seemed like they had forgotten their previous unpleasantness. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Yuzi's mouth as she carried her bag inside. Sitting across from Yu Zhusheng, a waiter poured a cup of cool tea. Yu Zhusheng took the menu and ordered a few dishes before passing it to Yuzi. "Take a look, is there anything else you want? I just remember you liked these." Yuzi felt a little hurt inside. She counted the dishes, enough to eat. The waiter took away the menu. Yuzi sipped the tea again without looking at the woman opposite her. "What did you bring me here for?" Yu Zhusheng was about to light a cigarette. A handsome young man walked over and stopped her. "Miss, sorry, smoking is prohibited here." Yu Zhusheng seductively tilted her charming eyes and spoke enticingly. "Really?" The young man stammered under her flirtation. Yes, smoking is indeed not allowed." Yu Zhusheng could only put her cigarette away. "All right." Leaning against the chair, she glanced at Yuzi. "Are you so afraid of seeing me?" Yuzi's fingers rubbed the teacup as her gaze pierced through her. "I'm not afraid of seeing you, it's just that seeing you gives me a headache." Her expression clearly displayed her aversion, sincere and earnest. Yu Zhusheng sneered. "Didn't I try out the sincerity of that man for you yesterday? If we look at it this way, the effect was excellent. Since Hehung was protecting Yuzi so much, and even wasn't repulsed by her past, he certainly was a good man." Yuzi smiled. "Is it for me, or just finding an excuse because mocking me isn't working?" The confrontation between the two women seemed like they were continuously stabbing each other. The server first served pineapple sweet and sour pork. Yu Zhusheng took a look. "Here, this is your favorite." Hearing this, Yuzi's expression slightly changed as she sighed. Yu Zhusheng picked up her chopsticks and placed a piece of meat in Yuzi's bowl. This place might not be authentic, but the taste should be similar. It's the best-rated Cantonese restaurant in Rongqing that I could find. Her actions appeared quite genuine. Yuzi picked up her chopsticks and ate the meat in her bowl, then asked again, "Why did you ask me out?" The fact that she could eat the piece of meat already showed great respect for her counterpart. Dishes were served one by one, and Yu Zhusheng politely said thank you. She acted like a normal person. Yu Zhusheng asked, "What benefit did that boy from the Hua family give you to make you work so hard for him?" Yuzi smiled lightly, "A monthly base salary of 10,000. Yu Zhusheng took a sip of cool tea to calm herself. "If I give you 20,000, would you leave that place?" "No, it has nothing to do with how much you give me." "Oh." Yuzi pursed her lips and said sarcastically, "Even if Huaheng gives me 2,000, I will still follow him." In other words, it had nothing to do with the amount of money but everything to do with Huaheng. Yu Zhusheng questioned, "Are you really sure that Huaheng will always stand by your side?" Yuzi raised her eyebrows. If she was uncertain before, after yesterday when Huaheng confronted Yu Zhusheng, she had confirmed that Huaheng would unconditionally stand by her side. Huaheng was cold, but when it came to things he liked, he never gave up easily. Fortunately, she, Yuzi, was among them. It seemed like she hadn't bet on the wrong person. Just not sure whether she was an object or something else. Yu Zhusheng saw the confidence in her eyes and thought about someone who once made her a promise. "I will love you for a lifetime unless I die." The man had handsome features, almost androgynous. She had never seen such a good-looking man. But his sweet talk turned her stomach, along with his good looks that she now despised. Yu Zhusheng tried to calm her inner turmoil. "After all, he does have blood ties with you. One day, conflicts may turn into harmony." This manipulative language was too obvious. Yuzi laughed. "Do you think the two of us can turn conflicts into harmony?" Yu Zhusheng fell silent. The answer was obvious. No. Yuzi's childhood was tragic. She had no mother until she was 5, and then she became a tool used by Yu Zhusheng. Chapter 97. The boss is truly adorable. She had long guessed that all those years, Yu Jubsong took her to Hong Kong merely to find a way into that man's home. Unfortunately, the two of them were tossed across the ocean without even stepping through the door. Being in an unfamiliar place left them with only two outcomes, either rising from the ground or crashing utterly. Yu Jubsong's face showed no expression as she used her chopsticks to pick a piece of meat and chewed on it. "Do you have anything else?" Yuzi was becoming impatient. Every second sitting with her mother was a struggle. Yu Jubsong feigned sorrow and said, "It's not that I dislike you, it's just that you look too much like your father. Every time I see you, I'm reminded of that heartless man." The deeper the love, the sharper the reproach. Even though she hated, she still wanted to be close. In this situation, Yuzi couldn't help but curse, stupid for love. As for the meal on the table, she didn't even have an appetite. Over time, her preferences had already changed. A server brought up a bottle of red wine, and after a few sips, Yu Jubsong showed obvious signs of intoxication. "I know you hate me, but you can't escape the fact that I'm your mother." Yuzi replied coldly, "I've never denied that you are my mother." This woman shattered her original tranquility and even caused a commotion at her workplace for others to mock her. But none of this mattered to her. Yuzi herself has no particular image to maintain. If people want to dig deeper, there are more explosive truths about her yet to emerge. After university started, relying on men for advancement, having no moral compass, these unpleasant descriptions fit her. People's views vary greatly. While some dislike her, others admire her. Yu Jubsong sighed. She could once control the teenage Yuzi by lying to her, and she would believe it. Things are different now. She has grown smarter and won't fall for it anymore. It was late in the evening. Yuzi glanced at her watch and was surprised that it was past 8 o'clock. She stood up, ready to leave. Behind her, Yu Jubsong quietly said, "Under heaven, which mother does not love her child? I love you too." Yuzi treated these words as if they were nothing but a joke. She turned around, her eyes looking at the dish of pineapple sweet and sour pork that hadn't been finished. What I've always liked isn't pineapple sweet and sour pork. Why order what she dislikes? Yu Jubsong paused then smiled, leaning back as if nothing happened. Yuzi despised her indifferent attitude. Despite being a mess inside, she was still pretending. She warned her, "I don't know why you returned to the country, but if one day you do something detrimental to He Heng, I will not let you go." With that, she walked out of the restaurant. Outside, a light drizzle began. She got into the car but didn't start it right away. Out of respect for those years when Yu Jubsong gave her a bite of bread, she wouldn't confront her head-on. The car was stifling hot. Yuzi opened the window, stretched out her hand, and felt the raindrops land in her palm. Sometimes, she envied He Heng. Even though his childhood only lasted 8 short years, it was clearly happier than hers. Her parents loved each other, whereas she doesn't even know who her father is. She only knows that between these two people, one is obsessed with love, while the other is cruelly indifferent. If love ends like this, how terrible it must be. Her thoughts were interrupted by the ringing of her phone. On the call, He Heng spoke with a thick nasal tone. "Yuzi, come and pick me up." Yuzi started the car. "Where are you?" He Heng replied, "BK." Since bank wasn't far from here, Yuzi quickly arrived. As soon as she entered, she saw Shimeng hitting on girls at the bar. Shimeng grabbed her. "Where are we going?" He Heng and the others went to release water. The girl beside him obviously misunderstood and glared at him. "You have a girlfriend and you're still coming on to me? You scumbag." Before her hand could slap Shimeng, Yuzi stopped her. "I'm not his girlfriend." TO Entertainment had sent out casting information in the afternoon. Media reporters, always probing, thought thought Ximeng had changed his sexual orientation and came over to investigate, just in time to witness this scene. Frames of photos clicked incessantly. Yuzi was confused. In the future, she would try to minimize contact with Ximeng since accidental trending isn't uncommon in such situations. That woman had never seen such a scenario before. She instantly thought she had offended a big shot and almost burst into tears. Yuzi released her hand, saying, "Don't worry, these situations are usually blurred." The woman sighed in relief. "Sorry, it was my mistake. I truly apologize." Yuzi yanked Ximeng aside. Ignorance is bliss. When He Hung and Liang Zishuan returned, Yuzi threw Ximeng off and supported her boss. "How much did you drink? Your nose sounds all stuffed." "Not much." After using the restroom, He Hung was much more lucid. He sniffed. "Is it raining outside?" Yuzi said, "Do you have a dog's nose?" He Hung leaned closer, as if sharing secrets with her. He said, "I also know you went out to eat." Yuzi smirked. "Anything else?" When He Hung was drunk, he seemed rather cute, like a big strong man making a fuss. There's also a strong smell of perfume. Yuzi hummed an acknowledgement. She had been sitting with Yu Jubsong for at least 2 hours. They had talked and eaten together, so the fragrance clinging to them was normal. He Hung leaned all his weight onto Yuzi. "My head is spinning." All of Yuzi's previous annoyance vanished instantly, and she couldn't help but feel that He Hung seemed to be acting coy. It was really unbearable. Today, they hadn't gone into a private room, and the music outside was exceptionally loud, so the two of them had to get very close to hear each other speak. "Then let's go home." Yuzi supported him, patting Liang Zishuan who wasn't too drunk. "We're going back now." Liang Zishuan let out a belch. "Take care of him, 1 bottle of marutai." Yuzi asked, "Did he just drink dry?" Liang Zishuan answered, "He didn't eat even a bit of peanut seeds." Yuzi turned her head to look at He Hung, truly amazing, coming to the bar to drink marutai. She helped He Hung sit in the passenger seat, fastened his seatbelt for him, then went to the driver's side herself. On the way, He Hung felt uncomfortable being restrained and wanted to undo his seatbelt. Yuzi saw the traffic police up ahead. "Don't move for now. A drunken person clearly can't figure out what others are doing." The traffic police stopped them, and Yuzi rolled down the window, blowing out a breath. The traffic police glanced at He Hung, reminding them, "Please fasten your seatbelt." Yuzi explained, "He's drunk." He Hung was very cooperative, leaning toward Yuzi. "Let's go home soon, I need to use the bathroom." Yuzi took a deep breath, as He Hung's usually low-pitched voice was extremely sexy at this moment. Plus, he was wearing the black v-neck shirt from this morning, making him even more alluring. Yuzi glanced sideways and swallowed. "Okay, Uncle Policeman, we'll leave now." She couldn't wait to go home to tease He Hung. Because she had never seen He Hung like this before. He was always calm and collected, so it was rare that he was completely drunk today, and she didn't know why. When they were on the elevator, the resident on the 20th floor recognized He Hung at a glance. He laughed. "Drunk?" Yuzi asked, "Do you know him?" Apparently, the people on their floor knew He Hung. That person raised an eyebrow. "The last time I saw him carrying you back." Chapter 98, Entanglement. Yuzi had no memory of this scene at all. She smiled. Then he must be pretty strong. Hua Hung drank wine and his body felt burning hot and heavy, about to fall down immediately. Yuzi hooked her right hand around his waist to stabilize him with difficulty, which was also her limit. His shirt somehow became wrinkled at some point, and Yuzi's fingertips touched Hua Hung's scorching skin. She rubbed it a bit. Indeed, the boss has quite a slender waist. Could this be the legendary male model waist? Yuzi shamelessly touched it again, and Hua Hung emitted a sound of comfort and satisfaction. The man in front turned back, his face filled with pleasure. Young couples really have good feelings. For the first time, Yuzi felt that the elevator going up was so slow. Hua Hung exhaled on her neck, almost making her want to ravage him. The relationship between the two could not be called boyfriend-girlfriend, yet it constantly fluctuated between being lovers and superior-subordinate relations. They reached the 18th floor, and Yuzi dragged Hua Hung down. That person waved their hand. "Have a pleasant evening." An expression more excited than Yuzi appeared on his face. Yuzi. There were only 2 households on the 18th floor, and Yuzi's place was on the right. Hua Hung's entire body leaned on her. He usually works out, belonging to the type that appears slim when dressed, but muscular when undressed. He has a high muscle content and is quite heavy. Although Yuzi is strong, she couldn't handle it all at once. The two stumbled and Yuzi was pushed against the wall by Hua Hung. It hurt her so much that she showed her teeth through her lips. Hua Hung supported himself with both hands against the wall, trapping Yuzi in his embrace. Originally, it seemed something might happen, but suddenly Hua Hung belched. A strong smell of alcohol. Yuzi frowned. "Why did you drink so much?" In her memory, Hua Hung has never been this drunk before. Foreign countries don't have a drinking culture, and Hua Hung wouldn't drink much during cooperation talks, just tasting lightly until the point was made. After returning to the country, Hua Hung had some money and hired those who could drink a lot for cooperation discussions. Yuzi didn't know what level of alcohol tolerance Hua Hung had. Hua Hung's eyes were red at the corners, and he smiled, almost making Yuzi unable to resist. Truly eye-catching. "What did you do today?" Hua Hung asked, reaching out to touch her cheek. The heat from his fingers contrasted sharply with Yuzi's icy cool little face. Hua Hung felt as if he found a refrigerator, both of his hands pressed against Yuzi's face. Yuzi pouted. "I went out and gave Yu Zhuxing an ultimatum." Hua Hung nodded. Yuzi softly said, "You should get up, I'm opening the door." How inappropriate. Just as she was saying that, the elevator rang again, and up came Janziu. When he saw Yuzi, his heart skipped a beat. At this moment, he finally realized that Yuzi hadn't lied, they were together. He didn't say anything and directly opened the door of the neighboring room. As soon as he entered, Janziu leaned against the doorframe, took a deep breath, and looked through the peephole. Outside, the two people had already returned home. Janziu laughed at himself. He had heard about Yuzi long ago, and they were all unfavorable rumors. He approached Yuzi with prejudice, but through her daily actions, he learned that she wasn't as bad as the rumors said. One day, he finally realized that he liked that girl, who was cleaner than anyone else. Even though others threw dirty water on her, she faced it with composure. Few could fully accept such things. He spent great effort buying his friend's house, thinking he would be the one close enough to take advantage of proximity first. Unexpectedly, Huaheng had already moved into her place. After returning to the house, Huaheng still wanted to cling to Yuzi. Yuzi took him to shower, removing the smell of alcohol from his body. Huaheng knew what he was doing and automatically started undressing. His hands touched the buttons of his chest and slowly unbuttoned them. The chest muscles were exposed first, then the abs, all the shirt buttons were undone, revealing solid muscles. Yuzi didn't rush to leave, she just stared. After Huaheng took off his shirt, he was about to take off his pants. Yuzi covered her eyes but spread her fingers, waiting until Huaheng was left only in his underwear. He stopped moving, looking at Yuzi confused, maintaining the little rationality left. What are you standing here for? Yuzi slightly curved her lips. I'm afraid you'll get drunk, your cerebellum will fail, and you'll lose balance while walking. After finishing, she herself laughed. She really was a kind person. Huaheng walked barefoot into the bathroom. Even while drunk, he still maintained the awareness of a boss, refusing to completely embarrass himself in front of subordinates. The bathroom door wasn't closed. Yuzi stood at the entrance. Boss, don't fall. Huaheng used cold water for his shower, rinsing his body to calm himself down. He looked towards the door, and there Yuzi casually observed him, her eyes resembling those of a female vagrant. Huaheng's eyes changed, making it impossible to guess his emotions. He gestured with his fingers, and Yuzi obediently walked in, asking, does the boss need me to scrub your back? Huaheng's shower head sprayed over his abs, the water danced on them like a rave party. Yuzi swallowed. She had touched this waist earlier, rode it before. Now upon closer inspection, her mouth watered. Huaheng reached to feel his abs, and Yuzi fixed her eyes on his hand. She thought that since they were pretending to be a couple, it should be fine to touch him. With that thought in mind, she acted on it. Huaheng felt like he was playing with fire, his breath catching for a moment. Yuzi thought he was drunk and easy to take advantage of, but Huaheng knew he was mostly sober by now. He felt an itch around his waist and asked Yuzi in a hoarse voice, how does it feel? Yuzi was almost drooling, finally understanding why Lu Ting recommended the abs pictures to her. They were impressive. Pretty hard. She poked with her fingertips. Huaheng loosened his grip, and the shower water directly soaked Yuzi's clothes. Yuzi stepped back. Cold water? Are you crazy? Huaheng didn't say anything. It had come this far, so he could only pretend to continue, otherwise, it would get awkward for both of them. Shaking his head, he indicated he didn't notice any change in temperature. Yuzi went over to adjust the water temperature for him, saying, you'll catch a cold. Huaheng was in a great mood. The water accidentally splashed onto Yuzi's legs again, and he seemed to enjoy teasing her. Yuzi consoled him, don't mess around. Suddenly, Huaheng hugged her, I'm so hot. Cold water might clear his mind, but hot water only made the steam rise around him, doing nothing to calm his restlessness. Yuzi held the shower head, unsure what to do, as her body also felt overheated. Huaheng noticed the changes in his own body and moved away from Yuzi, saying, you'd better go out, I need to take a shower. Yuzi thought men were quick to change their minds. As she left, she reminded him, call me if you need anything. Huaheng obediently nodded. After Yuzi closed the door, he let out a sigh of relief. Before, he could pride himself on good resistance and self-control, but now he discovered some things were just beyond control. Damn physiology. After leaving, Yuzi first took a bottle of water from the fridge. She then pulled out her phone and sent a message to Liang Zishuan, who wasn't too drunk. Why did Huaheng drink so much today? 10 minutes later, after finishing his shower, Liang Zishuan replied to Yuzi. He bet with Simon. Yuzi was puzzled. My boss never loses. Liang Zishuan, it's true. Today was a bit unusual. Sometimes, men want to lose when they're feeling down. There was a knock at the door, and Yuzi opened it. Janziu stood there holding a thermal bucket, saying, I smelled alcohol earlier and thought you must have been drinking. This is sober-up soup. Yuzi looked at him, I didn't drink. Janziu retracted his hand, then give it to Mr. Hua. Yuzi admired the boy's persistence. She harbored grudges and remembered the look of disdain and seriousness on Janziu's face when he found out she was Zhongyu's secretary. Chapter 99, Want to give it a try? She declined politely with a friendly smile that didn't allow for refusal. Mr. Hua doesn't like ginger. Even through the thermal cup, one could smell the scent. Zhonziu awkwardly took it back. He didn't know why Yuzi held such a strong bias against him. Seeking death by any means. He chuckled dryly. I wonder what wrong thing I've done to make you dislike me so much. Yuzi massaged her temple with her index finger. Do you want to know? Zhonziu nodded. Though both were of similar age, Yuzi had experienced far more than Zhonziu and could be considered a veteran. She hadn't planned to invite the person waiting at the door inside. Do you remember when you first found out that I was secretary to Huaheng? Zhang Ziyu hummed in agreement, not understanding its relevance. Yuzi smiled. At that moment, you must have looked down on Huaheng's secretary. Zhang Ziyu had never thought his inner thoughts would be revealed. His family was also a well-known enterprise in Rongqing, and from a young age, he attended various events with his parents, learning to observe others and hide his emotions. Yet all this had already been noticed and brutally exposed by others. Zhang Ziyu felt as if there was something stuck in his throat, rendering him temporarily speechless. Yuzi, however, wasn't about to let him off easily. Once, during your gathering in the next room, the art department had gathered together for an event. Zhang Ziyu waited anxiously for the next sentence. Yuzi said, you might have gotten used to looking down on everyone else, showing no gentlemanlike behavior in offering help. Having been around Huaheng for many years, she saw mostly contracts and enjoyed paying attention to details. There was once an article called Details Decide Success or Failure. Zhang Ziyu performed poorly in every detail. These flaws gradually magnified, leaving her with no good feelings toward him, even avoiding making friends altogether. Yuzi, came Huaheng's voice from behind her. Huaheng was already walking over, furrowing his brows at Zhang Ziyu standing by the door but saying nothing. Zhang Ziyu withdrew his hand holding the sobriety soup, noticing Huaheng wasn't wearing a shirt upstairs, and then seeing Huaheng's physique, feeling inferior. With forced laughter, he said, excuse me for disturbing. As Zhang Ziyu left, he could still hear Huaheng say, randomly opening the door to strangers in the middle of the night. Yuzi closed the door, and though he couldn't clearly hear what she said, I opened the door because I recognized someone from the company, Yuzi explained. Huaheng wiped his hair, now mostly sober. Despite his unbalanced body, his mind was clear. You didn't use to say how much you liked younger brothers? Huaheng's words carried a hint of jealousy. Yuzi carefully pondered their meaning. When did I ever say that? Huaheng has a good memory. During Fu Shijun's wedding, the air was filled with the scent of shower gel. Yuzi leaned closer. Do you care about your secretary's preferences too? She deliberately leaned close and sniffed. Huaheng narrowed his eyes. For a moment, he suspected that Yuzi had done it intentionally, but he couldn't find evidence. He pushed Yuzi against the wall. Intentionally? Strictly speaking, they had already surpassed the proper relationship between boss and secretary. Yuzi doesn't believe in love but trusts her instincts, liking this kind of feeling. That day's scene where Huaheng forcefully kissed her was vivid in her mind, so she slightly rose up and kissed Huaheng lightly on the mouth. Alright, stop being jealous, old man, you're still charming. Before Huaheng could react, Yuzi ran back into the room. Huaheng laughed softly. Yuzi grew up in a poor environment but never complained about it, adapting to everything effortlessly. As long as she wanted, any man would become a vassal under her charm. Yuzi grabbed her clothes, feeling frustrated, all because Zhang Ziyu interrupted her enjoyment of watching Huaheng. Now that she's awake, how can she continue teasing? Yuzi went to the bathroom with her clothes, and Huaheng was calling someone in the living room. He sat on the couch, naked from the waist up, wearing only shorts, with a lazy posture reminiscent of decadent opulence. Yuzi didn't dare look long, fearing she'd start bleeding from her nose. Huaheng listened as the other person on the phone spoke. I heard someone from the Shu family is coordinating with Hu Corporation. I wonder if it has anything to do with that woman. Huaheng shook his head. If they cared so much about Yu Zhuxing, they wouldn't have abandoned her in the US for so many years. Xu Jiming, who has renounced the world, wouldn't go to such lengths for Yu Zhuxing. However, the mystery surrounding the situation was increasing. And inside the bathroom, the person with the most heart for trouble was Yuzi. Despite impending chaos, Yuzi maintained a cheerful mood. The person on the other end continued, what should we do since Hua Yunyun has hired a private detective to investigate Nankland issues? Huaheng grabbed a toy on the sofa, one that he and Yuzi had won from a claw machine previously. It fit snugly in his hand. Just tell him, and let him know that Fu Shijun is supporting it. Hua Yunyun wouldn't oppose Fu Shijun. The person on the other end agreed. Huaheng asked him, how about digging dirt on the woman who helped rescue Yu Zhuxing last time? The person on the other side chuckled. You know, this woman has some skills. Her name is Zheng Lu. She's higher up than Mr. Fu and has a complex network of connections. There's no solid evidence linking her to these people, but with my keen sense, I think she's definitely not clean. Huaheng scoffed. Stick to the topic. The man coughed once, no longer joking around. This woman also knows Hu Jingxin. Just as he finished speaking, the bathroom door opened, and Yuzi, wearing shorts, walked into the kitchen for a drink. Yuzi asked curiously, what do you mean by The person on the other end clearly became excited. Is there a woman there? He and Huaheng had met in college, one being the Chinese Huaheng who could afford education, and the other being the destitute fugitive Xie Yi. After returning to China, Xie Yi received support from Huaheng, leading to a booming detective career. Huaheng specialized in finding people. It's Yuzi. Huaheng did not intend to hide it. The person on the other end rubbed his aching head. Isn't that girl only a teenager? Huaheng said, she's grown up. The man laughed heartily. Forgot about that. Isn't she getting more beautiful? Huaheng cursed. You talk too much. The two chatted for a while before hanging up. Yuzi approached, standing in front of Huaheng. What did you mean by him earlier? Both of them were dressed rather casually, making it hard to resist temptation. He gestured for Yuzi to come over. Yuzi thought he was about to tell her a secret, but as soon as she got close, her waist was grabbed, causing her body to lean forward slightly. I was drunk and delirious then, but now I'm fully awake. Yuzi held the cup of water, almost spilling it. She mimicked Huaheng's earlier tone, teasing him like fishing. Heng caressed her waist. It's the middle of the night, a man is in your house, and you're dressed so casually. Aren't you worried something might happen? Yuzi seemed to have gotten the upper hand and countered. Would you? Heng raised an eyebrow. Do you want the truth or a lie? The truth. Yes. Heng was straightforward. Except for the final step, they had done everything else. Yuzi whispered with a laugh. Why don't we try it out? Heng gritted his teeth. Did she even realize what she was saying? Chapter 100. Are you crazy? Yuzi smiled sweetly at him and slowly leaned closer. After accidentally responding last time, she regretted it deeply. Today, while Heng was still a little disoriented, there might be an opportunity. Heng stared at her face, wanting to see how far she would go. As their noses touched, Yuzi suddenly stopped. She blinked, but Heng didn't retreat even a step. Her teasing seemed useless. Scared? Heng's low voice carried a tinge of disdain, fully igniting Yuzi's inner competitiveness. She said, who says I'm scared? I'm just uncomfortable in this position. Doing anything required timing, location, and harmony. Kissing was no exception. Heng directly pulled her into his arms. What position do you find comfortable? Yuzi sat between his legs, finding a comfortable position, and wrapped her arms around Heng's neck. She watched those recommended clips from Lu Ting, doing exactly what they showed. Heng still smelled faintly of incense, and the living room lights gradually changed with time. With a clink, the bright white light turned yellow. Just like their posture now, it had a hint of impropriety. Heng chuckled softly. Are you still going to try? Having known Yuzi for so many years, he knew exactly how to stimulate her. In one breath, Yuzi pressed her lips against Heng's thin lips, kissing clumsily. But Heng remained unmoved. Yuzi, the one who got drunk tonight wasn't Heng, but her. Heng had no intention to resist, gently placing his large hand on Yuzi's back, taking control shortly after. A poorly timed ring of the mobile phone startled Yuzi awake as she tried to break free. Heng held her in place, picking up the phone. Meng initiated a video call, and Heng slid his finger to accept. The person on the other side hadn't sobered up yet, red-faced and lying on the tiles, looking like a vagrant. He mumbled, Hey, little three, have you gotten home yet? Your brother is worried about you. When Heng was distracted, Yuzi managed to slip out of his embrace. Her body felt empty momentarily. Yuzi crept back to the bedroom, falling onto the bed with a roll. The thin blanket tangled around her tightly. Outside, people were talking, but Yuzi only heard the sound of lights being turned off, assuming Heng returned to the bedroom. Instead, there came a knock at her door. Buried under the blankets, Yuzi could only grumpily say, I'm asleep. What's up? Heng noticed the brightness through the door crack and lightly laughed. Nothing. Good night. After hearing footsteps fade away, Yuzi rested her head back on the pillow. Even though she'd been in charge earlier, it was the other party who ended up dominating, leaving her feeling as if she'd woven her own cocoon. She forcefully freed her hand and touched her lips, finding it not unpleasant. Yuzi straightened the blanket, got out from underneath it, laid down again properly, turned off the light, and went to sleep. Due to staying up late the night before, dark circles formed beneath her eyes. While brushing her teeth, she asked Heng, why did you drink so much last night? Already dressed, Heng waited for Yuzi, saying, lost a bet. Yuzi spat out some foam. What kind of bet? Do you ever lose? Heng responded, an old bet. Back then, young and inexperienced, he thought he wouldn't ever feel overly strong desire for anyone, wagering a bottle of marutai. Recently, Meng, probably driven by loneliness, dug up high school footage and showed it to Heng. Not yielding, Heng also brought out the old betting video from Meng. He claimed he would definitely pass through myriad flowers without attachment. Host Liang Zishuan declared both of them losers, each owing a bottle of marutai. Heng drank a whole bottle, and Meng, getting drunk, added several more cups, becoming completely unconscious. Seeing that Heng didn't want to tell her, Yuzi didn't ask further, and together they left after applying skincare products. Upon entering the office, Chen rushed over immediately. Director Yu, here's the situation. For the new product, we don't plan on using celebrities. Too many scandals happened lately. It was indeed exhausting dealing with frequent revelations involving celebrity wives. Yuzi asked curiously, do you have a new plan? Chen shook his head. Heng looked at him. Swallowing hard, Chen worried whether his boss would consider him incompetent. Furrowing her brows, Yuzi questioned, so, what are you showing me? Chen grinned, I heard the first advertisement for our company was your work, which created unprecedented revenue. Therefore, I hope you can assist us. Celebrity endorsements, animated characters, conceptual advertisements all had been used before. Technology inherently emphasized innovation, and repetitive advertisements could cause visual fatigue. Yuzi smiled slightly, isn't it time for layoffs in your department? For a moment, Chen didn't understand. What do you mean? Heng gave a soft laugh. He could foresee the next threat Yuzi would issue. Coldly, Yuzi said, our company pays you high salaries. There are 20 people in your department occupying over 100 square meters of office space, yet none of you come up with any ideas. Shouldn't we consider layoffs? At that moment, Chen nearly decided to kill himself to apologize. He had previously asked Yuzi for help, and she was quite communicative. He thought this time would be the same since it was for the company's new product and everyone should contribute a bit. Clearly, he overestimated Yuzi's enthusiasm. Chen face turned bright red. Assistant Yu, sorry to bother you so much, I'll withdraw. After the person left, Yuzi shrugged. The company has been developing well recently, so everyone's a bit relaxed. Huaheng said, maybe you've been too kind lately. Yuzi sat up properly and smiled sweetly. I've always been kind. As Chen Du went downstairs, he ran into Shu Wan. She held the new packaging box design in her hand. What's wrong? You're all sweaty. Assistant, you just mentioned layoffs. Shu Wan gave him a look. It must be because your work efficiency isn't good enough. Chen Du said, even you know that. Shu Wan replied, who doesn't know? Tio doesn't hire idle people. Chen Du sighed, I feel like my brain cells are dying. Shu Wan smiled, isn't that how it is for everyone? She'd been thinking about the new box design for at least a month. After Huaheng arrived at the company, he didn't have much to do except feed the fish and water the plants. He was thinking about going on vacation in a few days. Yuzi called him over to sign some documents. He casually signed them. Is there anything you want to eat? Sushi sounds good. Huaheng nodded. Alright, let me ask Ximeng if there are any good recommendations. While they were discussing where to eat, chaos erupted online. Something big happened with Ximeng. He had just announced the summer lineup of an audition show, but last night he was spotted cozying up with Huaheng. Entertainment gossip spread like wildfire, and the headlines read, Tio Entertainment Air possibly prefers men. It was obvious it was a targeted smear campaign from a rival party. Ximeng didn't intend to clarify things. His reputation wasn't that great anyway, and it could bring attention to his audition show. Why not benefit from it? Suddenly, Huaheng became the focal point. Netizens observed everything meticulously. No wonder Shi boss defended Huaheng then, he had ulterior motives. So the rumors back then should have been between boss Shi and Huaheng together, and Meng's sister was merely incidental. 4 years surfing the internet, I never expected such a dramatic twist. Ximeng was enjoying this wave of popularity when he sent a tweet. Thanks, bro, for bringing up the hot search topic. Competitor companies. Wait, is he sick or what? Huaheng called Ximeng. Are you sick or something? Chapter 101, Raspberry Pink Porsche. Ximeng burst out laughing, completely disregarding others' lives. This time, the two of us companies are cooperating for the talent show. I saved a wave of money on trending topics, is that not good? Huaheng leaned against the sofa, while the office projector was playing information about Shuang real estate in recent years. He said, you're really a psychopath. Ximeng replied, I'm a psychopath, it's not like you didn't know this from day one, Mua. Huaheng, get lost. He called to ask Ximeng to take down the trending topic. Ximeng played the family card, last time I bought a painting worth 10 million for you at auction, so what if I ask you for a favor? He even thought this wasn't enough and continued to exaggerate, don't you want to see if Yuzi will get jealous because of this? Huaheng rolled his eyes as a voice came from the speaker. Shuang Real Estate's historic leap originated in 1997, with the decision-maker remaining confidential. Ximeng was still chattering on the phone, but Huaheng couldn't focus. He pressed pause wanting to know what this decision was. I'll hang up first. Ximeng hadn't finished speaking when Huaheng's voice had already faded away. The year 1997 was an important date. Shuang Real Estate made its first donation by purchasing cultural relics for the museum, clearly stating they were gifted by Shuang Real Estate. Subsequently, they invested in repairing cultural relics, gaining fame and promoting their technology. This decision was obviously not made by Shu Jiahui. Huaheng guessed it was probably done by the person who had become a monk. It seemed that Yuzi's talent all stemmed from her father. Just why there wasn't a single mention of Shu Jiming remained a question. Huaheng also considered it might be due to him becoming a monk, so the Shu family found it embarrassing and no longer mentioned this person. He looked at the door, turned off the screen, and Yuzi walked in. She didn't look up but pulled out a tablet. You've already projected it, I've come up with a new promotional plan, what do you think? Huaheng hummed once, do it. Yuzi stood straight. From Huaheng's perspective, she was tall and thin. This time we won't use the previous promotional method. I'd like every employee involved in design to appear on camera explaining the significance of new features. Huaheng nodded, this method was good, Yuzi always had a novel perspective. Yuzi smiled and said, I invited someone to shoot this advertisement. Who? Lu Ting. She studied photography, and Yuzi specifically looked at Lu Ting's Rome University documentary. It was clean, not cluttered, fitting perfectly with Zhongyu's simple style. Huaheng raised his head slightly, let me see her work. Yuzi prepared thoroughly and retrieved it for Huaheng to see. A 10-minute documentary, with great angles, scenery, smooth interviews, and well-utilized lens aesthetics. Huaheng agreed, indeed impressive. Afterward, Huaheng asked her, I see many stars have gone to Hong Kong Disneyland, do you want to play? Yuzi pointed to the blazing sun outside, I wouldn't go in this weather. You would melt just by stepping out. Huaheng, alright, then we won't go. In the afternoon, Yuzi gave Chen Du some advice and warned him that next time there would be such an incident, he should pack up and leave. Chen Du was very grateful. All day, Ximeng remained in the trending topics, showing no sign of letting up. He himself could not have been happier. However, by evening, reporters had photographed Huaheng and Yuzi at a Japanese restaurant. The paparazzi couldn't help but suspect, could it be that the other day President drank himself drunk out of unattainable love and tried to find a replacement through the talent show? Such a wild imagination, even Nua couldn't patch up a hole this big. Yuzi glanced at the comments, is Chairman Shi not planning to explain? Huaheng was talking to a waiter, not paying attention to what Yuzi had said. What? Yuzi repeated herself, chewing on her chopsticks. Huaheng asked her, do you care? Yuzi's expression was faint. No, I understand Chairman Shi's intentions. Isn't it just for promotion? Sometimes Huaheng felt that being too rational wasn't a good thing. People need a bit of madness. Due to overtime today and heavy traffic on the road, they arrived at the restaurant around 11 o'clock. By the time the 12 o'clock bell rang, Yuzi had wolfishly eaten some food. A waiter brought over a birthday cake. Yuzi thought, fortunately, she didn't sing happy birthday, or else the salmon sashimi she ate would have been indigestible. The birthday candle read 24. Yuzi clasped her hands together and made a wish before blowing it out. Unconsciously, she and Huaheng had known each other for quite some time. Huaheng handed her a box, birthday gift. Yuzi's brows twitched. Thanks, boss. She took it and opened it, expecting jewelry or something similar. To her utter surprise, it was a car key. Seeing the logo, Yuzi asked, broken second-hand car? She looked out the window and pressed the car key. The car wasn't nearby. Huaheng, at the apartment building entrance. It was delivered overnight. Yuzi knew how valuable the gift was, but she had no reason to refuse. Her excitement was beyond description. I'll toast to you, boss. The wine glasses clinked, the liquid swirled, and Yuzi took a sip, emitting a sound of satisfaction. The surrounding shops were not closed. The night was just the beginning for the young. Yuzi ate a piece of cake and packed the rest to go, determined not to waste a bit. Both having had drinks, it was impossible for them to drive back. Fortunately, the distance was close, so they decided to walk back. The packed cake box was carried in Huaheng's hand. Yuzi looked up at the sky. 10 years ago on a night like this, she went out to buy a cake. Back then, even eating one piece felt hard. Unbeknownst to her, the wheels of fate had already been turning. 3 months after that birthday, she met Huaheng. He changed the course of her destiny afterward. The sound of a bicycle bell came from behind. A boy in a white t-shirt passed with the evening breeze. Huaheng pulled the person into his arms. Be careful. The youth turned back. Sorry, sister, I'm rushing to the toilet. Yuzi smiled and shook her head. Kids nowadays are so carefree. Recalling her childhood, it was filled entirely with pain. Curious, Yuzi asked, boss, can you ride a racing bike? Since the day she got to know Huaheng, he has always been this way, mature and steady. Except when he played games, which revealed some youthful vibe, mostly he remained so composed. Huaheng nodded. In high school, Meng and I used to ride together. Back then, he liked pretending to be an idiot, otherwise, Huju would target him. The two arrived at the entrance of their apartment building, where quite a number of people were taking photos in front of their building. Yuzi rushed over in her high heels. In a large transparent case stood a dazzling car under lights, surrounded by pink roses as the background, a raspberry pink Porsche. People gathered around to take photos. Yuzi pressed the key in her hand. The car sounded once. Those taking photos made way for her, looking at Yuzi. She was extremely excited. Damn, this color is so cool. Despite her unfortunate childhood, she always liked bright colors, pink beetles, bright clothes, including this raspberry pink Porsche. Huaheng came over and asked, do you like it? Yuzi jumped into his arms. I love it to death. Chapter 102, Sneaking a Peek at Night. Yuzi tightly hugged Huaheng, as if she wanted to hang on him. The moonlight was hazy, and people around them cast envious glances, seemingly saying that this woman was truly happy. Look at her boyfriend and then at the car, who wouldn't fall in love? Huaheng didn't rush to pull her down. Instead, he gently said, I'm glad you like it. Previously, when asked whether Yuzi wanted a Lamborghini, she said the Beetle was quite pretty. It seemed now that she had probably been too tired from riding horses earlier and lost interest in everything. But currently, she was still the same little money lover. Yuzi never refused his gifts, she accepted everything he gave her. As she often put it, accepting a man's gifts makes him happy himself because he feels fulfilled. Commonly referred to as earning a beauty smile, it definitely doesn't mean you should save money for men. After finally hugging enough, Yuzi got down and walked toward the car. How do we open this box? Opening such a big box turned out to be quite tricky. Huaheng took large strides over and pressed a button, slowly revealing a transparent door. Yuzi walked inside, opened the car door, and climbed in. The car was filled with a faint rose fragrance. Yuzi adjusted her seat and felt the extravagance of the atmosphere. Driving around would simply be incredible. She waved her hand. Huaheng, get in. Let's go cruising. You just can't buy a brand new car without showing it off, right? Huaheng got in, opening the passenger side door, adjusting the seat, and fastening his seatbelt. This car could only accommodate 2 people, and he stared at Yuzi's high heels. You shouldn't drive. Yuzi looked down and immediately got out. Help me take the car out, I'll go change shoes. With swift steps, she ran upstairs. People who didn't know her would think she was in a hurry to use the restroom. Back in the room, Yuzi kicked off her high heels and changed into a pair of flats. Finally, Zhang Ziyu heard some commotion from the next door room, but by the time he went outside, they had already disappeared into the elevator. He turned to walk toward the window, noticing a glittery scene downstairs, something he'd seen earlier. He thought someone must have been celebrating a very lavish birthday. When he saw Yuzi getting into the car, he realized whose birthday gift this really was. No wonder Huaheng had been so confident. Compared to Huaheng's overwhelming power, Zhang Ziyu was nothing but a small-time guy. The berry pink-colored car left the neighborhood, and the lit-up box gradually dimmed, symbolizing freedom, a bird that had flown away. Zhang Ziyu mocked himself, he hadn't even had a chance to make his move. Yuzi belonged to Leo Zodiac, brimming with confidence, proud, strong, and domineering. But if she ever decided to act cute, few could withstand her charm. The car sliced through the night, drawing everyone's attention. It became a stunning landscape under the midnight sky. Hua-hung could feel her joy, fitting her name perfectly, carefree and joyful. At the intersection, the car stopped for the red light. A nearby luxury sedan driver rolled down the window and whistled. "Wow, your car is so cool, miss." Yuzi smiled in return. "Yours is good too." Before the man could add anything else, the green light turned on, and she stepped on the gas, speeding ahead. All the cars behind her were left seeing nothing but dust. Yuzi loved thrilling games and was willing to try any adventure. Stopping at the Cross-Sea Bridge, Yuzi halted, touched the steering wheel affectionately, turned around, and blinked at Hua-hung. "I really like this present." Seeing her happiness made Hua-hung happy too, I can tell. They stayed by the river for a while. Standing by the bridge railing, they enjoyed the view beneath. Reflections of lights shimmered on the water surface, and the whole river was aglow with ripples. Hua-hung glanced at his watch. "It's 2 a.m. Yuzi leaned against the railing, turning back. "Good thing I didn't drink much just now, otherwise, would surely get caught for drunk driving." On their way back, Yuzi locked her beloved car carefully before pulling out her phone. Her brother, Hua-ju, also sent her a message wishing her happy birthday. She couldn't be bothered to reply and simply edited the post with a picture of her new car to show off online. News traveled fast in Rome city circles. Within no time, everyone knew about it. Indeed, Hua-hung giving Yuzi a Porsche had sparked envy among many. Luan was angry all night, tossing and turning in bed unable to sleep. Shimeng learned the news only in the morning and was furious. He messaged Hua-hung, asking, "Brother, if you've got money to buy a Porsche, why don't you give me my money back?" Hua-hung replied, "What's a Porsche worth? I really don't have 10 million. Shimeng shot back, "You forced me into this." He bought trending hashtags for several consecutive days, linking his own name with Hua-hung on the top charts. Lu Ting stood under the building of Zhongyu Company, looking up with admiration. She had never known that Zhongyu covered such a large area, likely being the sole enterprise in Rome City to occupy an entire building. A bit timid inside, she registered at the front desk and sat quietly waiting for Yuzi to come down and meet her. Reflecting on the times she had sent roses and bubble tea to Yuzi here before, she now realized how cowardly that felt in comparison. Yuzi went downstairs and immediately spotted Lu Ting, the well-behaved girl. Not being on her own turf, Yuzi felt a bit uneasy. Today, Yuzi wore a pair of pink pants, a white t-shirt, and flat shoes, perfect attire for driving a sports car in the morning, making her look just like a college student. Lu Ting hesitated for a moment, stuttering, "Yuzi? Follow me upstairs," Yuzi said walking ahead. Once inside the elevator, Lu Ting felt much more relaxed and patted her chest. "This place is terrifying." Yuzi laughed. "What's so terrifying?" Lu Ting exaggerated. "Do staff at Zhongyu never smile?" Ding. The elevator dinged as it arrived on the 7th floor where Shuju walked in, holding a computer, completely oblivious to Yuzi's presence, still focused on his own work. Lu Ting remarked, "See what I mean?" Everyone seemed busy with their own tasks, none looking particularly relaxed. Yuzi explained, "There's a new product launch in September, everyone's preparing for it. Being serious is normal." As the elevator doors opened, Shuju was the first one out, heading straight to Hua-hung's office. Yuzi shrugged. "You can see we're all very busy." Yuzi let her sit down and asked, "What would you like to drink?" Being alone together now, Lu Ting felt much more comfortable and took a look around. It was often said that high places were lonely, but the scenery here was exceptionally nice. "I'll take an office cup of coffee with some PPT, Lu Ting said naturally. Yuzi made 4 cups of coffee. Shuju probably came up for something major, this might take a while. Lu Ting put down her bag on her shoulder. "I'm exhausted, the camera is so heavy." "Yuzi, we're just here to discuss the plan today, why did you bring the camera?" "Lu Ting, who wouldn't want to come to Zhongyu? I have to take pictures to show off when I go back." After finishing the coffee, Yuzi knocked on the office door first. When she entered, Hua-hung and Shuju were closely huddled together discussing something. "Boss, your coffee." Hua-hung hummed without raising his head. Lu Ting sipped the coffee and, seeing Yuzi come out, she pulled out something from her bag. "Sister Yuzi, since I know it's your birthday today, here's a gift for you." Yuzi took it, "Thank you." She was about to open it when Lu Ting quickly stopped her. "Look at it when you get home tonight." What inappropriate thing could it be? Lu Ting grinned wickedly. "What do you think of me, really?" She awkwardly took a sip of coffee. Yuzi eyed her appraisingly. "Do I believe you?" Chapter 103, Personally Picking Coriander for You. Yuzi asked Lu Ting about his first impression of Zhongyu and then called Chen to come up. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ting said, "I feel that your place is particularly clean here. The overall atmosphere is very comfortable and has a strong sense of technology, especially the building's exterior, which is even more beautiful." Of course, these were just surface observations. Lu Ting shrugged. "With this office background, we'll definitely be able to take good interview shots." When Chen came in, he first looked around to see if Hua-hung was outside. After confirming that Hua-hung wasn't there, he sighed with relief. Although the president didn't directly liaise with them, he was indeed intimidating. Yuzi called him, "Manager Chen, why are you acting so timid?" Being called like this, cold sweat ran down Chen Du's face. He had a strong premonition if this project did not go well, he would have to pack up and leave. "Is General Hua not coming today?" Chen Du walked over and asked. Yuzi sipped on her coffee, "He's here, discussing matters with Shuju." Chen Du made an acknowledging sound before noticing Lu Ting. Who might this be? Lu Ting gave a faint smile. Hello, I am the photographer for this advertising campaign. Chen Du responded with a hello. Though Lu Ting was puzzled, he didn't say anything. Yuzi took out the design drawings handed over by Shu Wan. This is the appearance of the new product, made by the design department. This is the proposal for the new features. She went over all the details of the new product so that Lu Ting could choose materials. Lu Ting asked, did everyone from each department participate? Yuzi flipped through the files. The receptionist and security guards didn't participate. Lu Ting understood. Let's highlight the product through interviews. For the background, I think the hall looks nice enough. It matched perfectly with the theme of this product, simple and elegant. Complicated things make people feel tired when seen or used. Simplicity leads towards physical and mental relaxation. Chen Du squatted beside the coffee table, taking notes on his tablet, resembling a little dog. Huaheng and Shu Ju came out at this moment and witnessed this scene. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, Chen Du lamented how hard it was to earn money. Shu Ju didn't linger and walked away directly. Walking in front of them, Huaheng asked, what are you doing there? Yuzi still had half a cup of coffee left. Looking up she replied, we're discussing the advertisement. Huaheng questioned again, discussing the advertisement, but manager Chen is squatting on the ground. Chen Du forced a laugh, my butt hurts from sitting, so I'm squatting for a while. Not understanding their company's subtle atmosphere, Lu Ting continued talking about the progress of his shooting, the slogan designs, and how many seconds each person needed. These were all important aspects. Standing for too long, Huaheng simply sat next to Yuzi to listen together. Lu Ting felt pressured as well. Since hearing from her uncle about how capable Huaheng was, she no longer dared to act freely in front of Huaheng. The situation is as such. Do you have any other suggestions? Lu Ting swallowed her saliva and then felt that wasn't right, so she changed her words. Is there anything else you want to add? Yuzi turned to Chen Du, manager Chen. Do you have anything more? Shaking his head, Chen Du said, I think this works fine. We can supplement during the shooting if there are issues. He was eager to leave. Once confirmed there were no problems, they would need to communicate with representatives appearing in the advertisement. Chen Du quickly walked away. Upon completing his task, Lu Ting was invited by Yuzi for lunch. I heard that the cafeteria in Zhongyo is extremely delicious. Lu Ting's mouth watered. Yuzi gathered her things. I'll have someone show you around the company later to check the shooting location. She completely ignored Huaheng. Indeed, a diligent working woman is most enchanting. Huaheng felt slightly discontented, though Yuzi didn't notice, Lu Ting did. She even wanted to compliment herself on being clever, waving her hand saying, Sister Yuzi, I know you're busy, let the person from earlier take me around, okay? Thinking she still had land plots related to Nanchu to handle, Yuzi nodded, that works. Poor Chen Du hadn't even rested properly yet and was called back upstairs to accompany Lu Ting. Only after everyone left did Huaheng ask Yuzi, did everything go smoothly? Very smoothly. Yuzi stood in front of her desk flipping through documents. Huaheng followed her like a shadow. This needs your signature. Yuzi flipped it open and pointed at the signing area. Without even glancing, Huaheng signed immediately. Yuzi paused. Boss, aren't you worried about signing an unequal treaty? Huaheng responded, would you deceive me? Yuzi moved closer to him, her eyes tails hooking like a little fox, of course not. Just as the atmosphere reached its height, Huaheng's phone rang at an inopportune moment. He pinched Yuzi's cheek. Good job. Huaheng picked up the phone. Xie, you'd better have something urgent to tell me. Xie leisurely trimmed his nails using speakerphone. It's absolutely great news. Huaheng returned to the office. Tell me. Xie sighed. Why were you so harsh with someone just now? Huaheng snapped. Didn't you see the trending topic? Xie burst out laughing. You've been on the hot search for days. I thought you really liked men. Did you have any thoughts about me back then? Huaheng. What kind of people are around me? I'll hang up if you don't say anything. Xie finished trimming his nails. Alright, I found some videos where Zhenglu shows her face. Huaheng stopped in his tracks. Are you sure? Xie assured, trust me. The stuff I found is explosive, she's all over different men. Send them to me. Alrighty. Huaheng doesn't intend to target women, everyone has their struggles. But this woman always opposes Fu Shijun. If she started a conflict, she should foresee the outcome. You can't wrap fire in paper. If she had behaved herself, this matter could have been ignored. Xie hung up, and Huaheng checked the time. It was 12 noon. He stepped out. Shall we go eat? Yuzi, in a sec. At the restaurant, they happened to meet Lu Ting. She had already become good friends with Chen Du and tactfully didn't disturb Yuzi. It was Yuzi's birthday today, and all the staff knew. They specially made her a bowl of longevity noodles. This is part of Zhongyo's corporate culture. Employee registration forms do serve a purpose. Only Yuzi doesn't like coriander. Huaheng saw her frown and instantly knew what was bothering her. He picked up the bowl and used his chopsticks to remove all the coriander. Since then, the rumors online that Huaheng liked men collapsed without needing a fight. As the leader of the CP fans, Shu Wan was most relieved. Now she can eat in peace. Yuzi rested her chin on her palm, enjoying the visual impact of Huaheng removing the coriander. She sighed, boss, whoever marries you in the future is truly blessed. So many times, Hua Yunyuan has demanded he enter into an arranged marriage, wanting to control his destiny. He even suspected that Huaheng and Yuzi were involved romantically. If that were true, wouldn't Hua Yunyuan be furious? Alright, eat now. Chapter 104, Boss, hug you. Yu Zixin ate her noodles with satisfaction, skipping the cilantro. I'm really happy with how my birthday turned out this year. Hua Heng remembered something. We'll head over to my villa later tonight. Yu Zi paused mid-noodle slurp, lifting her head with what seemed like heavy reluctance. Are you going back there to live? Other employees who had finished eating carried their dishes past their table. They overheard their boss say clearly, "Do you miss me?" Yu Zi took another bite and suddenly found it bland. She added more chili and vinegar. It's been a month already. I bet the smell in your house has long dissipated. After Huoluan's harassment, Hua Heng felt his entire house was tainted. He still berated Shu Ju this morning for an unreasonable product design, but now his mood had improved significantly. Even seeing Yu Zi's little expression sufficed. I'm just going back to pick something up, Hua Heng explained. After finishing their meal, Hua Heng and Yu Zi went upstairs. Lu Ting said goodbye to Yu Zi, planning to come back in 2 days to shoot the advertisement. Yu Zi asked if she needed a ride. Lu Ting shook her head. No need. I'm already at the foot of the building. Just as she walked out, she saw a red-dressed woman wearing sunglasses approaching the reception desk. Yu Zhuxing held a thermos in her hand, telling Zhong Rong, I want to see Yu Zi. Zhong Rong followed the procedure, asking her, did you make an appointment this time? She remembered the last incident when this woman caused a scene and glanced nervously at the thermos in her hand, fearing that its contents would be splashed onto her face. Yet, she remained calm on the surface. Yu Zhuxing pointed at the phone on her desk, call your Miss Yu and tell her that Yu Zhuxing is here for her. After confirming that she could go up, Zhong Rong opened the card swipe access to the upstairs, please proceed. When Yu Zhuxing exited the elevator, she saw Yu Zi shaking the thermos in her hand. Are you busy? Yu Zi looked up, millimeter. Recalling how Yu Zhuxing caused a commotion downstairs last time, drawing everyone's attention, this time Yu Zi didn't want anyone else to know how irrational she was. Yu Zhuxing sat down. An hour passed after Yu Zi finished her work, and she looked up at Yu Zhuxing. That person casually flipped through a magazine with one leg crossed over the other, appearing like an educated woman. It was certainly difficult for her. Yu Zi approached her. Is there something you need? Yu Zhuxing nudged the thermos toward her. Since it's your birthday today, I made you some scrambled eggs and rice. The small thermos seemed far from effective at keeping things warm in Yu Zi's eyes. She had always guarded against Yu Zhuxing's advances, ever since losing trust in those around her during her 14th birthday. From a different perspective, even the closest relatives could deceive, let alone others. Yu Zhuxing noticed her caution and laughed. You can rest assured, I didn't poison it. Yu Zi still refused the fried rice. I know you wouldn't poison it, but I've already eaten. Is there anything you want to talk about? Clearly, they were the closest people in the world, yet the affection between them felt separated by an unbridgeable chasm, no one willing to step across. Yu Zhuxing pulled out a cigarette from her bag. Smoking is prohibited here, Yu Zi warned. Yu Zhuxing hesitated in her movement. Does your boss not smoke? Yu Zi sighed. He won't do it here. Alright. Yu Zhuxing put the cigarette away. I have nothing in particular, I just wanted to check on you. If before she hadn't understood why Yu Zhuxing returned to China. Now Yu Zi understood. This person simply came to taunt her, aiming to drive her to mental collapse, making her recall past events. Over and over again reminding her, you're someone who originated from filth, impossible to cleanse. Hua Heng emerged from his office, noticing Yu Zhuxing's poor mood. Why are you here? Yu Zhuxing couldn't stand people like Hua Heng. She also disdained Hua Yunyuan. They were all corrupt capitalists in her eyes. I came to see my daughter, she said so confidently, as though she truly regarded Yu Zi as her daughter. Hua Heng chuckled. He always thought Yu Zhuxing was exceptionally brazen. Though the Shu family had ruthlessly exterminated her, she wasn't afraid. Like an indestructible cockroach. Hua Heng believed this person held some kind of immunity card. You can visit. Hua Heng glanced at the thermos, but leave this sort of thing for yourself to eat. What if it's poisoned? I don't want my little secretary getting poisoned. His words were laced with subtle mockery. The title of little secretary was enticing amid the otherwise stagnant atmosphere. Yu Zhuxing arched an eyebrow seductively, standing up and dusting off her clothes. As she was leaving, she turned back. Hua Heng, do you really think your parents' death was just an accident? What do you mean? Hua Heng stopped her. What had Yu Zhuxing learned? Even tigers do not eat their own young. Hua Heng never believed Hua Yunyuan would tamper with his own son's car. If Yu Zhuxing said this, the information must not be unfounded. Yu Zhuxing stepped closer. Tell me what you intend to use the land in Nanchu for, and I will tell you the answer. The area in Nanchu has already been completely cordoned off, and no one knows what it will be used for. When Hua Heng was thinking about problems, he would always twirl the prayer beads on his wrist. He walked beside Yu Zhusong. If you want it, I can use it as your graveyard. Yu Zhusong didn't expect Hua Heng to speak so crudely, leaving her speechless. She glanced at Yu Zi. No wonder you're different now, it must be because you've spent too much time with a bastard. Hua Heng had heard this many times before, and it didn't bother him. But Yu Zi recalled how Chen Kaisin mocked Hua Heng for being a bastard last time, which made him very sad. And who else could comfort him when he felt sad, but not her adorable secretary? She walked in front of Yu Zhusong. Chen Mengqi and Hua Jingyun are legally married. How does my boss have any relation to a bastard? One pair of fists is no match for two. Yu Zhusong remembered that silver-tongued man whose face merged with Yu Zi's. She felt a bit dazed, unable to figure out why that man was so heartless, just like Yuzi, lacking in human warmth. You're just like your father. She originally intended to target Yuzi but found herself counterattacked. Huaheng watched her head toward the elevator. Take the thing you brought here and leave. Throw it away. Yu Zhusong left without looking back. Huaheng walked ahead of Yuzi, showing concern. Are you unhappy? Such a nice birthday was completely ruined by this woman. There was no way she could be happy. Yuzi shook her head. She had long been accustomed to Yu Zhusong's mood swings. As a child, she understood far more than kids her age, yet Yu Zhusong was still dissatisfied, beating and cursing her. The neighbors came over upon hearing her cries. Yu Zhusong claimed it was the TV sound. 6-year-old Yuzi had no ability to resist, and where could she run to after escaping? Yu Zhusong would scare her every night, saying, everyone here is bad, those men can crush you with one hand. A neighbor was a domestic abuser, hitting women daily, and Yuzi had witnessed it. Afraid of finding someone worse than Yu Zhusong outside, how dared she go out? How could there be parents who don't love their children in this world? Or maybe she wasn't Yu Zhusong's daughter at all since they looked nothing alike. Chapter 105, Unrequited Love. Yuzi silently lowered her head, the clean floor reflecting her exhaustion. A perfectly fine birthday had been interrupted, and no one would be happy about that. Huaheng pulled her head to his chest and silently accompanied her in stillness. The smell on him was of blackwood incense. For a period of time, Yuzi enjoyed going to the temple to burn incense and pray, often listening to the abbot there talk about Buddhist scriptures. She herself didn't have much faith, but hearing these things over time gave her an epiphany, allowing her not to dwell too much on past matters. Rise and fall of karmic ties eventually turns to dust. Yuzi moved closer. Huaheng's shirt was thin, she could just hold his slender waist, giving her a sense of security. His chest was beating, with flesh and blood. Huaheng was not the cold-hearted person others made him out to be. He raised his hand, the prayer beads on his right hand touched Yuzi's forehead. She tilted her head slightly, but her hands did not let go. Can these prayer beads really bring good luck? Huaheng glanced at them. They were a birthday gift from Yuzi several years ago, which she said could bring good luck and help one remain calm. At the time, Shimeng also teased, he's already calm, any calmer, and he'd be gone. Of the 4 friends, Fu Shijun seemed mature because of his status, but if it came to the most stable one, that should be Huaheng. He had a state of not being pleased or saddened by external gains or losses. Huaheng looked down, relaxing his brows and laughed lightly. There's been no actual verification. What constituted good luck? Yuzi stepped away from him, grabbing Huaheng's wrist to carefully examine. I've never even properly looked at this thing. What makes it so magical? Huaheng asked her gently. Are you okay? Yuzi quickly composed herself from her sorrow. What was all this anyway? Light rain, sprinkle of water. As long as Yu Zhusong wanted, she could do something more ridiculous. Huaheng reached out and pinched her earlobe. Yuzi, no matter when, I'll always be on your side. The birthday star smiled brightly and beautifully. I trust you, boss. After work, Yuzi drove Huaheng home first. There was a large box by the door. Yuzi was curious. We came back for this. Huaheng nodded, picked it up, put it in the car, let's go. Yuzi acted as the driver and returned again to the 10,000 pagoda apartments. Huaheng set the big box down. Open it. Do you like it? Yuzi pointed at herself. For me? One car wasn't enough. Was there anything else? If so, it was truly something to look forward to. When opened, Yuzi blinked. It was that calligraphy painting by Yoyu. A very simple painting, 2 fish swimming in the water, like a taiji diagram, chasing each other, unable to stop moving. The inscription beside was simply ancient poetry. If love can last for a long time, why must we care if we are together day and night? Yuzi examined it carefully. From this painting, I see unattainable love. Huaheng came out of the room after changing clothes. How do you see unattainable love? According to the information he now understood, Xu Jiming was the owner of this painting, and when Yuzi liked this painting, he immediately realized the shared concept. Perhaps something akin to entanglement. But if Xu Jiming liked Yu Zhusong, how could he let her endure such hardships? And how could he let his own biological daughter wander outside? Yuzi pointed. Look at these 2 fish, they will never meet. Their speed is the same, chase each other without looking back, without stopping or waiting. She found a spot where she wanted to hang it. How about here? The wall next to the living room sofa was empty. I'll help you hang it. Only Yuzi's house didn't even have a toolbox, so Huaheng called Chen to deliver some items. Chenin, going to eat dog food again? By the way, have they made any public announcements yet? His bet was by the end of this year. Yuzi pointed to the inscribed verse beside the painting. Look at this poem. This author must be very certain that the other party loves him, or he loves the other, and doesn't care about being together every day and night. Huaheng sat well waiting for Chen An. In Xie Yi's information, Xu Jiming was quite the heartbreaker. Shimeng barely compared to him. And women rumored to have flirted with Xu Jiming changed at least 3 times per week, each time briefly but always making waves. Xie Yi had even checked those who had retired from the industry. In their accounts, Xu Jiming was an exceptionally good person. Elegant, gentlemanly, handsome, wealthy. He was the symbol of passing through countless flowers and not having a speck of dirt on him, many scandals, but 0 bad reviews. Could someone like this truly love another? And that person be Yu Zhusong? Huaheng rubbed his brow. The doorbell rang. Yuzi opened it to see Chen grinning. Good evening, Assistant Yu. Good evening, thank you for the nails. Chen shook his head. No need to thank me, it's what I'm supposed to do. If you want, I can be the nail that holds the two of you together. However, he didn't say that. On his way out, he waved. Wish you and General Hua a good night's sleep. Yuzi closed the door, rest assured. Hua fixed the nail and hung up the calligraphy painting, and suddenly the living room became more elegant. Yuzi smiled, very nice. It could help improve her appreciation skills and artistic sentiment. While brushing her teeth, Yuzi's Weibo kept popping up messages, all about TO entertainment. The idol program was on the agenda. People were not paying attention to how handsome the idols were, but instead focused on the CP between Hua and Ximeng. For this, everyone came up with a name called #planting trees CP#. No, don't you think it's very realistic? You participate in the selection, I invest. Who does such a thing by burning money for a selection program? Holding high the flag of planting trees CP, but you can't put Hua there just because he is handsome. This incident immediately sparked heated discussions as soon as it came out. The promotion of this program was too well done. Who thought of it? Lu Ting also sent a message to inquire. Ting, is this true? Yuzi, how could it be? Ximeng likes women. Ting, your meaning is? General Hua. Yuzi, that's even less possible. Hua studied abroad where teachers and classmates were quite open-minded, and many boys liked him, but Hua seriously rejected them all. Lu Ting patted her chest. That's fine then. After knowing the answer, she asked again, did you look at what I gave you? I just finished taking a shower and didn't have time to check. Lu Ting got excited, then go check quickly. Yuzi opened what Lu Ting had given her and turned on the hairdryer. The whooshing sound covered up the man and woman in the video. Yuzi frowned while watching, completely unaware that Hua was behind her. When the hairdryer stopped, she scratched her hair. The drama was still going on. Yuzi turned around and was startled. Now she couldn't find an excuse, having been caught red-handed. So you like this kind? Hua teased. Yuzi was both angry and embarrassed, turning off the screen. Why didn't you knock before entering? Hua looked wronged. I knocked for a long time but no one responded. I thought something happened to you. Turned out she was doing something improper. Chapter 106, Go see the boy band. Yuzi pouted and complained. Can't you call me? Hua pointed at the little moon on the screen. You set the do not disturb mode. Yuzi felt so embarrassed after being found out. Yuzi's excuse now looked extremely bad. To avoid the awkwardness, she quickly changed the subject. Do you have something to tell me? Hua stood up straight and stopped teasing her. Let's talk about the trending topic just now. He thought Yuzi would misunderstand, but she was actually enjoying it. What a wolf-hearted guy. She wasn't jealous at all. When their eyes met, Yuzi felt a bit nervous. She thought that after taking a bath, she felt hot again and had sweat on her body. But she still had to answer Hua question. Are you talking about you and President Xi? Isn't there anything that needs explaining? Hua smiled faintly and instantly understood. It turned out Yuzi didn't care about his scandal at all. Last time with Meng Ranqin's scandal, Yuzi didn't show any expression either. For a moment, he couldn't figure out whether she trusted him too much or just didn't care about him and anyone else. Yuzi got up from the chair and tidied up the hairdryer wire. Isn't your trending topic just for fun? President, she really has no dignity just for the sake of popularity. Hua felt a bit better hearing what Yuzi said. At least it proved that she disliked this trending topic. He lost interest in asking further and bid Yuzi goodnight before leaving. After he left, Yuzi sighed in relief. Thankfully, they didn't continue the topic from the previous video, otherwise, she'd go downstairs to the convenience store right now and buy tofu to bash her head in. Hua returned to his room and irritably ruffled his hair. Ximeng always says, you need to fall in love more often, otherwise, you won't understand women's minds. Hua was speechless. He could understand many women's minds, except for Yuzi's who is special. Yuzi attended university but only finished half of it. Don't look at her now living an ascetic life, but she used to do a lot of bad things. When boys pursued her, she made them do this and that. In the end, that boy accused Yuzi of using him. He even made a PPT and posted it on the school forum, which spread widely. Though people in the school came from all over the world, they all shared the same taste for gossip. Yuzi was once cornered in the restroom. She lit a cigarette and fluently spoke English. Liking someone doesn't mean getting rewarded all the time. If you want a return every single time, I feel immense pressure. After washing her hands, Yuzi smiled brightly and splashed water on those girls' faces before walking away coolly. Many people chased her, and she rejected all of them with the same reason, including girls. She seemed to leave emotions everywhere, but in fact, she was the most emotionless one. Over the years, many men interacted with her, but none could win her heart. Yuzi simply didn't care about other people's sacrifices. Except for requesting Hua to keep her, Yuzi has never begged anyone for anything else. She follows where the wind blows. Seemingly going with the flow, she is in fact a free-spirited person. Thinking of the previous scene, Hua called John. You said I am sexually frigid, but I think she is sexually frigid. John was confused. Huh? Are you talking about Yuzi? Hua stayed silent, as if asking, what do you think? John burst into laughter. So you are really moved? Hua remained silent. John continued relentlessly, why don't you speak? Do you dislike speaking? Hua smirked coldly, my silence is deafening, and I have concluded 6 points. John, what are these 6 points? They cursed each other for a while. Then John seriously asked, do you mean you reacted? Talking about this matter was somewhat embarrassing. Previously, Ximeng joked about how Huaheng used Thumbelina so much that blisters formed. Huaheng said he didn't need it. In reality, there was almost no change down there. He went through medical checkups every year, and all indicators were normal. John said it was his psychological issue. Huaheng's ability to block signals amazed everyone. He flawlessly blocked all the concern coming from others. John had been trying to study why Huaheng had antisocial personality disorder. After all, from his childhood descriptions, he had always been a relatively happy child. Encountering Huaheng caused a Waterloo in the history of medicine. The conclusion drawn was that Huaheng had severe histrionic personality traits. He enjoyed retelling his stories over and over again until impressions formed. As a result, the boundary between truth and fiction blurred even for himself. John sighed, "If I ever get the chance, I'll definitely hypnotize you." Huaheng replied, "Would that be possible without my consent?" John was stuck. "If you have any issues, please tell me." He was a foreigner, fluent in Chinese, but his accent could never be corrected completely. Huaheng chuckled upon being amused. "I don't want to ask you anymore, sleep." After hanging up the phone, John muttered under his breath that he was truly sick. In the middle of the night, Huaheng went out for water when someone from the next room came out too. Yuzi rubbed her eyes. "Are you also coming out for water?" She was holding a cup in her hand. She had eaten too much spicy food yesterday and woke up half dreaming, feeling salty saliva in her mouth. Huaheng followed behind her. "Yeah, I came out for water." In the deep night, the neighborhood was particularly quiet, and as far as they could see, only their place was lit. Yuzi gulped down a few sips. The cool water stimulated her throat and made her more alert. She was completely devoid of sleepiness now and opened the fridge to take out an ice cream to eat while sitting. After Huaheng finished his water, he asked, "Why don't you go back?" Yuzi's eyebrows furrowed into a knot. "I just dreamt of a man who looked a lot like me." Huaheng sat beside her, taking out another ice cream. "Then what?" "Then he smiled at me, and I thought I was cross-dressing, but then I woke up." Yuzi didn't understand why she would have such a dream. Huaheng asked, "Is it because of too much pressure from the new product launch?" "I've done things similarly before, but never with this kind of pressure." She thought it might be related to Yu Zhusheng. That woman was like a demoness continuously sucking away her essence. After eating an entire ice cream stick, she got a headache and supported her forehead with both hands to ease the pain. Huaheng stood up in front of her and massaged her temples. "Why did you eat so hastily?" Yuzi hummed in enjoyment. "It's a waste of your skills, boss." Only she could enjoy them. Even Ximeng couldn't. The talent show was proceeding with great enthusiasm. Ximeng's investments were rolling in effortlessly. All he needed to do was sit in his office and count money. To enhance the chemistry between him and Huaheng, he even invited Huaheng to dinner. "Huaheng, are you sick or something?" Ximeng, "No, you're the one who's sick." He said, "Invite Yuzi. It's a team-building activity for our company." Huaheng didn't have time to protest before the call was cut off. He then asked Yuzi, "Do you want to come?" "Yuzi, are you saying all those young boys from the talent show will be there?" Huaheng, "Yeah, I'm going." Yuzi immediately agreed, clearly looking forward to it. The entertainment circle was already quite confused about Ximeng's sexual orientation, and now it was finally solidified. When Yuzi walked in, she saw a group of young and handsome faces. She took pictures and sent them to Lu Ting. Lu Ting excitedly responded, "I like He Tian. Can you get his autograph for me?" He Tian, sitting among the crowd, was a very youthful boy, slightly shy, standing out in contrast to the heavily made-up idols around him. Ximeng and Huaheng leaned on each other. "Brother, I knew you were the best. Get lost." Ximeng, "The media is taking photos." As the boss of an entertainment company, he understood a principle thoroughly. Negative publicity is still publicity. Chapter 107, Getting an Idol's Autograph. Huaheng and Ximeng's friendly demeanor didn't escape the eyes of the media reporters. This was just pure gold material for stories. Recently, Ximeng had even changed his secretary to a man. The secretary came over to report work to him. Yuzi stifled her laughter beside them. After Huaheng saw him finish instructing his subordinate and then reach out to touch him again, he furrowed his brows lightly. "Keep your dirty hands away." This confirmed the media's speculations about who Ximeng liked. Tired of delicacies, it seemed he wanted to try a new flavor. Huaheng stared directly into his eyes. "What are you up to with this stunt?" Ximeng sighed helplessly after his plot was uncovered. "I'm checking if my little reporter will come back because of this." To continue interviewing him, Yuzi passed by Huaheng, her leg brushing against his as she crossed over, completely unaware. "Still thinking about your little reporter?" she said mockingly, seeming to disbelieve in Ximeng's depth of affection. "What was that saying again? Old habits die hard." Ximeng lazily smiled while supporting his head with his arm. "A boat free at sea eventually wishes to dock and see the shore." Yuzi rolled her eyes. "You'd better be telling the truth." This wine party counted as TO Entertainment's annual event, with many top-tier stars present, and a variety of performances lined up. Yuzi had an important task, getting Lu Ting's autograph. She stood up and quietly told Huaheng, "I'll be stepping out for a moment." "Sure," Huaheng responded indifferently. As soon as Yuzi left, Ximeng started mocking. "I heard about Nanchu's land deal. Liang invested, Old Fu arranged everything, you provided materials, and even Xiao Qiaofang participated. Are we becoming estranged now?" If talking about duration, they two have known each other the longest. This old guy seems to forget things easily. Heng sipped on some champagne. You're not suited for that project. Regarding academic endeavors, Meng should step aside anyway, otherwise, his reputation might suffer. Meng embraced Heng's shoulders. Brother, don't you remember how good I was to you when we were young? Back then, Heng was very sunny, his laughter extremely popular among girls. Nowadays, though, he acts like an old man, always hiding something. Heng looked sideways. Good to me. On hearing that, Heng chuckled. In their childhood, Meng was actually a little tyrant, bullying everyone, especially looking down on Heng since girls favored him. After Chen Mengqi disciplined him, seeing her beautiful looks, Meng wanted to call her mother. Eventually, he got a severe beating from his own mom. The following year, Chen Mengqi was signed under TO Entertainment, rising quickly to become the top star in just 2 years. Meng often used the excuse that his mom was traveling to go to Heng's house for meals, until Chen Mengqi passed away, gradually being forgotten by newer people. Knowing this fact, Meng cried even more than Heng did, devastated that his cherished mom was gone. He swore to Heng, from now on, I am your brother, and the brother will take good care of you. Since then, their friendship deepened to another level. As the group of TO Entertainment's young talents prepared to perform on stage, Yuzi walked straight toward Tian, greeting him. Hi there, handsome. She always dressed in vibrant attire, never the formal black suit of a professional, looking no different from a college student. Tian turned around, surprised to see Yuzi due to her stunning beauty. He wondered why she had approached him. Yuzi took out a pen and paper from her bag and handed it to Tian. Could you please sign this for me? Their team had merely made it through 1 round of auditions, but several excellent performers had already been signed by TO Entertainment, Tian being one of them. Other fresh faces made jeering noises. Sign it, sign it. Tian was a shy boy, experiencing his first encounter with someone seeking an autograph, nervously receiving and writing his name before handing it back to Yuzi. Yuzi smiled satisfactorily. Thank you so much. Just as she was about to leave, Tian called out to her. Are you part of TO Entertainment too? Yuzi shook her head. No, I'm a friend of your boss's friend. Then, recalling something, she turned back, clenching her fists tightly. Go for it, give a great performance. After she left, the other young men began chattering. What a shame for such a pretty face not to pursue an acting career. If I'm not mistaken, isn't she Heng's secretary? Who's Heng? The person rumored to be in a scandalous relationship with our boss, is sitting right next to him over there. They peeked behind the curtains from backstage, catching sight of Heng speaking with Meng. Then Yuzi returned to her seat. Heng glanced up and asked her, where did you go? Yuzi wiggled the paper in her hand. Lu Ting asked me to get a signature for him, and I managed to secure it. Heng told her to sit down properly, eat a bit, and return home later. Tian, naturally, had noticed, feeling a strange sensation growing inside him. She was cheerful when she came for the signature, but it was different walking beside Heng. A deep voice came from behind, a person like her is not someone you should approach. Tian furrowed his brows. I didn't say I wanted to get close to her. Ji Sai emerged from the shadows. I know her. The young idols turned around. You know that big beauty. Their faces showed expressions of disbelief. Ji Sai was most annoyed by people doubting him. He said, I met her before while shooting an advertisement in Zhongyu. This woman is very capable. Cold and heartless is her nickname. She offered absolutely no help, and he had to find a broker himself to use this program as a way to make a comeback and reappear in the public eye. Just as Tian was about to speak, the host on stage announced, next up, please welcome our company's idol trainees for a performance. After a burst of cheers, more than 10 boys stood on the stage. They wore blue uniforms, with well-built figures, makeup on their faces, and a youthful, lively appearance. As the music started, they began dancing. Yuzi took out her phone to record a video, providing Lu Ting with first-hand materials. Heng wasn't watching the performance. Instead, he was looking at Yuzi. He wondered curiously, is it really that good-looking? Yuzi shook her head. They're not as good as our boss. This is for Lu Ting. Meng felt upset upon hearing this. Can you stop putting down our boy band? Yuzi replied apologetically, sorry. She stopped recording and sent the video to Lu Ting. Meng was already irritated by Heng, and now had to deal with being mocked by Heng's secretary too. He sighed, this life isn't worth living anymore. Chapter 108, Heng, don't try to PUA me. After the idol group finished their performance on stage, Meng asked with a fatherly look on his face, so? What about my boy band? Yuzi took a bite of her dessert, not bad. I watched the first episode of the auditions, there are a few capable ones. Meng raised an eyebrow. Yuzi, you understand this stuff? Yuzi pointed at her eyes with her index and middle finger. My eyes are the ruler. I can see who has star potential at a glance. Heng was amused by her actions. So who do you think is suitable? Yuzi turned to look at Tian who had just come off the stage. The entertainment industry is not short of stunning people, but boys like Tian with clean-cut looks are bound to start a trend. I think he's good. Yuzi pointed at Tian. Their eyes met, and Tian thought she was calling him. He broke away from the group and walked over. Miss you, were you calling me? He had heard from Ji Sai that this person was called Yuzi. What a nice name. Yuzi had a frozen plum in her mouth and shook her head. I wasn't calling you. I was talking to your boss. I thought your performance just now was pretty good. Her praise was a great encouragement for Tian. He bowed his head and said thank you before turning around and greeting Meng. After he left, Yuzi sighed. The kid looks good, has talent, but is not brave enough. Huaheng saw firsthand how she conquered a young lad. Verbal praise, admiration in her eyes, coupled with her beauty, it was a massive temptation for a newbie. It would be strange if one didn't feel moved. Yuzi sighed again. In the future, when speaking on the big screen, you must be generous. Create a sense of contrast, and people will become more interested. Shimeng agreed with her idea. Yuzi, why don't you join our company? Huaheng gives you 10,000 a month. I'll give you 100,000. Huaheng slapped him. Get lost. After the annual meeting ended, Yuzi and Huaheng also went back. Huaheng drank champagne and the car still needed to be driven by Yuzi. The phone rang. It was Zhao Ming. Calling in the middle of the night must mean something important. Zhao Ming thought for a long time and decided to tell Huaheng about this matter. Minister Zheng Lu came to our school for inspection today. Huaheng rubbed his temples. Zheng Lu's appearance probably meant no good news. What did she say? Zhao Ming sighed. She asked me about the land in Nanchu. Did you tell her? Huaheng's tone was obviously colder than when he first answered the phone. Zhao Ming felt a jolt inside. He didn't know why this place had to be kept secret. Would saying it out loud cause big trouble? What if this delays things? I told her. Zhao Ming had a headache, feeling caught between a rock and a hard place. Zheng Lu's rank was higher than his, and as a leader, questions should naturally be answered truthfully without reservation, or others might get suspicious. She said that piece of land in Nanchu isn't suitable for scientific research and asked who approved it. I said Mr. Fu, then she didn't say anything else. That was how the situation stood. What the result would be, no one knew. That piece of land in Nanchu was originally obtained through the old man's hard work. After being taken over by Huaheng, he naturally was unhappy and sought ways to get it back. If this project permit got rejected, he would have a chance to take it back, citing non-compliance with regulations and all sorts of reasons. Even an old guy could find excuses. After hanging up, Yuzi asked, what happened? There was an issue with the land in Nanchu. Fu Shijun was thinking along the same lines and called too. What happened? The higher-ups said no. He just returned from Beichuan and told him this project was no longer viable. Who in business isn't in it for profit? Huaheng definitely wouldn't want to lose the opportunity, especially such a good one. Leaning against the car seat, Huaheng chuckled lightly. Old Xie helped me uncover some dirt on her a few days ago, but I didn't plan to move against her. Just entering home, Fu Shijun changed his shoes and saw his dad and Hua Yunyang drinking tea. He put down his phone. Mr. Hua, what brings you here so late? Hua Yunyang turned around and smiled kindly. It's been a while since I last saw your dad. We were catching up and accidentally talked until this late. Fu Shijun greeted them and prepared to go upstairs. Given that Hua Yunyang and his father were friends, it was clear they didn't want Fu Shijun involved in this matter. This old man acted rather quickly. Huaheng's voice remained calm. Mr. Hua Yunyang paid a visit. Changing into fresh clothes, Fu Shijun responded, yeah, is the piece of land in Nanchu that contentious? Yuzi parked the car on the side of the road and asked Huaheng to wait while she went to buy some bubble tea. Huaheng looked at her retreating figure and felt somewhat reassured. That piece of land must hold some memorial significance for him. Maybe the place where his ex-girlfriend used to live was demolished. Huaheng rambled nonsense. Fu Shijun, do you have to fabricate such wild stories? Huaheng reseated himself. Don't deny it. Moreover, it's likely this matter was suggested by my suddenly emerging aunt. Hu Jingxin. Father and daughter, both full of devious thoughts. Yuzi got back into the car and opened the bubble tea for Huaheng. Coconut latte, 3 parts sugar. Huaheng accepted it while looking at Yuzi as if her gaze could stretch out like threads. Fu Shijun settled down, opened another phone to handle work. I think I can't be involved in this matter. He probably had some power that he most likely couldn't use. Huaheng had already made his plans. You don't need to get involved. I have prepared a big gift for them, and by the way, I'll make some room for you from that Zheng Lu. Fu Shijun raised an eyebrow. Then my elder brother thanks you beforehand. Huaheng, don't mention it. After hanging up the call, Huaheng took the latte placed in front of the car, its coolness refreshing and soothing, making him feel good. Yuzi was sucking on her straw. What's going on? Huaheng looked at her. Your turn to act. Threatening people was something Yuzi excelled at, even turning things around cleverly. Yuzi shook her head. Are we going to do something bad again? Huaheng said, if I go, that works too. Yuzi replied, one of us should stay decent, but my reputation in the business circle is getting worse. It's going to be tough to find a partner in the future. Huaheng quipped with a raised eyebrow. Seems only I won't dislike you. Yuzi exclaimed. Huaheng, are you trying to PUA me? You can take it that way. Such an honest guy. Yuzi started the car again to drive back. When they reached the building, Yuzi got out first while Huaheng was still inside. She approached the passenger side. What's wrong? My legs are numb. Hold me up. Yuzi didn't believe him, but she had no proof. As Huaheng stepped out, his whole body leaned on her shoulder. They encountered the neighbor from the 20th floor when heading upstairs. Yuzi, does this person ever sleep? This time, the neighbor's eyes were more bold. I've never seen such a lovey-dovey couple. Huaheng leaned further onto Yuzi and even rubbed against her ostentatiously. Yuzi let out a soft laugh. It was silent in the elevator. Once they exited, Yuzi pushed Huaheng away and headed towards home. Huaheng trailed behind, behaving playfully like a young couple. After Hua Yunyang left, Fu Shijun came downstairs. His dad asked if he had anything to do with the land in Nanchu. Fu Shijun nodded. I think it has great utility value. Moreover, cooperating with the school makes approvals easier on my side. Stop being involved in this thing, just pass it on, his father said. Fu Shijun didn't ask why, just mentioned casually, why did Mr. Hu come so suddenly? His father lost interest in tea, just catching up. He refused to elaborate, but as Fu Shijun went upstairs, he told his father, you'd better avoid Hu Yunyang too. There's a saying, those who differ in principles cannot cooperate. His father turned back, old but still handsome, you've been corrupted by that kid Huaheng. The reason Fu Shijun warned about this was completely because he was afraid Huaheng would drag his old man into the mess. That kid was definitely not good. Tonight's tone of voice showed Huaheng had unearthed quite a bit of dirt on Zhenglu. Among their circles, very few people don't have skeletons in their closets, it's just a matter of time or personal choices. Fu Shijun stopped arguing with his father. Ju Lin saw Fu Shijun enter the door. When did you come back? Chapter 109, I'll wait till you're done. The next day, as soon as he arrived at the company, Xiao Fang had already been waiting for a long time. He was rushing upstairs. Yuzi pressed the elevator button. I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush. Xiao Fang, ? After getting upstairs, Xiao Fang didn't forget to shake hands with Huaheng politely. Mr. Hua, may I ask what's going on? This project was about to start, the workers were ready, but suddenly it wasn't permitted anymore. What should they do? Huaheng reassured him, don't worry, there really is an issue from above, but it will definitely be resolved within a week. Xiao Fang revealed a puzzled expression. Obviously, he didn't believe it. Isn't this an issue from the higher-ups? Why can't that place be used? Could it be some kind of graveyard? Xiao Fang boldly questioned. Yuzi stood beside and laughed. Mr. Qiao, your imagination runs wild. Xiao Fang's workability was remarkable, and he rarely dealt with interpersonal relationships, so his brain occasionally became a bit simple-minded. Huaheng touched his nose awkwardly. The land in Nank was obtained somewhat irregularly, almost forcibly taken. Huayun naturally felt. Xiao Fang sighed. At this point, Mr. Hua, you don't have to hide anything from me. I can accept any result. Huaheng calmed him down. This matter involves my personal grievances. In the circle, Huaheng has offended many people, so it's normal for them to target him. Xiao Fang relaxed, patting Huaheng's shoulder. You need to be careful. Huaheng. After the person left, Huaheng handed a book of documents to Yuzi. This is what Xie Yi sent over. Take a look. Yuzi curiously picked up the thing on the table, flipping through it. Her mouth could barely fit an egg. Where did he get all these documents from? Greed, promiscuity, all of this clearly manifested in one woman. It must be said that Zhenglu reaching this position is indeed impressive. People related to her still held significant standing, and this document alone could bring down quite a few individuals. Huaheng knew what Yuzi was thinking. We cannot take action against so many people at once. We only need Zhenglu. There's a saying, kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. If Zhenglu falls, what use would the others be? Yuzi shook her head. Indeed, the truth cannot remain hidden forever. However, she closed the document, leaned forward. Are you planning to let me go? Huaheng leaned back in his chair with his hands folded. Yuzi was dissatisfied. Just Huaheng smiled slightly at the corner of his lips. Then what do you want? Though the conversation seemed perfectly normal, too much was left unsaid, making it sound strange when coming out of their mouths. Yuzi was struck by Huaheng's beauty, her lips curling. Isn't there some kind of reward to be expected? Huaheng beckoned her closer. Come here and I'll give you a reward. Yuzi suddenly felt a bit excited. Suddenly understanding why King Ju was bewitched by Dag. Now she had a Hua Dag right before her. Yuzi walked around the desk, stopping directly in front of Huaheng, and immediately executed a chair drop. I keep helping Mr. Hua do bad things. You just bribe me with money. Money is just an external object. I want to change the reward. Huaheng nearly couldn't hold back his laughter. Yuzi, if you don't provoke me, would you die? She was deliberately joking around. Just as Huaheng was about to grab her little bow tie, she had already retreated, twisting her hips as she left. Take good care of me when we get home. After Yuzi went out, she went downstairs. Lu Ting and Chen Du started interviewing Shu Ju. He was explaining the concept of this design, wearing a rare suit and makeup, standing confidently in the middle of the building, speaking eloquently. Yuzi did not disturb, driving instead to Zhenglu's department. On the way, she was still sighing, insisting that Huaheng should take good care of her since she had done all the dirty work. Upon reaching Zhenglu's department, Yuzi got out of the car and registered first. Zhenglu was dealing with the piece of land in Nank. She had no idea what was about to happen. When informed by a subordinate, Zhenglu was uncertain. The secretary from Zhongyu? Yes, she is a very pretty girl. The subordinate said. Zhenglu, there's no need to describe so much. Zhenglu wore a set of professional attire, black suit with a white shirt inside, looking sharp and competent. She laughed bitterly. Everyone says the secretary from Zhongyu is young, full of tricks, and nothing stops her. However, would letting such a secretary approach her be too disrespectful from Zhongyu? Zhenglu said, tell him I'm busy now. Yuzi sat on a chair in the lobby reading a magazine, catching sight of Huaju's engagement announcement. To whom does this heir engage? As she hadn't paid attention to the Hua family for a long time, she didn't know. The subordinate informed Yuzi, excuse me, miss you, Director Zhang is busy. Yuzi didn't even lift her head. It's fine, I'll wait for her. After all, big shots always need some heirs. The subordinate immediately sensed the threat from Yuzi. It seemed like the battle had already started downstairs. An hour later, Huaheng called and asked Yuzi, "Why haven't you come back yet?" Yuzi stared at the stairwell. "Things are a bit tricky." "Huaheng, you haven't seen her yet?" Yuzi smiled. "You guessed right, but I did see something else. Huju is getting engaged." "To whom?" Huaheng didn't know about this news either. Huju was too unremarkable and posed no threat, so he hadn't paid attention. The two chatted casually as Zhenglu came down. She walked in front of the crowd, heels clicking confidently. Yuzi hung up the phone. "Director Zheng." Zhenglu stopped, turned around, and saw Yuzi, offering a composed smile. "Who might you be?" A subordinate whispered quietly, "She's the secretary from Zhongyu." Their eyes met, and a storm of silent tension brewed between them. Zhenglu suddenly understood. "Oh, it's you. I'm busy now, please go back." She hadn't expected that Yuzi would wait here for an hour. Yuzi persisted. "When will you be done?" Zhenglu looked at her subordinate. "Is there anything else today?" The subordinate reported, "We're going to inspect the land in Nank later." Zhenglu felt relieved. "I have other things coming up, I won't have time today." Yuzi stepped forward and was blocked by Zhenglu's bodyguard. Chapter 110, Interview with Huaheng. This was Zhenglu's first time meeting the legendary secretary Yu. In her view, Yuzi was tall and dazzling, her bright clothes contrasting sharply with her own dull attire. But her domineering demeanor made people feel like her authority was being challenged. Zhenglu naturally didn't have a good temper. "Miss Yu, I have important matters at hand. Isn't it inappropriate for you to block me like this?" She had reached her position before 40, her achievements were countless, and she wouldn't allow anyone to contradict her. Yuzi apologized to her with an air of embarrassment. "Sorry, Director Zheng." She then smiled brightly but showed no intention of giving up. "However, I believe my matter is more important than that piece of land in Nan." Zhenglu slightly narrowed her eyes, not believing what Yuzi said. Yuzi crossed her arms behind her back and took another step closer. "I think you and Mr. Chen should be quite familiar with each other, right?" Zhenglu nodded. "He's my superior, how could I not know him?" She even found it amusing. How significant was this? Everyone here already knew about their relationship. Yuzi casually flicked her hair. "It's more than just that, isn't it?" There was some leeway in her words as she enjoyed making others nervous. As an old saying goes, those who do no evil fear no knocking ghosts. Now let's see if Director Zheng fears. Her pupils suddenly widened. "What do you mean by that?" Yuzi glanced around, still smiling. "Here it's a bit inconvenient. Do you have time now?" In this confrontation, Yuzi emerged victorious effortlessly. Zhenglu gave a soft humph, then turned around. "Come to my office." An underling stopped her. "Director Zheng, we still have things to do later," referring to many people who were scheduled to meet. Zhenglu allowed no refusal. "Let them wait." On the way upstairs, Yuzi kindly informed the underling, "You'd better come up with plan B because she won't be out for a while." Inside the office, Zhenglu turned on the air conditioning, clearly relaxing on her home ground. She didn't invite Yuzi to sit down but asked from a higher position, "Say your business." Yuzi understood that those at the top would naturally be proud. People who hadn't experienced setbacks would forget to prepare for danger while enjoying peace. "I know you are university classmates with Mr. Chen, and you're also recommended by Mr. Chen to work here. Besides Mr. Chen, there are other men too." Yuzi told stories interestingly, proceeding step by step, slowly torturing. Huaheng listened carefully on the other end of the phone. Zhenglu frowned. "What do you know?" Yuzi hummed affirmatively. "Do you remember when Wang Quan went inside? I learned that he kept several mistresses, but I didn't expect Director Zheng to be quite skilled at enjoying life." If Zhenglu still couldn't understand, she was foolish. She tightly gripped the corner of the sofa, feeling dizzy, still finding it hard to believe. Her secrecy over these matters was excellent. How could they be discovered? Yuzi must have been trying to trick her. "I guess Director Zheng thinks I'm talking nonsense. Though I haven't worked in legal fields, I also know that slander can lead to lawsuits. I'm most afraid of losing my freedom or having to pay damages," Yuzi assured her like giving her a tranquilizer. Zhenglu lived up to her reputation as a capable woman. Hearing this far, she calmly drank some water. Evidence. Yuzi liked this kind of unbeatable roach. She laid out the documents in front of Zhenglu, which contained a lot of suggestive photos. The conflict between the two immediately erupted. Zhenglu faintly laughed and scanned through, trying to fool me with photoshopped pictures. "Do you really think I don't surf the internet just because I'm older?" She quickly reversed the situation. Yuzi admitted, "I know photos can be faked, and videos too. But one thing cannot be altered, DNA." Only then did Zhenglu truly take Yuzi, this young girl, seriously. Each word from her seemed designed to drive someone to a dead end. Behind her sweet smile lay a calculating heart. Yuzi walked back and forth in front of her with her hands behind her back. Rumors spread fast online. This is the information age, isn't it? Don't people always say you need to format your phone when something happens? Netizens were experts at following clues. Once this affected higher-ups, investigations would follow, and that scenario wasn't something that could be solved with just talk of photoshopping. Zhenglu choked on her drink. "Why go through all this? What do you hope to achieve?" Yuzi sighed. "You wanted to suppress Nank's area with power. Do you still want to continue doing so now?" Zhenglu breathed out and chuckled openly. "I never thought I'd be threatened by a little girl one day." She was approaching 40 years old, so liking younger people, what was wrong with that? It just didn't look good for building her image. People have to give up something when they choose certain paths. The principle that one can't have both fish and bear paws is well known. But greedy people would never let go. She liked power, and she also liked men. Zheng Lu folded her hands together. Alright, I will stop messing around with that land in Nank. Yuzi nodded contentedly. This is how you should behave. She walked to the door, but Zheng Lu stopped her. Even if you don't expose this today, you will tomorrow, right? Yuzi smiled. If you want no one to know, you must ensure that first yourself. You could have voluntarily given up. We just pushed you until you had no choice. It was only a matter of time. With that, she opened the door and left, giving a casual glance at Zheng Lu's subordinate before walking away confidently. When she reached the ground floor, Yuzi took out her phone and messaged her boss without hanging up the call. She spoke into the phone. Why haven't you hung up yet? Hua Heng responded. I want to hear how you threaten others. Yuzi smirked lightly. Thank you, boss. Just as she finished dealing with this, Hua Jingxin received the message. She looked at the text Zheng Lu had sent, furrowing her brow. No wonder the old man had recalled Yu Zhusheng. To take care of Hua Heng, they had to handle his secretary first. Yuzi cheerfully entered the office building when Lu Ting called her. Ms. Yu, are you going to give an interview? Me? Was she, a mere secretary, appropriate for this? Lu Ting gritted her teeth. I wanted Mr. Hua to do it, but I'm not brave enough to ask. Yuzi patted her shoulder. Come on, let's go upstairs together. After reaching the upper floor, Yuzi knocked on the door. Hua Heng was delighted that the matter had been resolved so smoothly, handing over the rest to Fu Shijun. Come in. Lu Ting followed Yuzi like a chick behind its mother. Yuzi said calmly, Boss, someone wants to interview you. Hua Heng replied simply, all right. As Yuzi was about to leave, Lu Ting tugged on her clothes. Sister, you're my sister, can you stay with me? Her eyes showed loneliness and helplessness. Yuzi stood by the fish tank. Sure, I'll stay with you. Lu Ting set up the equipment, positioning the camera towards the large window. All Hua Heng needed to do was appear on screen and discuss the ideas behind the new product. Hua director, could you please stand here? Lu Ting timidly requested. Hua Heng wore a deep blue shirt with long trousers, no tie, and his collar slightly open. Standing in front of the camera, he appeared even more handsome. Yesterday, Yuzi had prepared the script for him. All he had to do was read it. He glanced at the paper and began, I am Hua Heng, the software engineering designer and president of Zhongyu Company. Lu Ting stepped aside from the lens to observe Hua Heng. He spoke confidently, as though the entire building behind him was part of his empire. Liang Zishuan. Chapter 111, No Good Outcome for Those Who Oppose Me. Yuzi was feeding the little fish at the back when she heard his words and that pleasant voice, causing her to turn around involuntarily. There was not much distance between the two of them. Behind Hua Heng was a large expanse of sunlight, making the entire room bright and airy. He didn't seem as dark as he did in real life. Yuzi stopped feeding the shrimp to the fish and stared at Hua Heng. Hua Heng completed his 3-minute interview smoothly. Lu Ting finished her last task. Done, I'll go back and edit. Yuzi offered to send her off, but Lu Ting waved her hand. No need. I have He Tian's autograph on my desk. You can take it with you when you leave. Upon hearing this, Lu Ting jumped up. Thank you, my dear sister. The space suddenly grew cold, and Lu Ting scurried away. The office door closed, and Yuzi walked beside Hua Heng. Not bad, your eloquence. Hua Heng rarely gave interviews, and even if there were any, he seldom appeared on camera. In finance magazines, only his words were published, not his pictures. This promotional video counted as a huge step with the president himself stepping out. One could only imagine how many fangirls would fall for him. Hua Heng adjusted his cuffs. Were you entranced just now? His eyes hadn't ignored Yuzi while he was giving the interview. Now, there seemed to be an ambiguous relationship developing between their old friend status, as if the boundaries were flickering between presence and absence. Yuzi pointed at his shirt. The buttons are about to pop open. Hua Heng wasn't in a hurry to button it up properly. Instead, he sat on the sofa and let it completely come undone. Yuzi thought he was being provocative. They chatted about Zheng Lu, and Yuzi couldn't help asking, are we really not going to leak anything? Zheng Lu had done many things involving favoritism, and if these were discovered, it would surely ruin his reputation. For Zheng Lu to not interfere was good for them, but whether to completely eliminate him or not was something Hua Heng had to decide. Hua Heng leaned back with his leg crossed. It's unnecessary. Someone will show up. Fu Shijun was someone who did things methodically and disliked being controlled by others. Zheng Lu had bypassed Fu Shijun to intercept his project. He would definitely not be happy about it. Thus, revealing such issues like sleeping with fans wasn't necessary for them to do. Yuzi's gaze shifted from Hua Heng's collar. Boss, if there's nothing, I'll head out. Hua Heng replied, go ahead. Yuzi turned on the variety show and watched for only a short while when Hua Heng came out. Let's make a trip to the Hua family residence. Just halfway through eating sunflower seeds, Yuzi turned off the program and grabbed the bag on the table. Why go to the Hua residence all of a sudden? Hua Heng knew he would be summoned back for questioning, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon, within a bit over an hour, regarding Nanchu. Yuzi shrugged. Grandpa Hua really can't handle it, only allowing officials to do wrong while forbidding commoners from lighting fires. He acted to reclaim the land of Nanchu on his own, but after Hua Heng got it back, he wasn't satisfied. It truly was strange. Hua Heng didn't find it bothersome to listen to Yuzi's complaints. Ever since Hua Heng was tricked into coming home in the middle of the night, he hadn't been back to the Hua residence. Arriving at the Hua residence, Yuzi exhaled, I really don't deserve to enjoy this place. Hua Heng held on to her. We've already discussed this during the car ride. Go inside and pay respects. Yuzi frowned. But I really don't want to. In response to her coquettish plea, Huaheng merely smiled. He recalled John telling him, "You, someone with a mental issue, need a little sun in your life, constantly rotating around you 24 hours a day." Their interactions did not escape Huelwan's notice, and she quickly came downstairs, waiting for Huaheng to enter. After entering, Yuzi became quieter. At home, there were only Hua Yunyuan and Huelwan. Huaheng sat down. "Is there something Grandpa needs me for?" Huaheng glanced at his watch. "I still have a big contract to handle." How could Hua Yunyuan, the 1,000-year-old fox, not hear the implication in Huaheng's words? This time, he cut straight to the point. "What do you intend to do with the land at Nanchu?" Huaheng answered, "Useful." Hua Yunyuan played the sentiment card. "If we're one family, why keep secrets? I didn't know Liang Zishuan handed this land to you." Initially using this plot of land to redeem Huaju was a delay tactic, thinking of trading it back after a few days. Unexpectedly, Liang Zishuan directly gave it to Huaheng. Truly generous. Yuzi picked up on Huaheng's signal. "You've misunderstood. This land originally belonged to Huaheng." Luring Huaju into a trap was easy. Since dealing with debts wasn't convenient for him personally, he could only let Liang Zishuan step in. This had been planned from the beginning. Hua Yunyuan choked, and the elderly spots on his face revealed signs of irritation. "Did you design a scheme against your second brother?" Huaju entered from outside the door and immediately blew up upon hearing this. Rushing forward, he shouted, "Huaheng, you set me up." That was why he always lost money during that period. It turned out everything was due to Huaheng's interference. Yuzi caught his raised fist. "Huaju, don't push your luck." With a woman in control, Huaju's temper flared instantly, and he turned his ire towards Yuzi. "You bitch, always swaggering around Huaheng like some provoking who?" Before anyone could react, he threw a surprise punch straight at her face. Huaju fell to the ground, clutching his cheek and howling in pain. Huaheng walked over, gracefully crouching down as he grabbed Huaju's bow tie. "Do you really think I won't touch you?" Hua Yunyuan barked. "What is this disgraceful brawl?" Yuzi sneered. "Why didn't you call for decorum when he was about to hit me?" This chaotic scene frightened Huelwan standing on the side. She didn't even dare to step forward and speak. Huelwan wouldn't dare to stop Huaheng from hitting anyone, nor could she confront the old master like Yuzi. Indeed, Ho Yunyuan proved himself a seasoned man, calm and composed. "When has it ever been your place to interfere in our family affairs?" In the quiet ambience, Huaheng's laughter rang out. "She doesn't want to be part of the Hua family, grandfather. No need to embellish the Hua surname." Huaheng stood up, shaking his hand off dust as he glanced back at Huaju lying on the floor. "Get up. Don't embarrass yourself on the ground." Huaju twitched in agony. A woman's voice came from the doorway. "Oh my goodness, what's going on? How entertaining." Hua Jingxin gave a scornful look at Huaju sprawled on the floor. "Dad, why did you call me back? It's hot enough to kill someone." It was the first time Yuzi had encountered Hua Jingxin. She was alluring in a red dress, looking every bit like a seductress. She sat down and took a sip of tea. "What chaos are you young ones creating? Isn't the house chaotic enough already?" There was blood on Huaheng's knuckles, showing just how much force he used. Yuzi lost her patience as she reprimanded the Hua family butler. "Don't you see Huaheng is injured? Since when does a butler start acting entitled? Is this how guests are treated in the Hua household?" The butler hadn't expected the fire to reach him. Under Yuzi's gaze, he turned to fetch the first aid kit. Yuzi still held Huaheng's wrist tightly to prevent any further damage due to excessive use. She stared directly at Hua Yunyuan. "If you have something to say, speak up. You can dream about the land in Nanchu, but never will it belong to you. I don't believe Zheng Lu dares oppose me." She sounded incredibly confident. Hua Jingxin stood up. "What do you mean?" Chapter 112, You Technician's Excellent Massage. Yuzi's face showed dissatisfaction, her eyes carrying disdain. Despite being the same height as Hua Jingxin, she exuded a sense of superiority. "Did your friend Zheng Lu not tell you?" Yuzi asked calmly, her gaze unwavering. Hua Jingxin had wondered how much Zheng Lu could be threatened, but now it seemed that Yuzi had uncovered quite a bit of incriminating information on Zheng Lu. They always said to sleep with fewer men, and this time it caught up with her. Hua Jingxin sat properly again, fidgeting with her nails. "It's just a small place. Is Dad making such a fuss over it?" Yuzi also smiled. "Yes, it's just a small place. Unless someone hid gold down there. It was merely useless land after all." The Hua family butler finally brought the medicine box, and Huelwan went forward to help but was glared back by Yuzi. "Stop pretending." Yuzi patiently bandaged Huaheng, who sat still for her. Huelwan fumed quietly but had to endure it. Hua Yunyuan watched this farce with irritation and finally spoke. "Little Heng, to be honest, that piece of land originally belonged to your grandmother's hometown. Rome City had entered the first-tier cities in recent years, and the surrounding counties were gradually planned into Rome City's suburbs, including the land in Nangu where they stood. Once owned, this land would create a substantial fortune for the real estate industry. People unable to buy houses in the center of Rome City would heavily invest in Nangu, resulting in overcrowding. However, Huaheng didn't seem to plan on building residential buildings. Huaheng's hand was wrapped well, and Huaju sitting nearby puffed his cheeks rudely, disdain clearly in his eyes. This illegitimate son, he was waiting. Huaheng raised an eyebrow. "Oh, my grandmother?" He'd never met her. Hua Yunyuan sighed. "She always thought about you when you weren't around. She loved you very much." Upon hearing this, Yuzi burst out laughing. "Mr. Hua, are you trying to fool kids?" And he loved her. If he did love her, wouldn't Huaheng have seen her even secretly? Hua Yunyuan wasted his acting talents if not here, he continued to play his role earnestly. When she left, suffering from unbearable pain, she couldn't go see you either. He almost cried. Huaheng didn't speak, looking at him silently. After seeing his performance, Yuzi said, Mr. Hua, I know an actor with good skills. Why don't you learn from her? It felt like crows flew through the hall. No one spoke. Huaheng stood up, tidying his clothes. Don't think about the land in Nangu. Zhenglu has her own unspoken secrets, unless you want to ruin her completely. Huju covered his mouth. What do you know besides using devious means, Huaheng? Huaheng glanced at him. Means don't need to be new, just effective. Let's go, Yuzi. The two walked out of the living room, and Yuzi turned back to stick out her tongue at those inside. An impatient Huoluan anxiously pleaded, Grandfather, look at her. She was practically riding roughshod over them. Shut up, Hua Yunyuan snapped. After leaving, Yuzi drove while turning to look at Huaheng's hand. My bandaging isn't professional. Let's go to the hospital. Huaheng rubbed his wrist. Not necessary, let's return to the company first. Yuzi placed an order on her phone and drove back. She let Huaheng go upstairs first, then retrieved items from the ground floor. Zhongrong handed the medical bag to Yuzi with care. With such hot weather these days, it's easy to suffer from heat stroke. Assistant Yu, take care of yourself. Thank you. When Yuzi returned upstairs, Huaheng had already gone into the office. She sat at the desk in front, unable to continue watching the variety show earlier. Thinking of the moment when Huaheng hit Huju. He had always been a rather indifferent person, emotionally stable, unwilling to throw temper tantrums arbitrarily. But this time, he fought fiercely with his own younger brother because of her. Yuzi laughed. Shuju came out of the door. What's so funny? Yuzi tilted her head. Mind your business. After saying that, she took the items directly to Huaheng's office. Here are the medicines I bought earlier. I remember there were none left in the office. Huaheng shifted his gaze from the computer screen, appearing somewhat tired. Put them down. Yuzi moved closer to him and grinned. Boss, do you need a set of spa treatments? Without waiting for agreement, Yuzi immediately started massaging him. Is this strength okay? Huaheng leaned back in the chair, enjoying the small hands moving on him. The pressure wasn't great, like a kitten stepping lightly. Yuzi felt exhausted herself. She wanted to use more force but Huaheng was all muscles, hard and firm, making it impossible to massage him. In no time, her patience was gone. She shook her wrist, complaining, so tiring. Huaheng opened his eyes. Already giving up. Miss you, technician. Yuzi waved her hand. I'm a weak woman, naturally I can't keep going. She quickly retreated, afraid Huaheng would grab her and make her continue. Yuzi bent down, her face toward Huaheng. Feeling better, boss. Sometimes Huaheng thought Yuzi really had a big heart. At the Hua family estate, she had been so obviously unhappy, but upon returning, it instantly disappeared without a trace. Was it because she was young? Huaheng grabbed her wrist. Can you tell me why you're always so happy? John had said he should find a little son, and truly, there was one right beside him. Because of this little son, his life from 18 to 28 wasn't lonely anymore. Yuzi said, whether you're happy or not, it's one day at a time. It's your choice. This statement felt like it hadn't been said at all. Everyone understands the logic, but not everyone can do it. Alright, prepare to go home after work. Yuzi took a step back, glancing over her shoulder. Boss, don't overwork yourself. Huaheng smiled at her expression, and his mood improved slightly. He never really understood what the Hua children meant to Hua Yunyuan. Pawns. Or the steps pushing Hua Corporation higher. Hua Ju wasn't capable, so they tracked down Hua Jingxin who hadn't returned to the country for years. Would Hua Jingxin even agree? While pondering, Huoluan called. The woman on the other end sobbed, Third brother Tilda. Her crying was so irregular it made her sound irritating. Huaheng waited until she calmed down a bit before speaking. What is it? Huoluan sniffled in complaint. I just quarreled with auntie, and grandfather kicked me out. I have nowhere to go. Even at home, she was living under someone else's roof, yet grandfather used to spoil her. But since Hua Jingxin came back, everything changed. Hua Jingxin was too skilled, just a few words managed to sway Hua Yunyuan's mind completely. Huaheng glanced at the clock. What's it about? Huoluan saw an opportunity and feigned more sorrow. Because of today's matter, I said a few things that displeased grandfather. Aunt accused me of taking your side, and then I got thrown out. Look, it's all for you. Huaheng turned off his computer. If you've money, stay at a hotel. Huoluan yelled a few times, but the call had already ended. Brother. She screamed several times but received no answer. Huoluan stood outside the hotel entrance, angry. She dragged her luggage inside. A luxury suite. After hanging up, Ho-Hung reflected once, Ho-Wan was still an innocent little girl. That saying held true. When mixed in filthy waters for too long, it's hard to clean up again. Chapter 113, Don't disgrace yourself here. The month of August quietly slipped by, and the new product launch was imminent. Yuzi checked the video sent by Lu Ting, confirming there were no issues, and then let Xu Wen take a look. Xu Wan's eyes were filled with praise. Young people are indeed much more creative than us. No wonder fresh graduates were needed, their divergent thinking was always ahead of the curve. At the end of August, after the launch of the new products, they received a warm welcome from many college students. Whatever Zhong Yu produces is bound to be a masterpiece. The good looks of Hua Heng and Ximeng's boy band also sparked heated discussions. Someone said, "Me loving Zhong Yu's products is like Hua Heng loving Zhong Yu's products, so I love Hua Heng. No wonder President Xi likes Hua Heng, his looks really can't be described." This brought about many chain reactions. Zhong Yu's market value skyrocketed, and Nangchu was even used as an experimental base for Rongda, with all the equipment funded by Hua Heng. This significant decision completely overshadowed the new plan proposed by Hu Jingxin. Hua family didn't even make a ripple. Hu Jingxin was coldly summoned back by the old man for questioning. She felt frustrated inside. "Don't tell me all this nonsense. If you think I'm not capable, dig your son out of the ground, he probably wouldn't want to see you either." "You shut up." Hu Yunyuan was also angry. The butler handed him an oxygen tank. "Calm down." Hu Ju heard these words outside and closed the documents in his hand before leaving the study. Hua Wan called Hua Heng, "Third brother, I know something. I want to talk to you about it." Hua Heng wasn't interested. "I don't want to know." Hua Wan became anxious. "Don't you want to know the truth about uncle and auntie's death?" "Where?" "Cloud Island." Hua Heng asked Yu Zi to go back first while he took care of some matters. Yu Zi pressed the pause button. "Are we going on a date?" "Hua Heng, I'm going out to ask Hua Wan something. If you're not comfortable, you can come along." Yu Zi pouted her lips. "What am I uncomfortable about?" It sounded like she was jealous. "Hua Heng, then I'll leave. You don't have to wait for me, sleep early." Yu Zi. Cloud Island was privately rented by Hua Wan today. There were only waiters and Hua Wan in the restaurant. Hua Heng sat down. "Aren't you broke?" Yet the place was private. Hua Wan looked slightly embarrassed at being caught, hurriedly ordering an iced American coffee and handing it to Hua Heng. "Third brother, I earn money myself working now." Her eyes carried discomfort. Hua Heng glanced at the iced American coffee. "What do you want to say?" Hua Wan drank a sip of her milk tea, mustered up courage. "I learned something about uncle and auntie. Ji said let grandpa find Hu Jingyun, and see if he dares." These words give reason to suspect that Hu Jingyun's death might not have been an accident. Hua Heng lightly tapped his fingers on the table, deep in thought. "Is that all?" Upon hearing that Hua Heng was interested, Hua Wan let out a sigh of relief. At the time, Grandpa was also very angry, telling Ji that if she didn't want to work, she could roll back to California. Hua Heng's lips felt dry. He picked up the coffee and drank a mouthful. The taste was different from what he usually drank. He couldn't rudely spit it out. Seeing that he drank it, Hua Wan felt much better. It seems this blow hit Hua family quite hard. "What did Hua Ju tell you?" Hua Heng suddenly asked. Hua Wan blinked. "He didn't tell me anything." Hua Heng chuckled softly, almost mockingly. "Do you think I don't know what relationship the two of you have?" Upon hearing this, Hua Wan was shocked. A fleeting panic flickered in her eyes. Her fingers nervously pinched the rim of the cup. "Hey, third brother, what are you talking about?" Hua Heng shook his head. "I told you when we were in high school, be careful around Hua Ju. He was just a despicable person. If anyone knew malicious tactics, it was Hua Ju, who would use any means necessary." During the college entrance exams, Hua Heng had never expected that sleeping pills would be slipped into his breakfast. He fell asleep right in the middle of the exam. Hua Heng, who scored 300 points on the college entrance exam, couldn't even surpass Hua Ju. He had no choice but to study abroad to gain prestige. Before he left, he also warned Hua Wan, stay away from Hua Ju. Though Hua Wan wasn't his biological sister, Hua Heng kindly warned her. It's normal for people to have physical needs, and Hua Heng did not interfere. "Do you not understand what I'm saying?" "Hua Wan, stop pretending to be naive when you're actually aware." "I don't care, but that doesn't mean I'm blind." Hua Heng pushed the coffee away. He stood up, ready to leave. Hua Wan rushed over to embrace him but was dodged by Hua Heng. "Take care of yourself." He was calm, cold, and distant, as if they had never met before. Hua Wan's eyes moistened. She didn't understand why, despite her affection for Hua Heng, she failed to capture his special attention. "Third brother, you used to be good to me." When they were in high school, Hua Heng's popularity among girls was not without reason. He wasn't as dark yet, and he was gentle with girls. Naturally, he was kind to her too. Since Hua Ju was too busy, Hua Heng would help her tutor her studies. Hua Heng patted his clothes. "You said it yourself, that was in the past." Ever since he failed the college entrance exam and was left alone in a foreign country, even with his funds cut off. When he first arrived, he didn't even have a place to stay. The accumulated discomfort of the past grew into a large shadow in his heart. Hua Wan sobbed. No matter what means she used, she couldn't keep Hua Heng. She gave a cold laugh. If she couldn't have him, then nobody could. The door of Cloud Island was locked. Hua Heng couldn't open it. The indoor air conditioning was sufficient, but he felt hotter and hotter. Hua Heng tried to steady his breathing. "Who taught you these tactics?" "You don't need to know." "Aren't you rejecting me?" "Now you can't reject me anymore." Suddenly, she hugged Hua Heng, her entire body sticking to him like an ice block. Bang! Hua Wan was pushed to the ground, landing awkwardly like a flipped turtle. Hua Heng took out his phone and called Yu Zi and 119. The person on the other side quickly picked up. "What's wrong?" "Hua Heng, come pick me up at Cloud Island." Yu Zi had only shopped halfway when she turned into a small alley beside the coffee shop. It was strange, as the coffee shop had its doors tightly shut. Hua Wan still struggled. "Brother, there's a resting room inside." Hua Heng pinched his fingers, his voice icy and devoid of warmth. "Who helped you come up with this idea?" "Hua Wan, me myself, I just want to be with you so badly." She had already gone mad with love. She lost her parents when she was young. Her family provided her with food and clothing, but they never gave her warmth. Hua Yunyuan wanted to use her as a tool for marriage alliances, intending to introduce her to Mr. Li, an old bald man. As for Hua Ju, don't even mention it, just a devious hypocrite. Only Hua Heng was good to her, the one who stirred her heart during her teenage years. Hua Heng, are you inside? Yuzi's voice came from outside, somewhat muffled. Hua Heng replied, I'm here. Yuzi didn't know what happened inside while waiting for someone to open the door. She couldn't clearly hear their quarrel, but her eyelids wouldn't stop twitching. The firefighters soon arrived, forcefully opening the door. Hua Heng fell into Yuzi's arms, his voice weak and powerless. Let's go home. What a disgrace in broad daylight. Chapter 114, Black-Hearted. Yuzi supported Hua Heng into the passenger seat. She quickly drove towards home. The distance wasn't long, but traffic jams made everyone restless. Hua Heng tried to maintain his steady breathing, but redness spread from his body up his neck, then onto his ears. The original pale skin was nowhere to be seen. On a summer evening, the weather was stiflingly hot. Yuzi turned the air conditioning on full blast, yet it did little to cool the situation. Hua Heng groaned softly, utterly seductive. Yuzi may not have eaten pork, but she'd certainly seen pigs run. The symptoms Hua Heng exhibited were ones she had come across in novels before, only now she wondered where they got all this stuff. Finally reaching the apartment, Yuzi rushed over and opened the passenger door. Can you walk? Hua Heng could walk, though he was overly excited. Still, physical contact with Yuzi was off limits. You go upstairs. I'll walk by myself, just make sure to lock the door. He reminded her. Yuzi didn't fully understand the gravity of the situation, but Hua Heng's advice made sense. Seeing how uncomfortable he looked and that unmistakable look of desire, Yuzi felt an itch inside. It was hard to describe the feeling, like a fragile glass bottle. One wouldn't know what's inside until broken. As she was about to touch him, Hua Heng raised his eyes. Be good. His voice lost its usual charm, now slightly hoarse. Yuzi wanted to cut Hua Luan into pieces with 1,000 knives. Hua Heng would never intentionally harm anyone, yet people in the Hua family always seemed to do disgusting things. In their interactions, Hua Heng had always maintained good manners. He respected women, excelled academically. Even if he appeared cold, his heart was exceptionally delicate. He was contradictory yet strived to remain gentle, becoming a complete Hua Heng without revealing his trauma. That youth once took care of her with kindness and helped her grow. Now, all Hua Heng could think of was the strength of this effect. It was too much after just one sip. Getting out of the car, Hua Heng went upstairs, unlocked the door using fingerprint recognition, entered his room, and went straight to the bathroom to turn on the cold shower. At this moment, he wished he could climb into the refrigerator. Yuzi was lying on the door, trying to listen for any sound, but she couldn't hear anything. She wasn't sure whether he was alive or dead. She called Lu Ji. He simply suggested taking a cold bath or, certain other solutions. Black lines crossed Yuzi's forehead. What do you think I know? Lu Ji was shocked. You're 24, you shouldn't be clueless. Yuzi replied, me? I can't handle that. Though she enjoyed teasing others, this kind of real action was beyond her capabilities, even though she dreamt of kissing scenarios. It was fundamentally different. Yuzi felt even more tortured than Hua Heng. Pushing the door open, she walked into the neighboring room, hearing the water running. From coming back until now, half an hour had already passed. Wasn't the cold shower supposed to kill him? Yuzi poked her head in. Hua Heng, are you okay? No answer. Yuzi sighed and took another step forward. Hua Heng, cold showers for too long aren't good for your health. Before she could react, she was pulled inside. The bathroom, usually steamy and suffocating, was abnormally cold today. Her entire body tensed, her arms covered in goosebumps. It was freezing. Before she could fully process the situation, countless kisses fell upon her. Although they'd kissed several times before, this one was much fiercer. Hua Heng urgently sought a way to vent his pent-up feelings. While he bit down, Yuzi could feel her lips breaking. Amidst the chaos and fervor, Yuzi slowly accepted the kiss, clinging to Hua Heng's shoulders. If this would resolve things, so be it. But then, there was that firm object pressing against her like a weapon. Yuzi grew flustered as Hua Heng tightly embraced her without letting go. After some time, he loosened his grip on Yuzi and said, somewhat ruining the moment, I'm exhausted. Such a feeling was indescribable, like a mix of excitement and fatigue. Exhausted? What did you even do? Yuzi stammered, unsure why kissing would cause such exhaustion. Hua Heng, still catching his breath while leaning on her, asked, do you want me to write an essay explaining this feeling for you? Yuzi responded, I don't get why you're so tired. Hua Heng let out a small moan. Realizing something strange, Yuzi looked down. Hua Heng's clothes clung tightly to his back due to the cold water, and he happened to wear a white shirt today. Every muscle on his back flexed with each intake of breath, looking extraordinarily sexy. He leaned forward slightly, making Yuzi blush again. Something was definitely pressing against her. Hua Heng laughed softly, I'm completely spent everywhere else, but I'm still hyper-aroused in certain areas. At this point, stop joking around. Just tough it out. You might catch a cold if you take a cold shower for too long. Hua Heng sighed, you say that so easily. If it weren't for his strong willpower, the person in front of him probably wouldn't exist anymore. Yuzi offered, how can I help? Should I buy you some tools? Aren't convenience stores filled with such things? Hua Heng grabbed her hand but released it shortly afterward. Go out. I'll figure it out myself. Huaheng shooed her out. Having Yuzi with him for a while made him feel more comfortable. But engaging in any kind of physical relationship under such circumstances would be highly irresponsible to both of them. Huaheng's mind was clear, and he made the right choice. Yuzi leaned against the doorframe, touching her lips. TSK, is he some kind of dog? After saying that, she pressed her ear closer to the door again to eavesdrop. Snap, the door opened. Yuzi nearly tumbled inside like an octopus. Huaheng, drenched from head to toe, was drying his hair while glaring at her coldly. Enjoying yourself? Not bad. Before Huaheng could react, she darted back into her room. Huaheng walked into the kitchen to find something to eat. This terrible idea definitely wasn't Hualwan's alone, maybe Hua Jingxian was involved, or possibly Hua Ju. Why stage this whole setup to force him into compliance, just so he would marry Hualwan? There was nothing in the fridge, and Huaheng's stomach growled loudly. He returned to his room and picked up his phone. Numerous missed calls appeared on the screen. Lu Ji had called too, texting him to ask if anything happened. By now, quite a few people must know he'd been drugged. Shi Meng was quick to respond. Having fought many battles, he called at an estimated time. Little 3, how are you holding up? Huaheng sat at the dining table, placing the phone casually nearby. He twisted open a bottle of water. His muscular lines were visible through the camera. How'd you know? Shi Meng slapped his thigh hard. A cafe next to Wanxiang City dialed 119 and it got filmed. I looked at your state, and immediately understood what happened. Whose work is it? Huaheng shook his head. It's Hualwan, but I suspect someone else is behind the scenes. Shi Meng tut-tutted. Would you then? That old bastard dared to put sleeping pills in your drink during the college entrance exam. This isn't much compared to that. Thinking about that incident made Shi Meng seethe with anger. Under normal conditions scoring over 650 points, Huaheng only managed 300 points in that crucial exam. Hua Ju's hypocrisy and jealousy have always been common knowledge. Chapter 115, Morning Rise. Huaheng held his phone vertically. Do you think it's fine just because you didn't put sleeping pills? According to Hua Q's jealousy, the sinister and crafty means behind his back are inexhaustible. Shi Meng was wearing a pair of glasses pretending to be gentle, and the two were speechless. Can you stop sending me videos in the future? It makes you look like you've accomplished something. Shi Meng was unhappy when he heard that. Isn't this brother caring about you? Besides, how did you solve it later? Huaheng put down the mineral water. Are you crazy? You're even interested in the details. Just looking at his expression told him nothing good came out of it. Shi Meng mocked, if you have time, learn more from your brother. I've at least passed through thousands of flowers. Yuzi came out of the room and was startled by the kitchen light. What are you doing sitting here? Huaheng pointed to the phone. A man sent me a video in the middle of the night. Shi Meng shouted, Yuzi, let me tell you a secret. The call was hung up before he could finish. In the quiet kitchen, only the sound of the growling stomach could be heard. Yuzi tried hard not to laugh. Do we eat outside? Let's go out. Huaheng changed his clothes and went out. After they arrived at the restaurant, Yuzi received a call from Grandma Ju. She put down her chopsticks. Grandma, is there anything wrong? Zhu Yunling adjusted her reading glasses. I flipped through 2 files and found these 2 signatures weren't quite the same. Yuzi looked out of the window. Whose signatures? Your mother's. Yuzi slightly narrowed her eyes. So you suspect that the person who brought me and took me away wasn't the same one? Zhu Yunling compared them repeatedly. That's what I think. Do you have time tomorrow? Can you come take a look? Yes, I understand. Are you alright there? Yuzi retracted her previous anger and became extremely gentle. Huaheng placed the peeled shrimp in Yuzi's bowl and continued with the next. Zhu Yunling locked the items in the cabinet. I'm fine here. After hanging up the phone, Huaheng asked, what happened? Yuzi told him about their earlier conversation, absently playing with her chopsticks. Memories of Yu Aoshan kept surfacing. She was harsh, strict, and devoid of emotion. In her, Yuzi saw no hint of maternal love. Let's eat first. Huaheng reminded her. That evening, after returning home, Huaheng called Xie Yi. He voiced his thoughts. You investigated and found out that Yu Aoshan was an only child growing up under hardship. She was quite shy during her first beauty contest, but later shifted to a seductive style, right? Xie Yi hummed in agreement. When I investigated, I thought this woman had the makings of a born actress. Her expressions changed so quickly that she seemed to be an entirely different person a year ago and a year later. Huaheng suddenly had an epiphany. Do you think someone might be impersonating her? Xie Yi felt a chill down his spine. How similar would they need to be to pull it off? Plastic surgery? Was plastic surgery that advanced back then? They can't be totally unrelated. They must look identical. Dong dong dong. Huaheng hung up the phone and opened the door. Yuzi stood outside and hugged him. There was no reaction at all. Huaheng patted her back, estimating she wandered around in her sleep again. Little Sun hides her sadness where no one can see. She has always been smiling, never complaining about how bad the environment is. She tries her best to keep every potential client, learns flower arranging, horse riding, golfing. Every step of Yuzi's life she cherishes deeply, fearing that if she doesn't cherish it, she will lose it. Including Huaheng, without complete confidence, she won't make a move. Or she will lose everything. Yuzi felt the warmth of the embrace, as if she found a solid support, and her breathing gradually became even. Huaheng softly comforted, shall we go to bed? Yuzi didn't respond. Huaheng picked her up and placed her on the bed. As he was about to leave, Yuzi grabbed his shirt. Huaheng sat back down. Alright, I won't leave. He finally understood Yu Aoshan's words. There are some things you can't investigate, you can only ask me. Perhaps only Yu Aoshan knows about that event. Huaheng looked at Yuzi's face. Most of the time she was smiling, rarely showing signs of being troubled. Though summer nights were hot, Huaheng couldn't stay seated forever. He intentionally lay a little distance away from Yuzi. Her scent after bathing instantly filled his nose. Huaheng sniffed, wanting to roll over. Suddenly, a leg draped over him, and an arm crossed his neck. That person murmured something incoherently, probably dreaming of delicious food. Buddha's chicken, yummy Buddha's chicken. Yuzi mumbled to herself. She seemed to see a huge skewer, which would probably cost a lot. Ahoom. Huaheng gasped, dodging. Thankfully, he reacted fast, otherwise, he would have bitten into his cheek. Huaheng wiped off the drool on his face, feeling the heat that wouldn't subside. In the morning, as the sun shone in, Yuzi woke up. She stretched her arms lazily, giving Huaheng a punch in the face. Yuzi stiffly turned her head and saw a plain face, devoid of the usual sternness, instead looking soft and youthful. A person nearing 30 still looked this youthful, making others envious and jealous. But still, surveying her surroundings, Yuzi had a foreboding feeling. It was an oppressive black, not the light pink she expected. The curtains were deep blue, not white lace. Yuzi. There was a body that she wasn't sure whether it should get up or not. Just as she was about to slip away, Huaheng woke up with a slightly hoarse voice. Awake? Yuzi replied in a voice as soft as a mosquito's hum, millimeter hum. Huaheng had been worn out yesterday, drugged and then having to take care of a clingy person, leaving him lacking in energy. Isn't there something you need to do today? Yuzi kept wondering how she ended up here. She didn't know she had the habit of sleepwalking. But she vaguely remembered some details, just thinking it was a dream and following along. At Huaheng's reminder, she quickly sat up, straddling Huaheng, ready to get down. Huaheng's bed wasn't soft, but the blanket crumpled in a heap over his calves. Yuzi accidentally lost her balance and was about to fall. Huaheng quickly caught her. She lay like a frog on top of Huaheng. I nearly bumped my head, Yuzi said nervously. Huaheng's chest was hit by her elbow, making it hard for him to catch his breath. Get up. Yuzi pushed herself up with both hands. Then she felt something pressing against her. Yuzi panicked and bolted faster than a rabbit. As long as she wasn't embarrassed, Huaheng would be the one to feel awkward. By the time Huaheng came out, she was already gone. Yuzi hadn't slept well last night and had serious dark circles under her eyes. She put on a pair of sunglasses before heading to the orphanage. Zhu Yunling had been waiting for her for a long time at the entrance. You've finally come. Her mood improved immediately upon seeing Yuzi. Xiao Tian rushed over from behind. Sister, you've finally come. Yuzi gently patted her head. Sister has some matters to deal with, we'll play later. Inside the archive room, Zhu Yunling opened a drawer and handed over the documents. Files separated by 5 years. With determination, Yuzi carefully compared the signature section. It was similar yet different. I'll let the professionals check. I'll go ahead now. Don't you want to stay for lunch? I'll stop by when I have time. Watching Yuzi walk further into the distance, Zhu Yunling sincerely sighed. The child has grown up. But when will they meet again next time? Chapter 116, Not the Biological Mother. Yuzi had never cared about her own origins. She was free. If no one loved her, she would love herself. She had never longed to depend on others and certainly not on her biological parents. One looked at her with eyes filled with hatred and disdain, while the other was somewhere unknown, whether dead or alive. But one day she suddenly doubted. Yu Aoshan might not be her real mother after all, and the true Yu Aoshan could be someone else entirely. Yuzi knew that woman was cunning and wouldn't divulge a single bit of information from her. Last Saturday, Yuzi went to the orphanage to ask Zhu Yunling if the person who brought her there and the one who took her away were the same. In Zhu Yunling's memory, the two looked alike. When the person came to take Yuzi away, they had all the proper documentation, so it didn't seem like the person was changed. Even identical twins have differences in this world. Yuzi didn't believe it. She sent some things to relevant departments for testing and waited in her car. Countless dark moments in her life seemed as though they were about to get justice, but Yuzi didn't feel very happy. If Yu Zhusheng wasn't her mother, then where was her biological mother? She was an abandoned child, a child that no one wanted. Yuzi glanced over. Above the intersection center, a big screen showed a preview of Zhongyu's new product launch for September. The design combined white and grey, simple yet elegant, attracting passers-by to stop and admire. She snapped back into reality only when her phone rang. The person on the other side told her, "Miss Yu, the identification is complete, please come and collect it." After hanging up, Yuzi hesitated before getting out of the car to retrieve the report and then drove to the company. The report felt like a time bomb, and she didn't dare to look at it. Yuzi went to check in at the front desk with the report still in hand. The large screen in the company lobby was playing the latest news. Just a short while ago, Zheng Lu was exposed for having improper relationships with several male models. Before the storm had settled, another one began brewing, and everyone in the company was talking about it. Employees were shaken. Thank goodness my idol has nothing to do with this woman, she sure knows how to live it up. If I were her. Enough, don't talk anymore, Assistant Yu is here. Yuzi glanced once and went straight upstairs. Back at her desk, she untied the string wrapped around the folder containing the documents. Inside was a report, a plain piece of paper that clearly stated that the handwriting did not match. Hee-hung walked out of the office holding a cup. Yuzi flipped through the identification report, feeling as if a 1,000-pound weight was pressing down on her heart. It wasn't the same person. As expected, but still hard to accept. Over the years she'd been with Yu Zhuxing, many people had said that they looked completely different. Yu Zhuxing retaliated by saying, "A child isn't born from just one person, imagine if the child looked exactly like me." Some people complimented Yuzi's good looks, to which Yu Zhuxing dismissed, "What's the use of being pretty? In the end, you'll still run after a man." That woman had no feelings towards her. Turns out she wasn't her biological mother. Yuzi rested her forehead on her interlaced hands, unsure how to express her feelings. Hee-hung approached and asked, "What's wrong?" Yuzi shook her head, her voice heavy with a congested nose. "I'm fine, just quite pleased." She thought she was a child unworthy of love. How could even her biological mother hate her so much? Hee-hung put down his cup beside her and squatted down. "Let me see. What's the matter? Why are you shedding tears like pearls?" Yuzi chuckled. "Don't tease me." Hee-hung continued, "You've got snot coming out soon." Yuzi lifted her face from her hands, her red eyes staring at Hee-hung. "Boss, don't fool with me." At this moment, Hee-hung's posture resembled that of a proposal, as he earnestly asked, "What happened?" Yuzi handed him the documents. After standing up and reading them, Hee-hung remarked, "So it's not the same person?" His guess was right. Yuzi responded faintly. Hee-hung patted her back. "What are you planning to do now?" "To have a good mother one day, only to discover suddenly she isn't, can leave anyone in turmoil." Yuzi tilted her head and shook it. "I don't know." Hee-hung saw the silhouette of a little rabbit, red-eyed. He tapped her forehead gently. "Think carefully." Yuzi sighed. "They never found me. It's embarrassing for me to look for my biological parents. Why bother finding people who don't love you?" In the large flat, the sound of the air conditioner was the only sound. Yuzi suddenly hugged Hee-hung's waist, her nasal voice not completely gone. "I'm so annoyed, Hee-hung." This was the first time she called Hee-hung by his name in the office. "I'm here." "I understand," Hee-hung said. Yuzi's experiences could also be described as legendary. Full of vicissitudes, lonely and dependent on no one. They were two lonely people leaning on each other. Time flowed quietly, as Hee-hung lightly patted her back. "No matter what decision you make, I will support you." Yuzi muttered, "You're really great." It was a heartfelt statement. Hee-hung was truly admirable, to the point that she hesitated to involve herself with him. He exuded an aura of respect just by standing there. Even if he sometimes spoke off-key. Chen coughed twice. Mr. He, miss you." Hearing the sound, Yuzi stepped away from Hee-hung, sniffing. "What's up, Manager Chen?" Chen felt uneasy. He lowered his head and didn't dare look at Hee-hung, taking small steps in front of Yuzi. "Here is the next ad placement. I want you to review it and see if it's okay." Yuzi nodded. "All right." The phone in Hee-hung's office kept ringing, but no one answered. Xie directly called Yuzi's number. "Where's Hee-hung?" "He's beside me." "Let him take the call." Hee-hung picked it up, and Xie got straight to the point. "Do you know who your Ho family's intended marriage partner is?" Upon hearing this, Hee-hung instantly realized it wasn't good news. "Who?" He held the phone and returned to the office. Yuzi was responsible for reviewing the contract. Xie sighed. "Wasn't it said before that they planned to form an alliance through marriage? I thought it might just be a gimmick, but then I heard that the marriage partner is Shu Wang Real Estate's adopted daughter. The Shu family." It looked like the He family definitely needed to cooperate with the Shu family. Hee-hung snorted. "In what age do we still need arranged marriages?" Xie replied, "I don't understand arranged marriages, but you seem to get it more than me. It was all about ensuring long-term development without losing talent. The story of a princess and a commoner, or a young master and a regular person, people from mismatched backgrounds would never end up together." Hee-hung chuckled softly. "So your point is that the He family is elite?" Xie responded dryly, "My silence speaks volumes. I'm just telling you this. Be careful. Yesterday when you asked me to investigate, I found out that the Shu family avoids mentioning Xu Jiming. As if he didn't exist." Hee-hung murmured, In a few days, I'll go and meet the old man from the Shu family personally. Do you know him?" Xie sounded skeptical. Hee-hung countered, "Do you believe in online friends?" Xie exclaimed, "Go away." After hanging up, Hee-hung saw it was Yuzi's phone and stepped out to return it to her. "In a few days, do you want to go to Hong Kong for fun?" Hee-hung asked her. Yuzi thought it was because her mood had been bad, so her boss decided to take her on an all-expenses-paid trip. "Sure." Hee-hung playfully pinched her nose. "Finish your work quickly." Chapter 117. Does this young miss have the surname Yu? Huo-wan called Huo-hung several times but got no answer, so she went straight to the company. Zhong-rong stopped her. "Excuse me, do you have an appointment?" Even though Huo-wan had previously worked at Zhongyu, as a non-employee, she was not allowed to enter the company freely. Huo-wan grabbed the ID badge from Zhong-rong and tried to swipe it. Reacting too late, Zhong-rong shouted loudly, "Stop the thief." The security guard ran over and held Huo-wan around the waist. "Miss, don't be impulsive, it will be bad for you if you get hurt." Huo-wan's voice echoed tearfully in the hall. "Huo-hung, come out here now." She was restrained like a lunatic who came demanding debts. The security guard yelled, "Ms. Hua, if you keep pestering us, we will call the police." Unable to break free, Huo-wan scoffed, "Go ahead and report it. Let's see who dares to catch me." Zhang Ziyu returned with Xu Ju from outside just then and saw such a scene. Could one describe her actions as anything less than crazy? Yu Zi was working when she heard that there was some disturbance in the hall and hurriedly went downstairs. On her way down, she encountered Xu Wan. Xu Wan was typing on her phone. Is assistant Yu also coming down to watch the commotion? Yu Zi coughed lightly. Are you doing the same? When the elevator reached the ground floor, Hulwan was being controlled. It was nearing noon, and more people were gathering to watch the spectacle. The security guard was sweating profusely. Miss Hua, why don't you register properly instead of forcing your way in? What kind of logic was that? Yu Zi pushed through the crowd. What's going on? Seeing Yu Zi made Hulwan even angrier. Are you very happy seeing me in this state? She hadn't gotten what she wanted, everything seemed lost. At that moment, her hair was in disarray, looking like a woman who couldn't obtain love in a TV drama, frenzied and enraptured. Yu Zi seemed to have seen the past version of Yu Ao-shan. Since she could remember, Yu Ao-shan would always return home in a sorry state. Yu Zi knew she had been looking for a certain man, but as expected, without success. That person didn't even want to see her face. She let out a light snort. I'm rather happy about it. Speechless after being rebuffed, Hulwan tried to hold back her anger. Xu Wan beside her couldn't help but laugh. The atmosphere in the hall was silent for a moment. Yu Zi glanced at the time. It's not yet quitting time. What are all of you doing here? With just one sentence, employees dispersed. Those who needed to work returned to their duties, others went upstairs. The security guard released Hulwan. She rubbed her arm, her brows furrowed. I want to find my brother. Yu Zi said coolly, if you want to see your brother, why not follow the proper procedures? Or has etiquette and politeness been eaten by dogs all these years? Her cursing wasn't crude, but she liked to speak sarcastically. Hulwan, in her current state, didn't care about much. She pointed at Yu Zi. Now I know, it's your scheming behind the scenes, right? Yu Zi sighed helplessly. Your own design failed, you blame me for it. And now, something else happens, and you want to pin it on me? Hulwan was adamant. You're envious, aren't you, because you saw what happened between us yesterday? Yesterday, she clearly heard Huaheng call Yu Zi first. Yu Zi arrived in time, and her eyes seemed to be burning with desire. As if she had defiled Huaheng. Zhang Ziyu hadn't left but was discussing matters in the hall with someone while keeping an eye on every move here. Yu Zi remained calm and composed in the face of trouble. She showed disdain. What is there for me to envy from you? Let me tell you, I'm not only living with him, but last night I slept with him. These words were incredibly damaging. Hulwan couldn't believe her ears. What did you say? Her brother always kept his distance from women, even if Yu Zi was his secretary, there was no substantial evidence proving any further relationship between them. Yu Zi inspected her up and down. Bad at design? Seems like your eyesight isn't good. Can't hear clearly either. Maybe you should go to the hospital sometime. Hulwan was immersed in sorrow over Yu Zi being with Huaheng. No wonder. No wonder her brother treated Yu Zi so well, protecting her every time. Jealousy drove Hulwan mad. She rushed over and tried to hit someone. But Huaheng was faster than Yu Zi. He tightly grasped Hulwan's wrist to stop her madness. Hulwan, don't go too far. Huaheng increased the grip strength, making Hulwan kneel on the ground in pain. The man looked coldly at the person on the floor. It was me who reported your affairs. This is what you deserve. Hulwan was powerless, seemingly unable to believe that all these years of goodwill would be betrayed by the person she loved the most. She looked up stubbornly. Third brother, I am your sister. Laughing, she turned towards everyone in the hall. Did you all see? This is your president, cold-hearted and merciless, betraying even his own sister. Yu Zi was getting impatient, so many people around, and I feel embarrassed to criticize you. Are you actually showing off? She raised her eyebrows disdainfully, copying design drawings, tampering with the company's plans, and plotting against your own brother. Now you turn around and accuse others except for Hulwan. Who else deserves to go in? Hulwan coldly smiled. You're the least qualified to talk, village girl. Huaheng stood beside Yu Zi and reported her to the police right in front of her, disregarding their familial ties. The commotion continued until the police arrived. Huaheng instructed Fu Shijun, interrogate her thoroughly. Don't let her out. Whoever tries to bail her out is going against me. Yu Zi asked Huaheng, what did you do to Hulwan? She seems crazy. I sent a letter to her company reporting that she plagiarized her graduation thesis and stole design drawings. It was likely that because she couldn't stay in her previous job, she came here causing trouble. Huaheng wanted to let her know, don't mess with him or he might ruin her reputation completely. Yu Zi pretended to be coy, exaggerating her words. Wow, you're so bad Tilda, I like it. Huaheng bent down slightly and lowered his head. If you like me so much, will there be any reward? Yu Zi extended her index and middle finger of her right hand, gently touching her lips, her eyes slyly tilting like a fox. That look was incredibly seductive. Huaheng thought she would press her lips onto his, but unexpectedly, Yu Zi made a heart shape. Award for you, my little heart. She said and happily returned to her workstation. In early September, all matters were resolved, and Huaheng took Yu Zi to Hong Kong. Stepping on this land felt familiar yet repulsive to Yu Zi. Though prosperous, this place carried her painful memories. Are we coming here just for fun? She didn't believe it. Right after they got off the plane, someone came to meet Huaheng. This man wore a black suit, with half-grey hair, looking over 60 years old. He respectfully addressed Huaheng. You are Mr. Huaheng, sir? And this lady is. Huaheng shook hands with him. Yuzi, my secretary. Upon hearing Yuzi's name, the man paused briefly. Does this young miss have the surname Yu? Chapter 118 Mr. and Mrs. Hu. Yuzi was fully armed, wearing some protective clothing, sunglasses, and a hat. There wasn't a single part of her body exposed, not even her face. She looked at the man in confusion. What's wrong with the surname Yu? The driver responsible for picking her up shook his head, maintaining basic politeness. There's no problem, it's just that this surname is rarely seen. His Mandarin wasn't very standard, but he tried his best to make sure Hu Heng understood. Yuzi shrugged slightly, finding it hard to believe his excuse. However, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Following along silently while doing more work is wise. In the low-key luxury of the KN SUV, the driver was silent as he drove ahead, clearly someone with strict home education. Yuzi leaned close to Hu Heng and whispered, I think they've been in the military before, they don't smile at all. Lacking warmth, it made people feel cold and distant, like a machine. Hu Heng naturally embraced her closer as she leaned against him. Are you afraid? He liked this side of Yuzi. She wasn't tense but instead completely relaxed herself. Yuzi lightly patted him. What am I afraid of? I just don't like this kind of atmosphere. Since childhood, she'd been a wild child and had trouble sitting still under so many rules. The car drove from the airport all the way to Deepwater Bay, taking quite some time. Sunlight streamed in through the car windows, and by noon, Yuzi felt drowsy. Hu Heng offered his shoulder and gently cradled her head to prevent it from hitting the glass. As the car climbed uphill, Yuzi slowly woke up, rubbing her sleep-heavy eyes. Are we here? Hu Heng relaxed his shoulders. We're here. The driver opened the car door, and both of them got out. The villa at Deepwater Bay was unreasonably large. Yuzi momentarily felt disoriented. It felt familiar, maybe due to watching too many TV dramas. They followed a maid inside, a beautifully dressed woman wearing traditional clothing who exuded a sense of Chinese elegance. Yuzi thought the lady of the house must have a preference for Gyeongsams. Under the guidance of the maid, they were led to a luxurious standalone building. The maid pointed to the house. This is a small independent unit with one bedroom. Mr. Hu and Mrs. Hu have been through long travel, so you can rest first. Yuzi took off her glasses. What did you call me? Mrs. Hu. Was there an inappropriate tone? The maid maintained an elegant smile on her face. Mrs. Hu, is there something wrong with my address? Hu Heng put his arm around Yuzi's shoulders. No, there's nothing wrong. We'll be fine if we need anything, we'll call you. After the door was closed, Yuzi remained shocked. She called me Mrs. Hu? Hu Heng loosened his grip on her shoulders, hiding his smile as he turned around to pack things. Aren't we supposed to be boyfriends and girlfriends to the outside world? It's not excessive to be called Mrs. Hu. Yuzi, is there another relationship? Hu Heng, having taken both a flight and a car ride, was exhausted. He lay down on the bed in the room. The aroma in here is too strong. It makes me sleepy. Yuzi took care of the remaining items. Good thing the bed is big enough, otherwise, we wouldn't even be able to draw a line between our space. Hu Heng had his eyes closed. Didn't we already sleep together? A few days ago, Yuzi ran onto his bed. Yuzi coughed lightly. Accident. Besides, that's my house. I go wherever I want. Hu Heng opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling. Yuzi, I've noticed you're becoming less afraid of me, your boss. Where did all the smoothness disappear? All the apologies of boss, I'm sorry, seemed to have flown away with the wind. After tidying up, Yuzi sat in front of a grand dressing table looking rather smug. We are no longer in a superior-subordinate relationship. We're boyfriend and girlfriend. Have you ever seen a girlfriend being scared of her boyfriend? Defeated by this statement, Hu Heng reclosed his eyes. Let me take a nap, I'm so sleepy. Already buried his head in the pillow, his voice muffled as he spoke. Yuzi smelled the aroma diffuser. It carried a scent similar to what one might find in a temple. Not suitable for general people. When she turned back, Hu Heng was already asleep. Quietly closing the bedroom door behind her, she tiptoed out. This little house stood next to a large villa. Yuzi finally understood why nannies and security guards of domineering tycoons' families break up in novels. Because long-distance relationships are indeed too painful. Yuzi pushed the back door and gazed further. A large pool came into view. There was someone basking in the sunlight on a lounge chair. Driven by curiosity, she walked over. The woman took off her sunglasses and glanced at Yuzi. Who are you? Yuzi extended her hand. I'm Mr. Hu's girlfriend. My name is Yuzi. This woman was beautiful, young, and seemed to be her peer. But her enthusiasm didn't bring the same response from the other side. She was reading an English version of Jane Eyre, her tone indifferent. A guest of Grandpa's? Yuzi immediately guessed the other person's identity. Shu Jiayu, the adopted daughter of the Shu family. Scenes like this were familiar to her. When she first entered the workplace, many people looked down on Yuzi. Beautiful women are often viewed as mere decorations. Even their stereotypes assume that Yuzi must have gotten something due to her looks. It's a hard thing for some people to admit that attractive people can also be excellent in their consciousness. Yuzi thought this was a lack of vision. A person with vision would respect every possible form of existence. On the table by the poolside, there were other books. A breeze swept through, rippling the water in the pool under the sunlight. Yuzi thought it must be very comfortable lying there. Thinking so, she did exactly that, and then she took out her phone. Shu Jiayu frowned. Who allowed you to sit here? Yuzi mischievously replied, I myself. Shu Jiayu removed her sunglasses. You sat down without an invitation. Do you think that's polite? Yuzi's phone flickered on and off. As a guest here, I've been standing for a while without being invited to sit down. Is this how your family Shu entertains guests? She gave a faint smile, as if everything was clear to her. Shu Jiayu had gradually taken over the Shu family business. She understood matters of commerce and recognized Yuzi's provocation. She mocked back, irony. Yuzi nodded sincerely, not dumb at all, able to pick up on that. The two were about to lock horns when suddenly a man upstairs leaned out. What's going on? Jiayu. He spoke Cantonese and hadn't noticed Yuzi on the other side. Shu Jiayu seized the moment of attention, reading, there's a new guest at home, talking to her now. Let me have a look. That man hurriedly ran downstairs. Seeing Yuzi, he hesitated for a moment. Miss, I feel like we've met somewhere before. He spoke in Cantonese, not having switched modes yet. Shu Jiayu lightly rolled her eyes. Cousin, talk to her in Mandarin. Yuzi stood up and extended her hand. If you like, my Cantonese is pretty good. She retaliated against Shu Jiayu by shaking hands with the man in front of her. My name is Ju Yang, glad to meet you. Ju Yang's Mandarin wasn't very good, his words stammered. Yuzi. The two introduced themselves, thus knowing each other. Ju Yang continued from earlier. I really feel like I've seen you somewhere. Yuzi humorously said, perhaps all beauties are alike. Meaning, since you've seen many beautiful women, you think we've met before. While they talked, they conveniently ignored Shu Jiayu nearby. This left her rather unhappy, silently flipping pages of her book but not forgetting to listen attentively to what they were saying. Hu Heng woke up to find no one around. As soon as he stepped outside, a servant came in to inform him, Mr. Shu went to the temple today, he won't be back until tomorrow evening. It's dinner time now. Would you like anything in particular? Hu Heng shook his head, no need, I'll go out later. Can I borrow one of the cars here? The servant smiled, Mr. Shu has instructed that all your needs will be accommodated. All right. Just after he said that, Yuzi walked in, humming a little tune as she smiled at the servant. Hu Heng sat on the couch, pulling out his phone to search. Do you want to go out and wander around tonight? How about Tsim Sho Sui? I heard there's lots of delicious food there. Hu Heng put away his phone. Do you know? Yuzi touched her nose. Didn't I come here before? She meant as a child. Hu Heng waited for Yuzi to change clothes. Their house was lit up, as were others. The Deepwater Bay villa was bright with lights. Chapter 119, You Like Me. Hu Heng drove while Yuzi sat in the passenger seat. Originally, her mood was somewhat complicated coming here, but after chatting for the entire afternoon, she felt much better. The journey from Deepwater Bay to the destination took a long time. Fortunately, Hu Heng had rested enough and wasn't drowsy driving. After arriving at the destination, Yuzi became even more excited. There were also many tourists in September. Yuzi took photos to mark her visit. The streets were bustling with chatter, blending Cantonese and Mandarin into an intimate atmosphere. Come on, Hu Heng, take a photo of me. Yuzi handed him her phone. Hu Heng held the phone, capturing Yuzi among the crowd. The moment she turned around, he snapped the photo. As if looking back suddenly, that person is where the lights dim. By the end of their walk, Yuzi was completely full, so they found a chair to sit and rest. Yuzi weakly said, I can't walk anymore. Hu Heng sat next to her. Xie Yi happened to call. Did you come to Hong Kong? Hu Heng replied, I came this morning. Xie Yi, playing mahjong with a cigarette dangling from his lips carefree, said, when will we meet? I'll treat you to cheese eye noodles. Hu Heng smirked slightly. You're only treating me to a bowl of noodles? On Xie Yi's side, there was a shout of who, and several $1,000s were gone again. The sound of the electric mahjong table turning, Xie Yi stubbed out his cigarette. Not even cheese eye noodles now. I can only treat you to a bowl of plain noodles. I can't add many fish balls. Hu Heng. Stop the thief. Stop the thief, someone shouted down the street. Yuzi turned her head and saw a thief running towards them, holding a bag and a knife. People automatically moved aside on the road, avoiding getting hurt. They didn't want to get involved. Before Hu Heng could react, Yuzi had already rushed out. She stretched out her leg, causing the thief to fly through the air and land face down on the ground. The knife clattered to the floor as the police arrived. The victim approached Yuzi, bent over and gasped, Thank you. Upon looking up, the man exclaimed in awe. Hu Heng tightly gripped Yuzi's hand anxiously, anger surging. Are you crazy? That guy had a knife. Yuzi turned around. I'm fine, just my foot hurts. Hu Heng ignored her trying to cajole him. You never learn your lesson. In that instant just now, his blood had surged, his body tensing up. Yuzi always acted as though life and death meant nothing. Though she talks about loving money and cherishing life, the actions she actually takes have no relation to those words. Hu Heng checked her all over. Let's go home. Yuzi couldn't escape the grip on her wrist. I'm really fine. Don't worry. Let's go to Mongkok later. No. Hu Heng's chest felt like it was crushed by a heavy stone, making breathing difficult. He couldn't bear to imagine what would happen if the thief's knife had directly stabbed her. The owner of the lost wallet followed behind. Young lady, please wait. He was stout, with earrings in his ears, sunglasses, a leather bag, dressed like a nouveau riche. Hu Heng stopped his steps, furrowing his brows, obvious anger on his face. What is the matter, sir? He pulled Yuzi behind him to face the man. The man took out his business card. My name is Zhongling, I'm an entertainment agent. I think this young lady is of such remarkable beauty. Wouldn't you be interested in entering the entertainment industry? Not necessary, stop following. Hu Heng shoved her into the car. Fasten your seatbelt. Yuzi had never seen him act this way before. Always emotionally stable, Hu Heng had clearly lost control. She thought for a moment and asked, "Are we going to Mongkok? Home?" Yuzi stood still. "I just did something brave. Was I wrong?" "No, there was nothing wrong with that." Hweheng chuckled lightly. "Acts of bravery should be within your own capabilities. Do you have that capability?" Yuzi proudly stated. "Didn't I just trip him up?" The two remained at odds. "He didn't notice you then, but if he had noticed you, wouldn't he have stabbed you right in the chest with that knife?" Desperate people don't change their wicked thoughts because of who you are. Yuzi was just too confident. His previous bout of anger hadn't yet subsided, and his voice had grown somewhat louder. Yuzi's playful smile disappeared, replaced by a heavy heart. The car didn't start. Outside, it was still lively, but inside the car, the atmosphere dropped to zero. Hweheng took the water beside him, unscrewed it, and gulped down several mouthfuls. Suddenly, he felt like he was having an impotent rage. When his parents died, he was playing football with classmates. Later, not even Chen Meng's ashes could be retrieved. That feeling was like an invisible hand choking him, impossible to escape. And now it was Yuzi. For so many years, he'd finally found someone who could always stay by his side. But this person doesn't cherish their own life. There's no one in this world she needs to cling to. She's bold and self-confident, always doing things that are completely unreasonable. Yuzi watched the passers-by outside, seeing couples walking hand in hand, sweetly together. They held the skewers from the snack street, feeding each other. In the crowd, the love of young couples filled Yuzi's heart. She had an answer that was almost ready to come out. Previously, when introduced by Old Feng for a blind date, Hweheng suddenly appeared. She stood with John Ziyu, and he deliberately targeted her. Hweheng seemed a little jealous. When would someone feel jealous? Maybe when you like someone, you get jealous. The car was a convertible. Yuzi leaned on the window and softly asked him, "Hweheng, why are you so good to me? Worrying about her, taking care of her, always standing behind her." After finishing his water, Hweheng felt much better. Upon hearing her question, he couldn't answer. He always refused matters concerning emotions. Only around Yuzi did he encounter difficulty. Was it liking her or habit? That was the question. Yuzi suddenly turned around, facing Hweheng directly. She seriously asked him, "Hweheng, do you like me?" Boom. A firework exploded in the sky, illuminating Yuzi's bright smile and sparkling eyes. Her eyes were like the brightest stars in the night sky, twinkling as they waited for an answer. The two were very close. Even though the sound of fireworks was loud, it didn't match the beats of their hearts. Chapter 120, Hweheng confesses to me. The two exchanged glances that darted away and then reconnected. The fireworks in the sky were dazzling. In Hweheng's eyes, Yuzi could only see herself. Hweheng clenched his fists, unsure of how to respond for a moment. Outside the car, people were cheering, as if celebrating a grand feast joyfully. Yuzi, not waiting for an answer, wasn't disappointed either. Her voice shifted from a sultry older sister to sweet. "Since you're not answering, let me tell you." Hweheng tried his best to ensure he didn't show any crack. He waited for Yuzi's words. For a long time, the fireworks stopped, and the surroundings gradually quieted down. Yuzi's voice continued to echo in his ears. "Even though I don't know if you like me, I like you quite a bit." Such beautiful words. Hweheng still had one hand on the steering wheel, but uncertain, he asked again, "What did you say?" Yuzi's smile blossomed like a flower, and she leaned back into her seat again. "I said I like you. Did you hear it this time?" Hweheng closed the convertible roof, turned on the air conditioning, and got out from the driver's seat. "Don't move." He needed some time to be alone. Hweheng leaned against the car, lost in thought. He took a few more steps, went to the nearest convenience store to buy a pack of cigarettes, and lit one upon returning to the car. Hweheng took a puff and reminisced about his parents' romance. Hu Jingyun was a love-struck fool, completely following Chen Meng's lead. At the time, Hu Jingxin's letters meant nothing to him. He even suspected that because Hu Jingyun was too excellent, Hu Jingxin harbored special feelings for him. Strangely, Hweheng hadn't inherited such romantic talent from his father. Hu Jingyun once said, "If you like someone, just go all out and treat them well." Thinking about it, treating Yuzi well might also stem from this reason. After finishing a cigarette, he still didn't understand anything. He opened the car door and returned to his seat. Yuzi put down her phone and looked at him. Hweheng cut straight to the chase. "Yuzi, would you like to date?" "Not pretending. I'm serious." At first, they acted as a couple merely to ward off the bad influences around Yuzi. Now with these sudden words, Yuzi was a little dazed. Hweheng, however, was agitated. This was the first time he'd said something like that at his age, and he felt both anxious and embarrassed. Yuzi lifted her hands, put them down, and took a deep breath. As someone who'd been single her entire life, this was her first encounter with such a situation. She liked Hweheng, but does liking someone mean you have to start a relationship? This revelation, if known by Hweheng, would undoubtedly label her as the other woman. Yuzi leaned back against her seat, sliding lower. "Maybe, we can try?" Try. So, they would. Hweheng didn't know what to do next, so he recalled the love manual John had given him. The first move of dating, eat together. "Didn't you want to go to Mongkok? Shall we go now?" "Yeah." The car started, and Yuzi sat up, taking out her phone. Her chat with Julin had paused while Julin bombarded her with messages. "How's it going?" Numerous "how's it going" messages. Yuzi thought about it and typed, "Hweheng confessed to me." Julin was in the process of typing. "He confessed to you?" It was almost unbelievable. Yuzi typed, "I'll tell you when I get home. Don't tell Fu Shijun." Because Huaheng values his dignity after all. If their brothers found out, especially Shi Meng, the consequences would be unimaginable. Julin, rest assured, I promise, I swear, it's like the 1,000-year-old iron tree blossoming. Can I ask how you feel? Yuzi, excited, but expected. Julin. Huaheng parked the car, we're here. It was already past 10 o'clock at night, yet Mongkok was still bustling with many people. Yuzi stepped out of the car. The two walked into the crowded crowd, where performers entertained on the streets. Yuzi was pulled over by Huaheng, who held her hand tightly, be careful. Just moments before it felt like knives, now it felt like flames. Yuzi patted her racing heart, thanking her lucky stars. Looking down, she saw her hand being held by Huaheng's. A mix of excitement and happiness swirled inside her. Before, holding hands felt mundane, but now every touch resonated through her pounding heart. Huaheng spotted a stand selling egg waffles ahead. Do you still want some? Yuzi nodded, yes. There was something endearing about seeing the tough guy transform into a tender maiden. Huaheng restrained his laughter, I'll get them. Yuzi waited on the side, continuing chatting with Julin. See that? Huaheng is queuing up to buy egg waffles for me. Julin, didn't he do that before? A thought suddenly struck Yuzi, yes, he had. After graduating from high school, Yuzi went to visit Huaheng. She had even been to their school cafeteria. Huaheng fetched food while Yuzi waited beside him. Seemingly, similar events had happened before, but she simply hadn't noticed. Yuzi, it seems he has always liked me. Julin. Apparently, people in love are all fools. Here. Huaheng handed the egg waffles to her. Yuzi finished packing her phone and scooped the first bite of ice cream, offering it to Huaheng, taste this. Huaheng opened his mouth, letting the ice cream dissolve delightfully, brimming with sweetness. As Yuzi continued eating, she occasionally shared a bite with Huaheng. A few passers-by whispered among themselves. Look at them, they only have money for one dessert. Yeah, unlike us, we can each afford two. Yuzi chuckled, why did you only buy one? They'll think we're broke. And worse, they might think Huaheng is cheap. Huaheng pointed ahead, there's still plenty more to eat, no need to rush. He rarely ate sweets, and just now he wouldn't have had the ice cream if Yuzi hadn't fed it to him. It was almost 12 o'clock when Huaheng's phone rang. The maid asked, Mr. Hua, it's already midnight. Are you and Mrs. Hua not coming back? Yuzi took the call, we're on the way. The maid politely said, drive safely, please call me if anything comes up. Okay. After hanging up, Yuzi yawned, their family seems pretty nice. Though it was basic courtesy, being overly formal felt somewhat cold. The car started climbing uphill, driving a bit further before reaching the Shu family villa. Huaheng parked the car, then returned with Yuzi to their small detached house. One bedroom meant one bathroom. Huaheng let Yuzi shower first while he took care of some matters. Half an hour later, Yuzi poked her head out. Huaheng, go take your shower. Yuzi yawned again. She lay down on the bed, hearing the water flow from the bathroom, and soon fell asleep. When Huaheng came out, he saw a pig-like posture as Yuzi slumbered ungracefully. He gently covered Yuzi with a blanket and stroked her hair. Her hair wasn't dry yet. Huaheng found a towel and dried her hair further. He suddenly felt that taking care of someone was quite enjoyable. If Shi Meng knew, he'd definitely say, you were born to be a housewife. By the time her hair was completely dry, it was already 2 a.m. Huaheng turned off the light and slept beside Yuzi. At first, there was an invisible boundary line between them. But Huaheng moved closer, and soon Yuzi cuddled into him entirely. She had the habit of hugging someone while sleeping, which was why she always kept a giant stuffed bear on the bed. It was taller than her, and it felt very comfortable to embrace. This day had been filled with ups and downs, and Huaheng was also utterly exhausted, so he fell asleep shortly after. When Yuzi woke up this time, she wasn't as nervous as last time. She glanced at Huaheng, then stole another look, and finally drifted off into a second sleep. After waking up and freshening up, Huaheng went outside and asked the maid, is Mr. Shu back? The maid was watering flowers in the yard, he just got back. I can take you to see him. Huaheng waved his hand, since he just came back, he must be tired. Let him rest for now. The maid replied, I will convey your concern. Huaheng took a stroll around. He wasn't in a hurry to meet anyone but feared that since the person had just returned from the temple, they might have visited Shu Jiming. If Yuzi showed up, it would surely give them quite a shock. Chapter 121, I am his girlfriend. The Shu family's villa resembled that of an ancient wealthy household, surrounded by small courtyards. Huaheng casually wandered to the yew garden. Shu Weng seemed to be a lover of flowers. The garden was abundant with varieties of flowers, thoughtfully arranged and pleasing to the eye. Shu Jiayu had seen a stranger yesterday, and today there was another one. She didn't have a good impression of strangers and spoke dismissively, who are you? Huaheng was dressed leisurely, not like a guest but rather like a family member, as if he had just finished his morning exercises. Huaheng turned around and glanced at the woman in front of him, whom he had seen in documents before. She was an academically excellent woman, adopted daughter of the Shu family, enjoying everything this home could offer. At the same age, Yuzi was washing dishes, while Shu Jiayu attended an aristocratic school, possessing quality educational resources, designer bags, and received a villa as her 18th birthday present. All of this Huaheng knew well. The Shu family clearly had their own biological granddaughter, yet they chose to adopt a daughter instead. You haven't answered my question. Xu Jiayu noticed Huaheng didn't reply and asked again. Huaheng stretched lazily. Shouldn't you introduce yourself first before asking others questions? His eyes scanned Xu Jiayu. She was a pretty woman but with a somewhat bad temper. A bit arrogant and capricious, typical of someone who has been pampered. Xu Jiayu narrowed her eyes. Having been reprimanded by 2 people within 2 days, how could her mood be any better? And these 2 people had such similar speaking styles. Xu Jiayu knew exactly who stood before her. So it's Huaheng from Zhongyou. My apologies for not recognizing you earlier. She showed flexibility by admitting her mistake. Huaheng smiled faintly. No big deal. There was no sound in the garden. Xu Jiayu approached and initiated conversation. I heard from my grandfather that you're old friends. One might say that. In modern terms, we'd call each other online friends, Huaheng responded seriously. To his surprise, this statement made Xu Jiayu laugh aloud. Never would have thought the boss of Zhongyou had such a sense of humor. Huaheng rarely started conversations with women himself. Thus, Xu Jiayu kept finding topics to talk about. After waking up and not finding anyone, Yuzi asked the servants, who mentioned seeing Huaheng heading to the garden. After Yuzi left, a couple of servants gathered. How come this Hu Tai Tai seems so familiar? Feels like I've seen her somewhere before. Could she possibly be a celebrity? She gives off a very Hong Kong vibe. They chatted in Cantonese, assuming Yuzi wouldn't understand them. Yuzi inwardly mused that her father might have been from Hong Kong, or lived there for years, hence passing on some Hong Kong traits to her. Guided by the servant's hint, Yuzi found the garden where Xu Jiayu was talking to Huaheng. Huaheng was politely responding all along, appearing quite gentlemanly. Yuzi approached and looped her arm around Huaheng's. Huaheng, I've been looking for you everywhere. Their intimate actions made Xu Jiayu suddenly feel uneasy with a strange premonition. Huaheng introduced, this is my girlfriend, Yuzi. I saw her yesterday, Xu Jiayu said. Yuzi gave a faint smile. Yes, we met yesterday. Miss Xu didn't treat me well, but she sure was nice to my boyfriend. Seeming to carry an innate animosity, both ladies engaged in a heated argument. Xu Jiayu realized this woman was direct in speech, even more straightforward than expected. Internally scoffing, Xu Jiayu believed she utterly lacked emotional intelligence. I admire and respect the president of Zhongyou for his capabilities, so I couldn't help saying more. Xu Jiayu quickly restored calmness with an unfazed expression. Yuzi leaned close to Huaheng. I'm starving. Let's go have breakfast. Wherever Huaheng went, seeing her act coy and clingy, he couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. Alright, let's go. Watching the pair leave, Xu Jiayu smirked disdainfully. Jealous woman. Not that she was truly interested in Huaheng. As the most probable successor of Shu Wang real estate, men were nothing more than fleeting clouds to her. Just Zhongyou, that's all. Yuzi hummed lightly. Was I too rude just now? No, you were adorable. Huaheng was skilled at giving compliments. Upon stepping into his boyfriend role, he seemed transformed into another person. Yuzi stopped and walked circles around him. Are you really Huaheng? Huaheng chuckled softly, waiting for her performance. Yuzi mimicked a Guangxi accent from online. I can hardly believe those words came out of your mouth. Huaheng pulled her towards him. Aren't you hungry? Go eat breakfast already. Breakfast was prepared by the servants, a classic Hong Kong-style dim sum brunch. Faced with an array of food, Yuzi momentarily wasn't sure which one to try. In Hong Kong, I used to only eat when I got lucky. With Yu Aoshan not being at home, I went out to collect scraps, selling plastic bottles to buy bread. She took a bite of the pineapple bun first. Back then, convenience stores weren't as varied as they are today, but Yuzi adored the cream cakes inside. The pink little flowers made her drool uncontrollably. Huaheng simply drank a cup of coffee, quietly watching her. Yuzi casually brought up her past. When I came to this place yesterday, I immediately thought of the past. Originally, I was unhappy, but then suddenly having a boyfriend made me happy. An unexpected sweet remark. Huaheng choked on his coffee. Yuzi, you. She happily continued eating breakfast. Are you not happy? Huaheng wiped his mouth. I'm happy. After finishing breakfast, Yuzi patted her belly. How did you get to know the Shu family elder? Huaheng sat at the table. Even when not in the company, he still had to handle matters. I used to play Go online and beat him. I didn't know who he was back then, only found out recently. Yuzi wanted nothing more than to be a pig that eats well and lazes around. Playing chess can let you meet rich people. Why don't I encounter them while gaming? They spent the entire morning indoors. Yuzi was making plans for Disneyland. After their afternoon rest, a servant knocked on the door. Mr. Hua, Mrs. Hua, are you free this afternoon? We're free, Huaheng replied. Our master wants to see you. All right. Yuzi followed behind Huaheng, heading from the adjacent standalone house towards the central villa. The site was magnificent, and it surely must be luxurious inside as well. Pushing the door open, Yuzi smelled the scent of wood. In the middle of the living room were simple furnishings with green plants used as accents, not taking over the scene. The staircase design was ingenious, and there was no one on the couch. Footsteps echoed from upstairs, followed by a steady voice. Let me take a look at my old friend. Xu Wang wore a Sun Yat-sen suit, modest and unpretentious. Yuzi finally understood why everyone in this household was so disciplined. Because the person standing before them looked very stern. Xu Wang's gaze focused entirely on Yuzi, his eyes slightly trembling. Who is this? Yuzi knew the question was directed at her, so she revealed a standard smile. Mr. Xu, hello. I am Huaheng's girlfriend. My name is Yuzi. Chapter 122, Just Wanting One Person. Hua Heng did not overlook the subtle change in his expression. Xu Wang invited them to sit down and quickly returned to normal. He smiled, "I've heard of you before, and today I see that you're indeed a talented person." Xu Wang was very appreciative of Hua Heng. Their meeting was purely coincidental. The online world is full of wonders. After retiring, Xu Wang's daily life revolved around watering flowers, drinking tea, reading books, and playing Go when he had free time. Occasionally, some juniors would come to play with him, but they either lacked skill or were deliberately letting him win. His repeated victories made winning meaningless. Xu Jiayu feared he'd get bored, so she downloaded an online Go game for him, where he happened to meet Hua Heng. This person decisively won against him several times, and thus they became acquainted without conflict. Hua Heng replied with a smile, "Too kind, too kind." After finishing talking with Hua Heng, Xu Wang looked at Yuzi beside him with interest. "Where is your girlfriend from?" This question left Yuzi momentarily confused, as she wasn't sure herself. Hua Heng answered, "Same as me, Rongcheng." Xu Wang lifted his teacup and nodded knowingly, "I see." Yuzi felt puzzled but didn't ask. She sensed Xu Wang's gaze on her was somewhat different. Xu Wang asked again, "Are you getting used to living here? Here feels very comfortable. Truly worthy of being an expert. Real estate professionals always have a good eye for location." Yuzi stared at the dried apricots on the plate, picked one up casually, tasted it, and found it pretty good. Xu Wang watched her kindly. "Do you like them?" "They taste quite good," said Yuzi. "These are my wife's own sun-dried fruits. She's currently away." Xu Wang's wife enjoyed going on tours, often disappearing for days at a time. It was a Sunday, and Xu Zhuhui hurried home. As soon as he entered the door, he asked, "Has my dad come back yet?" The servant took his clothes, his back, and "There are guests at home." Xu Zhuhui exclaimed, "Oh? Guests have come?" He walked into the living room from the entrance, where Hua Heng put down his teacup and turned around. Yuzi was still eating quietly. Xu Wang gestured for him to sit, introducing, "This is Hua Heng, the general manager of Zhongyo. The lady beside him is his girlfriend." Swallowing the dried apricot in her mouth, Yuzi sat up straight and clarified, "I'm also Hua Heng's secretary." It seemed like calling someone a girlfriend might make it sound like they're here for free meals, but mentioning the secretary role implies business necessity. Xu Zhuhui opened his mouth, then closed it again after adjusting his emotions, saying, "Mr. Hua, nice to meet you, I am Xu Zhuhui." For the whole afternoon, the Xu father-son duo experienced many ups and downs. After finishing the tea, Xu Wang challenged Hua Heng to a match. Both sitting down, Xu Wang reminded Hua Heng, "Don't go easy on me." "Hua Heng, how can one let others win in a chess game?" Not understanding Go, Yuzi's gaze shifted elsewhere after watching briefly. Xu Zhuhui approached, "You're called Yuzi?" "Which you?" Without turning around, Yuzi answered, "The you of you beauty." Xu Zhuhui remained silent because once certain words were spoken, they couldn't be taken back. It was best to be cautious. After Yuzi stepped out, she pointed at a painting hanging on the second-floor wall, asking, "Who painted these?" Xu Zhuhui followed her finger and saw it was a beautiful landscape painting. "A painter named Youyu." Yuzi responded, "It's him again. Do you know him?" Yuzi moved to another painting. "Is this also painted by him?" Xu Zhuhui nodded. "Our house has many of his works because my father likes them particularly. Youyu's paintings are mostly landscapes that seem to transport viewers to serene scenes, calming their minds." Yuzi had searched for him online last time, learning that he gained fame at a young age. Only that fish painting seemed to deviate from his original style, causing doubts about its authenticity. "I bought one of his paintings at an auction earlier. It was a fish swimming in water." Xu Zhuhui was curious. "My father only collects his landscape paintings and hasn't seen any other kinds. Does Miss Yu happen to have a photo of it?" Yuzi shook her head. As she wandered around the Xu household, she reached a French window, offering a panoramic view of the entire garden, luxurious and grand. Xu Zhuhui chatted with her for a while and increasingly felt a resemblance, whether in appearance or personality. After Hua Heng finished his game, he turned around only to find the person gone. Xu Wang sighed. Mr. Hua truly has deep talents hidden within. Though their intense battle lasted long, Hua Heng managed to seize the advantage in the end. Xu Wang lost with full acknowledgement of defeat. Hua Heng modestly declined the praise. "Too kind, too kind." Xu Wang was a perceptive person. He knew Hua Heng's visit wasn't solely for seeing him, this elderly friend. "I've already retired, no need to pay attention to political machinations. If you, Mr. Hua, have anything, feel free to say it directly." They were both straightforward people. Hua Heng spoke, "I heard you plan to collaborate with Hua Real Estate to expand your business." Xu Wang rested his hands on his knees. "I do have such plans. It just happens that Hua's representatives came over, making it convenient to proceed." He suddenly smiled. "You're also a child of the Hua family, why would you come and ask me?" By all accounts, decisions made by the Hua family should all be known to Hua Heng. Why would he travel all the way to Hong Kong? Hua Heng said, "My relationship with the Hua family isn't good. I am, in fact, quite disliked." Such occurrences within powerful families were common. To some people, children are merely tools for continuation rather than the fruits of love. Xu Wang leaned back, feeling as if Hua Heng's words referred to him, the old man, too. It wasn't that Xu Wang disliked his son, it was just that Xu Jiming was too rebellious. Who could blame someone else's son for living in a temple, just for the sake of a woman? After cultivating his son for more than 20 years, for him to leave home over a woman, clearly, his brain had issues. Hua Heng knew the person opposite was hesitating or thinking about his son, so he exaggerated. In the age of data, information can be tampered with. With the real estate market in Rongqing nearing saturation, do you think there's still much room for development? These words were just supplementary. Presumably Xu Wang had sent someone to investigate already. Xu Wang shifted his neck, clearing his throat. I know all this, but I just want one person from Hua Yunyuan. Just one person? Hua Heng was confused. Xu Wang hummed in agreement. A woman, sharing the same surname as your secretary. Hua Heng didn't understand why Xu Wang was seeking Yu Aoshan. If this is Mr. Xu's family matter, I won't pry. Xu Wang stood up and walked to the window. From this angle, Yu Zi and Xu Zhehui seemed to be chatting about something. She made Xu Zhehui laugh through covering her mouth. How old is your girlfriend? 24. Xu Wang said. Zhehui is usually a serious person, yet she managed to make him laugh out loud. Hua Heng generously praised. That's her charm, being likable, clever and adorable. Xu Wang sighed. I need to find that woman. I want to ask her some questions. She is in your grandfather's hands. Hua Heng stood beside Xu Wang, gazing at the people downstairs together. But inside, he was caught in turmoil. Yu Aoshan, a former beauty contestant, somehow managed to involve two families. The impact of this answer might be significant. Chapter 123, Where are you touching? Hua Heng knew he shouldn't ask further, because Xu Wang clearly didn't want to say more. Their conversation shifted towards work. Xu Wang asked about some things regarding the new product in September and pointed at the small dolls in the tea house. My wife also likes them a lot and bought your company's small dolls. Hua Heng saw the dolls on the bookshelf and was flattered. That is my honor. They lost track of time chatting. Yu Zi sat on the swing in the garden. She turned her head and asked, do you know what the three brothers of Aladdin are called? Yu Zi swung the swing gently. Xu Zhehui liked chatting with this girl. He nodded, but then shook his head. I'm not sure. Yu Zi said, Alagia, Alai, Alabing. After saying that, she laughed herself and turned to ask Xu Zhehui, didn't understand? Xu Zhehui has always been busy with his career, over 40 years old and unmarried, only having an adopted daughter, rarely had such leisurely times. Indeed, I don't quite understand. Yu Zi raised her finger, following the order Jiao Yi Bing Ding Ah. She wanted to keep talking. Hua Heng walked over. Did you have fun chatting? Yu Zi stopped the swing with her feet. Had a blast. She walked over and hugged Hua Heng. You've also been chatting with the old man for a while, huh? Hua Heng was in a good mood, patted her hand. Xu Zhehui got up from the stone chair and straightened his clothes. It must be really joyful to have a Mr. Hua with such a source of joy around him. Hua Heng looked very proud. Indeed, it is very joyful. Yu Zi and Xu Zhehui said goodbye, followed Hua Heng back, asking questions all along the way. Looking for a woman? Could it be Hua Jingxin? Yu Zi issued a question. Hua Heng, why not guess Yu Aoshan? Yu Zi suddenly understood. Could it be that she offended someone before? Hua Heng poked her forehead. Your brain is really creative. Yu Zi couldn't figure it out, so she decided not to think about it anymore and pushed Hua Heng back. Let's eat. On the other side, Xu Wang asked someone to investigate Yu Zi's background. The news came quickly. Indeed, she was the daughter of Yu Aoshan. Xu Wang flipped through pages. So she's Jiming's daughter? It can be said like that. Xu Wang chuckled. This little Hua Heng has another intention, doesn't he? Who says otherwise? Would their Xu family recognize this girl after 10 years or not? Is Hua Heng trying to get a piece of the Xu family? Isn't this hand stretching too long? Xu Wang coughed, sighing, getting old, getting old. He now found Yu Aoshan just to get Xu Jiming out of the temple. Recalling the moment of the father-son rift once, it stung every time. He thought that leaving that woman Yu Aoshan overseas would solve everything. After all, time heals all wounds and there will always be new women. Who knew that the crazy Xu Jiming went straight to the temple and became a monk? For over a decade. Although Xu Jiming was promiscuous, he was a man with a very commercial mindset, who could offer constructive advice just by having Yuji beside him. Apart from being promiscuous, he didn't have any faults. He was the person people talk about who doesn't need to put in much effort to easily gain achievements. But he was infatuated with beauty, unable to let go until he met Yu Aoshan, becoming madly obsessed. Yu Zi lied down on the couch upon returning. Can we go to Disneyland tomorrow, Hua Heng? Sure. When they were done tidying up, it was time to face bedtime again. She slept early yesterday without much deliberation or hesitation. Today, however, she was stuck. Hua Heng rested his arm on her shoulder, holding her close. Is there a ghost in the room? Don't you want to go inside? Yu Zi stared at the large bed. Which side do you sleep on, left or right? Hua Heng, I'll sleep in the middle. I'm afraid of falling off. And where do I sleep if you're in the middle? Hua Heng, sleep on me. Yu Zi. Despite the playful antics, Yu Zi still drew a line between them. Some people might have learned how to speak correctly, but it doesn't mean the rest of them follow suit. Hua Heng lay next to her, and the two had an air akin to old married couples. Yu Zi sighed as she gazed at the ceiling. Why does our love feel like it's lost its passion? Hua Heng locked the screen, set down the tablet, glanced sideways, and seriously looked at Yu Zi. How much more passionate do you want it to be? Yu Zi displayed a lewd smile. What do other couples do? Through Hua Heng's perspective, one could see the part where her collar wasn't completely closed, exposing her pale and elastic skin inside. He swallowed. I don't know what to do. Yu Zi pulled out her phone and started searching. Love seemed so challenging for 2 lifelong solos. Videos kept playing spontaneously. A comment caught Yu Zi's attention. All my life I have done good deeds, yet I committed sins because of a man. I just wanted to kiss a man. Is there anything wrong with that? Yuzi turned off her phone before Huaheng's head could peek over. Huaheng, is there something I'm not allowed to see? Yuzi, plenty. Her palm pressed against Huaheng's chest in a gesture of resistance. But the more resistant she was, the more excited it made him. The scent in the room grew lighter but seemed to act as the best catalyst, instantly igniting both of them. Huaheng kissed her lips gently. Unknowingly, their positions changed. As expected, she was in the middle, on top of Huaheng. Yuzi stopped. Isn't it a bit inappropriate at someone else's house? Huaheng sighed and turned off the light with a flick of his hand. A seductive voice then whispered in Yuzi's ear, but I feel so uncomfortable. He tried to suppress this as much as possible, yet his voice was hoarse, like a spell. Before they were not real boyfriend and girlfriend, so they couldn't do anything. Now that their relationship had evolved, it was different, and exchanging desires should be natural, right? Yuzi chuckled softly and leaned closer to Huaheng. Can you stop being so flirty? With the light off, they spoke without restraint. Huaheng pinched Yuzi's waist, tickling her. She squirmed, as if on purpose. Don't mess around, Yuzi pouted. Huaheng slapped her raised behind. Who's causing trouble between us? Yuzi was speechless, realizing it was she who had been too affectionate. Huaheng held her hand. Can you help me out this time? Yuzi, are you dating me just for this reason? Huaheng felt wronged. It was clearly Yuzi teasing him, now accusing him. He had always harbored feelings for Yuzi, earlier restrained by identity from getting too close. Now when he could act freely, she blamed him. Yuzi stretched out a hand and gently pinched his neck, as if investigating. Admit it, are you? She looked like a female spy pointing a gun at him, sensually violent. Huaheng surrendered. It's not because of this thing that we started dating, it's because I wanted to date you that all these things happened. No problem with the logic. Yuzi's forehead touched his. You're really good at talking. Huaheng's voice was hoarse. Thank you, my girlfriend, for your compliment. Yuzi laughed softly. Then my boyfriend will have to endure a bit longer. Huaheng gritted his teeth, forcibly pulling Yuzi's hand under the blanket, moving downward. Chapter 124, Shimeng's life matters too. The moment her fingers touched the object, Yuzi felt like her whole body was on fire, scorching everywhere. Her breathing deepened. She felt that helping out this time had been utterly exhausting. Are we done yet? Yuzi sighed inwardly, as Huaheng hadn't met his demise, but she felt spent already. This stamina was truly unmatched. Huaheng kissed her cheek and murmured, almost. Yuzi questioned him with suspicion. Do you have prior experience to make it so slow? Didn't they say first times were usually fast? Huaheng pinched a soft part of her body. My hands aren't the first time. Though he could endure, he wasn't exactly a saint for patience. Who else could bear such torment? Finally, exhausted, Yuzi waved her hand in surrender. You handle it yourself, I can't anymore. She felt like she'd just been to the gym. Huaheng chuckled softly. You can't say you're incapable. Unwilling to keep competing, Yuzi admitted defeat. It's the underdog losing. I surrender, admit defeat. In 500 years, I'll be ready again. Huaheng had no choice but to get up himself and resolve matters. The dim light in the bathroom illuminated his figure. They had been caught up earlier, clothes barely covering them, completely wild. Yuzi lay swaddled in the blankets, speechless and overwhelmed. She only hoped her hands wouldn't hurt when she woke up. But to no avail. The next day, her right hand felt like it might not function anymore. When she exited, her arms hung limply. Even taking a photo with her phone required great effort. An hour into their Disneyland trip, she was already complaining she didn't want to go on. Huaheng kindly suggested, how about we come another time? They had planned to stay here for a while. Yuzi hung her head dejectedly, sure. Returning to Deepwater Bay, after an afternoon nap, Huaheng had already disappeared. He left a message saying he would visit Shu Wang Real Estate. With nothing better to do, Yuzi walked around the central villa, feeling as if she had been here before. When she was young, they were so poor, how could she have possibly been here? The orange-red sunset possessed a kind of war-damaged beauty. When Shu Jiaoyu returned, she saw Yuzi standing motionlessly by the door and passed by her with a sneer. What are you doing standing here? Yuzi looked down left and right. Does it say I can't stand here? This woman harbored considerable hostility towards her, for no apparent reason. Caught off guard, Shu Jiaoyu coldly sniffed, such a lack of sophistication. After finishing her words, she strode inside wearing high heels. Yuzi stopped her. Who are you calling unsophisticated? Of course I'm talking about you, country bumpkin, Shu Jiaoyu said arrogantly. She was the same age as Yuzi, having grown up spoiled, excelling academically but retaining an overbearing personality. Yuzi mocked, I often hear that, but today I don't quite understand. Why do some people always use vulgar language to show they're superior? Her words successfully made Shu Jiaoyu stop and squint. Are you calling me vulgar? Yuzi, hands behind her back, walked in front of her. Yes, precisely you. Is my beauty enviable enough to provoke your disdain? From where did she ever appear as a hick? Admiring these buildings shouldn't be considered unsophisticated. Such judgment is too shallow. Furious, Shu Jiaoyu countered. Me? Jealous of you? Where do you get your confidence from? Yuzi responded. It's naturally within myself. Shu Jiaoyu couldn't help but admire this person's audacity, despite being thoroughly amused by their arrogance. So shameless. Just as the two were arguing, Shu Wang emerged and asked, what are you two doing here? Yuzi answered, I'm broadening my horizons here. Unexpectedly astute, Xu Jiaoyu found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Xu Wang clearly understood the subtle undertones. What horizons? Yuzi pointed at the building. I've always felt like I've seen this building somewhere. Perplexed, Xu Wang responded, oh? On the side, Xu Jiaoyu became displeased. You think you've seen everything, arrogant much. But because her grandfather was nearby, she dared not behave overly recklessly and merely enjoyed a verbal jab. Yuzi responded accordingly. Maybe it was in my dreams. Xu Wang was amused by her words. Young Miss Yu is quite humorous. Yuzi blinked mischievously. That's because I'm adorable. Xu Jiaoyu almost vomited hearing that. However, Xu Wang laughed heartily. Indeed, this girl somewhat reminded him of Xu Jiming, quick-witted, smooth-talking, but also well-liked. No arrogance came across her, she simply exuded charm. Xu Wang almost thought of his own second son. At the most inappropriate time, Yuzi's phone rang. It was Chen Du calling. She picked it up. Whenever he called, trouble seemed inevitable, so she braced herself mentally. Manager Chen, what big issue has arisen? Chen Du replied, wasn't there a cooperation agreement for that talent show? Well, after airing, 2 of them have fallen flat. Yuzi asked, is it due to tax issues or scandals? Chen Du paused, it's a sleeping problem. One of them has a girlfriend but still promotes a male CP relationship. You know this male group wasn't selected by General Shi? I can imagine how upset he must be. Yuzi sat on the chair in the yard and apologized to Xu Wang before continuing to deal with the issue. Another one is a comment issue. It's said that his vulgar remarks as an amateur have been exposed. Such behavior is very common in the entertainment circle. For quick money, the industry doesn't screen people strictly at all, accepting anyone without discrimination. The key point is these 2 are not from TO Entertainment, but precisely the ones who endorsed products for the longest time. To increase their screen time, they took responsibility for the mid-commercial segments. Now, the situation hasn't yet exploded online, but the consequences are predictable. Zhongyou's image will surely be damaged. All this because of a painting. Huaheng agreed to Ximeng's unreasonable request, and now it's turned into a mess. Yuzi swung her legs, seemingly thinking of ways to handle it. At the beginning of September, Zhongyou's new product was on the rise, and it mustn't be affected. Yuzi gazed at the sky, where stars twinkled. She pondered, I'll tell General Shi to release some scandal news about him. What do you think? Chen Du responded, that's a great idea. Yuzi chuckled coldly, Ximeng's life matters too, stop milking one person endlessly. Chen Du immediately became deflated. Yu assistant made sense, exploiting one person too much was unacceptable. So what to do? Yuzi remembered something. A few days ago, I saw a piece of news saying the second son of the Hua family is going to marry into a prestigious family. This news would definitely create buzz. Go find connections. And also talk to the companies of those 2 collapsed artists nicely. Next time, improve your standards, and remember to pay compensation. She hung up and saw Xu Wang staring at her. What's up, Mr. Xu? Xu Wang's eyes were a bit moist. For some reason, looking at you reminds me of someone I knew long ago. His second son, when young, was just like this, confident, arrogant, dealing with matters regardless of others' feelings. Yuzi got up from the chair. She always understood her own character had its quirks. Except for being accommodating toward Huaheng, she didn't care much for others. Because she knew swallowing pain inside was genuine agony. Later, to maintain happiness, she sought immediate retribution and never delayed. Today hearing someone compared her to Xu Old Sir's past acquaintance stirred her curiosity. That's truly fate. Where might that person be now? Yuzi asked curiously. Xu Wang waved his hand, let's not mention it, let's not mention it. The September night was slightly chilly, Yuzi only wore short sleeves. Huaheng and Xu Ji returned driving the car. Huaheng saw Yuzi from afar, approached her, took off his coat, and draped it over her shoulders. What are we chatting about? Chapter 125, a feeling of anticipation and dislike. Yuzi adjusted the clothes draped over her. We were talking about Mr. Xu's old friend. Huaheng raised an eyebrow. Oh? How interesting. Xu Wang smiled kindly. Don't bring up old matters, it only adds to one's troubles. A few days ago, he went to a temple, hoping Xu Jiming would return to help his brother manage the Xu Wang real estate company. Originally, a young man who enjoyed eating meat and drinking alcohol, after staying at the temple for more than 10 years, he actually started eating vegetarian food, and his temper improved significantly. Xu Jiming's response to him was simple. Sir, please go back. Xu Wang was so angry at the time that he wanted to hit someone. Do you think you're Xu Xian? That woman is Bei Suzhen. Are you waiting here? Until Westlake dries up. If it were the old Xu Jiming, he would surely have retaliated. Old man, how dare you interfere in my affairs? But the current him is completely different, silent and expressionless as he twirled his prayer beads. Sir, the temple is a peaceful place, don't make a big fuss. Such acquaintances had long become part of the past. Xu Jiayu standing nearby was ignored, so she walked over and hugged Xu Zhehui's arm. Dad, what did you do at the company today? What could a tech CEO possibly have to discuss with them? Xu Zhehui has always been clear about separating work from personal life. Going home means not discussing business. His serious gaze made Xu Jiayu shrink back, feeling somewhat aggrieved inside. Why should she be humiliated in front of so many people? It was all because Yuzi stopped her. The night breeze was gentle, and Xu Wang coughed twice. It's windy at night, everyone go back inside quickly. A few people returned to their own accommodations. Yu once back, leaned against the sofa. I always feel something off about old Mr. Shu's eyes. Huaheng poured a glass of water. How is it off? Yu picked up some dried apricots brought by the maid. It's like he's looking through me at another person. He placed the cup in front of her. Huaheng noticed her lips were a little dry. Have some water. Yu naturally picked it up, smiled, shook her head, and couldn't quite understand. Huaheng sat beside her. What are you laughing about? Would you ever both anticipate and dislike something? She felt Shu Wang's eyes were full of anticipation but also aversion. It was very contradictory. Huaheng nodded. Yes. Tell me about it. Yu turned her head to look at him. After swallowing the water, Huaheng said, reward me. Yu leaned over and kissed his cheek. After a few days of interaction, the connection between them grew increasingly natural. After all, they had already crossed more intimate boundaries. Everything else was trivial. Huaheng soon found himself pleased. When my parents first had the car accident, I was extremely sad. Then the housekeeper came to take me home, saying my grandfather was a very kind old man, and I firmly believed it. But when I met him, he was stern. I could tell he didn't like me. Naturally, I also disliked him. This 8-year-old version of him was alone and dependent on others' approval thereafter. Later, he gradually realized that Huaheng was a product of rebellion, a child born against Hua Yunyuan's wishes, which explained why Hua Yunyuan disliked him. Seeing him calmly recount these things, Yu felt somewhat saddened inside. The two never expressed emotions in such poetic ways. They wouldn't dissect the pain within themselves, enduring when possible. No one asks, so you just endure. Excessive expressions of sorrow seemed to others like seeking sympathy. Yu opened her arms wide and said softly, ah, poor thing, come for a hug. Huaheng hadn't agreed yet when Yu tightly embraced him. Don't worry, from now on, we'll be the closest ones. Forever we'll be. Huaheng held her waist, chin resting on Yu's shoulder, seemingly drawing in more affection. Under the bright moonlight, Yu suddenly remembered the matter with Chen, pushed Huaheng away, and told him about it. Huaheng, I thought it was some big deal. Just now, he had planned out in his mind that the sofa wasn't necessarily out of bounds either. Huaheng's trip to Hong Kong this time was not only to introduce Yu to his relatives but also to stop the cooperation between the Hua family and the Shu family. After all, he needed to set a good example in front of his future in-laws. However, Yu has a strong personality and might not necessarily accept this family. Once Yu and Huaheng's relationship saw substantial progress, Julin endured it without sharing with anyone. She was practically pulling her hair out in frustration. Fu Shijun, having gained higher status after bringing down Zheng Lu, was in a great mood. What's been bothering you recently? So secretive. Julin tilted her head. You guess. Looking at her manner, Fu Shijun knew, it must be some gossip Yu shared with you. Julin let out an ayo. My husband is so smart. Called husband, Fu Shijun paused momentarily, surprised. It was the first time since marriage that Julin called him that, brimming with novelty. Julin approached quietly and told him, then added a sentence, you mustn't tell anyone. Lifting his eyes, Fu Shijun mimicked her words. Is your husband such an immoral person? Julin shook her head. You're the best. Fu Shijun thought Julin and Yu had spent quite a bit of time together, exchanging sweet nothings. Both women were in respectable professions, and there wasn't much passion left after marriage. But now it seemed different. Julin took the initiative. Fu Shijun was planning to invite Huaheng and them for dinner once they returned. Early in the morning, Yu went to the garden for physical exercise, accompanied by Shu Wang. Shu Wang looked at her with obvious appreciation. After all, few young people woke up so early. Are you comfortable sleeping here? Yu swung her arms and stretched. It's very good here. The mountains and waters are beautiful. She didn't mention the people. Shu Wang also mimicked her movements. How long have you been working? He'd heard yesterday that she was only 24 years old, which meant she must have just graduated from university, energetic and full of vitality. Yu leaned forward, rotating her body. 5 years. Shu Wang was shocked. You started as an intern at Zhongyu at such a young age? Yu smiled. I dropped out of school. Her straightforwardness left Shu Wang speechless for a moment. Yu broke the silence first. Mr. Shu, I noticed your building is filled with paintings by Youyu. Are you close to him? Shu Wang hadn't expected the conversation to head this way, but he replied, we're acquainted. Yu smiled and said, I don't know why, but when I look at his paintings, I feel a sense of familiarity, like I've seen them somewhere. Perhaps he's famous, and it's normal that you've come across his work before. Shu Wang tried to diffuse the matter. This woman in front of him was indeed outstanding, and Shu Wang found himself rather fond of her. Still, Xu Zhiming disliked children. Logically speaking, since Xu Zhiming used to like Yu Zhusheng so much, he should have extended the same affection toward their shared daughter. But he hadn't. Instead, he detested her. Chapter 126. Nonsense, you're talking nonsense. No one knows what happened back then. Some secrets, once kept, will never be spoken of again. Shu Wang sat down after exercising, and asked Yu, are your parents still in good health? Yu stopped what she was doing and turned to face Shu Wang. My father is gone, and my mother's whereabouts are unknown. Ha! Shu Wang let out a soft laugh. Yu Zhusheng was right there at the Hua family home. He couldn't believe this girl didn't know it. Yu inherited much of Xu Zhiming's business acumen, but also got plenty of scheming from her mother, Yu Zhusheng. It should be known that the Shu family looked down upon Yu Zhusheng, who came from the slums. They initially thought Xu Zhiming was just playing around as usual. But later he actually claimed he wanted to marry her. How could Shu Wang agree? He pointed at the vast family estate. You are the person destined to inherit this estate. Are you willing to waste your life on a woman? Xu Zhiming remained unrepentant. If I could die for her, I would do so willingly. What a damn fool. Xu Wang was ready to beat him into submission. He casually said, isn't there an older brother in the family? Xu Zhuhui nodded. Father, I will take up the responsibility. Xu Wang sighed helplessly. Alright, Xu Zhiming, we'll see how long you can hold out. Xu Zhiming, driven out of the Xu family, held out for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. His original fiancée was so furious that she left. One day Xu Zhiming returned, looking disoriented. No matter how they asked, he wouldn't say what was wrong. He gazed pitifully at his own father. As you wish, I will not marry her. He fell into depression for a few days at home, then ran off to a temple when no one was paying attention, becoming a monk. All because of that woman. A few years later, Yu Zhuxing arrived with Yu Zi, hoping the Xu family would accept them. Xu Wang drove them out again and again. Yet that woman had audacity beyond belief. Xu Wang had seen the wickedness of human hearts, seen deceit and intrigue, and he was certainly no good man himself, preferring not to see or think about unpleasant things. Throw that mother and daughter pair out of China, I don't want to see them on this land. Yu Zi was puzzled. Do you not believe my words? She'd been mixing in social circles for so long, knowing first and foremost to size people up before taking action, observing their behavior carefully. Xu Wang waved a hand dismissively. Not really. The morning dew had dissipated, and the sun shone brightly in the garden. Xu Wang stood up leaning on his cane. Young lady, you have a long road ahead. These days, don't young people always say, sincerity is the ultimate technique? Yu Zi couldn't fail to understand what the elder was trying to convey. Xu Wang, as an elder, gave her some guidance, pointing out where she was wrong, which she took gratefully. But if she were wrong, Yu Zi wouldn't admit it. She called out to Xu Wang who was about to leave. Mr. Xu, I respect you because respecting the elderly and cherishing the young is a traditional virtue of China. But you accuse me of insincerity. I wonder what exactly you mean by that. Yu Zi tilted her head slightly, giving off a bit of a careless air. Xu Wang carried great prestige in the Xu family, and except for Xu Zhiming, no one dared to speak to him like that. Indeed, the genes were well passed down. Seeing her determination, Xu Wang decided to deal her a swift blow. Let me be honest, I know your mother. Yu Zi remained silent, waiting for his next sentence. But inside, her heart was racing wildly. Because an answer was looming just around the corner, making it hard for her to control her pounding heart. Xu Wang stated seriously, your mother is Yu Zhuxing, currently residing with the Hua family in Rome City. I don't know why you and Hua Heng came to the Xu family, but even though I'm old, my legs might not move so well, I'm still no pushover. Yu Zi went through all her experiences in her mind. She anxiously looked around, now understanding why this place felt familiar. In her memory, she had been before such a building, back when she was 5 years old, holding Yu Aoshan's hand, looking cute and saying sweetly, Mommy, this place is so beautiful. Yu Zhuxing smiled joyfully. Then wouldn't you love to live here? I would. Yu Zhuxing rubbed her head. Daddy is here, we find Daddy and we can move in. But where was Daddy? She hadn't seen him before being driven out. Afterwards, her mother's disdain, physical suffering, being trampled by others, those experiences felt like lashes of whips on her body, making her unable to breathe. So the root cause of everything lay here. This old man dressed in a Sun Yat-sen suit, with a kindly expression. Tears threatened to spill uncontrollably from the corner of her eyes. Yu Zi looked upwards, sunlight streamed through the gaps between the tree branches, yet it offered no solace for her in that moment. No one knew what her childhood was like. She was abandoned, abused, bullied. Hua Heng appeared at some point, wrapping his arms around Yu Zi, letting her rest her head against his chest. That barely suppressed cry pierced deep into his heart. Hua Heng glanced at Xu Wang. It was a confrontation between the strength of youth and the authority of the elder. Xu Wang sighed. This girl probably couldn't accept that her mother was like this. As a father, he deeply detested them, the mother and daughter. If it weren't for Yu Aoshan, his own son would never have become a monk. He had worked hard to raise his son, so talented, how could that not break a parent's heart? In the garden, only Yu Zi and Hua Heng remained. Yu Zi sobbed softly. Hua Heng, let's leave this place. She disliked being here. Hua Heng held her close. All right. Yu Zi was now confused. Yu Aoshan wasn't her mother, yet she suffered due to that woman's machinations. She couldn't understand why orphanage girl Yu Zi was chosen. Was it just because of the surname? The truth rested solely with Yu Zhuxing, explaining her confidence in Hua Heng coming after her. After they returned, Yu Zi stared blankly at the wall. Her existence seemed only meant to help Yu Zhuxing infiltrate the Xu family. She wasn't Yu Zhuxing's daughter, perhaps she had nothing to do with all this. Unjust suffering, left by the Xu family in M country for nearly 10 years. Without meeting Hua Heng, her fate might have been even worse. Hua Heng packed up, ready to take Yu Zi away. An older servant approached. Mr. Hua and Mrs. Hua, where are you going? Hua Heng responded, please inform Mr. Xu that we don't want to disturb any further. We'll be leaving first. Just as they were about to exit, the servant handed them a photograph. Mrs. Hua, I've watched our second young master grow up. You really resemble him. If the old man said anything improper today, please excuse him. Yu Zi stared at the man in the photo, a chill running down her spine. So she did have ties to the Xu family. It was just that they refused to acknowledge it. The famous playboy second young master had a child with another woman. and considering his reputation, there might have been some relationship between him and Yu Aoshan too. Yu Aoshan exploited Yuzi to infiltrate the Shu family. A double gain. Yuzi spoke firmly, I want to see him. The servant shook his head. You may not get the chance. Our second young master experienced something terrible, partially due to your mother. Yuzi's puzzles deepened. Dizziness overwhelmed her, but out of courtesy, she muttered thanks. The servant pressed an address into her hand. Second young master resides here. If you wish to see him, you can go ahead. Once in the car, Yuzi picked up her phone and dialed Yu Zhusheng. On the other end, the person answered as if expecting the call. What's wrong, my dear daughter? Yuzi didn't feel like playing games with her. What exactly is your relationship with the Shu family? Yu Zhusheng exhaled. I'm Shu Jiming's girlfriend. Did you meet Shu Jiming this time at the Shu household? No. Yu Zhusheng sounded unsurprised. I thought so. How could he appear after hiding for over a decade? What do you mean? You're not my mother. Why do I look so much like Shu Jiming? Yu Zhusheng chuckled lightly. What nonsense are you spouting? Of course, I am your mother. Haven't you reviewed the orphanage surveillance? 5 years ago and 5 years later, it's still me. The monitoring confirmed it was indeed one person. Even the adoption signatures matched closely unless thoroughly analyzed. Yuzi shouted into the phone, You're lying, Yu Zhusheng. Chapter 127, Does he love me? Yu Aoshan giggled, You don't believe me? Huaheng took Yuzi's phone and calmly confronted her, If you don't tell us, we'll just go ask Shu Jiming. If you're not Yuzi's mother, then he will surely know who is. He took the opposite approach to test Yu Aoshan. Have you found him? Yu Aoshan was skeptical. She had been looking for such a long time without success. How could they have found him so easily? Huaheng mimicked her tone, Do you not believe me? Since the other side didn't plan to tell him the truth, he saw no need to reveal everything either to someone who lied. The key to winning should be in one's own hands. Yu Aoshan said indifferently, You can't trick me with this ploy. He's a coward, he won't see you. Huaheng didn't want to waste words with her and, after hanging up, held Yuzi in silence. He somewhat regretted bringing her here. He originally thought that the Shu family would be delighted to see her since they had no heir. But it turned out they didn't like her at all. Why must the little girl he cherishes be treated this way? The driver dropped them off at the Victoria Hotel. Huaheng carried her down. You can walk by yourself. Why do you carry me? Asked Yuzi. No harm done. The princess doesn't need to walk, replied Huaheng. Yuzi broke into a smile through her tears. Huaheng, your sweet talk sounds like free currency. They walked upstairs together. Seeing she was feeling slightly better, Huaheng said, I'm just an ordinary language prodigy. This hotel was the best in all of Hong Kong, reserved by Huaheng beforehand. They made a detour to the Shu residence, but things didn't go well. Entering the room, Yuzi was placed on the couch as Huaheng squatted beside her. Is there anything you'd like to eat? Yuzi hadn't had breakfast yet. She shook her head, resting her cheek on her palm, no appetite. After hearing so many stories from the Shu family, and being emotionally disturbed, how could she possibly feel hungry? Even though she wouldn't eat, Huaheng still ordered food just in case. Yuzi was curious, Who exactly do you think my mother is? Yu Aoshan has never mentioned having a sister or a brother. If there was one, where has she been all these years? Huaheng sat beside her. I had Xieyi investigate. All we got about Yu Aoshan was what you read in the newspaper, scarce information. It's unclear whether the newspaper was referring to Yu Aoshan 5 years ago or 5 years later. This woman is like a dark sea, pulling everyone towards her abyss. The waiter knocked on the door with a trolley. Mr. Hua, the kanji you ordered. Huaheng thanked the server, placing the food in front of Yuzi. Eat first, then gain strength to think. Yuzi reluctantly drank a couple sips. She opened the crumpled paper, frowning. What place is this? It obviously wasn't in the center of Hong Kong. It's a temple, Huaheng informed her. A temple? What does their second son want there? Has he given up worldly desires and become a monk? Truly worthy father and daughter, even guessing this much was no issue. Huaheng affirmed with a sound. Yuzi put down her spoon. How do you know all this? Did you secretly investigate me? Huaheng concealed his embarrassment by drinking some kanji. My intention was to inform you once I fully investigated, but things happened differently than planned. Take for instance, who would have thought that the nanny taking care of Shu Jiming would give them an address? Yuzi's eyes narrowed. What else are you hiding from me? As for your origins, I only know this much, the rest simply couldn't be traced. Seeing Huaheng's earnest expression, Yuzi warned him, don't let it happen again. Huaheng smiled heartily. All right. After lunch, Huaheng suggested she nap a bit more. When she woke up, if there was time, they could visit the temple. If not, they'd go tomorrow. Yuzi agreed. Suddenly meeting her biological father made her somewhat nervous. She didn't know how to face him, or how to speak to him. Would he dislike her just like the Shu family did? Yuzi stared at the ceiling. Huaheng, will you accompany me? Huaheng crawled into the bed with her for a nap together. Yuzi slept restlessly. Vague memories from her childhood started flooding back in her dreams. When she was 5, she met Yu Aoshan for the first time. That woman, dressed splendidly, crouched down and pinched her cheeks, saying, You're Yuzi, you look so pretty. Young Yuzi was very vain, thinking people liked her because she looked beautiful. Who would have known that Yu Aoshan was merely putting on an act for the orphanage director? A few steps away from the orphanage, Yuzi fell behind. Yuao Shan urged her forward. Tired and unable to keep walking, Yuzi stubbornly sat down on the chair. Yuao Shan came over and picked her up, muttering in annoyance, "Children are truly a nuisance." Then they boarded a ship. A ship from Rongcheng to Hong Kong. Tossing and turning, they arrived in front of the villa. Yuao Shan sought out Xu Jiming, asking him if he wanted this daughter. In her dream, Yuzi saw Xu Wang from 10 years ago. His face was sullen. "You, woman, will you ever stop? What do you mean by daughter? You have no shame. You and Jiming didn't marry or have children. How dare you talk about such things?" Yuao with Macron N responded shamelessly, "Are you blaming me because your son can't control himself?" Needless to say, they were thrown out. Yuao with Macron N glanced back at Yuzi, who was trailing slowly behind. "I thought you'd be of some use, but it turns out you're useless. They don't want you." That day, she was abandoned in a convenience store by Yuao with Macron N, where a kind police officer took her back home. At 6 years old, while other children were going to school, she was picking up bottles outside the school gate. They mocked her for being an unwanted child, and she insisted fiercely, "My mother wants me." The innocent children made faces at her. "Your mother doesn't want you. If she loved you, she wouldn't hit you." Their piercing gazes noticed the bruises on her body. Yuzi hid in the corner crying and was sent home again by the kind police officer. Yuao with Macron N glared at her menacingly, "So little missy, are you getting too proud now?" Chapter 128, I'm jealous. Back then, she had no ability to resist. If she said even one extra word, Yuao Shan would strike her, either threatening or hitting her. For 3 to 4 years, they lived in a shabby little house. Yuao Shan always returned home in a sorry state, sometimes looking at her with disdain and pulling her ear, "You are such a nuisance." After scolding her, she would turn over and continue sleeping. The next day was the same, repeated over and over again. Once, Yuao Shan found the pocket money she had hidden under her blanket. She was very angry and took the money back. "Little Yuji, have you learned to steal already?" Yuzi felt extremely wronged because that money was clearly earned through her hard work. But Yuao Shan wouldn't believe her at all. The outcome was predictable. Until they boarded the plane, Yuzi thought a brand new destiny could begin, and she thought she would finally meet her father. Her father should love her. However, it didn't happen. What father? What love? None of it existed. Isn't madness inevitable when living? In her dreams, all her childhood memories resurfaced. Yuzi clutched onto Huaheng's clothes. "Save me, please." A fleeting glance in Chinatown outshone countless moments in life. Her savior has always been Huaheng. Huaheng gently patted her back. "I'm here." The Huaheng in her dream was exceptionally gentle. "Then come with me." That feeling was like sunlight shining into darkness. As long as there was a bit, she could grasp it. Yuzi swore that for the rest of her life, she would follow Huaheng, and she would never betray him. Huaheng looked at the person sleeping, his brows furrowed like an old lady's. Not knowing what unhappy things were dreamed about. Huaheng raised his hand to smooth her furrowed brow, softly saying, "I'm here, sleep well, and once you wake up, everything will be fine." He would overcome all obstacles. As the steady breathing sounds came from Yuzi, Huaheng got up, helping her cover herself with the blanket. Stepping out of the room, Huaheng took out his phone and called Xie Yi. "How is the investigation going?" Xie Yi frowned at the documents. "I've dug up every single piece of gossip about Xu Jiming, and it's true, he definitely was dating Yuao Shan, without any error. But the issue lies in this, according to Yuzi's age, apart from Yuao Shan, Xu Jiming back then had truly gone straight. For 5 years, only photos of him and Yuao entering various venues together were captured. Later, Xu Jiming was driven out by his family, and the two settled in Nanhua district. Back then, not many media outlets paid attention to Xu Jiming, so naturally, there weren't many pictures taken. Even Xie Yi questioned some neighbors from those days. There were mostly elderly people who hardly remembered anything. Huaheng had a bold guess in his heart. Could it be that Yuao Shan has a younger sister, and Xu Jiming liked the younger sister instead, which is why he hated this older sister so much? Xie Yi responded, "It's too unbelievable that you missed out on becoming a novelist due to poverty in your earlier days. This is way too outrageous. If they were twins, how could nobody find out for so many years? Secondly, it's utterly disgusting that sisters would both like the same person. Still, we need to ask the parties involved." Xie Yi mused, "What you're saying isn't impossible." He said, "I investigated the people involved in the beauty pageant back then, and they all said Yuao Shan was an exceptionally gentle woman, clearly not who we're seeing now. Back then, science and technology weren't advanced, the census wasn't thorough, and births were sometimes missed in records." After hanging up the call, the food on Huaheng's desk was still half-eaten, but he had no mood to eat. Suddenly, he felt deeply powerless. Like falling into an abyss. Just like how he had always been unable to investigate the cause of his parents' death. Hua Jingyun was always cautious, he wouldn't fail to notice if his brakes were broken. He was deep in thought, lost in his own musings, when the bedroom door opened. Yuzi walked over, sat on his lap, hugged his neck, instinctively curling up, and then rubbing her head against him. Huaheng sighed helplessly. He then thought of a phrase he once heard, that an unhappy childhood needs a lifetime to heal. Yuzi was tall, but at that moment, curled up in his embrace, she looked cute and petite. By evening, Huaheng's legs were numb. Finally, Yuzi woke up, grateful that after having a nightmare, she slept soundly once again. Just that the position was definitely not her lying down. Huaheng held her in his arms, able to use one hand to look at the computer and study the company stock prices. Yuzi rubbed her head. Why am I in your arms? She remembered lying down on the bed. Huaheng put down his work. You sleepwalked. Yuzi didn't believe it. Sleepwalking actually brought me into your arms. Huaheng looked at her normal expression, relieved, and said, really? To prove the credibility of the matter, he raised his hand and swore, I'll be a dog if I'm lying. Yuzi believed him and climbed off Huaheng, standing up and stretching. How long have you been holding me? Huaheng replied, half an hour. Yuzi leaned forward on the table. Really? Huaheng hummed in agreement. Yuzi thought about it, and figured it made sense. Holding her for 2 or 3 hours would tire Huaheng out as well. She stood by the hotel's floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing far into the distance. The entire Hong Kong night view stretched before her eyes. This place is much more impressive than Deepwater Bay, with a panoramic view of the surrounding mountains. Yuzi marveled at the progress of technology. This is what ostentation looks like. You think I'm being ostentatious? She began singing a song by Chen involuntarily. Yuzi didn't hit the right note. Her throat was dry and raspy. When she woke up, she suddenly had the feeling of having nothing to do. What should she go and do? Should she find Xu Jiming? He might already be resting. Should she handle work-related matters? Chen Du hadn't called her. Was it necessary to continue maneuvering around Yu Aoshan? It was exhausting. So all she could do was stare at the night view, completely bored. After finishing his business, Huaheng walked behind her, wrapping himself around her. What are you thinking about? The reflection of their two figures could be seen in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, and Yuzi noticed how excessively intimate Huaheng's movements were. She shook her head. My mind feels so empty right now. Huaheng consoled her. Then think about something happy. Yuzi's train of thought short-circuited. Happy things? Originally, very positive and joyful events in Yuzi's mind somehow turned into something more scandalous, smiley face. She imagined an elaborate drama scene. That would be quite happy indeed. Huaheng had no idea what was going on in her mind as he asked Yuzi, since today we have some free time, tell me about your story with that blonde boy. Yuzi responded, what blonde boy? Huaheng kindly helped her recall, when you were a freshman in college, someone went crazy over you. Yuzi remembered, you mean the one who was 189 centimeters tall, pale-skinned, and handsome with blonde hair? Huaheng gave her waist a not-so-light squeeze. Is it appropriate for you to compliment another man right in front of me? Yuzi squirmed but couldn't escape. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She surrendered. Only then did Huaheng let her go. Yuzi said, I never accepted anyone else's confession, right? Huaheng asked, why did he like you? Yuzi turned around, because I'm this good-looking, isn't it natural for people to like me? Huaheng. Yuzi knew her own worth, just not enough. Seeing Huaheng's calm gaze, Yuzi continued, one day, when I went to the hospital, I happened to meet him. He broke his leg from racing cars with friends, and I helped him up. That's it. Perhaps in that moment when they looked into each other's eyes, that handsome guy had fallen deeply in love with her. Only after finishing her story did Yuzi realize, why do you care so much about this? Are you jealous? Huaheng smiled faintly, you guess. Yuzi said, I guessed you're jealous, am I right? She was thrilled. Huaheng couldn't help but smile when he saw her joy. In the past, there wasn't any romantic feeling toward Yuzi. But privately, he believed that since Yuzi came into his life, she belonged to him, and nobody else could take her away. To say he was jealous wouldn't be entirely accurate. It was more about a lack of fairness. He had saved Yuzi, so all she needed to do was be good to him, not to others. Back then, there was a little bit of frustration. Huaheng tightened his grip on her waist. Yeah, I'm jealous. Chapter 129, Mr. Xie, your temper is really short. Did those words come out of Huaheng's mouth? Yuzi couldn't believe it. She was stunned for a moment. Huaheng's lips were handsome and charming. Yuzi was currently stepping on his slippers, holding his neck, and kissed him. The lights outside the floor-to-ceiling window were dazzling, while inside two people were passionately kissing. Huaheng held her waist and caressed her, responding to her kiss. Amidst their deep and tender affection, Yuzi rode on Huaheng's waist. Finally, they were both tired from kissing. Yuzi's tongue felt numb, her clothes were disheveled, and she looked incredibly alluring under the light. Under such circumstances, doing nothing seemed like a waste of the atmosphere. Huaheng's voice lowered a bit. We're not at someone else's house right now. Yuzi hadn't yet realized what he meant. But Huaheng already had an urge that couldn't be suppressed. He carried Yuzi back to the bedroom, pulled the curtains shut, and pressed himself over her. He stared into Yuzi's eyes. Do you want to? It was the first time she'd ever heard such a question. Yuzi was considering whether she should or shouldn't when she ultimately gave in to temptation. Who could resist a man with 8-pack abs, a great body, a sexy voice, and good looks? Their first time lacked skill. Yuzi barely dared to look at the other person. Turn off the light. In the pitch-black darkness, Yuzi could feel something pressing against her. Right as it was about to enter, Yuzi interrupted, use protection. After wrestling around for quite a while, Yuzi groaned in pain, gripping onto Huaheng's shoulders. Can you do this properly? A man can't stand provocation. Huaheng moved his hips. What needed to happen, happened. Men are often confident about themselves, but reality tends to slap them hard. Huaheng, not giving up, said, let's go again. All night, Yuzi was exhausted from being teased. She didn't wake up until noon the next day. With excellent physical condition, she still found every movement causing bone soreness. This feeling was particularly satisfying. But there was emptiness beside her. She felt like she'd been taken advantage of and abandoned. Struggling to stand, Yuzi opened the door and stepped out. Hung stood solemnly by the floor-to-ceiling window, dressed casually in a short-sleeved shirt and relaxed pants, drinking coffee and appearing calm and collected. Upon hearing the sound behind the door, Hung put down his coffee, walked to her, and supported Yuzi. Be careful. Yuzi took her hand off her waist. I'm not pregnant. Yet the symptoms weren't far from pregnancy. When she woke up, the room was clean, clearly having been tidied up. The cleaning staff must have been shocked. Rich households shouldn't create such chaos. Hung managed to hold back laughter. Okay, are you hungry? Do you want to eat? Shall we go out or? Yuzi sat on the sofa. Let's just order from the hotel. She no longer wanted to go out, her ambitions long gone. Yuzi ordered several of her favorites and passed some to Hung. The phone on the table rang appropriately. Yuzi opened it to see a message from Julin. Chen recently fell in love. Guess with whom? Autumn had already set in, and everyone seemed to be beginning relationships. Yuzi couldn't guess. Julin sent her a photo of Dai Xiangnan. Yuzi, has it been officially announced? Julin, no, recently Chen has been bringing him to every gathering. I heard he's a returnee, pretty impressive. Yuzi, probably just friends. Dai Xiangnan is Feng Weilin's nephew, and he wouldn't agree with him dating Chen Julin also mentioned, Meng Ranqing was photographed dating a young idol, and they appeared very close. Yuzi, who's this young idol? Please don't let it be He Tian who's currently popular, otherwise Lu Ting would die of heartbreak. Unfortunately, fate played its tricks. Julin, is it called He Tian? Yuzi, my one phrase rules the world. What a mess all these entertainment news bring. The service staff rang the doorbell, pushing a cart into the room, but the lady didn't even raise her head. Yuzi thought that this sister might be the one who came to clean earlier. Embarrassed beyond belief. She too looked down, pretending to continue playing with her phone. Once everyone was seated, Hung sat across from Yuzi, asking, what's wrong? Don't you feel like eating? Yuzi shook her head and started eating while asking, who cleaned the room this morning? I did, Hung replied. Yuzi, you cleaned it. Meaning that if the waitress didn't know, why was she so shy then? Hung passed her a piece of meat. What's wrong? Yuzi, you know how to clean. Hung, could I really let someone else in while you were sleeping? Especially since Yuzi liked kicking off her blanket, creating an awkward scene mid-cleaning. Feeling relieved, Yuzi felt more comfortable. Then why was that waitress earlier embarrassed to look at her? After finishing the meal, Yuzi was full of spirit. Do we go out this afternoon? Hung asked her, do you want to meet Xie Yi? This person was Hung's old friend. She'd heard of him but never met him. They supposedly met in California. When she went to California, Xie Yi had already returned to China. Yuzi nodded. Sure. Let's see what kind of reckless person Mr. Xie is according to Hung's description. In his words, Xie Yi looked very tough with a real hard man vibe, but he was highly efficient and quite an excellent guy in the circle. When Xie Yi heard that Hung would come to Nanwan, he got so excited that he stopped playing mahjong. $20 per person, count me as lost, I'm leaving. He wore a floral shirt, baggy shorts, flip-flops, had a shaved head, and had a cigarette dangling from his mouth as he weaved through the chaotic crowd in Nanwan. Everyone who saw him greeted him, calling him Big Brother Yi. From the street corner to the end, there wasn't a single person who didn't know him. After finishing a cigarette, Xie Yi threw it away and took out his phone. Where are you? Hung said, I'll be there soon. Why are you in such a hurry? Xie Yi scratched his hair. Isn't it because I miss you? Hung said, don't be ridiculous. Yuzi followed Hung out of the car and walked toward the most disorderly street. There stood a group of people, and the man in front wearing a floral shirt was scolding someone. Are all of you good-for-nothing fools? How could you let that little punk escape? Do you plan on repaying his debt for him? They shook their heads, not daring to speak. Speak up, the man in the floral shirt commanded. We won't repay it. The floral-shirted man shouted, then aren't you going to chase after him? Yes, boss. Hung came over holding Yuzi's hand. Old Xie, you're still as short-tempered as ever after all these years. Chapter 130, Showering Together. Xie Yi turned around and scrutinized the two people before him. He smiled, I'm a lot more patient now. Is this person next to you your little secretary? Yuzi extended her hand. Hello, my name is Yuzi. Xie Yi wiped his hands on his clothes and reached out in return, not like the brute he was just a moment ago, but instead acting like a gentleman. Hello, hello. His handshake was brief as he quickly pulled back and dragged Hung. Today the big brother will treat you to dinner. What do you want to eat? He pointed at the food street. You can choose anything here. Hung replied, thank you. As they spoke, Hung no longer maintained the cold demeanor of a CEO but instead exuded a youthful charm. Casual and unrestrained. Yuzi walked beside Hung, holding his hand. She didn't know about Hung's history with Xie Yi, but she felt an interesting chemistry between them that wasn't awkward at all. From a distance, it seemed like Xie Yi was short, but up close, their heights were roughly similar. Xie Yi didn't look like a slob sitting there showing his belly. Instead, he was a dapper young man dressed casually with his beard neatly shaven. They stopped by the farthest stall which was selling stir-fried crayfish. The boss recognized Xie Yi and greeted him. Mr. Yi, good evening. Xie Yi nodded and waved slightly. Will this place be all right, sister-in-law? Xie Yi asked Yuzi. Yuzi nodded, sure. After the three sat down, Xie Yi ordered 2 pitchers of beer. Are you still able to drink? Hung chuckled lightly. Knocking you out will be no problem. Yuzi paused mid-sip of her drink. She had never seen He Hung like this before. When interacting with Ximeng, He Hung gave off an air of aristocracy, but with Xie Yi, he came across much more down-to-earth. The beer overflowed the glasses, and before the crayfish arrived, the two men began drinking. With Xie Yi present, the atmosphere stayed lively. How long have you two been together? For a few days. Yuzi withdrew her gaze from the television hanging above. Xie Yi, whose skin tone was pale, started feeling tipsy after 2 cups. Unknowingly, he produced a red envelope and placed it in front of the two. This is our elder brother's contribution for your celebration. How could Yuzi accept it? He Hung simply shoved it into his pocket. Then we'll gladly take your offer. By the time the crayfish arrived, the two were still enjoying drinks. Xie Yi said, don't think just because it's September that these crayfish aren't good. They're all artificially raised here, clean and large. You'll definitely enjoy them. Even the shop owner seemed to have heard him, saying gratefully, Mr. Yi, thank you for always supporting us. Yuzi was about to put on gloves to peel the shrimp, but He Hung took the initiative. Let me. Xie Yi laughed wickedly from the side, unbothered about being fed dog food. I haven't ever seen you peel anything for me. He Hung tossed him a pair of gloves. Do your own work. The spicy flavor stimulated their throats, and Yuzi happily devoured the food. It was hard to imagine how bustling Nanhuan was even past 11 in the evening. Everyone mingled freely, carefree and without constraints despite wearing nothing fancy, but happiness was etched on every face. Xie Yi had been drunk while He Hung got a bit too buzzed and started leaning against Yuzi precariously. Just past 2 in the morning, Yuzi watched a TV minishow about an 80s beauty pageant competition. The scene was particularly exciting, and the competition incredibly fierce. One could only imagine how extraordinary Yu Ao Shan must have been to emerge victorious during that era. One of Xie Yi's underlings came over. Big brother, wake up. It's time to go home. The one who was called woke with a start, mumbling drunkenly, keep drinking, come on, let's continue. Yuzi looked at the underling and said calmly, just carry your boss home. The underling got the hint, motioning for 2 others behind him to approach quickly. One held Xie Yi under the armpits, the other grasped his ankles, and they lifted him away forcibly. It was quite a walk back to the hotel. Yuzi searched nearby accommodations online and helped He Hung stagger towards the closest one. Xie Yi's subordinate was reliable and specially came over to ask if she needed any assistance. Considering how they just carried Xie Yi, Yuzi shook her head. No need, I'm strong, I'll manage myself. Seeing Yuzi's determination, they didn't push further but advised her kindly, be careful on your way. Yuzi responded with gratitude, thank you. This was the first time He Hung had ever gotten this drunk. Maybe his heart was joyful, and he hummed a little tune. He leaned against Yuzi, softly asking, where are we going? Home. He Hung seemed a little dazed. Yuzi's voice reached his ears with unusual gentleness, reminding him of Chen Mengqi. He Hung chuckled fondly, all right, let's go home. The nearest hotel was located over 100 meters from the Nanhuan food street. The receptionist at the hotel yawned sleepily, please show your ID card. How many rooms? Yuzi touched herself and realized she hadn't brought her ID. She reached for He Hung's and handed it over to the front desk. The receptionist's sister finally became more alert, glancing back and forth between He Hung and Yuzi uncertainly asking, do the two of you know each other? Yuzi, he's my boyfriend. After checking in, Yuzi helped He Hung walk upstairs. The receptionist called another staff member on duty at the back. Do you think these two are a couple? The staff member hadn't seen clearly and was annoyed for being disturbed from a good dream. The receptionist was a bit uneasy. I heard that recently there's been a female boss in Nanwan who specifically looks for young men, you know. The staff member responded, do you have sufficient evidence now? No. The receptionist immediately backed off, covered up with the blanket, and continued to rest. Yuzi swiped the card and walked in, throwing He Hung onto the bed. She rubbed her arms, she was utterly exhausted. He Hung mumbled as he flipped over, feeling an emptiness beside him. He suddenly woke up, seeing Yuzi still there, heaved a sigh of relief. Yuzi was startled by his action. What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? He Hung grasped her hand. No, I thought you were lost. He had lost too many things in his life, fearing that the hard-earned happiness would vanish again. Yuzi understood his timidity. Everyone has their weak spot. She patted He Hung's head. You sleep first, I won't go anywhere. Hearing these words, He Hung felt reassured. He felt sticky all over, so he got up to take a shower. Wobbling as he walked, Yuzi steadied him. Are you going to the bathroom? He Hung replied, I want to take a shower. Yuzi let go. Can you manage on your own? He Hung gave her a thumbs up. Less than 10 minutes later, due to a slippery floor, He Hung fell with a thud. Yuzi rushed in to find this scene. The showerhead was still gushing water. He Hung sat naked on the ground. Some things were simply not meant to be seen. Yuzi took a deep breath and went over to pull him up. However, a drunk person lacks conscious control and is heavy, pulling Yuzi tightly into his arms. Yuzi was drenched, and since they had impulsively decided to stay at the hotel, she'd now have no clothes tomorrow. He Hung looked blankly at Yuzi. Shall we shower together? Yuzi replied, do you believe me if I say no? Chapter 131, finally meets the father. It was the first time He Hung got this drunk. He held onto Yuzi's hand and swung her around. Let's wash together. Yuzi glanced at the wet golden-haired man and grinned lewdly. Are you sure? He Hung nodded and started to unbutton her clothes. Yuzi stopped him, covering her chest. I'll do it myself, I'll do it myself. The two of them played in the bathroom for nearly an hour. Yuzi deeply felt that a man never stops being a boy. In the end, Huaheng sobered up while Yuzi almost didn't wake up. Huaheng helped her dry off, carried her out, dried her hair, changed her clothes all in one fluid motion. She slept soundly without dreams. When she woke up, Yuzi was troubled. Her clothes were still wet and left in the bathroom. Huaheng woke up as well, still a bit sleepy. What's wrong? My clothes are in the bathroom. How am I supposed to go out? The old clothes from yesterday were torn apart almost beyond repair. Huaheng reached over to the bedside table, grabbed his phone, and made a call. Half an hour later, a lady carrying some clothes entered the hotel room but was stopped by the diligent front desk. Sorry, are you a guest here? The lady, dressed professionally in a suit, responded tactfully, I'm delivering clothes to the guests in room 601. The front desk cautiously handed over a pen and paper. Please register. After the lady went up, the front desk attendant's eyes followed her. TSK, 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 the boss lady is different all right. Someone even comes to deliver her clothes. When Huaheng opened the door, the lady handed him the clothes with a smile. Mr. Hua, please evaluate our service. Thank you. Huaheng accepted. Yuzi took the clothes to change into. They fit perfectly without any discomfort. When the two went downstairs, the front desk returned Yuzi's deposit. However, his gaze lingered on Huaheng as if asking him whether he needed to call the police. Yuzi didn't know what the other person was thinking. She hugged Huaheng's arm. Honey, where should we go next? Huaheng, who was just arguing with Xie Yi, looked up incredulously at what she had called him. The front desk relaxed, their gazes normalizing, understanding now they were husband and wife. Once outside, Yuzi finally saw the full view of Nanwen. It wasn't particularly new but had a distinct local flavor. In a good mood, she turned to Huaheng. If I'm not mistaken, Xu Jiming is nearby, right? Huaheng held her hand. What did you call me earlier? Yuzi, pretending not to know. Did I say anything earlier? After finishing breakfast, Huaheng asked her, do you want to visit the temple? Nanwen was only 5 kilometers away from where Xu Jiming was located, very close. Putting down her bowl, Yuzi wiped her mouth with a napkin. The weather is nice. We can take a look. As they turned the corner, they happened to run into Xie Yi. He was driving a dilapidated van, looking like a gangster. The adhesive on the car glass was half ruined, and even the door looked ready to fall off. Xie Yi took off his sunglasses. Where are you two headed? Huaheng disdainfully glanced at his car. What happened to the money you've earned these past years? Xie Yi stepped out of the car. All given to my buddies. Are you going to get in or not? This car's quite stylish. Yuzi didn't complain. She thought Xie Yi was always like this, free-spirited and unpredictable, never knowing what he would do next. Xie Yi dropped them off at the temple entrance. You two go in. I don't believe in this stuff. After bidding farewell to Xie Yi, Yuzi glanced at the gate of the temple, feeling complex emotions. Outside, it was dignified, red walls and tiles, making every step feel heavy. This was a small temple, with only a few people there to burn incense. It was even more desolate because it was near Nanwen. Upon entering, there was a small house where people were handing out incense. Yuzi walked over and took a bundle. A young monk muttered something under his breath, but Yuzi didn't catch it. With Huaheng, she continued deeper into the temple. Though it was early September, coincidentally, leaves were falling, creating patches of green and yellow on the ground, separating summer and autumn as though by magic. The temple was quiet, and despite the clear weather, there weren't many people burning incense. In front of the Buddha statue, Yuzi lit the incense stick and devoutly knelt to pray. Originally, she didn't believe in such things. Later, however, she came to trust them. There was also a temple in Rongcheng. During that period of crises, Yuzi prayed for peace and prosperity. The prayer beads in Huaheng's hands were gifts from Yuzi. Since putting them on, his luck improved greatly. Yuzi found it miraculous and considered going back someday to ask for another set. But she never went again, unsure whether it was due to being busy or losing interest. After getting up, Yuzi approached a young monk. I'd like to find your senior monk Pinding. The young monk lowered his head. I'm sorry, sir. He should be chopping wood on the back mountain at this moment. Yuzi then asked, can I go look for him? They believed in the cause and effect of all things, so no unnecessary obstacles were placed. Feel free. Yuzi and Huaheng walked towards the back mountain. Huaheng told her many stories about Xu Jiming along the way. Back in the 70s, Xu Jiming was like a walking ATM. A birthday party once marked the appearance of the second son of the Xu family. He chartered the Victoria Harbour fireworks for his childhood friend. It was quite spectacular. But later, he was seen dating a female celebrity and her career and fortune skyrocketed as a result. Yet without fail, they broke up within months and moved on to the next one. Hong Kong entertainment reporters once said that the second son of the Xu family scattered money among women. Faced with this accusation, the reporters gathered around him asking, what do you think about this, second son? He, dressed in hip-hop style and just leaving the bar, showed no fear towards the reporters. I simply discovered their strengths. Everyone has strengths. For example, you right now, at 3 in the morning, even with such revealing clothes, you're still here trying to catch me. Xu Jiming then took off his coat and draped it over her shoulders. You're great. After getting into the car and driving away, the media reported it this way. Xu Jiming's a real stud, anyone can have him. They assumed that this young master was carefree and considered him somewhat reckless. Unbeknownst to them, Xu Wang Real Estate's plan to dominate Hong Kong was actually devised by Xu Jiming himself. Xu Wang had a deep fondness for this little second son and was quite proud of him. Though he enjoyed playing around, Xu Jiming never thought of bringing those women home. Until Yu Aoshan came along one year. She emerged from the slums and left everyone speechless. The first time Xu Jiming saw her, he told his assistant standing nearby, "I like her." It was said that Xu Jiming chased after Yu Aoshan for a long time before finally winning her over. He went mad with obsession. He insisted on marrying this woman and bringing her home, even breaking ties for her. When they lived together, they adopted a new name, Yoyu. A blessing for Ao to be safe and smooth in life. Yoyu is him? Yuzi couldn't believe it. Huaheng nodded. He truly is an extraordinary person. Even someone like Huaheng couldn't achieve something like that. An individual who possessed both business acumen and artistic talent suddenly became a monk. No wonder Xu Wang hated Yu Aoshan so much. As the two were walking, they heard the sound of chopping wood. Following the sound, they saw a tall man dressed in plain clothing taking swings at logs with an axe. Chapter 132, She might have died long ago. The tall man turned around, revealing a face that looked much like Yuzi's. However, his masculinity was more pronounced. He glanced at Yuzi, furrowed his brow, then relaxed, as if he had already guessed who the other person might be. He put down the axe in his hand. "What can I do for the two of you?" Yuzi was shocked at first glance. If this wasn't her father, she would have bumped her head on a big wall by now. For a moment, it felt like something had caught in her throat, and she couldn't utter a word. The rear mountain was quiet, leaves fell, birds flew by, and the two stood in silence without a word. Still, Xu Jiming asked one more question. "What brings the two of you here?" His speech was flowery and didn't resemble the playboy in Huaheng's stories, carefree and reckless. Yuzi calmed herself. "I want to ask you some questions about Yu Aoshan." Xu Jiming pointed to a pile of wood behind him. "Could you wait while I finish chopping today's firewood?" "Sure." Yuzi agreed. An hour later, they returned from the back mountain to the temple. In the courtyard of the temple stood a simple table suitable for conversation and tea drinking. Xu Jiming in his monk's robes paired well with his good looks but seemed oddly out of place. "Sir, to be honest, I no longer interfere with worldly matters. As for the person you've mentioned, I fear I cannot answer your questions." Yuzi paused in the act of pouring tea. She felt a little disheartened. The man across from her obviously knew she was his daughter, yet showed not an ounce of affection. "Why?" Yuzi asked. "Do you know who I am?" Xu Jiming suddenly snorted with laughter. "Of course I know, but I don't care." He even harbored disgust towards this daughter of his. Yuzi smiled. "Why? Don't all monks practice compassion? Why was this person different?" Xu Jiming put down his teacup. "You should ask your mother this question." "I don't have a mother." Accurately speaking, Yu Aoshan isn't her mother. Xu Jiming let out a cold laugh. "Didn't Yu Aou tell you anything?" Yu Aou. This was the first time Yuzi heard this name. A suspicion arose in her heart, ready to burst forth. "I've never heard of this person. I only know of Yu Aoshan." Evidently, this name moved Xu Jiming. He finally took a proper look at Yuzi before him. "What did you say?" Yuzi looked at him seriously and repeated it again. "I said I've never heard of this person. I only know of Yu Aoshan." She said each word slowly. Xu Jiming just laughed. Now she has started using her sister's name? Truly, insatiable greed is akin to a snake trying to swallow an elephant. This woman still hasn't quit. Yuzi became a bit anxious. "First, I don't know what grudge exists between you two. I merely wish to know the truth. Second, I want to know who my biological mother really is." After she finished speaking, Xu Jiming glared angrily. "Your mother is Yu Aou, the younger sister of Yu Aoshan." "That's impossible." Yuzi said this with great certainty. "Do you now know where the real Yu Aoshan is?" Yuzi asked him. Xu Jiming recalled the past. "After we broke up, she said she was going back to Rongqing, and after that, I lost track. By then, he had already become a monk. They were long separated." Yuzi revealed her thoughts aloud. "I am not the daughter of the Yu Aou you spoke about." Xu Jiming wore a confused expression, clearly doubting her words. Telling the stories of the mundane world would only add unnecessary troubles and hold no benefit. He sighed. "Yu Aoshan and I ended our relationship a long time ago. When they lived in the South Bay slums, he didn't know that Yu Aoshan had a younger sister in Rongqing. Later, after selling his paintings and leading a better life, Yu Aou suddenly wanted to visit her sister in Hong Kong. She looked so much like Yu Aoshan, almost like they were carved from the same mold. Xu Jiming could instantly distinguish between the two. Only, the drunken night was arranged deliberately by Yu Aou. As to what happened afterwards, Xu Jiming had no idea. By the time Yu Aou presented evidence, she was already pregnant. He chuckled. "Yu Aoshan, she was like a stubborn mule, refusing to believe a word I said. After we broke up, I tried to find her. Yu Aou told me she had gone back to Rongqing. Back then, Xu Jiming's documents were stuck at home, so there was nowhere for him to go, not to mention searching for the woman he loved. Yu Aou handed him a letter written by Yu Aoshan. Xu Jiming was crazy back then. Immediately after receiving the letter, he decided to enter monastic life to prove his undivided love for one person. After that, he knew nothing of the subsequent events. Yuzi came today without any materials, making it impossible to clear things up. She placed her phone in front of Xu Jiming, showing the signature authorizing her transfer to the orphanage and the one releasing her from the orphanage. Xu Jiming frowned looking at the handwriting on the document. The one on the left is Yu Aoshan. That is to say, the person who sent her to the orphanage was the real Yu Aoshan. Yuzi just found this fact absurd. Her entire disliked first half of life stemmed from Yu Aou's substitution game. Hua Heng likely understood by now too. As an observer, he understood the situation best and was the most suitable person to explain it. Mr. Shu, here's the thing. Back then, Yu Aoshan also got pregnant and gave birth to the child standing before you, Yu. Afterward, she disappeared. Later on, Yu Aoyu showed up, pretending to be Yu Aoshan. What seemed like a simple story suddenly became complicated, and even the usually astute Xu Zhiming couldn't fully grasp it. What do you mean? He propped his head up, went over it again, and then shakily pointed at Yu. Are you Yu Aoshan's daughter? Yu nodded. I am. Xu Zhiming burst into sudden laughter, as if he had gone crazy. After all, he was always somewhat eccentric. How many people would willingly give up all their wealth and glory just for one woman, forsaking the material world to become a monk? He was nothing but a complete lunatic. So, they shared a daughter. And she hadn't told him? How deeply did this woman hate him? When he looked at Yu, he didn't feel much attachment, not even knowing that this girl in front of him was the offspring of the woman he loved the most. Xu Zhiming quickly regained his composure. So you came here today just for this matter? Yu frowned. Aren't you curious where Yu Aoshan has gone? Xu Zhiming played with the prayer beads in his hand. She told me not to look for her. He always listened to Yu Aoshan. In the words of the Hong Kong media back then, the second young master of the Shu family had already become a dog to Yu Aoshan. But so what? His love was sincere. It was just that there had been a tiny error, one he was willing to atone for all his life. Yu sighed. Have you ever thought that she might have already left this world? This statement finally made Xu Zhiming lift his head. What are you saying? He said, I left so much money for her. How could she possibly? Chapter 133, No one gets to have it easy. Xu Zhiming instantly reverted to his carefree demeanor. He had left all his paintings with Yu Aoshan years ago because he was afraid that she wouldn't have enough to eat or wear. Yu sighed. All your paintings are in Deepwater Bay. I don't need to say more, you should understand. Xu Wang could already hate Yu Aoshan for holding on to things that belonged to his son. Xu Zhiming sighed as if he had suddenly let go of a great burden. He helplessly said, you say she might no longer be in this world, then what about me? What difference is there between me and death? The once-spirited second son of the Shu family had become this way. What difference was there from being dead? The answer was none. It seemed their outcome could only be like this. Xu Zhiming's fingers lightly touched the tabletop. Is there anything else? Yuzi had never seen such a cold-hearted person. She shook her head with a low laugh, mocking herself. Look, in this world, no one welcomed her. Her birth had not been expected. When she came just now, she had imagined a lot. Her father would look at her with excited eyes, or cry, feel moved, hug her. But in reality, none of these happened. Ho Heng held Yuzi's hand under the table and told Xu Zhiming, then we won't disturb you any longer. They got up and walked a few steps, but Xu Zhiming stopped Yuzi. I'm sorry. Sorry for what? For not being by her side and her mother's side. If apologizing could make a difference, why do we need police? The root cause of everything was Yu Aoyue. She didn't just break up two people in love, but also brought Yuzi a miserable childhood. After leaving the temple, the heavy burden on Yuzi's heart seemed lighter. They were just about to leave when several luxurious cars stopped at the temple entrance. The first one to get out of the car was Xu Wang. Seeing Yuzi, his expression immediately turned unpleasant. His tone was cold. Why did you come here? He hated Yu Aoshan and her daughter too much. Seeing Yuzi disturbing Xu Zhiming made him even unhappier. Ho Heng became equally upset. At first, he was polite and respectful towards elders, but now he didn't want to act this way. He shielded Yuzi behind him. Mr. Shu, I respect you, and I hope you will respect the people around me. Xu Wang adjusted his Zhongshan suit which looked extremely proper. Young Ho, you bring this woman to our house. The meaning of it, both of us are clear. I dislike purpose-driven interactions, so why do you think I should have a pleasant attitude towards you? Ho Heng chuckled coldly, dragging innocent people into things. Is this how your Shu family handles issues? This whole mess ultimately should blame Xu Zhiming. Now, Yuzi's mother has disappeared, and her father is in this state, so in the end, it is Yuzi who suffers the most. Xu Wang frankly talked about his hatred without being overly decisive. When the two confronted each other, Xu Wang realized the young president before him was not the easygoing man they met initially. His gaze contained ruthlessness, completely unfazed, matching the intensity of his youth. Yuzi squeezed Ho Heng's hand. Let's go. She suddenly felt mentally and physically exhausted. Ho Heng took her away. Xu Wang didn't even turn back as he entered the temple. All the truths were revealed through Xu Zhiming's words. Yuzi was the daughter of him and Yu Aoshan. And later, the woman who always extorted money from them was Yu Aoyue. Among all this, the most innocent party was Yuzi who knew nothing. After returning home, Yuzi locked herself in her room. She curled up by the floor-to-ceiling window. Below was the entire view of Hong Kong, but in this vast city, she never truly had a place to call her own. Hate? No hate either. All these years, she got everything being by Ho Heng's side. Without so-called parental affection, she lived happily. Because of Ho Heng, she gained everything. Thinking about it, she immediately perked up. She opened the door, poked her head out, smiling. What shall we eat tonight? Ho Heng covered the phone and asked, I heard there's a sky dining restaurant nearby. Do you want to go? Sure. Yuzi agreed and returned to change clothes. The call was from Liang Zishuan. He incredulously said, even their biological daughter isn't wanted. Why should we remain polite? We'll just hire a lawyer. Assets should naturally be allocated to those with blood ties, right? Ho Hung grunted in agreement. That's what I thought too. If they cooperate with the Ho family, I'd blackmail them for a fortune. They should contribute some money these years to support Yu. Liang Zishuan smiled and said, money that should be saved must be spent properly. Let's use this money to buy Yu some clothes and jewelry. After making plans, they hung up the phone. Just then, Xu Wang's call came in. Ho Hung had no intention of answering it. He intentionally let it sit on the table. Yu ate with joy, showing no sign of the afternoon's sorrow. She was like a little sun, with an excellent self-healing ability. Hung Hua cut her steak well. Eat to your heart's content today, as much as you want. Meanwhile, in Rongcheng, Hua's real estate was exposed for cutting corners, injuring a few workers on the construction site, which was heavily reported by the media. It had already been suppressed by Jingxin Hua. Only TO Entertainment was determined to make the situation more severe. Even Shi Junfu came out. He said in the meeting, I believe there must be countless cases like this. Today we'll set an example for the following construction sites to take warning. We hope to protect the safety of workers, starting from us, avoiding cutting corners and not abandoning others' lives for profit. Jingxin Hua couldn't withstand the overwhelming attacks. She even arranged a meeting with Meng Shi. When Meng Shi saw her, he revealed a look of experience, not expecting a woman over 40 years old to still exude charm. With his leg crossed, he asked, what did Miss Hua invite me out for today? Without hesitation, Jingxin Hua asked, how much money will you charge directly? Meng Shi took out a cigarette. Do you mind if I smoke? I don't mind. Meng Shi lit the cigarette. It's useless contacting me. No matter how much you offer, Hung Hua will increase it by that much. Is it your Hua's real estate that has money? Or is it holding several projects under worry that have money? Jingxin Hua was enraged. Call Hung Hua and tell him, even rabbits will bite when cornered. After saying that, she prepared to leave. Meng Shi stopped her. Miss Hua, I know rabbits will bite when cornered, but do you think you are rabbits? They were nothing but prey on Hung Hua's plate. The current situation was just struggling for their last breath. The Qiao family would soon rise rapidly, and at that time, no one knows what would happen to Hua's real estate. After everyone left, Meng Shi took out his phone. Did you hear? Your aunt isn't someone easy to deal with. This time, Shi Junfu stood up under the pressure. With such a significant crisis appearing in Hua's real estate, Shu Wang Real Estate didn't dare to act rashly either. The most crucial person here was Hung Hua. Chapter 134, I don't believe you have a girlfriend. The Shu family's hope of using Hua's real estate to develop inland was instantly dashed. After receiving this news, Shu Wang was both angry and laughing. He said to Shu Juohui, because of one woman, his hands have stretched too far. In his heart, he cursed the Yu mother and daughter, unable to suppress his anger. One is with his son. One is disrupting his business. Shu Juohui's feelings were complicated. He had already realized that the woman he chatted with on that day was actually his own niece. Their conversation had been so engaging, and Yuzi's humor and talent were irresistible. How could anyone not like her? He sat there, thinking again and again, unsure of how to bring up the topic. Shu Jiayu looked slightly embarrassed, not expecting that the second uncle, whom the family rarely mentioned, actually had a daughter outside. Doesn't that mean she will be competing for the family assets? She leaned forward. Grandpa, must we rely on the Hua family? Shu Jiayu didn't particularly like the Hua family, especially after finding out about the second son, Hua Ju, who was nothing but a thug. Shu Wang raised his head and looked at her seriously. So who do you think is more suitable? Hearing a glimmer of hope, Shu Jiayu's eyes lit up. Isn't there still the Qiao family? Shu Wang gave a light laugh, leaving it for Shu Juohui to decide. This idea wasn't something they hadn't thought of before. However, the Qiao family's partner is Zhongyu. Similarly, fate once again remained firmly in Hua Heng's grasp. Shu Jiayu couldn't help but be impressed. This man was incredibly capable, just as remarkable as her second uncle back in the day. But asking for help from others, Shu Wang couldn't bear to do that. Currently, in any city, the real estate industry is on a decline. Rich people have already bought property, and poor people can't afford houses. These two phenomena are in stark contrast. Only innovation remains as the sole way out. Shu Juohui said, since father says Hua Heng would go to such lengths for a woman, he must also consider cooperating with us for Yu. As long as Yu is recognized. That day when Hua Heng came to check out Shu Wang's real estate, he found little space for growth, and since their cooperation with the Hua family was necessary, things were ultimately abandoned. Shu Wang sighed. That girl shares a similar temperament with Ji Ming, hating evil like an enemy. Do you think she would help us? The answer is obvious. After finishing dinner, Yu propped her chin up and gazed at the scenery downstairs. Her laughter reflected in the glass window. It turns out that food really can heal everything. A satisfied meal always brings happiness, making troubles temporarily fade away. Hua Heng handed her a tissue. Wipe your mouth. Yu took it and carelessly wiped. She sat cross-legged, accidentally kicking Hua Heng's trouser leg with her foot tip. Light music played in the restaurant, creating a slightly intimate atmosphere. With its excellent location and few patrons, they exchanged meaningful glances multiple times. Yu retracted her foot. Shall we go back? Hua Heng took a sip of water. Millimeter. Neither of them knew what ignited it, but once inside the room, clothes began coming off, from the entrance, through the living room, all the way to the bedroom. After Leaky, the weather cooled down, yet heat surged between them. Yu, breathless, pushed Hua Heng. Stop. It won't work. How can you possibly stop halfway? Huaheng muttered, clearly frustrated. Isn't this torture? Yuzi, thank you for listening to me. Huaheng, young and strong, managed even to squeeze in a shower at the end. They planned to return to Rongqing 3 days later. When Yuzi fell asleep, Huaheng got up to work. Shimeng called him via video chat in the middle of the night. Shouldn't you be in bed at this time? Huaheng asked the hotel to deliver a cup of coffee, retorting to Shimeng, shouldn't you be at the hotel during this time? Shimeng responded, I've already settled down long ago, don't you know? Huaheng asked, is it because of a change in sexual orientation? Can you say anything positive? This is called closing my heart for love. Huaheng opened the door, where the server handed him the coffee. Closing the door, he took a sip and frowned. He had clearly instructed no sugar, yet it was still added. Huaheng was always strict with such details and made another call, didn't I just instruct that there shouldn't be any sugar added? The front desk staff, not sure what the waiter did, replied politely, Mr. Hua, please wait a moment. I'll arrange for a new cup of coffee for you and compensate appropriately for this error. Is that all right? After hanging up, Shimeng continued teasing, given your appearance, girls would surely follow wherever you go. And you couldn't notice the intention behind a simple cup of coffee? Huaheng said, I have a girlfriend. Shimeng laughed scornfully, you have a girlfriend? There was disbelief in his tone. If you have a girlfriend, I'll eat shit. Huaheng glanced at the excited figure on the video screen. This kind of irrational demand from you is the first I've seen. He wanted Shimeng to get what he deserved and said, go ask Julin and Fu Shijun. Shimeng felt betrayed. Are we not good brothers anymore? Why do they all know but not me? Huaheng, Yuzi mentioned it first. Shimeng's brain processed for 2 seconds. You and Yuzi, you too. The iron tree that stood for 1,000 years finally bloomed. He suddenly wore a gratified expression like an old father. My dear big brother, you have finally amounted to something. Huaheng opened his computer. Don't try to ingratiate yourself with me. I've already recorded your words about eating excrement and will personally make you eat later. Shimeng scrunched up his nose in disgust. What kind of fetish is that? Aren't you afraid of getting dirty? Huaheng, do you forget how I raised you step by step until now? How could I ever be afraid of getting dirty? Shimeng collapsed. He refused to communicate and vowed never to call Huaheng again. 5 minutes later, the door sound rang again, and it was the same server from before. She showed an apologetic look. I'm sorry, Mr. Hua. It was too late and I was drowsy, so I accidentally added sugar. Please forgive me. Huaheng smelled it. Next time don't do extra things. The waitress naturally knew her thoughts were seen through, and she looked down while gripping her clothes tightly. I understand, Mr. Hua. Closing the door, Huaheng returned to the living room. He first glanced at the recent stock market of Zhongyo, which has been consistently leading ahead. However, the Hua family experienced a decline in share price due to the workplace injury incident. Huaheng acquired shares in Yuzi's name. He didn't plan to annihilate them completely. As Hua Jingxian said, desperate rabbits can bite people, and dogs in desperation may jump over walls. Hua Ju has been a dog for so many years, who knows what foolish actions he might take. Then there was Shu Wang Real Estate. If time permitted, he still needed to chat with Shu Jiming. Shu family thought that Hu Aoshan harmed their son, yet all subsequent matters were Shu Jiming's own choices. Being an adult, he should pay the price for his decisions rather than escape responsibility and hide in a temple for years without showing his face. The morning sun rose from the coast, lighting up the entire Hong Kong. Huaheng yawned and crawled back into bed. Chapter 135, I hope you are happy. Huaheng went out early in the morning, and Yuzi ordered food to be delivered up. The doorbell rang. Yuzi opened the door and, seeing Julin outside, rubbed her eyes. Am I time traveling? But the furnishings around her were clearly in the hotel, and Julin had appeared without a sound. Julin smiled and said, the school is giving a day off, so I came out to play for 2 days. Aren't you happy to see me? Yuzi let her in, feeling somewhat guilty. Fortunately, someone had come to clean the room in the morning. Julin poked her head in. Where's your boyfriend? She was one of the earliest people to know about their relationship and was even more excited. Yuzi spread her hands. He went out this morning. Sitting on the sofa, Julin felt much more relaxed without Huaheng around. Huaheng happened to be sending messages to Yuzi at that moment. Today, you and Julin should go out to play. I need to handle some things. Yuzi, are you omniscient? How do you know Julin has arrived? Huaheng, Fu Shijun told me. When Yuzi sent the message, Julin was already staring at her with a knowing smile. Oh my goodness, is this what it feels like to be in love? When Julin first met Yuzi, she thought she was just a little girl, crouching by the wall playing games. This was behavior characteristic of a college student. There was none of the rumored decisiveness and efficiency. Clearly, she was a cute little girl. Later on, Julin saw how she handled matters, decisive and brave, calm when facing those younger boys. Julin realized that Yuzi always kept her distance from strangers but was unintentionally adorable when facing the person she liked. Yuzi put away her phone, leaning against the couch. Is there? Julin, using her knowledge, told her, beauty lies in the lover's eye, whether the other party is on the other side of the phone or not. Yuzi, very apt analogy, please don't use metaphors next time. Julin covered her mouth and burst out laughing. Yuzi took Julin out to play. Since there weren't many students in Disneyland after the semester started, they had an especially easy and relaxed time, without crowds. On the other hand, Huaheng stood at the entrance of the temple. It's hard to imagine a notorious womanizer would leave the secular world and become a monk. Xu Jiming truly deserved to be called crazy. There's a legend about the old Xu Jiming. They say you can trust him completely because he will never betray you, as he was originally a ruin. Hua Heng walked into this place again, and immediately saw Xu Jiming sweeping the yard. Hua Heng politely approached him. Mr. Xu, today it's only the two of us. As Yu Zi's future husband, may I have a talk with you? Xu Jiming supported himself on the broomstick. Wait until I finish. Despite all these years of becoming a monk, big or small matters haven't stopped. At first, Shuang real estate fell into chaos without his proposals, unsure of what to do next. During the 5 years he was together with Yu Aosan, Xu Wang found him several times. Taking advantage of his knowledge but not letting him marry the woman he loved most, this father really left him speechless. Now that he finally managed to get some peace, a daughter and her future husband popped up. It was indeed something worth pondering. When would he truly achieve tranquility? Still in the same courtyard as last time, the weather was getting cooler day by day, and the leaves on the ground were getting yellower each day. Hua Heng came straight to the point and asked him, according to my investigation, Yu Aosan passed away due to cancer. Clearly, this piece of news was explosive. Xu Jiming, holding the cup in his hand, veins protruding on the back of his hand, bloodshot eyes. Why you, what did you say? Hua Heng sighed. He hadn't told Yu Zi this news yet. Just yesterday, Hua Yunyuan had called him, telling him not to annihilate completely. Hua Heng's demand was simple, as long as Yu Aoyue could tell him the truth about the past events. A secret in exchange for a glimmer of hope for Hua's survival, such a profitable deal Hua Yunyuan wouldn't refuse. In the story of Yu Aoyue, back then, Yu Aosan knew she didn't have much time left. After returning to Rongqing, she discovered she was pregnant. Amidst the sorrow and joy, she still decided to keep the child, leaving Yu Zi in the care of Zhu Yunling. Chemotherapy was a very painful process. Yu Aosan didn't make it through it, and when the hospital called to notify the family, Xu Jiming didn't answer that call. In the end, it was Yu Aoyue who got the call. She had been infatuated with Xu Jiming ever since their first meeting. So, she cunningly arranged a liaison with Xu Jiming to possess him. From then on, the dead was Yu Aoyue escaping difficulties, while Yu Aosan continued living. She used to be such a radiant woman, yet her brief life ended so tragically. Xu Jiming laughed wildly. Are you saying I didn't answer that call? Hua Heng shook his head. This maniac probably had already become a monk at that time, let alone answering any calls. The phone was in Xu Wang's hands, and upon hearing the name Yu Aosan, he hung up immediately. A misunderstanding ultimately led to being separated by life and death. How could it not sadden anyone who hears it? The tea had gone cold, but Xu Jiming still drank it down. He said, "You're just like me back in the day. I'm sure this news cost you quite a bit of money." He was an expert at reading people's hearts and always hit the mark. Hua Heng shook his head. Money isn't important to me. You make a living by selling your paintings, and I naturally have my own way to recover the money I've lost. Xu Jiming might have become a monk, but he wasn't dumb. Did you come here today just to clarify this matter? Hua Heng responded, I simply don't want you to keep living in ignorance, continuing to hate someone you shouldn't. Especially Yu Zi. She was the most innocent girl of all. Xu Jiming rubbed his bald head. We haven't seen each other for over 20 years. Do you think I could still feel anything for her? No love, no hate. He was just indifferent. Unless the deceased Yu Aosan came back to life and told him, I forgive you. Otherwise, it would be hard to move him. Hua Heng understood. But what about your father? Xu Wang. Xu Jiming gave a cold laugh. That man has no sense of family ties. The reason he cares so much about me now is only because his once proud son disgraced him. It's simply that I'm still useful to him. Xu Wang was no different from Hua Yunyuan. Interest outweighs family bonds. Xu Zhuhui was a good older brother. He loved his younger brother since childhood, helping him deal with scandalous gossip. But he was dull-witted, always clueless in business matters. Xu Wang didn't originally plan to give him the position. But Xu Jiming became a monk, showing disdain for the Xu family's wealth. Recalling those days, Xu Jiming said, the rich families are chaotic, having multiple mothers in our kind of household is nothing unusual. When I was young, my brother always took care of me, carrying me around to play. I never thought of competing with my brother for a position. But I felt heartbroken seeing my brother immerse himself in studying so diligently. I went wild and selfishly refused to shoulder the responsibilities placed on me. Yet some things couldn't be escaped no matter what. Xu Zhuhui once told him, younger brother, I really am not suitable for this. It's your turn. A grown man, bearing humiliation and inferiority silently watching all this as a younger brother, he couldn't bear it anymore. Chapter 136, Messing Around? Xu Jiming couldn't help but feel sorrow as he recalled various past events from his childhood. Maybe it was due to being influenced by the temple, but compassion arose within him. His older brother had always taken care of him, yet was constantly bullied by him. Xu Jiming knew that if the second son became the boss of Xu Wang Real Estate, the eldest would end up in a bad situation. The industry would surely mock Xu Jihu for being incapable. Thus, he indulged in womanizing and surrounded himself with beautiful women, making everyone think he was an incompetent rich second generation. They thought he was merely someone waiting to die while eating idly, uninterested in competing for family property. In this way, he wouldn't embarrass Xu Jihu. Hua Heng could understand his behavior. The one thing he feared now was that Xu Wang would use Yu Zi's identity to morally coerce her. Yu Zi lacked family affection, so all possible outcomes were unpredictable. I don't want her to be your family's pawn, Huaheng stated frankly. Yuzi's childhood was tragic. Although she didn't speak of it openly, she still craved family affection. Originally, they came to Hong Kong to let her experience warmth in the family. Instead, the opposite happened. Although Xu Jiming had become a monk, his mind was sharp. A casual plan of his might ruin Huaheng's strategy. Only by finding the key person could the problem be solved. Xu Jiming said, rest assured. Although there is no affection between us, she is my daughter, and I will certainly not let her get hurt. After their discussion, Huaheng got up to leave. Just before leaving, Xu Jiming called him again. I wish the two of you happiness. He has always been shrewd at reading people. Huaheng was someone worth trusting. When Yuzi and Zhu Lin returned to the hotel, both were utterly exhausted. In the hotel lobby, Xu Wang arrived with a group of people, looking like a mighty gang resembling a triad. He turned his head toward Yuzi. Let's talk. Yuzi smiled and said, I don't think there's much Mr. Xu and I should discuss. Xu Wang was used to such scenes. Many people thought he was old, spoke without authority, and believed they could disobey him. Bodyguards quickly stepped forward, speaking rudely to Yuzi. Miss you, just sit down and listen. Where had Zhu Lin ever seen such an intimidating presence? Handling smoking students in dormitories or fights that escalated to police stations, those incidents she could manage, but matters of society were best left undisturbed. She followed Yuzi and sat on the sofa, glancing at the old man across them who exuded refinement and sophistication. Even though he was old, it was clear that in his youth, he must have been handsome and impressive. Yuzi folded her hands. What is it? Xu Wang lightly coughed. I know that the matter involving the Hua family was orchestrated by Huaheng. At first, I only wanted to find Yu Aoshan, wanting to uncover the truth about the events back then. But now, I already know it wasn't your fault, and the consequence shouldn't fall upon you. For this, I am very sorry. This old man spoke with proper and humble attitude, flexible yet firm. Yuzi smiled. If I don't accept your apology, then what? If it weren't for this person in front of her, she wouldn't have endured so much suffering abroad. He had never even pitied his own granddaughter. At the same age, what was Xu Jiayu like? And what was she, Yuzi, like? Her smile remained brilliant, not believing anything was wrong with her words. Opposite, Xu Wang tightly gripped his cane. I hope you can empathize with a father's heart. Yu Aoshan had caused Xu Jiming such great suffering. How could the Xu family possibly accept these two? Yuzi demonstrated her fiery nature, confronting anyone, whether sky, earth, or air. Some people may not see clearly, but they have a heart. Some believe they see everything clearly, but turn out to be heartless and senseless. Her disrespectful criticism hit home. Even the bodyguard standing nearby noticed Xu Wang's lack of discernment. Stepping forward, he scolded her. Miss you, please be mindful when speaking. Yuzi chuckled lightly, gazing intently at the bodyguard, batting her eyelashes with coquettish charm. Do you think there's anything improper about what I say? Her voice carried a slightly teasing tone. A single sentence managed to make the bodyguard's face flush red. Seeing this, Xu Wang disliked her even more. He even felt that Yuzi had inherited her mother's manipulative charm. Cough. He cleared his throat, interrupting their exchange. Today I brought you here because I want you to return to the Xu family. The Xu family? Zhu Lin, though bewildered, roughly understood that Yuzi had found her biological parents. However, in this tense atmosphere, going to their home meant unknown troubles ahead. If it were about money, Huaheng had plenty. Yuzi raised her eyebrows. So, that means I'd be the young miss of the Xu family? Xu Wang nodded. That's correct. Yuzi covered her mouth laughing, turning to look at the guard who had spoken earlier. Could you dismiss him first? They had never expected the topic to shift so quickly. Since the topic was about returning to the Xu family, how did it end up being about layoffs? Xu Wang frowned deeply, suspecting this was Yuzi's way of showing him who was in charge. The bodyguard didn't seem to have a good temper either, clearly someone in authority, which was why his words carried such weight. What do you mean? Xu Wang snapped coldly at Yuzi. Yuzi smiled coquettishly. Come on, I'm about to become the young miss of the Xu family. Can't I fire someone if I want to? She turned her head toward Xu Wang sitting across from her. What do you think, Mr. Xu? Before coming, Xu Wang had just finished reviewing Yuzi's profile. She truly inherited many talents from Xu Jiming, smart, wise, and also rebellious. He hadn't expected that their earlier conversation would lead her to take such decisive action. This left Xu Wang losing face. However, having Yuzi meant gaining the ultimate card, Huaheng. That was a great temptation. Xu Wang said, no problem. As long as you come back, everything is negotiable. Yuzi glared coldly. I've never liked ambiguous answers. Such uncertainties in business are frowned upon, Mr. Xu. Think again. The hall was very quiet. Even the receptionist didn't dare glance their way, fearing unnecessary trouble. Zhu Lin secretly rejoiced inside. She knew Yuzi was great at arguing, but not to this extent. Forced into a corner, Xu Wang eventually said, fine, I agree. Seeing this, Yuzi pushed further. If I return to the Xu family, how much property will be allocated to me? So soon, she was already eyeing the assets. It was clear she picked on those who were soft. Xu Wang chuckled lightly. There will definitely be a fair share of the family property for you. We're blood related, and we are legal family members. Yuzi nodded, but I feel like Mr. Xu doesn't really like me. I'm somewhat stubborn and don't enjoy feeling oppressed. There wasn't anyone in the Xu family she actually liked. Aside from Xu Jihu, who seemed more gentle and reasonable, there wasn't anyone else. After talking back and forth for some time, she clearly had no intention of reconciling with the Shu family. Even if Shu Wang had dementia, he could still hear the meaning behind her words. She was playing around with them. Chapter 137, Kidnapped. A scholar is at a loss when faced with soldiers and cannot reason with them. Yuzi's method for dealing with people like Shu Wang was simple and direct. Hooligan against gentleman. Having been in society for a long time, she had used all sorts of tactics. Her coarse speech would often force others into retreat. Julin thought hard about all the difficult things that had happened in her life, but still couldn't help but laugh. Yuzi, however, remained calm and composed. Is there anything else, Mr. Shu? She didn't have the mood to chat any longer. Shu Wang gripped his cane tightly. Whether you return to the Shu family or not is something you should consider carefully. I won't disturb you further. Yuzi stood up, extending her hand. Does Mr. Shu have the habit of eating what he spat out? This question left him speechless. What did she mean? Yuzi knew he wouldn't understand, so she explained it to him. There's an old saying, water that's been poured out can't be collected again. Once, they chose to abandon Yuzi, and now for their own benefit, they tried to find her again. How could such good fortune exist in this world? Without saying a word, Shu Wang turned around and walked out with his people. At the same moment, everyone in the hall let out a collective sigh of relief. Julin loosened her grip. With all this drama, I thought we were watching a Hong Kong movie. It was so gangster-like. Yuzi grasped her hand. Don't be afraid, it's just a small scene. They were just about to go upstairs when Huaheng called out to Yuzi from behind. Fu Shijun had returned with him. Julin asked incredulously, how did you get here? Fu Shijun replied, I came on official business. The receptionist handed the room key to Fu Shijun and was about to guide him upstairs. But Fu Shijun waved his hand. I'll go with them. The four of them crowded into the small elevator. Julin and Fu Shijun stuck together. Huaheng reached out and pinched Yuzi's earlobe. What did Shu Wang come for just now? Yuzi acted as if it were nothing. He wanted me to go back to the Shu family. Tell me, is there such a thing as getting something so good? It's just that they appreciate my intelligence. Huaheng chuckled at her humor. Don't be sarcastic, tell me everything later. The two of them shamelessly showed off their affection, leaving Fu Shijun envious. Married early, due to the more traditional nature of his profession, Fu Shijun and Julin had always dated properly. They never engaged in overly intimate contact in public. Alright, you two, Fu Shijun clicked his tongue. Do you think it's proper to act this way in front of so many people? Huaheng rolled his eyes at him. You're just sour because you can't enjoy what you don't have. When they exited the elevator, they went back to their rooms separately. As soon as they entered, Yuzi sniffed her nose. Did you go to a temple? Huaheng teased her gently by scratching her nose. That's why I call you my little dog. Then he extended his arm. Smell again, is there anything else? Without hesitation, Yuzi leaned in close. There's also the smell of cars, steaks. You went out for dinner with Fu Shijun. She looked serious, like a detective trying to uncover secrets. Huaheng pinched her nose gently. Alright, stop sniffing. Her sniffing made him light-headed, as if she were nuzzling against him. Huaheng wrapped his arms around her waist, resting his forehead against hers. Both of them breathed each other's scent. Their lips lightly brushed, almost sticking together yet maintaining some distance. Yuzi asked him, what did you go to the temple for today? Huaheng felt weary, leaning on her for strength. If you kiss me once, I'll tell you. Without much ado, Yuzi closed the gap between them, her lips touching his in an ambiguous embrace. Only when both were breathless did Huaheng speak. Talk to your father and Shu Wang, stop involving you all the time. He wanted Shu Wang to understand that taking advantage of Yuzi wouldn't end well for them. Yuzi knew Huaheng was doing it for her, making her heart even happier. She stretched out her tongue, brushing it over Huaheng's earlobe, arousing the most primal desires in him. With the curtains closed in broad daylight. Not until evening, when Fu Shijun invited Huaheng to dinner, did the two finally emerge. Fu Shijun and Huaheng walked ahead while Julin and Yuzi followed behind. What's that on your neck? Julin asked knowingly. Yuzi responded frankly. We're all adults, you're married, why ask me? Julin feigned anger. Yuzi, you're too direct. It was her character, straightforwardness made her likable rather than devious. Together, the two women always had endless conversations. Julin cleared her throat, asking softly, how does it feel? Yuzi said simply, pretty good. Julin coughed again. I heard Shimeng say before that Huaheng not having a girlfriend was a waste, so. She didn't finish speaking as they'd arrived at the destination. Yuzi teased her deliberately, isn't Fu Shijun enough for you? At this exact moment, Fu Shijun paused ahead of them, hearing exactly what she said. He glanced at Julin, then at Yuzi, choosing to stay silent. The meal was nothing short of a heart-stopping experience. Midway through, Yuzi excused herself to the restroom and was abducted by several black-clad men who suddenly appeared. She didn't struggle but instead calmly got into their car. Yuzi's gaze scanned over them. Did Mr. Shu send you? The person in front did not speak. Yuzi kept talking. If you could, give my boss a call so he doesn't worry. She knew Huaheng would go crazy if he couldn't find her. In the past, when Yuzi was pursued by schoolboys, there was even one deranged enough to kidnap her. Huaheng almost crippled that boy, but it ended with merely paying him off. That was the first time Yuzi had seen him hit someone. The usually courteous and somewhat laid-back Huaheng then looked like a complete madman. The person in front remained silent. Yuzi irritably remarked, when you kidnap people, can't you at least change your clothes? Weren't you wearing those suits this afternoon when we went to the hotel? At this point, the man turned around, his face filled with impatience. Miss you, can you be quiet for a moment? Yuzi sighed, leaning against the car window, feeling utterly disheartened. She moved her hands slightly, they were tied with hemp rope, chafing painfully against her wrists. It would take more than an hour to drive from the restaurant to Deepwater Bay. As Yuzi recognized the familiar route, she stayed incredibly calm. Upon arriving, the bodyguards rudely pulled her out of the car. Yuzi deliberately said, wait here because once I become the young mistress of this house, I'll definitely have you fired. The man only sneered, not saying a word, mocking her arrogance. Deepwater Bay was brightly lit. Shu Wang sat in the middle, surrounded by no one. He exuded the demeanor of a king. Every former commercial emperor has some blood on their hands, none could claim absolute innocence. Yuzi was forced to sit on the sofa and spoke first. Do you really think that kidnapping me will make Huaheng open the inland channel for you? Who's being naive here? Chapter 138, Can't Win. Yuzi's eyes swept over Shu Wang. It was a look of scrutiny mixed with disdain. Shu Wang may or may not have fully cleared his name, Yuzi didn't know. But this man must have some force behind him to abduct someone. In just a few short days, Huaheng had completely upended the originally cooperative situation. Can't everyone develop without cutting off each other's paths? Why can't we give each other a way out? Shu Wang leaned back on the couch, still maintaining a serious expression. Anything can be discussed, as long as he doesn't try to wipe me out. The woman in front of him was his own granddaughter. But there was no bond between them. At times, he even disliked this granddaughter intensely. Yuzi mimicked his pose, acting like she was in her own home, leisurely and relaxed. As long as he doesn't wipe you out, will you let me go? Shu Wang nodded. Yuzi tilted her neck and extended her head forward. Then hurry up and do what you're going to do. Huaheng is not someone who can be threatened by others. He always has everything under control. Shu Wang couldn't make heads or tails of her stubborn attitude. Furious inside, he couldn't comprehend what exactly his granddaughter had learned during all these years outside. She had become so crude. While the two were facing off, the phone in the living room rang. A bodyguard picked it up and handed it to Shu Wang. It's Huaheng. Shu Wang switched it to speaker mode. Huaheng seemed to be outside, the sound of the wind could be heard. His voice remained calm, without any warmth. Where have you taken her? Shu Wang displayed a confident expression, realizing that although he couldn't communicate with the woman in front of him, he might have a way to deal with Huaheng. Without beating around the bush, he said, I don't believe that you, someone dealing with technology, can monopolize all the real estate in Rome City. Huaheng stood on the balcony, gazing down at the glittering lights of the entire city. He had not set out to find Yuzi yet. Fu Shijun and Zhu Lin sat inside the restaurant, conversing. Huaheng also had no plans to rush off to rescue anyone. He asked a waiter for a cigarette, lit it, took a puff, and then responded, then you're truly naive. I'm not a moral guy, but I've got plenty of ideas. Such self-confidence crushed others into nothingness. This was a psychological battle, and Shu Wang was at a disadvantage, growing anxious. So, this person means nothing to you? Shu Wang cut straight to the crux of the problem. Yuzi reached out, picked up some melon seeds from the table, and calmly began cracking them. This psychological warfare, Huaheng was always the king at it, thanks largely to John. In the smoky haze, no one could clearly see Huaheng's face. He continued, she and I have no blood relationship. She should be more important to you. What he meant was, I don't care about her. Do with her what you will, kill her or let her live, but if you want to blaze a trail in Rome City, forget about it. Shu Wang gripped the handset tightly as Xu Zhehui hurried back in through the door. He remained silent, quietly standing to the side and listening to their conversation. Yuzi shrugged. There was really no point, it wasn't working. Shu Wang chuckled coldly, are you trying to play a psychological game with me? Young man, you're too naive. He had eaten more salt than Huaheng had eaten rice. How dare this boy challenge him? Huaheng extinguished the cigarette but, I'm not playing a psychological game with you. Kill her or torture her as you wish, but your son is praying in the temple, right? All this killing isn't good, is it? He used a roundabout tactic, giving Shu Wang a glimpse of hope and showing that Huaheng still cared about Yuzi. Let Shu Wang doubt himself, are his demands too high? Shu Wang coughed, and his bodyguard quickly offered water, which he sipped. I've already given you a chance. If you want her, then come prepared with sincerity. Otherwise, I have plenty of methods. After all, it was still his territory. Things had to follow his lead. Huaheng stared at the disconnected call, veins bulging on his knuckles. He never expected the Shu family to be so despicable. He pushed open the door to the terrace and came out. Fu Shijun asked, how did it go? Huaheng sat down, spinning his phone. The phone tapped against the surface with a dull thud. He wants me to offer a compromise. Fu Shijun laughed openly. These people are quite amusing, threatening you while still hoping to benefit from it. Does he think you have Stockholm Syndrome? Shu Wang had already inflicted damage on Huaheng, even abducting the person he cared about most. Even if Huaheng tried every trick in the book, he wouldn't give Shu Wang a way out. Initially offering them a chance to reconcile, they dismissed his goodwill, even thinking it an act of trying to climb social ladders. Short-sighted people certainly cannot expect long-term development. Zhu Lin was lost in confusion. What's the current situation? What should we do? This place belongs to them, and what if something happens to Yuzi? She was genuinely worried. Not being loved by her parents was one thing, but now she was also being exploited by her biological grandfather. This life was unbearable. Fu Shijun patted her back comfortingly. Don't worry. Huaheng will handle it. He appeared gentle and elegant on the outside, like a well-behaved child. But in fact, Huaheng was the one full of tricks, and his calmness surely meant he had thought of a better way. Huaheng put down his phone. In my opinion, that old man may not be able to compete with Yuzi. After all, there was also Xu Zhuhui behind them. Everything remained uncertain. Inside Deepwater Bay, Yuzi finished eating all the sunflower seeds and stretched her body. Where am I sleeping tonight? Is it the same place as last time? Xu Wang was astonished by her shamelessness and laughed out loud in anger. You're exactly like your mother. Yuzi coldly retorted. Do you really understand who my mother is? That day at the temple, after listening to everything Xu Jihua said, she finally understood why he couldn't forget her for such a long time. Some people look gentle but are strong inside. Yu Aoshan not only had a beautiful appearance but also a resolute heart. Xu Wang never truly understood the real Yu Aoshan. In his eyes, anyone coming from the slums would do anything to climb higher. In his eyes, Yu Aoshan was a cunning woman, a woman who seized the opportunity to rise. Xu Wang glanced at the time. She came to see me a few times. How could I not know what kind of person she is? His first impression was bad. How could he like her? Yuzi didn't want to talk to him, yawning. Can I go to sleep now? Xu Wang wanted her out of sight so he could avoid the trouble. He waved his hand, signaling the bodyguards to take her away. Xu Jihu followed out and instructed the bodyguards to untie the ropes on Yuzi's hands. The bodyguards were caught between a rock and a hard place. She will run away. Xu Jihu snapped angrily. What are you good for if you can't even watch a woman after untying her wrists? The bodyguards hurried up and untied the ropes at her wrists after being reprimanded. Yuzi loosened her joints, rubbing her wrists. Is there anything Mr. Xu needs from me? Xu Jihu looked at her with sympathy. Your grandfather grew up living a wealthy life, without tasting much bitterness, and doesn't understand this kind of thought process. Too casual and far exceeding Xu Wang's nothing can be accomplished without discipline philosophy, he naturally disliked the young lady before him. Yuzi turned around. A successful boss must have experienced grassroots life to know which direction to develop and how to retain talent. Nowadays, among Xu Wang's real estate staff, no reasonable suggestions were forthcoming, clearly indicating that everyone got paid to do nothing substantial, while ordinary salary workers in the grassroots wouldn't waste energy making unnecessary trouble. Unlike Zhongyu, they always had a slogan for promotion. The grand stage of Zhongyu awaits those brave enough to come, to dance at the edge of danger, and show their talent. Chapter 139, The Power of Paparazzi is not overstated. When Yuzi spoke these words, it was as if countless stars had been scattered upon her. The scenery at Deepwater Bay is originally beautiful, and being on top of the mountain brings them closer to the sky. Although this courtyard is large, it did not overshadow Yuzi's brilliance. In that instant, Xu Zhuhui seemed to see his younger brother, Xu Jiming. The once proud youth had said, just assign me any position in the company, this way I will know what they need. So when Xu Jiming first entered the company without yet appearing on media platforms, nobody in the company recognized him. They thought he was handsome, had a pleasant voice, and was highly talented. Everyone acknowledged his working ability. Later, when some people found out he was the second son of Xu Wang Real Estate, the sycophants gradually increased in number. Xu Wang warned him, you should associate less with these kinds of people. As a father, he had his pride, and the strong class divide resulted in Xu Jiming's rebellious personality. He not only played with them but also mingled with people from the entertainment industry, people that Xu Wang disliked the most. Xu Zhuhui sighed, you and your father are very alike. Yuzi shrugged, I don't think being like him is necessarily a good thing. The two stood in the yard chatting, conversing happily. On the other side upstairs, Xu Jiayu watched her usually humorless father laugh heartily tonight. That kind of oppression had broken free, like a liberated bird, flapping its wings freely in the depths of the night. She chuckled inwardly. This Yuzi truly has some skills. At the door, Yuzi, with hands behind her back, said, you can see me off here, I'm going to sleep. She glanced at the bodyguard. Can I have my phone back? The bodyguard shook his head. Sorry, impossible. Yuzi understood, pointing at the room. There should be something to access the internet, right? I cannot survive without the network. The bodyguard replied, yes. After Yuzi went inside, Xu Zhuhui turned and left. Huaheng returned to the hotel, took off his clothes, and went to take a shower in the bathroom. As water flowed over his skin, all Huaheng could think about was Yuzi. The house was empty, making him uncomfortable. He couldn't fall asleep lying in bed. Since Yuzi's phone was confiscated, the two were unable to get in touch. Huaheng tossed and turned, unable to settle down for sleep, and finally got up and headed to South Bay. This bustling street market suddenly made him feel lively again. Xie Yi was still drinking late into the night. Huaheng walked over and slapped him. Are you always this busy at night? Xie Yi laughed and said, I am the boss of the whole South Bay, and these are my little brothers. How could I not be busy? Huaheng sat beside him. How about 2 glasses? Xie Yi responded, 2 isn't nearly enough. Let's make it 10. Huaheng drank Xie Yi until he collapsed directly onto the table, and just as Xie Yi fell asleep, he reacted, was our last drinking session faked by you? Huaheng patted his face. You know, even though you're the boss, you're still quite easy to deceive. When Huaheng exited South Bay, it was already 3 in the morning, and the sound of cruise ships in the harbor carried through the air, signaling another group of merchants departing. Huaheng stood by the sea. This was a psychological battle. the less you cared, the more restless the opponent became. Suddenly, the ringing of a mobile phone broke the silent night. Liang Zishuan informed him of an unsettling piece of news: Zhu Yunling has gone missing. Huaheng asked, hasn't anyone reported it to the police? An anxious Liang Zishuan called Huaheng in the middle of the night. I've already told the police, but those people must be under Hu Jingxin's command. Isn't she dating some foreign boyfriend? Laws mean nothing to them. It seems desperation really does drive people to extremes. This incident would greatly impact Hu Jingxin. Liang Zishuan asked, how are things on your side? Huaheng calmly informed him, Yuzi has been taken away by the Shu family. Liang Zishuan, who was drinking average red wine, immediately stood up. This is getting exciting. These bad things keep happening one after another. They seemed to intend to force them into a corner. Huaheng touched his nose, picked up a pebble on the ground, and threw it into the sea. Let's see who ends up victorious. After hanging up the phone, someone rushed towards him. Adjusting his glasses and with disheveled clothing, it was clear he had just woken up and was still yawning. Are you Mr. Hua? Huaheng nodded. Yes, I am. He handed the materials to the man, smiling and saying, I heard Hong Kong media dares to say anything, regardless of others' status or rank. The man took the photos out of the envelope, examining them carefully. Is this someone from Shu Wang Real Estate? Upon hearing this, Huaheng gained newfound respect for him. Your eyesight is sharp. The man scratched his hair, introducing himself. My surname is Zhuo. My master once revealed many big stories, one of which was about the second son of Shu Wang Real Estate becoming a monk. This story was later suppressed, but it still caused quite a stir. As Huaheng looked at this man, he felt that something could be accomplished. How much do you want? Xiao Zhuo held up 5 fingers. I'm reasonable with prices and won't overcharge. For photos of this quality, I'll charge you 5,000 renminbi. They weren't making money through resources but rather through sensationalism and traffic. Huaheng thought he would ask for 5 million, but it turned out to be just 5,000. He took out his phone. I'll transfer the money now. Xiao Zhuo waved his hand. You can pay me after the job's done. But can I write whatever title I want for these photos? That left things unpredictable. These words piqued Huaheng's curiosity. What kind of title are you thinking about for these photos? Xiao Zhuo rubbed his chin and flashed a lecherous grin. Don't people say Shu Wang Real Estate has no successors? Could this be a illegitimate daughter? Huaheng patted him on the shoulder. That's a great title. Go ahead and write it like that. Xiao Zhuo carefully stored the photos and yawned again. Rest assured, I'll edit the text as soon as I get back, and our newspaper will see it at 6 tomorrow morning. After he left, Huaheng gazed toward the coast. From this angle, there wasn't a single light left on the Deepwater Bay Mountains. But starting tomorrow, there would be another spotlight shining on them, painful and blinding. If Shu Wang wanted to use Yuzi's life to threaten him, then revealing this information to the public might turn the tide. If his own granddaughter disappeared on his territory, it wouldn't just bring in the police, it could create a far greater scandal. Chapter 140, I want to wash my feet. At 6 in the morning, the entire city was shrouded in a hazy calm, quiet and gentle without a sound. The waves lapped at the shore, carrying a refreshing coolness. Huaheng woke up on the cruise ship and stepped onto the deck, feeling the rising sun. The calm before the storm was probably like this. The attendant behind him told him, Sir, your toiletries have already been prepared for you. Huaheng took out his phone, glanced at it, and pressed the power off button. There was a small TV on the deck, with many people gathered around, trying to clearly watch the morning's entertainment news. There were plenty of merchants in the harbor who passed their time at sea. Their only enjoyment lay in a bit of gossip. A man with a toothbrush in his mouth came over to the crowd even before he had spit out the foam, saying, This Shu family has hidden pretty deep. This girl must be over 20 years old, but this is her first time being exposed to the public eye. Media reporters gave sufficient face by comparing pictures of Xu Jiming and Yu Zi. Years ago, there were media reports saying that Xu Jiming's appearance defied male stereotypes, not handsome but beautiful. Another passerby agreed, if they aren't biological, I'll jump into the sea. They were all conversing in Cantonese, which Huaheng couldn't fully understand, but from their expressions, everyone seemed very engaged in the lively but jumbled conversation. When Shu Wang woke up, he received this news. As he called Huaheng, the icy prompt tone came back. Sorry, the phone you dialed has been turned off. It seemed like no matter how high the good side went, the bad side kept climbing higher as well. His hard work spanning many years had been ruined by this little brat. Rarely losing his temper, Shu Wang threw the phone on the ground and leaned against the sofa, rubbing his temples. Go find that girl for me. Yuzi's biological clock was set at 7 o'clock, so at 6:30 she was still sound asleep when she was woken up by a knock on the door. She opened it barefoot, yawning. What's this about? The bodyguard looked stern. Would you please come with us, Miss Yu? Yuzi was taken away without having time to put on her shoes. The pebbles on the ground hurt her feet. Once in the living room, she sat on the couch and, with a pang of heartache, lifted her foot to remove the stones wedged into her sole. With this single movement, the people in the living room fell silent. Their eyes carried disdain, failing to understand such vulgar behavior. Shu Wang descended from upstairs, looking helpless. He sat down properly. Call Huaheng right now. Yuzi continued to pick stones out of her foot, completely ignoring his words. Where's the bathroom? Shu Wang couldn't bear it any longer. I'm telling you to call him now. Yuzi gestured with her hands. Do you expect me to make this call with these hands? Shu Wang furrowed his brows in distaste and told the bodyguard, take her to wash her hands. Satisfied, Yuzi walked to the restroom barefoot to wash her hands and feet. She called out from inside, "Can someone bring me a pair of slippers? Thanks." The bodyguard appeared slightly impatient. "Hurry up." Yuzi came out wearing slippers and stuck her tongue out at him sarcastically. Even though she wore slippers, her soles were still sore because her toes had been rubbed raw while being dragged along earlier. After sitting down, Yuzi stretched out her hand. "Give me the phone." The phone was hers, and Yuzi pressed the emergency call button to dial Huaheng. In full view of everyone, she activated the speakerphone. The cold electronic voice sounded once more. "Sorry, the phone you dialed has been turned off. Please try again later." Yuzi looked somewhat awkwardly at Shu Wang. His turned it off. Which implied, "There's nothing I can do." Shu Wang didn't believe her. "Have you lived together for so long and don't know each other's alternative contact methods?" Yuzi calmly analyzed the situation. "His phone is off. Should I use QQ?" She tried the other forms of communication, all of which were unanswered. To be honest, Yuzi wasn't sure what had happened outside. But from Shu Wang's eyes, demeanor, and the tension surrounding everyone, things didn't look good. Her boss was indeed skilled. When he struck, he hit directly at the enemy's weak spot. Shu Wang let out a bitter laugh. "Looks like you're not that important in Huaheng's mind." Yuzi smiled faintly. "What am I?" "You've overestimated your own imagination." After she said this, the smile remained on her face, leaving others unable to guess whether her statement was entirely truthful or partly feigned. Shu Wang was certainly aware of their lives in the US, and if he wanted to investigate anything, there was nothing he couldn't find. How could Huaheng care so little about someone for whom he'd done so much? In the living room, only the sound of water flowing in the fish tank could be heard. Yuzi arched an eyebrow. "Mr. Shu, are you facing some trouble?" As predicted. Shu Wang hesitated for a moment. He said, "Looks like after following him for so many years, he doesn't care about you at all. What a waste. To have sincere feelings trampled on like this. Do you still want to stay by his side?" Yuzi's peach-shaped eyes were slightly squinting as she carefully weighed the meaning of Shu Wang's words. "Sowing discord?" Yuzi let out a soft laugh. "To be honest, Huaheng has shown me great favor. Without him, there wouldn't be who I am today. Even surviving would have been a problem. So, he has every right to decide the course of my life." She had made her stance crystal clear. Whatever Huaheng asked her to do, she would do it. She wouldn't betray Huaheng over some emotional issues. Huaheng always had his reasons for doing what he did. Shu Wang snorted lightly. "Truly disgraceful. Do we people of the Shu family have to become someone else's lapdog?" Yuzi tilted her head, incredulously pointing at herself. "Are you talking about me? Who else?" The voice came from behind, where Shu Joyu had stormed in, brimming with anger. If one didn't know any better, they'd think someone owed her money. Shu Joyu was determined to be the first to strike. "Your Uncle Er's daughter, yet you team up with Huaheng to mess with our family. Aren't you just his dog?" Shu Joyu had woken up and immediately heard this news. A media reporter had exposed that the Shu family had an heir. Did this not mean her status was being shaken? She had to come in and fan the flames, making their grandfather dislike Yuzi so that her position could be secured. Yuzi sighed helplessly. "You can eat whatever food you want, but you shouldn't say reckless things. Who exactly is messing with whom here?" She was almost showing her sore foot. Looking at how worn down it was, if it weren't for her strong willpower, she would have cried by now. Shu Joyu wanted to speak further but was glared back into silence by Shu Wang. Shu Wang sighed in resignation. With the current situation, they couldn't touch Yuzi, and the threat to Huaheng had also dissipated. It seemed impossible for them to cause a rift between the two of them. Shu Wang said, "If Huaheng backs off, I can let you return to the Shu family." Wasn't that what they wanted? They had even roped in the media to force his hand. Yuzi's round eyes widened in disbelief. "What did you just say?" Shu Joyu was furious. "Don't you dare take us for granted. We've already given you enough face by letting you come back." Yuzi irritably fidgeted with her ears, her tone filled with sarcasm and detachment. "So what? Returning to your Shu family is such a proud achievement." Chapter 141, Counterattack. These people, one by one, were afraid of her return. This family of theirs was far too self-important. Her words had broken others' hearts completely. Yuzi's body slightly leaned forward, her hands supporting the sofa as she smiled brightly. "I suggest you all go to the hospital for a checkup." The brain. She didn't say the second half of the sentence, already giving them enough face. Shu Jiaoyu would surely understand the implication behind her words. "Are you alright?" This phrase is too harsh. Yuzi turned her head, lightly lifting her eyelids, an indifferent expression on her face. "I have even harsher words. Do you want to hear them?" She mainly played a counter-attacking game. Shu Wang never expected that this young woman in front of him wouldn't be influenced by kindness or pressure. What hadn't he seen in his lifetime? He feared nothing more than someone who disregarded their life. Shu Wang sighed helplessly. "Then what can we do so you're satisfied?" Yuzi didn't even know what had happened, so she couldn't give any reasonable suggestions. She said, "You must at least let me know what has happened first." Shu Wang told everything. Yuzi, propping her chin with her hand, being mentally connected with Huaheng, naturally understood why he did it this way. Protecting her personal safety. After all, even tigers don't eat their own offspring. Shu's family wasn't anything good. Only under the scrutiny of public media would they not run rampant. Yuzi said, "There's no way I can help you with this. It's obvious Huaheng holds the upper hand. Mr. Shu will just have to beg him." The situation reversed instantly. Shu Wang felt utterly exhausted. Xu Zhehui had been listening for quite a while and roughly understood the meaning, stepping forward as a mediator. Little Z, you wouldn't want to see the Xu family empire fall, considering we are family. Let Huaheng have a chance. Xu Wang's real estate isn't necessarily tied to Rongqing. But Rongqing was a crucial breakthrough point. Once reputation improved in developed cities, it would correspondingly affect other cities. Yuzi shook her head. She still harbored some good feelings towards Xu Zhehui. It's not that I won't help you. Huaheng, this person, seeks revenge without fail. Once you offend him, there's no good outcome. Huaheng was looked down upon when he first returned to the country, constantly bumping into walls. But Huaheng persisted through sheer effort. How many of those who gave him cold stares actually ended up well? Xu Zhehui stopped talking. Noises came from the doorway as a bodyguard approached, speaking up, people from Nanwan have arrived. Xu Wang asked, why have they come? A bunch of hooligans. The bodyguard whispered, they say they've come looking for Yuzi. Xu Wang's eyes moved toward Yuzi. He hadn't expected that this person had ties with Nanwan. Let them in. Xie Yi still wore his floral shirt and big shorts, fan in hand, pretending to be scholarly. He boldly declared, Mr. Xu, it's been such a long time. Then he turned his head, miss you, how I've missed you. I knew you'd be here. Xie Yi spoke nonsensically, leaving people unable to grasp what exactly he wanted. Xu Wang pinched his forehead as issues kept arising. Why have you come? Xie Yi said, I've come to pick up our young lady, Yuzi. Xu Jiayu hated such scenes the most. Clearly, she was supposed to be the focus of everyone's attention but was outshone by another unremarkable person. She was extremely irritated inside. Xu Zhehui motioned for her to stand properly. Xu Wang lit a cigar, attempting to relieve his anxiety. Since when did she become your young lady? Xie Yi scratched his hair, appearing incredibly vulgar. To tell the truth, Huaheng is my junior brother, Yuzi is my sister-in-law, thus naturally making her our young lady. Xu Wang genuinely didn't expect that Huaheng had such power in Hong Kong. And now Xie Yi openly came to claim her. Leaning back against the sofa, it was truly difficult for a man over 60 like him, having to deal with these messy situations. The person belongs to our Xu family. There's no way you can take her away. Yuzi smiled. Xie Yi, why have you come here? I eat well, drink well at Xu's house, and get to live in the best area. I'm super happy. As soon as she finished saying this, her stomach embarrassingly growled. Xie Yi glanced. Did Xu's family not feed you meals? Then I'd better note it down. Isn't this considered abuse of a grandchild? They were practically forcing her to rebel. If this matter was reported to media journalists, who knows what kind of gossip would spread? Yuzi's life was on public display. Xu Wang gave a look and the servant beside him quickly went to prepare food. Yuzi relaxed herself, leaning back. Xie Yi, you should go home first. Tell our boss I'm fine. Xie Yi didn't stay longer, saying a few more words before leaving. Yuzi lay comfortably on the sofa. The small air conditioner really blows cool air. Not long after she laid down, she was pulled up by Xu Jiayu. Do you act like one of us Xu people? Yuzi shrugged. Bloodline. One word blocked Xu Jiayu's comeback. True bloodline ties were a fatal wound. Xu Wang no longer had the heart to ask questions and only felt at ease after having the bodyguard take the visitors away. Yuzi wore slippers, and with every step she took, her feet hurt. She looked back and asked, do you have a doctor in your house? My foot hurts. The bodyguard coldly replied, no. Life was tough, Yuzi sighed. Tomorrow, her feet might swell into who knows what shape. She returned to the room and lay on the sofa, starting to search for things. The room had internet, but there was only a TV, no computers. Yuzi searched high and low but couldn't find anything to send a message to Huaheng. A servant walked in and placed the meal on the table. Miss you, please enjoy slowly. Yuzi glanced at the servant. It was the same one who gave them the address last time. The food on the table was abundant, making it hard to resist. She ate a few bites, finishing everything. When she picked up the plate, she found a phone underneath. Yuzi quickly pocketed it and ran into the bathroom. She dialed the number as fast as she could, and Huaheng answered. It seemed like they hadn't seen each other in ages. Yuzi was a bit excited, whispering like it was forbidden love. Huaheng. This was Huaheng's other phone, known only to the two of them. Huaheng's worried heart finally settled. It's me. Are you alright? Yuzi, what can he do to me? Now that the media has already blown it out of proportion, even if they had 10 gallbladders, they wouldn't dare touch me. Hearing her cheerful tone, Huaheng knew she was fine. I meant, are you eating well enough? Sitting on the toilet seat, Yuzi complained, don't get me started. I ate just one meal since last night, and they served me dinner just now, almost starving me to death. Her voice carried a thick undertone of petulance, sounding like a cute little cat while complaining. Huaheng felt delighted by her optimism. After all, being betrayed by one's own family was sorrowful enough. Huaheng said, stay at their place for a few more days, I need to tell you something important. His serious tone suggested it wasn't good news. Yuzi tensely asked, what is it? Huaheng truthfully replied, Zhu Yunling has gone missing. What? Yuzi immediately covered her mouth, realizing where she was. What happened? After Huaheng explained, Yuzi calmed down gradually. The police had already begun a full-scale search. Huaheng needed to return to Rongqing for a bit, so Yuzi said, you don't need to worry about me, but you must save Grandma Zhu. That person was the closest relative she had in this world. Chapter 142, We'll see. The two could only see each other through the video call. After finishing all the things they needed to discuss, They fell silent and then smiled at each other. Huaheng raised an eyebrow. You've made me do so much, isn't there a reward? Yuzi pretended to blush and blew a kiss into the camera. Mua. This was their first time performing such intimate actions via video. Yuzi felt her body grow hot. One more second of eye contact and things might have escalated. She cleared her throat softly. Alright, go ahead with what you need to do. After ending the call, she deleted all messages, placed the phone back under the bowl, lay down on the sofa as if nothing happened, and turned on the TV to wait for the maid to collect the dishes. The television continued to broadcast today's morning entertainment news. At the same time, it revealed rumors about Xu Jiming becoming a monk and more. The once blocked news rushed in like the waves of the Chen River. The Xu family had its hands full and paid no attention to Yuzi. It wasn't until the afternoon that the door opened again. Xu Jiayu appeared. She woke the sleeping Yuzi with an unfriendly tone. Let's go. She didn't want to see this person anymore. Yuzi opened her sleepy eyes. Are you really so kind as to let me leave? Xu Jiayu didn't bother hiding herself. Why shouldn't I let you go? What benefits can I get from you being here? That was reasonable. Since she could leave, then obedience was better than resistance. Yuzi put on her shoes, and under Xu Jiayu's lead, walked out of Shuiwen. Before leaving, Xu Jiayu stopped her. Once you're gone, don't come back. Yuzi stopped her steps. The mountain road was dark now, and the way forward was unclear. These were rich neighborhoods, rarely did people pass by, everything was quiet. I don't want to come back, but there will always be someone who needs me. Let's wait and see, Yuzi said confidently. Xu Jiayu crossed her arms. Too much confidence makes a person seem oily. Yuzi spread her hands and spoke fluent Cantonese. Then we'll see. Step by step, she headed downhill, her figure determined and free. After she left, Xu Jiayu returned and instructed the bodyguards. A few minutes later, those bodyguards went out in cars and began searching. Yuzi hid in the bushes and didn't dare to come out, suffering mosquito bites despite the weather. Fruit flies buzzed around her ears while a group outside was looking for her. One of the bodyguard leaders pointed at a small forest. Search here carefully. She couldn't have gone far. Yuzi frowned, surprised by how clever these people were. Mosquitoes buzzed past her ear, and there was a group of people searching for her outside. Yuzi slapped her thigh hard, and the sound coincidentally was heard outside. The bodyguard leader pointed at the little forest. Search thoroughly inside, she's in there. Yuzi had already envisioned a grand drama in the future. When she returned to the Shu household, she intended to fire these people for daring to treat the young lady of their house this way. She took advantage of the moonlight and looked at her watch. Huaheng said Xie Yi would be nearby. Where was he? Someone in the crowd muttered, she's over there. Yuzi realized she'd been discovered, stood up, and ran. She was dressed in a dress when she was forcibly brought here, and now the silk threads had been snagged by tree branches. She yanked hard and tore her clothes. One could imagine how ragged she must look now. Additionally, there were many sharp grasses among the bushes, pricking her skin painfully. Yuzi used her terrain advantage and the skills from winning first place in high relay races to evade them easily. When she reached the main road, she bent over, panting. The vehicles behind noticed her and quickly drove after her. But how could human legs compete with cars? Yuzi stood still where she was. In a critical moment, Xie Yi's van collided directly with the approaching car. Luxury cars immediately looked pitiful, the front hood flying off, whereas Xie Yi's minivan remained intact. Xie Yi parked his car, and his subordinates opened the back doors inviting Yuzi. Get in. Yuzi endured the pain in her feet, jumped into the car, leaned against the seat weakly. Go fast. The people from the Shu family were stunned after being hit, getting out to inspect, and when they looked up, Xie Yi's Wuling Hongguang was long gone, leaving only exhaust fumes. Inside the car, Yuzi relaxed somewhat. Is something wrong? Given Xie Yi's helpful nature, he wouldn't normally be late. Xie Yi explained as he drove, I encountered an issue before coming, handling a rebellion in Nanwan. Dropping her off at the hotel, Xie Yi rolled down the window, call if there's anything. He gave his number before leaving. Back at the hotel, Yuzi was in shabby clothes. Naturally, the hotel staff recognized her and hurried over. Miss you, would you like me to send a set of clothes to your room? Yuzi said, thank you. She went upstairs, returned to her room and lay down on the bed, which still carried Huaheng's scent. Yuzi rolled over and felt much more relaxed. There was a knock on the door. The receptionist handed her a set of clean clothes. Please wear this for now. Yuzi accepted it with another thank you. While taking a shower, the water touched her wounds and Yuzi felt excruciating pain. She developed an even worse impression of the Shu family. In the room, there was also a spare mobile phone. Yuzi turned it on and called Huaheng. The person on the other side answered quickly. Huaheng was working at his desk. Are you back at the hotel? Yuzi nodded, looking pitiful. Huaheng smiled tenderly. What's wrong? Feeling uncomfortable because I'm not there? Yuzi said, I refuse corny sweet talk. Huaheng decided not to continue. The camera then shifted direction and focused on Yuzi's feet. Take a look at how they mistreated me. Her feet were covered in bloody scratches, a sight truly unbearable to see. Huaheng's mood plummeted. He frowned deeply and his voice lowered by an octave. How could this happen? Yuzi vividly recounted all that she had suffered these past few days. Huaheng was heartbroken. Since Yuzi had come into his life, she had never endured such suffering. The physical pain quickly dissipated under sweet words. After hanging up, Huaheng asked the front desk to send some medicine upstairs. This time, the receptionist took extra caution, worried that the attendant might cause trouble again, so he delivered it himself. Miss Yu, Mr. Ho asked me to bring you this medicine. If you don't know how to use it, I can help you, said the front desk service staff, ready to serve. Yuzi received the medication. No need. I'm a bit hungry right now. Can you prepare something for me to eat? The receptionist bent over. Certainly. Yuzi took the first aid kit to the sofa and started applying the ointment. Now, all sorts of plans on how to deal with the Zus were running through her mind. She wasn't some great philanthropist. Though related by blood to the Shu family, they had not fulfilled any responsibility as relatives. Even after knowing the truth about her relationship with them, they treated her like this. Yuzi let out a small gasp of pain but continued applying the ointment. Chapter 143, Do you think I look good? When Julin woke up, she found out that Yuzi had already returned to the hotel. Wearing her pajamas, she directly went to the next room. Yuzi opened the door limping. Julin hugged her tightly and asked anxiously, Are you okay? Do you know how scared you've made me? Yuzi's neck was tightly fixed. I didn't realize it before, but now I do. Julin is a few years older than her. Such a childish move was enough to show how worried she was. Let go of me quickly. Yuzi pushed her hands away. Julin turned her around and checked her over. I heard from old Fu that the Shu family are important figures on the streets. They are ruthless when they act. Did they threaten or torture you? Yuzi pulled her inside, with a look off on her face. You don't know how cruel they were. Julin's expression immediately changed from worry to terror. Then we should report this to the police right away. This was absolutely shocking, too scary. Yuzi specially exposed her foot, which was wrapped in bandages, looking as if it had been severely damaged. Look, this is what they did. Julin's eyes filled with sympathy. Didn't you call a doctor after you came back yesterday? With great determination, Yuzi said, this small injury doesn't matter. My willpower is strong. Julin didn't believe her at all, taking out her phone to make a call. You are simply too indifferent towards yourself. As a girl, what would happen if there's scarring later? Yuzi has known Julin for not long, yet they cared about each other like good sisters. This was an experience she had never had before, and she felt incredibly delighted in her heart. She grabbed Julin's hand. Don't worry, it's really fine. Julin insisted on pulling open the bandage to check again. Yuzi thought it was time to change the medicine anyway. She removed the gauze and rinsed it with clean water. The wound had healed significantly, but it wasn't hard to see the scars. The final recovery remains uncertain. Seeing this, Julin felt uncomfortable all over. With all her knowledge, she cursed the Shu family without swearing. Yuzi rewrapped her foot. In the future, I need to learn more from you. Julin, so distressed that her tears almost came out, said, Young lady, you must love yourself first, then consider others. There's nothing wrong with being a bit selfish. Yuzi put down her foot. I know. The Shu family was currently in chaos and had no time to care where Yuzi was. Shu Wang looked gloomy. 10 million. Are the media asking for too much now? The assistant beside him told him, it's because he Hung gave them so much money. The Shu family is wealthy, but not stupid enough to be swindled. To suppress an entertainment news item, spending so much is definitely not worth it. Shu Wang sighed. We'd better hold a press conference. It was also time to inform the public clearly. Afternoon. Yuzi and Julin ate lunch at the hotel. They were watching online videos when a message suddenly popped up. Shu Wang Real Estate holds a media conference. The elder in the video had white hair, appearing worn out. He acknowledged having a biological granddaughter named Yuzi, and the fact that Shu Jiming had become a monk. But choices have been made in the past, hoping people now won't disturb anymore. A journalist asked, was Shu Jiming indeed with you Aoshan back then? Shu Wang nodded, that's true. Another journalist asked, so they are separated now? Shu Wang smiled while answering, my son has already become a monk, and as for the other one, I'm not very familiar. He still gritted his teeth as he spoke. The reporters jostled for position just to confirm one thing, that the Yuzi who was photographed being kidnapped was the real granddaughter of the Shu family. If she's the real granddaughter, why the kidnapping? Shu Wang could only smile and explain, you might be misunderstanding. She struggled because she was afraid of strangers, which looks like a kidnapping to everyone else. Julin took a sip of soup. They can come up with such lies. Yuzi shrugged. The human heart is unpredictable. This time, the Shu family lost both wife and soldiers, gaining nothing. He Hung in Rongcheng was feeling mixed emotions since Zhu Yunling was still missing. Yuzi hurriedly returned to Rongcheng. Having not seen her at the company for a long time, employees were amazed when Zhong Rong saw her clocking in and covered her mouth in shock. Assistant Yu, I thought you had resigned. Yuzi said, there were some personal matters these 2 days. She limped upstairs, entered the office, and asked He Hung first, have you found her? He Hung looked down, not yet, but we're holding off as much as possible. Simply providing an escape route for He Jingxin so that she doesn't resort to killing to cover her tracks, and then finding Zhu Yunling at the opportune moment. Yuzi sat down. I've been saying that she should carry a mobile phone normally. Now, even location tracking doesn't work. He Hung had checked all the properties under the He family's name, but still couldn't find Zhu Yunling's location. The police also began an all-out search, but to no avail. 72 hours had already passed. It was only with the help of entertainment news that the He family managed to suppress the information about the casualties at their construction site. He Hung said, even if she had a mobile phone on her, it wouldn't be useful. How could the He family keep a time bomb like that near them? When people in the company heard that Yuzi had returned, they quickly handed over the plans and contracts to her. After all, directly communicating with the president was simply too difficult. Xu Wan always knew everything, saying, "You assistant, I've seen the recent news from Hong Kong media. Are you really the young miss of the Xu family?" Yuzi flipped through the new plan, absolutely genuine. Xu Wan excitedly grasped Yuzi's hand. "Then did you meet the legendary Xu Jiming?" Yuzi looked up. "Do you know him?" Xu Wan replied, "You might not know him, but people in the art world certainly do. Fish protecting aid. That's what our art teacher mentioned back in the day, but we lost track of where he went after that. All we know is that this person is quite mysterious." Yuzi smiled. "I met him. Didn't you see the broadcast on TV?" Xu Wan shook her head. "No. The information hadn't spread inland yet, which was the biggest blockage the Xu family had achieved." Yuzi smiled and pointed at her own face. "Do you think I look good?" Her eyelashes fluttered as she smiled, stunning Xu Wan with her sudden beauty. Her cheeks flushed slightly. "Assistant Yu, you're making me feel shy. How could you not look good? You're as beautiful as a fairy." Yuzi marked the problematic parts of the plan with a red pen and handed it back to Xu Wan. "Go modify it." Xu Wan stuttered. "Okay, I'll go right away." "Wait," Yuzi stopped her. "If you want to know what he looks like, just take a look at me." Xu Wan didn't quite understand what she meant. It wasn't until she got into the elevator that she realized the implication. Since they were biological father and daughter, naturally they would look alike. Chapter 144, Ankle. The phone on Yuzi's desk rang just in time. It was Huaheng calling her into the office. She gathered her things and limped inside. After being busy all morning, she finally had some spare time. Yuzi knocked on the door and poked her head in. "What does the boss need me for?" They were boyfriends and girlfriends in private, but at work they maintained a superior-subordinate relationship. "Boss and secretary." Huaheng motioned her over and simply said, "Take off your shoes." Yuzi acted coy, putting on an exaggerated expression. "Ah? Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Huaheng raised an eyebrow. "If you won't take them off, then I will do it for you." Yuzi waved her hand and sat on the sofa. I'll do it. Speaking these words during daylight made it sound incredibly improper. Her foot was wrapped in thin gauze. Yuzi wasn't wearing high heels today but instead opted for a pair of comfortable slip-ons. Huaheng took out the medical kit, grabbed her ankle, and gently unwrapped the gauze. The touch seemed to awaken old memories, erotic and exhilarating. Huaheng's hands were not those of a man pampered, rather, there were thin calluses on his fingers. In stark contrast to Yuzi's delicate ankles, it was like heaven and earth. The combination of roughness and softness made Yuzi instinctively pull her leg back. Thinking she might be trying to escape, Huaheng tightened his grip slightly, and soon red marks appeared on her ankle. Yuzi complained, "Why are you gripping so tightly? If one knew better, they'd think you're applying medicine, otherwise, they'd assume you're trying to kidnap me." Huaheng helped her unwrap the bandage from her foot, and as he focused on the wound, his emotions became unreadable. He hadn't seen the injury so clearly yesterday through the video. Now that he could examine it up close, his hatred towards the Xu family intensified. His cherished person had been treated this way by others. Yuzi felt the change in Huaheng's mood and, strangely, comforted him despite being the injured party. This small injury is nothing. After all, she had once been beaten by Uaou, and now this didn't feel too painful either. Huaheng picked up a cotton swab and carefully applied medicine, remaining silent throughout. Though the cold ointment touched her foot, Yuzi did not feel chilled. Instead, warmth surged through her body. She leaned against the sofa, closely watching Huaheng's movements. His gentleness bordered on otherworldly. Huaheng reassured her, "Shout if it hurts." Yuzi thought the sentence sounded strange, but shook her head, "It doesn't hurt." Huaheng let out a sigh of relief. Yuzi was carefree, uncaring, and free of pretense. Occasionally, Huaheng wished that Yuzi would act more affectionate with him, without needing to appear so mature. Once Huaheng finished applying the medicine, he took out some gauze from the medical box and wrapped her foot. The wrapping was not thick, allowing more physical contact. Unbeknownst to herself, Yuzi suddenly giggled when a particular spot was touched. "Don't move. Let me do it myself." She tried to stop Huaheng. Apparently, Huaheng also noticed this ticklish trait and deliberately teased her further. A tear-jerking scream came from Yuzi within the office. "Huaheng, what's wrong with you? Don't move. It's ticklish, so itchy." Meanwhile, Chen and Xu Wan outside the door fell into silence. "Should we knock or not?" Chen silently shook his head, indicating it was better not to. If they interrupted something intimate between the boss and his assistant, they'd end up paying the price. That was true. Xu Wan and Chen retreated together, eventually stepping onto the elevator. As the fighting and horseplay continued, somehow they ended up entangled. Huaheng had sprawled himself across Yuzi, their noses colliding. Yuzi's eyes fixed on Huaheng, while her chest rose and fell rhythmically. In a low voice, Huaheng asked her, "Did you miss me?" With only the two of them in the office, their talk became naturally unrestrained. Yuzi softly hummed an affirmative. Huaheng's eyelashes trembled slightly as he leaned forward and pressed his lips onto hers in a passionate kiss. Amidst the lingering passion, his hands inevitably wandered. Huaheng propped her injured foot up on the armrest of the couch. Yuzi immediately stopped him. "This is the office, are you crazy?" Huaheng retrieved a remote control from the drawer, closed the curtains, locked the door, and said, "There's no surveillance." "Yuzi, is it just about the lack of surveillance?" Resistance was futile. Before the sun set, things finally concluded. Exhausted, Yuzi hobbled to take a shower. Huaheng supported her. Let me help you. Yuzi turned back and gave him a glare. You shouldn't help me anymore. Otherwise, my other leg will be ruined as well. Huaheng chuckled quietly. Next time I'll be more careful. Yuzi entered the bathroom, closed the door, and shouted outwardly, there won't be a next time. Huaheng didn't leave in a hurry and leaned against the bathroom door, asking, why? As for why, Yuzi couldn't exactly explain it. Are there so many reasons? Yuzi turned on the shower head. Or are you planning a forced loving encounter? Huaheng considered the situation and firmly answered, never. He would never force Yuzi to do something she didn't like. As they were talking, the phone in Huaheng's office rang. He went out to take the call. The person on the other end told him, I've found Zhu Yunling's location. Huaheng asked, where? At a small village in the suburbs of Rongcheng. Huaheng then asked, where are you now? I'm already here. This place is remote. We couldn't have found it through big data alone. I'll keep an eye on her and send you the coordinates shortly. You should come quickly. After hanging up, Huaheng called the police to seek their cooperation. When everything was ready, Yuzi had finished showering and changed into a clean set of clothes. Huaheng looked grave. Can you go like this to find Zhu Yunling? Yuzi replied confidently, no problem. Huaheng drove with Yuzi toward the suburbs. It was quite a long drive, about 5 hours. Yuzi fastened her seatbelt. Did you tell the police? Their hearts were aligned, always understanding each other perfectly. Already done. While driving, Huaheng also paid attention to Yuzi's mood changes, afraid that she might be too anxious. Don't worry, she will be fine. To Yuzi, Zhu Yunling was like her second parent. If not for Zhu Yunling, she might not have made it past her childhood. Just then, it was rush hour and the downtown area was congested with traffic. Every passing second made Yuzi increasingly tense. She hoped that Hu Jingxian had only brought Zhu Yunling there for business reasons and hadn't gone as far as abusing her. Huaheng had driven continuously for 3 hours, and the sky had darkened. Yuzi offered to help. Why don't I drive? You can rest for a bit. Huaheng responded, I'm here, so don't worry. You've been pretty tired this afternoon anyway. Why don't you take a nap? This remark made Yuzi chuckle bitterly. Huaheng always managed to shift the conversation away from the subject. Why had she been tired in the afternoon? Wasn't it because of him? Yuzi shook her head. I'm not tired. I'm just worried about you getting tired while driving. Back in Hong Kong, Huaheng came back to deal with work non-stop, without even time to make a phone call. The one who should have been the most exhausted was Huaheng. Huaheng freed one hand to pat her hand. I'm only 28 years old, brimming with energy. Don't worry. Yuzi. I was talking about physical condition, and he's telling me about mental strength. Totally off topic. Chapter 145, finally found. 2 more hours passed, and they arrived at the designated location. Huaheng opened the passenger door and helped Yuzi out of the car. The person waiting for them was a young man with a buzz cut. The black long-sleeve shirt he wore clearly had some stains on it. He appeared somewhat awkward and then wiped his hands on his clothes. Brother Heng, long time no see. His voice quivered as he spoke, as if a fan were meeting their idol. Huaheng shook his hand in response. Long time no see. Where is she now? The young man pointed towards the farthest point. She's all the way inside. But there are 2 bodyguards by her side, looking really menacing. They won't let us get close. It was by sheer chance that he saw the old woman come out and realized she was the one Huaheng was looking for. Huaheng did not intend to rush in directly but instead asked the young man to lead them to find a place to stay. They would wait until the police came before acting. If they judged incorrectly and recklessly acted, it could end with Zhu Yunling getting killed, which would be counterproductive. The young man agreed, taking them to another area where there was a yard that looked rather shabby, but he still invited them warmly. Brother Heng, our place is quite humble, so please make do here. Huaheng didn't think it was humble and instead felt this person had already done enough. It's fine, thank you. After the young man left, Yuzi grabbed Huaheng's clothes. You're quite something. How do you know everyone? Huaheng handed water to Yuzi. Want to know? Yuzi nodded and kept drinking. This young man seemed around the same age as Huaheng. He was Huaheng's junior. When Huaheng was in his final year of high school, this guy was in his first year. At the time, the young man accidentally bumped into Huju, apologized, and even compensated him with money, but Huju wouldn't let him off. One day, when Huju was bullying the young man and Huaheng witnessed it. Already in a bad mood, Huaheng's feelings worsened seeing Huju bully someone else. He went straight over and beat Huju up, thus becoming the young man's idol from that day onward. From then on, the young man bought Huaheng breakfast and drinks every day. At that time, Ximeng teased Huaheng, our family's third son sure has a wide network, even extending to guys. Huaheng was studying and did not take the soda offered by the young man. You drink it yourself, I don't need it. Because of this, the young man's admiration for him grew even more. Yuzi applauded. Empress Hua, what about you am I still unaware of? Tilting her head slightly, she asked, have you been in touch ever since? She hadn't heard Huaheng mention it. Huaheng pinched Yuzi's cheeks gently. We only got back in touch while searching for Zhu Yunling these past few days. The search was initially frustratingly futile, until this young man approached them saying he'd seen her. In the video call, Huaheng took a long time to recognize who the person on the other end was. Yuzi gave him a thumbs up. Walking through life, it's clear that friends truly matter. Indeed, when everyone else was stumped, this person found them. It shows strength in numbers. Hua Heng glanced back at the neatly arranged bedding and settled Yuzi down. Take a rest first. We'll go check things out tonight. With the style of modern youth, Yuzi fell asleep instantly. A little after 9 in the evening, the village grew quiet. Meanwhile, on the other side of town at Hua Real Estate, Hua Jingxin and Hua Ju had just finished work and were heading home together. Hua Ju, dressed in a suit, exuded sophistication. Our cooperation with Shu Wang Real Estate has been thrown into disarray by Hua Heng. Thankfully, Aunt still had an ace up her sleeve. He buttered her up shamelessly. Dressed in a red dress, Hua Jingxin swayed elegantly as she walked. You're still too young. Your father's tactics were much sharper than this. After finishing her sentence, she glanced at Hua Ju through the elevator mirror. You still have a long way to go. Hua Ju felt that his heart wasn't ruthless enough yet. Using an elderly person as leverage would only be within reach of someone as ruthless and unfeeling as Hua Jingxin. In the car, Hua Ju earnestly warned, Aunt should keep a close eye on things. After all, Hua Heng is extremely capable. Hua Jingxin, seemingly well informed about everything, took out her phone and made a call. Where's Hua Heng? The person on the other end replied, still dealing with company matters. He's bound to be very busy recently. She even used the speakerphone specifically for Hua Ju to hear. The car started moving, turning onto New Street where the Zhongyo building was brightly lit, indicating everyone was still hard at work. After all, rise or fall, success or failure, we share the same fate. Currently, Hua Jingxin had tied the Hua family and Zhongyo together using Zhu Yunling. To outsiders, it seemed Hua Heng would inevitably return to the Hua family. Hua Jingxin lit a cigarette and sneered lightly, fighting against me, this kid is still inexperienced. Just after 9 in the evening, Yuzi woke up groggily. The police deployment was all set, ready to act decisively. The guards at the gate were still standing watch, obviously a new batch of people, showing how cautious Hua Jingxin was being. It was unclear whether there was anyone in the house right now. Yuzi pointed at the roof, let's scale the walls. Hua Heng tightly held her hand. At a time like this, you still have the mood to joke around. Yuzi exhaled, it's precisely at times like this that I joke around to relax myself. Officer Zhong gave the order, and all the police officers sprang into action, surrounding the place. This series of actions left the 2 bodyguards at the door stunned. They didn't have time to pull out any prohibited items before they were already pinned to the ground. The 2 foreigners continued to struggle, saying things in a language no one understood, and then switched to somewhat broken Chinese. Who are you? Let me go. Officer Zhong unhesitatingly showed his credentials. We are the Chinese police. Please cooperate with our investigation. The words police had great deterrent power, and those on the ground dared not move. When the door was pushed open, Zhu Yunling was startled. What do you want now? Even though she was tied up there, she spoke with great authority. The old lady might lack strength, but she has plenty of backbone. Hua Heng and the police had arranged for Yuzi to go in to comfort the elderly woman. Yuzi went in and hugged Zhu Yunling. It's me, Grandma Zhu. Grandma Zhu was old, and without glasses, she couldn't see anything, but she could recognize Yuzi's voice. She hugged Yuzi, her eyes moistening, her tone choked with emotion. Xiaozi, are you okay? I heard them say they seemed to know you. After speaking, she loosened her grip on Yuzi and turned her around, carefully checking her over. Yuzi cried with joy, I'm fine, Grandma Zhu, it's all because of me that you've been kidnapped. Grandma Zhu was naturally optimistic. Children shouldn't worry too much. How could it be because of you? It's clearly because they're jealous of having a grandma like mine. Chapter 146, Law-abiding. Yuzi was amused by Grandma Zhu's words, and she hugged Zhu Yunling again as the stone in her heart finally fell. This time, you've really gone to a lot of trouble for me. Even though she is so old, she still suffered because of her. The police subdued a few foreigners, and Director Zhong extended his hand in front of He Heng. This time, thank you, Mr. He, for your help. It was only through the cooperation of the citizens and the police that they were able to successfully complete the mission. He Heng shook hands in return. Not at all, you've worked hard. Although the bad guys had been caught, their group still needed to go to the police station to register. This time it was Yuzi who drove and followed behind. He Heng lay down in the back seat, shedding his exhaustion. He fell asleep shortly thereafter. Zhu Yunling sat in the passenger seat, recounting her experiences over the past few days to Yuzi. That day I was helping Xiaotian wash clothes, and just as I looked up, a burlap sack was thrown over my head, and then I was brought here. She couldn't understand what those foreigners were saying, but fortunately, she was fed so she wouldn't starve to death. Zhu Yunling didn't know why she had been abducted there. Suddenly she remembered, I saw your mother through a small window that day. While driving, Yuzi listened to her, meaning not only Hua Jingxin but also Yu Yaoyu was involved in this matter. She truly did every wicked deed imaginable. Yuzi told Zhu Yunling everything that happened in Hong Kong these last 2 days. Even though Zhu Yunling understood things vaguely, she comprehended nonetheless. Indeed, it wasn't just one person. The eyes just aren't the same. When Yu Aoshan sent Yuzi away years ago, her eyes were filled with reluctance. She must have known she didn't have long to live and found someone trustworthy. Recalling the past, it was a scene filled with sorrow. Yuzi didn't want to dwell on such sadness any longer. Feeling a great relief, she said, a light boat has passed myriad mountains. Grandma Zhu, everything will be all right from now on. Smiling, Zhu Yunling said, yes, everything will get better. I see you arrived today with little He. When do you plan to get married? Marriage? Looking at He Heng sound asleep in the rearview mirror, Yuzi replied, I don't know yet. Grandma Zhu acted like a matchmaker. I hope the two of you can marry within my lifetime so I can drink some celebratory wine. The car arrived at the nearest police station, and Yuzi unbuckled her seatbelt. May you live 100 years, Grandma Zhu, and surely drink our wedding wine. He-hung woke up halfway. He wanted to listen to what Yuzi would say. Fortunately, the result pleased him immensely. Straightening up, He-hung pretended to have just woken up. Are we here already? Yuzi gave a faint smile. Yes. As they entered the police station, they encountered a major problem. These foreigners didn't speak English, they spoke French. They jabbered on, and no one knew exactly what they were saying, intentionally trying to complicate matters for the police. Standing forward with his hands crossed in his pockets, He-hung smoothly spoke in French. What would you like to say? I can translate it for you. Upon hearing this, the foreigners stopped speaking. One of the leaders stood up. I want to call my boss. He-hung nodded understandingly. Go ahead, let us see who's actually orchestrating things from behind the scenes. His eyes held an unshakable determination, even in the dead of night, casting fear among the tall foreign men. Yuzi and Zhu Yunling filled out the forms nearby. Hu Jingshan received a phone call just after arriving home. Director Zhong politely informed her, please come immediately to the Shihuan police station. Hu Jingshan still had no idea what happened. She was about to take a shower after changing her clothes. It's resting time. Can't it wait until tomorrow? Director Zhong listed out names of these foreigners. Do you know these people? Hu Jingshan paused while taking off her clothes. What happened to them? We suspect you are involved in a kidnapping case, hence we would appreciate if you could cooperate with the investigation. After hanging up, Hu Jingshan hurriedly knocked on her father's door. Furrowing his eyebrows, Hu Yunyuan said, have you lost your mind? He thought Hu Jingshan used some means to make He-hung change his mind, never expecting she had kidnapped someone. Hu Jingshan retaliated angrily, then what do you suggest I do? Threaten him with the truth about his father's death. Bang! An abrupt slap landed on Hu Jingshan's face. Hu Yunyuan was enraged to the point of almost coughing blood. You ungrateful daughter, is this the right time to talk about this? The chaos in the Hu household seemed to stir up storms deep into the night. At the police station, Yuzi's stomach audibly growled. He-hung went to the nearby convenience store and bought some food, placing it beside her. Eat something. Time ticked by, second after second. An hour later, dressed luxuriously, Hu Jingshan appeared at the police station. In the middle of the night, she wore sunglasses, making her seem more like she came to shop rather than being investigated. What do you want with me? Director Zhong, who was 180 centimeters tall, stood confidently in front of Hu Jingshan. Do you know these people in front of you? Hu Jingshan nodded. Yes, they are some of my friends from abroad. That made things easier. Director Zhong continued questioning her. Your friends are suspected of being involved in a kidnapping case and they say it has something to do with you. Hu Jingshan's face showed an expression of utter disbelief. How could that be? I'm the heiress of Hu Real Estate. Why would I kidnap anyone? Kidnap who? She smiled at the people around her, dealing with the matter confidently. Over the years, Director Zhong had dealt with countless stubborn people, so he calmly accepted Hu Jingshan's nonsense, pointing at Zhu Yunling, this elder person here. Hu Jingshan sneered, I don't know this elder, nor do I know why my few friends kidnapped her. What I'm trying to say is, Mr. Policeman, this has nothing to do with me. The only reason they mentioned me is probably because I'm the only person they know in China. She quickly turned the situation around, passing all responsibility onto the foreigners. Director Zhong comprehended everything as he nodded his head. I see. He signaled for his subordinates to bring over a computer. I wonder if the voice on this recording belongs to you. In the phone call, Hu Jingshan was casually conversing in French. The gist was about abducting Zhu Yunling. The corners of Hu Jingshan's mouth, which were once smiling, suddenly drooped as she hadn't expected the deleted call records could still be retrieved. Director Zhong closed the computer. Looks like you've been abroad too long, not realizing how advanced we've become in restoring damaged data here in our country. He detailed the crime process orchestrated by Hu Jingshan, leading others into kidnapping someone else, which constituted incitement to commit a crime. For a moment, Hu Jingshan panicked, but she quickly recovered herself. I demand my lawyer. Director Zhong also acted reasonably. It's late, so you can rest here overnight. Once your lawyer arrives, we will continue discussing. As for He-hung, this matter no longer concerned him. Just as He-hung was leaving with Yuzi, he was stopped by Hu Jingshan. She asked quietly, you actually didn't use Liang Zishuan's power. Who in the business world doesn't have underworld connections? And Liang Zishuan happened to be one of them. He-hung took a step back and grinned arrogantly. Auntie, I am a law-abiding good citizen. Chapter 147, Sweet Words Whispered in the Ear. Yuzi sent Zhu Yunling back first and then drove home. The round trip left both of them exhausted. Yuzi was also drenched in sweat, partly due to tension and partly because of her rush. She just stepped into the bathroom when He-hung pushed the door open. Together? Yuzi shut the bathroom door. What do you mean together? Go wash yourself. There were still bruises on her body from today's incident at the office. When she looked at herself in the mirror, they looked terrible. She rolled her eyes internally. He-hung had gone too far. After finishing washing up, He-hung lay down on Yuzi's bed playing with his phone. Raising his head he said, your bed is much softer than the guest room's. Previously, when He-hung would see Yuzi off, he would simply put her to bed and then leave, being quite a gentleman back then. Now, with his new identity, he had become shameless. Yuzi's hair was still dripping water as she stood in front of the makeup mirror. Go sleep in your own room. Huaheng got up from the bed and took the hairdryer, saying one sentence before turning it on, "I want to sleep with you tonight." With the buzzing sound of the hairdryer, Yuzi could see the serious look on Huaheng's face in the mirror. He became increasingly proficient at drying her hair. When all her hair was dry, Yuzi yawned, "You can stay here to sleep, but no funny business." Huaheng gently pinched her nose. "How could I do anything when you're this tired?" A normal conversation suddenly elevated to an inappropriate level. Yuzi placed a stuffed toy in between them. "This is our boundary line, don't cross it." Huaheng made an okay gesture with his hand. "I get it." Neither dreamed that night. When they woke up the next morning, Yuzi was completely tucked into Huaheng's arms, his chin resting on her head, tightly embracing her so that she couldn't wriggle free. The covers were tangled around them, and no one knew how exactly they ended up like that. Yuzi sighed. "Wake up, we need to go to work." Huaheng mumbled, "It's Saturday today." Yuzi struggled to grab her phone, confirming it was indeed Saturday. She casually threw her phone aside and continued sleeping. It wasn't until 12 noon that the two finally woke up. Huaheng acted oblivious. "How did you end up in my arms?" Taking over was Huaheng's usual trick. Yuzi struggled out of his arms. "You're accusing me unjustly." Huaheng sat up and hugged Yuzi from behind, still tired. Not understanding his implication, after sleeping for so long, her body had fully relaxed, and naturally, she wasn't tired anymore. She shook her head, not tired. Huaheng's hands started wandering across her body, lost in thought until Yuzi slapped them away. "Do what?" "Go brush your teeth and wash your face." Huaheng laid back down, accepting reality. Saturday was the day Yuzi visited the orphanage, and it was also a good time to visit Grandma Ju. Huaheng was slouched and walking lazily. As soon as they stepped out, they met Genzi returning from exercise. Seeing Yuzi, he greeted them. "Director Hua, Assistant Yu." Yuzi said, "We're off duty, no need for formalities." Watching the intimate figures of the two, Genzi finally realized what helplessness felt like. The first impression dictates future interactions. In Yuzi, he had already completely lost any chance. Inside the elevator, Huaheng teased acidly, "Our little secretary sure knows how to spread her affections everywhere." Yuzi retorted, "And your boss has quite a number of secret admirers." Thus, their bickering continued all the way to the orphanage. Xiao Tian immediately rushed over upon seeing Huaheng. "Big brother Huaheng, you've finally come, I missed you so much." She was dressed beautifully today, like a little princess. This was why Yu Ao Shan had decided to leave Yuzi here years ago. Because Grandma Ju took care of each child so thoughtfully, and today happened to be Xiao Tian's birthday. Despite having just gone through a risky situation, Grandma Ju didn't let her emotions affect the children. Yuzi took out a gift and handed it to Xiao Tian. "Happy birthday, this is my present for you." Xiao Tian received it while in Huaheng's arms. "Thank you, Sister Xiaozi." Zhu Yunling came out of the kitchen, flour still on her hands. "Why are you coming again today? You should rest at home properly." Presumably, she had been exhausted from all these events recently. Yuzi rolled up her sleeves and went into the kitchen. "Is it not set in stone that I come see you every Saturday?" Zhu Yunling cooked while Yuzi helped beside her. Working together, the meal was quickly prepared. There weren't many people at the orphanage, only about a dozen children, Grandma Zhu, and an assistant. Seated at the table, they lit the birthday candles. Closing her eyes, Xiao Tian made a wish. "I hope Grandma Zhu stays healthy and lives a long life." Yuzi smiled and said, "Grandma Zhu hasn't raised you wrong." Xiao Tian proudly responded, "Of course." After blowing out the birthday candles, Yuzi placed a piece of spare rib in Huaheng's bowl with a mischievous wink. "I made this. Try it." Their interaction did not go unnoticed by Zhu Yunling, who asked, "When are the two of you getting married?" Before Yuzi could cut off Zhu Yunling's question, she was stopped by Huaheng. "In winter, we'll get married in winter." Upon hearing the word marriage, Xiao Tian was the first to raise her hand. "Can I be the flower girl then?" Huaheng stifled Yuzi's urge to speak once again. "Of course you can." It must be said that he had an endless supply of tricks up his sleeve when it came to coaxing children and elders alike. Yuzi was defeated and could only surrender, deciding not to argue with him any further. Spending the afternoon here, Yuzi felt as though the heaviness in her heart had suddenly been lifted. Here, there was none of the backstabbing intrigue of business, nor the suffocating tension of navigating through the Hua family. In this place, she had her little world, quiet and harmonious. Behind the orphanage stood a swing, battered by countless years of wind and rain yet still steadfastly solid. Seated upon it, Yuzi sighed. "Never would I have thought that after so many years, I would still love this place." Looking up from where she sat, walls on all sides enclosed the orphanage tightly, trapping the small version of herself like a frog at the bottom of a well, unable to escape no matter what. As a child, she thought she was confined by freedom, but never did she realize that it was also familial bonds that tied her down. For it was here that she truly understood what love was, something difficult to forget, even yearned for, a warmth unreachable in adulthood. Huaheng turned her shoulder toward him, calling her name softly, Yuzi. His eyes carried emotions too profound to put into words. Resolutely, Huaheng declared, "I will always be by your side." From their first encounter in Chinatown, the wheels of fate began to turn. 10 years later, they were closer than ever before. Under the setting sun, Huaheng pressed his forehead against Yuzi's, sweet whispers brushing against her ear. Chapter 148, Blackheart. The two were just about to engage in some romantic affection under the moonlight when a phone rang abruptly in the quiet little garden. Huaheng answered the call. It was Director Zhong calling. He explained the whole process of the case involving enticement and abduction, as well as its final result. Director Zhong sighed. Sometimes we feel quite powerless. A single recording from Hu Jingxian was insufficient to prove much, especially since those foreigners had taken responsibility willingly, causing no substantial harm to Zhu Yunling. It was purely for money. Hu Heng pinched the bridge of his nose and sincerely offered advice. Director Zhong, once there's actual harm caused, there will be no way to reverse the situation. Besides, do you think a director of an orphanage can have much money? It wasn't easy for Director Zhong either, who was physically and mentally exhausted. Mr. Hu, sometimes my words simply don't count. Hu Heng replied, then Director Zhong must strive to make your words matter. After hanging up the phone, Yu Zi asked, is Hu Jingxian back out? Hu Heng nodded. Yu Zi didn't find anything wrong with it and readily accepted this outcome. This was expected anyway. Hu Jingxian had spent over a decade striving on her own overseas. If she could be easily caught, it would be too uninspiring. Hu Heng hugged her tightly and reassured, rest assured, I won't let Grandma Zhu suffer such things in vain. When leaving the orphanage, Zhu Yunling shoved the buns she had wrapped at noon into Yu Zi's hands. You like eating these the most. Take them home and put them in the fridge. Whenever you want to eat, just heat one up. Yu Zi pulled out a positioning watch from her bag. Here, wear this watch. It has a positioning function, so I can always know where you go. With her advanced age, Zhu Yunling sometimes forgot things, or even lost track of where she was. She reached out to pinch Yu Zi's cheek. All right, go back quickly. Hu Heng sent Yu Zi home, then drove to Liang Zishuan's foot massage parlor. The server smiled. Welcome, Mr. Hu. Liang Zishuan stood upstairs, saying to Hu Heng, what brings you to visit me today? Hu Heng went upstairs. I'm here to discuss something with you. Liang Zishuan walked into the usual hot spring room and instructed the manager nearby to prepare alcohol. He undressed and jumped into the water, only to turn around and see Hu Heng watching him from above. Hurry down already. Now that you've got a girlfriend, you don't even take baths anymore. As someone who had long left the ranks of singles, Hu Heng said proudly, such a pleasure place isn't suitable for me. Liang Zishuan nearly leapt up to hit his knees. You're being far too harsh. This is merely a proper foot spa and massage. Hu Heng waited until the items were brought over before changing into swimming clothes and entering the water. Liang Zishuan glanced at the marks on his body and exclaimed, your little wildcat is quite fiery, huh? Looking down, Hu Heng saw the scratches on his chest and softly laughed. Jealous? Liang Zishuan tried to appear calm. What's there to envy? I'll forever respect President Xi's views. Being single is divine. Hu Heng leaned against the side of the bath. Once she comes back, you won't say that anymore. Liang Zishuan took a sip of wine. Come on, what's the matter? There's no smoke without fire. Hu Heng recounted yesterday's events. Liang Zishuan clapped his hands in approval. You truly are a law-abiding citizen. That vixen Hu Jingxian escaped so easily. Hu Heng gave a cold laugh. I'm just letting her relax, making her think I have no way to deal with her. The few projects I've directed her to have issues, and she hasn't noticed due to overconfidence. She'll get into trouble sooner or later. Liang Zishuan helplessly shook his head. In Rongqing, one couldn't offend anyone, but especially not the person in front of him. What do you plan to do? Hu Heng took the wine, leaned close to Liang Zishuan, and whispered a few words. Liang Zishuan retorted, shouldn't I say you've been black-hearted since childhood? Hu Heng slapped his chest. In business, you're preaching naivety to me. Liang Zishuan coughed after being hit. Can you be lighter? Hu Heng remarked, you need to work out more. Unable to sit still at home, Yu Zi called Yu Aoyue, let's meet up. Yu Aoyue didn't dare to go out now, knowing she'd already been exposed. What do you want me to come out for? Don't you already know everything? The confrontation between the two was always intense and confrontational. If you don't come out, I'll find you, and finding you would be simple. Yu Aoyue had no choice but to agree. At the dining table, Yu Zi directly questioned her. Did you have any involvement in the abduction of Grandma Zhu? Yu Aoyue shamelessly responded. Hu Jingxian had no idea what to do. I just provided her with a method, and since the result worked, isn't that all that matters? Yu Zi laughed bitterly in anger. Are you even human, Yu Aoyue? She had been a smooth talker for so many years, and Yu Zi could not find an appropriate adjective to describe the woman in front of her. Selfish, hypocritical, disgusting, even insane. Yu Aoyue stretched out her hand with abandon. Then why don't you report me to the police? Are you reluctant? Since returning to the country, Yu Aoyue had been bony but was now eating well and gaining weight. The Hu family had certainly not mistreated her. Yu Aoyue's sarcasm grew even more intense. Could it be that you still feel sorry for me because of the relationship between us as mother and daughter? Slap. The sound of the fork and knife falling on the table was especially glaring, drawing glances from people around. Yu Zi inserted the knife into the steak. We'll keep you useful, there's no rush to send you in. After saying that, she picked up the glass on the table and threw its contents onto Yu Aoyue's face. Dress properly, you can expose your bones all you want, Xu Jiming won't like you. That statement wounded Yu Aoyue deeply. With clenched fists, she angrily asked, did you see him? Yu Zi responded, if I hadn't, how would I know the truth? Not only did I see him, I also know who he loves the most, which could be anyone, but definitely not you. Yu Aoyue's eyes turned bloodshot red, and suddenly she seemed to transform into someone else. Yu Zi was too lazy to deal with her further and stood up to leave, dismissing the infatuated brain. As she sat there regaining her composure, Yu Aoyue signaled the onlookers around her, and they quickly looked away. Picking up the bag on the table, she prepared to chase after Yu Zi, but was stopped by the restaurant manager. Excuse me, please settle the bill. She handed over her card. Swipe it. After swiping, the manager returned it to her. I'm sorry, your account balance has been frozen. Watching Yuzi walk farther and farther away, Yu Aoyue became increasingly furious. She tried another card but repeatedly failed due to the freeze. Pulling out her phone, she called Hu Jingshan. Are you crazy? Hu Jingshan had a male model lying beside her, feeling exceptionally cheerful as she spoke gently. What's wrong, miss you? Currently, all the big and small matters in the Hu family were handled by Hu Jingshan. Other than her, no one else could freeze this card. Why did you freeze my bank card? Hu Jingshan softly laughed. Your bank card? Isn't that our Hu family's money? Chapter 149, Can't Do It. Yu Aoyue was trapped in the restaurant, furious and shouting wildly, resembling a madman from an asylum. She took out her phone to call Hu Yunyang but couldn't get through. The people eating nearby looked at her, speculating if this woman might be trying to dine and dash. Yu Aoyue gritted her teeth and pointed her finger at those looking at her. What are you looking at? If you keep staring, I'll gouge out your eyeballs. She had always been spoiled by Zhu Jian's indulgence. Anything she wanted, her family would give her. Yu Aoshan also adored her, which is why she often got away with everything. But times have changed. People today aren't as easily swayed. A woman put down her utensils and gave her a cold look. You're acting like a lunatic right now. Take the time to fully do your makeup before coming here again, and don't make a fool of yourself. Yu Aoyue was about to rush over and hit someone when a waiter stopped her. Madam, please refrain from making loud noises here. Yuzi sat inside the car, watching the commotion inside without feeling any pain. There was no affection between her and her daughter in the first place, and everything that Yu Aoyue experienced today was entirely her own fault. Just as Yuzi was about to leave, Lu Ting called her. Do you want to come out for a foot soak? Yuzi, physically and mentally exhausted, thought it was a good idea, so she went to the address Lu Ting sent her and drove there for a foot soak. The location was Liang Zishuan's foot spa. Lu Ting, overwhelmed by admiration, said, Sister Yuzi, I heard the service here is excellent, and they even have male models. Yuzi paid with her card. You know quite a lot, don't you? Lu Ting proudly said, I'm somewhat familiar with social matters. The two were led to a private room by a server, right next to He Hung and Liang Zishuan's room. Lu Ting first heard a woman's voice from the adjacent room. She leaned on the door to eavesdrop and asked the supervisor, how much does a male model cost here? The supervisor chuckled in response, package pricing. Lu Ting swept her hand grandly, send me 10 of them. Yuzi hurriedly stopped her, not necessary. If I need anything, I'll call you. After receiving the instruction, the supervisor closed their door. This room also had a small hot spring. Lu Ting changed into a robe and lay inside, urging Yuzi to join her quickly. After finishing sending a message to He Hung, Yuzi walked in. In that moment, wrapped in warmth, every pore relaxed, as if all troubles of the day were washed away, leaving her feeling light-hearted and happy. Lu Ting learned of her intern's hardships and saw Yuzi's WeChat posts. She turned to ask, was Hong Kong fun? Yuzi replied, it wasn't bad, had quite a feel. As they chatted, a loud sound came from the neighboring private room, sounding like a disco scene. Lu Ting, irritated, scratched her ears. These people are going too far. Yuzi guessed that probably some rich second generation must be in the adjacent private room. After all, only the wealthy or influential could make it to this floor for a bath. Yuzi called for a server, hoping they could lower the volume in the neighboring room. Soon enough, the sounds from the next room quieted down. Through the window, they watched several beautiful women enter the next room. Lu Ting leaned on the edge of the hot spring, trying to see clearly what was happening in the neighboring room. At the moment the door opened, her sharp eyes spotted He Hung. Lu Ting excitedly tapped Yuzi's shoulder. Is that your company president? Before she had a chance to confirm, the door shut again. Lu Ting raised her hand and swore, I absolutely didn't see wrong. President Hu actually comes to such frivolous places. Yuzi remembered that He Hung had said he was meeting Liang Zishuan to talk business. Could this be where they discussed it? And with beauties around. For some reason, her heart suddenly felt sour. She walked out, grabbing her phone. He Hung hadn't responded to her messages yet. Yuzi made a call, and He Hung answered quite quickly this time. He lounged carelessly in his chair. What's on your mind? Listening nearby, Lu Ting unexpectedly received a mouthful of dog food. Referring to public displays of affection. She kicked her foot back a few steps and whispered softly, talk slowly. Yuzi, where are you? Her tone wasn't pleasant, and He Hung picked up on it. Isn't it just a little past 10? Are you rushing me home? He started to act shameless instantly. Shi Meng hugged two younger sisters while Liang Zishuan stayed far away. Yuzi, where exactly are you? He Hung, Liang's foot spa. Yuzi rose, wrapping herself in a bathrobe, and pushed open the door. Then let's meet up in the hallway. He Hung jolted upright from the recliner, startling Shi Meng, who was having a romantic bath with the beauty. What the hell? You nearly gave me a heart attack. What's wrong? He Hung pulled open the door, seeing Yuzi standing leisurely across, appreciating the bathhouse scenery. Yuzi smiled faintly, playing quite wild, aren't you? He Hung's immediate reaction was, how should he explain? His second reaction, was Yuzi jealous? He said, all Shi Meng's doing, I have always been clean. Liang Zishuan also changed his clothes and came out. What a coincidence, how come you're here too? Yuzi, I brought a friend to soak in the bath. Just as she was speaking, Lu Ting came out. She glanced at Hu Heng and then Liang Zishuan next to him. Nice. Taller than 180 centimeters, muscular man, broad-shouldered, long-legged, just her type. Lu Ting was always enthusiastic. she extended her hand to initiate a greeting with Liang Zishuan. Hi, my name is Lu Ting. Liang Zishuan seemed to vaguely remember having seen this girl before, but he didn't make her lose face. I'm Liang Zishuan. In order to let Huaheng and Yuzi go on a date, Liang Zishuan voluntarily took on the task of showing Lu Ting around. He felt like there was a skylark by his side, chirping all the way. Lu Ting was overjoyed, even able to smell the fresh scent of body wash on him. Huaheng and Yuzi reopened a private room, quickly becoming intimate with each other. Are you jealous? Huaheng pressed for an answer. Yuzi's forefinger hooked his chin. I'm jealous. Such straightforward words, a serious gaze, left Huaheng somewhat at a loss, even flustered. It was the first time in his life such a situation had arisen. On the contrary, Yuzi soared higher, remaining particularly calm. She leaned closer to Huaheng, both hands climbing up his neck. What? Don't you believe me? Her tone was like spun sugar, sticky yet delectable. Huaheng picked her up. I believe you. The private room wasn't lit, only light from the corridor seeping in. In the dark, the rustling sound of clothing could be heard. The room was filled with warmth and affection. Shimeng turned back and found that his two good friends were gone, instantly making the beauty beside him seem less appealing. He had originally brought the women to show off. Instead, he ended up losing without gain. He sent the two beauties home and took out his phone, posting his exploits on foreign websites. With a caption, "Your brother is just being suave." An attempt to cover up that was more revealing. In another room, Yuzi was still straddling Huaheng, her chin resting on his shoulder, her voice trembling slightly. Can't do it. Chapter 150, Soaking in the hot spring together. Huaheng's hand was still supporting Yuzi's buttocks. His breathing was heavier than before, but his voice was filled with joy. Do you want to take a bath together? Yuzi, thinking about the stickiness on her body, nodded. Huaheng confirmed that the room was locked, turned on the lights inside, and carried her to the hot spring. Yuzi felt like a turtle retracting its head at the moment, and even blushed as she did so. Once they entered the hot spring, she moved far away and stopped Huaheng from approaching. Stay away from me for now. Huaheng, without any hesitation, took off his clothes, being even less reserved than before. Is this fine with you? Yuzi leaned against the edge of the hot spring and relaxed her body. Huaheng looked at her seriously, recalling the previous delightful moments. Meanwhile, Lu Ting was brimming with excitement. Where are we going now? Liang Zishuan brought her to the large screen and said, you can choose an entertainment activity, and I'll take you there. The foot spa had 7 floors in total. They were currently in a private room on the 6th floor, and the next level down was where massages were offered, as well as a cinema and restaurant. Lu Ting pointed to the 5th floor. Let's go for a massage. Liang Zishuan led her there. On the way, they encountered many employees who greeted Liang Zishuan warmly. Lu Ting stared wide-eyed. Your female staff here are really beautiful. Do you like them? Liang Zishuan asked knowingly. Though he was older, he understood the preferences of young girls. Lu Ting smiled mischievously. Girls should naturally like other girls. When they reached the 5th floor, they first went to the front desk to find a foot masseuse. Lu Ting, can I have 10? Liang Zishuan glanced at her body. How big is your little figure to require 10? Can you handle it? The receptionist also gave her face-saving reply. All our technicians are busy right now, only 2 spots are available. Lu Ting pouted. All right then. She noticed a place nearby making bubble tea and immediately grabbed Liang Zishuan's arm. I want some bubble tea. Liang Zishuan said, help yourself. Although Lu Ting had grown up in luxury, the words help yourself still made her heart skip a beat. Huaheng watched Yuzi for more than 10 minutes, asking her, are you rested enough? Yuzi opened her eyes. Don't be an animal. Huaheng leaned closer. Soaking for too long isn't good for your health, and standing up too quickly may make you dizzy. He had no lewd thoughts, so Yuzi chuckled to herself, realizing she had overthought it. Yuzi asked Huaheng to leave the room first so she could get dressed. At this point, Huaheng wasn't so proper anymore. Do we need to differentiate between us two? Yuzi rolled her eyes. Just go. But someone had another idea to tease her. Then beg me. True to her adaptable nature, she didn't hesitate. I'm begging you, just go. Her plea devoid of all emotion. Yet, precisely someone fell for it. Huaheng left the room, waiting in the corridor for Yuzi. Shimeng happened to be coming out after saying goodbye to a beautiful woman. He patted Huaheng's shoulder and sniffed around with his dog nose. A single night of springtime is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Huaheng pushed him away. Behave. The two of them went to the smoking area. Shimeng took a puff. Have you thought about how to deal with the Hua family? It had been a long time since Huaheng smoked, and he found the smell somewhat unpleasant again. He rubbed his nose and sat down on the chair. My father's death hasn't been fully investigated yet, and the money that belongs to me hasn't been recovered. I need to let the Hua family grow rich enough. Shimeng turned around. To tell you the truth, among the 4 of us, you're the most ruthless. Huaheng replied, I'll take that as a compliment. They both grew up together and understood each other well. Though Shimeng sometimes seemed lackadaisical, his abilities stood out. Whenever Huaheng needed to expose something, Shimeng helped clean things up. Even Shimeng suspected that this guy had started planning all this since childhood, becoming friends with him because he was the son of an entertainment company tycoon. Huaheng sometimes lectured him earnestly, don't think of me as such a bad person. After finishing his last puff, Shimeng found it rather boring. What have you uncovered so far? There was a listening device placed in Grandpa's room earlier. That night, I overheard a conversation between Hu Jingxin and Grandpa. My father's death definitely had something to do with him. Ximeng said, you've got skills. He guarded against you so much, and you still managed to plant a bug. Huaheng waved his hand dismissively. Keep it low profile. He suspected that the car accident might have been part of Hua Yunyuan's plan, but he intended for Chen Mengqi to die, not imagining his own son would perish as well. Huaheng. Yuzi rushed over upon hearing the call. Huaheng tidied up his clothes. Alright, I'll go first. By the way, the posts you made on foreign social media platforms are too childish. Who wouldn't comment on those posts being attention-seeking? Ximeng asked, are they really childish? Huaheng answered, very childish. After Huaheng left, Ximeng took out his phone and deleted the post. Yuzi remembered Lu Ting when she got in the car. She quickly called her. Lu Ting suddenly shouted into the phone, saying, Sister Yuzi, I'm getting a massage. Yuzi said, Huaheng and I are going home first. Can you make it back by yourself? Thinking about this opportunity, Lu Ting arched an eyebrow and replied coyly, I might be a little scared alone. Yuzi was just about to tell Huaheng to turn around when he said, let Liang Zishuan take her home. That made sense too. Yuzi handed the phone over to Liang Zishuan. Shouldering this important task, Liang Zishuan responded seriously, rest assured. I will safely send your friend home. Upon regaining the phone, Lu Ting looked smug. Earlier, because of a scandal involving her favorite idol and Meng Ranqin, she had been disheartened. However, she unexpectedly met an even more handsome man. Men are many, if one doesn't work, move on. This was Lu Ting's dating philosophy. And so, she did exactly that. In mid-October, Hua Real Estate collaborated with Zhongyu to launch an entirely new living environment. They added smart renovations to existing houses, promoting the theme of making life more intelligent. This model of housing has already been launched and garnered attention from potential buyers. When Yuzi saw the news, she sighed, I thought I was the only person in the world without money, but apparently, that's just my perception. Everyone claims they don't have money, but when Yuzi saw the house-grabbing records, she was astonished. Huaheng exclaimed, you're broke? With a lollipop in her mouth, Yuzi replied, I'm just an ordinary worker. How could I possibly have money? Huaheng pulled out a card from his drawer and handed it to her. It's for you. To Yuzi's surprise, it wasn't a secondary card, it was actually Huaheng's personal card. She bent over and said with mock reverence, your humble servant thanks your gracious gift. But what's the password? Huaheng said, 130805. Yuzi carefully analyzed these digits. So you've been secretly in love with me? Isn't this the date we first met? Huaheng hummed lightly. That's something I changed later. He wouldn't have fallen for a minor at the time. Yuzi stored the card carefully. Great, I've an appointment with Julin to go shopping later. Time for some serious retail therapy. As Yuzi was about to leave, Huaheng stopped her. Reward. Yuzi went back to the desk. This time, emboldened by the money, she kissed Huaheng on the lips with her sugary orange-flavored mouth. The sweetness lingered briefly, then vanished. Chapter 151, I know. Shuju stood at the door for a moment feeling helpless, then he covered his eyes and pointed at the door which wasn't closed, I didn't mean to. Yuzi walked over and said earnestly, it's fine. Her relationship with Shuju could not be described as either good or bad. When Yuzi needed help from Shuju, he would fulfill his due responsibilities. However, in private, Yuzi knew that Shuju admired Huaheng quite a bit. For a period of time, Shuju even thought Yuzi was a bewitching concubine who would bring down a nation and eventually harm Huaheng. He had said some nasty things about Yuzi on a few occasions but failed to act cautiously and was overheard by Yuzi. After experiencing several such setbacks, Shuju ultimately gave up. He could only silently complain in his heart. Yuzi is actually pretty hard to kill. After Yuzi left, Huaheng did not wipe off the sugary taste from his lips, instead picking up the fountain pen on the table. What's the matter? Shuju came closer. Recently, customers have been reporting that there's a virus in our software. Yesterday, I specially checked into this issue. The virus originated from overseas. Here is the IP address. Huaheng glanced at it, California. There was no need to guess who it was. This fox Hua Jingshan talks about peacefully coexisting with Zhongyu on the surface, but secretly wants something bad to happen to Zhongyu. His intentions can be described as cunning and deceitful. Huaheng asked, has a reasonable explanation been given for this bug? Shuju, the planning department has already issued a statement on the official Weibo account, but some trolls aren't buying it. Huaheng thought for a moment, and gave a disdainful laugh, then let's go along with it. He called Chen Du upstairs. Since Hua Jingshan was playing tricks behind the scenes, Huaheng wanted to escalate the issue out in the open. Recently, people have been saying that Zhongyu's products always have loopholes, so why don't we release a few other places where vulnerabilities used to exist? Chen Du was shocked, but this will affect our product poorly. Huaheng, do we have any new products recently? Chen Du shook his head, no. Huaheng said, isn't that settled? Old product users are still dependent, a few days of bad reviews won't cause user loss, but it absolutely will impact the user loss for Hua Group Real Estate. Initially, smart housing environments were all about the safety provided by Zhongyu. But if Zhongyu's security is an issue, who would still buy houses? Chen Du felt like he was now an indecisive flag. Wouldn't this be too risky? Huaheng leaned back in his boss chair leisurely. What do PR people eat for? If you plan to implement this solution, you have to figure out how to wrap it up. Huaheng's fundamental purpose was not to collapse the Hua family, he just wanted to take them under his wing. Chen Du wiped sweat off his forehead. I understand, boss. As he exited the office, he heard Yuzi humming a song. He took a look at the office, quickly stepped ahead of Yuzi. Miss Yu, how is Mr. Hua's mood recently? Because he considered it unusual. Yuzi looked up. His mood is quite good. Because she just gave him a black card earlier. Chen Du sighed with relief, thus proving that Mr. Hua made this decision consciously, and not irrationally. Yuzi consoled Chen Du, you should proceed with confidence. I believe in your abilities. As Chen Du headed downstairs, Shuju also came out of the office. He looked back at Yuzi once more, yet ultimately said nothing. After work, Yuzi went to pick up Julin. Julin looked exhausted, and Yuzi immediately understood how hard teaching must be. Once they reached the mall, Yuzi took out her omnipotent black card. Today I'll treat you. What do you want? Julin was overwhelmed with excitement. Buy me an apartment. Yuzi, I suggest you don't get too greedy. Julin's family background was also well off, coming from a family of literati. However, their family was low-key, and she liked the teaching profession, choosing to become a teacher. As far as money goes, she had plenty. Though joking around, they ended up walking into a handbag store. The salesperson was enthusiastically serving Chen Kaisin, nodding and bowing seamlessly. Chen Kaisin appeared as though she were buying groceries at the market. This one, bring them here for me to see. Julin immediately set her eyes on a pink handbag. How's this? Bursting with girlish charm. Yuzi, it suits you well. Do you like it? Julin's eyes sparkled brightly as she leaned against Yuzi. The way you're speaking makes me feel like I've latched onto someone wealthy. Yuzi handed the bag to the salesperson. Wrap it up. This reckless spending caught Chen Kaisin's attention, who sneered quietly. A secretary certainly seems pretty generous. Yuzi knew she wouldn't hear anything nice from this woman. She took out her black card and handed it to the salesperson. Check out. Before leaving, Yuzi stopped for a moment. If I like something, I just buy it. Unlike some people who hesitate. For the salesperson, this kind of scene was delightful to witness. This set Chen Kaisin's temper ablaze. Wrap them all up for me. Julin couldn't help but laugh at her antics, patting Yuzi affectionately. That's enough. Let's head to the next shop. Chen Kaisin looked at her large haul and felt deeply unhappy, yet she could do nothing but endure it. Behind her, the butler followed with the purchases in hand. Yuzi and Julin had shopped until they were tired and decided to sit down somewhere. Looking over, they saw Liang Zishuan and Lu Ting nearby. Julin was curious. When did they meet? Yuzi replied, yesterday. Julin bit her straw. Liang Zishuan's love interests are blossoming, leaving only poor Shimeng behind. At that moment, Shimeng sneezed for no apparent reason. Yuzi drove back home. As she approached the building, she spotted Huju, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. He blocked her way. We need to talk. Yuzi responded, what's there to talk about between us? Their rumored relationship had been the subject of much gossip in certain circles, but Huju had always been somewhat skeptical. In his mind, Yuzi was a cold person who wouldn't fall in love with anyone. Until yesterday, when he caught sight of them soaking in a hot spring together, and even witnessed Yuzi swiping Huaheng's card. There was no way such behavior signified a regular superior-subordinate relationship. Yuzi raised an eyebrow. Who I'm with is any concern of yours. She didn't know about the complicated history between Huaheng and Huju, but she sensed their mutual dislike. Huju kept approaching her, not out of affection but to bother Huaheng. Huju accepted Yuzi's manner of speaking without issue. He said, does Huaheng know your past? A smug smile graced Huju's face, as if he were the king casually playing with others' fates. I know. A steady voice came from behind. Chapter 152, The Mouth Cannon King. Huaheng must have seen her return upstairs and came down to look for her since she was taking too long to come up. The light in the apartment shone on him as Huaheng walked step by step towards Yuzi. Huaheng, when not in the company, was dressed exceptionally casually, a simple sleepwear set of deep blue silk velvet. He wore glasses, looking extremely sophisticated yet sensual. As he passed by Yuzi, he spontaneously picked up the things in her hand and asked affectionately, what good stuff did you buy? They were just like the most ordinary couple in the world, sharing with each other. Yuzi shook her tired hands, clothes, and bags. The two of them completely ignored Huju, who was opposite them but could still feel the resentment radiating from his entire body. Huaheng held Yuzi's hand and prepared to go upstairs. As he passed by Huju, he paused and said, Big brother, why are you here visiting Xiaozi so late at night? Is there something you need? Huju slightly narrowed his phoenix eyes, concealing all his emotions, then smiled lightly. Xiaozi and I are also friends. Isn't it fine for me to come see her? Huaheng looked him up and down once, his tone filled with mockery. Brother is really impolite. You came to visit others without even bringing anything? Yuzi held back, preventing herself from laughing out loud. After being mocked, Huju smirked lightly. I overlooked that. Huaheng took over the conversation. It's no problem, big brother. What you can give, I can give. What you cannot give, I can still give. Huju felt irritated inside, recalling childhood memories. In his own memory, there was no love from his father. All he heard were his father's scandals. How much Hua Jingyun loved Chen Mengqi. For her, he wouldn't hesitate to splurge extravagantly. He gave all his love to Chen Mengqi and Huaheng. Conversely, he showed little care for their two brothers. When he was young, he always wondered why the youngest brother could get it. Why did the latecomer take the advantage? Therefore, he hated Huaheng. Until now, his thoughts haven't changed. He couldn't stand seeing Huaheng do better than himself. Heng should be poor and disreputable. With both hands in his pockets, coldly indifferent, you're really just like father, fond of picking up discarded shoes. Discarded shoes weren't pleasant words. With one phrase, Huoju had insulted both Yuzi and Chen Mengqi. Yuzi didn't want these two to fight, so she tried to persuade them, don't pay attention to him. I'll tell you some funny things that happened to me today when we get back. Heng was usually mature and stable and would not easily resort to violence. In his view, if you can argue, there's no need to throw punches. He turned around, big brother, why listen to rumors and jump to conclusions? Don't you even have any judgment yourself? No wonder Grandpa called Auntie back to take charge of everything. Though they were standing close, their presence was mighty, creating such a gloomy atmosphere that it seemed to cover the whole night. Upon hearing these words, Yuzi lost her mood to mediate. Dealing with 2 against 1 was more than enough. Moreover, Heng and Yuzi were experts in verbal insults. Huoju responded, whether I am someone who listens to rumors or whether the facts are truly as such, you know well in your heart. He clearly intended to talk about Chen Mengqi and Yuzi as discarded shoes. Yuzi could hardly imagine the cultured, polite, refined, elegant Huoju depicted by outsiders behaving like a pesky fly causing endless annoyance. Heng's fists were already clenched tightly, realizing that some problems couldn't be resolved through talking. Yuzi lightly pinched Heng's arm and joked with Huoju, is Big Brother watching too many entertainment gossip news? How come I don't know about the things you're talking about? Or has Big Brother learned to spread rumors? Then you shouldn't be the head of Huasha Real Estate. Instead, you should find a job with the paparazzi. Huoju attempted to say something else, but Yuzi interjected again, no matter what Big Brother says, it won't affect my respect for my mother-in-law. I wonder who this is meant for. Huoju was shocked by the word mother-in-law. He saw Yuzi smiling joyfully, her face reflecting happiness, a kind of blissful contentment he had never witnessed before. Heng continued the conversation. Big Brother, if there's nothing more to discuss, please go back and rest early. Don't drink and cause a drunken scene everywhere. If it gets exposed by the media one day, it will be embarrassing for Grandpa. Huoju's visit ended in futility. Watching the backs of those two, his fists tightened firmly. Inside the elevator, Yuzi shared some amusing incidents encountered today with Julin with Heng. Heng hugged her waist. Are you this happy? Of course. Huoju originally thought that his visit would make Heng and Yuzi uncomfortable. However, he found that the two didn't care about his words at all. After returning home, they continued as usual, becoming even closer than ever. Heng leaned against the entrance of Yuzi's closet. What is this? Scarcely sufficient fabric. Yuzi picked up a black swimsuit. Me and Julin plan to go swimming next week, so I bought this specially. How does it look? Sexy. The black swimsuit was designed with particular ingenuity, featuring a cutout section on the abdomen that exuded mystery and left one to wonder about its secrets. Heng, try it on, let me see what you look like in it. Yuzi shook her head. No. Heng, where are you planning to swim next week? Yuzi put away the clothes. We haven't decided yet. After she finished tidying up, they went to bed together. Before one issue settled, another arose. Ximeng called early in the morning. Guess who's back from overseas? Heng raised his arm, seeing nothing there, then turned over wanting to continue sleeping. Ximeng, it's Huoju's mother. Heng instantly became alert. Why is she back? Ximeng, how should I know? This morning when I went to pick up Dad, I found they were on the same flight. Heng opened his eyes, gazing at the ceiling, smiling faintly. Looks like the Hua family is about to have some internal turmoil. Ximeng excitedly said, I knew this day would come. It turned out my suggestion to expand our company's financial sector was right all along. Many people only focus on entertainment news, unaware of how much more intriguing the scandals of the wealthy elite can be. The page views just skyrocketed. Yuzi stood by the door brushing her teeth. Get up quickly, we're going to be late. On the other end of the phone, Ximeng sighed enviously. Now I'm the only bachelor left. Heng frowned. Isn't Liang Zi still around? Ximeng rolled his eyes dramatically, almost lashing out. Him? He's been enamored by that college girl. They've been hanging out every day. I think he's experiencing a second spring. Heng furrowed his brows. That nephew of Principal Zhao? Ximeng, yeah, she's called Lu Ting. I reckon it won't work out. After hanging up, Heng sat up and looked at Yuzi. His expression said, there's something I want to say, but I'm not sure if I should. Yuzi immediately understood. Go ahead. Though Heng didn't concern himself with others' romantic affairs, since that person was Yuzi's good friend, he felt compelled to offer a word of caution. Lu Ting has been getting rather close to Liang lately. I know. Yuzi spit out foam in the bathroom. Heng, doesn't she like Liang Yuzi, isn't it obvious? When they first met, Lu Ting had stared at Liang Zi with shining eyes. Heng groaned. They don't seem suitable for each other. Although Liang Zi looks gentle on the outside, his family's business hasn't completely cleaned up yet, and he still wields considerable influence in certain circles. A newly graduated female university student would inevitably get hurt by him. Yuzi sighed. Some people never turn back until they hit the wall. Anything I say is useless. She had already spoken to Lu Ting. However, some people still cling to the innocence and beauty of university life, firmly believing they can change those with hardened hearts. Chapter 153, Annoyance Beyond Words. Under the urging of Yuzi, Heng got out of bed and then the two slowly went to the company. It was about to enter November, and in Rome City, a large area of leaves had already turned withered and yellow. The scenery gradually became desolate. Adding to this, due to the weather, no one knew what kind of things might happen. All the projects were proceeding as normal, and after a calm period, who knows what storm would arise again. As Hua Jingxin basked in her self-satisfaction, a trending topic quietly made its way to the top. Hashcan software from Zhongyo containing bugs guarantee the safety of our housing, hash. Once this phrase appeared, netizens quickly turned against it. Even though I can't afford a house from Hua's real estate, I'm still very worried about those who bought houses. A salary of 3,000 yuan worrying like someone making 30,000 per day. Anyway, I'm just here for the show and couldn't care less, it has nothing to do with me. If that's really the case, phones from Zhongyo shouldn't be usable too, this is terrifying. In no time at all, Hua's real estate was overwhelmed. Hua Jingxin let the PR team handle this matter urgently and even had the media look for bigger news to overshadow this event. Unknown to her, Xi Meng was profiting behind the scenes. The entertainment circle currently had no big news, not even scandals involving popular idols sleeping around or tax evasion, thus covering up the news about Hua's real estate was harder than climbing to heaven. Hua Jingxin helplessly called Hua Heng. What's wrong with my dear aunt? Hua Jingxin rolled her eyes unseen by Hua Heng and restrained her temper. Didn't you see the trending topic? Isn't Zhongyo handling this matter? Hua Heng's lazy appearance looked extremely irritating. He said, what trending topic? I haven't seen it. Yu Zi was laughing on the side until she nearly cried with laughter. Hua Jingxin paced back and forth in the office with hands on her waist, the sound of her high heels stomping deafeningly loud. Take a look yourself. Yu Zi opened the trending topic and handed it over to him. Hua Heng suddenly understood. Ah, Auntie is talking about this. Unfortunately, Zhongyo has been tight on resources lately and there's truly no way to suppress this piece of news. How about you? Are your resources also limited? Hua Jingxin laughed sarcastically. Hua Heng, what exactly are you pretending? Yu Zi took over the phone. Miss Hua, I reasonably suspect that you're personally attacking my boss. Yu Zi didn't speak much, but once she spoke, Hua Jingxin felt it was a conspiracy between them. Almost gritting her teeth, Hua Jingxin said, give the phone to Hua Heng. Unmoved, Yu Zi replied, sorry Miss Hua, my boss didn't sleep well today and is tired. When it comes to arguing, the worst situation is encountering a troublemaker. Clearly, Yu Zi was the best of troublemakers. Hua Jingxin tried her best to relax her mood. How does messing around like this benefit Zhongyo? Now, all pointers are directed at Hua's real estate's new product. Ultimately, what good does it bring to Zhongyo? Yu Zi responded, it doesn't benefit us, nor does it harm us. And Miss Hua, don't you know who caused this incident? Hua Jingxin was confused. What do you mean? Yu Zi exchanged glances with Hua Heng. Could it really have nothing to do with Hua Jingxin? Beep beep sounds came through the phone. Yu Zi shrugged. Perhaps it really has nothing to do with her. Hua Heng lazily lay down on Yu Zi's lap. There's an internal struggle within the Hua family now, so we'll just wait and take advantage of the situation. Hua Yunyuan could never imagine that his painstakingly built legacy would be ruined by members of his own family. Yu Zi was flipping through the contracts delivered today. With her left hand turning pages of plans, she played idly with Hua Heng's earlobe. Hua Heng, feeling comfortable, turned over and rested his face against Yu Zi's abdomen. For some unknown reason, an incredibly wild idea popped into his mind. He said, Yu Zi, let's get married. Yu Zi stopped her actions. What did you say? She looked down at Hua Heng. Hua Heng re-embraced her waist. I said, should you consider getting married? The word marriage seemed distant for Yu Zi. From a young age, she never believed people could truly be happy. Especially after witnessing the madness in love of Yu Aoyue, she trusted even less that love could last long. Hua Heng was happy since childhood. He understood the beauty of love, but that didn't mean Yu Zi did. He didn't force her. When you want to get married, tell me. I'll marry anytime. Yu Zi sighed in relief. Her heart suddenly became messy, not knowing what she was thinking about. Some people's love is hard, perhaps they can never come together in their lifetime. But others' love is simple, just needing both parties willing, any difficulty can be overcome. At noon, Hua Yunyuan called. Hua Heng was taking a nap when Yu Zi answered. Old man Hua heard it was Yu Zi answering and spoke rudely. Where is Hua Heng? Yu Zi said, he's resting. Hua Yunyuan said, tell him to come home for dinner tonight. Before she could refuse, the call was hung up. Yu Zi's right eyelid was twitching violently, sensing that something bad was about to happen. Hua Heng thought that since he hadn't returned to the Hua family for such a long time, going back today would be fine. This time, Yu Zi went back with him as his girlfriend. The house was livelier than usual. A middle-aged woman came out, enthusiastically grabbing Hua Heng's hand. Xiao Heng, you're finally back. Yu Zi had never met this woman before, but she could guess that she must be Hua Jingyun's ex-wife, Jiang Yuan. Hua Heng remained indifferent, saying in a lukewarm tone, when did you come back, aunt? As soon as these words were spoken, there was silence throughout the room. It seemed inappropriate for Hua Heng to call her aunt. But Jiang Yuan appeared to take it in stride. I came back this morning. I just missed all of you, so I quickly asked your grandfather to call you guys back. You're all grown up and never come home anymore, huh? Her string of questions made her appear naturally as the loving mother. But Yu Zi knew this woman had a performative personality. If it weren't for hearing about what she used to do, one might think she was a good mother just from looking at her now. Hua Yunyuan descended from upstairs, glancing at Hua Heng. You finally decided to come back. Chapter 154, The more you try to hide, the more it shows. Jiang Yuan smiled brightly, feeling triumphant and exuding an air of a doting mother as she stopped Hua Yunyuan, who was upset. Dad, it's not easy for the child to come back once. Don't be mad at him anymore. Yuzi lowered her head and stifled a laugh behind her hand. Hua Yunyuan wasn't really upset in the first place, but Jiang Yuan had made it seem that way. It was as if she were fanning the flames. Jiang Yuan called on the family maid to quickly bring out some fruits and then walked in front of Hua Heng, wanting to touch his forehead. Hua Heng took a step back with his whole body. Aunt Jiang, I have a bit of OCD. Jiang Yuan put her hand down without embarrassment, as if accustomed to such reactions, and soon managed to smooth over the situation herself. Look at me, my memory is terrible. We haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. You've grown much taller. Hua Heng politely hummed in acknowledgement. Hua Yunyuan sat on the sofa, speaking heavily. After more than 10 years, everything you've learned seems to have gone to the dogs. You don't even know manners. In response to the elder's pointed remarks, Hua Heng calmly replied, when I meet someone who deserves my respect, I will know how to behave respectfully. The tension between them could ignite any moment, filling the hall with an ominous atmosphere. Fortunately, Hua Jingshan returned just in time and immediately embraced Jiang Yuan. Sister-in-law, why didn't you tell me you're coming back? I could have picked you up from the airport. Jiang Yuan patted Hua Jingshan's back. This morning, I happened to bump into Mr. Shi. His son drove me back. I thought it would be a nice surprise for all of you. Hua Jingshan warmly entertained her. You rarely come back, we can't let you go through so much trouble. Where are Hua Ju and Hua Ju? Jiang Yuan said. Hua Ju said he'll come in a while. Hua Ju has gone somewhere else in the neighboring city. Hua Heng sat on the sofa with Yu Zi, whispering together about something unknown. Hua Yunyuan glanced over at them and asked, I heard there was trouble with Zhongyu recently. Hua Heng looked up. No, it's nothing serious. Even though Hua Jingshan was chatting with Jiang Yuan, her ears were still keenly tuned to this side of the conversation, lest she miss anything important. Only then did the old man play his part as the kind patriarch. If there are any issues, let me know. Since we're all one big family, there's no need to beat around the bush. Yu Zi, being a professional secretary, responded most appropriately. Grandpa Hua, recently, there have been some rumors circulating within the company, but these kinds of things happen often. You don't need to worry. Hua Yunyuan originally disliked Yu Zi. Hearing that the two of them were truly together now made him dislike her even more, sneering lightly, with looks full of disdain. Hua Luan returned together with Hua Ju, and as soon as she entered, she saw Hua Heng and Yu Zi glued together, causing indescribable emotions to well up inside her. By 7 in the evening, the rest of the family members had gradually arrived home. Beneath the seemingly lively atmosphere, there indeed surged waves akin to a stormy ocean. Sitting at the dining table, Yu Zi felt like she was in Leonardo da Vinci's painting, The Last Supper. At the very center of the dining table was shrimp, and Hua Heng placed a few servings into his bowl. Jiang Yuan assumed he liked eating it, so she stood up and placed a plate of shrimp right in front of Hua Heng. Xiao Heng loves to eat, take some more. Hua Heng paused his action of peeling shrimp and looked up at Jiang Yuan, who was trying hard to please him, giving her a faint smile. Thank you, Aunt Jiang. However, Hua Ju, who was quietly eating on the side, was dissatisfied. All the good stuff goes to him. Xiao Ju, Jiang Yuan turned from a caring mother figure to a strict one. You are the older brother, shouldn't you be more considerate towards your younger brother? Hua Ju didn't understand the implications in her words and became bolder instead. Who says he is my younger brother? What nonsense is this? Hua Heng remained unfazed and placed the peeled shrimp into Yu Zi's bowl. Everyone's attention was drawn to Yu Zi's bowl. She dipped it in vinegar and took a bite, saying, actually, I am the one who likes to eat it. Hua Heng doesn't like shrimp. Jiang Yuan's attempt to flatter failed, so she sat down quietly and continued her meal. Silence during meals and keeping quiet when sleeping have always been traditional virtues. After Jiang Yuan stopped fussing, everyone naturally fell into quiet eating. After a meal that left everyone sweating profusely, Jiang Yuan enthusiastically invited everyone to stay. It's so late already, just stay here tonight. Hua Ju probably had a date, and didn't want to stay at home, hurriedly getting ready to leave. Hua Yunyuan shot him a stern glare. Are your mother's words no longer effective? Hua Ju had no choice but to stop and walk upstairs. Hua Heng also intended to leave, but was stopped. Young Heng, don't go back today either. Let your little secretary return by herself. Since grandfather Hua Yunyuan had spoken, how could anyone dare disobey? Hua Ju took a sip of water, wanting to see how Hua Heng would handle the situation. Hua Heng glanced and said simply, I'll send her back. Doesn't she know how to return herself? She's an adult after all. Hua Yunyuan's tone wasn't friendly. Yu Zi knew that Hua Yunyuan disliked her, just as he didn't approve of Chen Mengqi before. In Hua Yunyuan's view, people like Yu Zi, who lacked status and position, approached Hua Heng for selfish reasons to elevate themselves and one day soar to lofty heights like a phoenix. Hua Heng responded peacefully, she's afraid of the dark. He still held Yu Zi's hand, playing with it absent-mindedly, unwilling to part as if treasuring a prized possession. But Yu Zi, upon hearing this, slightly paused. She was deeply moved inside. It wasn't that she feared the dark so much, she was used to pretending to be strong, refusing to acknowledge her own fears even when she was scared. Over time, she didn't know if she was acting or if she had genuinely stopped being afraid. However, Hua Heng remembered it all along. That was why he never let Yu Zi work overtime. Women in his company hardly ever worked overtime, it was to ensure their safety. The childhood trauma for Yuzi had been too deep, buried under layers of dry twigs and fallen leaves in her memory, until one day someone brought out this secret, cradled it in their hands, and protected it with their own armor. Hua Yunyuan had nothing more to say, let her sleep in the guest room. Though Hua Heng was somewhat dissatisfied, he helplessly arranged for Yuzi's comfort. Call me if there is any danger. Hua Jingxin interjected, what dangers could she encounter at home? Xiao Heng, sometimes you make mountains out of molehills. Hua Heng looked directly at Hua Jingxin. Some people, despite being wolves at heart, believe they're good just because they're wearing human skin. Just then, Jiang Yuan came over carrying some fruits. Stay overnight then, it'll be great to catch up as a family. Here, have some fruit. This eased the tense atmosphere. Before going to bed, Hua Heng sent Yuzi to the guest room door. He did not go inside but instructed Yuzi, call me if anything happens. Yuzi stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the lips. Is the Hua family house really a haunted mansion? Hua Heng, we don't know yet. He understood Grandpa Hua's intention for making him stay, and he also had matters to take care of, killing two birds with one stone. As long as Yuzi remained unharmed, it would be fine. Yuzi and Hua Heng chatted freely by the guest room door, while Hoju passed them without saying a word. Yuzi closed the door, lay down in bed, and pulled out her phone to scroll through short videos. Julin sent her a location, an indoor swimming pool. And it has a private pool where we can go play. Yuzi, doesn't Fu Shijun have a private swimming pool? Julin, no, our family disapproves of extravagance. Yuzi, alright, see you Saturday. Just as she was about to take a shower, there came a knock on the door. Yuzi opened it, and it was Jiang Yuan. In her hand was a glass of milk. In case you find it hard to sleep here for the first time, drinking some milk helps calm your nerves. Yuzi's eyes fixed on the glass of milk, always feeling as though poison had been slipped into it. At that moment, Jiang Yuan very much resembled Snow White's stepmother. Yuzi took the milk, thank you. But Jiang Yuan did not plan to leave, her face filled with anticipation as she waited for Yuzi to drink. Yuzi was not an easy prey to control, looking at the milk and saying, Ms. Jiang, I don't like drinking milk, so, do you understand? Taking the milk was out of respect for her, it did not mean that she would definitely drink it. Jiang Yuan's smile instantly disappeared from her face. She tried to take the milk back. Sorry, I just met you and didn't know these things. My fault, my fault. I heard now you're with Xiao Heng, so we will be a family. You can tell me what you like and dislike regarding food. Yuzi returned a smile. Ms. Jiang, these are things you don't need to do, isn't that what nannies are for? Yuzi also knew about certain actions taken by Jiang Yuan years ago. Chen Mengqi's home address was revealed to the media by her, leading to countless media outlets and trolls coming to her door to curse and throw vegetable leaves. After Jiang Yuan divorced Hua Jingyun, Hua Yunyuan did not want the public to know. To maintain the appearance of no divorce, he specifically had Jiang Yuan live in the Hua family residence, causing conflicts when Hua Jingyun returned home with Chen Mengqi. Chapter 155. How did you come out of her room? Everything happened so suddenly. As for what exactly happened at the time, no one could give a definitive answer. But it was not hard to see that this was indeed a cursed house. There was strife everywhere. Jiang Yuan no longer said anything else and settled Yuzi, then you should go to sleep early. Yuzi replied, you too, Aunt Jiang. Before going to bed, Hua Heng was called by the old man to the study. Also present were Hua Jingxin and Hua Ju. Are we having a meeting in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Hua Jingxin, now dressed in a sexy nightgown, lazily leaned on a chair. She had gotten used to living abroad and didn't find this behavior inappropriate. Hua Heng sat in the chair, glanced at her, and said nothing. Hua Yunyuan coughed and said, I heard that the new plan recently launched by Hua's company has run into some trouble. Hua Jingxin said, Dad, don't worry, it's just a little thing. Hua Yunyuan slammed the table, a little thing. Do you know that some scattered shares of the company have already been sold? Hua Jingxin disdainfully said, isn't the majority still in our family? Hua Yunyuan glanced at Hua Heng and felt this young man was up to no good. Back then, Hua Jingyun left him a lot of money, including all the shares Hua Jingyun had in Hua's real estate company. Hua Yunyuan, citing Hua Heng's minority status, did not give it to him. Nowadays, Hua Heng hasn't asked for it proactively, so Hua Yunyuan kept it himself. The shares Hua Jingyun left couldn't cause much upheaval, but if the lost scattered shares were collected by Hua Heng, it would be a total loss. After finishing scratching his hand, Hua Heng looked up and said, Grandpa, why are you looking at me? I don't have any shares in Hua's company. Hua Ju remained silent on the side. He was stripped of power now, and he was also very irritated. Unlike Hua Ju, that silly young man waiting for things to be handed over to him, he knew this way he would starve to death sooner or later. Hua Yunyuan said, your father left some shares for you back then. I hope you take them and shoulder the mission of the Hua family. Hua Heng sneered lightly. Was there still a mission in the Hua family? What Hua Yunyuan wanted was nothing more than to use his talent to solve the current problem. He even promised arrogantly, once this matter is over, let the lawyer verify it, and you can sign when you come back. Hua Heng tilted his head. Does that mean if I fail to handle this matter, these shares won't belong to me anymore? He could grasp the key points. Hua Jingxin turned her head, resting her chin on her hand and looking at Hua Heng. Tell me, nephew, are you deliberately doing this? This kid was using this matter to reclaim the shares. Upon hearing this, Hua Heng smiled. Auntie, the things I want, I will definitely get them. It has nothing to do with this matter this time. He liked fishing. As long as he put down a little bait, the fish would bite. If you want to catch bigger fish, putting out a little more wouldn't hurt, right? Little by little, Hua's family could be split apart. This game was thrilling. Hua Jingxin stopped looking at him and told Hua Yunyuan, "Dad, rest assured. I can handle this." Hua Heng stood up, "If Auntie needs my help, I'll certainly lend a hand." Yuzi wasn't very accustomed to sleeping in an unfamiliar environment. She slept with the light on, her eyes blankly staring at the ceiling. There was a knock on the door, and Yuzi went over and opened it. Hua Heng immediately embraced her. "Did you miss me?" The two of them pushed against each other, leaning against the door. Yuzi said, "Your question makes it sound like you've gone off on a business trip." Hua Heng lowered his head, and he could kiss her forehead. Yuzi didn't wear shoes when she opened the door and was now stepping on Hua Heng's foot. Hua Heng didn't like the Hua family. Being here made him feel uncomfortable all over, as if he were in a cage. This statement wasn't exaggerated at all. After all, for his childhood self, this place was a cage. He always lived under the surveillance of Hua Yunyuan. At this moment, he seemed a bit childish. "Do you miss me?" Yuzi was great with words, full of sweet talk and tricks. She hooked Hua Heng's neck, her thumb and forefinger gently pinching his earlobe, her lips getting closer. "My thoughts of you flow endlessly like torrential river water. A day without seeing you feels like 3 autumns. A moment away drives me mad with longing." Hua Heng's smile showed clearly in his expression, affectionately saying a sentence, "Flatterer." Yuzi's flirtatious eyes were silky. "Do you not like flatterers?" "Hua Heng, I do." Unknowingly, the two rolled onto the bed. Yuzi said, "Don't push your luck. Look where we are." Hua Heng pressed her body under his and stayed for a long time. "Let me take a breather." 10 minutes later, Hua Heng flipped over and lay flat. "Let's sleep." Yuzi pushed him. "Go back to your own room." Hua Heng hugged Yuzi again. "I'll go back in the morning." That night they dreamed peacefully. At around 5 in the morning, Hua Heng slowly woke up and didn't disturb Yuzi, who was still sleeping deeply. He got up quietly, opened the door, and walked out. She happened to run into Jiang Yuan early in the morning. Jiang Yuan was still adjusting to the time difference, so she woke up early. Seeing Hua Heng coming out, she looked utterly incredulous. "How did you come out of Ziyu's room?" Hua Heng closed the door and said, "Do I need to explain myself to you, Auntie Jiang?" Jiang Yuan suppressed her anger. "No, you don't." Hua Heng calmly walked back to his own room but failed to notice the venomous look in Jiang Yuan's eyes. Chapter 156, She's Insane. Only after Hua Heng left did Jiang Yuan loosen her tightly clenched fists, steadying herself with a hand on the railing of the second-floor staircase to prevent herself from fainting in rage. Her eyes brimmed with hatred. She had probably not anticipated that Chen Mengqi would give birth to such an outstanding son. A son who could even overshadow Hua Qiu. This meant that since Hua Heng came to this house at the age of 8, he had been concealing his true talents. It was all her naivety to think Hua Heng was a simple child. After thinking it over, she realized how naive she truly was. Hua Heng returned to his room and lay down for a little nap. Yuzi woke up promptly at 7 in the morning. She used the toiletries provided in her room for grooming, then emerged without makeup. The guest room was on the second floor, where there was a balustrade providing a view down to the first floor. Despite its appearance of harmony, every individual within the Hua family had their own hidden machinations. Jiang Yuan looked up and saw Yuzi, smiling warmly. "Little Z is awake. What would you like for breakfast?" Yuzi, rubbing her head as she descended the stairs, said, "I'll just have a cup of coffee, Aunt Jiang. You don't need to trouble yourself so much." Jiang Yuan patted Yuzi's hand gently. "You're a good girl, you know how to care for me. I find you very likable. Come over often, I fear I will be too lonely by myself." Yuzi silently withdrew her hand. "Does Aunt Jiang plan to stay here? Isn't it odd for a former wife to live here?" Jiang Yuan didn't find it strange at all. "Our whole family immigrated overseas. In Rongqing, this is my closest place. Where else should I live if not here?" She again threw the question back at Yuzi, making her thoughts difficult to fathom. Yuzi smiled. "Hua Qiu and Hua Ju are already grown up. They should no longer require your care." Jiang Yuan, as if she hadn't heard, turned to chat with Hua Jingxin when she descended. Hua Qiu walked over, holding a cup of coffee for Yuzi. "My mom is just like this. Don't mind her, she's actually a good person." Yuzi raised an eyebrow. There's a saying, know someone's face but not their heart. Although Jiang Yuan looked benevolent now, one cannot fully understand her intentions. Taking a sip of the coffee, Yuzi's eyes lit up. It was her favorite taste, slightly sour. Hua Qiu said, "I remember you particularly liked this kind of coffee before, so I had some bought for the house." Yuzi understood Hua Qiu's meaning. The harder something is to obtain, the more he wants it. Whether it's people or power. Yuzi took another sip. "That's unfortunate because I don't come here often." Hua Qiu responded, "You can take it home with you." Yuzi placed down her cup, meeting Hua Qiu's teasing gaze. "I suppose I can afford a bag of coffee beans myself." Hua Qiu remained unaffected, stretching out his hand to reach for something in Yuzi's hair but was dodged. Men and women should maintain decorum. "Brother, please show restraint." Hua Heng, who had descended unknown to them, seemed refreshed as he followed behind Yuzi and spoke. "Let me try the coffee cooked personally by Big Brother." Yuzi handed him her cup which she had already sipped from. Hua Heng took a drink, feeling completely refreshed. It's a pity that Big Brother isn't a barista. Hua Qiu detected the sarcasm in Hua Heng's tone and adjusted his glasses with his middle finger of his right hand. "When I lose my job one day, I'll open a coffee shop. At that time, third brother must come to support." Hua Heng assured, "Don't worry Big Brother, I won't miss it." At breakfast, Jiang Yuan no longer showed obsequiousness. The table fell silent, only the sounds of eating filled the air. Huoluan sat across from Yuzi and Huaheng. Seeing the couple acting lovingly toward each other made her feel like she had swallowed 1,000 needles, unbearable. Hua Yunyuan watched all this with satisfaction. How wonderful it is for the family to be so harmonious together. Jiang Yuan laughed. Yes Dad, these years abroad, I felt that it's still better at home. Hua Yunyuan commented, even the air there can't compare with our Rongcheng. Just as Ak has reached the marrying age, you should start looking for a good bride for him. Jiang Yuan nodded in agreement. After the meal, Hua Yunyuan called the younger generations to the study. Only Jiang Yuan and Yu Zi remained in the dining room. Little Zi, come help Aunt Jiang clear the dishes. Yu Zi, sitting still at the dining table, said calmly, Aunt Jiang, leave it to the nanny. Jiang Yuan responded, these are tasks that a woman ought to do. Once you marry into the Hua family, you should behave accordingly. Yu Zi chuckled lightly, Aunt Jiang, does the Hua family have any household rules? Or is it merely your self-restraint? A single sentence stopped Jiang Yuan's movements in her tracks. Between the two women, the amicability of yesterday had vanished, replaced by a confrontational stance, fierce and unyielding. Jiang Yuan stood upright, separated from Yu Zi only by a door, saying, a virtuous woman is inherently moral. I am merely teaching you traditional virtues. Stubborn and narrow-minded, Jiang Yuan's ideology was feudal, devoid of any individuality. She was nothing more than a pawn coerced into a commercial marriage alliance yet willingly submitted herself to it. It's understandable why Hu Jingyun wouldn't like her. Yu Zi stated, I don't think being a good wife and mother is necessarily a compliment. Aunt Jiang, you shouldn't impose your rules on me. First, you're not going to be my mother-in-law, and secondly, even my future husband hasn't asked me to do anything, let alone you, an outsider. Jiang Yuan's relationship with Huaheng was distant, and she had no control over Yu Zi. These words somehow struck a nerve with Jiang Yuan, her hand tightening fiercely on the cloth in her grip. Who taught you to say these things? Yu Zi replied calmly, I learned them on my own, no one taught me. But it seemed as if Jiang Yuan had gone insane, lunging forward and grabbing Yu Zi by the neck. Was it that woman who taught you? What else did she say? Did she belittle me or mock me? Overwhelmed by the sudden force, Yu Zi had no time to react and fell to the ground. Jiang Yuan viciously pinned her down by the neck, eyes full of red veins. Why aren't you dead yet? Why are you still alive? You should die. Yu Zi, struggling for breath, pushed Jiang Yuan off forcefully. You're crazy. Jiang Yuan collapsed onto the floor, appearing disheveled. The door of the study on the second floor opened. Hua Yunyuan looked down, his voice carrying authority without anger. Yu Zi, what are you doing? In poor health, he quickly descended the stairs with his cane and summoned the butler to restrain the deranged Jiang Yuan. Huaheng arrived sooner, holding Yu Zi close, his voice hoarse. Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Yu Zi stared at the crazed Jiang Yuan, clutching onto Huaheng's arm. I'm fine. The family doctor was nearby, typically coming every day without much work to do, akin to staying at home. It was only after he administered a sedative that Jiang Yuan calmed down. Hua Ju carried Jiang Yuan back to her room, leaving the living room silent. Hua Yunyuan was furious, turning to look at Yu Zi. What did you say to upset her so much? Before Yu Zi could respond, Huaheng spoke first. Is it her fault for going crazy and blaming Yu Zi? Hua Ju had finally found Huaheng's weak point. You shut up. Is it your turn to speak? If it weren't for you, a bastard child, would my mother be like this? Now all the attention was on Yu Zi and Huaheng. Yu Zi stood up, rubbing her neck where the red marks were still visible. She glared at Hua Ju. Do you think it's your place to speak, you spendthrift? Your mother's mental state is amazing given she hasn't been driven mad by you. Hua Ju rushed forward ready to lash out but was stopped by Hua Jingshan. That's enough. Don't you think we have enough troubles already? She then turned to Yu Zi. Quickly, tell us what happened. Yu Zi was impervious to threats, either gentle or harsh. But someone who might submit to such pressure wasn't within her acceptable range. I've said it before, she acts like a mad dog, biting anyone around her. Shouldn't you check what's wrong with her instead of blaming me? What if she has rabies? Her every word dripped with sarcasm, clearly disregarding her elders completely. Hua Yunyuan clutched his chest, his trembling finger pointing at Yu Zi, then looking at Huaheng. Look at the person you brought home, showing no respect to elders. Though Huaheng hadn't fully let go of his anxiety, seeing how they were targeting Yu Zi made him feel none too great. Yu Zi's words represent mine. Does grandfather have any more questions? Jiang Yuan has mental illness, you're not unaware of this. Chapter 157, How Chaotic the Past Was. Jiang Yuan suffered from severe mental illness. This was something Huaheng understood when he was a child. When he came to the Hua family, his parents' funeral had just ended. At that time, there was a woman standing at the entrance of the second-floor staircase. She appeared elegant and exuded an excellent aura. But those eyes were something Huaheng would never forget in his lifetime. She resembled a venomous snake, staring at you, leaving her mark on your body, preventing you from escaping. Huaheng understood that this was Hua Jingyun's ex-wife. But he didn't know why the ex-wife still lived here. Hua Yunxian consoled him, saying, your elder brother and second brother are not much older either, so they need Aunt Jiang's care. If you have any issues in the future, you can also tell Aunt Jiang. Huaheng did not nod. He didn't believe that Jiang Yuan harbored no resentment. It turned out that his suspicions were correct. Things that Huaheng was allergic to, Jiang Yuan would casually pass them to him. Behind the scenes, Jiang Yuan would also meddle with mischief. Hua Heng felt that his luck as a child was good, he always managed to escape danger, but even good fortune could falter sometimes. After Hua Ju passed the university entrance exam, Jiang Yuan took them out to play. The house was left with only Hua Heng as a child. Hua Yunxian thus let Jiang Yuan take Hua Heng along. He was abandoned on an island, missing for a whole day and night. When he was finally found, his clothes were ragged. Jiang Yuan hugged him and cried loudly, pretending to be distraught. She had severe histrionic personality disorder and was a mentally ill patient. Today's madness must have been triggered by some nerve. Suddenly, Hua Heng had a bad feeling inside. Was she really mentally ill or pretending to be mentally ill? As soon as these words were spoken, the previously quarrelsome environment immediately fell silent. Hua Yunxian sighed, Xiao Heng, come with me to the study. Hua Heng refused, Yuzi needs to go to the hospital now. Hua Yunxian gestured to the family doctor beside him, there is a doctor here, you don't need to worry. Yuzi gently patted Hua Heng's hand, don't worry, I'm fine. Hua Heng followed Hua Yunxian upstairs. The doctor took Yuzi to the sofa to conduct an examination. Hua Jingxin and Hua Ju quietly ascended to the second floor, wanting to hear more secrets. Yuzi's neck ached slightly, as it had been pinched earlier. Jiang Yuan's fresh manicure had scratched her neck, causing it to bleed faintly. The doctor asked her to bear with it. Yuzi seized the opportunity. Has she always been this crazy? The doctor looked older, should have been with the Hua family for many years, and could quickly resolve problems like Jiang Yuan's symptoms, clearly understanding her well. The doctor helped her stick on a band-aid. You shouldn't inquire about the Hua family's affairs. Yuzi saw the loyalty in the doctor. She remarked, since she has mental illness, then perhaps sending her to the hospital would be more appropriate. What if one day she goes mad and kills someone? That victim would truly be unlucky. Her eyes never left the doctor, trying to observe the truth from his facial expressions. The doctor smiled indifferently. As a doctor, I cannot disclose her medical records. Yuzi wasn't in a rush, then the police will surely come to verify. The doctor calmly pulled out ointment from the medicine box. This is very effective for wound healing. Apply it twice a day, morning and evening. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Such obstinate refusal. Yuzi watched him leave, reclining back onto the sofa and thinking about what had just happened. From yesterday until arriving at the Hua family, Jiang Yuan had acted normally all along, showing no signs of odd behavior, yet today she went berserk. Or maybe she just didn't like Yuzi and used her mental illness as an excuse to act out. Yuzi took out her phone and sent a message to Shuju. Help me look up Jiang Yuan's information in California. Shuju had just finished checking the last piece of code, asking, which Jiang Yuan? Yuzi, Hua Ju's mother. Shuju, I'll reply tomorrow. The study was quiet. Hua Yunxian didn't sit down but stood by the book window instead, gazing at the desolate scene in the yard while recounting to Hua Heng. Jiang Yuan was originally the daughter of an old friend. Later, this old friend took Jiang Yuan abroad to settle permanently. When Jiang Yuan returned, she met Hua Jingyun and fell in love at first sight. Back then, Hua Jingyun was preoccupied with work, and Chen Mengqi hadn't yet entered showbiz. He thus arranged for their blind date. Though the goddess was interested, the king was disinterested. Never would he have guessed that during the Hua Corporation annual meeting, Jiang Yuan drugged Hua Jingyun's wine. Everything seemed to proceed smoothly thereafter. Hua Jingyun couldn't fix this trouble. Giving money wouldn't solve it because Jiang Yuan's family had money. Offering medicine was futile as Jiang Yuan wouldn't take it, but ultimately, she became pregnant. For the sake of the family's face, naturally, this woman had to be married. Even after marriage, over several years, Hua Jingyun still failed to grow fond of Jiang Yuan. He disliked her, the kind of person he wouldn't initially like at their first meeting and wouldn't later admire. Jiang Yuan, however, enjoyed portraying herself as a virtuous and graceful wife, waiting for Hua Jingyun every night when he returned to have dinner. She even personally tied his tie. One day she exploded, unable to bear it, and said, if one day you meet the person you love, I can let you go. Unknowingly, this became a prophecy. In the following year, Hua Jingyun met a somewhat accomplished Chen Mengqi while watching a play with his employees and fell in love at first sight. He told Jiang Yuan about this matter. Jiang Yuan decisively divorced him, seemingly having given up on trying to gain his love. She claimed that since their child was still young, she needed to stay in the Hua family to take care of him. Coincidentally, Hua Jingyun wanted to introduce Chen Mengqi to the family. A conflict erupted during their first meeting. Hua Ju was pushed by Chen Mengqi and fell down the stairs. Jiang Yuan, in a frenzy, started grappling with Chen Mengqi. It wasn't clear whether it was for the sake of the child or because of her own sorrow. She ordered Chen Mengqi to leave and never step foot into the Hua family again. Chen Mengqi was also stubborn. She didn't want to enter this chaotic place either. Of course, her departure also took Hua Jingyun away with her. Afterward, Jiang Yuan seemed to have transformed into another person. She continued to pretend as if her husband was still home, fulfilling what she believed were her duties as a wife, eventually turning it into a habit. Later, when the child grew up and Hua Heng went abroad, Jiang Yuan finally left the Hua family. Chapter 158, Greedy Again. Hua Yunyang recounted the events of those years with a helpless expression, then he turned around. Jiang Yuan has been receiving treatment abroad for these few years. I didn't expect her to act like this today again. He shook his head regretfully after saying that. It seemed as if he was asking, how did this child end up like this? Hua Heng listened carefully. He concluded that Hua Yunyang must have concealed a lot, and things of great importance at that. He said, just because she's mentally ill, does that give her the right to beat people up randomly? The grandfather and grandson were arguing because of Yuzi. Hua Yunyang cherished the good friendship they once had, so he couldn't bear to criticize Jiang Yuan. But Huaheng had no sentiment toward Jiang Yuan whatsoever. With an unyielding heart, he remarked, if Aunt Jiang wakes up and apologizes to Yuzi, this matter will pass. Hua Yunyang angrily stated, Huaheng, she is your elder. Huaheng snorted lightly, which kind of elder? Stepmother? Or aunt? You. Hua Yunyang was made speechless by his nonchalant attitude in anger. Huaheng stood up, however, you've reminded me of one point, grandfather. It seems it's quite easy for a mental patient to be forgiven when they make mistakes, right? Hua Yunyan's eyes flickered. What do you mean? Huaheng casually twirled the Buddhist beads in his hand. Grandfather must have heard a saying, not yet, but the time will come. Aunt Jiang used drugs to frame my father back in the day. You really showed incredible patience. Jiang Yuan was the one who started making mistakes from the very beginning. Chen Mengqi was labeled as the third party. Chen Mengqi was the one subjected to cyberbullying. In the end, it was also Chen Mengqi who passed away. How could there be such perfect outcomes in the world? Hua Yunyang tried to justify himself. Your father has already forgiven this matter. What business is it of yours to interfere? Huaheng replied, what Aunt Jiang did to my mother can't be hidden even if you try to. He got up, adjusting his clothes. Exactly, I'll stay in the Hua family residence a little longer, and see whether this woman is truly insane or just pretending. After saying that, he left the study without looking back. Looking down from the second-floor railing, Yuzi was sitting on the sofa playing with her phone. Huaheng went down and checked her neck. Does it still hurt? Yuzi shook her head. It didn't really hurt in the first place, it's just that I was shocked. At the time, she didn't know what had happened. Yuzi looked around and beckoned Huaheng closer, whispering in his ear, I think you should investigate the family doctor. When Huaheng felt something ticklish and tender, like the floating willow fluff of spring. After Yuzi left, Huaheng absent-mindedly rubbed his ears. Alright, I'll have them look into it. It was quiet in the living room. Huaju had just come down from the third floor. He walked up to Yuzi concerned. Little Z, are you feeling better? Considering the current situation, Yuzi was sitting on the sofa with Huaheng, almost nestled in his arms. Both of them simultaneously looked at Huaju. Yuzi, it's not a big deal, just that my neck hurts a bit. Being pinched so forcefully would definitely hurt. Seeing their loving behavior, Huaju inwardly sneered. The thing he couldn't obtain, neither could Huaheng get it. He sat on another single-seat sofa. Family shame shouldn't be exposed outside. My mother isn't quite normal mentally. I don't know what words you spoke, probably touching on some sensitive topics for her. Yuzi, I merely told her that being a virtuous wife and mother is not exclusive to any particular woman. Huaju nodded, his hands moved involuntarily while rubbing each other. Silence lingered for a long time before he said, my mother loved my father so much, willing even to take care of his daily life, only. He paused halfway, his gaze shifted to Huaheng behind. A fierce exchange began anew between the two men. Huaju's words were quite pointed. But, Hua Jingyun fell in love with someone else, leading to his mother being erratic. Sometimes looking like a normal person, sometimes acting like a madwoman. How could Huaheng fail to understand the meaning behind his eyes? He spoke plainly and earnestly, if you think Hua Jingyun betrayed your mother, go say it to him yourself. What does it have to do with me? Huaju chuckled coldly. Had it not been for your mother's interference, would my mother have become what she is now? Huaheng retorted, marriage can end in divorce. When Hua Jingyun was with my mom, they had already divorced. Can you clarify, alright? Huaju couldn't forget the events of his childhood. Jiang Yuan would hold both brothers in front of the TV watching it together. The woman on the TV screen was stunning, flowers in her hands, bowing and thanking every audience member below. Jiang Yuan chuckled darkly, see? It's this woman who stole your dad. Our family was so happy until her fault. Huaju and Huaju never had a father's love, even in the previous years when they lived with Hua Jingyun, they never felt fatherly affection. Until one day, after school, he didn't return home because he saw Hua Jingyun. He carried another child on his shoulder, and that little boy could sit there, enjoying his embrace. Yet, he was clearly their father. He resented that child because he had taken away the fatherly love that originally belonged to him. Later, when Huaheng was seen again, Huaju was already 8 years old. He had heard from family members that Huaheng would be living in the Hua household from then on. Was he going to take not only his father's affection but also his life? Young Huaju targeted Huaheng everywhere he could. Dealing with one person by the two of them was extremely easy. Huaheng endured without a word. Until after high school graduation, when he went abroad. Huaju even suspected that even if he hadn't slipped sleep-inducing medicine into Huaheng's drink during the college entrance exam, he still would have failed it. He had long wanted to leave the family behind. Because it felt like a prison. Huaju didn't take Huaheng's words seriously. Because the hatred had been buried since childhood and wasn't easily erased. Yuzi gently held Huaheng's hand and faced Huaju. As you said, no matter how much Aunt Jiang may like someone, she can't restrict his freedom, right? Love is mutual after all. Is it truly love if only one side reciprocates? Together, they formed an unshakable unity. Huaju crossed his arms, sneering. Right as he was speaking, Huaju descended from upstairs, making it 2 versus 2. Don't let Huaju's usual carefree demeanor fool you. Once family issues were concerned, he could get serious. What's the conversation about? I want to listen too. He had always disliked Huaheng. In the past, he could bully Huaheng alongside Huju. But growing up, they became the ones bullying him instead, causing him deep resentment. Upon hearing from their grandfather that Huaheng intended to stay at the Hua residence for a few days, Huju decided to make Huaheng understand who the true master of this home was. Yuzi could see the hostility in his eyes. Smiling warmly, she said, "We're discussing Aunt Jiang's mental state from earlier. Perhaps hospital observation is necessary." Huju had initially liked Yuzi upon first meeting her, and later tried multiple times to flirt with her, only to end up defeated. Over time, he began to dislike her. Now seeing her playful manner, his ill intentions resurfaced. Chapter 159, Catching Infidelity. His gaze shifted to Yuzi. From this angle, he could see the bandage on Yuzi's neck and her delicate collarbone, as well as her pale skin. "Do you plan to stay here?" Huju inquired. Huaheng naturally noticed the teasing in his eyes and answered for Yuzi, "She won't be staying here." Who knew what would happen in the coming days? He didn't want Yuzi to get hurt. Huju, knowing that Yuzi wasn't planning to stay, felt bored right away. He laughed and said, "Then I'll send you back later." Yuzi smiled, "I have a boyfriend, so who are you to send me back?" She had never been polite to Huju, always ridiculing him mercilessly. No matter how dense Huju was, he couldn't possibly misunderstand the meaning behind her words. He got up from the sofa. "Don't think too highly of yourself. Do you think I want you to stay here?" Yuzi thought, "I've seen people full of overconfidence, but not ones like this." Huaheng asked Yuzi to pack her things and sent her home. After returning, Yuzi lay on the couch, no longer caring about her appearance. "I'm dead tired." A trip to the Hua family was like participating in palace intrigue. She twisted her neck, feeling immense pain. Huaheng quickly walked over. The bandage was seeping with blood, and he gently unraveled it. Though the scratch was small, under the friction of the bandage, it still bled. Huaheng was heartbroken. "Don't go to work next week, rest at home for a week." Yuzi, obsessed with money, asked, "What about my salary?" "I'll pay your salary." With the boss speaking, Yuzi naturally wouldn't refuse. Excitedly, she hugged Huaheng. "Our boss is truly considerate." Huaheng was holding new medicine and bandages in his hands. Yuzi's chest pressed against his, every touch filled with innuendo. A while later, Yuzi moved away from him, her gaze flirtatious, as if she had discovered something significant. "Brother Tilda, what's wrong with you?" Her voice was coy, her title cute. How could one not feel stirred by such an appeal? Huaheng threw the items in his hand aside and embraced Yuzi. "This is your own doing." His tongue grazed the spot of the wound. Yuzi, ticklish, pulled back her neck. "Stop it." Huaheng picked her up. Struggling is useless. Yuzi was pinned on the sofa, her feet pressing against Huaheng's chest. "Brother Tilda, what do you plan to do?" At this moment, she was no longer the older sister but a soft, sticky young girl. Huaheng had never seen such a Yuzi. This kind of tenderness made him want to act out of control. Huaheng used one hand to pinch her slim ankle. "Are you Lin Dayu?" Yuzi giggled. "I'm Yu Dayu." Huaheng leaned down. "Then may I get closer to you, miss you?" Yuzi thought. There's no denying Huaheng learns quickly. That afternoon, the two didn't go out anymore. Exhausted, Yuzi slept all afternoon. When she woke up, it was already dark outside. Huaheng was no longer by her side. She put on her clothes and went out. It was quiet in the living room, which meant Huaheng had already returned to the Hua family. Yuzi found her phone. There were messages from Huaheng. "Exploiter of capital, I'm at the Hua residence. Let me know when you wake up." "Exploiter of capital, why haven't you woken up yet? Are you a little piggy?" "Exploiter of capital, wake up fast, my little pig." Yuzi chuckled at his tone, never imagining that Huaheng could be such a cute devil. She replied, "I just woke up, and I'm a bit hungry." "Exploiter of capital, what do you want to eat?" "I'll order you some takeaway." Their conversation felt like they were in a long-distance relationship. Before Yuzi could respond, Julin sent her a message. "Julin, want to come out for dinner? I just finished evening study." Yuzi declined Huaheng's offer kindly. Suddenly recalling something, she changed his contact label. After getting dressed, she walked toward the elevator entrance where she met Zhang Ziyu. For some reason, the two felt quite awkward upon meeting each other. Yuzi went left, he went right. When Yuzi turned right, he turned left. They both stopped and Yuzi politely said, "You go ahead." Zhang Ziyu stepped forward first, then turned around seeing Yuzi waiting for the elevator. He said, "Yuzi, I'm glad we met. I also hope you will be happy in the future." Yuzi replied, "I will." Arriving at the agreed location, Julin called her over. "This is a newly opened store near our school recommended by my students. It's said to taste amazing." Both Yuzi and Julin were starving, and they rushed inside. The server led them to an available seat. Not long after sitting down, Yuzi caught sight of a familiar figure behind Julin. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief, looked again, and confirmed that she hadn't mistaken. She asked Julin, who was devouring her food hungrily, "What has your husband been up to lately?" Julin sipped water. He should be discussing the Nanchu experimental base matters with the principal. Yuzi drank a sip as well, trying to calm herself. "So, has he been around school recently?" Julin said, "He's not always at school. He occasionally drops by." Yuzi asked, "Is he here today?" Julin stopped her chopsticks midair. "Why are you asking about Fu Shijun all of a sudden?" "Because I think I saw your husband." Yuzi pointed behind Julin and uncertainly asked again, "Isn't that Fu Shijun?" The way Yuzi usually saw Fu Shijun was in a suit and tie, But today it was rather different. With the drumstick still untouched in her mouth, Julin nodded. It does seem to be my husband. Furrowing her brows, Yuzi asked, then who is the woman opposite him? If he were just eating, fine, but there was a woman across from him. One woman, sure, but just one. Julin did not rush over immediately but instead her eyes lit up slightly. Yuzi questioned, and why are you getting excited? Julin took out her phone with her right hand and started typing a text, asking Fu Shijun, where are you? Fu Shijun quickly replied, eating. Yuzi watched Julin while glancing at Fu Shijun as well. Given their proximity, they could have easily confronted each other face to face. Yet, Julin chose to communicate via phone. She then asked, who are you eating with? Fu Shijun, a female college student. Yuzi remarked, he's really straightforward. Julin had no outlet for her pent-up frustration. She took a bite of a cold dish, a female college student. Fu Shijun, you've got guts. Fu Shijun probably hadn't realized yet. Julin walked over to stand in front of them both. Why aren't you going home and eating with others instead? Fu Shijun put down his phone to explain, I've been busy with the experimental base these few days. This classmate has helped me a lot. She suggested that I treat her to dinner. The girl recognized Julin as a teacher and felt somewhat embarrassed. Ms. Ju, it was me who proposed having dinner with Mr. Fu. Julin turned her head and gave the student an up and down look. Do you know who I am? The girl nodded. Teacher Ju from the Chinese department. Julin added, do you also know he's my husband? The girl nodded once more. I know Teacher Ju, but let me assure you, nothing happened between me and Mr. Fu. Afterwards, she looked helplessly at Fu Shijun as if she'd been wronged terribly. Fu Shijun didn't intend to say anything. The girl became anxious. Teacher Ju, do you think I did something wrong? Julin smiled faintly. No, I'm just saying it's already past 10 o'clock. Your dorm should be closing soon, right? The girl looked startled. Ah, yes. I plan to find a hotel after this. Chapter 160, Brazen. She sneakily glanced at Fu Shijun sitting across from her, a mixture of shyness and apprehension in her eyes. But such subtle movements did not escape Julin's attention. Julin coughed lightly twice. Actually, I can take you back and talk to the dorm supervisor. We can have it so that no punishment is recorded. The girl let out an R sound, looking like she didn't want to go back. Ms. Ju, wouldn't this be too much trouble? It's fine if I just stay at the hotel. Julin gave a fake smile. That's not possible. I am a teacher at Rome University, and whenever any student gets into trouble, I would feel upset. Okay. The female student nodded awkwardly. Only now did Fu Shijun speak up. I don't recall you having evening study sessions tonight. Julin smiled sweetly. A teacher called in sick, so I'm taking over for one class. Yuzi stood nearby and said, since we're all together, why don't we eat together? The two people originally became four. The female college student sitting opposite felt uneasy. Yuzi sat next to her and quietly asked, are you feeling uncomfortable? The girl shook her head, no. After dinner, Julin intended to send the person back. The female classmate walked beside Fu Shijun and whispered softly, Mr. Fu, if there is anything else you need, please feel free to find me. Julin patiently waited as she completed all her little charades. After the person left, Fu Shijun began to explain, I told you, I was eating with another female student. Honestly, after walking the world for so many years, at that very moment, he especially feared seeing disappointment on Julin's face. But there wasn't any. Not only was she not disappointed, but she also wasn't angry. Yuzi felt like she was now a particularly bright light bulb, standing between the two of them. But she still didn't want to leave, she wanted to see how things would resolve. Julin grasped Yuzi's hand. I know, oh right, tonight I'm going to sleep with my Yuzi. Fu Shijun pulled Julin over, and the two were in a corner, talking about something unknown. Julin looked calm, listening patiently. Yuzi secretly took a picture and sent it to Hee-hung. They are arguing. Hee-hung, why? Yuzi, because Fu Shijun had dinner with another woman, and Julin doesn't know. Hee-hung, then he really deserves to die. I wouldn't do that. Yuzi, right, my boyfriend is the best. Hee-hung, thank you, girlfriend, come home quickly. As Yuzi was about to send another message, Julin bounced over and patted her shoulder, let's go. Seeing Yuzi finish, Julin teased on the side, oh my, what is this nickname? Julin wore an envious look. Puppy. Does Mr. He know you nicknamed him like this? Yuzi happily put away her phone. This is called Spice, do you understand? Julin shook her head like a tambourine. I don't get it. Because of their professions, whether doing anything or dealing with situations, both her and Fu Shijun followed rules strictly, without any contrasts. Just like today, in Fu Shijun's mind, he simply wanted to thank that student sincerely. Whatever that student thought, he neither paid attention, asked questions, nor listened, it was his principle. Julin hugged Yuzi's arm. These men need to be slowly trained. Recalling Fu Shijun's humble demeanor earlier, Julin felt inwardly pleased. Yuzi, you're right. Song, the head of human resources, knew that the president had requested a day off for Secretary Yu, which greatly surprised him. Before long, this news spread throughout the entire company. Chen was the most distressed. If Yuzi took leave, it meant he would have to directly coordinate with Hee-hung, and thinking of this made him break out into cold sweat. The issue with Zhongyu software continued to dominate headlines, causing the Hua family business constant discomfort akin to sitting on thorns or having a fish bone stuck in their throat. For the time being, there seemed to be no solution to this trouble. Hua Jingshan attempted to suppress the matter with other major news pieces, but the effects were minimal. In just a few days, Hua Group's stocks plummeted drastically, with green lines continuously indicating losses, truly a sorry sight. Hua Heng asked Liang Zishuan to acquire Hua Corporation's scattered shares and instructed Xi Meng to hire internet trolls to clean up the ground beneath posts regarding Zhongyu software security. Netizens responded positively and quickly swayed public opinion in their favor. I've been using Zhongyu software for so long without encountering any security issues. Aren't you the ones who downloaded something you shouldn't have? This thing has caused so much commotion recently. Could it be a trick by a competitor? The previous comment, if I'm not mistaken, once upon a time a game developed by Zhongyu got taken over by the clueless Hua Corporation and crashed without making even a splash. Reasonably suspecting, Hua Corporation couldn't handle Zhongyu's software. Yes, what wrong did our little you do? It was merely silent, poor baby. And so, it seemed only Hua Corporation sustained the damage. When Chen Du saw this, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, truly impressed. Mr. Hua lives up to his reputation. Now, he could relax. Hua Jingshan didn't make the call, instead, Hua Heng did. In a relaxed tone, he said, Auntie, there's nothing wrong with Zhongyu software. You need to work harder. I've already done my best. Hua Jingshan snorted, is this on purpose? Hua Heng pretended not to understand, what are you talking about? Is there a difference in language between us two? Leaning her hand against the table, Hua Jingshan said, you caused this issue with security, didn't you? Hua Heng responded, I have no reason to ruin our own brand. But, I do have some information for you, most of the IPs spreading rumors are from overseas. Did you perhaps offend someone abroad? Hua Jingshan thought hard but couldn't recall who she had possibly offended. She said, you'd better not deceive me. Hua Heng swiveled his chair around and replied, it seems there's a mole somewhere. Right after the phone hung up, Yu Zi entered, carrying a bag. Hua Heng said, weren't you resting at home? Why come to the office? Yu Zi walked over to the sofa, today I'm not Secretary Yu. I came here today as my boyfriend's girlfriend. Hua Heng was amused by her words, what have you got? Yu Zi answered, your meal, cooked personally by yours truly. After waking up, Yu Zi first wandered around the living room, then watched TV, and finally went to the supermarket to buy groceries to cook a meal. But eating alone was too boring, so she packed it and brought it to the office. Hua Heng teased her and fiddled with her affectionately for a while. They acted like an inseparable couple. Thankfully, it was already November, and the weather was gradually getting colder, otherwise their degree of closeness might have stuck them together. After finishing the meal, Hua Heng handed her a contract, sign your name here. Yu Zi checked the terms out of habit and discovered it was a share transfer document. She looked up incredulously, is this your dowry? Hua Heng nodded, it can be considered as dowry. These were all the shares Hua Heng owned in Zhongyu. Yu Zi asked, are you love-struck or something? If she held these shares, she would practically become the ruler of this company. Who cares about being a secretary? With a 20,000 yuan salary, she could fire whoever she wanted. Hua Heng said, how is this love-struck? I offer you, just take it. Yu Zi grabbed the pen on the desk and quickly signed her name, making the deal complete. Satisfied, Hua Heng lightly tapped Yu Zi's forehead, from now on, you're my boss, and you'll have to take care of me. Yu Zi sat cross-legged on the chair and immediately became haughty, then let me see your sincerity. Hua Heng squatted before her and began massaging her legs, how's that? Feels good. Comfortable, Yu Zi nodded, young Hua certainly does well. They played around a little during the lunch break. In the afternoon, Yu Zi received a call. Rarely did Feng Weilin return from abroad and still think of her, bringing gifts for Yu Zi and asking her to pick them up. Driving her berry pink sports car, Yu Zi met Chen Kaisin and Dai Xiangnan who also came to visit. Dai Xiangnan saw Yu Zi and revealed happiness in his eyes, long time no see, Yu Zi. Yu Zi greeted him politely, indeed, long time no see. Chen Kaisin hugged Dai Xiangnan's arm as if declaring ownership. Yu Zi asked curiously, addressing Dai Xiangnan, is this your girlfriend? Dai Xiangnan blushed a bit and nodded, yes. Yu Zi, finally, they've gotten together. Feng Weilin opened the door from inside and warmly welcomed the younger generation. Chapter 161, each goes to their own battlefield. Yu Zi handed the thing in her hand to Feng Weilin, it's for you. Feng Weilin laughed happily, you came and still brought a gift. Though he said that, how could the feeling of being remembered not be good? In contrast, Chen Kaisin had empty hands, but she didn't feel anything about it, sitting on the sofa waiting for tea. Feng Weilin put the gift on the table. He had made an appointment with Yu Zi today, just coincidentally his nephew also came over with his girlfriend. Yu Zi was curious, what is this? Feng Weilin said, when I traveled, they said it was a local specialty there, so I thought I would bring some back for you. Yu Zi didn't rush to open it but placed it aside and said thank you. Feng Weilin had also heard many recent events and asked her concernedly, I heard that Zhongyu encountered some problems recently. Yu Zi waved her hand, they are all small issues. The quality of products will definitely be questioned by users, which is very normal. Products always have good reviews and bad reviews, but we've already resolved them. Feng Weilin saw her confident demeanor and felt proud, that's good. He turned his head and looked at Dai Xiangnan. At first, he planned for his nephew to be with Yu Zi, but the two didn't end up as a pair. Feng Weilin then curiously asked, have you been dating anyone recently? Yu Zi answered, yes. She glanced at Dai Xiangnan. Apparently, this person hadn't told his uncle yet. Really? Which young man has caught your eye? Yuzi took a sip of tea water. Hu hung. After confirmation by the parties involved, Chen Kaisin had to believe it. These two were really together. Chen Kaisin laughed and said, I thought you two were just joking. Yuzi replied, we both are freely in love. It's not for business marriage alliance. She knew that in wealthy families, many people married because of business, aiming to ensure the continuity of their own industry while strengthening alliances through marriage. In their view, emotions were childish and used only as a means to achieve status. Feng Weilin wasn't surprised, it seemed like he'd guessed this ending already. Who certainly is a decent person. The group chatted a bit more. Yuzi glanced at the time, it was already in the afternoon. She gathered her things, preparing to go home. Feng Weilin invited her to drop by again when she had free time. As Yuzi got into her car and was about to leave, Chen Kaisin approached. Tell your president when you go home that my grandfather wants to meet him. Yuzi took off her sunglasses and asked contemptuously, who exactly are you? After several months of experience, Chen Kaisin became steadier. Don't try to provoke me. Yuzi calmly smiled. I'm not trying to provoke you. If you want to see someone, you should sincerely seek out my boss. Or let whoever who wants to meet whom find the right approach. It's not my working hours now, I don't need to deliver messages for you. Having said that, she drove off, leaving behind a trail of exhaust for Chen Kaisin. Chen Kaisin stood there silently fuming. If she could reach out directly, why bother finding Yuzi? Huaheng and Yuzi had blocked her long ago. Pengwan was a distance away from the city center. On her way halfway, Yuzi was stopped by several cars. This place was sparsely populated anyway, and even less during workdays. A few people got out of those cars and walked to the window of Yuzi's car. Come with us. Yuzi rolled down her car window. Are you police officers? The leader held a stick in his hand, very similar to triad members. Just follow, stop asking so many questions. Yuzi grinned, then what happens to my car? The leader responded, who cares what happens to your car? Get out quickly. Yuzi gave him a quick glance, you need to move, you're blocking me from opening the door. The man moved away from the car door, and Yuzi unfastened her seatbelt. She wanted to know who was behind this. Yuzi got out of the car, adjusted her coat, and followed them onto another vehicle. Before getting in, she pressed the lock button on her keys. I don't want to lose it. This is a birthday present from my boss, costing more than $1 million. Does your boss give you such expensive gifts? The man wore sunglasses and a mask, making his face hard to recognize. Yuzi's constant chatter broke the oppressive atmosphere in the car. The man said, why do you talk so much nonsense? Yuzi retorted, seems your boss won't buy you a car either. Then why do you follow him? Do you get any rewards? The man pulled out a roll of duct tape from the front and stuck it over Yuzi's mouth. Yuzi stuck out her tongue and licked the tape off. What kind of era is this? Are you still playing such juvenile games? Although Yuzi couldn't see his eyes behind the sunglasses, she knew he must be rolling his eyes. The man told the driver ahead, drive faster. Yuzi leaned back against the car seat. Is it Hua Yunyuan, Hua Jingshan, or Hua Ju? She went through all her enemies in her mind but couldn't come up with an answer. The journey was a long one. But Yuzi knew this was an adventure. Her phone had been taken by someone else, so she couldn't send Hu Heng a message. Hu Heng had his own things to deal with right now and was already stretched thin. Yuzi thought about it and fell asleep. When she woke up, she found herself lying in a particularly bright room. Looking out the window, the scenery was beautiful, and there was even a large sea outside. However, besides this sea, it seemed like there was nothing else here. The man in sunglasses knocked on the door. Come out. Chapter 162. Who is it? Yuzi stretched lazily, admiring her ability to fall asleep in such an environment. However, judging by the method of abduction, this was not a very sophisticated kidnapping but rather a forceful invitation. When Yuzi walked out, she found herself in a small detached house. The entire building was clean and bright, resembling a holiday villa. She turned the corner and descended the stairs, spotting someone drinking tea. That person, hearing the commotion upstairs, turned around and greeted her with a smile. Long time no see, little happy. Yuzi gave an awkward laugh. When did you arrive? It was far too reckless to invite her this way. The man had a Eurasian face, deep blue eyes, golden hair, and was on the slim side, his good looks resembling someone unconventional. Upon hearing her speak this way, the man seemed somewhat upset. You're being too distant. Yuzi shrugged and sat opposite him. We were never that close anyway. The man huffed angrily. Didn't I say I'd find you after graduation? Yuzi calculated the timeline. This person should indeed have graduated by now. The man shifted positions, sitting beside Yuzi. What about it? Can you accomplish what you promised me? Yuzi pushed away and accepted a glass of water handed by the servant. I regret to inform you, but I already have a boyfriend. What? You already have a boyfriend? Let me guess, it's Hua Heng, right? He looked confident. Yuzi gave him a thumbs up. You guessed correctly. This response made the man extremely unhappy. He flailed his arms like a tantrum-throwing monkey. You said you wouldn't like him, and you also said you'd be with me after I graduated. You lied to me. Yuzi glanced at him. Jackson, look at how childish you're acting. How could I possibly like a kid? Being addressed this way, Jackson fell silent and covered his mouth. Actually, I'm quite mature now. Yuzi shook her head. I don't believe it. Enraged, Jackson declared, whether you believe it or not, starting from today, you'll stay here. Don't they say in China that prolonged companionship can lead to affection? I'm sure we'll develop feelings for each other over time. Yuzi looked around at the bodyguards surrounding her. It seems you're unaware of Chinese law. You are infringing on my personal freedom. Jackson signaled the bodyguards with a gesture. Check if there really is such a law in China. The bodyguards acted swiftly, soon presenting Jackson with a tablet full of English text. Boss, yes there is. Watching his series of actions, Yuzi couldn't help but burst into laughter. Let me go back now, or my boyfriend will worry. No way, Jackson insisted. You need to go out to dinner with me. I just arrived in Rongqing and don't know anyone except you. Jackson realized keeping Yuzi here wasn't possible, so he settled for this compromise. Yuzi extended her hand. Then give me my phone back so I can send my boyfriend a message, or else he'll be concerned. Jackson sneered slightly and, in less than fluent Chinese, said, having a boyfriend changes things. You used to say how much you disliked Huaheng. Women truly are fickle. Yuzi grabbed his ear. Are you using the words you've learned improperly? Jackson, having hit a sore spot, grimaced in pain. Sorry, help me. The bodyguard stood there helplessly covering his eyes, unable to look at the scene. Under Yuzi's intense gaze, the phone was eventually returned to her. Yuzi patted Jackson's head as if consoling him. Good job, little brother should always listen to his sister. Jackson crossed his arms. Who said you're my sister? Halfway through sending her message, Yuzi turned back shocked. Your Chinese has improved quite a bit. You even understand the phrase what kind of sister. Yuzi sent a message to Huaheng. I'll have dinner with a friend tonight. Jackson leaned over and, upon seeing the nickname, was astonished and his lips twitched. What kind of nickname is that? Yuzi stepped back. This is called romance. Do you understand? Jackson rolled his eyes, his stomach growling. I don't get it, but I'm starving and need to eat now. Yuzi stood up. Then let's go. Huaheng was still busy handling work and hadn't yet received Yuzi's message. Hu Jingshan finally managed to find out who was behind the sabotage. No matter how many calculations she made, she didn't expect it to be Jiang Yuan. After work, Huaheng hurried back to the Hu residence expecting some drama. Hu Jingshan, with her short temper and intolerance for others, tossed her bag as soon as she entered the door. Jiang Yuan, come out here. Jiang Yuan was cooking in the kitchen, once again reverting to her model wife persona. The term insane seemed utterly irrelevant to her. Jiang Yuan wiped her hands on her apron. What's wrong, big sister? Hu Jingshan pointed at her nose and scolded. Wasn't it you who messed with Zhongyo's security issues these past few days? Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered. She pretended not to understand. Big sister, what are you talking about? The old man upstairs also came down. This is no way to behave. Can't we talk things through calmly? Hu Jingshan was so angry that she grabbed her waist. Dad, it was her behind this. Why do you always protect her? Hu Jingshan was so mad she felt like her lungs were about to explode. For a moment, the entire living room was in chaos. Tears streamed down Jiang Yuan's face anxiously. It wasn't me. I don't even know what you're talking about. Could you have mistaken me for someone else? After speaking, Jiang Yuan looked at Huaheng, wanting to shift the blame eastward. Huaheng had a face. Aunt Jiang, how could I joke around with my own company? This is something I've built from scratch. It belongs to me. How could I cause such trouble for myself? The meaning couldn't be clearer. Why would I create problems for myself? Hua Yunyun came out to mediate. Let's sit down and talk calmly. Jingshan, explain what happened. Hua Jingshan always planned things perfectly. She handed over the documents in her hand to Hua Yunyun. A few days ago, there was an issue with Zhongyo's software security. When I investigated, all the IP addresses led back to California. Now I've traced the source and found out it was our Ms. Jiang who orchestrated this. Quite impressive, isn't it? You staged such a performance for me after coming back to China. Jiang Yuan felt embarrassed and stopped talking. After all, the evidence was undeniable. She only wanted Zhongyo to have some issues, but who knew they were collaborating with Hua Corporation? That was where everything went wrong. Her scheme backfired horribly. How could Hua Yunyun not know Jiang Yuan's intentions? He stopped Hu Jingshan from continuing further. Enough. Is it really worth all this fuss without end? Hu Jingshan laughed coldly. Don't think I don't know why you favor her so much. The reason she returned to take over Hua real estate was simply to get her share of the pie. In London, although she was nominally the Duke's girlfriend, she didn't count for much in other people's eyes. She needed an identity, and the best one would be president of Hua Corporation. Just then, Hua Yunyun needed her, and she needed Hua Corporation. Every person in this family harbored their own secrets, each wanting to claim this vast fortune for themselves. Except for one person, Hu Jingyun, the fool. And just like that, the farce came to an end. Hu Jingshan stormed up the stairs in a rage, while Huaheng sat on the opposite end of the sofa, both hands propping his chin, eyeing Jiang Yuan cornered there teasingly. I never expected Aunt Jiang to harbor such resentment towards me. Jiang Yuan was no longer as gentle as before, instead glaring at him viciously. Should I treat you well? In her mind, Huaheng wasn't Hu Jingyun's son, but the son of the third wife, Chen Mengqi. Even if she didn't dislike him, treating him as her own flesh and blood son was impossible. She originally thought Huaheng wouldn't compete with her biological son. But when she saw Huaheng's success flourishing, her heart grew envious. So she tried every trick to bring Huaheng down and into deep despair. But to her dismay, Huaheng easily dissolved all the schemes against him. Jiang Yuan couldn't possibly be content with this situation. Huaheng raised an eyebrow, his tone distant yet polite. You're right, Aunt Jiang, but we'll see. He enjoyed playing these kinds of games, snatching what others easily attained, crushing their willpower, breaking their fighting spirit, making them suffer endlessly until they broke, relieving the pain he'd endured for more than 10 years. Only Jiang Yuan remained in the living room, still dressed in her apron, her fists tightly clenched, nails embedded in her skin, struggling painfully to breathe. Huaheng returned to his room and immediately called Yuzi on video chat. Yuzi answered. She was having dinner at a barbecue restaurant. Huaheng asked her who she was eating with. Yuzi turned the camera around. They glared fiercely at each other. Jackson rolled his eyes and stuck out his tongue. Chapter 163, No Making Trouble, No Dying. Huaheng looked at Jackson with curiosity mixed with disdain. What are you doing here? Jackson, adhering to the principle of no risk, no reward, gave a smug look as he chewed on a piece of barbecued meat, muttering unclearly, I've returned to China to chase my girlfriend, obviously. Huaheng snorted coldly, completely unfazed by this provocation. Enjoy your barbecue then. Be careful not to upset your foreign stomach. You don't want to end up in the hospital again. Let me remind you, I know people at hospitals all over Rongqing. Though Huaheng's tone was serious and calm, it startled Jackson who was eating. You'd better not exaggerate, Jackson said even though he immediately stopped eating the meat in his hand. Huaheng could easily manipulate him. Realizing he'd exposed his weakness, Jackson tried to summon up his courage. Let me tell you, Huaheng, whose affections I choose to pursue is none of your business. Huaheng replied, if you want to pursue Yuzi, it shows she has charm, but it does not show that you have capability. Understand? Jackson remembered how venomous Huaheng's words used to be, and after so many years, they still were. He couldn't hold up under this attack for long and quickly switched to English dialogue. Huaheng matched him word for word, and their online argument turned heated. Yuzi took the phone and spoke in a gentle manner, clearly adopting different attitudes towards Jackson and Huaheng, one indifferent, the other overly concerned. Jackson ate a bite of meat disdainfully. There's an old saying in China, showing off affection means quick death. Yuzi rolled her eyes at him, eat your food. Huaheng asked a few things and Yuzi explained, a fool kidnapped me. I thought it was someone from the Hua family and got quite a scare. She initially assumed it was related to Hua's family, but given what had happened before with Hua Jingshan, it seemed unlikely they would use the same method twice. After chatting for a while, they hung up the phone. Finally, without Huaheng's interruption, Jackson spoke up. I heard that Zhongyo has run into some trouble lately. Yuzi responded, you've sharp ears. How could you hear about that? Jackson smirked knowingly. Zhongyo is listed abroad. I knew about this situation much earlier. Yuzi pressed, so, you're here to help him? Jackson frowned. We're rivals in love. Why would I help him? As for the conflict between these two, it wasn't something one could recount fully in just a few nights. Jackson was the son of one of Huaheng's partners. The first time Yuzi met him, Jason declared his love at first sight and found out he was a year younger than Yuzi, still a freshman in college. Every time they saw each other, they clashed because Jackson's father always praised Huaheng in front of him, planting seeds of hatred in Jackson's heart, further fueled by his infatuation for Yuzi, wanting her as his girlfriend. He deeply resented Huaheng. Jackson said, this time I came back to intentionally mock him. Yuzi warned, you'd best not go looking for trouble. He has important matters to deal with now. If you interfere, you won't even know how you'll die. Jason was scared off by her stern words. It shouldn't be that serious, right? Yuzi smiled faintly. Guess. In the middle of dinner, Yuzi suddenly remembered her car was still in the suburbs. Go bring my car back to me. Jackson nodded obediently though reluctantly. All right. The two enjoyed a lively meal inside the barbecue shop when Hualwan, who had just finished shopping with friends, spotted them having a date. Hualwan quickly snapped a photo, edited it, and sent it to Huaheng. Her friend teased her, why can't you let go of your brother? Hualwan responded dismissively, you wouldn't understand, the best things are always the ones you can't get. Wouldn't it be effortless for her to obtain? She wouldn't cherish it if it fell easily into her lap. Her friend shrugged, unable to comprehend but utterly astonished. Jackson was particularly sensitive to the camera, so he turned around and gave Hualwan a gentle smile. With his good looks, he looked like a sweet bean smiling at her. Yuzi bit her chopsticks and turned around. Who are you flirting with my sister again? Upon seeing Hualwan, Yuzi rolled her eyes and continued eating. Jackson said, she's taking my picture, so I need to be photogenic. Yuzi joked, you're wasted if you don't go to Hollywood. Jackson replied, maybe next life. The barbecue shop was filled with steam and warmth, and Hualwan watched anxiously, wondering why Yuzi was always surrounded by admirers wherever she went. When the meal was over, Jackson offered to drive Yuzi home, which she graciously accepted. Arriving at her doorstep, Jackson spread his arms wide. Since I arrived in China, you haven't given me a single hug. Yuzi waved her hand. I'm already taken. We should keep our distance. Jackson looked aggrieved. Huaheng won't get mad. Anyway, don't you know what kind of person I like? Yuzi sighed and hugged him back. I'm off this week. Let me take you out tomorrow. Okay, sis. After Yuzi returned home, Huaheng's call came almost instantly. Did you put a tracker on me? Huaheng replied, just estimated the time Jackson would waste talking nonsense, and figured you should be home by now. Yuzi slumped onto the couch. You're pretty accurate. Recently, one thing after another had happened in the Hua family. Before Huaheng even made a move, they all fell apart. Huaheng said, I always suspect my parents' car accident is related to Jiang Yuan. Why did the old man favor Jiang Yuan so much? Could it be there was some kind of deal between them? The case from back then revealed nothing. It was only known that the brakes failed, no fingerprints were found on the brake pads, and it was eventually ruled an accidental incident. This meant whoever was responsible must have taken every precaution, leaving no trace. At first, Huaheng thought it was just a simple car accident. But with the later appearance of Hua Jingshan, and the gaps in her story, he couldn't help but suspect someone was behind it all. But he didn't know their purpose yet. As the two kept talking, Yuzi gradually fell asleep. Hua Heng didn't have the heart to hang up, keeping the call going until dawn. Chapter 164, Won't Let You Get Away. Hua Heng woke up and hung up the phone, not noticing the message Hua Luan had sent him. In the morning, Hua Luan walked by Hua Heng's side. Brother, did you see the message I sent you yesterday? Hua Heng was sitting at the dining table waiting for the servants to bring breakfast. He didn't even glance at Hua Luan. No, I didn't. Hua Luan became a little anxious. Brother, last night I saw you Zed with another man. Ji with Macron Ng Xialo also heard this as she descended the stairs and mocked. It said that you've been together with your secretary. Didn't you learn well within 2 days? Hua Heng ate his breakfast elegantly, not intending to respond to Hua Jinjiexn's mockery. He put down his utensils, picked up the napkin on the table, wiped his mouth. Auntie, my matters don't need your interference. Hua Jinjiexn shrugged indifferently. Of course, I'm just kindly reminding you. After all, like mother, like daughter. You probably don't know about the dirty affairs of you Aosn overseas. Hua Heng knew the woman before him was using an analogy. Sometimes, people become too confident to their own detriment. These people thought the fake Yu Aosen was the biological mother of Yu Zed, thus using this lineage to ridicule her. Even after knowing that person wasn't her mother, they would still say, sharing the same blood leads to doing the same deeds. They spoke whatever came to mind. Hua Heng got up. I'm full. Auntie, please enjoy your meal slowly. As he was about to go out, Jing Yuan descended the stairs. Recently, they had been avoiding meeting each other, so this morning Hua Heng specially waited to have breakfast in order to catch Jing Yuan. Jing Yuan was just about to turn back when Hua Heng stopped her. Auntie Jing, have you considered how to apologize yet? Hua Yunyun had previously said, why should we be so petty over one outsider in our family? However, Hua Heng declared his stance. One is Aunt Jing, who shares no blood relation with me, the other is my current girlfriend. Grandpa, who do you think I should side with? Jing Yuan couldn't save face, but she could not escape from her role-playing. She stood at the stairway, neither ascending nor descending, unsure what to do at the moment. Hua Ji had just woken up, groggily descending the stairs. Seeing his mother being pushed back by Hua Heng, his temper didn't improve at all. If you want to live here, live, if not, get out. Hua Ji had never felt this tough before. Hua Heng touched his nose uncaringly about the cursing. He calmly said, I'll give Aunt Jing 2 days to consider. If you haven't made up your mind, I wouldn't mind calling a doctor. If the truth of the past needs to be revealed, Jing Yuan must be a very important link. Hua Heng would find every way possible to get her into a mental hospital, allowing John to uncover the truth of the events from back then. Hua Yunyun couldn't bear it. All right, little Heng, it's time to go to work. Hurry up and leave. Before leaving, Hua Heng winked at Jing Yuan. Aunt Jing better think carefully. My patience is limited. Hua Heng drove out, plunging the house into silence again. Hua Jinjiexen bit into a piece of bread and scoffed coldly. Sister-in-law, there's nothing shameful about apologizing. She also found Jing Yuan distasteful now. Such a green tea, metaphorically a manipulative flirt. Jing Yuan kept her head down, lost in thought, and when she looked up again, she had returned to the image of a virtuous lady, as if nothing had happened just now, and it was not awkward for her at all. Hua Heng called Liang Zuxun while getting in the car. Lately, closely observe where Jing Yuan goes. Any new discoveries? Hua Heng glanced at the villa, always feel she didn't return with any good intentions. Liang Zuxun massaged his forehead. I understand. By the way, Liang Ji has come back. Hua Heng connected the Bluetooth. Isn't that wonderful? Lovers finally reunite. Does your mom agree? Liang Zuxun, what do you think? Hua Heng, let me say, if she doesn't agree, then so be it. Besides, your adopted sister is nothing more than an ingrate who is pooring you. Liang Zuxun, don't talk about her like that. Hua Heng started the car. Let me tell you, Lu Tianji and Yu Zed are good friends. Don't let her down later. Liang Zuxun sighed. What kind of situation is this? Hua Heng smirked. Virginity is a man's best dowry. Liang Zuxun, go to hell. Yu Zed was awoken by relentless calls. She hastily tidied herself and went to meet Jackson. Jackson didn't know much about Rome City, and reached the restaurant based on the location provided by Yu Zed. Yu Zed entered, greeted the waiter, and sat opposite Jackson. Why do you want to come here? Is the food at this restaurant really that delicious? Yu Zed took the menu from the waiter, ordered a few dishes, and handed it to Jackson. Do you want the truth or a lie? Truth. The food here is indeed very delicious. What about the lie? The lie is, I didn't come here because the food in this restaurant tastes good. Jackson ordered 2 more dishes and asked curiously, then why? Yu Zed gestured for him to look outside. Jackson glanced again. Across from us is a cafe, and next to it is a clothing store. What else? Yu Zed said, look up. Following Yu Zed's pointing finger, Jackson saw 4 huge characters. Zhongyu Group. He gave Yu Zed a thumbs up. You're really something. Thanks for the compliment. The two were bickering back and forth, neither letting the other off easily. Yu Zed looked towards the entrance, and saw Jing Yuan fully dressed heading upstairs. Jackson turned his head. This aunt looks very familiar. Yu Zed responded, are you now particularly interested in middle-aged women? Jackson rolled his eyes. I'm not. I think I've seen her somewhere before, but I forgot. Yu Zed remembered that Jackson had been in California, and Jing Yuan had spent a few years there as well, so they might have crossed paths. And in Jackson's eyes, there was only the distinction between beauties and even more beautiful ones. Everyone else looked the same, so Yuzed didn't pay much attention to his words. By noon, Huaheng walked over confidently. Jackson bit on the straw and rolled his eyes. I'm having lunch with her. Why do you have to join us? Huaheng sat next to Yuzed with complete ease. Is your neck feeling better? Much better. The two of them were openly affectionate, disregarding anyone around. This made Jackson feel irritated watching them. That's enough. Don't flaunt your love in front of me. Huaheng had an air of petty triumph. I have a girlfriend, do you? Jackson retorted, don't think that just because I know less Chinese than you, I can't argue with you. Huaheng replied, you also can't beat me in English. Yuzed sat on the side enjoying the drama, relishing this rare moment of relaxation. Currently, Huaheng has gathered 10% of the scattered shares of Hua Real Estate, and once he inherits Hua JNGXNS shares, Hua Estate will be under his control. So now while he can help, he will, because in the end it will all belong to him anyway. This time Jing Yuan unknowingly gave him a small helping hand. Therefore, one should never have intentions to harm others. How would you know that your seemingly innocent act isn't actually paving the way for someone else? The current pressing matter is to find out the truth about the deaths of his parents. Huaheng does not want the real culprit to escape justice. Especially Jing Yuan. Chapter 165, The Poisonous Heart of Women. After finishing their meal, Jackson earnestly advised Huaheng, today's a work day, you should head back to the office. Huaheng held Yuzi's hand and went to settle the bill. She is my company's boss, and it's her decision. Yuzi suddenly remembered that she had signed the stock transfer agreement. With a smile, she said, then let's not go to work today. Jackson wore an aggrieved expression. It's three of us. How awkward that makes me feel. Yuzi lightly patted his shoulder. Don't just learn some words and use them improperly. We're like your older brother and sister taking care of our younger brother. How can this be awkward? Huaheng was amused by Yuzi's words, and the two left hand in hand. Early November, the weather in Rome City was neither too cold nor too hot, just right. Yuzi turned her head toward Jackson, who looked upset. Where do you want to go play? Jackson replied, I want to go back and sleep. He pouted like a child and called his bodyguard to pick him up. Yuzi looked at Huaheng. This kid has a bad temper. Huaheng responded, I agree. Yuzi added, so, what are we going to do now? Huaheng answered, I'll head back to work. There are a few documents I need to handle at the company. Yuzi gently patted his head, my employee, thank you for all your hard work. Huaheng stole a quick kiss. I'll go first. As soon as Huaheng left, Yuzi received a call. Ren Jin, is it convenient to meet? Yuzi, it would be a pleasure. She went to the basement of the company to find her motorcycle that had long been forgotten when she noticed someone suspicious walking towards Huaheng's car. Yuzi hid without making a sound, waiting for the person to leave. Wasn't that person afraid of being caught on surveillance? Yuzi took out her phone and called security. Could you check if there was anything unusual with the garage surveillance just now? The security guard was dozing off but snapped awake. All right, miss you. He sifted through the footage repeatedly but found nothing abnormal except for Yuzi herself acting furtively. Security, miss you, I only see you. Yuzi understood that this person must have studied the blind spots of the surveillance thoroughly. Or perhaps there were insiders helping within the company. Before leaving, Yuzi carefully inspected the issue with Huaheng's car. She sent Huaheng a message on her phone. Tonight, when you get home, don't drive the car. I saw someone tampering with it. Huaheng spun his chair around and reflected carefully. Now the enemy was hidden while he was out in the open. Indeed, it was impossible to prevent everything. He didn't wish harm on others, yet others constantly thought about ways to get rid of him. A person shouldn't be given too many chances, or they will become overly presumptuous. Yuzi rode her motorcycle to the location Ren Jin had provided. Upon entering, it was a very quiet private clinic entirely painted white, giving off a chilly feeling. Yuzi approached the reception desk. Hello, I'm here to see Dr. Ren. The receptionist looked up at Yuzi. Are you Miss Yu? Yuzi, yes, it's me. Would you please fill out some personal information here? Yuzi scanned the receptionist up and down. Have Dr. Ren come down and greet me. Not willing to register at the front desk, her assertiveness startled the receptionist, who dropped the registration form and called Dr. Ren. Footsteps echoed from upstairs. Miss Yu, please come upstairs. Yuzi picked up the leather gloves on the desk and glanced once more at the receptionist before turning to leave. There was no elevator, it was a 3-story villa. Yuzi continued walking all the way to the top floor. Ren Jin invited her to sit down. It's been a long time. Yuzi put down her gloves. It hasn't been that long. We met at the Hua family estate just a few days ago. This Dr. Ren was the Hua family's long-term private physician. That day, Yuzi had saved his contact number. Her original intention was to consult with a doctor and understand relevant situations while occasionally gathering intelligence. Dr. Ren, in his 40s, whose father had previously been the Hua family's family doctor, smiled and said, the last time I met you, there were a few things I hadn't told you, so I asked you to come over to discuss. Yuzi took the water he had poured for her. Thank you. Dr. Ren skillfully framed his questions. Have you ever visited a psychological clinic? Yuzi shook her head. No, I haven't. Her determined gaze rendered Ren Jin speechless. Crossing his hands, Ren Jin continued, then, have you ever been to a psychiatric hospital? Yuzi shook her head again. Why would I go there? She had no family member in such a place. Ren Jin stated, Do you know that a mentally ill person could be exempted from criminal punishment under certain defenses? Yuzi nodded. I'm aware of that. But Ren doctor, what you're talking about is the law, which doesn't fall under your jurisdiction as a doctor. Ren Jin raised an eyebrow. True enough. When you asked me about Jiang Yuan's mental state last time, let me tell you, she's perfectly fine. Yuzi chuckled softly. So she was simply trying to hit me and pretending, huh? Ren Jin nodded. To escape some punishment, sometimes one indeed needs to pretend, making others no longer hold grudges. Mental illness was the best excuse for escaping consequences. Yuzi didn't drink the water on the table, so you called me here today just to talk about this. Ren Jin hummed in agreement. Why? Yuzi didn't understand. Ren Jin said, as doctors, we all have a compassionate heart. For so many years, I've kept this secret, but it hasn't necessarily been a good thing. Saying it out loud actually makes me feel much lighter. Yuzi responded, then I will need Dr. Ren's help when the time comes. Yuzi went downstairs with her gloves in hand. After leaving, she opened the recording and made sure that everything they had just discussed had been recorded. Now, their primary task was to determine if Jiang Yuan had any involvement in the car accident from years ago. Yuzi guessed that Jiang Yuan had shaped herself into someone with a mental illness in order to escape legal consequences. Now that the doctor had confirmed that she did not have this condition, what kind of excuses could she possibly come up with? Ren Jin stood by the floor-to-ceiling window and watched as the person left. The front desk receptionist walked up. Why is Dr. Ren helping her? Ren Jin put down his water cup and took off his glasses. In the current situation, the Hua family is at a disadvantage. I certainly don't want to end up being dealt with by Hua Heng. By now, everyone in Rome City knew that Hua Heng wasn't someone to be trifled with. His backbone wasn't that strong. After work, Hua Heng checked the car but still got inside. He needed this opportunity to bring down the Hua family entirely. On the way back to the Hua villa, his speed was slow, but when he applied the brakes, they failed. He managed to control the speed as best as he could, but the car crashed into a tree. The airbag deployed, and Hua Heng's forehead bled from the impact. He called 911 and waited calmly for the rescue team. The entire series of actions were seamless, almost as if he was going to die. Upon hearing the news, Yuzi rushed to the hospital. She had never felt this anxious before. The hospital corridor was quiet, only the sound of her rapid footsteps and her breaths echoed. Yuzi saw the Hua family sitting in a row on the chairs. She stormed over and grabbed Jiang Yuan's collar angrily. Was it you? Was it you? Yuzi's eyes were bloodshot, her hair disheveled, and Jiang Yuan was startled by her appearance. Her words came out stammering. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Yuzi, in a fit of rage, choked her neck, using the same trick twice. Jiang Yuan, the most venomous heart belongs to women. Chapter 166, Having a foul mouth is not good. The corridor was originally quiet, but after such a commotion, it drew the attention of many people. Everyone was anxiously waiting for the result, and Yuzi's shouting made the surrounding people uneasy. It was like a bundle of weeds being instantly set alight. Flames shot up immediately, sparks flying everywhere. What are you arguing about? This is a hospital. Only your family member is injured. Yeah, you're acting like a lunatic. Even if it's a huge issue, can't you argue about it after you leave? Hua Ju was also shocked by this commotion. He had seen Yuzi being mischievous, calm in analyzing situations, and composed in handling crises. But he had never seen her like this. Somewhat crazy, somewhat obsessive, with an indescribable stubbornness. Fortunately, Hua Ju reacted quickly and forcefully held onto Yuzi, allowing Jiang Yuan to catch her breath. Hua Ju said, "This is a hospital. We can talk about anything after we go home." Yuzi shook off Hua Ju's grip coldly. What are you? Your whole family disgusts me. She looked down on them with disdain, contempt, and even more so, revulsion and nausea. Hua Ju was left speechless by her rebuke. He couldn't guarantee that his actions weren't somehow tied to Hua's family. Onlooker Hua Jingshan spoke up. I know you're worried, but let's wait until the doctor comes out before we say anything else. Yuzi barely managed to keep herself calm. The chaos from earlier gradually subsided. Her mind finally cooled down. In the afternoon, she had clearly told Hua Heng that the car might have been tampered with, so why did he still get in? Yuzi sat on the bench opposite, head down, carefully thinking about what Hua Heng might have done. Or maybe he intended for it to happen. Everything was uncertain. The attending physician came out of the emergency room and took off his mask. Which one of you is the patient's family? Hua Yunyuan walked over with his cane. I'm his grandfather. Yuzi could only stand at the back, as she wasn't Hua Heng's direct relative. Only a spouse would be considered as such. The doctor said, the surgery went well, but the patient still needs observation at the hospital. However, the brain trauma caused by the car accident may lead to memory loss. We'll have to wait until the patient wakes up to determine that. At this moment, Hua Yunyuan played the part of a kind-hearted grandfather. Thank you for your hard work, doctor. After they finished speaking, the operating room door opened again, and Hua Heng was pushed toward the VIP ward. Yuzi followed closely beside him. Hua Heng lay motionless on the bed, pale-faced with colorless lips. Yuzi felt as though needles were piercing her heart, a dense ache spreading throughout. She knew Hua Heng was reckless, but he shouldn't resort to such tactics to bring down the Hua Corporation. Wasn't there a point where losing 800 soldiers while killing 1,000 enemies wasn't worth it? Upon reaching the ward, the entire family gathered around inside, yet no one spoke. Yuzi stared at Jiang Yuan. Aunt Jiang must be satisfied now, with no one left to compete with your son for the Hua family. She almost accused outright that it was Jiang Yuan who plotted this. These words stirred Huju's discontent. Yuzi, speak with evidence. The police will investigate this matter. Don't make unfounded accusations. Yuzi sat by the bedside, gripping Huaheng's hand. Fine, then we'll wait for the police's verdict. You all should leave. You're unwelcome here. Huju became furious, pointing at Yuzi. Don't push your luck. No one wants this to happen. Don't put all the blame on us. Yuzi glared at him. Apart from you all, I can't think of anyone else who'd do such a thing. Get out already. With such harsh words spoken, Hua Yunyuan naturally could not tolerate it. Alright, stop making a racket in the ward. If you want to stay here watching, then watch. We'll go back first. After Hua Yunyuan spoke, the Hua family naturally followed him out. Yuzi let go of Huaheng's hand and walked to the door, saying, Mr. Hua, once Huaheng wakes up, I hope you can return the shares Hua Jingyun left for him. Don't be a selfish person, trying to monopolize these shares. Hua Yunyuan turned his head, narrowing his phoenix eyes slightly. Managing our family matters isn't yet your business. Yuzi smiled. I'm just giving you a reminder. After the Hua family left, Yuzi returned to Huaheng's bedside, her eyes filled with sympathy as she grasped his hand. After returning, Jackson tossed and turned unable to sleep. He decided he must invite Yuzi out to play. Jackson, where are you right now? Let me take you out. Yuzi, I'm at the hospital. Jackson immediately got worried upon hearing this. What happened to you? Did someone beat you up? I told you, that mouth of yours will eventually get you beaten up. You and Huaheng are alike. One day you'll die because of your mouths. Tell me which hospital you're in right now. I'll be there soon. After a series of hurried speeches, Yuzi sent her location along with a message to him. Remember to bring me a bowl of shuji porridge when you come. She hadn't eaten after leaving Renjin's place and rushed to the hospital. Now her stomach was rumbling from hunger. Jackson, do you want anything else? I can bring more for you. Yuzi ordered like she was placing an online food delivery, requesting a variety of foods and fruits. Jackson arrived at the hospital according to the location and pushed open the VIP ward door, rushing in hurriedly. Where are you injured? Let me see. In his hands were bags of all sorts of snacks and food. Behind him came bodyguards, carrying flowers and fruits. However, he saw Huaheng lying on the bed, while the person he cared about was playing games by the bedside. Isn't it you who got hurt? Yuzi didn't even lift her head as she continued playing the game on her phone. I never said I was hurt. Jackson, holding the items, started walking out. Let's go then. Yuzi, wait. I'm still hungry. Bring me something quick to eat. A single sentence successfully made Jackson stay. He wearily pulled out the porridge from the bag. What's going on with the one on the bed? Yuzi went through great efforts to explain everything. Jackson shook his head. Never would have thought he had so many enemies domestically. People at high places will always have others wanting to drag them into mudholes. Be it Huaheng abroad or him here domestically. Yuzi took a sip of the porridge. People being too talented, nothing can be done about it. Jackson dismissed the bodyguards first and commented, you praise him well. When do you think he'll wake up? Yuzi, no idea. Probably it would take a while, fresh out of surgery with a few stitches on his forehead and now wrapped up like a mummy. The timing advantage is yet uncertain. Chapter 167, Unfathomable. After finishing a bowl of porridge, Yuzi was finally no longer hungry. She glanced at Jackson, who was sulking beside her, and walked over to pat his head. Why are you still upset? Jackson replied with resentment. Why didn't you explain clearly? Do you know how worried I was on my way here? Yuzi helplessly said, you didn't ask properly and then blame me. And aren't you concerned about Huaheng's injury? Jackson shrugged helplessly. What if he gets a little bruise? He's thick-skinned. A real man. As Yuzi was about to reply, there was movement from the bed. She quickly went over and helped Huaheng sit up, gently asking, how do you feel? Is anywhere uncomfortable? Huaheng looked around in confusion without speaking. Yuzi picked up the glass of water by the bedside for him. Drink some water, moisten your throat. Not having spoken for a long time, his throat must be dry. After drinking the water, Huaheng's voice was hoarse. Who are you? Upon hearing this question, not only did Yuzi get surprised, but even Jackson sitting beside got up anxiously. Trouble, his brain is damaged. Yuzi pressed the doctor's bell, and soon the entire room was filled with people. The attending physician shone a flashlight into Huaheng's eyes. Everything seemed normal. He said earnestly, there may be temporary amnesia due to forehead damage. It's not a big problem, it will recover later. This was the first time Yuzi had encountered an amnesia situation in real life. She asked the doctor again, are you sure that it can be recovered? Even she couldn't remember now. They two had been together for 10 years. Without those memories, it seems like Huaheng has turned back to being 18. Yuzi's eyes were full of mischief, instantly forgetting the sadness just moments ago. When the doctor went out, she extended her hand to introduce herself to Huaheng. Hello, my name is Yuzi. You had a car accident, and I saved you. Huaheng also politely extended his hand. Hello, my name is Huaheng, thank you. Both maintained good politeness and introduced themselves. Jackson, sitting aside, could not resist laughing aloud, though he imitated Yuzi, extending his hand. Hello, I'm Jackson, we brought you here together. Apparently, Huaheng didn't trust what he said, nor did he intend to shake hands with him. Jackson walked beside Yuzi. This cannot be. Even if this person has amnesia, he has such great hostility towards me. Yuzi, maybe you don't look like a good guy. She looked at Huaheng's pale face. Are you hungry? There's food here. Huaheng nodded obediently. I'm hungry. Yuzi handed the remaining porridge to him. Drink a bit to fill your stomach first. By the way, how old are you this year? After taking a sip, Huaheng answered, I am 18 years old. Yuzi, indeed, it's as if they had never met. Yuzi hadn't seen the youthful spirit described by Meng Ranqin, but now she had the chance to witness it. She nodded, it's really coincidental, I am 18 years old too. Huaheng looked at her clothing, which was maturely styled, nothing like 18. Even the memory loss affected Huaheng had his wits intact. But he did not expose Yuzi's little trickery. Instead, he wanted to see what this woman was truly up to. Huaheng finished drinking the porridge and placed it aside, saying, thank you for bringing me here, but it's getting late, you can go home. You don't need to take care of me here. Jackson pointed to the empty room, if we don't take care of you here, who else will? Huaheng raised his eyebrows, I can manage alone. For some reason, upon hearing these words, Yuzi felt a fleeting pain. Huaheng did not think there was any problem with no one taking care of him. She knew her boss lost his parents when he was 8 years old, so he has always been in a state where no one took care of him. It's hard to imagine the treatment a child in the Hua family might have received. Bullied by his brother, bullied by his stepmother, even discriminated against by his grandfather. Perhaps during those times, Huaheng's life was not easy, but he had never mentioned it. Yuzi said, you rest here by yourself. I'll leave my contact information here. If anything happens, you can call me. Huaheng nodded. When Yuzi and Jackson went out, Huaheng looked toward the window. The evening glass window reflected his current face. Huaheng saw a bandage wrapped around his head and felt somewhat perplexed, feeling as if the strange world outside was like the memory he had lost. The girl just now seemed particularly familiar. It was as if they had met a long time ago. Huaheng patted his head. Yuzi rushed in immediately. What are you doing? Can this head be randomly patted? What if it gets injured? Why haven't you gone back yet? Huaheng asked. Yuzi, isn't it because I'm worried about you? Huaheng lay back on the hospital bed, then stay by my side. I don't like that man from earlier. Yuzi was shocked. The 18-year-old Huaheng was so domineering, and she liked it even more. Yuzi told Jackson to go home first and they'd hang out again in a few days. Despite Jackson's obvious reluctance, he obediently followed Yuzi's instructions, glancing back frequently as he left. If anything happens, just call me. Remember to stay in touch. I'm always here, much more reliable than him. Yuzi waved her hand. All right, go back to sleep quickly. Back in the room, Yuzi sat beside Huaheng. They stared at each other for a moment. Yuzi tentatively asked, do you really not remember me? Huaheng replied, should I? Yuzi smiled. This meant she could fabricate a story. She said, actually, we're classmates at the same school. I've had a crush on you for a long time, but you never paid attention to me. I didn't expect to be able to save you. Tell me, isn't this fate arranged by heaven? Huaheng listened to her tale, his mind swirling with confusion. He had an impeccable memory but had never seen this woman before. So what are you trying to say? Yuzi looked excited. What I'm saying is that we have destiny between us. So, do you want to go out with me? Huaheng withdrew his hand. I have 1 month left until the college entrance exams. I don't want to date. Yuzi pouted pitifully. Looks like I've been rejected. She acted coyly, mimicking Lin Dayu with a melodramatic tone, almost ready to cry. Seeing this scene, Huaheng felt somewhat uneasy. He furrowed his brow slightly. I said I can't date before the exam, but that doesn't mean I won't date after. Yuzi immediately moved her hands away. You better keep your promise. Huaheng, it felt like he was caught in some sort of trap, yet he couldn't pinpoint the problem. He yawned. I'm a bit sleepy. The VIP ward should have a small bed. You can sleep next to me. Yuzi quickly pulled out the small bed from under the bed. All right, I'll stay by your side. Meanwhile, Hua Yunyuan, who had just returned home, was watching the miniature camera in the VIP ward. Furrowing his brows, he wondered if this young man had truly lost his memory or was faking it. What was the purpose of staging this performance? Was it purely to find the mastermind behind everything? He glanced at Jiang Yuan standing across from him and sighed helplessly. Why are you always so reckless? Jiang Yuan retorted, Dad, Jingyun left all the property to Huaheng. What about Huaju and Huaju? Property division is urgent now. How could I stand idly by and let this happen? Hua Yunyuan sighed. The police have already intervened. It's only a matter of time before they trace it back to you. Do you still think you can hide like before? Jiang Yuan responded. I don't intend to hide. I thought this time Huaheng would never wake up again, unexpectedly. Hua Yunyuan's eyelids twitched. No, Huaheng must be planning something. However, there was a strange feeling in his heart, akin to waves pushing forward against the tide. Each step taken by Huaheng was meticulously calculated. This guy, unfathomable indeed. Chapter 168, Elementary School Behavior. Yuzi lay awake on the small bed. She softly asked, Huaheng, are you asleep? Huaheng lay flat on the bed, eyes staring at the ceiling, feeling like something was missing from his mind. But the memories seemed like elusive beams of light that he couldn't grasp. He replied, not yet. Yuzi turned over. Tell me what your high school life was like. Huaheng also turned to face her, resting his head on his arm, with a faint laugh. Didn't you say you had a crush on me? Don't you know what my high school days were like? Yuzi was momentarily speechless. She forgot that Huaheng just had amnesia, not cognitive impairment. At least his IQ was fine. But I want to hear it from you, Yuzi said, inadvertently bringing a bit of coquetry into her voice when her lie was exposed, making it pleasant for listeners. In the pitch-black hospital room, only the light from the machines shone. But under this dim light, Hu Heng could still see Yuzi's face. Are you sure you want to know? Hu Heng asked her again. Yuzi responded earnestly, of course, I'm not joking. Stories about him had their captivating moments. Hu Heng had average academic performance in high school because he didn't want to become the thorn in Hu Q's side. Later, he got to know Liang Zixuan and Fu Shijun, and they were frequently caught by Fu Shijun smoking. Gradually, they became familiar with each other. Fu Shijun let it go with one eye open and one closed. Then his grandfather said, the person who can inherit the Hu family must be an excellent one. Hu Heng thought he couldn't be slack anymore. He needed to study hard and strive to be the best. Later, his grades soared, naturally upsetting Jiang Yuan. For some time, his stomach always felt uncomfortable, leading him to suspect that Jiang Yuan had drugged his food as a warning. So, Hu Heng stopped being too conspicuous. However, because of his good looks and respect for women, he naturally won the affection of many female classmates. This was how he existed in Rongcheng. After hearing all this, Yuzi asked him, do you have someone you like? Hu Heng answered, no. Yuzi finally relaxed, as before Meng and others always said that Hu Heng had a white moonlight. It was said that the power of white moonlight was great, and she wasn't sure if she could win against such a rival. Afterward, Hu Heng questioned Yuzi, tell me about you. Why do you like me, and which class are you in? Yuzi fabricated, I'm in class 10 of the first year of high school. My name is Yuzi, maybe you didn't notice my existence. Unexpectedly, these words drew Hu Heng's scoff. With your appearance, saying no one notices your existence, do you think I would believe that? Yuzi thought inwardly, isn't this just telling a story? Why does Hu Heng always pick on details? She said, you don't need to worry about so much right now. I like you because you are a very good person. Hu Heng retorted, I've heard that generally women will say you're a good person when they reject men. Yuzi was infuriated by his statement and suddenly sat up on the small bed. Now she could look Hu Heng in the eye level. Their gazes locked silently, indescribably glowing in the darkness. Yuzi rested her elbow on the bed, propping her chin. If you insist on knowing everything, then let me tell you, it's love at first sight. Are you satisfied with this answer? Hu Heng nodded, I'm quite satisfied, because it's the same for me. What? Yuzi felt she didn't hear correctly. She uncertainly asked again, what did you just say? They stared into each other's eyes. Hu Heng, while looking directly into her eyes, repeated, I'm very satisfied with your answer, because I feel the same way about you. Yuzi took some time to react, revealing a surprised smile. Hu Heng, you haven't lost your memory. Hu Heng gestured for her to be quiet. At that moment, Yuzi's heart was filled with deep affection. Perhaps it was because Hu Heng was safe and sound, or perhaps it was due to that phrase, love at first sight, that he mentioned. Yuzi laid back down on the small bed, pulling the blanket around herself. Don't you have school tomorrow? Let's go to sleep early then. Hu Heng replied, good night. When waking up the next morning, Yuzi realized she couldn't move her body. Groggily opening her eyes, she found herself actually in Hu Heng's arms. Could it be that she sleepwalked again during the night? Yuzi struggled to get off the bed but couldn't break free from his embrace, instead touching areas beyond description. Only then did Hu Heng wake up, and his first reaction was to act, pushing Yuzi away forcefully. The two were separated by neither close nor far distance, with Hu Heng frowning, how did you end up in my bed? Yuzi's inner thoughts, Hu Heng could have been an actor, it's a waste he didn't pursue it. She moved closer, hooking her fingers under Hu Heng's chin, I already said I secretly admired you. Is it unreasonable that I wanted to cuddle with you during the night? Hu Heng tried hard to suppress the laughter in his eyes, you're shameless. Yuzi retorted, yes, I'm shameless, I make unreasonable demands. What are you going to do about it? Hu Heng got out of bed, dressed properly, and was about to leave. He acted like a madman, glancing left and right. Yuzi walked behind him, do you feel as if you've traveled through time? Hu Heng unknowingly hummed an affirmative response. Just as he was about to ask why, several people suddenly ran down the corridor, with Meng leading them. Meng cried out dramatically, my third son, what's wrong with you? Hu Heng steadied Meng who was about to kneel on the ground, old why are you wearing a suit? Don't you usually wear sports clothes? Meng looked at Yuzi for help, has he really lost his memory? Yuzi nodded. Meng then took charge, he and Liang Zixuan supported Hu Heng, third son, let's talk inside. It's too windy outside, don't catch a cold. Hu Heng burst into acting mode, what kind of cold? I have class now. Liang Zixuan sighed, third son, you're 28 this year, what classes? At these words, Hu Heng revealed a confused look, what do you mean? Did I really travel through time? Meng helped Hu Heng sit down, let me explain slowly. He sat in the chair in the ward, legs crossed, staring at Hu Heng for a moment. That dazed look was indeed like an 18-year-old, not an act. He searched his pockets, wanting to pull out a cigarette. What nonsense is this? Hu Heng frowned slightly, growing somewhat impatient, speak up or let me go already. Meng said, you're exactly right, stay still. He pulled out his phone from his pocket, opened the camera, introduce yourself once. When your memory recovers, I'll definitely make you watch it. Hu Heng rolled his eyes at him, can you just scram? Why dress up in a suit? Liang Zixuan couldn't help but laugh at their bickering. He asked Yuzi, what happened exactly? Yuzi answered, yesterday afternoon when he went home, there was a car accident on the way. When he woke up, his head had been stitched up a few times, and he lost his memory. Liang Zixuan, is the car accident being investigated? Yuzi, the police are investigating it. Hu Heng's car was inspected a few days ago, so it should be someone tampering with it intentionally. We need to tell Fu Shiyuan. Liang Zishuan, I understand that. No one escapes responsibility. They knew that Hu Heng's parents had encountered a car accident in the past. Now that Hu Heng faced something similar, it couldn't help but raise suspicion it might be the same person responsible. Chapter 169, Can't You Be Fixed? Shi Meng was still arguing with Hu Heng. The two of them were acting like elementary school kids, fooling around. Shi Meng had known Hu Heng since kindergarten. They grew up together sharing everything. He simply couldn't believe in this evil fate. Did Hu Heng really lose his memory? Shi Meng pinched Hu Heng's ear. You're tricking me, right? Hu Heng grabbed his finger. Don't look for death here. Shi Meng's face twisted in pain as he felt his finger about to snap, almost kneeling in surrender. Bro, I'm sorry, let go of me. Hu Heng smirked coldly. Are you really sorry? Shi Meng realized something wasn't quite right. The Hu Heng from high school wouldn't ask so many pointless questions. He'd just say get lost. Now he actually talks more. So by his deduction, this guy must be faking the amnesia, though his intent remains to be seen. They chatted for a while. Hu Heng finally understood that he indeed had amnesia. Yuzi took out her ID card and showed it to him. He stared at the ID, then looked at Shi Meng. Does this mean we're both 28 years old now? Shi Meng didn't understand. Yeah, what's wrong? Hu Heng chuckled coldly. Then why do I look so young while you look so old? The moment he heard that, Shi Meng suddenly lacked confidence, even falling into deep self-doubt. He pointed to his handsome face and asked Liang Zishuan standing nearby, do I look old? Liang Zishuan carefully looked between the two of them, stroking his chin as if seriously considering the question. In terms of natural looks without makeup, San appears younger than you. These words struck Shi Meng like a thunderbolt directly on his fragile heart. Stumbling out of the ward, he shouted, check out immediately. There should be Hu Yunuan's people in this hospital. Once he leaves, he plans to beat Hu Heng to a pulp. After Yuzi and the group finished checking out, the doctor reminded them, come back for a checkup in half a month. Back at Hu Heng's villa, Shi Meng sat down on the couch, calm and composed. Alright, stop pretending. Hu Heng decided to lay all his cards on the table. With your intelligence, it took you this long to figure it out. I wonder if your brain has moved elsewhere. All his intelligence used to chase girls, none left for normal wisdom. Shi Meng looked up. Alright, tell me, why pretend to act crazy all of a sudden? Hu Heng, of course, I'm planning to completely send Jiang Yuan inside. She's a foreign national, some laws can't control her. Therefore, her crimes need to be more serious for her to have no way out. Liang Zishuan dug out some files from his bag and handed them over to Hu Heng. After my relentless efforts, I've gathered 15% of the scattered shares for you. Think of a way to repay me. Hu Heng glanced at him. What do you want? Liang Zishuan, whatever I want, you'll give it to me. Hu Heng, accept my body. Liang Zishuan rolled his eyes. My sexual orientation is normal. Hu Heng snorted coldly. What do you really want? Liang Zishuan, I want you to give me Zhongyu too. Hu Heng raised his head. Your ambition is not small, but the current Zhongyu isn't in my hands. She is the big boss of Zhongyu. Their group's gaze shifted toward Yuzi sitting on the side. Yuzi calmly sipped water. That's right, my current net worth is very high. Upon hearing this, Shi Meng was the first to become unsettled. Standing up, he pointed accusingly. I've never discovered until now how much more love-struck you are than me. Pure love god falls flat. Hu Heng pushed Shi Meng away. What kind of pure love god are you? You're a bull horse god, a bull for plowing fields, a horse that works itself to death. Shi Meng laughed in anger. After one car accident, your mouth got sharper. Hu Heng, high praise, thank you. After everyone left, Hu Heng spread out his arms. Come here, let me hug you. Yuzi stepped back. This person declines. Who knows, yesterday when she heard the news, she was terrified. Because she knew Hu Heng's parents died in the car accident. Therefore, she doesn't want nor wish to see Hu Heng meet a tragic end. Who knew this guy was always setting traps and didn't even inform her? How could this not make her angry? Seeing that she wouldn't come, Hu Heng could only go himself and embrace her. I'm sorry. Where did you go wrong? Facing this classic question, Hu Heng gave the most reasonable answer. I shouldn't have hidden things from you. I should have told you before making plans. He said a bunch of things, but Yuzi knew he was sincere in admitting his fault. Her fingers lightly poked Hu Heng's nose. No repeat offenses. Hu Heng, okay, miss you. The two embraced on the sofa for a while, and before they knew it, they fell onto each other. Yuzi, under the broad daylight sky, what you're doing is far too reckless. Hu Heng still had bandages wrapped around his head, looking both funny and ridiculous. Yuzi said, you're not in good health now. What if you run out of strength halfway? This statement was practically a mockery. Hu Heng lay on top of her. I have plenty of strength. Yuzi replied, you're the bull horse. Even Shi Meng would bow down to him in this aspect. Now that Hu Heng has lost his memory, he couldn't handle the company affairs either, leaving only Yuzi to step up. Hu Jingxin laughed. What can a little girl like her accomplish? Hu Ju was processing documents beside her. Isn't Auntie also a woman? Hu Jingxin glanced at her. How could she possibly be like me? The two had different levels of education from the start. Hu Jingxin had always been an excellent student since childhood. Afterward, she studied at Cambridge and excelled in business. Later, she learned quite a bit under the Duke. In her eyes, Yuzi was just a little insect easily manipulated. After the previous battle, Hua Corporation successfully established its electronic technology integrated into Life's smart method. As a result, the stock prices soared. Even if there were problems with Zhongyu, Hua Corporation remained unshaken. Moreover, Hua Jingshan planned to bring her boyfriend into the Rongqing market to compete with Zhongyu. The police had already found residual fingerprints on the brake pads. After a series of investigations, they successfully intercepted the person before his plane took off. When the police arrived, the person responsible for tampering clearly showed signs of panic. He stammered, "What are you going to do? I'll sue you for unlawful detention." The police put handcuffs on him. "We'll talk about it back at the police station." The man began to use the hard luck story. "My mother is sick abroad. I need to return to her side immediately." The police pulled out their phones. "Would you mind giving your mother a call right now?" Chapter 170, Paying the Price. After his lie was exposed, the man's pride had nowhere to hide, and he compromised by extending his hands to accept the handcuffs. In the police car, the man's body was shaking, as if he had already foreseen what would happen next. The young police officer beside him tried to soothe him. "We're just taking you back for investigation. If you didn't commit the crime, you will be released. Please cooperate." The man trembled, trying to reach into his pocket. He was stopped by another young police officer. "What are you looking for?" The man grinned, showing his teeth, somewhat nervous. "Comrade police officer, I just want to smoke a cigarette. Let's talk about that when we get back." The whole way, the police car remained silent. Upon arriving at the police station, formal questioning began according to protocol. The detective took out photos of the car accident. "We found your fingerprints on this vehicle. Did you tamper with the brakes on this car?" The man's name is Wang Mion. Leaning on the table with his elbows after enduring a long period of twists and turns, he appeared calm at this moment. "I just admired this car at first glance, so I wanted to touch it. In short, I did not tamper with it, I just admired it." Director Zhong listened in from the side. The detective continued to question him. "You admire this car, but could you really have touched under the brake? Why weren't fingerprints found anywhere else? And why did this car crash right after you touched it?" With stern authority, the interrogation room remained quiet for a while. Wang Mion raised his eyes. "Officer, you can't accuse me like this. I was just admiring it and accidentally touched it. I never touched anything else." Defensive words came easily. As the interrogation went on, Hua Heng walked nonchalantly into the police station. Dressed in a brown overcoat with bandages wrapped around his head, his good looks made the style seem new and fashionable. A young police officer placed water in front of Hua Heng. "Director Zhong is interrogating now, we'll have results soon." Hua Heng said, "I know, thank you." He was not only investigating the truth behind this car accident but also the truth behind his parents' car accident many years ago. There were few clues left regarding past events. After years of investigation, it was finally confirmed that Wang Mion had known Jiang Yuan many years ago. After Hua Jingyun died in a car accident, Wang Mion immigrated abroad with his entire family, making any further investigations impossible. Nowadays, Jiang Yuan was using old tricks again, and this person had returned to China. What kind of reward could make him take such risks for Jiang Yuan twice? Half an hour later, Director Zhong emerged from the interrogation room. Seeing it was Hua Heng, he immediately approached to check on him. "Are you feeling better?" Hua Heng held his hand. "Thanks to you, I'm much better. By the way, how is the investigation going?" Director Zhong sighed. "You've come all this way. I will definitely tell you once there are results. I prefer to come myself, it gives me peace of mind." He feared interference from Jiang Yuan. At this point, that woman probably still didn't know that Wang Mion had been arrested. Hua Heng followed Director Zhong into the office, where Director Zhong put down the previous interrogation results. This person adamantly denies doing it, claiming he just looked, insisting there's something wrong with your car. Leaning against the chair, Hua Heng said, "I knew someone like him would cause trouble, so I have the car's dashboard camera and surveillance from the blind spots of our company's underground garage, just in case one day someone tries to frame me." Upon hearing this, Director Zhong lit up with excitement. "Why didn't you bring this out earlier?" Hua Heng retrieved the USB drive. "Director Zhong, this isn't a simple case. I believe Master Fu Shijun has informed you." Director Zhong's brows furrowed as his face grew solemn. "Is there anything else?" Hua Heng then pulled several files from his coat. "This person is suspected of being involved in a car accident 12 years ago using the same methods." Inside were detailed records of places Chen Mengqi had visited, including repair shops and vehicle inspection centers. The day before Chen Mengqi's car accident, she had her car checked. Wang Mion worked at that factory at the time. Director Zhong felt his heart tighten. What grudge, what hatred could be so deep as to devise such cruel methods? "I hope you can thoroughly investigate this matter. Wang Mion does not know my parents, and I don't even know this person, meaning there must be someone behind us who knows us well and doesn't want anyone from our family to survive." Director Zhong received all the materials, saying earnestly, "Rest assured, I will certainly uncover everything. Bad people deserve their rightful punishment." Hua Heng said, "With you handling the case, I'm sure I'll be at ease." Walking out of the police station, Hua Heng spread his arms wide to welcome the beautiful sun. Hua Heng hailed a taxi and gave the address. Arriving at the company, Hua Heng went upstairs. Stepping out of the elevator, he noticed Yu Zi wasn't at her usual workstation. Hua Heng pushed open the door to the office and saw Yu Zi sitting on the swivel chair talking on the phone, exuding the aura of a complete elite. After Yu Zi hung up the phone, she beckoned with her finger. "Oh my, isn't this the 18-year-old young lad? Come over here and let sister have a look." Hua Heng obediently went over, bent down, and kept his hands behind his back. Sister, what do you want to see? Yuzi pinched his face. Of course, it's your handsome face that I'm looking at. Even though Hua Heng's face was being pinched, he didn't resist. His speech became somewhat unclear. What do you want to eat for lunch? Yuzi said, it's been a long time since I've been to the staff canteen. Would you like to join me, Junior? Sure, Senior. Upon arriving at the staff canteen, Hua Heng's appearance naturally drew the attention of many employees. Chen Du said to Shu Wan, who was sitting across from him, is our boss setting a new trend? Shu Wan replied, don't ask about the boss's fashion sense. Don't you think today's boss seems a bit strange? Chen Du turned around again and carefully examined. What's so strange? It's just not quite in line with his usual style. Shu Wan rolled her eyes and called out to Shu Ju, who had just passed by them. Where are you going? We're over here. Chen Du asked Shu Ju, who had just sat down, take a look. What's different about our boss compared to usual? In theory, Shu Ju had known Hua Heng for the longest time, so he should definitely be able to spot the differences. Shu Ju took off his glasses, wiped them with his clothes, put them back on, and said, there's nothing different. He just looks a bit more handsome. Chen Du remarked, you are indeed the ultimate sycophant for our boss. Shu Wan put down her chopsticks and analyzed carefully. Whenever the boss used to come to the staff canteen, he would take the initiative to get whatever Ms. you wanted to eat. But now he's following after her like a little puppy, right? Chen Du furrowed his brow. Why couldn't I notice all these things? Shu Wan responded, this incident tells you, I am a woman with great attention to detail. Shu Ju agreed, I think what you said makes sense, designer Shu. After picking her food, Yuzi handed it to Hua Heng, and he followed behind her, whispering, sister, I want to eat that shrimp. Sister, I want to eat that pork rib. Yuzi turned back and glared at him. Watch out if the employees hear this, your reputation will be ruined forever. Hua Heng countered, who would bother to argue with an 18-year-old high school student? Yuzi sighed, you are really becoming shameless. At this moment, she finally understood Shi Meng's former helplessness. Chapter 171, a bigger storm is about to hit. Shi Meng once said, don't let Hua Heng's seemingly decent appearance fool you, he may look like an upright young man with good morals. In reality, he has the most devious ideas, they are just well hidden. When it matters, he can deliver a fatal blow. Yuzi pushed Hua Heng, we're in the office, stop playing around. Hua Heng took a step back, our company doesn't have any rules that forbid office romances. Perhaps for most workers, this would already be a fixed requirement. But at Zhongyu, where employee benefits are extremely good, that's impossible. Finally, after getting all the food, Yuzi found a seat and asked Hua Heng how the police station matters were going today. It's going well. Yuzi's curiosity was immediately piqued. What do you mean by well? Tell me more specifically. Hua Heng divided the rice, giving each of them a bowl. Really want to listen? Yuzi replied, of course, I'd love to hear about the satisfying ending. Hua Heng said, it's hard to say. Yuzi frowned, could it be that the result isn't too good? Hua Heng picked up a shrimp and peeled it, if you want to hear a story, you've got to pay a little. Yuzi realized what he meant, he had been waiting for her here. She was just about to take the shrimp from him to peel it. Hua Heng said, not this, I meant tonight. His voice wasn't loud but was audible, the restaurant was lively, but the distance between tables was not far, so such sensitive words could easily be picked up by someone with ill intentions. Yuzi turned beet red, even wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Hua Heng truly had thick skin. She raised her index finger to her lips. Can we talk about this when we get home? After peeling it, Hua Heng placed it in Yuzi's bowl. I'll take that as a yes. Yuzi, hurry up and tell the story. Hua Heng said, this car accident undoubtedly leads to Jiangyuan, but we still need some time to investigate the one from over 20 years ago. I believe there will definitely be a good outcome. Yuzi gritted her teeth. Bad people should be punished. Thinking about all the suffering Jiangyuan once caused Hua Heng, yet she acted as if nothing happened afterward. Such a person really deserved death. After eating lunch, Hua Heng didn't plan to go home. He returned to the office with Yuzi. Yuzi worked while Hua Heng sat on the sofa reading a magazine. In a daze, he felt like he was being kept by a female tycoon. The feeling wasn't bad. Although things didn't succeed this time, letting Hua Heng lose his memory and get hurt made Jiangyuan feel content inside. Sitting in the courtyard, enjoying the sunlight which added warmth to the cool autumn air. Huju didn't go out today. When he went downstairs and saw his mother resting in the yard, he approached her and asked, Mom, what's making you so happy? Jiangyuan gave a kind smile. You won't have to worry about Hua Heng in the future. Mom will handle all obstacles for you. Although Huju wasn't sure exactly what she meant, he was genuinely touched by his mother's goodwill. Mom, how long do you plan to stay here? Huju asked. Jiangyuan thought for a moment. I'll find a suitable fiancé for your brother and then go back. Do you have a girl you like? Huju shook his head. No. Jiangyuan patted his head. Son, hurry up and settle down, get married, and take control of your bad habits. The mother and son were having a harmonious interaction while Hua Yunyuan observed everything from the study. The housekeeper entered. Today I saw Hua Heng go to the police station. His memory loss seems fake. Hua Yunyuan snorted. This boy faking amnesia probably just wants Jiangyuan to lower her guard. Sometimes he admired his grandson Hua Heng, but he was too much like Hua Jingyun, uncontrollable. Hua Yunyuan, who had been commanding the winds and clouds for so many years, didn't like people he couldn't control. They were powerful enough that even holding their trump cards wouldn't make a difference. Suddenly, Hua Yunyuan felt time slipping away quietly, the reflection in the glass showing his hair turning white. After fighting for so many years, he didn't know what he had actually held on to. He said, he will eventually uncover Jiang Yuan anyway, so what does it matter to me? He never planned to harm Hua Jingyun either. The housekeeper asked, do we intervene? Hua Yunyuan waved a hand, no, let him investigate further. After all, Jiang Yuan is no more than a pawn. The housekeeper left, gently closing the study door behind him. When the clam and the oyster fight, the fisherman gains advantage. As Hua Heng and Jiang Yuan struggle to mutual destruction, he, Hua Yunyuan, can gain maximum benefit. Yu Zi was new to the job and full of fire. She threw herself into work energetically. Chen stepped out of the office and always felt the ominous dark clouds overhead. It seemed a change of weather was coming for Zhongyu. Hua Heng looked at Yu Zi in astonishment. Have you been eyeing my position for a long time? Yu Zi was glowing with joy as she sipped on a file. Boss, isn't it too late for you to realize this now? Hua Heng put on an expression of great anguish. I never expected that after I trusted you so much, you would treat me like this. Yu Zi set down the file and walked to the side of the sofa. Let me see how heartbroken you really are. Hua Heng grabbed Yu Zi's hand and placed it over his heart. Feel this. My heart is shattering into a million pieces. His overly dramatic performance was nothing short of explosive. Yu Zi placed her hand on Hua Heng's chest. Oh my gosh, it's already in crumbs. She was laughing even harder than before. The act over, Hua Heng sat back casually, legs crossed, distancing himself from the devilish Yu Zi. Yu Zi approached him and hooked his chin. Now that I'm the boss of this company, have you considered becoming my secretary? She had complete control over Hua Heng. She even wanted to hire him as her secretary. Hua Heng raised his head. Is there something wrong with me living off you? Yu Zi understood. Sure, I'll support you. As she stood up, Hua Heng wrapped his arms around her waist and took in her scent. Once all these terrible things are over, let's have a proper relationship. With love already being precious, it shouldn't be disturbed by these people. How irritating. Yu Zi smiled. All right. Jiang Yuan only found out the next day that Wang Mian wasn't on that flight. She couldn't reach him by phone, and her right eyelid kept twitching. She had this feeling that something was going to happen. She could do nothing but seek Hua Yunyuan's help. Wang Mian has disappeared. Hua Yunyuan remained calm. You should have thought about the consequences before doing those things. I warned you before, Hua Heng is not someone you can mess with. Her overconfidence made her think Hua Heng was still an 8-year-old kid. Fear rose uncontrollably within Jiang Yuan. She felt there was a much bigger storm about to strike. Chapter 172, Why not? Jiang Yuan stood at a loss in the study, not knowing what to do next. She looked blankly at Hua Yunyuan. Dad, can you help me again? Hua Yunyuan replied, how can I help you? I've told you many times, don't provoke him. Hua Heng is crazy. Do you think he has the ability? Yes. He can even use Liang Zishuan's power to make Jiang Yuan disappear quietly. All it takes is his word. But he didn't. Instead, he wants to proceed with legal action and let the law handle the punishment so that others die unpleasantly. Loss of freedom is the greatest punishment for someone. Jiang Yuan suddenly remembered something and her face lit up. It's fine, I still have Ren Jin. If Wang Mian reveals her involvement later, she won't hesitate to retaliate harshly. After all, how can anyone take seriously what a lunatic says? Blame Wang Mian for being too naive, thinking about their friendship from school. Just a lapdog. People only panic when they're truly caught. Wang Mian waited for 2 days without hearing from Jiang Yuan. He became slightly panicked and asked the police, has my lawyer come? Director Zhong raised his eyes, serious and stern. Now that the evidence is solid, what use would your lawyer be? They were using time to torment Wang Mian. Hua Heng's evidence could only point to Wang Mian's motive for murder but couldn't expose Jiang Yuan. Their aim now was to create a rift between Wang Mian and Jiang Yuan, making them lose trust in each other. Once trust collapses, anything can be revealed. Sitting in the interrogation room, handcuffed, Wang Mian swallowed nervously. His eyes darted around, his body trembling slightly as if deep in thought. Director Zhong intimidated him. In a few days, we'll go to court to decide your crimes. Curious, Wang Mian asked, how many years does intentional assault carry? Director Zhong chuckled at this question. It depends on how strong the opposing party is, and whether you have a criminal record. That sentence also brought up events from over 20 years ago. Although Wang Mian knew the past matters were handled well, truthfully, there was always the risk of loopholes in such endeavors. The net of justice is wide, yet without any omissions. After intense internal struggle, Wang Mian stopped Director Zhong who was about to leave. Director Zhong, I have something to tell you. Director Zhong turned around, sitting back down. What is it? Speak. Wang Mian admitted, you're right, I have no grudge against Hua Heng. I didn't even know him, I was manipulated by someone else. He had made a great decision to confess. Wang Mian didn't believe that Jiang Yuan didn't know about his arrest. Who? Director Zhong gestured for an aide to record the conversation. That woman's name is Jiang Yuan, the daughter-in-law of Hua Yunyuan from Hua's real estate. Director Zhong obtained the satisfying answer, continuing, tell us the detailed process and why you agreed to her proposal. What tempting condition did Jiang Yuan offer that would lead someone to such an act? Wang Mian said, because of money. My mother had a serious illness. Jiang Yuan said she could get my mother the best treatment. Director Zhong immediately seized on a flaw in his statement. From what I understand, your mother had a serious illness 20 years ago, meaning she used this to tempt you recently. Wang Mian took a deep breath. Recently, because my mother needed medical funds desperately. Jiang Yuan assured me that since I'd be overseas, I wouldn't be caught. I thought I'd escape after the job, but then I was caught. Director Zhong coldly laughed. Don't doubt the abilities of the police. He ordered the assistant beside him to prepare the team. Before leaving, Director Zhong turned around one last time. I hope everything you've just said is true. Wang Mian fidgeted with his hands, silent. When Hua Heng saw old Zhong emerge, he approached and asked, how is the investigation going? He's already confessed. Jiang Yuan incited him. Hua Heng stroked his chin. Just this matter? Director Zhong, judging from his expression, there are other hidden things, but he hasn't disclosed them. He patted Hua Heng on the shoulder, but rest assured, I will definitely uncover every detail of this case. No one will escape justice. When the police arrived at the Hua residence, Jiang Yuan was watering flowers in the yard. Director Zhong presented credentials. Miss Jiang, please accompany us for a moment. Jiang Yuan stared at them confused. Why are you looking for me? Who are you? She fled wildly as if mad, hiding behind Mr. Hua's steward. Mr. Hua's steward first bowed to the police. Hello, officer, I am the steward of this household. May I ask what you need regarding Miss Jiang? Director Zhong stated, we recently arrested a suspect who claimed to be under Miss Jiang's orders. We need to bring Miss Jiang in for questioning. Mr. Hua frowned slightly, appearing very puzzled. Are you sure he said he was acting under Miss Jiang's orders? This single sentence successfully irritated Director Zhong. Are you questioning our ability to handle cases? Mr. Hua chuckled and shook his head. Not at all, officer. However, Ms. Jiang suffered from depression over 20 years ago and her mental state has never been stable since. The doctor can provide proof. So how could a mentally unstable person possibly orchestrate a crime? Director Zhong had anticipated this scenario before arriving. He responded, regardless of whether her mental state is normal or not, she needs to come with me now. Afterward, you can bring the relevant documentation to the police station. Or are you obstructing justice? Each level above surpasses the last, and Director Zhong's reputation isn't for nothing. Mr. Hua had no response to this reprimand and stepped aside. But Jiang Yuan didn't want to comply. She clung tightly to Mr. Hua's clothes, shouting, don't touch me. Don't you dare touch me. But before the law, all are equal. Director Zhong firmly took Jiang Yuan away, turning back once more to address Mr. Hua. Bring the necessary documentation to the police station. Do you understand what I'm saying? I do. Once they left, silence once again enveloped the courtyard, and Hua Yunyuan shook his head. Difficult. But still, thankfully, the Hua family remains intact. What does one live for in life? Isn't it simply to ensure that what one has built continues to stand? As long as the Hua family prospers, everything will be fine. Mr. Hua returned to the study. She's been taken away. Should we submit the proof? Hua Yunyuan nodded. Certainly. This way, I've done my utmost for her. Mr. Hua wanted to say something but held his tongue. Even after being brought to the police station, Jiang Yuan continued to cause chaos, pretending and shrieking, I need to see my doctor. I need my doctor. Hua Heng stood up from his chair. Long time no see, Ms. Jiang. Though he was smiling, to Jiang Yuan, he appeared more terrifying than a ghost. Hua Heng had never lost his memory. Or perhaps the car accident had been within his plan all along, accepting a minor injury in exchange for uncovering the truth about everything. Wouldn't that be worthwhile? Chapter 173, Ju Mountain Hot Spring. Jiang Yuan, who had been feigning madness, froze completely when she saw Hua Heng. She even forgot what she was supposed to do next. Should she continue to act insane? Or should she ask for a doctor? Or try to break free from her current restraints? Seeing Hua Heng, she couldn't say a word and was finally pushed into the interrogation room by the police. Hua Heng greeted Director Zhong and handed him a significant gift. This is the result provided by Jiang Yuan's doctor. I hope it will be useful for you. Director Zhong accepted it and thanked him. The rest is on me. You go back first. Hua Heng left the police station, drove back to Yu Zi's house, then returned to his company building. He sat in the car, waiting for Yu Zi to finish work. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Hua Heng called Yu Zi, my dear girlfriend, are you off work yet? Yu Zi turned off her computer. I just finished working. Where are you? Hua Heng said, I want to invite you for dinner. Would you honor me with your presence? I'm downstairs at the company. Yu Zi replied, I'll come down after tidying up. She was currently doing the work of 2 people and even considered hiring a secretary to help. At this point, the office building rang out with cheerful voices. Everyone was celebrating the end of the day's work. In the elevator, Yu Zi met Shu Wan, who was also leaving work. They were discussing where to go for tonight's gathering. Chen Du asked, you assistant, would you like to join us? Yu Zi, recalling Chen Du's drunken rant about Hua Heng earlier, decided not to go. I have to go out for dinner with my boyfriend later, so I can't make it. The word boyfriend created quite a stir in the crowded elevator. Shu Wan curiously asked, is it Mr. Hua? Yu Zi arched an eyebrow, who else? Shu Wan patted her chest, you could have just said Mr. Hua, you gave me a fright there for a moment. I thought you had a new boyfriend. The elevator dinged as Yu Zi walked out. Hua Heng wants me to give him some formality. Shu Wan was captivated by Yu Zi's beauty. She crossed her arms and clasped her hands, so sweet. My favorite couple is truly a perfect match made in heaven. Chen Du slapped her hand away, enough from you, they're already far gone. Yuzi got in the car, sitting in the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. Where are we going for our date? It was Friday, and Saturday was tomorrow. They had no plans for the weekend. Huaheng said, Ju Mountain. This season, the maples on Ju Mountain turned crimson, and a newly built hot spring retreat offered a pleasant way to spend the weekend. Yuzi asked, is everything settled with Jiang Yuan? Huaheng said, I trust Director Zhong's ability. Yuzi glanced at the direction Huaheng was heading toward. No, I haven't packed clothes yet. After all, they would be staying for 2 days. Huaheng pointed behind them. There was a suitcase on the seat. I've already packed for you. Yuzi felt even better. I didn't expect my boyfriend to be so thoughtful. Huaheng said, is there any reward for that? He leaned forward willingly. Yuzi said, I've already rewarded you. Oh, when was that? Yuzi glanced sideways. When I left the company just now, I told Shu Wn and the others that you're my boyfriend. Doesn't that count as a reward? Huaheng smirked while looking at Yuzi. Does this mean I now officially belong to someone? Yuzi said, you can say that. From Zhongyou to Ju Mountain, it took about 2.5 hours. Along the way, Yuzi kept chatting with Huaheng, fearing he might feel lonely. Occasionally, she replied to messages from others. Seeing her replying to others' messages, Huaheng felt a twinge of jealousy in his heart. I haven't eaten anything this entire afternoon. Based on years of work experience, Yuzi quickly opened the navigation system and confirmed that there was a convenience store up ahead. Let's stop by the convenience store ahead. I'll buy you something to eat. Huaheng succeeded in coaxing her. However, Yuzi's efficiency in resolving matters was impressive. Huaheng said, my eyes hurt, and it will be worse driving tonight. Let's eat on the road. Okay. Yuzi moved quickly, went inside the store, bought food, and brought it back to the car. Here's some bread to tide you over until dinner. Huaheng grumbled, I'm still driving, indicating he had no hands free. Yuzi understood. She tore open the bread bag, broke off a small piece, and fed it to Huaheng's mouth. How is it? Is it good? It tastes nice. Yuzi chuckled lightly. Does my finger taste like meat? Huaheng, it smells too good. I thought it was bread. Some people rarely speak words of love, but when they do, it's always stunning. Yuzi never expected that despite a 4-year age gap, they could happily enjoy each other's company. After another hour of driving, they arrived at the entrance of Ju Mountain Hot Spring Retreat. Upon getting out of the car, the ground was covered in fallen leaves. Although it was unclear under the dark night, the lighting at the retreat entrance illuminated the red maple leaves. Yuzi looked back and realized the view of Rongcheng City could be seen from Ju Mountain. She followed Huaheng inside. This was a hot spring inn established at the beginning of the year, officially opening for business this autumn. The two of them were among the latest customers. A waiter at the entrance welcomed them verbally while helping carry their luggage. Huaheng gave his name. The attendant then led them to a private room. Upon opening the door, Yuzi was astonished by the sight. Opposite the door was a large floor-to-ceiling window offering an expansive view of the scenery below, incredibly stunning. In the center of the room stood an enormous hot spring pool, steaming and filled with rose petals scattered all over the water surface. It evoked a feeling reminiscent of ancient indulgence and luxury. Yuzi changed her shoes and walked toward the window, where the glittering lights from myriad homes in the valley below could be seen. Perched atop the mountain, this hot spring inn had taken almost a year to construct, requiring significant engineering efforts. Huaheng asked, do you like it? Yuzi turned around, I absolutely love it. From behind, Huaheng wrapped his arms around her waist. If you like it so much, I can give it to you. Yuzi frowned, confused for a moment. What do you mean, give me what? Huaheng replied calmly, of course, this hot spring inn. Yuzi's eyebrows twitched in disbelief. You're not going to tell me this place is yours? Huaheng responded confidently, why not? If you like it, I can gift you everything. Yuzi swallowed hard, appreciating how generously dominant Huaheng was with his money. Yet she understood that she already received far more than deserved. She said softly, you keep it. What if you run out of money later? Huaheng rubbed his chin against her neck teasingly. As always, you're thoughtful. Although autumn brought cooler weather, the room inside was unusually warm with a faint floral aroma lingering in the air. Huaheng added, the water in this pool comes from pure natural springs, it's very clean. Clothes were already laid out beside the pool. Yuzi picked them up to change into. Huaheng answered a call and looked back to see Yuzi fully immersed in the water, her hair dampened halfway, yet her silhouette looking even more graceful. Chapter 174, Feel Around. Yuzi swam back and forth in the hot spring pool, her hair already soaked. She tugged at her body submerged in water that felt a bit heavy. Huaheng put down his phone and stared blankly at this scene. Because there were flower petals floating on the surface of the hot spring pool, creating a partially hidden yet beautiful view within the pool. Yuzi turned around, surrounded by steamy mist, wiping her face. Come on down, she said with an inviting tone. There was a momentary sense of encouragement. Come on, come play with me quickly. Huaheng glanced at the clothes beside the pool. This clothing is for you to wear after you get out. Why are you wearing it now? Yuzi replied awkwardly, can't I be shy? The question was asked so earnestly by her that Huaheng couldn't help but utter, sure. He began taking off his clothes right in front of Yuzi. I'm not shy. As the process continued, only his underwear remained. Yuzi turned away, you must leave something on. Not hearing any response from behind, she turned her head again. Huaheng was already behind her, and she hadn't seen what else he had been wearing underneath. Yuzi asked him, when did you buy this place? How come I didn't know? Huaheng replied, last year, when it was your birthday, I remember you mentioned wanting this place, so I plan to give it to you as a gift for your next birthday. However, all Yuzi wanted then was just a car. Yuzi happily swam over and hugged Huaheng, saying, you're the best. She endured a less than happy childhood, often lacking food or proper clothing and even being abused. Her mother treated her as a tool for exploitation, while her father didn't even know of her existence. Even when he found out later, he met her with cold disdain, harboring no love towards her. As for her grandfather, he detested her to the extreme. She was grateful that she made an important decision that year, which was to go home with Huaheng. At first, she was nervous and feared that Huaheng would abandon her. But none of the things she expected happened. Huaheng was her savior, her justification for pride, and her strongest pillar of support. Warm water enveloped their bodies, slowly melting away the chill in her heart. With physical exhaustion, Yuzi completely leaned on Huaheng. Seeing you like this, I might not be able to restrain myself. Yuzi's wet hair clung to her face in some strands due to the rising steam. Under the haze, her beauty was reflected vividly. Her seductive gaze hinted delicately, if you can't control yourself, then don't try. Huaheng's hand underwater gripped her slender waist. Don't talk without thinking. The subtle pressure applied indicated his repressed desire. Yet, Yuzi seemed to act as if she hadn't noticed, straddling Huaheng on top of him instead. What? Are you afraid? Huaheng emitted a low moan. This is all you're doing. This place wasn't a hotel, so naturally, it wasn't equipped for such scenarios and could easily inconvenience others. Fortunately, it was still their own home. Afterward, Yuzi was utterly exhausted. Huaheng carried her out, asking her to rest on a reclining chair for a while as he personally dried her body. Yuzi looked back with a sudden thought. Do you think there are drones spying on us here? Huaheng replied confidently, no. Yuzi arched an eyebrow. So sure. Huaheng explained, this glass allows you to see outside from inside, but not the other way around. Realizing this fact, Yuzi finally felt reassured. She glanced at the wall clock, realizing it was only 9:30. She rallied up her spirits. Besides soaking in the springs, are there any other entertainment options here? We can admire the night scenery and watch movies tonight. There's also a restaurant upstairs, want to check it out? They were currently on the 5th floor, the highest level of the entire villa. Yuzi spread her arms wide, I'm hungry. Huaheng lifted her up and carried her into the room. Change clothes, we'll go eat. He then carefully dried her hair himself. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, Yuzi saw little marks on her neck and remarked, for a second, I felt like I was elderly, weak, ill, or disabled. Since everything she did required personal care from Huaheng. Descending to lower floors used a private elevator, but Yuzi realized the whole villa was exceptionally quiet. I wonder if there's nobody nearby. It's so quiet, she murmured. People are sparse. Jushan hasn't officially been promoted yet, but soon, it will be bustling with activity. Huaheng informed her. Right now was the time when maple leaves turned red, so beautiful sights wouldn't be missed by anyone. On the second floor of the restaurant, only a few customers dined. It was served in a buffet style, with high-end cuisine that looked appetizing. Yuzi picked up a plate and grabbed a big crab, exclaiming, where did you find these chefs? The dishes look absolutely delightful. Huaheng responded, I'm not responsible for the planning of this location, but after hearing such compliments from you, I should definitely consider giving the manager a raise. Yuzi selected a few more delicious dishes and settled down. Just as she sat, a little child tugged at the corner of her clothing. She had 2 pigtails, and her chubby cheeks gave her a cute appearance. Sister, she called sweetly. The little girl was still gnawing on her finger. Yi. Yi's voice was soft and sticky, making people want to kiss her. Yuzi curiously asked her, how come you're here all alone? Where are your parents? The little girl finally took her finger out of her mouth. She pointed at a woman who was talking with someone else. She was elegantly dressed, with her hair casually flowing down, wearing a pair of flat shoes, appearing very comfortable. Yuzi thought this woman had a huge heart, not even worrying about losing her child. After chatting for a while, when the woman noticed her child was gone, she didn't panic but turned around and saw Yi sitting in Yuzi's arms. Then she came over. How did you run over here? Yi opened her arms, waiting for her mother's embrace. The woman held Yi in her arms. Did you make a new friend? Her face was full of maternal love as she waited for Yi to respond. Yi wasn't dumb, although her vocabulary wasn't complete, she could say a word or two, sister. Only then did the woman turn to look at Yuzi. She likes pretty girls best. Yuzi heard that this was praise for her and said thank you. The woman patiently taught Yi, next time if you want to walk somewhere, tell mom first, alright? Yi nodded in agreement. In an instant, Yuzi seemed to see the real Yu Aosan. Those vague memories flooded her mind. When she was born, Yu Aosan used to look at her with such affectionate eyes. Later, sending her to the orphanage was a choice made out of utmost necessity. From Xu Ziming's descriptions, her mother might have been like this woman before her, gentle and intelligent, stubborn yet tenacious. They chatted for a bit more, and then the woman decided to carry Yi back to their room. Yi still showed some reluctance and said as she left, Sister, can I come play with you tomorrow? Yuzi said, Of course you can. I'm on the 5th floor. She didn't specify which room it was, just hinting slightly. Huaheng returned with the red wine. Do you like kids? Yuzi said, I just like other people's kids. At one time, she thought about what kind of mother she would be, but thinking more about it only left her lacking confidence. Back then, witnessing Yu Aoyue's tragedy had made her lose trust in marriage. How could she dare to have children? Hua Heng opened the red wine, poured it into the glass, and handed it to Yu Zi. Taste it. This wine has a good flavor. Yu Zi's mood became much better, and she finished the wine in her cup in one gulp. A faint sweetness slid down her throat, as if she had eaten a candy heart. Chapter 175, Proposal. The crab on the table was opened by Hua Heng and placed back onto Yu Zi's plate. The crabs this season might not taste great, but this chef has done a decent job. I just asked. Yu Zi used her chopsticks to pick up a bit of crab roe and showed an expression of pleasant surprise. It's really good. She picked up another piece and handed it to Hua Heng. You should try it too. They were sitting at the window side of the second-floor restaurant, from which the whole view of Rongqing could be seen. Most of the people in the restaurant had already left. A waiter came over with a small cake and placed it in front of them. Yu Zi said, this chef's skills are pretty good, even cakes come out well from his hands. Hua Heng picked up the dining knife on the table and cut a piece of cake, placing it in front of Yu Zi. After dinner sweet treat. Yu Zi touched the cake with her fork and realized it was rock hard. She split it open and saw a tiny box inside. What is this? Open it and see. Yu Zi's heart was pounding. She had expected some kind of surprise, but hadn't anticipated this rustic one. There was a feeling of returning to simplicity. She took it out, wiped the box clean, and opened it to reveal a delicate ring. It didn't have a large diamond, but it looked very beautiful. Hua Heng asked if she would wear it. Yu Zi took it out and compared it against the light. Under the refracted light, the diamond sparkled brilliantly. Is this you proposing? She asked. Hua Heng replied, yes. Yu Zi extended her hand and placed the diamond into his palm. When you propose, you should put it on me. Hua Heng picked up the ring and held Yu Zi's hand, sliding the ring onto her middle finger. Fortunately, the restaurant was empty now, so Yu Zi displayed her happiness without reservation. She photographed the ring on her finger, the restaurant's cake, and also a large bouquet of roses, and posted it on her social media. Got a partner for Singles Day, not bad. The comments were all blessings. Xu Wan was most shocked, even standing up during their gathering. My goodness, Mr. Hua and assistant, you are getting proposed to. Chen Du was drunk and asked, what? Who's getting proposed? Xu Ju couldn't believe it either. When he checked his phone, he realized that because of his antagonistic relationship with Yu Zi, they had never exchanged WeChat contact information. Upon seeing it, he discovered that his idol had proposed. Xu Ju took another disheartened sip. Chen hugged Chen Du. True love eventually finds its way. Come on, let's keep drinking. Xu Wan was still excited and raised her glass of wine. Tonight we drink until we're utterly wasted. Most of the people on Yu Zi's social media feed were acquaintances from work or past collaborators, all offering their wishes and asking for wedding candy. She put down her phone and gazed at the ring on her finger with satisfaction. It's truly beautiful. When did you measure my fingers? Hua Heng, seeing her delight, felt even more joy within him, while you were sleeping. This plan had been long conceived. At the time, he wasn't quite sure about his feelings. But he had thoroughly prepared to marry her. After dinner, Yu Zi stood up to digest her food. She walked to the window and pointed at the scenery below. Rongqing is really big. So vast that each person is like a water lily leaf floating in this city. However, finding support among these floating leaves must be such a fortunate thing. Hua Heng rested his chin on Yu Zi's shoulder. Yu Zi. He called her name with a deep tone. But the later words remained unsaid. These silent emotions of love are like fallen leaves on the mountain, also an intriguing response, thick and heavy. Back in the room, Yu Zi's phone wouldn't stop ringing, so she went over to answer it. On the other end was Yu Aoyue's voice. She didn't know where she was, but her speaking voice was particularly low. Little Z, please help me. Yu Zi frowned. What's wrong with you? She spoke calmly, showing no panic due to the sudden fearful atmosphere. Yu Aoyue said, Hua Yunxian plans to send me abroad. I don't want to go back there again. That place was pitch black and lifeless. Yu Zi fell silent for a while before replying. 10 years ago, I didn't take you away. Do you think 10 years later, I'll save you? This answer was undoubtedly a fatal blow to Yu Aoyue. She suddenly shouted, Yu Zi, you are a heartless beast. Why did I even bring you out of the orphanage? If it weren't for me, would you even have met Hua Heng? Yu Zi coldly snorted, your point being that I should thank you for your actions from back then? Yu Aoyue replied, shouldn't I deserve it? I brought you out, you were merely an unwanted child in the orphanage. This statement was spot on. According to Yu Zi's personality, no family would have liked a kid like her. But as long as she maintained no moral debt, Yu Aoyue would never be able to use such simple morality to bind her. Do you have anything else to say? The calmness on the other end contrasted sharply with Yu Zi's composed demeanor. Yu Aoyue, refusing to back down, screamed at the top of her lungs, if you don't save me, I'll expose all your past secrets to the media. Would Yu Zi allow herself to be so easily manipulated? After more than 10 years, she was no longer the naive Yu Zi from before. She said, you can tell the media, let's see whose strength is greater. But do you even have the money? If she had money, she would have long since fled far away and never called for help. During the good times, Yu Aoyue never thought of her. The only time she did think of her was to seek greater benefits. The world was treacherous, full of unexpected dangers. Although reluctant, Yu Aoyue was still caught by Hua Yunchuan's men. She struggled, shouting, the old man Hua has killed his own son and now wants to capture me too. Let me go. As she struggled, the phone fell to the ground. Yuzi was shocked and looked at the newly arrived Huaheng, replaying the recorded conversation for him. Huaheng calmly saved the audio file, as if he had foreseen this outcome all along. Let's continue our plans. These things need to be handled carefully. We already have plenty of evidence. Yuzi hugged his neck. If you're unhappy, just tell me. Huaheng patted her head gently. Don't worry, I'm fine. In fact, hearing that answer brought him peace. Because after chasing her for so many years, everything had finally come to fruition. How could he possibly feel unhappy? Huaheng kissed her lips softly. Let's sleep. The air on the mountain was fresh, and they both had pleasant dreams. When Yuzi woke up, Huaheng was still sound asleep. She got up quietly, tied it up, and decided to explore the scenery of Mount Ju alone. Just as she stepped outside, she saw the little girl from yesterday. The child clutched a rag doll in her arms, recognizing Yuzi immediately with great delight. Sister, I found you. Dressed in cool clothing, the little girl ran toward Yuzi enthusiastically. Chapter 176, Happiness is Knocking. Yi pouted, her unwilling face crinkling up. Sister, I've been looking for you for a long time. She handed the small toy in her hand to Yuzi, who had just crouched down. Here, it's for you. Yuzi hugged the toy and gently scraped her little nose with her index finger, not expecting this little girl to be so talkative. How did you come upstairs by yourself? Yi grinned. Mom was dealing with work, so I came to play with you. Yuzi had never thought that one day a child would like her. When she was in the orphanage before, the other children of the same age didn't like her because she was secluded and didn't like talking to people. They wouldn't take her along when they played games. Later, someone told her, if you keep being like this, no one will like you, no one will adopt you. After that, Yuzi slowly began to integrate into them, a pretend integration rather than a sincere one. Just like facing Bo Yu. She didn't like this mother, but she tried to please her as much as possible in order to get her love. Yuzi picked Yi up. Have you had breakfast yet? Yi shook her head. Not yet, let's have breakfast together. Yuzi thought it would still be better to say hello to the kid's mother. She asked, which floor do you live on? Yi replied, the 4th floor. Yuzi knocked on the door according to the direction given by Yi. The lady who opened the door wore a minimalist nightgown, glasses, and looked elegant without makeup. She smiled and looked at Yi. You went to play with people again? Yi nodded, yes. Yuzi noticed the harmonious relationship between the mother and daughter. Even though Yi sneaked out, the woman didn't shout or scold her but spoke softly. If she had such a mother during her childhood, how happy she would have been. Yuzi said, I heard that Yi hasn't eaten breakfast yet, so I want to bring her along. The woman nodded. All right, I happen to have some work to handle, thank you then. With an agreement reached, Yuzi carried Yi to the elevator. Yi touched Yuzi's earlobe. Sister, was the person yesterday your boyfriend? At the restaurant. Yuzi brought Yi to pick out food. She said, yes. Upon hearing this, Yi pouted, that's really a pity. Yuzi laughed at her childish adult-like demeanor. Why is it a pity? Yi blinked her big eyes. My brother doesn't have a girlfriend. It turned out this little kid intended to act as a matchmaker. Yuzi helplessly said, there's nothing that can be done about that. But I believe your brother will definitely meet a better person. Hearing this, the little girl's mood improved. She took a few more bites of bread. Looking around the restaurant in the daytime, red covered the hills everywhere, forming a magnificent sight. The sunlight wasn't glaring, but warm and gentle. Halfway through their meal, Huaheng's phone rang. Where are you? He had just woken up, his laziness still evident, speaking in a low voice that sounded very sexy. Yuzi said, I'm at the restaurant, are you hungry? Huaheng turned over, the sound of the quilt rubbing against him murmured, eat. Yuzi went to the chef to order some breakfast, and asked the waiter to deliver it upstairs. Then she walked around the villa with Yi. Rather than saying it was a villa, it was more like an estate, a Chinese-style estate. Every place was beautifully decorated, adopting a Chinese architectural style, revealing a kind of simple beauty. From the 4th to the 5th floor of the estate were living areas, while the 3rd floor was actually a recreational area where one could read books, drink coffee, and there was even a lookout tower available. Yi felt tired after walking around for a while, and she spread out her arms. Sister, I want a hug. Yuzi thought that since Yi was such a character, it proved that her mother often held her in her arms. She couldn't imagine how great a mother must be. Seeing that it was a waiter, Huaheng's mood wasn't good, but he didn't make a call to bother Yuzi either. He received a Hong Kong call while eating. To his surprise, it was Shu Wang. He put down the utensils. What can I do for Mr. Shu? Shu Wang asked, is Yuzi with you? Huaheng said, she's out playing, but now she's my fiancé, if there's anything, you can tell me too. Shu Wang pondered for a long time and finally sighed, revealing his helplessness. Mr. Hua, I want to seek cooperation with you. Huaheng lightly laughed, if you want to cooperate with me, what does it have to do with Yuzi? Or does he plan to use the relationship with Yuzi for convenience? Shu Wang has grown old, and there's no heir in his family. Over these days, he also realized how foolish he used to be. More than once, he heard Shu Juhui say that although Yuzi didn't finish university, she was an excellent person. The cooperations she personally handled left him deeply impressed. It's hard to imagine that a girl can be so excellent. He was ignorant and shallow-minded. Shu Wang shared his thoughts. Mr. Shu, to be honest, I have no interest in your business at all. Similarly, if you think you can get me to cooperate through Yuzi, that's impossible. He hung up the phone and fiddled with it. People only flatter you when there's profit in it for them. How ridiculous. Yuzi took Yi back after they'd walked around a bit. The lady invited her inside. I made some small cookies in the oven. Would you like to try one? Yuzi had intended to refuse, but the little one beside her strongly recommended. Mom's cookies are super delicious. So naturally, Yuzi decided it was better to comply than to decline. The whole room smelled strongly of cookies, warm and harmonious. This was the first time she'd experienced such an atmosphere. The room might be small, but it felt warm inside. The cookies were shaped like little gingerbread people, melting in the mouth, paired with carefully prepared red tea, sweet and fragrant. How do they taste? The lady asked expectantly. Yuzi replied, very good. Only then did the lady extend her hand for a formal introduction. Hello, my name is Musi. Yuzi. Good name. Many people say that, saying that once they hear it, their mouths turn upward. Perhaps Aoshan had this idea back then. To make everyone smile when they thought of her. Yuzi stayed for a while before returning home. Before leaving, she exchanged contact details with Lady Mu. Lady Mu said, our house is in the North City. If you ever come to visit, feel free to contact me. After leaving, Yuzi stepped on the soft carpet with her shoes. Suddenly, she realized how many beautiful things there were in this world, and how happy it was to see so much beauty. Chapter 177, Counter Stockholm. Director Zhong told Hua Heng that the investigation was ongoing. Because of Dr. Ren Jin's certification, Jiang Yuan wasn't a mental patient, so there was no way for her to escape the criminal facts. Currently, the police were investigating the car accident case from 20 years ago, but Mrs. Jiang refused to admit anything. Hua Heng said, I have another witness named Yu Aoshan, but she has disappeared now. You need to find her. Here's the recording of her phone call to me. I'll send it to you shortly. All matters were progressing at full speed. Yuzi hugged Hua Heng's waist and remained silent. What's wrong? What happened? Could it be something unpleasant happened after going downstairs? Yuzi shook her head. No, I'm happy. Because she was too happy, she wanted to share this happiness with Hua Heng. Hua Heng turned around and held her. Do you want to go out for a walk? Sure. The maple leaves seen inside the house looked different from those outside. Outside, they were closer to nature, the air fresh, without the noise of the city or the fumes of cars. The mountain forests emitted the scent of grass and trees. Even though it was already autumn, everything seemed alive. Walking on the fallen leaves, a crackling sound could be heard. Yuzi was wearing a camel-colored overcoat, and Hua Heng's large hand firmly enveloped hers. Hua Heng said, Shu Wang called me just now. What did he say? Yuzi ran ahead, picking up a large leaf off the ground, big enough to cover her face. He wants my help. Yuzi made 2 holes in the leaf. Do you want to help him? Hua Heng replied, I'm not the boss of Zhongyo anymore, you are. Yuzi didn't answer. To outsiders, she seemed heartless. But besides her blood relation with Xu Jiming, what other ties did she have? The two strolled outside for a while, then they heard a familiar voice speaking English. What is this place, so shabby? Jackson's mouth was full of complaints. Upon seeing Yuzi, he removed his sunglasses. Why are you here? Why can't I be here? Jackson looked displeased. You two, as hosts, went out without inviting me, and I came all the way here as a guest. Hua Heng, we left in such a hurry that we didn't think about you. Jackson had 2 bodyguards carry the luggage inside. He quickly walked in front of Yuzi. You should be careful of him. This person will restrict your freedom in the future. When he was about to touch Yuzi's hand, he saw the large ring on her finger, and his pupils widened in shock. You too? Jackson pointed trembling fingers at them. Hua Heng, don't you have any shame? You proposed. Hua Heng wore a look of confusion. What's shameful about proposing? Don't use newly learned words randomly. Jackson slapped his lips. Alright, but Yuzi, why didn't you tell me? I'll send you a wedding engagement red envelope. Now works fine too. Once the duck is roasted, what more can you say? Jackson reluctantly pulled out his phone, transferred money, confirmed, all done smoothly. Only then did he notice Yuzi's friend circle. Apparently, it was his oversight. After chatting for a bit, they returned to the villa. Jackson loved lively situations. Within 10 minutes of being alone in his room, he knocked on the next door, sticking his head out. Wanna play landlord? Yuzi, refuse. Jackson pleaded, pulling the door open. Don't treat me like this, let's play. Hua Heng stepped out of the room. Isn't that unfair to you? Jackson puzzled. Why would that be unfair? Hua Heng embraced Yuzi. We're a family. Are you sure you won't lose? Jackson confidently declared. This young master has an unmatched skill. Would I lose? His determination seemed unshakable, almost inviting torture. Hua Heng let him in. The 3 sat down to play landlord. 10 minutes later, Jackson mumbled, yelped, and yelled chaotically, you two are cheating. Hua Heng showed his phone QR code, pay up fast. An upset Jackson took out his phone to pay. In no time, not only did he waste a red envelope, but he lost a significant amount of money. He originally intended to win back the money from the red envelope but ended up losing instead. He left the room in disarray, turning back, battle again tomorrow. Yuzi, until they see the Yellow River, they will not give up. In the afternoon, Yuzi tried calling Yu Aoyue again, but there was no answer. She must have been taken away by Hua Yunyuan. Meanwhile, the media reported that Rong's lab had already completed half of its work. Nanchu's piece of land finally found a use. Hua Yunyuan was so furious he couldn't sleep all night. He never expected that Hua Heng would use this plot of land for public welfare. It was absurd. Hu Jingxin always felt something was amiss. With Zhongyo's help, Hu's business was flourishing, but there were no setbacks in this rise, making one suspect whether there was some conspiracy behind it. He asked Hu Ju, "Where has Huaheng been recently?" Hu Ju had been distracted at work because of Jiang Yuan. Hu Jingxin called again before Hu Ju came back to his senses. "What did you say, auntie? What has Huaheng been up to recently? He's not managing the company much anymore." He handed it over to Yu Zi. Hu Jingxin sipped some red wine. "Do you think a man can give up his career for love?" Hu Ju, "Some can. Some can." This was the funniest joke Hu Jingxin had ever heard. How had she lived for so many years without seeing such a man? She said, "Who are you talking about?" Hu Ju replied, "Xu Ziming, as Hong Kong media reported the other day." Hu Jingxin sneered, "A once-in-a-millennium person like that, I don't believe anyone in our Hu family could be like him. After all, even Hu Jingyun from years ago didn't give up what Hu had given him, power and even money. So she believed Huaheng must be plotting something secretly and would never fully hand over everything to Yu Zi. Hu Ju remained silent and asked, "Auntie, I have a question. Do you know the truth about my father's death?" "I don't know, but as a member of the Hu family, never assume some people are too simple." Hu Ju got a headache. It seemed he was trapped deeply in a whirlwind of storms, unable to struggle out. Because of the collaboration between Rong and Zhongyo, and with To Entertainment's promotion, Zhongyo finally ranked third among China's electronic tech companies, gaining widespread fame. Rongqing couldn't rival any company now. Yu Zi hung up the phone, still no answer. "Huaheng, don't worry, the police are searching with full effort. Liangzi is also helping." "Yu Zi, I'm just afraid the hard-won evidence might disappear again." She wasn't heartless, but she was definitely someone who sought revenge when wronged. Whoever harmed her, she would return it double, without mercy. Yu Aoyue was one such case. Yu Zi didn't have Stockholm Syndrome and wouldn't fall in love with a criminal under duress. Chapter 178, The Truth. Huaheng gently stroked her hair. "Don't worry, we will definitely find the evidence." Sunday. Yi Yi was getting ready to return to the northern city and came up specially to say goodbye to Yu Zi. She shoved a small bag into Yu Zi's hand. "This is something my mom asked me to give you." "Thank you." When speaking to children, Yu Zi always liked to squat halfway down. Huaheng stood behind her, looking at everything with satisfaction in his eyes. Such a Yu Zi could only be seen at the orphanage. The orphanage in Rongqing had deep feelings for her. There, she was most relaxed and happy. But now, another little friend also made her feel joyful. After Yi Yi left, Huaheng asked, "Do you prefer boys or girls?" Yu Zi replied, "I don't have a preference between male and female. Whether it's a boy or a girl, she likes them both." Huaheng's eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if in the next second he already owned a child. The two of them were playing around by the door. Yu Zi curiously asked, "What weird ideas are you dreaming about?" Huaheng pinched her cheeks with his hands, thinking about how cute you are. She herself was already adorable, and her interactions with little girls made her even cuter. Unfortunately, this scene was witnessed by Jackson, who had just woken up in the morning. He yawned and complained, "So early in the morning, and here you guys are hugging each other, what's proper about that?" He felt bullied, being single and all. Huaheng hugged Yu Zi and bragged, "This is my fiancée, of course I need to hold her." Jackson's face turned bright red with anger, his mood spoiled as he stormed in front of them. "You two, don't get too carried away." He and Yu Zi were of the same generation, but Zizi wasn't as mature as Yu Zi, behaving more like a child. Yu Zi calmly told him, "You should stop getting angry so often. Being mad easily leads to wrinkles. Look at you, so young yet looking like a man in his 30s. Upon hearing this, Jackson lost his cool, taking out his phone and opening the camera. Sure enough, the nasolabial folds and crow's feet had deepened. Taking a deep breath, he said, "How refreshing the air is. I won't argue with you guys. I'm going back to bed for some beauty sleep." Huaheng and Yu Zi returned to their room, where she asked, "Why does Jackson seem to dislike you so much?" Huaheng brewed some black tea in the room. "Wanna know?" Yu Zi opened the small bag Yi Yi had given her, broke a cookie, and fed it to Huaheng. "Tell me then." The first time Jackson met Yu Zi, he thought she was Huaheng's girlfriend. Although she looked beautiful and enchanting, it was not hard to tell she was quite young. But Huaheng clearly appeared older. Heroism emerged in Jackson's mind, and he directly told Huaheng, "Little Happy belongs to me." Huaheng didn't even glance at him, replying with, "Go back where you came from." At the time, Jackson's Chinese skills weren't very good, and he couldn't understand what Huaheng had said. Later, after asking other Chinese people, he finally understood. Since then, he harbored resentment towards Huaheng, thinking him rude and lacking in gentlemanly manners, and not possessing typical Eastern characteristics. Yu Zi took a bite of the biscuit, just because of those words. Huaheng poured the black tea well, exactly. As for the later events where they secretly agreed to fight boxing matches and Jackson got thoroughly beaten, they remain unspoken of. Yu Zi turned and looked out the window, suddenly feeling like watching clouds roll by outside. In the afternoon, Huaheng received a message from Liang Zishuan. After dressing up, Yu Zi wanted to go along with him. They had just gone downstairs when Jackson saw them leaving through the window and hurriedly came down himself. "You're going somewhere? Take me with you." He knew no one in Rongqing and had to rely on the two of them. "Yu Zi, we've got serious business, can't you play on your own?" Hearing it was serious business made Jackson even more excited. "What kind of serious matter can't involve me? I can help too." Huaheng did not block him and let him tag along quickly. Yu Zi sat in the front seat, turning on the navigation system while Huaheng drove, the two working together in harmony without a word, as if they had rehearsed countless times. Sitting in the middle of the rear seats, Jackson muttered, "There's no reason the two of you ended up together." It was indeed something enviable to others. Driving from Ju Mountain to Nanshu only takes an hour. Huaheng had considered the possibility that Hua Yunyuan might hide the person in his own house, since the most dangerous place could also be the safest place. Yet he never imagined Hua Yunyuan actually hid the person in his own territory. That was truly bizarre. An hour later, Huaheng stepped out of the car, and Liang Zishuan's people had already surrounded the small villa. Huaheng smirked at him. "Looks like you're a mob boss." Liang Zishuan hadn't shaved recently and looked especially disheveled. He scratched his hair, pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one, lit it, and after a drag, he finally seemed to perk up. "I've always been in this line of work. Your grandpa is inside." Huaheng didn't notify Chief Zhong and instead planned to confront Hua Yunyuan personally. Yuzi was going inside with him. Jackson loved this kind of scene most, but as he was about to go in, Liang Zishuan stopped him. "What are you going in for? To join the chaos?" "I just want to listen to some gossip," Jackson admitted candidly. Liang Zishuan said, "This isn't something a kid like you should hear." Before he could finish speaking, his phone rang. Annoyed, Liang Zishuan answered and hung up immediately. Curious, Jackson asked by his side, "Girlfriend? Heart troubles? Thinking of breaking up?" Liang Zishuan shot him a glare, "Go away." But the phone didn't stop ringing, even more insistently now. Finally, Liang Zishuan picked up. "Do you have anything to say?" On the other end, Liang Jia was sobbing. "Brother, where are you? If you don't have anything important, I'm hanging up." Liang Jia hurriedly replied, "I miss you." Liang Zishuan retorted, "Do I need your missing me when I have a girlfriend?" Upon hearing that, Liang Jia couldn't hold back her emotions anymore. "Brother, you promised you wouldn't have a girlfriend." Liang Zishuan scoffed coldly, "I also said I'd die for you once when we were young and ignorant. Now, it's all used against me as leverage. How laughable." Liang Zishuan cruelly hung up and waited for someone inside to come out. As soon as Huaheng went in, Hua Yunyuan started cursing at him. "You little scoundrel, what do you mean by doing this? Limiting an elder's freedom was unacceptable." Huaheng calmly sat down. "Grandpa, don't be angry. I just want to talk to you about something." The butler stood behind Hua Yunyuan. "Sir, your health is fragile. I think the third young master shouldn't upset you." Huaheng glanced at him with immense authority. "Do you, a servant, have the right to speak?" His vulgar remark successfully shut the butler up. Huaheng turned to look at Hua Yunyuan. "Grandpa, let me ask you again. Was the car accident involving Chen Mengqi related to you?" Sitting on the sofa, Hua Yunyuan's eyes darkened, brimming with anger. "What do you mean by this, you little bastard?" Huaheng responded, "I don't mean much. I only want to reveal the truth behind Chen Mengqi's death." Hua Yunyuan sat there, his gaze heavy, full of rage. "What do you mean, you little punk?" Huaheng stated plainly, "I don't mean much, just wanting to uncover the truth behind Chen Mengqi's death." Chapter 179, Intimidating Pressure. There was not a sound in the villa. Facing the pressure from Huaheng, Hua Yunyuan felt a bit tense. But with years of business experience, he had long since mastered the art of performance. The expression on his face instantly shifted from surprise to regret, even feeling somewhat absurd. He laughed with mockery. "What do you mean by this?" That sense of desolation was portrayed by him vividly, as if being suspected of such an outrageous act was utterly excessive. Hua Yunyuan lamented sorrowfully, "My son, my most outstanding and proud son died in that car accident. I am heartbroken more than anyone else. Now, my beloved grandson actually suspects me." He nearly beat his chest and knelt down, crying out to the heavens, "How could you be so cruel as to let others suspect me?" Despite his exaggerated show of righteous indignation, Huaheng showed no compassion or pity. He didn't want to waste words with the old man before him. "Where's Yu Aoyue?" He hadn't seen this woman since entering the house. Hua Yunyuan wiped away tears that weren't even there, his pretense making one feel a chill to the bone. "What Yu Aoyue?" Huaheng didn't want to play games with him. "Where's Yu Aoshan then?" Hua Yunyuan glanced at Yu Zi beside him. "Why don't you ask her daughter instead of questioning me?" Huaheng lazily leaned against the sofa. Liang Zeshuan's people spent days investigating and only found out Yu Aoshan was here. "Don't tell me they saw some decoy." Hua Yunyuan chuckled lightly. "If you think she's here, why don't you have someone search? Without police permission, what you're doing is trespassing. A bit late to remember the law, isn't it?" Huaheng said, "Then I won't hold back and will call the police instead." These few simple words left Hua Yunyuan speechless. "Huaheng, don't overstep your boundaries." Huaheng raised an eyebrow and gave a disdainful laugh. "How have I overstepped? The police are already looking for Yu Aoshan. If they find her, there's a reward of $1,000. With that money, I could even buy myself some clothes. What's there not to like?" For all the money he had already wasted finding evidence, $1,000 was barely anything. Would Huaheng care about such petty cash? He continued, "Moreover, I just wanted to ask her a few things. What is Grandpa afraid of?" He took out his phone to call Director Zhong. Hua Yunyuan blocked him. "What exactly do you want to ask?" Huaheng replied, "Back then, the reason Chen Mengqi's car malfunctioned was because Jiang Yuan bribed someone at the repair shop to tamper with the car, correct?" Grandfather and grandson stared each other down. The silence was oppressive, like beats of a drum pounding rhythmically in their hearts. Hua's butler remained silent in the background, and Yuzi did not dare to speak either. Ultimately, Hua Yunyuan relented. "Didn't you already investigate it? It was Jiang Yuan who did it. What else was this boy trying to dig up? Hua Heng added, unfortunately, Jiang Yuan denies everything. Besides, the mechanic says that back then he was a fan of Chen Mengqi, and because she didn't love him, he decided to take extreme revenge. Just like obsessive fans these days with serious delusions. Hua Yunyuan sneered, an actress is an actress, unworthy to appear on stage. She deserved it. Such cutting sarcasm certainly stung. However, Hua Heng didn't take it personally, but today, with these words from Grandpa, the police would surely welcome this answer. Jiang Yuan going to prison was almost certain now. Hua Yunyuan realized that the boy had come specifically for this purpose. If he wanted to know, Hua Yunyuan would meet all his demands. Hua Heng wasn't letting him off the hook so easily. He asked Hua Yunyuan, so, why didn't Grandpa stop it when he knew about it? Hua Yunyuan retorted, she was mentally unstable. What could I do about it? Hua Heng slowly grew irritated, she might be crazy, but is Grandpa crazy too? Though these rebellious words were spoken aloud, Hua Yunyuan was rendered speechless. True, after betrayal, Jiang Yuan might have become emotionally twisted. However, there were still people around her who weren't. Why didn't anyone try to stop her? It must have been tacit consent. Being older, Hua Yunyuan found speaking a few sentences exhausting. Is there anything else you need? Or can I go if there isn't? As he spoke, his teeth gritted tightly. Hua Yunyuan had risen to leave when Hua Heng said, wait. Fiddling with the prayer beads on his wrist, Hua Heng said, the police will be here soon. Before they arrive, there are two things I want to say to Grandpa. Hua Yunyuan paused, furrowing his brows. His wrinkled face had weathered much hardship, no longer retaining the charm and handsomeness of his youth. Hua Heng confessed, to be honest, I'm not at all interested in Hua real estate. So, whether it develops well or badly, it has nothing to do with me. Confused, Hua Yunyuan questioned, what do you mean? Just then, Chen walked in from outside, accompanied by a well-dressed man in a suit. The man was Zhongyu's dedicated lawyer, walking up to the table with the contract in hand. Hua Heng remarked, Grandpa should return what belongs to me now, shouldn't he? Hua Yunyuan questioned, what of yours? Hua Heng smiled and said, it's obviously the shares that belong to me, the inheritance my father left for me. He was the next in line heir. The lawyer opened the document. This should have belonged to Hua Heng all along. Hua Yunyuan's face paled with anger and agitation, his entire demeanor becoming erratic. He pointed at Yu Zi who had been sitting silently on the side and hadn't spoken a word. Is this your doing? Are you instigating Hua Heng? Yu Zi waved her hand dismissively. I am an innocent bystander in all this. In Hua Yunyuan's eyes, anyone who went against his control must have been bewitched. Years ago, Hua Jingyun had been influenced by Chen Mengqi. Now, it seemed Hua Heng must surely be under the influence of this woman pulling strings behind the scenes. Hua Heng interjected, please stop pointing fingers at my fiancé. Fiancé? How could someone so lowly become the granddaughter-in-law of the Hua family? Yu Zi appeared as though she'd witnessed some farce, responding as if everyone cherished their Hua family's approval. I'll tell you not to be too confident. I am currently the boss of Zhongyu, owning the most shares in it. Wasn't the meaning clear? Would I even bother coveting your Hua family's property? Hua Yunyuan laughed as though hearing something ridiculous, absurd nonsense, complete absurdity. When did Zhongyu ever become yours? The lawyer nearby added fuel to the fire. Mr. Hua Heng has already signed the share transfer agreement. However, this matter has no connection with the current issue at hand. Please sign immediately, or else I will represent my client and sue you. At this point, Hua Heng seemed determined to push this old man to his limits. With no other options, Hua Yunyuan thought about it. Only 10% of the shares were involved, which wasn't such a big deal. But carrying the burden of one human life would be utterly unjustifiable. He said, I'll sign. Hua Heng watched everything unfold with satisfaction. He stood up to straighten his clothes. He took Yu Zi's hand willingly, so Grandpa, enjoy being interrogated by the police then. Furious and realizing he'd been tricked, Hua Yunyuan cursed loudly, you ungrateful brat. The police had already surrounded the place, Director Zhong leading them inside to begin a search. They ultimately found Yu Aoyue tied up in the basement. As she came out, she spat out the gag from her mouth and shouted, Hua Yunyuan, you piece of dog dung. Turning to the police, she exclaimed, gentlemen of the law, I want to file a report. Suddenly, chaos erupted throughout the villa. Hua Heng covered Yu Zi's ears and led her outside. After all, dogs biting each other only results in fur flying everywhere. Chapter 180, Being Caught. Liang Zishuan saw them come out and finally put out his cigarette. He stepped forward and asked, how did it go? Did you find out anything? Hua Heng still had one hand pinching Yu Zi's earlobe, making Jackson on the side roll his eyes. He refuses to admit it. Liang Zishuan said, but how did that woman know? He was referring to Yu Aoyue. Hua Heng was also confused. In theory, this was a rather subtle matter, so why was Yu Aoyue so sure that Hua Yunyuan was also involved? He said, we'll wait until the police finish questioning. He patted Liang Zishuan's back, you've worked hard this time. The two walked off to the side. Jackson quickly approached Yu Zi, what happened inside? Tell me about it. Yu Zi glanced at him, stay out of society's affairs, it's not good for you. Jackson hugged his arms and let out a light snort, even if you tell me, I won't listen. But this provocation method didn't work at all on Yu Zi. The two got into the car and waited for Hua Heng. On the other side, Hua Heng showed concern for Liang Zishuan. What's been going on with you recently? You're usually neat. How come the Virgo Liang is so sloppy now? Liang Zishuan sighed. It's all because of Liang Jia. She says my heart should always be open to her. Hua Heng looked back at the car and said, let me tell you, hesitating without cutting ties will only lead to chaos. You need to think clearly. Who do you care about right now? Although you two have been together for a long time, the previous conflicts haven't been resolved, and even after reuniting, you would break up again. Liang Zishuan replied, I'll handle this myself. You deal with your own problems first. After bidding farewell to Hua Heng, Liang Zishuan drove back to Ju Mountain to get things. By the time everything was settled, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the scenery on the streets of Rongqing reflected the desolation of autumn. In a daze, Hua Heng lamented, it's getting cold, and the Hua family is about to go bankrupt. A few days later, Director Zhong called Hua Heng and said they had results. Hua Heng arrived at the police station, and Director Zhong informed Hua Heng of the investigation results. There's a recording here, listen to it first. In the recording was a conversation between Hua Yunyuan and Jiang Yuan. The two were arguing fiercely over property division issues. Jiang Yuan worked tirelessly for most of her life, not wanting her son to suffer, so she must fight for the benefits of Hua Ju and Hua Ju. She doesn't want Hua Yunyuan to give Hua real estate to Hua Jingxin. After fighting for so many years, Hua Yunyuan didn't expect to still be manipulated by others. He said, I only choose the best person. He couldn't bear to watch his hard-won empire fall apart. Hua Ju has strong learning ability, but lacks innovation and foresight, being rigid. As for Hua Ju, there was no need to mention it, a typical second-generation heir. Originally, he hoped Hua Heng could be united with him, but now things are different. If he handed over Hua real estate to Hua Heng, who knows what crazy things he might do, either destroy it or dissolve it altogether. In the end, he chose Hua Jingxin. Jiang Yuan became unhappy. Dad, don't you forget what you did back then. Hearing this, Hua Yunyuan tensed up. Jiang Yuan, I've taken care of you because you're my daughter-in-law and the daughter of my old friend, but don't push it too far. At this moment, Jiang Yuan paid no attention to these matters. Her son must get the best. She smiled and said, why would I tamper with Chen Mengqi's car? Isn't it because I listened to your advice? You yourself didn't expect that you'd end up harming Jingyun. Back then, she secretly monitored Chen Mengqi for a long time. She would drive herself when acting in plays. The couple never rode in the same car. Occasional dates also had Hua Jingyun driving to pick up Chen Mengqi. That day happened to be Hua Heng's birthday. Chen Mengqi left work early to pick Hua Jingyun up to take her home. What should have been a happy day turned bitter as the weather grew cold, the brakes failed, and the car collided with another vehicle, resulting in their deaths and injuries to multiple others. Hua Yunyuan was filled with sorrow and anger. He hadn't expected to harm his excellent son. He pointed at Jiang Yuan, you'll ruin yourself eventually. From now on, we're not allowed to bring this up again. Otherwise, neither of your sons will get anything. Jiang Yuan was satisfied. However, Yu Aoyue sneaked into the Hua household, heard, and recorded this incident. Hua Heng's heart was calm. This ending was something he had foreseen long ago. The distance and estrangement between him and his parents weighed heavily on him. Looking back, those events seemed to belong to 20 years ago. He asked Director Zhong, handle it however necessary. They need to go to jail. Depriving proud people of their freedom is truly painful. Hua Heng left the police station. By then, the sky cleared up. He drove to a flower shop, carefully picked out a few flowers, then headed to the cemetery. This was where the ashes of Chen Mengqi were buried, a place he had painstakingly secured. He placed the flowers on the gravestone. The photo showed a young and beautiful Chen Mengqi, someone whose charm could move any man. He squatted down halfway. Mom, I've come to see you. Then he showed the ring on his hand. I proposed, and we will get married this winter. Although the person in the photo gave him no response, Hua Heng knew that Chen Mengqi must be happy. He sat with his mother for a while longer, recounting the experiences of these years. The happiest moment was meeting Yu Zi. He said, I'll bring her to see you after some time. She is an excellent girl. After saying these words, he couldn't help but smile. This was probably the feeling when one thought about someone and eyes were full of joy. After staying for a bit more, Hua Heng walked out of the graveyard. Looking back, the place was green with hills and pleasant to the eye. Hua Heng took out a box of cigarettes from the passenger seat, lit one up, and his mood dissipated like smoke into the wind. Hua Heng drove downstairs to wait for Yu Zi. After work, Yu Zi rushed out from the front door straight into Hua Heng's arms. Hua Heng held her tightly. They were the most wonderful couple in this vast world. The two drove out for dinner, dated in the evening, and strolled together. Passing by a pet shop, Yu Zi pointed at a little kitten inside. This kitten is so cute. Hua Heng said, let's buy one. Yu Zi responded, you make it sound like buying vegetables at the market. In the end, the two took a kitten home. The kitten was not shy and quickly clung to Yu Zi's pant leg as soon as it was let out of its cage, its claws gripping her trouser hem while circling around non-stop. Hua Heng laughed. This kitten is just like you. Every step Yu Zi took, the kitten followed closely behind, prompting her to ask, how am I similar? Hua Heng replied, when you first came home with me, you did exactly the same, actively getting close. Afraid that the owner wouldn't like it. Yu Zi picked up the kitten abruptly and hugged it in her arms. That proves I have good taste. While this couple was basking in happiness, others were in a state of anxiety. Hua Jingxin knew that Hua Yunyuan had been taken to the police station, urgently scrambling to cover up the news while contacting people she knew. But they all said, Mr. Fu refuses to use his connections. It seems to be quite serious. Enraged, Hua Jingxin cursed, You are all useless. Chapter 181, Taking Control of Everything. Facing Hua Jingxin's scolding, the person on the other side also expressed their innocence. The higher-ups had already put pressure down. What could they do? They simply decided to stop working altogether. Ms. Hua, we can't do anything either. Let me tell you, this matter is unsolvable by anyone unless your rank is higher than his. But you, as a businessman, forget about it. After saying this, the man hung up the phone. This back-and-forth exchange left Hua Jingxin very unhappy. They were truly a bunch of useless people, and even during meetings, she would constantly berate them. The people in the meeting room didn't dare to make a sound, not even Hua Ju said anything anymore. Hua Jingxin said, if no one can come up with a reasonable solution, what use is it for me to pay you such high salaries? Are you all just good at eating? The senior members of the meeting room lowered their heads. They were all old, and weren't they just counting on their shares of the company for retirement? Who would be happy to be scolded by someone younger like this nowadays? One of the elders stood up. The company needs to promote some young people. They will have more innovative ideas. Hua Jingxin responded with a sarcastic smile. Since that's the case, why don't you go look for them? Alright, now it was blamed on these people again. Hua Ju interjected, let's not talk about this for now. What about the next development direction? Before he finished speaking, the door to the meeting room was pushed open. It was Hua Jingxin's secretary. She looked somewhat nervous and hesitantly said, President, someone's here to see you. Hua Jingxin was almost ready to explode with anger. This is meeting time. Can't things wait until the meeting is over? How can you be a secretary if you don't even know this rule? The secretary hung her head low, wanting to argue but couldn't find words, so Hua Heng let her step aside and said, I'll take care of it. Hua Heng walked in, followed closely by his personal lawyer. Upon seeing him enter, Hua Ju furrowed his brows and spoke first. What are you doing here? You're not welcome here. Hua Heng glanced around the meeting room, remembering almost everyone present. These were people listed as shareholders in the Hua family corporation. He had gone through great trouble to buy their shares, but these old men were indeed looking forward to reaping dividends from the Hua corporation. And he couldn't quite let that happen. Why wouldn't I be welcomed? I am currently holding 21% of the shares in Hua Group. Don't I have the qualification to be in this meeting room? What? When these words were spoken, everyone showed expressions of astonishment. How could that be? Hua Heng signaled his lawyer. The lawyer brought documents to Hua Jingxin's face. Would you please take a look? Isn't it correct? The law was binding. The document clearly stated that Hua Heng owned scattered stocks at 11% plus an inherited 10% from Hua Jingyun, adding up to 21%, making him the person with the most shares in the entire meeting room. Out of everyone here, he had the most legitimate right to stand in this room. Hua Jingxin's pupils contracted violently. When did you acquire these shares? Are you forging documents? She couldn't believe that Hua Heng possessed so many scattered shares. That meant the people in this meeting room had been under his control long ago. Who exactly? Hua Heng's lawyer, Wang Kang, explained, this has legal effect. We won't dance around the foundation of the law, otherwise, we'd gain nothing. So it's genuine. Hua Jingxin, who originally stood up, sat back down, staring wide-eyed in disbelief, repeatedly muttering, impossible, impossible. Hua Heng turned around and asked, could this secretary please get me a chair? The young secretary, moved by Hua Heng's earlier actions, quickly found a stool. Hua Heng took a seat in the meeting room with ease. He gestured grandly, as if bestowing favor. What's being discussed? Let me hear what's planned for our company's future. There was complete silence in the meeting room. After all, none of them expected Hua Heng to sit there properly one day. Because ever since the establishment of Hua Corporation, even when the younger generation later took charge, none of them had heard of Hua Heng. Even Hua Ju held a position in the company, but Hua Heng did not. Everyone knew that Hua Yunyuan didn't like this grandson. With fists clenched tightly out of anger, Hua Jingxin knew being overshadowed wasn't pleasant. Taking a deep breath, she felt powerless. Hua Jingxin turned her head and said, since you're here, why don't you share your thoughts? If you want to show off, then let's see how well you do it. Hua Heng looked around and smiled. No wonder real estate people say your renovation is pretty good. I wonder how much money we could sell it for. Now he was thinking about how to hand over Hua Corporation to a stranger. Wouldn't that just infuriate the Hua family? Hua Ju slammed the table. Hua Heng, don't go too far. Both of them were from the Hua family, unable to tolerate each other's success. This was the drama spectacle the bystanders loved to watch. With 3 Hua individuals in this one meeting room, what kind of grand play would unfold? Hua Heng raised an eyebrow. How am I going too far? If it's in my hands, I should be able to handle it however I see fit. In other words, what business is it of yours? Once again, there was dead silence in the meeting room. Hua Heng was like a bomb ready to explode at any moment while sitting here. Hua Jingxin suddenly felt as if she were being forced to abdicate her position. Seeing that she couldn't speak, Hua Heng proposed, I heard everything outside just now. Some people are too old and should be laid off appropriately. It's enough for the company to give them some subsidies. Taking up a position without doing anything is a waste of resources. How could one not say that Hua Heng had a venomous tongue? Even during interviews with reporters, he didn't spare anyone. The veterans in the meeting room sighed, expressing their dissatisfaction with him but finding nothing they could say. After all, who had the most shares? Right now, the person with the greatest decision-making power and voice in the entire company was right in front of them. Hua Heng looked at Hua Ju and pointed, and you. Just one sentence caused immense humiliation. Wasn't he outright saying Huiju lacked competence? Huaheng asked curiously, am I wrong? All these years in the company, you've been working on games which have failed, and other projects that haven't even been promoted. You're the least qualified to sit here. Huiju had never experienced such an atmosphere. Putting himself in Huaheng's shoes, he suddenly understood his younger self. Those dark days hadn't been forgotten but had instead grown into a towering tree in his heart until the day it collapsed upon Huiju himself. Huiju became furious and grabbed his things. I'll leave, okay? Huaheng said, so impatient already? Looks like you're a man of wealth who forgets easily. Huiju's grip on the doorknob loosened, and he turned to stare intently at Huaheng. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't be so insidious. Huaheng twirled the prayer beads in his hand. If I'm not mistaken, when I was a kid, a group of hooligans stopped me. That must have been your doing, brother. Back when Huaheng first started junior high school, he hadn't yet begun studying taekwondo, and his physical fitness wasn't great either. At that time, a group of hooligans cornered him and said they wanted to teach him a lesson. Huaheng didn't know why, but the words from those men were enough to reveal who was behind it. They spewed insults. Your mom's a homewrecker, isn't she? I hear your mom met with a car accident while running away with your dad. She died well. A homewrecker's child deserves to die too. He got beaten up, but Huaheng didn't care too much about it. However, this news quickly spread throughout the school. Why didn't Huiju think back then to stop him from feeling embarrassed? Chapter 182, Irresistible Temptation. In the face of Huaheng's word-by-word questioning, Huiju, standing by the door, was unsure whether he should leave or stay. Leaving? Others would say he was losing his temper. Staying? Would he be subjected to Huaheng's belittling? It now seemed that the entire Hu group belonged to Huaheng. This battle meant that Huiju, who had once strutted arrogantly around the company and shown off his power, had been defeated. How he had once embarrassed Huaheng and how he had humiliated him, now the whip had finally landed on his back. Huaheng glanced sideways, smiling as he asked Huiju, Big brother, do you have any suggestions for the company's future development? Huiju's anger burned within him, and he managed a strained smile. Since you're going to be the leader of the company, don't you know what to do? Huaheng nodded, as if he understood. If I were to become the leader of the company, I would only lead it to ruin. He never cared about the survival or death of Hu group. Only that old man would place such importance on Hu group. After these words, all eyes in the meeting room focused on Huaheng, filled with confusion. Their expressions seemed to ask, Big brother, are you okay? Huaheng spread out his palms. I have no feelings towards this company. What he said was true. There wasn't a single thing he contributed to this company, thus, he wouldn't cherish its achievements. Anxiety soon spread throughout the meeting. The collapse of the Hu Tower seemed imminent. Outside came the sounds of commotion. It was Huiju. News of Huaheng bringing people over had quickly spread through the entire company. Although no one knew why. But the scale of the operation made everyone suspect that something bad was about to happen. Everyone was speculating, was the company about to lay off employees? Was the company going bankrupt? Huiju heard and rushed in, cursing, Huaheng, what kind of person do you think you are to act so arrogantly here? To deal with someone like Huiju, all you need to do is ignore him. His temper will dissipate without an outlet, and he'll surrender himself. Huaheng remained silent, quietly watching his antics. Huiju wanted to lunge at him. While grandfather is still alive, you're already coveting the family fortune. Huaheng raised an eyebrow. Ahoy, don't the board members know what has happened to grandfather yet? You really show little concern for my grandfather. The directors looked at each other uneasily. Everyone knew the old chairman had retired to enjoy his golden years, and rarely interfered in company matters afterward. Occasionally, he would fish with some subordinates, but recently they hadn't seen him. Huaheng coughed slightly. My grandfather is facing a lawsuit and is currently handling it. Under normal circumstances, Hu Yunyuan would have appeared long ago. However, this time, pressure from all sides left him powerless to turn things around. Hu Jingxin suppressed her own temper. Huaheng, have you considered what will happen to everyone in the company if you want to bankrupt Hu Group? Huaheng turned to look at lawyer Wang Kang. Am I being too terrible? Wang Kang replied, indeed, out of humanitarian considerations, this is quite problematic. After all, there were still several thousand employees in Hu Group. Huaheng understood and decided not to cause trouble here. He then added, Auntie should better watch her step from now on. After leaving, Wang Kang asked Huaheng, Mr. Hu, what's your next plan? Huaheng looked back for a moment. True, there are indeed many people up and down in the company. He disliked this company and did not intend to inherit anything from the Hu family. But he could change the surname of Hu Group. Handing it over to Qiao Fang was a good idea. Huaheng returned upstairs at the company during lunch break. Yuzi was sleeping in the restroom, so Huaheng took off his jacket and crawled in. He cuddled up, hugging Yuzi tightly for a sound midday nap. When Yuzi woke up, she felt her entire body wrapped up tightly like an octopus. Half asleep, she muttered, is it a monster invasion? Huaheng, hearing movement, snuggled closer to her, his breath falling on her neck. Not a monster invasion. Yuzi couldn't turn her body around, she was tangled up completely. She helplessly stared out the window and reached for her phone to check the time. It was past 2 in the afternoon. It wasn't until after a while that Huaheng woke up, lost in silence as though thinking deeply. Yuzi, concerned, quickly flipped herself over to stare into Huaheng's eyes. What's wrong? Huaheng pulled her closer into a tight embrace. I suddenly feel that everything has been resolved, and I just want to date you. Yuzi lightly hit his chest. Speak properly. Huaheng said earnestly, thank goodness you're here. This was his sincere sentiment. Back in high school, he had a few good friends, but after moving abroad, life was unfamiliar and filled with strangers. He didn't want to communicate with others. That day on the street was a mere coincidence. Coincidentally, he wanted to visit Chinatown and coincidentally met Yuzi bumping into him. Yuzi stayed silent, merely lifting her head slightly to touch Huaheng's chin. Are you happy today? She knew that today Huaheng had gone to the Hua group. Happy. Very happy. He was delighted watching Huaju suffer. Seeing Hua Jingxin at a loss, he felt great joy. And witnessing Huaju's madness made him even happier. All the violent factors suppressed in his heart were finally released. He wasn't inherently a bad person. He treated those he liked with utmost kindness. But for those he didn't like, he turned up his nose and paid no attention. The two of them lying together radiated heat. Yuzi, after a nap, was sweating all over. She got up from the bed to take a shower in the bathroom. Well, what could be said? The president's office was complete with everything one could need. Huaheng suddenly pushed open the door. Together. Yuzi had her clothes half off. This is the company. Are you crazy? Huaheng closed the door. You don't have to worry. I've locked the office door. What does locking the office door have to do with it? Huaheng then suddenly began to cajole. Please? He was handsome and now wore an expression so endearing. How could anyone not be moved? Yuzi, make it quick. Huaheng, how can a man say make it quick? Time passed until around 4 o'clock when Yuzi came out from the restroom. Shu Wen entered and handed over the new design plan to Yuzi. At first glance, Shu Wen saw the strawberry marks on Yuzi's neck. And there were many. It must have been pretty intense. Yuzi pointed out the problems in the plan. This school enterprise cooperation is important. You have to put in 200% effort. Like this issue here, these small mistakes cannot be repeated. Shu Wen got distracted and muttered oh twice. Miss Yu was indeed amazing, balancing life and work perfectly. Shu Wan quickly walked out with the contract. Reaching the doorway, she turned back. Miss Yu, when will you get married? Yuzi looked up, refusing to discuss private matters during work hours. Shu Wan left smiling. Huaheng came out of the office. He was wearing a dark-colored shirt today, with the top 2 buttons unfastened, revealing the red mark in the center. Yuzi, fasten your buttons. Huaheng glanced down and recklessly pushed them aside. Isn't it good looking? Yuzi. Chapter 183, Am I yours? Yuzi put down her work, crossing her hands into fists under her chin as she leisurely observed Huaheng. Why didn't I notice before how irresponsible you are? Huaheng supported himself on the table and leaned in. From Yuzi's perspective, she could see through Huaheng's shirt to his belt. Since the other party had no shame, Yuzi decided she didn't need any either. She beckoned for Huaheng to come closer. The desk was large, but fortunately, Huaheng was tall and leaned forward over it, using his arms to support himself while his buttocks were upraised. It formed quite a picturesque scene. Yuzi slipped her hand into his shirt, pinching a certain unmentionable place, and gave it a firm tug. That's enough. Stop acting feverish and stop disturbing my work. Huaheng cried out in pain for that spot on his body. He complained, you're too harsh. Yuzi replied, just average. The two were bickering affectionately with one another. The front desk called. He said his name is Jackson. Yuzi responded, let him come up. She felt something was missing around her and asked Huaheng, do you want to consider being my secretary? Huaheng said, role reversal. This sentence wasn't problematic, but for some reason paired with Huaheng's expression, it just felt like there was something there. Yuzi didn't have time to ponder all the intricacies. Go away, Jackson will be here soon. Huaheng almost imperceptibly pursed his lips. He'll only come to eat dog food. Just when you mention someone, they appear. Jackson quickly opened the door. What are you talking about? Let me listen in. Huaheng turned around. What do you want? Jackson sat on the sofa, completely ignoring Huaheng's question. I came to ask Yuzi out to dinner. What does that have to do with you? Huaheng didn't bother arguing with kids and took out his computer to start a game nearby. This game was initially designed by him. His company was originally electronic sports focused, but it ended up doing software development. Jackson, seeing this, got excited. How about a match? Huaheng responded, looking for a beating. Jackson didn't know this game was designed by Huaheng's studio. When Jackson met Huaheng, he had already started transitioning into software development. Huaheng fetched another computer for him. If you lose, get lost quickly. Jackson was brimming with confidence. Then you're going to lose. Yuzi remained silent. Her work done, she sat beside them to cheer and act as referee. After 3 rounds, Jackson kept retreating, angered by his losses. You're cheating. Huaheng raised an eyebrow. How can such a kid not accept defeat? Jackson pouted and asked Yuzi, tell me, did he cheat? Yuzi said, anyone else might cheat, but not him. This statement was a perfect testament to absolute trust in someone. Jackson dissented, you're saying that because he's your boyfriend, right? Yuzi countered, do you even know who designed this game? Jackson lifted his head proudly, of course, I know. Oh. Yuzi became more curious, knowing it still made him look for trouble. It's my idol, Munchi. Yuzi chuckled quietly. What are you laughing at? Though my idol is female, she's really talented. Huaheng frowned. Who told you Munchi is a girl? Jackson questioned. With a name like Munchi, could it possibly belong to a boy? Yuzi was amused by these words until she burst into laughter. She said, "Your idol is sitting right across from you." Jackson suddenly realized and pointed at Yuzi. "Could it be you?" Huaheng was again impressed by his intelligence. Yuzi held up Huaheng's hand. It came from his brainwave. Ah! Jackson's mouth dropped open. How is that possible? He couldn't accept that his beloved idol turned out to be Huaheng. He grabbed Huaheng's shoulder and shook it back and forth. "Give me my idol back. Give my idol back." Seeing how crazy this child was, Huaheng was amused even more. "Sorry, your idol is me." Jackson almost resorted to tantrums and refused to admit it. Yuzi commented, "Now you know why he won, don't you?" Jackson was close to tears, helplessly looking at Huaheng with heartache. When it was time to leave work, Jackson willingly followed behind Yuzi. Now, he couldn't bear to look at Huaheng straight. Huaheng whispered to Yuzi, "Don't we seem like we're bringing along our son?" Come to think of it, they did resemble parents somewhat. Although Jackson didn't understand Chinese culture fully, he knew that remark wasn't a good thing. He retorted, "You're the son." Huaheng held Yuzi's hand and showed the ring on his hand. "We are engaged, don't you feel like a third wheel?" Being a third wheel isn't a good term. Jackson understood this well enough, and he took advantage of it further. "Didn't you say you didn't like me around? Well, here I am following closely behind you." Thus, the entire evening, Jackson watched them be affectionate, which made him uncomfortable, yet he couldn't help but keep watching. When Jackson got home, both his body and mind were exhausted. Yuzi returned to Huaheng's villa. They had just parked their car in front when they saw a figure. It was Hualwan, who they hadn't seen in a long time. She looked significantly more haggard, standing still, and upon seeing Huaheng approaching, she called out, "Big brother." Huaheng stopped in his tracks. "What is it?" Hualwan hesitated to speak, glancing at Yuzi by Huaheng's side, as if her presence made it hard for her to express herself. Huaheng said, "You can say what's on your mind. Yuzi is not an outsider." How could Hualwan not know that Huaheng had proposed? She could only swallow her bitterness and ask, "Big brother, is it true that grandpa really can't get out?" Huaheng replied, "It's true." How could Huayun Yuan turn the tables now? The eldest daughter's influence is overseas, the eldest grandson has accomplished nothing, and the second grandson is just a scoundrel. There was no way to fight back. Hualwan has always been indifferent about the development of the Hua family, but the rumors circulating within her circle have already gotten into her head. The Hua family is her support system. If Huayun Yuan goes to jail, she will find it even harder to survive in this family. Hualwan wanted Huaheng to take her in but couldn't bring herself to say it. Because she once was Huayun Yuan's accomplice. "Is there anything else?" Huaheng asked. Hualwan shook her head, "No. Big brother, I wish you happiness." This was her sincere blessing. Huaheng simply nodded and brought Yuzi back home without looking back. As soon as Yuzi entered the house, she kicked off her shoes and ran around aimlessly before collapsing onto the sofa. "Heavens, how long I've wanted this house to be mine. Finally, it's all mine now." Huaheng's house was large, luxurious, and beautifully designed. It was practically her dream house. Previously, it was a longing. But now, it belongs to her. After changing into slippers, Huaheng held a pair of pink ones and placed them beside the sofa. He asked, "How does this house suddenly become yours?" Yuzi propped herself up on her elbows, slightly tilted her eyes upward, and with a seductive tone asked, "Aren't you mine?" From the first question, Huaheng knew he would fall into a trap. "Yes." Yuzi thought his answer was satisfactory and proceeded with her second question, "If you're mine, then aren't your things my things?" "Yes." Yuzi beckoned him closer, "Then isn't your house my house?" "Yes." Chapter 184, Killing Two Birds with One Stone. Yuzi was lying on the sofa, her legs casually crossed, and her collar slightly pulled down to reveal her pale clavicle. When Huaheng spoke, his voice was clearly hoarse, and the word yes he uttered made people doubt if he had caught a cold. "Since the house is mine, wasn't what I just said correct?" Yuzi had proven that the house belonged to her through reasoning. Having already spoken his mind, how could Huaheng object? Sitting beside her, he pulled Yuzi up and hugged her in his arms. "It's yours, I'll change the property deed to your name tomorrow." Yuzi whispered softly, "Imbecile ruler." Huaheng hadn't shaved recently, and now it felt prickly. Yuzi couldn't avoid him in time and let out a slight complaint, "Itchy." She was especially ticklish. Huaheng wouldn't let her off so easily. "Aren't you the one who was acting all arrogant earlier?" He rubbed his face against hers again. Finally, Yuzi surrendered. Dry-mouthed, she got away from Huaheng, put on her slippers, and ran to the kitchen for water. Huaheng followed her closely without leaving her side. At this hour, the lights in other villas had gone out, but theirs remained particularly bright. Yuzi was in an exceptionally good mood and chatted idly with Huaheng about gossip. "What's up with Liang Zishuan these days?" She noticed something amiss that day. Huaheng replied, "A relationship issue." Yuzi asked, "Can you tell me more about the situation between him and his sister? It would be terrible if Lu Ting got hurt." This turned out to be quite a complicated matter. Liang Jiao was an adopted daughter and had grown up together with Liang Zishuan since childhood. They were like bamboo horses and young companions, developing feelings for each other secretly during high school, and eventually starting a romance in college. However, their family found out about it. Liang mother disapproved. How could a brother and sister be dating? So, she sent Liang Jiao abroad. Liang Jiao left decisively without even saying goodbye to Liang Zishuan. Liang Zishuan visited her a few times, only to find out that she had dated several boyfriends abroad and completely forgotten about him. Now, with Liang Zishuan having started a new romance, Liang Jiao feels somewhat regretful. Yuzi set down her cup of water. There's a saying, isn't there? The things we can't have always make us restless. Those who are favored become fearless. Because Liang Zishuan once favored her, Liang Jiao fearlessly dated other men. And now that she cannot have him anymore, she wants him back. Huaheng wrapped his arms around Yuzi and caressed her waist with both hands. You're right, what we can't get always makes us restless. Yuzi rolled her eyes. I was talking about Liang Jiao. Huaheng leaned in and kissed her. I was talking about myself. Yuzi pushed him. We're in the kitchen. Huaheng said, this is our home. Yuzi was lifted onto the clean countertop, still much shorter than Huaheng. The night was as dark as if ink had been spilled, not a glimmer of light anywhere. Caught in passion, they lost all sense of time. The next morning, Yuzi woke up in Huaheng's bedroom. Although she had been here before, she had never stayed over. She felt the softness now. Huaheng's bed was indeed the most comfortable. The room was dim, and Yuzi wanted to know the time, but Huaheng's arm was still resting across her waist. Since Huaheng unburdened himself from his duties as president, he became utterly carefree. Even at such a young age, he already looked worn out. What will happen later? Yuzi turned over and placed her hand inside the blanket on Huaheng's abs. There was still some definition, but it wasn't very noticeable. Perhaps feeling the gentle touch, Huaheng opened his eyes. What do you think? Yuzi exclaimed. You need to exercise more, don't you? Your abs are almost gone. Huaheng mumbled groggily. Let me feel. He reached out and pressed his hand over hers. Feel carefully. Are they there? Yuzi said. Not really. She stretched to grab her phone and searched for pictures of six-packs in short videos. Look at these guys, broad shoulders, 8-pack abs, so handsome. Even without seeing their faces, just their physiques were appetizing. Huaheng took her phone. I'll start training. Finally, Yuzi gave Huaheng something productive to do. No matter how many methods Hu Jingxian tried, she failed to free Hu Yunyuan, and she went berserk in the company, yelling, what the hell are all of you doing? The old man held an unknown number of shares that Hu Jingxian couldn't figure out. But it must exceed Huaheng's. This company can't fall into Huaheng's hands under any circumstance. Her wish soon came true. She could marry the Duke of England. Huaheng sold all his shares to Qiao Fang. The Qiao family, as longtime rivals of the Hu family, naturally welcomed this sweet deal. Huaheng received a large sum of money and was satisfied. Now he was simply waiting for the court's verdict regarding Hu Yunyuan and Jiang Yuan. However, before this, he still went to see Hu Yunyuan. With white hair and a weathered face, the old man appeared gaunt, yet his eyes bore a venomous glare when he saw Huaheng. On the other end of the phone, he cursed loudly. Why didn't you get on that car back then? Heng Hua laughed and said, of course, it was my good fate. Back then, he had clung to his grandfather as a lifeline. But what was the result? What kind of life did he live in the Hu family? Only he knew best. He was bullied by his two elder brothers, yet Yunyuan Hu never interfered. He was harshly criticized by Jiang Yuan, but Yunyuan Hu just smiled and kept silent. Although he hid it well on the surface, Heng Hua could not fail to notice his actions filled with hatred. On the day he left for overseas, there was almost a blooming smile on Yunyuan Hua's face, though he pretended to be very sad. His acting talent, if wasted elsewhere, would surely be a great loss for the entertainment industry. If Yunyuan Hua hated Mengqi Chen, naturally he would also hate her child. He could hardly stand Heng Hua's composed demeanor. Now that he has fallen so low, Heng Hua must have come because something even more outrageous happened. However, Heng Hua remained calm. If there's anything, just go ahead and say it. Heng Hua continued, even though Grandpa is old, his mind isn't. I do indeed have something to tell you. The lawyer behind him took out some documents. I've already told Grandpa before I'm not interested in the Hu Corporation, so I sold it to someone else. What? Yunyuan Hu stood up, slamming his hand on the table. He shouted, you beast. But before he could let out another shout, the policeman restrained him. Keep quiet. Finally, cracks appeared on Yunyuan Hua's aged face as he silently called him a beast. Heng Hua, however, grinned harmlessly. This is my last gift to Grandpa. After this, I won't come to see you again. Grandpa, take good care here and enjoy your remaining years. As soon as Heng Hua stepped out, he received a piece of good news. Qiao Fang informed him, the cooperative laboratory building between the university and enterprises will be officially completed next spring. Heng Hua understood that they were both in a win-win situation, so he responded, Mr. Qiao, you are indeed efficient. Qiao Fang replied, President Hua, you have great wisdom. Heng Hua lacked nothing. The reason for his cooperation with the university was merely to enhance his own reputation, making it impossible for others to suppress Zhongyou Company. Who would suppress such a benevolent enterprise? Even if other enterprises agree to suppress Zhongyou, it can still rely on its cooperation with universities to make a comeback. It's killing two birds with one stone. Chapter 185, How to Train a Man. Before they knew it, December had arrived, and the weather in Rome City started getting colder. Yuzi made sure to bundle up whenever she went out, fearing that she might freeze. Nowadays, Huaheng personally picked her up and dropped her off at work. Huaheng had become her chauffeur. Not only had Huaheng started working on his abs, but he also began learning how to cook, even enrolling in a culinary class. When Julin heard about this, she was filled with envy. She sought advice from Yuzi. Tell me, how did you manage this? Yuzi had a face mask on, so her words were muffled. I guess Huaheng is naturally inclined to be a house husband. Julin shook her head again. Tonight, I'll talk about it with Fu Shijun. Yuzi said, men need a bit of reverse psychology. You shouldn't overly praise them but rather give them acknowledgement. Julin turned around. Hey, elaborate a bit more. Yuzi sat up as the masseur pressed her shoulders, asking if the pressure was right while listening to Yuzi explain. First, you have to express your envy. For instance, wow, I'm truly envious of Yuzi. She gets to eat meals cooked by her boyfriend every day when she returns home. Doing this will make the other person reflect on themselves. If he realizes you're trying to play him, you should quickly follow up with something like, I also want to eat that. When the other person says they don't know how or refuse to cook, don't complain, but Yuzi left it hanging. What's next? Yuzi lightly raised her eyebrows, then tell him, I believe you can definitely cook better than him, and he'll want to cook for you. Julin clenched her fists. I've learned a lot. After leaving the beauty parlor, the two women saw a new celebrity appear on the screen across the street. Julin said, I heard that Meng Ranchin has gone abroad recently. Yuzi replied, didn't she start dating some young heartthrob before? If she remembered correctly, Lu Ting seemed to like that young actor quite a bit back then. Julin retorted, how could she actually like that kind of guy? It's just for the sake of making someone jealous. Yuzi frowned after her freshly beautified face. Is she trying to piss Huaheng off? Julin responded, isn't it obvious? Yuzi thought to herself, this woman sure knows how to exaggerate. As the two women were chatting at the entrance, Huaheng and Fu Shijun's cars had already arrived. Yuzi sat in the passenger seat with a sense of triumph, her face brimming with smiles. Huaheng asked, what good news did you hear that made you so happy? Yuzi answered, Julin came to me for advice on how to train men. Huaheng became interested. Well, why don't you tell me how you train them? Yuzi sneakily grinned, I'll tell you once we get home. After they got home, Yuzi pushed Huaheng against the wall, initiating a reverse wall-donning move. They were standing very close to each other, clearly able to hear each other's heartbeats. Huaheng said, I'm here. Yuzi pulled out a box from her pocket. This is a gift for you. Huaheng took it. What is it? Yuzi, open it and see. Huaheng opened it to find a watch inside. He asked, is today any special occasion? Yuzi casually said while walking towards the kitchen to grab some fruit, do you think I can't give you a present unless it's a special day? It's all because of my overflowing love. Huaheng stood beside Yuzi, handing her the box again, help me put it on. Yuzi took off the old watch from his left wrist and replaced it with the new one. Her palm rubbed over the ancient prayer beads. When we have time, let's go ask for a new one. Huaheng said, this is fine. Still, he didn't fully understand why Yuzi gave him a present. He turned her body around. Tell me properly, why did you give me a present? Yuzi, is it not good for me to give you a present? It's good. Are you happy? Yes. Well then, being happy is enough. It's just giving a simple watch. Huaheng asked her, what do you feel like eating tonight? Yuzi, Italian meat sauce pasta. Huaheng took off his apron and began cooking. Yuzi texted Julin on her phone, how's it going? Julin replied, simply perfect. She sent a picture to Yuzi afterwards, look, men are capable of cooking, they're just lazy. Surprisingly, Fu Shijun was cooking diligently indeed. After dinner that night, Huaheng refrained from touching her and went to sleep early. It seems fitness training and studying had already exhausted him physically and mentally. Another weekend arrived, and Yuzi bought some clothes for children at the mall and brought them to the orphanage. Grandma Zhu, who experienced a kidnapping incident last time, applied for some subsidies from the authorities and specially added security measures to the orphanage to prevent the children from wandering off. Her eyesight had been getting worse lately. Seeing Yuzi, she mistook her for someone coming to adopt a child. Yuzi went forward to support her. Grandma Zhu, you need some help. Sighing, Grandma Zhu responded, indeed, these little ones have grown up. Not long ago, one parent came to adopt a child. Yuzi caressed Grandma Zhu's hand. Fewer children means less burden for you. Huaheng was responsible for distributing the gifts to the children. Grandma Zhu asked Yuzi, when do you plan to get married and have a child? Yuzi responded this time with complete openness and honesty, this winter. You must come to the wedding when the time comes. Grandma Zhu repeated, I will definitely come, I will definitely come. Her words were filled with love, as if she could already see the wedding in front of her eyes. After lunch, Yuzi and Huaheng prepared to leave. Grandma Zhu was reluctant to part and handed over an amulet she had recently sewn to Yuzi, wear it on your body or keep it in the car for safety. The words and patterns on it were all embroidered stitch by Grandma Zhu. Yuzi took it, you should go back and rest. Grandma Zhu watched them leave before walking back into the yard with her cane. When Yuzi returned to the apartment to fetch some things, she saw Yu downstairs. She looked even more disheveled than before, wearing a hat. Yuzi invited her to come upstairs. As soon as Yu entered, she saw the painting in the living room, and her eyes became moist. Yuzi poured a glass of water and placed it in front of her. Don't covet what doesn't belong to you. Since finding out that Yu wasn't her biological mother, Yuzi had not been polite to her. Huaheng voluntarily went back to the bedroom so as not to disturb their conversation. Yu picked up the cup of water with her bony hand. I'm very sorry. Her sudden apology left Yuzi bewildered. What are you apologizing for? Yu didn't know exactly what she was apologizing for either, but she felt she owed something to the child in front of her. She said, sorry for treating you badly all these years. Yuzi replied coldly, if apologies were useful, why would we need police? Don't pretend here. She refused to be morally coerced. An apology is the least helpful thing. Those who haven't empathized don't have the right to apologize. Uaou sighed. I know whatever I say now is meaningless. She pulled out a piece of paper from her pocket. It had the address of Uao Shan's grave written on it. Yuzi took it and put it in her pocket. Thanks, but I won't forgive you. Uao, you left in wretchedness. Yuzi's expression remained cold without a trace of hesitation. Such was her heart. For those who treat her well, she returns the favor double-fold. For those who treat her poorly, she remains steadfast and unchanging in her resolve. Hearing the noise outside the door, Huaheng came out and hugged Yuzi. Tomorrow, I'll go with you to visit Mom. Yuzi turned around and buried her head in Huaheng's chest. The silent companionship gave her a moment's peace in her heart. Chapter 186, Glowing Brightly. How strong must one's heart be to truly not care? Yuzi, at 24 years old, did not quite understand this. But she knew that her heart ached right now. Huaheng's hand gently caressed Yuzi's back as he spoke softly. Our little Z is the best girl around. No matter when, she would always remain his little girl. Yuzi's previously terrible mood was brightened by these words meant for his little girl. She hadn't expected that Huaheng's words also had a humorous and soothing effect. Yuzi tilted her head, her eyes rimmed with red. I feel much better. Huaheng's right hand encircled her waist while his left hand gently rubbed her head. What do you want to do next? At 10 o'clock in the evening, it wasn't practical to go out and play, and there was nothing to do. Suddenly, Yuzi began daydreaming about the future. This winter, I want to see snow. Rome City hadn't seen snow in a long time, and Yuzi had almost forgotten what pure white snow looked like. Huaheng promised. All right, are there any other wishes? Yuzi responded. I want to buy a bag. All right, by 10. Huaheng's domineering side successfully erased Yuzi's troubles from before. She pushed him away. Let's take a shower and sleep. Huaheng laughed and said, use it up and throw it away. That's not very decent. Yuzi turned back, yawning. Too sleepy. Was she really tired? Clearly, she was just pretending. A week later, according to the address given by Uaoyue, Yuzi and Huaheng found Yu Aoshan's gravesite. The two sisters were identical, exquisitely beautiful. But the person in the photograph clearly appeared gentler, with a look of determination in her eyes. Yuzi didn't know who buried her here. This place looked dusty, likely having been unvisited for many years. Even though it should have been a sorrowful atmosphere. Yuzi grinned, pointing at Huaheng. Mom, this is my fiancé, isn't he handsome? Huaheng enthusiastically introduced himself. Mom, hello. Yuzi noticed that he seemed somewhat tense at this moment. She silently gripped Huaheng's hand to encourage him. After spending some time there, they prepared to go home together. However, Yuzi happened to see a car across the way, entirely black, with a license plate that clearly indicated it was not from the mainland. Yuzi walked over and politely tapped on the car window. When the window opened, it revealed Xu Jiming. Yuzi didn't know how to address the man in front of her. What is Mr. Xu doing here? After all, a man who had transcended worldly desires should never be found in such a place. Xu Jiming still held a string of prayer beads. His lashes curled upwards, making him appear to be an intensely handsome man. He replied, I won't go inside, I'll just take a look from here. Yuzi didn't know how to describe this feeling. This man in front of her was her biological father, but there was absolutely no connection between them. That fluttering sensation, that perception, had never occurred between the two of them. Yuzi didn't know how long this person had lingered here, but judging by his gaze, it was clear he harbored deep yearning for the person inside. But what good was yearning? Missing someone is missing someone. Once gone, it can't be recovered. Yuzi said, then please take your time looking, I'll leave first. Xu Jiming called her back and handed her a box. I don't have much to give you. This is the only thing I can offer you. Yuzi originally intended to refuse. Xu Jiming added, it's not anything precious, just a string of prayer beads. Yuzi opened the box and sure enough, found a polished set of prayer beads. Not wanting to dismiss his sincere intentions lightly, she said, thank you. On their way back, with Huaheng driving, Yuzi gazed through the rearview mirror at the increasingly distant vehicle. It felt like their distance from the past, a fleeting closeness, which eventually leads them in different directions. Yuzi opened the box, allowing the winter sun to shine through the car window onto the string of prayer beads. She picked them up carefully, finding them smooth and delicate, even if their appearance was somewhat unattractive but clearly made with care. Huaheng remarked, it must have been handmade by him. Yuzi returned it to the box, saying, thoughtful indeed. After the new year, everything took on a renewed vitality, and the office brimmed with a cheerful atmosphere. Yuzi hired a new secretary, a newly graduated female college student who worked seriously and efficiently. When the young graduate learned that Yuzi was the boss of the company, her eyes lit up. Who says women can't achieve as much as men? I knew all along that Central U's success owes a lot to the contribution of female power. Many significant achievements throughout history involved the contributions of women, but due to record-keeping practices, their existence was often omitted. Nowadays, Yuzi stands as the finest symbol of the rise of female empowerment. Upon hearing her words, Yuzi's mind suddenly sparked with inspiration. She rushed downstairs to find Xu Wan, planning department, design department, software development department. Female managers need to attend a meeting. The people from various departments exchanged bewildered glances. The software department, in particular, was completely puzzled. Last year during the graduation season, they hired several female university graduates. The few young women, facing such a scenario for the first time, were somewhat timid and fidgeted restlessly in the conference room. Yuzi stood above them and jotted down her thoughts on paper to avoid forgetting. Looking at all the women gathered in the meeting room, she felt a great sense of pride. She began, "Firstly, I warmly welcome all of you to Zhongyu. Because of your presence, I believe the following plan I have will be smoothly executed." Although they still did not know what was about to happen next. Just by hearing Yuzi speak like this, it stirred everyone's blood with excitement. Yuzi continued, "I wish to develop a new software. This software certainly won't be merely a basic menstrual tracker, as such types are already flooding the market. But I feel that female power should not be ignored, so the software we aim to create should also thrive under the support of female power. Do any of you have good ideas?" So that's how it was. This wasn't forming a clique, but rather uniting individuals who shared similar ideals and allowing them to connect. Because only those who stand in the same position can truly understand each other. The conference room soon became lively. Each one of them contributed their opinions inspired by Yuzi's idea. The meeting progressed fervently. When Hu Heng reached the door of the meeting room, he heard the chatter inside. He asked Yuzi's new secretary, "What's going on inside?" The secretary held a cup of water steeped with honeysuckle. "President Yu has a new creative concept, and they're discussing it now." "Hu Heng, are they all women?" "Exactly, apparently it concerns a female-related topic." As long as the meeting went on, Hu Heng waited outside for just as long. Seeing that even without Hu Heng, Yuzi would shine brightly in her field. Rather than being like the people from high society who say that Yuzi climbed the social ladder by clinging to influential figures. Hu Heng glanced down at the Chen family's invitation letter and smiled lightly. Was it too late for his great-uncle to recognize him as his great-grandson? Chapter 187, Ups and Downs. Half an hour later, the people in the meeting room came out with smiles on their faces. Everyone was praising them. "Our boss is really amazing, coming up with such a plan. Women's power is truly great. Before we had Boss Dong, now we have Boss Yu. Things are improving." Their words reached Hu Heng's ears and he kept them in mind, sitting to one side as he waited for Yuzi to come out. She was wearing high heels, still looking down at documents. Every move of hers drew everyone's attention. After finishing her speech, Yuzi looked up and saw Hu Heng approaching him. "Why did you come to the company today? Didn't you say there would be a ribbon-cutting ceremony at Xiaofang's place?" Hu Heng adjusted his suit. "It's done. I came to go on a date with my fiancé. Yuzi was just getting hungry. Shall we go to the restaurant?" Hu Heng nodded. "All right." When Shu Ju met his senior again, his emotions were complicated. He didn't expect that almost overnight, the boss had changed to Yuzi, someone he used to be against. The feeling was hard to describe. Shu Ju sighed helplessly. "What has the senior been doing lately?" Hu Heng replied, "Learning some culinary skills, cooking for my girlfriend, and occasionally supervising construction." Shu Ju took another glance at Yuzi and couldn't help but admire this woman. She truly had talent, managing to transform his senior into a house husband. He said sympathetically, "If you're tired, you can always return to our software department anytime." Hu Heng gave a piece of meat to Yuzi. "I'm not tired, I'm very happy." Yuzi could clearly see through Shu Ju's thoughts, so she didn't speak, letting Shu Ju stew in silence. In the afternoon, Yuzi received an invitation, saying it was for an elder of the Chen family celebrating their 80th birthday. Isn't the elder of the Chen family Chen Mengqi's grandfather and Hu Heng's great-grandfather? How did they suddenly invite her? Hu Heng went to the coffee area and brewed 2 cups of coffee, and when the secretary wanted to take it from him, Hu Heng declined. "I can do it myself." Yuzi handed over the invitation. "We don't know them well, why would they suddenly send us an invitation?" Hu Heng placed the coffee in front of her. "Have you never heard a saying? When you're competent, everyone around you is kind. Once upon a time, the Chen family wouldn't even acknowledge their illegitimate daughter Chen Mengqi. Now that Zhongyu is climbing to the forefront of technology, there are too many people trying to curry favor. Given the blood ties within the Chen family, how could they possibly miss such a great opportunity?" Yuzi arched an eyebrow, finding it interesting. "So today we'll go and see what happens. I'll pick out a dress for the occasion shortly." Hu Heng bent down slightly. "Yes, my esteemed Queen Majesty." At the haute couture design studio, there were a few familiar faces, Shiming and the new hires of their company, as well as Chen Kaisin and Dai Xiangnan. Seeing Hu Heng and his partner, Shiming couldn't help but feel curious. "Weren't you most against the Chen family? Why are you even considering going?" This was said in front of Chen Kaisin, which was quite embarrassing. Chen Kaisin, who had just come out of the fitting room, naturally heard these words. She kept her expression calm. "It's only right that the younger generation wishes the elders a long life during their birthday celebration, isn't it?" Shiming lounged carelessly on the sofa, his suit open, revealing the shirt inside unbuttoned to show his muscular chest. He asked, "Why did Mr. Chen become Mr. Hua?" "Indeed, why?" Gossip in high society is virtually known by all. Chen Mengqi being the illegitimate child of the Chen family wasn't much of a surprise either. It's just that they hadn't officially acknowledged it all these years. Shiming's comments were clearly venting frustration on behalf of Hu Heng. Back when Hu Heng lost his parents as a child, Grandpa didn't treat him well, and neither did Grandpa's mother-in-law plan to acknowledge him or his son. Now they remembered they had relatives. What kind of relative exactly? Chen Kaisin retorted bitterly, "If you don't want to go, you don't have to. No one is forcing you." Yuzi took out the invitation. "It's a pity, because this specifically mentions he hopes we go. As for your initial contempt and sending out invitations, why don't you explain that?" Caught between both parties, Chen Kaisin was momentarily speechless. Dai Xiangnan stood up, speaking imperfectly in Mandarin. Harmony brings wealth. Valuing harmony preserves dignity. With this, the tense atmosphere dissipated from the design room. Yuzi selected a dress, coincidentally bumping hands with Chen Kaisin. They weren't selecting the same dress. The first time they met was similar. Yuzi yanked it away. This one is mine first. With more people supporting Yuzi, Chen Kaisin bit her tongue. After changing into the gown, Yuzi and Huaheng got into the car and headed toward the Chen residence. In the car, Huaheng leaned on Yuzi's shoulder. Thank you, sister, for standing up for me. His tone was strange. Yuzi said, act normal. Huaheng straightened himself up. You were truly commanding earlier. As worthy as the elite social circle claimed. Yuzi fears no one. Back then, everyone thought she had Huaheng's support. But today's situation might not necessarily be the same. The grand gates of the Chen family estate opened, and Huaheng walked in with Yuzi, as the hall filled with clinking glasses shimmered with golden light, exuding luxury. The main characters hadn't arrived yet, but the nobles of the business world had already started chatting with each other about commercial matters. Upon seeing Huaheng enter, they naturally came over to greet him. After all, Zhongyu's status was different now. It was understandable why Huaheng was invited to this birthday banquet. One of the presidents handed Huaheng a glass of champagne. Mr. Hua is truly a brilliant young man. Huaheng accepted the glass. You're too kind, but I'm not Mr. Hua anymore. Oh. Mr. Li was even more curious. Could it be that you've retired early to become a director? The next sentence caused a ripple of sighs across the room. I've already stepped down from Zhongyu. Saying this, he pointed to Yuzi beside him. This is the new president of Zhongyu. Yuzi took a glass of champagne offered by a server and raised it to them. Presidents, it's nice to meet you. All were respectable individuals, so there was no need to press her harshly and ruin the mood. Mr. Li understood, so the rumors are true, but given Zhongyu's strong recent development, I imagine President you must have contributed greatly. Yuzi toasted him, you're too kind. After conversing for a while, they moved on to other guests. However, this news quickly spread throughout the venue. Chen Kaisin couldn't believe what she heard. How is that possible? Dai Xiangnan was curious. What do you mean, how is that possible? Chen Kaisin said, would a man really give up all his assets? Dai Xiangnan immediately understood what she was implying. He had been raised believing in gender equality. If men could do something, women could too. Why is it impossible? He said admiringly, Miss Yu is a very smart person. I think Mr. Hua has good insight. Chen Kaisin glared at him. You don't understand anything. That comment left Dai Xiangnan utterly baffled. For a moment, murmurs rippled through the event hall as everyone talked about this surprising turn of events. Yuzi nibbled on a small cake from the table and offered it to Huaheng with a fork. It tastes pretty good, try it. Chapter 188, Humming and Complaining. Huaheng naturally took the food she fed him. Although the taste of the pastry was sweet and greasy, he enjoyed it. While the two were talking, a clapping sound came from ahead. Yuzi complained, if you don't know, you might think that some kind of meeting is being held. Huaheng said, maybe the elderly like such a ceremony. Yuzi placed the plate on the table and turned to look at the man sitting in the wheelchair in the middle, wearing a red tang suit. His hair was grey, and he wore a pair of reading glasses. His body was bent, and he was pushed by someone behind him. The man sitting in the wheelchair was called Chen Zexu, who was the head of the Chen family. Tracing back further, his ancestors belonged to the landlord class. He raised his hand slightly, and the guests immediately became quiet. A person next to him handed him a microphone. This old man was 100 years old this year. His physical appearance had already aged, but his spirit remained strong. He held the microphone and slowly spoke, I am very glad that all of you can attend my birthday. Later words were all polite phrases. Some people listened, while others had already started eating. What does the old man want? Isn't it just for happiness and blessings? Huaheng took Yuzi to their seats, and a group of businessmen quickly gathered around them. They were all here for Yuzi. Although she wasn't today's birthday celebrant, she was like the center of attention surrounded by stars. A group of people had just finished giving gifts to the old gentleman, while another group began chatting with Yuzi. At such a young age, you are the president of Zhongyu. Your power cannot be underestimated. I will toast to you, President Yu. Yuzi remembered, this was another person who had cooperated with her after Wang Quan. She picked up the glass of wine. People followed, and Yuzi hadn't drunk much when Huaheng actively picked up the wine glass behind her. Our boss can't drink much, I will drink on her behalf. Although Huaheng was no longer the president of Zhongyu, his past status still mattered, so everyone would respect his face. Before long, Huaheng's body was full of the smell of alcohol. With a dizzy head, he leaned close to Yuzi, his voice carrying heavy sensuality. I feel a bit drunk. Yuzi grabbed his hand hidden under the table. You did well today. Huaheng quietly asked her, since I performed so well, will there be a reward? Yuzi said, there is. I'll give it to you when we get home. Finally, the front scene ended. Yuzi walked over with the gift and gave it to the old man. This is the gift I prepared for you, wishing Mr. Chen good fortune as vast as the eastern sea and longevity comparable to the southern mountain. Chen Zexu, sitting in the wheelchair, looked up at Yuzi with a smiling face. This girl is good looking. Thank you for the compliment, said Yuzi. Only the people of the Chen family looked back together. How could Yuzi not know who they were looking at? It was none other than Huaheng sitting by the dining table. He casually posed in a posture, experiencing hangover symptoms, waiting for Yuzi to come back. Yuzi somewhat apologetically told them, Hung is drunk, unable to come wish you happy birthday. What else can be done if he's drunk? Forcing him to come wish happy birthday is impolite. Chen Kaisen's father felt a little awkward beside him. Who knows what crazy idea Chen Kaisen's family suddenly had, wanting to acknowledge Chen Meng's son. Their Chen family was developing well now, why would they need Hung? But clearly, this was the thought of Chen Kaisen's father. Sometimes, one has to listen to the wise elders. They've eaten more salt than the food you've eaten, and the achievements of the elder generation of the Chen family were unprecedented. Naturally, they have qualifications to make judgments and suggestions on some matters. Chen Zexu gripped Yuzi's hand. Young lady, I can tell we share a connection. Do visit more often when you have time. Yuzi carelessly pulled out her hand. Mr. Chen, I'm a homebody. I just stay at home without going out. She even kindly explained it to the elderly man. Don't invite me. I'd rather stay home than go out. Chen Kaisen wouldn't fail to hear the implications in Yuzi's words and coldly huffed. Talks like you're something special, as if anyone wants you to come. When she spoke, the seniors naturally covered up for her, coughing a few times to stop her from speaking more. Yuzi didn't get angry, having long since cultivated a tough body, their petty teasing meant nothing to her. Chen Kaisen's grandfather reprimanded her. You're an adult now, how come you show no manners at all? After saying that, he looked at Yuzi. The child is spoiled. Miss you, please don't mind. Speaking of which, Chen Kaisen's age was similar to Yuzi's, actually older by a few months. If she were a child, wouldn't that make Yuzi a newborn baby? Yuzi smiled brightly and pinched her own hand, indeed spoiled, at such an age, yet so lacking in manners. Her words were direct, not giving Chen Kaisen any face at all. This made the Chen family even more awkward. Yuzi had given them enough face, continuing to say, especially for us in business, one wrong word could ruin the deal. You agree, right? Yes, Miss Yu is absolutely right. Yuzi turned and walked away while Chen Kaisen stuck out her foot, trying to trip her. Yuzi silently stepped on Chen Kaisen's toes and feigned innocence. Oops, I didn't see that. Are you okay? Chen Kaisen couldn't voice her frustration as she was the one who started the quarrel. Yuzi looked back and added, oh, by the way Mr. Chen, Huaheng isn't interested in your family. So we'd all be better off not bothering each other. As for what they said afterward, Yuzi didn't listen at all. After all, she wouldn't expect anything nice from Chen Kaisen's mouth. She picked up Huaheng's coat and supported him. Let's go home. Huaheng leaned his entire weight against Yuzi. When they walked out of the hall, she could hear the whispers behind her. Whoever looked down on this female secretary earlier? I didn't. I knew she would accomplish great things. The first time Yuzi attended a banquet, she beat a flirtatious rich young man until he ran away crying. That incident ended without any consequences. The upper class believed Huaheng was her backing. Of course, some people thought little of it. What does backing mean? One day he'll get tired of her, abandon her, and then she'll have nothing. Yeah, while it's still now, she should behave herself a little better. Once she offends everyone here, what will she rely on except for her beauty? But things didn't go as planned. Now Yuzi no longer depended on Huaheng as her support. In the car, the partition was raised. Chen drove carefully and paid no attention to the noises Huaheng was making in the back seat. Yuzi pushed him, stop fooling around. Huaheng hung on to her. How much longer until we get home? Yuzi glanced at the road outside. The Chen mansion was in the suburbs and would take some time to reach. Huaheng's head spun, and his whole body lay across Yuzi's legs. She had sprayed wine-scented perfume today, which made it even more intoxicating to him. Huaheng's tall frame curled awkwardly in the backseat, holding onto Yuzi in a distorted posture. Yuzi reached out to pinch his earlobe. Unknowingly, Huaheng fell asleep. Finally, they arrived. Chen quickly got out of the car and tried to escape. Miss you, let me go back first. Yuzi said, you're driving back anyway. Chen replied, no, I'll ride my electric scooter back. He opened the trunk, took out the small electric scooter, and disappeared in an instant. Yuzi sighed helplessly. At least he could have helped her bring Huaheng inside. Chapter 189, Happy Newlywed. Yuzi supported Huaheng back to the villa. As soon as they entered the door, he started taking off his clothes. Yuzi followed behind him, picking up the clothes, and she looked more and more like a little girl. Huaheng walked into the bathroom, wanting to wash away the smell of alcohol on his body. He sat in the bathtub motionless, waiting for someone to attend to him. Yuzi stood by the side watching, rarely seeing this cute side of the old man. Do you know how to release water? Yuzi asked him. Huaheng was drunk, but he still had his wits about him. He pressed the button to release the water, which was icy and bone-chilling, especially unbearable at this season. Yuzi could feel the coldness of the water from afar. She said to Huaheng, you step aside, let me handle it. Huaheng obediently listened and stepped out of the bathtub. After Yuzi adjusted the water, Huaheng sat inside and looked up. Do you want to join me? Yuzi, are you sober now? Huaheng smiled, much more sober. Yuzi, wash yourself first. Huaheng, isn't there a reward tonight? Yuzi kicked herself for that comment. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Yuzi woke up due to menstrual pain. She tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Huaheng's big hand rested on her stomach, gently rubbing it. The warmth of his palm was like a warm baby. He asked, are you feeling better? Although this method didn't have much effect, Yuzi's mood did improve slightly. She asked, do you have sanitary pads at your house? Huaheng turned on the light, got up, and dressed. No, I'll go buy some. In the middle of the night, Where could he find a convenience store nearby? Huaheng said, I'll be back in a bit. Half an hour later, Huaheng returned, also bringing a bowl of porridge. Yuzi limped into the living room. Are you Doraemon? Huaheng, there's a convenience store around here, and there's also a 24-hour porridge shop. Drink something warm to warm your stomach. Yuzi changed something, then came out and took a sip of the porridge, feeling much more comfortable and refreshed. Awake at 3 in the morning, there was no longer any desire to sleep. Huaheng, what do you want to do? Yuzi said, let's watch a movie. That's why Yuzi liked this home. In Huaheng's house, even the place for screening movies was an independent room, with an entire starry ceiling. Huaheng brought blankets and snacks, asking Yuzi what she wanted to drink. Room temperature fruit juice. The two nestled on the sofa, eating while watching the movie, living leisurely. The movie was a comedy, making people laugh out loud, and before they knew it, it was around 5 o'clock. Huaheng told Yuzi, don't go to work today. Yuzi didn't have the mood for work, yawning because of tiredness. Taking advantage of the spare time, Huaheng and Yuzi picked a day to get their marriage certificate. The moment the red book appeared in WeChat Moments, Julin burst into tears of joy. Finally, the count of married women increased by 1. On the first evening after getting the certificate, Ximeng called Huaheng to attend a bachelor party. Once upon a time Fu Shijun also held a bachelor party before his wedding. Huaheng promised Yuzi when leaving, I'll be back home punctually before 11. Yuzi, you don't need to come back so early, I'm going out to play with Julin, just enjoy your own fun. Huaheng. Everyone has their own life, even though they've already married, Yuzi would have her friends, and Huaheng should also have his friends. Julin waited for Yuzi to pick her up. They went out to eat, laughing and chatting all along. Julin asked Yuzi, so, when are you going to hold your wedding ceremony? Yuzi, this is yet undetermined. Julin said, let me tell you, as a person with experience, girls must hold a wedding ceremony, it's a sense of ritual, and you can also collect cash gifts. Otherwise, how to deal with the money we've spent on other weddings? From the day Yuzi met Julin, she knew this person was pragmatic. The two of them chatted happily together. Julin's gossip soul burned brightly. How did the Chen family banquet thing end up? Yuzi, I confronted Chen Kaisin, and she seemed quite happy about it. Julin snorted, isn't that proof that some people are sick? She pretends to be deaf when we speak nicely to her, but feels good when being scolded. After dinner, Yuzi and Julin went shopping. All along, Julin paid the bills. Yuzi wanted to pay but couldn't. Julin said, today, since you're getting your marriage certificate, I will certainly give you a gift. Congratulations on your new marriage. Yuzi accepted this gift without hesitation. And on the other side, Ximeng saw Huaheng coming in. Hey, isn't that our newlywed person? Huaheng pointed to the back, there's another newlywed person too. Fu Shijun responded, what? Looking down on us newlyweds. Ximeng took a sip of alcohol. No, I sincerely admire and envy newlyweds. Huaheng sat down, then hurry up and get married. Liang Zishuan, she can't find anyone to marry. Huaheng turned his head, didn't I give you her address? Ximeng let out a cold snort. Do you think everyone is like you, able to marry whoever they want? The marriages of people like them were restricted. Huaheng was different. So what if you give up everything related to the Shi family? Ximeng pointed at his nose. Without money, there would be no suave Mr. Shi. If you ask me whether I love my kingdom or my beauty more, I will truthfully tell you that with the kingdom comes the beauty. Liang Zishuan opened a bottle of wine. You found the truth after just one relationship. Ximeng didn't ignore Liang Zishuan's mockery. You should take care of your own affairs first. As married men, Fu Shijun and Huaheng laughed happily on the side. These two are exposing each other's flaws. The two clinked their glasses together to celebrate their happy marriage. That night, Huaheng received quite a few red envelopes. Yuzi didn't return home all night and went to the hot spring with Julin. Huaheng and a few others were being extravagant at Liang Zishuan's shop. The next morning, the couple met at the foot massage parlor. Everyone said, you two were meant for each other. You deserve to have each other as partners. Ximeng put an arm around Liang Zishuan. What should I do now? Liang Zishuan pushed him away and patted his clothes. I already have someone. Yuzi turned back. You need to treat Lu Ting well. Liang Zishuan felt a bit awkward. Rest assured, I will. Huaheng was in charge of driving, with Yuzi sitting in the passenger seat. The back seat was filled with gifts. Winter was about to end, and spring brought the revival of all things. The branches on the road were gradually sprouting green. Yuzi took a nap in the passenger seat. When she woke up, she was already in the bedroom. Chapter 190, Happiness and Joy in the Future. Yuzi opened her eyes to see a full view of Huaheng's handsome face. She stretched her arms, placing them on Huaheng's shoulders. Her voice still carried the grumpiness of having just woken up as she softly asked, what time is it now? It's 5 in the afternoon. During this period, there wasn't much going on at the company, so Yuzi didn't need to go to work. She finally understood the joy Huaheng felt as the boss. He was genuinely happy. Huaheng handed over a wedding dress that he had carefully selected for Yuzi. Take a look at which ones you like. He wasn't referring to just one dress but multiple dresses. Sitting up straight, Yuzi said, how many dresses do we need since we're only getting married once? Huaheng responded, as long as you want, you can turn into a magical fairy princess. You can change dresses as much as you like. The radiant wedding gowns displayed on the tablet featured both traditional Chinese and Western styles. Every piece was a masterpiece. It was clear Huaheng had painstakingly chosen each set, all hitting the aesthetic preferences of Yuzi perfectly. Her eyes dazzled. They're all beautiful. Which one shall we pick? The little rooster will point to one. Huaheng completely respected her thoughts. In the end, they settled on a Chinese-style phoenix crown with embroidered robes. Nestled in bed, feeling completely exhausted, Yuzi extended her arms. Pick me up. At work, she was decisive and efficient, a strong heroine from a thrilling novel. But when not working, she was a clingy little devil. And Huaheng enjoyed her current affectionate and cuddly demeanor. Are you too tired from work? Hanging all over Huaheng, being carried from the second floor to the first floor, Yuzi said, not tired, because I have to support you. Huaheng found pride instead of shame in this. From now on, you'll take care of the family finances while I focus on staying good-looking. Yuzi tilted his chin upwards. You're absolutely right, Shu Gui Fei, a play on Shu meaning virtuous queen. Huaheng rubbed his head against hers, like a giant golden retriever. Am I only a concubine now? Yuzi replied, I must bestow upon you the ceremony first before you become an empress. Huaheng smiled, agreed. Before they knew it, March arrived in Rongqing, with perfect weather, neither too cold nor too warm, making it the ideal time for a wedding. The banquet hall was filled with esteemed guests, aristocrats, and well-wishers. Ximeng seized this opportunity to write a highly intriguing news article titled, Female CEO of Zhongyo marries unnamed man today. Looking satisfactorily at the title he had crafted, he casually tossed it to the staff, sent it to the finance section, entertainment section, and the 4 major websites. Seated nearby, Liang Zishuan sarcastically remarked, You'd better be careful, Huaheng might cut your throat. Ximeng dismissed it with disdain. Since he's already living off his wife, why shouldn't I report the facts? Liang Zishuan raised a thumb. You are truly remarkable. Twisting slightly in front of the mirror, Ximeng said, We journalists are simply factual. After tidying their clothes, the two drove to the entrance of the banquet hall. Taking off his sunglasses, Ximeng asked, Why isn't your girlfriend here with you today? Liang Zishuan answered, We argued. However, no sooner had he spoken than he saw Lu Ting walk by wearing a beautiful bridesmaid dress, heading backstage. Ximeng and Liang Zishuan found a seat to sit down. This is what you call arguing? She seems quite happy. Liang Zishuan picked up some sunflower seeds. Today's a day for marriage. Who wouldn't be happy? Ximeng laughed heartily. Makes sense, makes sense. The two waited patiently. Ximeng, standing as an observer, commented about the wedding. I thought Huaheng was the least likely among us 4 to get married. Having known each other the longest, they were more familiar with one another. Liang Zishuan questioned, Why? Raising an eyebrow, Ximeng beckoned Liang Zishuan closer and whispered quietly, I can't even imagine how he would make love. Hiss. Liang Zishuan agreed with his perspective. You're spot on. For someone who seemed so aloof outwardly, who knows what is like in private? Truly envying Yuzi's position, they were genuinely curious. Chatting happily, shortly after, Zhu Lin, acting as the host, announced the entrance of the bride and groom. Huaheng stood on stage. On the other side stood Yuzi, adorned in splendid red bridal wear, wearing a phoenix crown and embroidered robe, holding a fan, embodying a uniquely Chinese romance. Xu Zhiming held Yuzi's hand, leading her forward step by step. Yuzi truly hadn't expected Xu Zhiming to show up. When she saw Xu Zhiming wearing a wig in the backstage area, she was entirely confused. Though father and daughter looked alike, this was the first time Yuzi had seen Xu Zhiming with long hair. Indeed, he looked good. No wonder so many people were captivated by him back then. Yuzi's tone was somewhat distant. Why did you come? Where was the serene composure of a monk in Xu Zhiming now? Though over 50 years old, his looks were still striking. He leaned against the door. This is the last thing I can do for you. He himself didn't have happiness, but he hoped Yuzi could be happy. Yuzi said, Thank you. Xu Zhiming walked with her halfway through the aisle and stopped. He turned his head. You only need to walk this far. The rest of the way needs him to come to you. Huaheng understood the thoughts between men, so he strode forward with flowers, standing in front of Yuzi and took her hand voluntarily. He didn't look at Xu Zhiming. In his eyes, the person he loved was Yuzi, and no one else mattered. The audience burst into applause. It seemed like they had never seen a wedding scene like this before. Huaheng held Yuzi's hand, walking step by step on the stage. Zhu Lin was the happiest of all. She passionately read out the wedding vows for today. After the exchange of rings between the bride and groom, they kissed, marking the completion of the ceremony. It all felt so natural. Yuzi changed into a traditional Chinese cheongsum and went around with wine to toast the guests. They were quite unique, as neither had elders present, so they simply toasted their friends. Liang Zixuan teased them, Today is your big day, you should drink more to show how happy you truly are. Huaheng had several cups, and now had this resentment in mind. After the wedding ended, the two were sent back to the villa. They collapsed on the bed, not wanting to move an inch. Huaheng turned over and said, Even though I'm very tired, I still want to do other things. Yuzi pushed him away. I'm too dizzy from drinking. You won't work either. The word won't completely provoked Huaheng. A man could handle anything, except being told that he wouldn't. He had to prove himself. Contrary to his wish. In the end, he could only hang his head dejectedly, so it seems what the books say is all true. Certain abilities cannot be performed after being drunk, so one should carefully think about why the feasible ones should be cherished. They both showered and fell asleep quickly. The wedding seemed to draw a perfect period in their past. All those turbulent journeys, mutual supports, shared hardships, and moments of happiness spent together were sealed in memory. From now on, there would only be greater happiness and joy. The main text ends.